Lu Ming traversed into the realm of cultivation. Due to his inability to cultivate, he chose to marry his childhood sweetheart, opting for a life of ordinariness. After giving birth to a daughter, his beloved suddenly revealed herself to be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, claiming there were myriad karmic entanglements to resolve before she vanished into the ether. Following his wife's departure, Lu Ming was unexpectedly graced with the activation of a sign-in system. Relying on the rewards from this system, he ascended to the realm of the Immortal Emperor within a mere 6 years. Chapter 1. The little demon king leaves the village. The cultivation realm will erupt. In the true spirit realm, nestled in a remote corner of Xingyue village, Lu Ming spoke to his daughter, Ling'er. Father must enter seclusion to break through to a higher realm. Stay here in the village, and when I emerge from my retreat, I shall take you to find your mother, all right? Gently stroking the head of his little darling, he continued, Is that not true, my dear? Really, Daddy? I'm no longer a mere 3-year-old. I am now 4. You've mentioned this several times already, replied little Ling'er, her round, glistening eyes wide with innocence. Clad in a charming red robe, her plump cheeks complemented her bright, sparkling eyes, making her an undeniable heartthrob. Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly upon hearing her words. Have I said it several times? Alas, dear father is truly helpless. How could I contend with your mother's formidable presence? He mused internally. In truth, he was not of this world but had traversed to it. Regrettably, in this realm of cultivation, he lacked the aptitude for training and was left with no choice but to marry his childhood sweetheart and live as an ordinary man. Then, an extraordinary event transpired. For years ago, after he and his wife, Xingyue, toiled diligently in the fields, their daughter, Ling'er, was born. It was on that fateful day that his wife, Xingyue, suddenly awakened, revealing herself to be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Lu Ming was utterly bewildered. Ultimately, Xingyue confided in him that she had numerous karmic ties to resolve and a multitude of enemies to confront. In order to safeguard him and their daughter, Ling'er, she left behind a formation to obscure the heavenly secrets before departing. She also cautioned Lu Ming against searching for her, assuring him that once she had dealt with all her adversaries and severed all karmic ties, she would return to them. Understanding the inherent dangers, Lu Ming did not oppose her decision, but quietly embraced the role of a nurturing father. Then, something extraordinary transpired. Lu Ming awakened his system. On the very next day after Yuanyuan's departure, his sign-in system was activated. Utilizing this system, Lu Ming diligently signed in at Xingyue village, witnessing his cultivation soar. From chi refinement to foundation establishment, then to golden core, nascent soul, and eventually to true immortal, golden immortal, an immortal king, culminating in the realm of Immortal Emperor. Indeed, within a mere 4 years, Lu Ming ascended to the status of Immortal Emperor through the workings of the sign-in system. Upon achieving this remarkable level, he did not hasten to seek out his wife. After all, if an Immortal Emperor were truly invincible, there would be no reason for his wife to reincarnate. Thus, he continued to care for their child while remaining in a state of quietude. Until today, he finally encountered an opportunity for breakthrough. By overcoming the true divine tribulation, he could consolidate his divine essence and elevate to the realm of true God. He had resolved that upon successfully ascending to true God, he would seek out his wife to assist her in severing karmic ties and vanquishing her foes, providing a perfect home for their beloved daughter. This time, I promise I'm not deceiving you. As soon as I emerge from this retreat, I will take you to find your mother, Lu Ming gently said while stroking the head of little Ling'er. Very well, let's make a pinky promise. Ling'er obediently nodded, extending her chubby little hand. Lu Ming smiled gently, sealing the promise with her. All right, remember to wait for your father in the village, and do not wander off. I will be back shortly. After securing the promise, Lu Ming cautioned her. Understood, father. Ling'er is the most obedient child in the world. Ling'er nodded earnestly, her expression reflecting her commitment. Lu Ming chuckled softly, ruffling her hair before turning to depart. Soon, his figure faded completely into the rift of space. Humph, silly father. Does he truly think I'm merely a 3-year-old? I am 4 this year. I believe you're the little puppy. Once Lu Ming vanished, Ling'er huffed in a childlike tone. If you want to take me to find mother, I shall go myself. You think you can trap me with formations? Huh, I already know how to resolve that. Speaking to herself, Ling'er produced a small knife and swiftly slashed at the rift before her. Instantly, a crack appeared in the fabric of space. Mother, Ling'er is coming to find you. Ling'er exclaimed joyfully as she stepped into the rift. However, upon her entry, chaos erupted among the inhabitants of Xingyue village. What shall we do? This little demon king has escaped. A large tree spoke up. What else can we do? Simply pretend we did not see anything, replied a white sheep in the village. If that esteemed individual returns and discovers his precious little one is missing, will he not slay us? A wooden horse chimed in. How about it? Can you bring her back? Do you possess that capability? What's the fuss? You are well aware of the little demon king's prowess, aren't you? Indeed, disregarding her strength, which is at least at the celestial king level, just her collection of divine artifacts could suppress an entire era. One wonders where she amassed so many divine artifacts she has armed the little demon king down to her very teeth, truly extravagantly ruthless. Within the village, many peculiar entities began to speak. Some were wells, others were fish, and still others were blades of grass. To think that I, the esteemed progenitor of the demon race, have been captured to serve as a nursemaid for that little demon king, continued the white sheep. Oh, woe is me. I, an illustrious celestial scholar, have been ensnared to teach that girl how to read. Don't even mention it. I am the illustrious heavenly spirit Peach. Yet due to the little demon king's desire for peaches, I have been seized and forced to plant them here. Who has it worse than me? I am the grand phoenix tree. Even the ancestors of the phoenix clan must show me utmost respect. Yet here I am, turned into a wooden horse for the little demon king's amusement. At least you are still alive. That entity has not erased your spiritual essence. Just look at the phoenix ancestor simply for stepping on the little demon king's foot. He was braised on the spot. Once this little demon king leaves the village, the cultivation world will erupt. Meanwhile, in the Luyan mountain range, a terrifying battle was unfolding. It involved a woman and a tiger demon. Each clash reverberated through the space, causing the heavens and earth to shift subtly in hue, reducing the surrounding trees to mere fragments. However, beneath them, there lay a blade of grass that remained untouched by the chaos. The tender grass reaches the height of an adult's knee, bearing a resemblance to thatch, while at its pinnacle rests a crystal-clear fruit. This is the Xiaowudao fruit, which, once consumed, grants individuals the ability to enter a state of profound enlightenment, thus providing the opportunity to comprehend the laws and achieve a breakthrough into the divine transformation realm. It is evident that the conflict between the woman and the beast arises from this Xiaowudao fruit. Xingyue, your talent is indeed remarkable, but to attempt to seize the Xiaowudao fruit from me is a fool's errand. Suddenly, the tiger demon spoke, his voice deep and resonant, exuding an air of dominance. One must at least make the attempt, replied the woman, referred to as Xingyue, her expression slightly grave. Now, at the nascent soul stage, she was not far from the divine transformation realm, and upon encountering this opportunity for breakthrough, she was determined not to let it slip away. Very well. I have heard that you, Xingyue, have cultivated for merely a few hundred years and have already reached the nascent soul stage. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Today, I shall eliminate you, ridding my demon clan of a future threat. With a cold snort, the tiger demon lunged at Xingyue once more. In the blink of an eye, the two were embroiled in combat again. Perhaps both parties were too engrossed in their confrontation to notice that a small figure had suddenly appeared beside the Xiaowudao fruit. Him out! Him out! The little girl exclaimed. That stinky daddy thought he could trap me. Humph! No way. As she spoke, her eyes caught sight of the Xiaowudao fruit. Oh, look at this wild fruit. It's so beautiful it must be delicious. Without a second thought, she reached out and plucked the Xiaowudao fruit from its perch. Just as she had removed the fruit, Xingyue and the tiger demon immediately sensed the situation, halting their actions and hovering in the air, gazing at the little Ling'er. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Both Xingyue and the tiger demon found themselves momentarily lost in thought as they beheld the sight of Ling'er gnawing on the small enlightenment fruit. For this precious item, they had engaged in a fierce battle for 3 consecutive days and nights. Yet here was a little girl treating it as mere wild fruit. Wow, it's so sweet and juicy. Even better than the fruit from the old peach tree. Ling'er seemed oblivious to the presence of the two, lost in her enjoyment of the enlightenment fruit. Ah, that wretched little creature. I shall make you pay. Suddenly, the tiger demon snapped back to reality, its fury igniting as it charged towards Ling'er. That fruit was the key to its ascension to the demon emperor realm, a treasure it had guarded for over a millennium. How could it not be enraged, seeing it devoured by a mere child? Little sister, Be careful, Li Xingyue exclaimed, her expression shifting as she attempted to intervene and halt the tiger demon's advance. However, the tiger demon was of equal strength to her, if not more formidable, and in its rage, it was beyond her capacity to stop. Wow, big kitty. It's a big kitty, Ling'er remarked, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she gazed at the charging tiger demon. At her words, the tiger demon's face twitched in irritation. It was, after all, a celestial beast on par with a human nascent soul true lord. Within her veins coursed the bloodline of the sacred beast, the white tiger. In terms of both power and lineage, she was a remarkable presence among the demonkin. Yet now, she was being dismissed as merely a big cat. The tiger demon, consumed by fury, swiftly approached Ling'er, raising its paw to strike her down, intent on reducing her to a mere puddle of flesh. Stop! Li Xingyue cried out vehemently, exerting every ounce of her strength to rush towards them. Alas, it was too late. She could only watch in horror as the tiger demon's claw drew ever closer to Ling'er. However, in the next moment, Li Xingyue was left in a state of shock. Chapter 2. My name is Super Invincible, the most formidable being in the world. What is happening? She furrowed her brow, expressing her bewilderment. The tiger demon, which had lunged towards Ling'er, was suspended in midair, as if caught in a moment of stasis. Of course, the most bewildered was the tiger demon itself. It had intended to slap Ling'er into a pulp to vent its rage. However, as its paw approached within half a foot of her, it was horrified to discover that it could not move. Not only was it unable to act, but it could not even utter a sound. Even the blood coursing through its veins had come to a halt. As for its demonic energy, it seemed to have vanished entirely. What is happening? The tiger demon was both alarmed and panicked. It was acutely aware of its predicament. If someone were to strike it now, it would undoubtedly be doomed. Big kitty, I want to pet you. I want to cuddle. Ling'er exclaimed with a bright smile. As she spoke, she reached out her arms toward the tiger demon. How dare you? The tiger demon roared inwardly, for it was a proud celestial demon, the supreme being of this mountain range. It longed to move, to speak, but found itself powerless, consumed by impotent fury. What is happening? What on earth is going on? The tiger demon cried out in confusion within its mind. Ling'er, however, paid no heed to the tiger demon's thoughts. Her hands had already embraced its massive head. In the next moment, something even more terrifying transpired. Its body began to shrink uncontrollably. In an instant, it had transformed into the size of a cat. Suddenly, it seemed to have realized something, its eyes widening in astonishment as it gazed at Ling'er. The reduction in size had only begun after the girl's hands made contact with it. Could it be? The tiger demon pondered, suddenly inhaling sharply. This little girl is a formidable being, an existence surpassing the nascent soul realm? But how is that possible? She appears to be merely a few years old, perhaps around 4 or 5. To possess such cultivation at that tender age, exceeding the nascent soul realm? The tiger demon was both astonished and incredulous, utterly flabbergasted. Yet, reality compelled it to accept the truth. It finally grasped why this little girl could silently appear around the small Xiaowudao fruit. Furthermore, the recent incident where it was immobilized and shrunk involuntarily was telling. Piecing it all together, it became evident that this young girl was extraordinary, profoundly so. She was undoubtedly a powerful entity beyond the nascent soul realm, indeed, at the god transformation stage. Yes, it must be so. Her silent and sudden appearance must mean she traversed the void. To traverse the void requires an understanding of the laws, a technique exclusive to god transformation cultivators. This young child, so youthful, is actually a god transformation powerhouse? The tiger demon mused, feeling both astonished and somewhat inferior. It had taken nearly 2 millennia to reach the nascent soul realm, while this little Ling'er had achieved the god transformation stage at merely 4 or 5 years old. How utterly remarkable. As for the notion that Ling'er was merely an old monster in disguise, the tiger demon dismissed it. There were no signs of an ancient being about her. Her eyes were clear, radiating innocence and purity. She was undeniably just a 4 or 5-year-old child. Wait. Considering her age and her cultivation level at the god transformation stage, there must be a powerful force backing her. To nurture a 4 or 5-year-old girl to the god transformation stage is no small feat. The forces behind her must indeed be formidable. If only I could remain by her side, thought the tiger demon, suddenly feeling as though fortune had smiled upon her. This is no mere little girl. She is undoubtedly a foster mother. With that thought, the tiger demon began to act adorably, nuzzling her head against the delicate hands of little Ling'er. Li Xingyue, watching quietly from above, was momentarily taken aback. Whatever the tiger demon could conceive, she too could fathom. yet she found it difficult to accept this astonishing reality. In all her understanding of human history, she had never encountered a 4- or 5-year-old at the divine transformation stage. Little Xingyue had met a young predecessor before. Taking a deep breath to suppress her astonishment, she approached little Ling'er and offered her respects. "Ah, beautiful sister. I am not a young predecessor," little Ling'er replied, momentarily startled. However, just as she was about to reveal her name, she hesitated. She had heard from her master that one should not casually divulge personal information while out in the world, as it could lead to being schemed against. Therefore, it was best to use an alias when outside. Reflecting on this, little Ling'er spoke. I am called Super Invincible World S number 1 Awesome. You can call me number 1 Awesome, beautiful sister." Xingyue? Tiger Demon? The two were instantly bombarded with a flurry of question marks in their minds. Super Invincible World S number 1 Awesome. What kind of name is that? They both thought. Soon realizing that this little girl did not wish to disclose her true name, hence the use of an alias. However, the alias she chose. Meow. The tiger demon's eyes rolled with a glimmer of mischief as it called out, flailing its limbs in exuberance. It seemed to proclaim, "Yes, indeed. You are the most formidable in the world." At that moment, its mind fixated on a singular notion, to cling to the powerful. Little Ling'er was a leg worth clinging to with fervor. After all, at the tender age of 4 or 5, her cultivation had already reached the transformation realm, indicating that the force behind her must be at least of level 8. A level 8 power is one that boasts the presence of a grandmaster overseeing its dominion. If it could gain guidance from the entity behind little Ling'er, oh, how exhilarating that prospect seemed. Meow, how adorable. Little Ling'er giggled, revealing her 2 sharp tiger teeth, rendering her all the more charming. As she spoke, she vigorously rubbed the tiger demon's ears. Upon hearing her, the tiger demon nodded enthusiastically, launching into a frenzy of cuteness. It realized that human children are utterly defenseless against anything endearing. Should this delightful little cat be roasted or stewed? Little Ling'er mused aloud, her voice filled with delight. "Oh, beautiful sister, how should we prepare such a cute kitty to make it delectable?" As she patted the tiger demon's head, a glimmer of delicious thoughts seemed to cross her mind, causing her to swallow hard. At that moment, the tiger demon froze, bewildered. It stared at little Ling'er, as if to say, "Do you even hear what you're suggesting?" Xingyue, standing before little Ling'er, was equally taken aback, struggling to follow the whimsical train of thought. Just a second ago, she was praising the tiger demon's prowess, and now, she was inquiring about how to consume it. However, she quickly regained her composure, a smile blooming upon her face. She understood the intentions of the tiger demon, who sought to cling to the thighs of the adorable little girl. Should this endeavor succeed, it would spell disaster for both her and the formidable forces behind the Linglong Pavilion. After all, for millennia, Linglong Pavilion had harbored deep-seated animosity with the tiger demon, a grudge so profound that it had escalated to a matter of life and death. If the tiger demon were to successfully attach itself to the girl, the inevitable consequence would be the downfall of the Linglong Pavilion. Even with the presence of formidable cultivators within their ranks, they would be unable to withstand such a threat. For even this charming little girl possessed the potential to bring the Linglong Pavilion to its knees, let alone the hidden powers she was backed by. Now, with the delightful little girl poised to consume the tiger demon, was this not an opportune resolution to a significant hazard for the Linglong Pavilion? Contemplating this, she smiled and remarked, "The finest method to prepare this little cat is through stewing. Not only will the meat be fragrant, but the broth will also be exceptionally delectable." Meow. The tiger demon, upon hearing this, bristled with fury, casting a murderous glare towards Xingyue. Fragrant meat and delicious broth? Little Ling'er, upon hearing this, felt her watery eyes brighten, and tears of excitement began to spill from the corners of her mouth. "Then let us stew it. Beautiful sister, could you assist me in preparing this adorable little cat? I shall gather some vegetables, for my master has said that solely consuming meat may become overwhelming, and it must be complemented with vegetables." She continued, "Of course." Xingyue responded with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the sealed tiger demon and darted aside, granting it no opportunity for protest. Little Ling'er was equally industrious, first retrieving a large bronze cauldron from her storage space, followed by an assortment of fruits and vegetables. Finally, she produced a gourd in a resplendent copper basin. Subsequently, she opened the gourd's lid and poured its contents into the copper basin. Instantly, crystal-clear water cascaded from the gourd. Meanwhile, Xingyue, who was engaged in dealing with the tiger demon, suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy enveloping her surroundings. It felt as if an extraordinary spiritual artifact had emerged. What could be happening? She murmured to herself, her gaze sweeping the area before finally resting upon the petite Ling'er. More specifically, it fixated on the water she was pouring from the gourd. This is Chapter 3, Sacred artifact? What sort of triviality is this? Observing the pristine water flowing from the gourd, Xingyue's expression became vacant, her breath quickening, while her mind recalled a tome she had once perused. Chronicles of Ancient Divine Artifacts. The Chronicles of Ancient Divine Artifacts was a treasured volume inherited by her Linglong Pavilion, detailing peculiar spiritual entities from ancient times. Xingyue distinctly remembered that within this tome was the account of a wondrous entity known as primordial celestial water. Primordial celestial water gathers the essence of heaven and earth, the blossoms of sun and moon. It possesses the ability to wash away marrow and alter one's constitution. For an ordinary person, its consumption significantly enhances the likelihood of developing a spiritual body. For one with a spiritual body, it greatly increases the chances of transcending to a Tao body. For a Tao body practitioner, there exists a possibility of evolving into a sacred body. And should a sacred body individual partake, there remains a certain probability of transforming into a divine body. She pondered, her gaze locked onto the gourd in Ling'er's hands, her breath growing even more rapid. There was no doubt about it. Absolutely none. That must be primordial celestial water. If I could obtain it, would not my Linglong spiritual body? Xingyue thought, her heart racing with anticipation. She was originally the saintess of the Linglong Pavilion, endowed with a talent unmatched in the millennia of the pavilion's history. The reason for this lies in her possession of the Linglong spirit body. Regardless of the type, a spirit body serves a singular purpose. It allows its bearer to effortlessly cultivate to the Yuan-ing realm, with no bottlenecks hindering their progression between levels. In a mere few centuries, she ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the Yuan-ing stage with remarkable swiftness, attributed to this very gift. However, upon reaching the Yuan-ing realm, her advancement slowed considerably. To be precise, it had stagnated entirely. This was because, at the Yuan-ing stage, the potential of her spirit body had been nearly exhausted. To break through to the Huashan realm, there were only two pathways available. The first was to acquire rare celestial treasures that could aid one in comprehending the Tao, such as the small enlightenment fruit she contended for against the tiger demon, or larger enlightenment fruits and enlightenment tea that facilitate the understanding of the laws. The second path involved the metamorphosis of her spirit body. Should she transform her spirit body into a Tao body, she could progress even further. Moreover, the advantages of transforming a spirit body into a Tao body extend beyond mere advancement. What is a Tao body? It is an innate affinity with the great Tao. In Xingyue's recollection, a Tao body possesses the terrifying capability to propel an individual from the Qi refinement stage all the way to the Great Ascension stage without encountering any obstacles. In other words, a possessor of a Tao body can cultivate from the Qi refinement stage to the Great Ascension stage without facing any hindrances. To illustrate, consider the breakthrough from the Yuan-ing realm to the Huashan realm. The key to this transition lies in the comprehension of the laws. Once a sufficient number of laws are understood, one can transcend to the Huashan realm. Yet, this single hurdle has proven insurmountable for countless cultivators, as grasping the laws is an exceedingly arduous task. Take Xingyue as an example. She had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm 100 years ago. Yet, throughout this entire century, she has not even scratched the surface of comprehending the laws, let alone grasping them. However, the distinction lies in the nature of the body. Those who possess a Tao body, upon attaining the complete nascent soul realm, can effortlessly comprehend the laws and even select which law to refine. This illustrates the disparity between the Tao body and the spirit body. Now, little Ling'er has presented the primordial heavenly water, which can transform a spirit body into a Tao body. It would be a lie to say that Xingyue is not tempted. Nevertheless, after weighing the pros and cons, she reluctantly abandons the thought of seizing it. Setting aside other considerations, even little Ling'er's prowess is enough to instill apprehension in her. After all, even the formidable tiger demon, who could contend with her, was easily subdued by little Ling'er, let alone herself. Furthermore, even if she were to succeed in a theft, she would still have to face the repercussions from little Ling'er's backing. Thus, from every perspective, she can only harbor intentions without taking action. With a sigh, Xingyue returned to little Ling'er's side after dealing with the tiger demon. At this moment, the tiger demon had already been skinned. Little senior, I have taken care of it, Xingyue said with a smile, understanding that she could not afford to offend little Ling'er and must instead cultivate a good relationship. Ah, so soon? Little Ling'er replied innocently, sister, I haven't even washed the vegetables yet. What? Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. You haven't washed the vegetables yet? What do you mean? She pondered, only to suddenly realize that the copper basin was already filled with more than half a basin of primordial heavenly water. Upon witnessing this scene, Xingyue's pupils dilated in shock. You, little senior, you aren't intending to use this water to wash the vegetables, are you? She gasped in astonishment. Initially, she had envisioned using the primordial heavenly water for stewing the tiger demon. Yes, indeed. This water is sweet. And the vegetables washed in it taste exquisite. The innocent little girl nodded enthusiastically. I am at a loss. Upon hearing this, Xingyue felt utterly bewildered. What kind of person is this? The ancient divine artifact, the primordial heavenly water, is being used to wash vegetables. This. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words to adequately convey her feelings. Little Junior, this water is immensely beneficial to me. May I? After much inner turmoil, Xingyue spoke with flushed cheeks. There was no alternative. The primordial heavenly water was far too significant for her. She desperately did not want to miss out on it. Since she could not seize it forcefully, she would offer something of equal value in exchange. This way, the little girl would not suffer any loss. The forces backing her would also likely refrain from holding her accountable. Humph, little girl. I advise you not to harbor any designs on the young master. Before Xingyue could finish her sentence, a magnificent and ancient voice suddenly resonated within her mind. Startled, Xingyue's body trembled. Are there powerful beings lurking in the shadows? But she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, a young girl of 4 or 5 years old venturing outside would certainly have protectors. Senior, I merely wish to exchange something of equal value for this primordial heavenly water, Xingyue conveyed telepathically. Oh, since you recognize this as primordial heavenly water, you must understand how precious it is. What could you possibly offer in return? The ancient voice echoed once more. Xingyue was momentarily speechless. The significance of the primordial heavenly water was evident, its value extraordinarily formidable. She truly could not produce anything of equivalent worth to exchange for it. A Dao instrument, senior. I am willing to offer a Dao instrument in exchange, Xingyue declared through gritted teeth after a moment of contemplation. A Dao instrument is a weapon wielded by cultivators in the transformation realm. Such a weapon embodies the essence of the Dao and possesses a spirit. It was the only item of value she could present at this moment. A Dao instrument? Huh. An aged voice echoed, dripping with disdainful mockery. Consider what sort of being I am. It referred to the great cauldron before them. As Xingyue turned her gaze toward the cauldron, she felt her vision blur. When she regained clarity, she found herself in a different dimension. What a terrifying aura of the Dao. Could it possibly be within a sacred artifact? Xingyue pondered, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. A sacred artifact, a weapon that surpasses Dao instruments, is wielded by those of the sacred realm. The sacred realm. A terrifying existence above the great ascension realm. Could it be that the force behind this young senior is the legendary sacred land? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. That is a sacred land, a power formidable enough to command the entire cultivation world. She had not anticipated that little Ling'er hailed from such a legendary place. However, recalling Ling'er's abilities, she felt a sense of understanding. At merely 4 or 5 years of age, possessing the cultivation of the transformation realm, and capable of using primordial heavenly water to wash vegetables, such capabilities could only stem from the profound heritage of a sacred land. Huh? A sacred artifact? What is that trash? How dare it compare itself to me? The aged voice resonated once more, and a figure materialized before Xingyue. What? Chapter 4, Seeking Mother. Upon hearing these words, Xingyue was taken aback. A holy artifact is considered trash? That is indeed a holy artifact, a weapon wielded by saints. Even the mere presence of one could stir tumultuous waves among practitioners. To be labeled as mere garbage? Could this great cauldron possibly surpass holy artifacts and be an imperial artifact? As this thought crossed her mind, her complexion drained of color. An imperial artifact, rumored to be the exclusive treasure of the Emperor's realm. The Emperor's realm, a terrifying existence that transcends the saint realm. In the contemporary cultivation world, the Emperor's realm has become a mere legend. At the very least, Xingyue had never encountered a living being from the Emperor's realm. Not to mention the Emperor's realm, she had never even seen a saint realm. An imperial artifact? The elder seemed to perceive her thoughts and chuckled softly. A mere imperial artifact cannot be compared to it. It was originally a celestial king artifact. A legendary spiritual treasure. It once ruled over a realm, basking in an unparalleled existence. Then one day, Ming descended. With just a gentle grasp, it was sealed away, ultimately becoming a cooking pot exclusively for Ling'er. Senior, what do you mean? Xingyue, regaining her composure, inquired in confusion. You are far too weak. Some matters are beyond your reach. Let us discuss the main issue at hand, the matter concerning this little one. The spirit of the great cauldron waved its hand, unwilling to elaborate further, for this was a matter of great humiliation to it. What orders do you have, senior? Xingyue respectfully spoke. This little one has sneaked out. She was utterly inexperienced in the realm of cultivation. Yet, She possessed an abundance of treasures. Even a single item casually taken from her would suffice to stir significant upheaval in the cultivation community. The great Ding spirit began to speak. Sneaked out, you say? Xingyue was taken aback, as she had assumed that Ling'er was released for training purposes, not realizing she had escaped. What I require of you is quite simple. You must ensure she is not deceived, which means preventing anyone from attempting to swindle her treasures. Furthermore, you must fulfill her every request without fail. Do you understand? The great Ding spirit continued. Understood. Xingyue nodded earnestly. This task was not daunting for her. If she could acquire the primordial heavenly water at such a cost, it would be a worthwhile bargain. Senior, what about her safety? Xingyue pondered before inquiring. In her eyes, Ling'er was a formidable presence at the divine transformation stage. However, against those at the integration or ascendant stages, she would be at a disadvantage. Confronted with such beings, neither she nor Linglong Pavilion would stand a chance. You need not concern yourself with her safety. Your sole responsibility is to meet her demands and thwart any attempts to deceive her of her treasures. The great Ding spirit scoffed lightly. While Xingyue was unaware of Ling'er's true cultivation level, the spirit was acutely aware. The Celestial King stage. It was the same realm as its former master. Such a level, even devoid of combat experience, was not something just anyone could contend with. To pose a threat to Ling'er would be a significant challenge. One must at least attain the realm of the Immortal King. Such beings are rare not only in the current cultivation world, but were also scarce in their own era. Moreover, one must not forget that the young girl has a terrifying presence backing her. Understood. Xingyue nodded. Well then, you may leave. The spirit of the Grand Cauldron ceased to elaborate further and waved his hand, effectively ushering Xingyue out. As her vision swirled, she found herself back beside the little Ling'er. Beautiful sister, what has possessed you? Why are you so still? I am speaking to you, yet you disregard me? The little Ling'er gazed at her with wide, round eyes. Possessed? Still? Xingyue was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. It quickly dawned on her that her consciousness had been drawn into that Grand Cauldron, and it was not by her own volition. Such methods, Xingyue pondered, her heart racing at the thought of the cauldron. Little senior, I am fine. I merely lost my train of thought while reflecting on certain matters. She reined in her emotions, taking a deep breath to articulate her words. Oh, I see. Little Ling'er nodded, unperturbed. Pretty sister, what were you about to say? You haven't finished your sentence yet. Hastily, Xingyue replied, I wish to exchange some of the water you use to wash the vegetables. Rest assured, I will offer something of equal value in return. How about this? As she spoke, she quickly produced a hairpin. It was a beautiful ice blue hairpin, exquisite in appearance. Of course, this hairpin was also a magical artifact, one she had acquired from a relic. However, the spirit within seemed to have fallen into slumber. Wow, it's so beautiful. I will change. Once I find my mother, this will be the perfect gift for her. Little Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing the hairpin. However, when the topic of her mother arose, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in Shui Ling's eyes, evoking a profound sense of empathy. Mother? Xingyue inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yes. I secretly ran out to find my mother. I have never seen her since I was little. That scoundrel father told me she went out for some business. Yet, she has never returned home. Several times, that despicable father promised to take me to find her. He has never fulfilled his promise, treating me as if I were a mere 3-year-old. But now I am 4 years old. He cannot deceive me anymore. So, I decided to sneak out and search for my mother myself. Little Lingo continued, venting her frustration at Lu Ming's deceit while simultaneously expressing her longing for her mother. A complex mix of emotions that tugged at Li Xingyue's heartstrings. Having also grown up without the presence of her parents, she deeply empathized with little Ling'er's pain. Do you know where to find your mother? Li Xingyue asked gently. I do not know. I have no idea where to search for my mother. Little Ling'er replied, her spirits instantly plummeting, tears welling in her eyes. Do not worry, sister will help you find your mother, all right? Li Xingyue said soothingly, affectionately patting her head. Okay. Does sister know how to find mother? Little Ling'er inquired, her mood brightening in an instant, the innocence of childhood shining through vividly. The elder sister was uncertain, yet she had heard of many who cultivated the celestial path. I can guide you to such individuals, Li Xingyue proposed, her own quest to locate her parents mirroring the intent behind her words. All right. Here, sister, you wanted this water, did you not? It is all contained within. Consider it a token of gratitude for your assistance. The young girl spoke cheerfully. A wise man once said that to receive help from others, one must offer both kindness and authority. 2 slaps followed by 2 pieces of candy. Since you are a kind sister, there is no need for the slaps. This water shall serve as the candy, Xiaolingo giggled, her innocent remarks leaving Li Xingyue momentarily bewildered. Kindness and authority? 2 slaps followed by a piece of candy? Is it not a balance of benevolence and severity? She mused, soon finding amusement in the absurdity of it all. Yes, something like that, Ling'er replied. Her cheeks flushed as she chuckled, her endearing demeanor eliciting a smile from Xingyue. Though Ling'er was willing to bestow upon her the primordial water, Xingyue nonetheless produced a hairpin as a form of exchange. She did not take the gourd from Ling'er, rather. She filled her own vessel with a modest amount of the precious liquid. The reason for her hesitation stemmed from an unexpected encounter with the gourd, which had transported her consciousness to an unfamiliar realm for an enlightening experience. Sister, will you assist me in washing these vegetables? They are quite delectable, Ling'er exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the vegetables she had brought forth. Vegetables? At this moment, Xingyue finally noticed the vegetables that Ling'er had taken out, following the direction of Ling'er's finger. Her breath caught in her throat. Chapter 5. Arrogance, an extravagant display of opulence. These were not merely spirit herbs, but rather treasure herbs. The age of these spiritual entities had already reached a staggering 10,000 years. At this remarkable threshold, spirit herbs had transcended into treasure herbs. Furthermore, Xingyue sensed that a few of these plants had reached the astonishing age of 100,000 years. At that point, they could only be classified as sacred herbs. Ling'er, is this what you intend to use as vegetables? Xingyue inquired, her throat dry. Since Ling'er had already placed her trust in her, she had divulged her true name. Yes, indeed. These vegetables are incredibly delicious, Ling'er affirmed with an enthusiastic nod. Xingyue pondered. All of these are treasure herbs, and some are even sacred herbs. How could they possibly be anything but exquisite? She was now certain that Ling'er's origins were far from ordinary. Sacred herbs, even within a sanctum, could never be treated as mere vegetables. It was likely that only a legendary forbidden force, the Imperial Garden, could possess such resources. Taking a deep breath, Xingyue reflected. If the sanctum was the ruler of the cultivation world, then the Imperial Garden was its master. Only the fabled Imperial Garden could afford to allow Ling'er such extravagant indulgence. Unfazed by these revelations, Ling'er began washing the treasure herbs in a basin. Xingyue suppressed her astonishment and joined her in the cleansing task. Before long, all the treasure herbs were spotless. In truth, there was little to clean. There were also peaches among them. Oh, how sweet they were. Excellent for relieving greasiness, little Ling'er remarked as she brought over several fist-sized peaches. Peaches? Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the peaches, she found herself in a state of disbelief, unable to discern their grade. The astonishing aspect, however, was the fragrance emanating from the peaches, which seemed to stir a flicker of movement within her stagnant realm. These were undoubtedly entities surpassing the primordial heavenly waters. What on earth could they be? Xingyue pondered in shock. Heavenly spirit peaches, known for their longevity-enhancing properties. One such peach could extend a person's lifespan by 10,000 years. Suddenly, the voice of the great cauldron spirit resonated in her mind. What? Upon hearing this, Xingyue's body trembled violently. A single peach capable of extending life by 10,000 years. How could this be? 10,000 years. In her recollection, only terrifying beings of the integration realm or even the great ascension realm possessed such extensive lifespans. Yet now, a mere peach could bestow such longevity? Senior, could this possibly be an imperial herb? Xingyue transmitted, her mouth dry. Upon hearing her inquiry, the great cauldron spirit scoffed derisively. Imperial herb? What a trivial notion. This is a bona fide spiritual elixir. Even beings of the celestial realm would be envious of such a treasure. This is beyond your comprehension. The great cauldron spirit offered no further explanation, for even if it did, Xingyue, with her nascent soul realm experience, would struggle to grasp it. Xingyue refrained from pressing further. Soon, once the items were thoroughly cleaned, little Ling'er began to stew them, once again utilizing the primordial heavenly water as her base. As for those precious herbs, she unceremoniously tossed them all into the great cauldron. It was truly extravagant. Xingyue, who silently observed from the side, could not help but chuckle bitterly to herself. She had encountered extravagance before, but the level of opulence displayed by Ling'er was unprecedented. Utilizing the primordial waters as mere clear liquid and treating precious and sacred herbs as if they were common vegetables. Ironically, these exquisite ingredients were merely intended to stew a celestial beast. Xingyue mused that it was a stroke of fortune for the tiger demon that it would be cooked with such illustrious items. As the great cauldron spontaneously ignited, an enticing aroma soon wafted from within. Her sister had indeed spoken the truth. The delightful fragrance emanating from the concoction was irresistible, with the alluring scent filling the air. Ling'er was drooling with anticipation. Xingyue smiled wryly, choosing not to comment. Even with those precious herbs combined with the primordial waters, one could hardly expect anything less than divine flavor, even if it were to stew a mere slipper. Before long, all the ingredients were perfectly cooked. Let us feast. Let us feast, Ling'er exclaimed joyfully, brandishing a set of utensils and diving into the meal with fervor. Xingyue gazed longingly at the contents of the cauldron, swallowing hard, yet she dared not partake, as these delicacies belonged to Ling'er. Dear sister, you must join in. It is so delicious, so delightful, Ling'er said while gnawing on a tiger's leg. Am I allowed to eat? Xingyue asked, taken aback, her voice barely above a whisper. She had a strong inclination that consuming these exquisite dishes could surely elevate her to the realm of transformation. Of course, sister. You helped wash the vegetables. You must eat. Hee, Ling'er replied, nodding her little head, her cheeks puffed out. If I say you can eat, then you should simply indulge. The voice of the cauldron's spirit echoed in agreement. Xingyue was engulfed in an overwhelming excitement. After consuming a few morsels, she hurried to a corner and began to meditate and refine her energy. The potency of the elixir was simply too immense. Sister, aren't you going to eat? There is still plenty left, Ling'er inquired, puzzled as she glanced at her. I'm full, you go ahead and eat, Xingyue replied with a gentle smile. Before embarking on her journey to comprehend the laws of the universe, in an instant she entered a state of enlightenment. Hee, then I shall indulge a bit more, Ling'er said, oblivious, and continued to feast. Soon, a powerful aura erupted from within Xingyue. Transcendence. I have finally broken through, she declared, standing tall and radiant. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Terrifying thunderclouds began to coalesce above, heralding Xingyue's tribulation of transcendence. Oh dear, it looks like it's going to rain, Ling'er remarked, still gnawing on a bone as she gazed at the foreboding sky. Rain? If only it were merely rain, Xingyue thought, a bittersweet smile forming on her lips. This was her tribulation, after all. Ling'er, you must move away. This is my tribulation. If you remain close, you may become a target of the lightning, she cautioned. Tribulation? What is that? Ling'er tilted her head inquisitively. Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. How could Ling'er be unaware of tribulations? It was inconceivable. From the nascent soul stage onward, cultivators had to face tribulations. Each significant breakthrough was preceded by a tribulation. Yet, with the storm intensifying above, she had no time for further inquiries. With a serious expression, she urged, Ling'er, listen to your sister and keep your distance. Very well, Ling'er nodded. Standing at a distance, observing this, Xingyue lifted her gaze towards the thunderous tribulation looming in the sky, her expression grave. The tribulation for transformation into a divine being was a formidable trial. Should she endure it, she would harness the power of the laws and truly become a divine practitioner. Yet, should she falter, it would mean her demise. This tribulation was indeed terrifying, with only a rare few able to transcend it. Come forth, she called out to the heavens. Boom. In an instant, the thunder roared as a colossal lightning dragon surged forth from the storm clouds, hurtling towards Xingyue with devastating force. The overwhelming pressure caused her complexion to pale slightly. Meanwhile, Ling'er stood afar, munching on a tiger's leg, her wide, curious eyes fixed upon the spectacle. Convene, Xingyue commanded softly, and instantly, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanated from her, forming a protective barrier above her. Just as this occurred, the lightning dragon had already closed in. Bang! The dragon collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound. In that moment, a series of crackling noises ensued. The spiritual barrier began to fracture, the sound of cracking echoing ominously. Finally, with a resounding crack, the barrier shattered completely. The lightning dragon descended upon Xingyue without losing momentum. A shriek escaped Xingyue's lips as her body was engulfed in spiderweb-like fissures, resembling a fragile mirror on the verge of shattering. Her entire essence waned, her vitality diminished. So this is the tribulation of transformation into a divine being. Just one strike has rendered me thus. I fear I may not survive this trial. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her face etched with despair. She turned to glance at the small figure. Ling'er, I regret to inform you that I may not be able to take you to find your mother. She spoke with deep remorse. The bewildered Ling'er snapped back to reality, her small face revealing intense anger. If you dare to harm my sister, I will strike you. She shouted defiantly at the ominous thunderclouds. Ling'er, no, you must flee. Xingyue's expression changed dramatically. Ling'er's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to the heavenly Tao. Boom. In the next moment, thunder roared. Thunder dragons surged forth from the clouds, numbering in the hundreds. Their menacing gazes were all focused on Ling'er. This is bad. Ling'er, run, hurry, Xingyue urged, her face pale with fear. The sheer number of transformation stage thunder dragons, empowered by heavenly tribulation, posed a threat from which even a transformation stage cultivator like Ling'er could not hope to survive. I will not flee. If they dare to harm my sister, I will fight them, Ling'er declared indignantly, her anger palpable. Chapter 6. The old woman is possessed. Boom. Just as Ling'er finished speaking, the thunder dragons charged towards her, each exuding an aura of terrifying power. Ling'er. Xingyue's expression changed in alarm. These thunder dragons were far beyond her capability to confront. She yearned to act, to rescue Ling'er, but regrettably, she had already reached her limit. Speaking was a challenge in itself. Elder, please, take her away quickly, Xingyue urgently communicated to the great cauldron. What are you so flustered about? It's merely a thunder tribulation, nothing to fear, came the disdainful voice of the cauldron spirit, filled with condescension. Senior, Xingyue exclaimed anxiously, Xiaoling's transformation into the divine realm cannot withstand this thunderous tribulation. Transformation into the divine realm? The spirit of the great cauldron manifested an inexplicable expression upon hearing this. Who claimed that Xiaoling'o has achieved such a state? She is, in fact, a celestial king, a being of transcendent existence, akin to her former master. Fear not. It offered no further explanation, merely speaking with a tranquil demeanor. Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, the thunder dragon surged towards Xiaoling'er. Faced with the oncoming thunder dragon, Xiaoling'er's face was ablaze with fury. You harm my sister, I shall strike you down, she proclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Suddenly, she unleashed a punch. There was no dramatic shift in the heavens nor a menacing aura surrounding her. It appeared to be an utterly unremarkable blow. Yet, when her petite fist made contact with the thunder dragon, a sharp crack echoed. To Xingyue's astonishment, the thunder dragons disintegrated into mere fragments, dissipating into the ether. Moreover, she witnessed a surge of punch wind piercing through the storm clouds above. A thunderous boom resonated as the clouds were violently forced apart, creating a vacuum in the sky. The vacuum expanded relentlessly, scattering the storm clouds and erasing their dark hue. Stunned, Xingyue stood frozen. A single punch, a seemingly simple and unadorned punch, had effortlessly shattered the very thunderous tribulation of the divine realm? My goodness! She stood there, dumbfounded, her expression one of sheer disbelief. It was imperative to note that this was the divine thunder tribulation, derived from the very rules of the heavenly Tao. And what Xiaoling'er faced was a reinforced version of that formidable challenge. After all, Xiaoling's actions were nothing short of a provocation against the celestial laws. Without delving into 100 instances, Xingyue surmised that even a single transgression would be beyond the capability of anyone at the transformation realm to contend with. Yet, what transpired with Xiaoling was astonishing. Her unadorned punch not only shattered the thunder dragon but also dispersed her own tribulation of transformation. What realm is this girl truly in? To achieve such feats? Could she possibly be at the integration realm, surpassing the transformation realm? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Xingyue could not help but gasp in astonishment. After all, Xiaoling was merely 4 years old. To reach the integration realm at such a tender age was nothing short of remarkable. Sister, are you all right? After dispelling the thunder dragon and the storm clouds, Xiaoling approached Xingyue with genuine concern. I'm fine, thank you, Xiaoling, Xingyue replied with a gentle smile, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Xiaoling, she would certainly have perished beneath the onslaught of the tribulation today. At that moment, a radiant glow enveloped the heavens, streaming into Xingyue's body in vibrant strands. Her injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What is this? It's so beautiful, Xiaoling exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she reached out to grasp the colorful lights. Ling'er, this is a gift from the universe, Xingyue explained, affectionately ruffling her hair. A gift from the universe? What does that mean? And what about the tribulation you mentioned, sister? Xiaoling tilted her head, inquisitively. Xingyue patiently endeavored to explain, yet unfortunately, Xiaoling grasped only fragments of the information before ultimately covering her ears, overwhelmed by the complexity of it all, reminiscent of a lesson from her teacher. Come, let us return to my sister's domain. My master has connections with the elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Palace, which will prove advantageous. Upon witnessing the situation, Xingyue promptly shifted the topic, inquiring, sister's influence? Is it her residence? Little Ling'er curiously asked, entirely unaware of the concept of influence. A residence, perhaps. Come, let us go, Xingyue replied with a smile. All right, we are going to visit sister. Little Ling'er exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced about. Observing her lively and charming demeanor, a smile naturally graced Xingyue's face, in stark contrast to the ruthless world of cultivation filled with conflict. Little Ling'er's presence was a refreshing breath of innocence, devoid of any ulterior motives or calculations, only the genuine purity characteristic of childhood. After Little Ling'er tidied away the dishes, she led her directly to Linglong Pavilion. Xingyue, have you made a breakthrough? Li Xingyue's master, Ling Xian, inquired with astonishment upon her return, completely overlooking little Ling'er who trailed behind. Indeed, master, I have achieved a breakthrough, Li Xingyue joyfully replied, choosing to withhold any mention of little Ling'er. She understood all too well that if Linglong Pavilion were to learn of the treasures little Ling'er possessed, especially the longevity-enhancing peaches, they would certainly seek to exploit her. Thus, she kept the matter concealed. Wonderful, wonderful. A breakthrough is indeed commendable, Ling Xian congratulated her with delight. Master, I wish to visit the Heavenly Mechanism Palace to seek out Senior Tianjizi. I am aware of your acquaintance with him. Might you assist me? Li Xingyue's tone shifted as she expressed her request. Tianjizi, alas, are you still unable to let go of your parents? Enough, enough. I will assist you in contacting them. You may proceed directly to the Celestial Mechanism Palace, Ling Xian sighed as she spoke. Thank you, master, Li Xingyue replied joyfully. Ling Xian smiled and waved her hand. You have just achieved a breakthrough. It is prudent to consolidate your cultivation first. Skillfully harness the power of the laws within you. This way, you shall not find yourself at a disadvantage when encountering fellow cultivators of the transformation god realm. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue nodded earnestly. I shall contact Tianjizi on your behalf. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out, Ling Xian said before turning to leave, saying no more. Throughout their conversation, she had not inquired about Xiao Ling'o's origins, for in her eyes, Xiao Ling'o was merely a child devoid of any cultivation. It seemed likely that her disciple had brought her back as a charming companion to nurture. Soon, Ling Xuan's figure vanished from the sight of the two. Ling'o. It appears we may have to wait here for several days, Li Xingyue remarked, glancing at Xiao Ling'er. Yet, Xiao Ling'er seemed oblivious, tilting her head and furrowing her brows in the direction Ling Xian had departed. Ling'er, what troubles you? Li Xingyue inquired curiously upon noticing her demeanor. Sister, that old woman harbors a spirit within her. I am frightened, Xiao Ling'er replied, inching closer to Li Xingyue. What? Li Xingyue exclaimed, both astonished and bewildered. My master has a spirit within her. Ling'er, what did you see? She asked with a serious expression. There is a most unsightly entity residing in my wife's abdomen. A creature cloaked in darkness, adorned with scales, and bearing bone spurs upon its arms and head. It possesses an array of formidable teeth, a true specter, indeed. Sister, I am terrified of ghosts. Little Ling'er described this, burrowing deeper into Li Xingyue's embrace. What? Upon hearing Ling'er's vivid account, Li Xingyue's expression shifted dramatically, for she had already discerned the nature of this entity. However, how could such a thing exist within her esteemed master? Chapter 7. Sister, why is it so soft here? What could it be? The creature that Ling'er spoke of is indeed a ghost, or more precisely, a malevolent spirit, a kind of otherworldly entity within the realm of cultivation. Over 10,000 years ago, various alien races descended upon this world, waging a terrifying war against the human cultivators. The malevolent spirit clan was one of them. Notorious for their bloodlust. Wherever they traversed, not only humans, but even dogs were cleaved in twain, and even eggs were shattered. The devastation wrought upon humanity during that harrowing battle was immense. Yet, in the end, victory was claimed. The passage through which the malevolent spirits entered this world was sealed by formidable arrays set by the powerful figures of humanity. The Linglong Pavilion stands guard over this seal, preventing any nefarious individuals from breaching it, as well as thwarting the malevolent spirits from escaping. However, now Ling'o claims that there exists a malevolent spirit within her esteemed master. Does this imply that her master has been subjugated by the malevolent spirit clan? Do not be afraid, Ling'er, Li Xingyue thought, comforting the little girl. As she soothed her, she inquired, Ling'er, is there truly a ghost within my master? This matter is of great consequence, especially given that the subject in question is her own master. One must exercise caution. Indeed, that specter is exceedingly hideous. The petite figure nestled in her embrace, little Ling, nodded in agreement. Senior, regarding this matter? Li Xingyue expressed her skepticism, inquiring through telepathy with the great cauldron spirit. How could her naive heart deceive you? The cauldron spirit replied with a snort. Moreover, I can assure you with utmost clarity, your master has not been enslaved. Rather, she has forged some form of pact with that malevolent spirit. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's expression shifted to one of deep unease. What? Not enslaved, but having reached an accord? Her countenance paled, as she struggled to accept this grim reality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, she exclaimed, unable to fathom such a truth. Impossible? You have now reached the divine transformation realm. You should understand that the primary distinction between the divine transformation and nascent soul realms lies in the power of loss. However, the laws your master wields are not of her own comprehension. Rather, she has refined the laws of others for her own use. Such methods are the hallmark of the malevolent spirit clan, who elevate their prowess by assimilating the Tao mechanisms of others. This propensity for conquest is a defining trait of their kind. The cauldron spirit continued with a huff, refining the laws of others for personal gain. Upon hearing this, Xingyue's expression shifted dramatically. A memory surfaced from her time in the Golden Core realm, an incident of great significance at Linglong Pavilion. An esteemed elder, closely associated with her master, had ventured out, only to meet an inexplicable demise. Yet, upon her master's return, she had coincidentally achieved a breakthrough into the divine transformation realm. Moreover, a crucial point remains. Her master's principles align with the Wood series of laws, mirroring those of the recently deceased elder. At the time, however, no one dwelled on this matter, for the notion of refining another's laws for one's own use was unprecedented. The higher-ups of Linglong Pavilion were merely intrigued as to why the elder had ventured outside, given that the elders of Linglong Pavilion typically remained in seclusion. Living as reclusive figures, they would only emerge in times of dire crisis for the pavilion. Regrettably, the senior members could not ascertain the reason for the elder's departure. Now, through the words of the Great Cauldron, a possibility dawned upon her. What if that elder had ventured out at her master's behest? The more she pondered, the paler Xingyue's complexion became. Sister, what's wrong? Are you afraid of ghosts? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ling'er inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Xingyue replied, forcing a smile at Ling'er, though her heart was a tumult of emotions. She never anticipated that her master would conspire with malevolent spirits, going so far as to eliminate an elder of Linglong Pavilion in pursuit of transcending the divine transformation realm. What should she do now? Should she expose her master for the sake of righteousness, or feign ignorance? Xingyue's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Sister, your place is so soft. What is this? Suddenly, Ling'er's voice broke through a reverie, her bright eyes fixated on Xingyue's chest. Xingyue came to her senses and followed the girl's gaze, her face instantly flushing. How was she to address this? Be good, Ling'er. You will have it too in the future, she said with a wry smile, explaining her thoughts. I want it? I certainly do not. Little Ling'er shook her head vehemently, her face a mask of resistance. Upon hearing this, Xingyue was left in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and tears. Sister, I see many vegetables over there. Can we pick some? I don't think I've ever tasted those before. Little Ling'er's voice chimed in again, as she pointed in a certain direction. Following her gesture, Xingyue quickly grasped the situation. That area was the spiritual herb garden of Linglong Pavilion, brimming with various medicinal plants. Very well. Let us go and gather some, Xingyue replied, gently patting her little head with a tender smile. At that moment, she began to understand some of little Ling'er's vocabulary. To her, spiritual herbs and precious medicines were merely vegetables, devoid of any hierarchy. Spiritual fruits, in her eyes, were simply fruits, regardless of their grade. As for demonic beasts, they were merely meat to little Ling'er, again without distinction of power. With that, she scooped up little Ling'er and made her way to the spiritual herb garden. Upon seeing the suddenly arrived Xingyue, the numerous disciples busy in the garden all bowed in respect. The title of saintess was Xingyue's identity within Linglong Pavilion. In response to them, she merely nodded serenely. Ling'er, pick whatever you like. You may gather anything that catches your eye, she said to little Ling'er with a gentle smile. Really? That is wonderful. Let us pick some vegetables. Little Ling'er exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she dashed towards the spiritual herbs with her little legs. Oh, what an adorable little girl. Indeed, who is this saintly maiden? She is simply too cute. Whatever catches her eye, she simply picks. Could it be that this is the daughter of the saintess? The disciples of Linglong Pavilion, upon witnessing this, began to murmur among themselves. The female disciples praised the charm of the little girl, for her cherubic features and slight baby fat rendered her irresistibly captivating. As for the male disciples, they were curious about the identity of this enchanting child. The fact that she could pick whatever she fancied revealed the saintess's fondness for her. Silence. With her breakthrough to the transformation realm, Xingyue possessed extraordinary hearing, capturing all the gossip. However, she lacked the standing to be the little girl's mother. Upon hearing the murmurs, those engaged in gossip fell silent, their curiosity directed towards the petite figure in the herbal garden, joyfully gathering herbs. Unperturbed by the whispers around her, the little girl cheerfully carried a small basket, happily picking herbs. As she gathered, she chattered away. This one is ugly. It must not taste good. Oh, this one is beautiful. It surely tastes delightful. This one even glows. It must be delicious too. Her words, though light and playful, were heard clearly by all present. For the attendees were cultivators, their senses far exceeding those of ordinary folk. The disciples of Linglong Pavilion exchanged glances, perplexed by her reasoning. Beautiful means delicious? What sort of logic is that? Shouldn't the selection of herbs be based on their medicinal properties and quality? What does appearance have to do with it? A group of disciples exchanged bewildered glances, each equally perplexed. Even Li Xingyue found herself caught between laughter and tears. Yet, as she observed the petite figure frolicking in the spirit herb garden, her affection only grew. Xingyue, I have contacted Tianjizi for you. If you wish to go, then go. Came the soothing voice of her master, Ling Xian. As her words resonated, Ling Xuan's presence materialized beside Li Xingyue. Master, you. Li Xingyue's expression turned complex at the sight of her. Orphaned since childhood, it was Ling Xian who had cared for her since she could remember, showering her with kindness and fulfilling her every wish. Li Xingyue vividly recalled a time when, as a child, she longed for a battle pet like others had, one that was uniquely hers. To fulfill this desire, Ling Xin, despite her mere nascent stage of yuanying, had boldly infiltrated the lair of a formidable celestial beast to procure one of its young, sustaining grievous injuries in the process, nearly losing her life. What troubles you? Ling Xian inquired gently, a serene smile gracing her aged features, etched with countless wrinkles. The sight of her master's frail visage sent a torrent of turmoil through Li Xingyue's heart, akin to ants gnawing at her insides. Biting her lip, she gazed at Ling Xian for an extended moment, the words about the malevolent spirit hovering on her lips, yet remaining unspoken. Noticing the unusual demeanor of Li Xingyue, Ling Xuan's expression darkened slightly. You have realized something, haven't you? She prompted, meeting Li Xingyue's gaze. The latter, her complexion pale, nodded slowly. What do you intend to do? Ling Xuan's expression returned to normal as she inquired. I do not know. Li Xingyue shook her head, her pallor evident, and spoke truthfully. In her heart, she had long regarded Ling Xian as a grandmother. Do you trust your master? Ling Xian refrained from pressing for an answer and gazed at the sky with a complex expression, softly responding. Xingyue undoubtedly trusted her mentor. Yet the affiliation with the malevolent spirit clan troubled her. Master, could you explain why? Li Xingyue asked, her confusion palpable. She struggled to comprehend why Ling Xian would collaborate with the malevolent spirits, as it amounted to treason against her own kin. How about this? You should first seek out Tianjizi. Upon your return from the Palace of Destiny, I shall reveal the answer to you, Ling Xian said, her gaze shifting from the heavens to Li Xingyue, her voice gentle. Meeting that gaze, Li Xingyue experienced a surge of emotion, reminiscent of her childhood mistakes. Each time she erred, Ling Xian would regard her with that very look, smiling and assuring her that everything would be fine, for she was there. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingyue nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Ling Xian patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Watching the departing, stooped figure, Li Xingyue felt as though something had stung her heart, a sharp pain resonating deep within. Sister, what is wrong? Did I pick too many? I will replant the vegetables. Please do not shed any small pearls, all right? At that moment, Xiaoling'o bounced over with a small basket, her demeanor somewhat flustered as she spoke. At such a tender age, she could not fathom the complexities, heartaches, and sorrows that resided within Li Xingyue. In her innocent perspective, it seemed that her sister was upset because she had plucked too many vegetables. Ling'er, dear. This is a matter concerning your sister and does not involve you. Li Xingyue managed to force a smile, gently patting her little head. Is someone bullying my sister? You tell me, and I shall help you teach them a lesson. I am super powerful, the mightiest in the world. Little Ling'er tilted her head. Her chubby cheeks adorably puffed as she spoke, raising her tiny fist in a playful manner. Li Xingyue, feeling downcast, could not help but chuckle at her endearing antics. All right, you are indeed the most formidable. No one is bullying your sister. Aren't you looking for mother? Come, let us seek out a wise person to discover where your mother is, shall we? She lovingly lifted little Ling'er in her arms. Okay, let us find mother. Little Ling'er nodded enthusiastically, her joy evident as she danced about. Observing her innocent exuberance, a smile naturally spread across Li Xingyue's face. At Linglong Pavilion, atop a mountain peak, two figures stood gazing into the distance, watching the retreating silhouettes of the large and small. Have you made your decision? The master of Linglong Pavilion inquired with a heavy sigh, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he looked at the elder beside him. Do I possess any other options? The elder, old Ji, replied with a wry smile, reflecting on the moment as he watched Li Xingyue's departing figure, his face adorned with affection. Master, throughout my life, I have wronged Linglong Pavilion. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my selfishness. Upon finishing her words, Ling Xian cast an apologetic glance towards the master. No harm done. If it weren't for that girl's parents back in the day, the Linglong Pavilion would not exist today. I can only lament my own inadequacy. Unable to shield you both from calamity, the master sighed, a look of helplessness etched upon her face. Before Ling Xian could respond, she continued. I shall refrain from further sentimental discourse. If you wish to pursue this path, then do so with abandon. However, regarding that girl, Lingxian smiled faintly. I have already conferred with Tianjizi. He will assist in obstructing her. The master nodded. Very well, but I still hope for your survival. With that, her figure vanished from the mountain peak, leaving Lingxian standing alone atop the summit. As the gentle breeze brushed past her, she gazed in the direction where Xingyue had departed, a smile gracing her lips. Young master, the old minister must take his leave. I hope you can forgive my selfishness, she whispered, her words audible only to herself. At Tianji Palace, Xingyue bowed respectfully to the elderly man clad in a white robe adorned with runes. The man appeared to be in his 60s, tall and slender, his gaunt cheeks giving him an austere demeanor. You are now a transformation god cultivator, according to the hierarchy of the cultivation world. You need not be so formal with me, Tianjizi remarked, preparing tea as his gaze turned to the curious little Ling'er, who was observing her surroundings. And who might this little one be? Hee, greetings, esteemed elder. I am known as the super invincible number one, the most formidable in the world. You may call me number one. Upon hearing this, the little girl Ling'er smiled innocently at Tianjizi. Tianjizi was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he could not help but chuckle. Super invincible number one? What a delightful little child. Ling'er then earnestly inquired, Elder, my sister mentioned that you could assist me in finding my mother. Could you lend me your help? I can offer a reward. With a playful grin, she gazed at him with her round, sparkling eyes. Oh, and what kind of reward might you offer? Tianjizi, amused by her demeanor, responded with a smile. I can provide you with delicious, sweet fruits and refreshing sweet water. Oh, and also tasty vegetables, Ling'er eagerly replied. Tianjizi burst into laughter upon hearing her words. His reputation in the cultivation realm was quite substantial. Even the lofty beings at the harmonization stage would occasionally seek his assistance. The rewards offered by such powerful individuals were, without a doubt, substantial. However, this was the first time he had encountered someone like Ling'er, who proposed fruits, water, and vegetables as compensation. Yet, captivated by her adorable and innocent nature, Tianjizi did not decline. He gently smiled and said, Very well, I shall help you. You need not offer so much. A little bit of sweet water to brew my tea will suffice. Is that agreeable? After all, I have little to do, and assisting this charming little girl will be no trouble at all. As for receiving something, it is a custom of his domain. For when one calculates a person, a matter, or an object, one inevitably becomes entangled in the other's karma. However, if one accepts something in return, it equates to a transaction. Thus one remains untainted by karmic influences. Little Ling'er nodded emphatically. All right, thank you, Grandpa, she exclaimed cheerfully, promptly retrieving her small gourd. Upon observing the gourd, Tianjizi furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous danger emanating from it, a peril rooted in life itself. Grandpa, shall I pour some water into this little pot? Little Ling'er inquired, glancing at the teapot before Tianjizi. Yes, pour it in there, Tianjizi responded, regaining his composure and smiling, though he was puzzled over whether that fleeting moment had been a mere illusion or something more. Little Ling'er was not concerned with such thoughts. Ling'er, just pour a little. Xingyue interjected, aware of the contents of the gourd, unlike Tianjizi. Yet, this was a transaction between little Ling'er and Tianjizi, and she had no authority to intervene. Only able to remind little Ling'er to regulate the amount. Little Ling'er nodded, then proceeded to pour water from the gourd into the teapot. Upon witnessing the liquid cascading from the gourd, Tianjizi's eyes widened in astonishment, as if confronted with a specter. By heavens, this is... Chapter 9. This little old man is truly bold. Hunyuan Heavenly Water. It is indeed the Hunyuan Heavenly Water recorded in the Ancient Wonders Chronicle. Tianjizi stood transfixed, his mind in a state of bewilderment. Sweet water? Is this delightful liquid truly what you call sweet water? The old man remarked, his voice laced with incredulity. Little Ling'er's cheerful laughter echoed, breaking the tension. Upon regaining his composure, Tianjizi gazed into the teapot brimming with the primordial essence of heaven and earth, filled with an overwhelming urge to chastise himself for his imprudent words. Why did he allow his tongue to betray him so? The primordial water was an ancient marvel, best consumed in solitude. To complicate matters, the tea he had chosen to brew was the spirit-infusing tea, which, as the name suggests, voraciously absorbed the spiritual essence contained within the water. Once the spiritual energy was fully extracted, the tea would release its flavor, elevating the infusion to sublime heights. Now, with little Ling'er pouring the primordial water into the teapot, the spirit-infusing tea would absorb its unique and transformative properties. In essence, the combination of the two was akin to striking gold. Tianjizi stared at the full teapot, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions, longing to weep. The legendary primordial water, which he had unwittingly used to brew tea, spirit-infusing tea, no less, left him feeling despondent. Although the primordial water could be consumed only once in a lifetime by an individual, the quantity he had was sufficient for 3 people. If bestowed upon his descendants, it could potentially give rise to 3 spiritual entities. These entities, given the right resources, would undoubtedly reach the golden core stage without faltering. In other words, he was trading the potential of 3 descendants in the golden core realm for a mere pot of tea. The more he pondered, the deeper his frustration sank. "Grandpa, what troubles you?" Little Ling'er inquired, tilting her head as she observed the myriad expressions on Tianjizi's face. "It's nothing," he replied, attempting to mask his turmoil. Tianjizi waved his hand, feeling an overwhelming pain in his heart, liver, and kidneys, as if his entire being was engulfed in agony. The primordial heavenly water, a treasure that one could only hope to encounter, had been squandered so carelessly. He gazed at Ling'er, his lips slightly parted, yearning to articulate his thoughts. Yet all that escaped was a helpless, bitter smile. Had he known that the sweet water spoken of by Ling'er was, in fact, the primordial heavenly water, he would have never permitted her to pour it into the teapot, even under duress. "Did you know all along, my dear girl?" With a sigh of resignation, Tianjizi's gaze fell upon the amused Xingyue. "Senior, this is a transaction between you and Ling'er. How could I possibly interfere?" Xingyue replied with a smile. "Alas, it is what fate has decreed." Now that matters have reached this point, Tianjizi could only lament his misfortune. After all, who could have anticipated that a mere child of 4 or 5 years would possess such a miraculous substance? "Little one, may I have a strand of your hair?" "I shall assist you in locating your mother," Tianjizi said, turning to Ling'er. All right. Grandpa, can you truly help me find my mother?" Ling'er replied, her eyes sparkling with joy as she promptly plucked a hair from her head and handed it over. "Rest assured, there is no one I cannot divine," Tianjizi declared with utmost confidence. To locate a single individual is no challenge at all. In his perspective, Ling'er was an unrefined child devoid of any cultivation, and thus, her mother must surely be an ordinary person. Finding the whereabouts of an ordinary individual was as effortless as a flick of the wrist. All right. Upon hearing this, Ling'er immediately erupted into a jubilant dance of joy. However, neither Tianjizi, Xingyue, nor Ling'er were aware of the exceedingly intricate expression that adorned the face of the great cauldron spirit. "How dare this little old man?" it murmured to itself. It is essential to recognize that Ling'er's current realm is that of the immortal king, and the formidable being behind her is even at the level of the Immortal Emperor. Yet, despite such formidable backing, that being did not seek out Ling'er's mother proactively, intending instead to undergo the true god tribulation and solidify their divine status before embarking on such a quest. This indicates that Ling'er's mother is certainly not an ordinary figure. Now, this little old man, merely at the transformation realm, dares to employ divination techniques to ascertain the whereabouts of Ling'er's mother. The great cauldron spirit remarked, bold, truly audacious. Nonetheless, it refrained from transmitting any thoughts to Xingyue, instead choosing to silently observe the unfolding drama. A naive old man, it thought, curious to see how this would culminate. What a pure and carefree girl. Observing the exuberant Ling'er, a smile involuntarily graced Tianjizi's face. He then produced an ancient-looking compass and placed it upon the table. Following that, he set a strand of Ling'er's hair upon it. Having prepared everything, Tianjizi promptly closed his eyes, crafting peculiar hand seals while muttering incantations. The heavens clear, the earth bright, all things seek their trace. With the essence of yin and yang, I seek the source of the shadows. Upon finishing, he squeezed a drop of his blood onto the compass. Swiftly, the needle within the compass began to whirl rapidly. Little Ling'er squatted by the side, her hands propping up her chin as she curiously gazed at the compass. At that moment, Tianjizi's expression suddenly changed dramatically. A terrifying force of law surged from his hands, and with a swift motion, he struck the compass forcefully. A dull thud echoed as the ancient compass shattered into several fragments. Simultaneously, Tianjizi coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his demeanor becoming utterly listless. His face as pale as a ghost, devoid of any color, while his eyes were filled with profound fear. "Senior, what is happening?" The abrupt shift left Xingyue bewildered. Tianjizi offered no reply, his gaze fixated upon little Ling'er. "Grandpa, what is wrong?" she asked, tilting her head in response to his intense stare. "What is the matter?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Tianjizi could not suppress a violent twitch of his facial muscles. Just moments earlier, while employing the celestial lineage's divination technique, he had suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of peril, an existential threat. Thus, disregarding the repercussions, he forcefully interrupted the divination and did not hesitate to shatter his ancient compass. For he was certain that failure to do so would result in his demise, his very soul scattered to the winds. Observing the innocent and naive little Ling'er, he took a deep breath and said, "Little one, I regret to inform you that I can no longer assist you in locating your mother." Upon hearing this, little Ling'er grew anxious. "Why not, Grandpa? You just said you would definitely help me find my mother. Moreover, you have already accepted my payment." After she spoke, Tianjizi's face twitched once more. Reflecting upon his earlier words, he felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself. What folly had compelled him to boast so? "Senior, it's merely a matter of calculating a position. It shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Xingyue inquired, somewhat perplexed. For an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly pose no challenge. However, the issue lies in the fact that this young girl's mother is no ordinary individual. Had I not forcibly interrupted the divination process, today would mark the anniversary of my demise. Tianjizi offered a wry smile. "What?" Upon hearing this, Xingyue's face displayed a look of disbelief. "Senior, surely it cannot be so. It's just a matter of calculating a position. How could it be?" In her perspective, deducing an individual's location should not be an exceedingly grave matter. How could it possibly threaten one's life? Calculating someone's position is not a severe task. Yet, the young girl's mother is far too formidable. Deducing her location is akin to attempting to unravel events that may transpire over the course of a millennium. Tianjizi sighed. And before Xingyue could respond, he continued, "You do not comprehend the implications of this. Let me put it this way. A few years ago, someone from the sacred land requested my assistance in determining a person's position. The individual in question was a formidable being at the threshold of the Emperor realm. On that occasion, I not only ascertained the location of this half-step emperor, but also discerned his current actions and future whereabouts. Yet, when it comes to the young girl's mother, even a mere calculation of her position instills in me an unmistakable sense of impending doom. Do you grasp the significance of this?" Upon finishing, Xingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ling'er's mother is a genuine Emperor realm powerhouse?" She replied. However, upon reflection, in her eyes, Xiaoling'er was merely a girl who had stealthily escaped from the imperial garden. Her father must undoubtedly be a formidable being of the Emperor's realm. And her mother would be no simple figure either. The Emperor's realm? Huh, my dear, your understanding is far too simplistic. Even the mere calculation of the Emperor's realm position cannot evoke an absolute sense of impending doom within me. At most, it instills a sense of unease. After listening, Tianjizi smiled faintly. Yet, his gaze soon turned solemn as it fixed upon Xiaoling'er. This little girl's mother must be the fabled figure of the tribulation realm. Chapter 10. You are in trouble. Tribulation. The tribulation realm? Xingyue stared at Tianjizi in astonishment, as though struck by lightning. She was aware of the tribulation realm, a terrifying existence surpassing even the Emperor's realm. In the entire cultivation world, the sacred lands suppress all great ascension realms, constituting a seventh-tier power. Meanwhile, the imperial garden governs the sacred land. The abode of those in the tribulation realm is referred to as the immortal mansion. This is because those in the tribulation realm are also known as pseudo-immortals. Upon overcoming the 9 transitions of the immortal ascension tribulation, they can attain an immortal body and descend to the higher realms. Xingyue realized that Xiaoling'er's origins were immensely formidable. Yet, she never anticipated they would be this terrifying. Not only did she have the backing of the imperial garden, but there was also a connection to the immortal mansion. Xingyue, my dear, this little girl. Tianjizi gazed at Xiaoling'er with a grave expression. He never imagined that he would one day encounter the offspring of a being from the tribulation realm. Senior, she is someone I met while competing for the small enlightenment fruit. Had it not been for Ling'er, I would have perished in the transformation thunder tribulation. Thus, I promised to help her find her mother, and she chose to accompany me. Xingyue forced a smile and spoke. She never anticipated that the mother little Ling'er was searching for was a formidable figure from the realm of tribulation. Sister, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Little Ling'er tilted her small head, gazing at the two. She was oblivious to concepts like the imperial garden, celestial abode, or the realm of tribulation. It's nothing. My dear Ling'er, this esteemed elder cannot assist you in finding your mother. Xingyue sighed helplessly, gently patting her little head. What should I do then? Little Ling'er replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Sister, I miss my mother so much. The sight of her pitiable demeanor caused a pang of ache in Xingyue's heart. Don't worry, Ling'er. You have your sister here. I will certainly help you find your mother. All right? As she spoke, she embraced little Ling'er tightly. Really? Little Ling'er gazed at her with her round, glistening eyes. Meeting her gaze, Xingyue nodded resolutely. Alas, Xingyue, why must you go to such lengths? This little child has an incredibly daunting background. With your cultivation at the divine transformation stage, how can you assist her? Not to mention that even those from the imperial garden would not dare to guarantee finding her mother. Tianjizi sighed deeply upon hearing this. She is a being of the tribulation realm. Such entities are not easily located. Esteemed elder, this is my promise to little Ling'er. I will do everything in my power to help her, even unto the end of my life. Xingyue declared with unwavering determination as she held little Ling'er close. Of course, her motives were not driven by any desire for what Ling'er possessed. Rather, she saw a reflection of her former self in the innocent child. Sister, thank you. Little Ling'er exclaimed as she embraced Xingyue's neck, planting a sweet kiss on her cheek. You are such a good girl. It is my duty as your sister. Xingyue replied, affectionately rubbing her little round face, utterly delighted. However, let us set aside the matters concerning this little girl for the moment. Tell me about your own affairs. My friend Lingxian mentioned that you wish to find your parents. Tianjizi ceased his persuasion and shifted the topic. I kindly ask for your assistance, esteemed senior. Xingyue responded immediately. It is but a trivial matter. Not at the moment. I have just forcefully interrupted a divination, which has resulted in a backlash upon me. I shall require a few days to recuperate before I can assist you further, Tianjizi said, waving his hand, somewhat disheartened. To this, Xingyue naturally agreed. The Liuhua Tower was arranged by Tianjizi as their place of residence. Ling'er, once I attend to my current tasks, shall we go and help you find your mother? She comforted, noticing the little girl's slightly downcast demeanor. Since we cannot uncover any clues here, let us venture to the Xuanwu sacred land. In their realm of cultivation, known as the True Spirit Realm, the entire domain was divided into 5 regions, each named after the 4 true spirits to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, with the central area known as Xingyue. Each region hosts a sacred land, and they currently resided in the northern Xuanwu region, governed by the Xuanwu sacred land. Although Xingyue was uncertain if the Xuanwu sacred land harbored capable individuals who could divine the whereabouts of formidable beings, it did not deter her from attempting. Thank you, sister. Little Ling'er nodded obediently, her petite frame burrowing into Xingyue's embrace. Xingyue, feeling a pang of affection, held her close. Sister, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Shall we go find some meat? Ling'er nestled in Xingyue's arms, gently stroking her little belly. Meat? Xingyue smiled at her words, understanding that Ling'er was craving the flesh of magical beasts. Logically, once a person reaches the golden core stage, they can sustain themselves solely on spiritual energy without the need for food or drink. In her view, since Ling'er was at the integration stage, she should not require sustenance. Yet, it was peculiar that Ling'er had a deep fondness for the meat of magical beasts. Throughout their journey from Linglong Pavilion to Tiangong Palace, Ling'er insisted on having 3 meals a day. Although the reason behind this was unclear, Xingyue naturally could not deny her request. After all, the meat of magical beasts was rich in spiritual energy, and the vegetables, water, and fruits Ling'er consumed were no ordinary fare. She too would benefit from this. All right. I know that within the jurisdiction of Tiangong Palace, there exists a magical beast known as the Xianling beast. Its flesh is exceptionally delectable. Sister will take you to enjoy it, Xingyue said, affectionately patting her little head. Yay, yay. Upon hearing of the delicious treat, Ling'er began to salivate. The Xianling mountain range was the habitat of the Xianling beast. Although these magical creatures were elusive and difficult to capture, Xingyue, now a deity transformation practitioner, found it quite effortless to catch one. Meat. Ling'er gazed longingly at the 2 white, pig-like magical beasts Xingyue held, drooling in anticipation. Ling'er. One will be stewed and the other roasted. Xingyue spoke, and Ling'er nodded earnestly, promptly producing the grand cauldron. Even though she had now transcended to the transformation realm, Xingyue felt her heart leap at the sight of the cauldron. She was acutely aware that this artifact was at the very least an imperial treasure. Having encountered a predecessor, Xingyue immediately conveyed her thoughts to the spirit of the cauldron. The cauldron spirit responded nonchalantly. Had it not been for Xingyue and Ling'er's personal connection, it would not have deigned to acknowledge someone from the mere transformation realm. Not to mention, even a true immortal would hardly warrant its attention. Predecessor. Do you possess any information regarding Ling'er's mother? Xingyue inquired with curiosity. In her estimation, the Grand Cauldron was an imperial artifact. While it might not entirely equate to the status of an emperor, it would certainly suffice against a saint-level adversary. Furthermore, imperial artifacts are not easily eroded by time and can endure for an exceptionally long period. The cauldron ought to have knowledge regarding Ling'er's mother. I am afraid I do not know, the cauldron spirit replied truthfully. Although I am unaware of the mistress's whereabouts, I am cognizant that you have encountered a dilemma. Before Xingyue could respond, the cauldron spirit chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xingyue, who was assisting Ling'er with the Xianling beast, slightly furrowed her brow. What dilemma? She quickly realized it must pertain to her commitment to help Ling'er find her mother. It was indeed a bit presumptuous for someone at the transformation realm to seek out a formidable figure of the tribulation realm. Predecessor. This is a promise I made to Ling'er. I will undoubtedly assist her. Xingyue replied with unwavering conviction. Hiki, what I refer to is not about Ling'er, but rather concerning your own self. The great cauldron spirit chuckled and replied, My own self? Xingyue's brows furrowed slightly. Yes, just moments ago. I overheard the conversations of those insignificant ants in the mountains. Lingxian has betrayed the Linglong Pavilion, launching a surprise attack on the Supreme Elder tasked with guarding the seal. Furthermore, she has breached that wretched seal, unleashing the malevolent spirit clan. The great cauldron spirit spoke with indifference. What? These words struck Xingyue like a thunderclap. Master actually broke the seal, releasing the spirit clan? Chapter 11. Sister is wonderful, sister's embrace. Senior, is this true? Xingyue, regaining her composure, asked with disbelief. Whether it is true or not, you already possess the answer within your heart, do you not? From the moment you discovered the presence of the spirit clan within the old lady, that answer had already crystallized. The great cauldron spirit scoffed lightly. Were it not for witnessing how much my little master relies on Xingyue, I would hardly bother to elaborate. It smells delightful. Sister, come and eat. It's already stewed to perfection. It truly is delicious. Little Ling'er remained oblivious to Xingyue's predicament, busily tending to the meat. Ling'er, you eat first. I have matters to attend to. Wait here for me, will you? Xingyue forced a smile, gently patting little Ling'er's head. This matter does not concern her, and she wished to shield her from being embroiled in it. Ah, sister, please don't leave Ling'er behind. I do not wish to be alone. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling'o assumed that Xingyue no longer wanted her, and her eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. Ling'er, dear, this is a matter of my own, and I cannot allow you to be involved, Xingyue said, heart-aching as she embraced her. She understood Xiaoling'o's strength, however. The situation was far too significant and would undoubtedly attract the attention of the sacred grounds. Human emotions are intricate. Should the people of the sacred grounds become aware of Xiaoling'er's true potential, they might recklessly target her without regard for the consequences. Thus, she wished to keep Xiaoling'o out of it. As someone who had navigated the cultivation world for centuries, Xingyue was acutely aware of the darkness and terror that could reside in the hearts of cultivators. When confronted with an alluring spiritual object, they would stop at nothing to obtain it. In her eyes, Xiaoling'o was merely at the integration realm. Such strength was insufficient against the sacred grounds. No, sister. Please take me with you. I beg you, I am quite formidable. Xiaoling'er pleaded, shaking her head with an adorably pitiful expression. Xingyue looked at her, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Take her with you. With this old one present, what is there to fear? The voice of the ancient artifact spirit rang out. As an old monster, it understood Xingyue's concerns, but thought little of the sacred grounds. If they provoked Xiaoling'er, they could be easily vanquished. Not to mention, even the imperial gardens and the celestial abode were no different. Very well. Seeing the artifact speak, Xingyue nodded. Come, Ling'er, I shall take you with me, she declared. All right. Sister is so kind. Sister, let us be close. Xiaoling'o immediately brightened, eagerly pressing against Xingyue. Seeing this, originally fraught with turmoil, Xingyue's face gradually blossomed into a smile. Once Xiaoling'er had tidied up her pots and pans, Xingyue took her hand and headed straight for Linglong Pavilion. However, midway through their journey, she was compelled to halt, for someone had obstructed their path. The interloper was none other than the esteemed Tianjizi. Senior, what is your intention? Xingyue inquired, her brow furrowed as she regarded him. Xingyue, the vicinity of Linglong Pavilion has become a maelstrom. You must not proceed, Tianjizi declared. Standing resolutely in the void, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This concerns my master. I must go. Xingyue retorted, her resolve unwavering. My dear, your prohibition from going is also your master's directive. Before you arrived at Tianji Palace from Linglong Pavilion, Lingxian had already entrusted me with the task of stopping you. Tianjizi elucidated slowly. Upon hearing this, Xingyue's brow knitted slightly. Do you not wish to learn about your parents? He continued. At this juncture, you are indeed entitled to know about them. Parents? Xingyue's expression tightened as she gazed at him intently. Years ago, various alien races invaded the true spirit realm for reasons unknown. Among those who breached our Xuanwu domain were the evil spirit clan and the poison spirit clan. The poison spirit clan aimed for the Xuanwu sacred land, while the evil spirit clan targeted the two great powers, Tianji Palace and Linglong Pavilion, Tianjizi explained. He went on. At that time, the evil spirit clan was formidable, led by two beings of the great ascendance realm. In contrast, Linglong Pavilion and Tianji Palace had only 4 half-step great ascendance cultivators at their peak. In the face of the formidable evil spirit clan, It is only fitting that the two powerful factions, Linglong Pavilion and Xingyue Palace, should be annihilated. However, your parents have appeared. At this juncture, Tianjizi's gaze shifted skyward. Your parents hail from the sacred land of Xuanwu, and they are renowned among the world as the Qinglian couple. They possess formidable cultivation at the late stage of the Great Ascension realm, and their arrival has forced the evil spirit clan into retreat. The seal of Linglong Pavilion was also laid down by your parents. Furthermore, your esteemed master, Ling Xian, along with the Grand Elder who facilitated her achievements, were in fact attendants brought along by your parents back in the day. Upon hearing this, Xingyue was rendered speechless, astonished by the grand heritage of her parents and even more shocked to learn that her master was an attendant of her parents. Elder, are you aware of my master's collaboration with the evil spirit clan? Xingyue inquired solemnly. Indeed, not only am I aware, but all the senior members of Linglong Pavilion are cognizant of it. Tianjizi responded with a gentle nod, meeting her gaze. What? Xingyue exclaimed, taken aback. Why? Elder, you must understand that what my master is doing is not the right choice, she pressed. Alas, it is all because of you, Tianjizi sighed. His words struck Xingyue's heart like a thunderbolt. Because of me. After vanquishing the evil spirit clan, your parents returned to the sacred land of Xuanwu to report on their mission. However, 700 years ago, they returned once more. After entrusting you to Linglong Pavilion, they vanished. Tianjizi continued. Vanished? Xingyue asked in confusion. What does vanish mean? Indeed, they fled, for the denizens of the Xuanwu sacred land were in pursuit of your parents. No sooner had your parents departed than the agents of Xuanwu arrived at our doorstep. In the past, your parents had rescued the Linglong Pavilion and the Xingyue Palace. Thus, we concealed the truth regarding your existence. However, we remain oblivious as to why the Xuanwu sacred land seeks to annihilate your parents. Tianjizi nodded in acknowledgement. Is that so? Xingyue murmured to herself. And what of my master's collaboration with the malevolent spirit clan? She regained her composure and pressed for answers. Alas, your circumstances were unveiled. Tianjizi lamented. Centuries have passed, yet the Xuanwu sacred land's animosity towards your family remains unwavering. It was only when your master approached us that we comprehended the events of yesteryears. He sighed deeply. Before Xingyue could interject, he continued, in those days, after your parents vanquished the malevolent spirit clan, they returned to the sacred land to confront the poison spirit clan. They were formidable and immensely powerful. Together, they proved to be on par with the mightiest of the sacred realm. Had they ascended to the sacred realm, they would have been invincible within the Xuanwu domain. With your parents' assistance, the poison spirit clan was ultimately subdued, alleviating the peril posed by foreign entities to the Xuanwu domain. Yet, at this juncture, Tianjizi paused, letting out a heavy sigh. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, when the birds have flown, the fine bough is concealed. Your parents were already formidable, and following that great battle, they won the hearts of the Xuanwu domain's populace. How could the Lord of Xuanwu allow the existence of two individuals who posed a threat to his own standing? He fabricated reasons to frame your parents for colluding with foreign tribes, thus issuing a death decree against them. As he spoke, a profound sorrow washed over Tianjizi's face. Given the caliber of Xingyue's parents, it was inevitable that, with sufficient time, they would break through to the sacred realm. And even the imperial sovereign realm was within the realm of possibility. This would have been a tremendous boon for the Xuanwu domain. Regrettably, they encountered the Xuanwu Saint Lord, who desired absolute control. Your master unleashed the evil spirit clan because the Xuanwu sacred land had discovered your existence. To protect you, your master became bait, using the evil spirit clan as corroboration to divert the attention of the Xuanwu sacred land, leading them to believe she was you. Tianjizi continued to elucidate. Xingyue, upon hearing this, felt a tumult of shock and complexity within her heart. She never anticipated that she would possess such a backstory. Nor did she foresee that her master's every action was to safeguard her. Child, the sacred land is not something you can confront at this moment. What you ought to do now is flee. The farther, the better. When you have the strength to exact revenge, then return to the Xuanwu domain, rather than plunging headlong into the vortex. Do you understand? Sighed Tianjizi. Just then, the little Ling'er, who had been resting in Xingyue's embrace, suddenly chimed in. Humph. Who dares to bully my sister? I will fight him. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi cast a surprised glance at Ling'er, but after a moment, he could only smile wryly and shake his head, considering her words to be the innocent musings of a child. After all, the one who would strike at Xingyue was none other than the sacred land. What indeed is the sacred land? The sanctum, presided over by a formidable being of the utmost sanctity, is indeed a sacred ground. Moreover, the Xuanwu sacred land has been a bastion of tradition for over 10 millennia. The exact number of supreme beings within its confines remains shrouded in mystery, as does the existence of emperor-level or half-step emperor-level entities. For a mere 4-year-old child to contemplate confronting such a sanctuary? Is this not the epitome of innocent naivety? Be good, Ling'er. No one shall harm your elder sister. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall take Ling'er and depart at once. Xingyue gently caressed the little one's head, refraining from any impulsive actions. She recognized Ling'er's exceptional prowess, surpassing her own, yet she deemed it implausible to contend with the sacred land. The most prudent course of action, in her view, was to vacate the Xiaowudao domain and seek refuge elsewhere, biding their time until they grew formidable enough to return and reclaim their rightful place. Understand the plight of Ling'er and her companion, and you shall be enlightened. Let us proceed. The Celestial Mechanism Palace possesses interdomain teleportation arrays, and I shall escort you to another realm. Upon hearing this, Xingyue nodded with relief, fearing that Xingyue would recklessly attempt to return to the Ling'er Pavilion. Esteemed elder, I take my leave. What will become of you? Will the Xiaowudao sacred land not hold you accountable? Xingyue inquired with a hint of concern. Fear not. Although the Xiaowudao sacred land is indeed powerful, it cannot possibly hold us responsible for this incident. Furthermore, this act was solely the doing of Ling'er. It bears no relation to us, Xingyue replied with a smile. While the legacy of the Xiaowudao sacred land is undoubtedly ancient, the Celestial Mechanism Palace and the Ling'er Pavilion are not to be underestimated. Should the Xiaowudao sacred land seek accountability, the most they could impose would be a reprimand for negligence, accompanied by a minor penalty and cultivation resources. Let us be on our way, Xingyue declared. Xingyue nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. She was acutely aware that, with her mere divine transformation cultivation, rushing in to assist would only serve to increase the burden. Hell, leaving? Where do you intend to go? Just then, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to be ensnared. Both Xingyue and Xingyue felt themselves immobilized, unable to move. Meanwhile, Xiaoling'o appeared unfazed, casually observing her surroundings. As the words fell, the void before the three began to twist violently before ultimately shattering. In that moment, a young man emerged slowly from the rift. Not only that, but he also held someone in his grasp, none other than Xingyue's master, Ling'er, a being of the Great Ascension realm. Upon witnessing the arrival, Xingyue's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the Xiaowudao sacred land would act with such swiftness, sending a Great Ascension expert directly. Master. Xingyue gazed at Ling'er with profound sorrow. Linglong body, the young man remarked with a cold smile, fixing his gaze upon Xingyue. And who might you be? Xingyue retorted icily. Me? You should refer to me as Uncle Master. Your father is my senior brother, the young man replied with a sneer. Longwu. Can you truly be so heartless? Xingyue is just a child. What wrong has she committed that warrants such ruthless extermination? Ling'er interjected, her face etched with despair. She had not anticipated that even in alliance with the evil spirit clan, they would not escape this calamity. Heartless? Ling'er? It seems you remain oblivious to the events of that year. You are unaware of why the sacred land issued a decree to hunt down both you and your husband. Are you? Langwu retorted with a cold snort. Humph. Is it not merely a case of the birds taking flight while the fine bough is concealed? The lord of the Xiaowudao is wary of both the master and the lady. Thus, he slanders the master, accusing him and the lady of stealing the sacred treasures of the Holy Land and colluding with foreign tribes. Ling'er immediately retorted. Ha ha ha. However, upon hearing this, Longwu burst into laughter. Wary? Slander? How ridiculous, truly laughable. He spoke with a face full of mockery. Back in the day, when I entered the Xiaowudao Holy Land alongside him, our master treated us exceedingly well, even regarding us as his own sons. His innate talent was exceptional, and our master groomed him to be the next Holy Lord. Do you truly believe our master would conspire against him? Longwu spoke passionately. After that, he turned to Xingyue. Do you know the origin of your Linglong body? Linglong body? Xingyue furrowed her brow, looking at him in confusion. In those days, you were but an ordinary body, possessing exceedingly poor cultivation aptitude. I once advised my senior brother that one's talent is decreed by the heavens, at the very least. It allows one to grow up without worry. But my senior brother did not believe in fate. He was unwilling to allow you to live an ordinary life. Hence, he made a deal with the Poison Spirit clan. He aided them in restoring the Xiaowudao domain, and in return, they provided him with the method of body exchange. The so-called method of body exchange entails the murder of other spirit body possessors, stripping them of their bloodline and merging it into your own, to create your Linglong body. Do you know how many spirit bodies your parents slaughtered back then? 10. A full 10 spirit bodies. Langwu gazed at Xingyue, his words flowing forth incessantly. Upon hearing this, Xingyue's complexion instantly turned ashen. Impossible. The master is certainly not that kind of person. Ling'er retorted. Oh, impossible. Lingxian, you were present when this girl was born. She emerged without any spiritual anomalies, while the Linglong's spiritual body ranks among the top 10. How could a spirit of such caliber be born without any manifestation? Yet this girl exhibited no anomalies at birth, only to later possess the Linglong's spiritual body. This is irrefutable evidence. Longwu scoffed, speaking up. At his words, Lingshuan's expression shifted slightly. You claim I am heartless? The truly callous ones are they. Do you know that among the 10 spiritual bodies, 3 originated from the demon suppression squad? They guarded the demon abyss, standing against the demonic race. Yet the Holy Land could not even protect their offspring. Lingxian, tell me, who is truly heartless? Lung Wu continued, his last words nearly a roar. No, it cannot be. They're absolutely not those kinds of people. Lingxian simply could not accept this reality. Child, will you come with me willingly? Or must I take matters into my own hands? The demon suppression squad demands an explanation, and my Xuanwu Holy Land must also provide one. Lang Wu ignored her protests and turned to Li Xingyue, speaking softly. Very well, I will go with you. The others are innocent. I hope you can spare them. Meeting his gaze, Li Xingyue's pallor deepened, and an overwhelming sense of despair surged within her. She had not anticipated this. The reality is indeed such. You are the celestial child, are you not? Return to your celestial mechanism palace. Longwu directed his gaze toward Tianjizi and spoke. Alas, at this point, Tianjizi could neither affirm nor refute the truth, and could only let out a long sigh before turning to leave. As for this little girl, she appears to be quite close to you. Until I ascertain your connection, she must accompany me. Lang Wu's eyes fell upon Ling'er as he spoke. No. She is merely someone I encountered in the mountains. She has nothing to do with me. Li Xingyue resolutely rejected him. Fully aware that entering the Xuanwu sacred land was akin to stepping into a prison, she absolutely could not bring Ling'er along. Humph. That is not for you to decide. Longwu scoffed, and as he spoke, he reached out toward Ling'er. In an instant, terrifying laws surged forth from the void, intertwining like vines to form a colossal hand, reaching toward Ling'er. The great cauldron spirit witnessed this scene, its lips twitching slightly. You say you wish to take Li Xingyue away, then do so. Why must you lay hands on your own little master? Young man, you truly possess audacity. It muttered inwardly. Chapter 13. Run fast. This little girl is a Saint Realm expert. Ling'er, run. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Xingyue urgently called out to Ling'er. The Xuanwu sacred land is a place fraught with peril. Should Ling'er be captured there, setting aside her own matters, the treasures she possesses would undoubtedly incite the greed of those within the Xuanwu sacred land. At that point, even if Ling'er were unrelated to her, the people of the Xuanwu sacred land would certainly fabricate a connection. No, he is a villain. I must strike him. Little Ling'er exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. She was oblivious to the concepts of right and wrong. All she knew was that anyone who dared to lay a hand on her sister was a bad person deserving of punishment. Elder, please, take her away quickly. Li Xingyue implored, her voice tinged with urgency as she transmitted her plea to the great cauldron. The cauldron spirit disdainfully curled its lip, utterly dismissive of her concern. After all, it regarded her as nothing more than a mere insect within the realm of the Great Ascension. If it could capture little Ling'er, it would relish the opportunity to cook her. Elder, Li Xingyue called out in desperation, glancing at the cauldron's imposing form. Unfortunately, the spirit remained indifferent to her plight. Instead, it was little Ling'er who took action. As the colossal hand reached for her, she countered with a punch of her own. Such innocence and ignorance in a child. Cold Wu let out a derisive laugh. In his eyes, little Ling'er was an insignificant being devoid of cultivation. The punch she threw was as harmless as cotton, lacking any semblance of offensive power. As for him, he was a bona fide practitioner of the Great Ascension. Even a casual blow from him would be beyond the capacity of someone with no cultivation to withstand. The notion that little Ling'er could counter his strike with her feeble punch was, without a doubt, naive and laughable. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding boom echoed through the air. As the massive hand composed of arcane laws made contact with little Ling'er's fist, it suddenly erupted into a shower of fragments. What? Stunned into silence, everyone stood frozen in disbelief, Li Xingyue, Lingxian, and Cold Wu alike. This breathtaking spectacle rendered them speechless, their minds momentarily blank. That was a casual strike from the realm of Great Ascension. Even a peak practitioner of the combined body realm would require all their strength to contend with such a blow. How could it be possible that the seemingly unremarkable Ling'er unleashed a single punch that obliterated everything? This is inconceivable. Ling'er, you. Li Xingyue gazed at the small figure cradled in her arms, her voice trembling with disbelief. What kind of person had she encountered back then? Sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you, Ling'er said with a playful smile as she hopped down from Li Xingyue's embrace. With a determined glare directed at Longwu, she declared, if you intend to harm my sister, You are a villain, and I shall fight you." Posing with her hands on her hips, she spoke with indignation, though her diminutive stature only added to her charm. "Who are you?" Ling'er inquired, his voice low and serious. To be able to shatter his attack with just one punch was nothing short of extraordinary, especially since, despite his mastery at the Great Ascendant stage, he could not discern Ling'er's cultivation level. This situation could only denote two possibilities. Either Ling'er was also at the Great Ascendant stage, or her cultivation far surpassed his own. However, regardless of which scenario it might be, Ling'er found it hard to believe, for he, at this moment, had reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascendant stage, standing among the elite of the Xiaowudao domain. Yet, it had taken him an arduous 5,000 years to attain this level, and that was under the continuous provision of resources from the Holy Land. And here was this little child, seemingly 3 or 4 years old, at the pinnacle of the Great Ascendant stage? What a farce. Even the prodigies of the Imperial Garden could not achieve such a feat. As for the second possibility, Ling'er dared not even ponder it, for that would imply Ling'er was at least at the Holy Sovereign stage, a 3 or 4-year-old Holy Sovereign. Such a being has never existed in the annals of the human history within the true spirit realm. "I am the super invincible number one." Little Ling'er imitated his demeanor, letting out a cold snort before speaking. However, her voice was soft and childish, lacking any trace of authority, which instead rendered the moment somewhat amusing. Upon hearing this, Ling'er's face twitched slightly. Super invincible? Number one in the world? What nonsense is this? He thought, determined to see whether she truly was invincible. He coldly snorted in response. As his words fell, he focused his mind, and a scroll soared forth from within him. "Seal," he commanded with a low voice. The scroll ascended above little Ling'er's head and began to unfurl slowly. As it opened, beams of radiant light cascaded downward, enveloping her completely. "A semi-holy artifact, the map of mountains and rivers," exclaimed Ling'er, her expression shifting dramatically. "A semi-holy artifact lies between a Dao artifact and a holy artifact." Now, it was being activated by Ling'er, a peak expert of the Great Ascension stage. It could be said that even those of the same peak stage could only be suppressed. "Senior, please assist Ling'er." Xingyue, well aware of the terror of semi-holy artifacts, urgently transmitted her plea to the spirit of the Great Cauldron. "What are you panicking about? It's merely a piece of trash," the spirit of the Great Cauldron replied impatiently. "Seal." At that moment, Ling'er's voice resonated once more. "The semi-holy artifact." The map of mountains and rivers surged toward little Ling'er, seemingly intent on drawing her into its illustration. As she beheld the approaching map, little Ling'er tilted her head, seemingly intrigued by this peculiar object. Soon, the semi-holy artifact hovered above her, emanating a terrifying force that sought to pull her into the painting. "You want to trap me? I shall shatter you." Little Ling'er's expression darkened with fury, and without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch toward the map of mountains and rivers. Once again, it was a punch devoid of embellishment. Yet, at the moment the fist made contact with the map of mountains and rivers, a resounding explosion ensued. The entire map was split asunder, and the terrifying force of the punch surged upward, scattering even the clouds in the sky. "Ah!" As the map erupted, a piercing scream echoed forth. Then, a chubby little boy emerged from the remnants of the map. "Flee, Xiaowudao. This child is a powerhouse of the Holy Realm." As the little boy scurried away from Xiaowudao, he babbled excitedly. "What?" At this proclamation, the breaths of Xingyue and her companions momentarily caught in their throats. Holy Realm? Little Ling'er is of the Holy Realm? What a jest. She is merely 4 or 5 years old. However, recalling her ability to obliterate a semi-holy artifact with a single punch, they could not dismiss the reality. Otherwise, how could she have so effortlessly shattered a semi-holy artifact? Oh, what an adorable little creature. Gazing at the spirit of the map that had emerged, little Ling'er's eyes sparkled with delight. As she spoke, she reached out toward the spirit. The fleeing spirit of the map suddenly felt its vision blur, and when it regained clarity, it found itself ensnared between her delicate fingers. At that moment, Xiaowudao also came to his senses, tearing through the void in a bid to escape. The Holy Realm was not something he could contend with. "Humph. You shall not flee." Little Ling'er huffed disdainfully, extending her hand to grasp at Xiaowudao. In an instant, his complexion changed dramatically. He found himself immobilized. To his astonishment, he realized he could not move at all. Moreover, even the power of the laws eluded him. The Holy Domain. This was undoubtedly the Holy Domain. She truly is a powerhouse of the Holy Realm. Xiaowudao's heart raced with terror, his face a mask of disbelief. Cultivation begins with refining qi, progressing to the transformation of spiritual energy into the nascent soul. The path from divine transformation to the Great Ascension involves the mastery of loss. Above the realm of Great Ascension lies the sacred realm, where one cultivates domains. In the sacred realm, one attains the sacred domain, while the imperial exaltation corresponds to the imperial domain. Presently, little Ling'er remains utterly still, capable of immobilizing him, rendering even the laws ineffective. Only the sacred domain can achieve such a feat. Let go of me, release me. The spirit of the mountain and river map struggles in little Ling'er's grasp. No. Hee. I shall keep you as my little pet, hanging you up as a doll, she said, squeezing it with an innocent smile. Afterward, she turned to Xingyue, sister. I have captured a bad person. What should we do now? Chapter 14. Threatening little Ling'er? Little brother, you are incredibly brave. Little child, this matter does not concern you. Are you certain you wish to involve yourself? Our Xuanwu sacred land possesses its own formidable beings, Coldwu stated solemnly. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from provoking this little girl and simply brought Xingyue back to the Xuanwu sacred land. And now? Not only had he been captured, but his half-holy artifact had also been destroyed. The spirit he had painstakingly acquired was now in little Ling'er's possession. Sacred land? What is a sacred land? Can it be eaten? Little Ling'er tilted her head, gazing at him. To her, the realm of cultivation was an unblemished canvas. Coldwu stared at little Ling'er in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words. You do not know what a sacred land is? How did you cultivate to the sacred realm? Ling'er, the sacred land is a powerful faction, housing beings as strong as you. Xingyue hurriedly explained. Just as formidable as me? Little Ling'er, upon hearing this, couldn't help but scratch her head in confusion. Just then, a tremor coursed through the space, and a small gourd flew forth from the void. It was the very gourd that little Ling'er used to contain the primordial heavenly water. What is this? Both Lang Wu and Ling Xian were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the small gourd, sensing its extraordinary nature. Particularly Lang Wu, who distinctly felt a menacing aura emanating from the gourd, one rooted in life itself. Don't be afraid, sister. The gourd claims that the sacred land is no match for me, little Ling'er remarked with a playful smile after observing the gourd for a moment. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others were struck with astonishment. What does it mean that the sacred land is no match for you? Ling'er, what level of cultivation do you possess? Xingyue asked earnestly. Initially, she presumed little Ling'er to be at the transformation realm. After the tribulation, she believed her to have reached the integration realm. Now, through what had transpired with Lang Wu, she had mentally settled on the notion that little Ling'er was at the sacred realm. Yet now, with the gourd declaring that the sacred land pales in comparison to little Ling'er, did that not imply that the sacred land posed no threat to her? What level of cultivation was little Ling'er truly at? Was it the Emperor's sovereign realm? The mere thought sent a shiver down Xingyue's spine. The Emperor's sovereign realm represented the true powerhouses of the true spirit realm. As long as one did not transcend the tribulation, an Emperor's sovereign was virtually invincible. If little Ling'er were indeed at the Emperor's sovereign realm, what would become of them? After all, she was merely 4 years old. Cultivation? What is cultivation, sister? Little Ling'er tilted her head in curiosity. Xingyue, meeting little Ling'er's gaze, was inundated with a barrage of questions in her mind. What is cultivation, one may wonder? Where does your formidable power stem from? Senior, regarding Ling'er. Helplessly, Xingyue could only communicate telepathically with the great cauldron. The cultivation of the young master is beyond your comprehension. You must understand that she is exceptionally powerful, far exceeding your imagination. At the very least, the so-called turtle sacred land poses no threat to her. The great cauldron immediately responded. Little Ling'er possesses the cultivation level of a celestial king. This realm is something the denizens of the true spirit realm cannot fathom. It could not be bothered to explain to someone of Xingyue's caliber. Hiss. Upon hearing the words of the cauldron spirit, Xingyue could not help but gasp in astonishment. Could it be that little Ling'er has indeed reached the level of an emperor? She gazed at Ling'er, her eyes brimming with shock. A 4-year-old emperor. Where on earth does she come from? The little gourd said, I need not fear your turtle sacred land. Yeah, you dare to bite me? Little Ling'er, unfazed, made a face at Lang Wu. Lang Wu. He stared at little Ling'er, then at the suddenly appearing little gourd, his expression darkening. I shall see if you can withstand the arrival of a powerful figure from my sacred land. He scoffed. Upon hearing this, the cauldron spirit's expression shifted again. Filled with inexplicable thoughts, this young man is truly bold. To speak so in front of my brother the gourd. 6. It mused silently. Lang Wu was unaware of the gourd's true level. Yet the cauldron spirit understood all too well that the gourd was no ordinary spiritual treasure, but a divine artifact, a true divine weapon. Moreover, the gourd is fiercely protective of Ling'er. Take itself as an example. When it was initially captured by Lu Ming, it was merely intended for cooking dishes for Ling'er, a fate it vehemently resisted. In the end, it nearly shattered him. And now, how dare Lang Wu threaten Ling'er in the presence of the gourd? The dating remarked. Courage, my friend, you truly possess remarkable audacity. One must understand that even this spiritual treasure dares not threaten Xiaoling'er. Indeed, just as Long Wu's words fell, the little gourd trembled intensely. Subsequently, the gourd's lid opened automatically, emanating a terrifying suction force. In an instant, Lang Wu was drawn within. After absorbing him, the gourd buzzed twice and swiftly vanished into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ling'er, what is happening? Xingyue was already so frightened that she dared not even breathe. The mere pressure emanating from the gourd was several times more terrifying than that of the Great Ascension realm's Long Wu. As for Lingxian, she remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom that the little girl Xingyue had brought back could effortlessly shatter a half-holy artifact and capture Long Wu, who had overturned his cultivation in the Great Ascension realm with such ease. Reflecting on her previous thoughts that Xiaoling'er was merely a maid being nurtured by Xingyue, Lingxian felt a tremor in her heart. Sister is fine. The gourd mentioned it wishes to explore the turtle sacred land, Xiaoling'er said with a playful smile. Seemingly unperturbed. Explore the turtle sacred land? Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. Xingyue, please return with me to Linglong Pavilion first. The malevolent spirit clan is untrustworthy. After I released them, they attacked Linglong Pavilion instead of targeting the Xuanwu sacred land. At this moment, Lingxian, regaining her composure, took a deep breath and spoke. After finishing her words, she turned to Xiaoling and respectfully said, Esteemed elder, we implore your assistance. Rest assured, we will not request your help in vain. There shall be generous rewards afterward. Upon hearing this, Xingyue immediately interjected, Master, this is our matter. How can we trouble Ling'er? She understood that Xiaoling was naive. Yet that did not imply she could be easily deceived. If that formidable entity were provoked, none would escape unscathed. Assistance? Old woman, what can you offer me? Xiaoling tilted her head, gazing at Lingxian. How about this? Meeting her gaze, Lingxian inhaled deeply, pondered for a moment, and then produced a small orb. The orb, the size of a fingertip, was red and resembled a blood-colored egg. I acquired this from an ancient battlefield. I can sense that it possesses remarkable qualities, but alas, I am unable to refine it. Esteemed elder, would you consider this in exchange for your aid? Lingxian spoke with a hint of anxiety. With the emergence of the evil spirit clan, Linglong Pavilion was at a loss, and they could not rely on the Xuanwu sacred land. The only one capable of confronting the evil spirit clan was Xiaoling. If Xiaoling did not lend her assistance, Linglong Pavilion would face ruin. What a peculiar orb. Sister, why do I sense something strange? Xiaoling gazed at the orb, her expression one of confusion. A strange sensation? What kind of sensation? Xingyue inquired, puzzled. Yes, indeed. It feels rather odd, Xiaoling affirmed. It seems that the orb rightfully belongs to me. No, that is not correct. Oh dear, I am at a loss for words, remarked Xiaoling'er, scratching her head. Upon hearing this, Xingyue felt a bit bewildered. The bloodline resonance indicates that this orb is the blood amber pearl, formed from the blood of a powerful being dripping onto a rare spiritual stone. This object must be connected to the matriarch. Suddenly, the voice of the great cauldron spirit echoed in Xingyue's consciousness. Chapter 15. Who have you provoked, Cold Wu? Connected to Xiaoling'er's mother? Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Xiaoling'er mentioned feeling something strange. Master, from where did you acquire this pearl? Xingyue inquired immediately. She had initially intended to take Xiaoling'er to the Xuanwu sacred land to seek the wisdom of esteemed individuals, hoping to uncover some information regarding Xiaoling'er's mother. However, having already fallen out with the Xuanwu sacred land, that path was evidently no longer viable. This blood amber pearl is related to Xiaoling'er's mother. Perhaps, where the blood amber pearl appears, some clues could be found. I stumbled upon this object in the ancient battlefield. Xingyue, do you know what this is? Replied Lingxian. The ancient battlefield? Xingyue pondered. She was aware of this place. It lay at the boundary between the Xuanwu domain and the central continent. It is said to harbor tremendous terrors. Before the establishment of the interspatial teleportation arrays, one had to traverse this ancient battlefield to journey from the Xuanwu domain to the central continent. Unfortunately, in Xingyue's recollection, no one had ever crossed the ancient battlefield, nor had she witnessed any powerful beings from the central continent making their way to the Xuanwu domain. It could be said that the ancient battlefield serves as an insurmountable chasm between the Xuanwu domain and the central continent. Regarding the origins of the ancient battlefield, Xingyue had indeed heard some tales. It is said that this land was once a battleground for celestial beings and demons during the ancient times. Approximately 100,000 years ago, the true spirit realm was irrevocably shattered due to that great conflict, leading to its current fragmented state. However, what does this have to do with Xiaoling'er's mother? Could it be that she participated in that monumental battle 100 millennia ago? Yet, considering Xiaoling'er's tender age, this seems implausible. Otherwise, how could she be merely 4 years old? It is more likely that Ling'er's mother had ventured into the ancient battlefield, perhaps leaving behind some clues. Xingyue pondered deeply. Of course, such a possibility is exceedingly slim, for no one knows when the blood amber pearl was left behind. Yet, as the saying goes, a wild goose leaves its trace. If Ling'er's mother had indeed visited the ancient battlefield, she must have left some mark, even if it were just a name, which would greatly aid in their search, as opposed to their current aimless wandering. With this thought, Xingyue's gaze fell upon Xiao Ling'er. Ling'er, this pearl is a keepsake from your mother. You should hold on to it. Mother? Where is she? Old woman, have you seen my mother? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling'er's eyes sparkled with boundless hope. This, young one, I too have never laid eyes on your mother. This item was a fortuitous find of mine in the ancient battlefield, Ling Xian replied softly, casting a glance at little Ling'er. In the cultivation world, status is never determined by age but by one's prowess. The mightier one is, the more esteemed they become. Despite her being significantly older than Xiao Ling'er, in terms of cultivation, she still respectfully addresses Xiao Ling'er as her senior. Sister, shall we venture to the ancient battlefield to find mother? Xiao Ling'er gazed at Xingyue. Very well, sister shall take you there. However, at present, I must first deal with some malevolent spirits. After I resolve that, I will take you, all right? Xingyue gently patted her little head in response. The emergence of the evil spirit clan is fundamentally linked to her, and thus she cannot ignore it. All right, I will assist you, sister. I am quite formidable. Xiao Ling'er nodded enthusiastically, raising her tiny fist. Seeing that the great cauldron spirit had no objections, Xingyue smiled and said, Thank you, Ling'er. As Xiao Ling'er and the others made their way to Linglong Pavilion, the little gourd had already arrived above the Xuanwu sacred land. The terrifying aura it exuded sent shockwaves through the hearts of all within the Xuanwu sacred land. Which esteemed elder has descended upon the Xuanwu sacred land? An ancient voice resonated through the air. Soon, an ethereal elder appeared from the void. This elder was none other than the current holy master of the Xuanwu sacred land. Wu Tiankue, a figure of great renown. Possessing perfected cultivation in the holy realm, he gazed at the little gourd with a furrowed brow. Just moments ago, he had been in seclusion, striving to break through to the emperor's realm, when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence, prompting him to emerge and investigate. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a mere gourd, an imperial artifact, or perhaps a legendary celestial tool. Wu Tiankue regarded the little gourd with a frown, aware that it was indeed a treasure, yet at that moment, he dared not entertain any thoughts of seizing it. Due to the terrifying aura emanating from the gourd, he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Wu Tiankue pondered before speaking. Since it was an imperial artifact, or perhaps a celestial one, it must possess a spirit. Those who threaten the little master shall perish. A commanding voice resonated from within the small gourd. Upon hearing this, Wu Tiankue was momentarily taken aback. Threaten the little master? Which little master could that be? I have been sequestered in the sacred grounds for nearly a millennium, without venturing outside. How could I possibly threaten your little master? He hastily responded, with his profound cultivation at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. It would be a trivial matter to counter an imperial artifact. However, he was presently unaware of the gourd's classification. Moreover, one could deduce from the gourd's words that this treasure had an owner. To wield such a formidable artifact, its master must certainly be no ordinary being. Even if he could withstand the gourd, what could he do against the individual behind it? Thus, he preferred to pursue a peaceful resolution rather than resort to violence. The small gourd remained silent and merely released Longwu. Longwu? What is the meaning of this? At the sight of Longwu, Wu Tiankue's expression darkened instantly. He recalled having dispatched Lang Wu to deal with the orphan of the Qinglian Taoist partner. How could he have entangled himself with such a formidable entity? Master. Long Wu, facing Wu Tiankue, bore a heavy heart. At this moment, he regretted his actions to an extreme degree. Why did he have to act against that young girl? Now, he had attracted such a terrifying presence, especially recalling his earlier threat towards Xiao Ling'er. He wished he could find a piece of tofu to crash into. If it weren't for that remark, this terrifying gourd will not descend upon the sacred land of Xuanwu. Will it? Anyone who threatens the young master shall meet their demise. Those forces that dare to threaten the young master shall be annihilated. A chilling voice emanated from the small gourd. As the voice fell, radiant light burst forth, enveloping the sacred land of Xuanwu. In an instant, all cultivators present, regardless of their level, discovered that they were rendered immobile, including the saint-level master Wu Tiankue. A divine artifact. This is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Cold Wu. Whom have you provoked? Wu Tiankue's expression changed drastically. He was a perfected saint, not unreasonably referred to as a half-step emperor. Such cultivation is considered formidable within the true spirit realm. Even when facing a true imperial artifact, he would possess the strength to contend. After all, An imperial artifact does not equate to the true essence of the Emperor realm. It can only be regarded as half of it. Yet now, the small gourd rendered him completely motionless, an ability only achievable by artifacts meant for transcendent beings. Master, I truly do not know. Coldwu spoke with a distressed expression. At this moment, he was equally astonished. Who could have imagined that a mere 4-year-old child would possess a divine artifact? Upon hearing this, Xingyue was nearly overwhelmed, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. For heaven's sake, who have I inadvertently provoked? How on earth did this happen? Chapter 16. The dominant little gourd, merely a scruffy turtle, is just right to strengthen the young master. Ancestor Xiaowudao, save me. In desperation, Xingyue called out. Ancestor Xiaowudao, the true stabilizing force of the sacred land. A tortoise that has lived for an unknown number of years, its cultivation is equally terrifying. It is a genuine demonic ancestor. Equivalent to the supreme being of the human race, a heavy sigh resonated as a stooped figure materialized beside Xingyue. With long, flowing white hair and a cane in hand, it was none other than the divine tortoise of the Xiaowudao sacred land. Your Excellency, grant me a modicum of favor. Can we not let this matter pass in exchange for the command of Coldwu? The divine tortoise spoke, exuding a sense of helplessness. Though it was unafraid of the celestial artifact, it did fear the individual behind it. To wield such a divine object inevitably indicated a master of the tribulation realm. In the face of such an existence, even it found itself powerless. A mere mixed-breed tortoise dares to call itself Xiaowudao? What is your significance? Even if the true ancestor of Xiaowudao were to arrive, I would not hesitate to strike him down. It is just the right opportunity to bolster my young master. The little gourd scoffed coldly. As the words fell, a streak of light burst forth from the gourd, hurtling towards the divine tortoise. Such audacity. A mere celestial artifact daring to claim divinity? The divine tortoise retorted with a cold snort, lightly tapping its cane in the air. Should the spirit of the great Ding be present, it would surely utter, "Old tortoise, how bold you are, daring to speak thus to brother gourd? This is a genuine divine artifact. It truly merits the title of divinity." As the divine tortoise's cane descended, a resonating ripple surged through the air, ultimately crashing towards the little gourd like a tidal wave. The little gourd disdainfully chuckled, its body quaking lightly. In an instant, that ripple dissipated, and the divine tortoise's expression shifted dramatically. I cannot move. You are not merely a celestial artifact. You are a celestial treasure. A true celestial treasure? The divine tortoise exclaimed in terror. What? Upon hearing these words, Xingyue and Ling'er were instantly rendered speechless. As senior members of the Xiaowudao Holy Land, they were acutely aware of what constituted a celestial treasure. A celestial artifact is a tool wielded by those at the tribulation realm. Yet, those of this realm are not true immortals. They are but pseudo-immortals. Thus, what is referred to as a celestial artifact is merely a pseudo-celestial artifact. However, celestial treasures are distinctly different. They are the true artifacts used by genuine immortals. Such items of this caliber may not exist even a single piece throughout the entirety of the true spirit realm. Ling'er, whom did you inadvertently provoke? Xingyue was engulfed in a tumult of anger, confusion, and dismay. A celestial treasure, a genuine celestial treasure. Does this not imply that Ling'er, during his brief excursion, has entangled himself with a true immortal? This is utterly absurd. My master, I truly did not know. It was merely a 4-year-old child. Ling'er lamented, on the verge of tears. From the moment he was effortlessly subdued by Ling'er, he realized he had stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. Yet now, it seemed that this was no mere obstacle. He had inadvertently entangled himself with a celestial being. In an invisible manner, he had provoked a descendant of a true immortal. Your Excellency, you have violated the rules of this realm. True immortals are forbidden from intervening in the true spirit realm. This is a decree from the higher realms. As a being who has existed for countless years, the Xian turtle was privy to many secrets. Among them was the edict that one day, those from the higher realms must not interfere with the lower realms. For the lower realms serve as a source of fresh blood for the higher realms. The power of those from above is overwhelmingly terrifying. Should they make a move, they would obliterate the lower realms, thus severing the supply of new vitality. Rules? Have I, in fact, broken any regulations imposed by that esteemed figure? The little gourd let out a derisive laugh. As the sound echoed, a streak of light shot up into the heavens. As the layers of white clouds dispersed, a pair of eyes appeared in the sky. Upon noticing, the eyes promptly closed, vanishing altogether, exhibiting a demeanor of complete ignorance, as if to convey, I see nothing. Celestial envoy, save me. This little gourd has broken the rules, exclaimed Xianling in a panic. At that moment, within a palace situated in the void beyond the true spirit realm, an individual cursed aloud, Save me? Who the hell will save you? That little gourd is at least a treasure of the celestial king level. Am I to be your savior? Who will come to my rescue? He grumbled, choosing to ignore everything around him. It is important to recognize that such a treasure belongs to a celestial king. How could a mere true immortal dare to act against it? Not to mention the formidable entity behind it, even the gourd itself could easily vanquish him. Despair swiftly engulfed Xingyue upon realizing the celestial envoy's utter lack of response. Yet, beneath that despair lay a deeper anger. Why provoke such a being? Even the celestial envoy dared not intervene. The little gourd, tired of idle chatter, opened its lid and inhaled deeply, drawing in Xingyue and his two companions in an instant. Not only that, but the entire Xuanwu Holy Land was also sucked into the gourd. Once the task was completed, the little gourd dove into the void, disappearing without a trace. In the void beyond the true spirit realm, the celestial envoy sighed heavily, his face etched with frustration. Goodness, which formidable figure is playing games with us now? Should I report this? This is a celestial king artifact. A report would surely garner a reward, he muttered to himself. After a brief moment, he shook his head. No, this gourd belongs to someone. Its owner is undoubtedly a celestial king. The spirit realm would not punish a celestial king over such a trivial matter. Forget it, forget it. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. It's merely a small place. I can easily pin it on the Union faction. He muttered to himself, choosing to say no more, falling into silence. When Li Xingyue and her companions arrived at Linglong Pavilion, they were met with a scene of devastation. Countless malevolent spirits were slaughtering the cultivators of Linglong Pavilion, while the cultivators also fought back against the spirits. Unfortunately, in terms of both numbers and overall strength, the malevolent spirits far surpassed Linglong Pavilion. If this continued, the pavilion would surely meet its demise. Ling'er, be careful, Li Xingyue warned, before charging into the fray, originally intending to have little Ling'er join the fight. Ling Xian saw the situation and said nothing further, also plunging into the battle. Little Ling'er chose to stand aside, her round eyes curiously observing everything. She had no concept of war, yet, ironically, she caught the attention of two malevolent spirits. What a cute little girl. She must taste delightful, hee. Little girl, why don't you come and let me have a taste? The two malevolent spirits approached little Ling'er, extending their long, crimson tongues to lick their lips. Notably, these two spirits were no trifles. They possessed considerable cultivation at the golden core stage. Ugly monsters, how disgusting! Little Ling'er exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice. Upon hearing this, the two malevolent spirits were instantly enraged. To them, appearance is akin to a forbidden zone, a death sentence. Humph. The little child is blissfully unaware of the heavens and the earth. I shall devour you. The two malevolent spirits spoke with palpable fury. As they spoke, their scarlet tongues unfurled like vines, reaching toward the little girl, intent on cleaving her in twain. Faced with the impending onslaught of their lethal appendages, the little girl wasted no breath and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the moment the tongues made contact with her fist. They erupted into a shower of flesh. Not only that, a fierce gale of force surged forth, striking the two malevolent spirits. Bam! The sound of explosion reverberated once more. And before the spirits could even utter a cry, they were obliterated into a mass of blood and gore. The commotion instantly drew the attention of all present. Both the cultivators of the Linglong Pavilion and the malevolent spirits fell into a stunned silence. The battlefield came to a standstill following the little girl's display of power. A mere 4-year-old child had just vanquished two malevolent spirits of golden core cultivation. Chapter 17. Tens of thousands of malevolent spirits vanquished in a single move? She is but 4 years old. Both the spirits and the members of the Linglong Pavilion gazed at the little girl with profound astonishment. It is important to note that these were two malevolent spirits of golden core level. Additionally, the malevolent spirits possessed formidable self-healing abilities, no matter the severity of their injuries. They could recover in an instant, relying on this capacity. A malevolent spirit in the early stages of golden core could contend with a human cultivator in the later stages without losing ground. This was precisely why the Linglong Pavilion had no hope of victory. But now, a mere 4-year-old had obliterated two malevolent spirits of golden core cultivation? Is she not the little girl brought back by the saint? Indeed, I have encountered her before in the spirit herb garden. My heavens, how can she be so powerful? Those were two malevolent spirits of the golden core stage. Could she possibly be a nascent soul cultivator? A nascent soul at such a tender age, what a jest. The disciples of Linglong Pavilion were abuzz with speculation. The tale of little Ling'er had long since circulated within the pavilion, and many were aware of her existence. Yet, no one anticipated that she would wield such formidable strength, effortlessly obliterating two golden core malevolent spirits with a single punch. They are courting death. Remarkable little child. Your Daoji shall be mine. Those who dare to slay my kin shall perish. The malevolent spirit clan soon reacted, abandoning their current adversaries to pursue little Ling'er. Among them were dozens of nascent soul cultivators, hundreds of golden core warriors. and countless more at the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages. They were not foolish. A mere 4-year-old possessing such prowess indicated an extraordinarily terrifying talent. Such an entity must be extinguished in its cradle. Moreover, their clan's path to power relied on refining the daoji of the human race. If they could capture little Ling'er and refine her daoji, a glorious future would surely await. We must act quickly, stop them, prevent them from reaching her. Little sister. Flee swiftly to the saint. Damn it, your foe is me. The cultivators of Linglong Pavilion were taken aback, their expression shifting dramatically at the sight of so many malevolent spirits charging towards little Ling'er. Even in the face of foes at the transformation stage, resistance proves arduous. The members of Linglong Pavilion rallied, launching their assaults against the malevolent spirits. Regrettably, the spirits seemed to possess eyes solely for the young Ling'er, disregarding their attackers. This scene inevitably captured the attention of those engaged in the aerial battle. Upon witnessing the overwhelming surge of spirits converging upon Ling'er, Xingyue's expression shifted dramatically. Presently, aside from the malevolent spirits embroiled in combat with them, nearly all others had turned their lethal focus towards Ling'er. It could be said that the entire malevolent spirit clan had united their forces to eliminate her. With such a multitude of spirits, even she might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Xingyue, do not panic. Have you forgotten the prowess of our young predecessor? Ling Xin, in contrast, harbored no excessive concern. In the face of absolute strength, sheer numbers hold little weight. Were Ling'er merely at the transformation stage, or in the integration phase, she would certainly intervene. Yet, fortuitously, Ling'er possessed the formidable power of the Saint Realm. Such terrifying might rendered a swarm of nascent soul, golden core, foundation establishment, and chi refinement spirits utterly futile, each would perish in vain against her. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of malevolent spirits had encroached upon Ling'er. So many hideous creatures, how revolting! She exclaimed, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming tide of spirits. With a delicate wave of her chubby little hand, the spirits rushing toward her suddenly found themselves immobilized. The next moment, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged upon her 5 tiny fingers. With a graceful sweep of her palm, a series of piercing sounds echoed as the ethereal energy transformed into slender needles, each imbued with white flames. The air crackled with the sound of sizzling as they surged forth. The sound of sharp weapons piercing through flesh echoed relentlessly. Ethereal needles, forged from the energies of the heavens and earth, relentlessly plunged into the skulls of the malevolent spirits. Subsequently, the entire forms of these evil beings ignited into flames. In the blink of an eye, the multitude of malevolent spirits that had surged towards Xiao Ling'er were reduced to mere piles of black ash. Silence. Utter silence. Both the high-ranking members and disciples of Linglong Pavilion stood frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of shock and dread as they gazed at Xiao Ling'er. They had been annihilated. Tens of thousands of malevolent spirits extinguished with but a mere gesture. What madness is this? Those were tens of thousands of malevolent spirits, none of which were the weakest kind. Among them were formidable entities, including those of the nascent soul and golden core realms. Yet now, they had all been obliterated by Xiao Ling'er in a single move. A gulp resounded suddenly, followed by the sharp intake of breath and hushed, astonished whispers. She. They were all annihilated, tens of thousands of malevolent spirits, all extinguished. With one move, merely one move. Good heavens! What cultivation level does she possess? It is impossible for her to be at the nascent soul realm. Could it be the transformation realm? But even that seems implausible. Could she possibly be at the fusion realm? What nonsense is this? At just 4 years old, the fusion realm. The murmurs interwove into a cacophony, permeating the battlefield. Everyone was left in a state of shock, even fear. Likewise, they were utterly curious about the true cultivation level of Xiao Ling'er. Why are you all staring at me? I am shy. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Xiao Ling'er's face flushed crimson. After speaking, she took a step back and directly sought refuge behind Li Xingyue. The members of Linglong Pavilion, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. Shy. Ah, little child, you seek your demise. When my clan's formidable powers descend, they shall annihilate you. The existence of the evil spirit clan, possessing the cultivation of the transformation god realm, roared in fury. After uttering such ominous threats, they tore through the void and chose to flee. They were not mindlessly rushing to slay the little spirit, for with their cultivation, they could not discern the little spirit's true realm. Yet, the little spirit had effortlessly dispatched tens of thousands of their kin with a single strike. The only plausible explanation was that the little spirit's cultivation surpassed the transformation god realm. Only a fool would dare to confront such a being head-on. Upon hearing their threats, the spirit of the great cauldron grew inexplicably perturbed once more. You fellows are quite brave. Do you still dare to threaten? Do you not know of my brother? The gourd has returned, it murmured to itself. Indeed, in the next moment, the space trembled, and the little gourd materialized beside the little spirit. As for those fleeing evil spirits of the transformation god realm, they were all rendered motionless. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the gourd, the members of Linglong were momentarily stunned. What kind of treasure is this, capable of tearing through the void on its own? Gourd, swiftly collect these grotesque beings. The little spirit commanded. The little gourd emitted a humming vibration, seemingly responding to her words. In the next instant, the gourd's lid opened, and all the evil spirits of the transformation god realm were effortlessly drawn into the gourd, much to the astonished gazes of the Linglong members. After capturing the evil spirits of the transformation god realm, the little gourd vibrated once more before transforming into a streak of light, darting into the spatial passage between the evil spirit clan and Linglong Pavilion. Ling'er, what is this? Xingyue, regaining her composure, inquired. Sister, it's nothing. The gourd said that grotesque beings cannot exist. It shall gather all the grotesque beings, hee. Little Ling'er spoke innocently. Yet her words struck the hearts of the several god transformation realm experts in Linglong Pavilion like a thunderbolt. To capture all the hideous creatures? Little senior. Do you truly wish to reflect upon what you are saying? Chapter 18. You have made the young master feel repulsed, thus you must be eliminated. They regarded little Ling'er with peculiar gazes. It is worth noting that when the evil spirit clan invaded the true spirit realm, even Xingyue's parents, the Qinglian companions, could only drive them back and seal the entrance, rather than storming into the evil spirit realm for a bloodbath. The reason for this was undoubtedly their reluctance to venture into the evil spirit realm. Moreover, after the foreign races were repelled, the Xuanlu sacred land did not pursue retribution in the alien world, indicating a lack of confidence. If they possessed such assurance, they would have long since invaded the foreign realm, considering the vast cultivation resources it harbors. Who would willingly relinquish such an opportunity if they could triumph? Now, the notion of a magical artifact penetrating the evil spirit realm to capture all evil spirits appeared to be nothing short of a jest to the experts in Linglong Pavilion. Naturally, they dared not voice their skepticism openly. After all, a magical tool capable of tearing through space must be at least a sacred artifact. Such an entity is beyond their capacity to provoke. The current master of Linglong Pavilion, Ling'er, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, little senior, for coming to our rescue." A beautiful woman, seemingly in her 30s, stepped forward respectfully. The other esteemed elders also voiced their thanks. "Ah, you thank me, but should you not offer a reward instead? As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fistful of gratitude." Xiaoling'o tilted her head, observing the group. What? Ling'er and the esteemed elders were momentarily taken aback. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring? Xiaoling'o clarified. It is indeed a drop of water that merits a fountain in return. Xingyue couldn't help but chuckle, interjecting with a correction. Oh, is that so? Hee, close enough. Close enough, Xiaoling'o replied, a bashful smile gracing her face as her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. This adorable display evoked smiles from Ling'er and the others. Of course, there is a reward. Here are 100 exquisite spirit stones. I hope the esteemed junior will accept them, Ling'er announced, producing several palm-sized spirit stones from her storage pouch. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the other elders shifted slightly. 100 exquisite spirit stones represented nearly 90% of Linglong Pavilion's entire resources. However, recalling that without Xiaoling'o's intervention today, Linglong Pavilion would have faced annihilation, they refrained from commenting further. Trading 90% of their resources for the survival of Linglong Pavilion was hardly a loss. Ah, you're just giving stones? Xiaoling'o exclaimed, her face contorted in disdain. I don't want stones. I want vegetables and meat. The group was taken aback. You call this a stone? These are exquisite spirit stones. The finest in the true spirit realm. Linglong Pavilion, with its millennia of heritage, possessed only this meager amount of exquisite spirit stones, and yet they were dismissed so casually. Esteemed senior, what is to be done? Xingyue communicated telepathically with the great cauldron's spirit, hoping it would persuade Xiaoling'er to accept the offering. Exquisite spirit stones are rare and invaluable treasures. These stones hold no utility for the young master, the great cauldron's spirit replied promptly. At present, Xiaoling'o's cultivation level was at the immortal king realm. The mere superior spirit stones, to her, are indeed nothing more than mere rocks, serving no significant purpose. According to the young master's words, she should be provided with spirit herbs, precious elixirs, or the flesh of magical beasts. Before Xingyue could voice her thoughts, the great cauldron's spirit spoke again. Elder, are you certain? Xingyue inquired, her disbelief evident. How could spirit herbs or the flesh of magical beasts possibly compare to superior spirit stones? This matter pertains to the young master's constitution. You need only follow my instructions, replied the great cauldron spirit. Constitution? Xingyue frowned slightly. The great cauldron spirit replied indifferently, offering little further explanation regarding the matter. 2. Was unaware of what constitution little Ling'er possessed. It only knew that little Ling'er could not absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones or celestial spirit stones. In other words, spirit stones and celestial spirit stones hold no efficacy for little Ling'er's cultivation. Conversely, spirit herbs and the flesh of magical beasts are capable of providing her with celestial energy. Even the most inferior spirit herbs or the lowest grade magical beast flesh from the true spirit realm can still offer little Ling'er a modicum of celestial energy. This is also the reason why little Ling'er delights in consuming them. To eat is her path to cultivation. At the tender age of 4, her formidable prowess was cultivated bite by bite. Of course, this was not without the contributions of Lu Ming's generous offerings. Had it not been for Lu Ming's daily provision of various powerful beasts and spirit herbs, little Ling'er would not have attained such remarkable cultivation. Upon hearing the great cauldron's spirit, Xingyue fell silent. Vegetables, meat. Ling'er exchanged glances with several companions beside her, each reflecting the confusion in their eyes. What could vegetables and meat possibly refer to? The esteemed master, Ling'er is in need of spiritual herbs and the flesh of demonic beasts, Xingyue promptly elucidated. Spiritual herbs and demonic beast flesh? Ling'er exchanged glances with several esteemed elders, and they all beamed with delight. Retaining supreme spiritual stones would undoubtedly be the best course of action, for these stones greatly facilitate their cultivation. Very well, Elder 4. I kindly ask you to retrieve all the spiritual herbs from Linglong Pavilion and leave behind some seeds. Ling'er continued, Elder 1, Elder 2, and Elder 3. I implore you 3 to take your disciples and assist our young predecessor in hunting demonic beasts. Upon our command, the 4 esteemed elders nodded and promptly set to work. Ling'er, shall we wait for a moment? Once we have procured the meat, shall we venture to the ancient battlefield? Xingyue inquired. Certainly, certainly. We must also await the arrival of the little gourd. Little Ling'er nodded, settling down with Xingyue in her residence. The turmoil of battle had reached a temporary ceasefire. At this moment, in the realm of malevolent spirits, the little gourd had already arrived. The instant it descended, the formidable entities of the malevolent spirit race sensed its presence and emerged from their secluded meditations into the void. Ha ha ha, a celestial treasure. Our clan leader has indeed brought a celestial treasure into our realm. Splendid, splendid, a genuine celestial treasure. Heaven bless our kin. 5 malevolent beings gazed at the little gourd suspended in the air, momentarily entranced before erupting into laughter. Their cultivation was formidable, all being at the calamity realm. Indeed, it was truly a celestial treasure. Once I refine this treasure, I shall undoubtedly be able to shatter the barrier between our realm and the true spirit realm. At that time, our clan shall usher in its most glorious epic. The patriarch's face was brimming with exhilaration, his voice trembling as he spoke. What kind of rubbish are you? A mocking laughter resonated from within the gourd. Suddenly, the gourd quivered slightly. The 5 formidable members of the evil spirit clan, who were undergoing tribulation, found themselves inexplicably immobilized. Instantly, their expressions shifted dramatically. Please spare us, esteemed one. It was our reckless words that offended you. We beseech your forgiveness. Indeed, we are willing to offer treasures. Please quell your anger. The 5 of them spoke in unison, their faces awash with panic. This was no mere celestial treasure. It was undoubtedly a profound spiritual artifact meant for beings of the golden immortal realm. No need for such offerings. Your clan has become a source of disgust for my young master. Thus, your existence is no longer warranted. A calm voice emanated from the gourd. The evil spirits were left in utter bewilderment. Chapter 19. What will you do about the humiliation? The 5 powerful members of the evil spirit clan stared at the little gourd, their faces reflecting sheer confusion. To incite such revulsion in your young master warrants annihilation? What kind of twisted logic is this? Esteemed sir, while a gentleman may be slain, he must never be humiliated. The patriarch of the evil spirits spoke with a grim countenance, having discerned the underlying implication in the little gourd's words. The evil spirit clan, with its grotesque appearance, deserves obliteration. What of your humiliation? The little gourd scoffed dismissively. As its voice echoed, the lid of the gourd opened, transforming into primordial heavenly water. Let us prepare a feast for my young master. In that moment, the little gourd suddenly inhaled towards the evil spirit clan. Damn it! The 5 powerful members of the evil spirit clan's faces turned pale. They sought to escape, to resist, but their bodies were firmly restrained by an unknown force. And their magical powers were equally bound. In such circumstances, confronted by the diminutive gourd, there was nothing but impotent fury swelling within, leaving one to helplessly witness their own absorption into the vessel. Once all malevolent spirits had been ensnared within the gourd, it tore through the void and departed. Shortly after its departure, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, possessing a breathtaking beauty, suddenly materialized in the realm of malevolence. What a terrifying artifact! It surpassed even my own celestial imperial weapon, the Red Lotus, by several degrees. Could it be the fabled true divine artifact? The woman gazed towards the direction from which the gourd had vanished, her brow furrowing slightly. A true divine artifact would surely be wielded by an individual of celestial imperial stature. Could it be Yin Tianqian? No. The aura of Yin Tianqian is absent from this treasure. Is it possible that a new celestial emperor has emerged during my reincarnation? The woman murmured to herself. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the space behind her, and a man and a woman suddenly appeared at her back. We pay our respects, esteemed one. They spoke with deep reverence. If the higher-ups of the Linglong Pavilion were present, they would surely be taken aback, for these two were none other than Li Xingyue's parents. The Qinglian Dao couple. No need for excessive formalities. The realm of malevolence has been purged. Your daughter's safety is assured, the woman remarked. Casting a brief glance at the pair. We are grateful for your assistance, esteemed one, the Qinglian Dao couple replied, bowing in gratitude. Were there others who intervened? During my reincarnation, has a new celestial emperor emerged in the realm of spirits? The woman inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. Such news would undoubtedly be ill-fated for her. The Qinglian Dao couple exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in response. I have never heard the commander mention it, the two replied in unison. Is that so? The woman frowned immediately upon hearing this. How could that be possible? That gourd is undoubtedly a true divine artifact. Such a treasure can only be wielded by an immortal emperor. Alas, perhaps it has been claimed by someone of great fortune. She mused silently. Then, she turned to her companion from the Qinglian sect and inquired, what has become of their father and daughter? This. The companion exchanged glances before responding. Returning to the esteemed one, we did not discover any village at the location you mentioned. None. The woman asked gravely. Did you bring my guiding butterfly? She recalled using a grand formation to envelop the village before her departure. Regrettably, esteemed one. The guiding butterfly was destroyed while my spouse and I were exploring the forbidden realm, the Qinglian companion admitted awkwardly. Thus, please bestow your punishment upon us. Enough. I assume there should be no trouble for the father and daughter. Let us proceed. You shall accompany me to the Forbidden Sea for training. The woman sighed. Speaking with resignation, the Qinglian companion nodded. I wonder how they are faring. And Ling'er, she must be 4 years old now. The woman sighed inwardly. She was none other than Ling'er's mother, the reincarnated Immortal Emperor by Yunyan. In the Linglong Pavilion, the master expressed her regret. It is entirely my fault for underestimating the shamelessness of the evil spirit clan, which has led to significant losses for the Linglong Pavilion. If it were not for little Ling'er today, the pavilion would surely have been annihilated by the evil spirit clan. Do not worry. Had it not been for the parents of the Star Moon girl back in the day, where can one find the exquisite Linglong Pavilion today? By the way, who was that young senior? And you, weren't you captured alive by Ling'wu? The pavilion master, Ling'wei, waved her hand and inquired curiously. Ling Xian had witnessed Ling'wu's capture firsthand. It was indeed thanks to that young senior who resolved the situation with Ling'wu. Ling Xian let out a bitter smile and remarked. What? She assisted you in overcoming Ling'wu? Elder Ling Xian, you cannot be jesting. Even Ling'yue, who had encountered countless storms, felt a jolt of disbelief upon hearing this. Who is Ling'wu? He is the direct disciple of the current holy master of the Xuanwu sacred land, a terrifying entity with formidable cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. How could he have been subdued by a mere child? Pavilion master, it is true. That young senior is indeed a formidable presence at the holy realm. Ling Xian sighed with a bitter smile as she spoke. Holy realm. Upon hearing this, Ling'wei became utterly stunned. Elder Ling Xian, do you comprehend what you are saying? She stammered, clearly in disbelief. But she is only 4 years old. Is it possible for someone so young to possess such cultivation? Who would dare to believe it? Pavilion master, I am aware this matter defies common sense. Yet, it is the truth. The young senior is indeed a holy realm powerhouse. And not just any ordinary one. Ling'wu was subdued with a single move, and his semi-holy artifact, the mountain river diagram, was shattered by a single punch from her. Ling Xian expressed, still haunted by the earlier scene. A sharp intake of breath escaped Ling'yue's lips. Ling'wu, akin to the parents of Li Xingyue, is a legendary figure of the Xuanwu domain, gifted and unparalleled in combat prowess. It is said that Ling'wu once defied the realms of the Great Ascension and confronted the Holy Realm without defeat. Yet, such an extraordinary being was subdued by the mere flick of a finger from the 4-year-old Xiaoling'er. This thought sent a shiver down Ling'yue's spine. A great terror must undoubtedly lie behind Xiaoling'er. What could her origins be? Ling'wei inquired. According to Xingyue, she hails from a tiny village. Xingyue speculated that the young predecessor likely emerged from the legendary Immortal Abode. Ling Xian replied. Ling'wei gasped in astonishment. From the Immortal Abode? That is indeed the pinnacle of power in the true spirit realm, wielding dominion over life and death. However, considering her tender age of merely 4, yet possessing the cultivation of the holy realm, Ling'wei felt a sense of relief. Such a formidable existence could only be nurtured by the fabled immortal abode. But why has she come to our Linglong pavilion? Ling'er asked with evident concern. A being of her caliber would be akin to a ticking time bomb for Linglong pavilion. Rest assured, she has come in search of her mother. Unfortunately, she encountered Xingyue upon her arrival and has taken her as an elder sister figure, Ling Xian explained. That is indeed reassuring. Please inform the young girl, Xingyue, to fulfill any and all requests from the young predecessor, Ling'er sighed in relief. By the way, before Ling Xian could speak further, Ling'er added, we must also arrange for someone to monitor the movements of the Xuanwu Holy Land. They will certainly not let this matter rest. Ling Xian nodded. Master, a significant piece of news has arrived. At that moment, the voice of an elderly man echoed through the chamber. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder of Linglong Pavilion entered with an expression of excitement. What is it? Ling'er inquired, perplexed. The third brother brought news that the Xuanwu sacred land has vanished. The Grand Elder replied solemnly. What? Chapter 20. Could it be that the one we stewed was the demon ancestor of the Xuanwu sacred land? Both Ling Xian and Ling'er were struck with astonishment upon hearing the news. The Xuanwu sacred land has disappeared? They exchanged glances. Grand Elder, what do you mean by vanished? Ling'er asked, furrowing her brow. There are two possibilities for disappearance. One is relocation to another place, and the other is complete annihilation. She was eager to discern which category the Xuanwu sacred land fell into. Should it be the first, the Xuanwu sacred land could potentially become a source of trouble, especially since Linglong Pavilion had sheltered Xingyue and her master for so many years. The Xuanwu sacred land might retaliate against Linglong Pavilion for this. While Linglong Pavilion would not face obliteration, it would certainly suffer some losses. The second scenario, however, was equally dire. For the Xuanwu sacred land served as the stabilizing force of the Xuanwu domain. Without it, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Ling Xian stood silently beside her, lost in thought. She recalled an incident when, after the little Ling'er subdued Lungwu, he had issued a threat. Subsequently, that terrifying little gourd appeared and took Lungwu away, mentioning a visit to the Xuanwu sacred land. Could it be that the Xuanwu sacred land has truly vanished? Ling Xian pondered. The news from the third brother indicated that the Xuanwu sacred land had completely disappeared, not just the people, but even the buildings and mountains had all vanished without a trace. The Grand Elder swallowed hard and continued, buildings, even mountains have completely disappeared? After hearing this, Lingyue's brow knitted tightly. If that is the case, then how did the Xuanwu sacred land come to be? No one knows? This matter, it seems, is likely connected to the little senior. The sacred land of Xuanwu may have been utterly annihilated. Ling Xian took a deep breath and continued. Is this related to the junior? Utterly annihilated? Lingwei and the Grand Elder exchanged perplexed glances. Meeting their gaze, Ling Xian recounted how the cold weapon had been subdued and the threats posed by the little gourd. Are you suggesting that the sacred land of Xuanwu was erased by that little gourd? The Grand Elder exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. To completely obliterate the sacred land of Xuanwu, what level of cultivation could achieve such a feat? Even the Saint Realm would be incapable, surely. Impossible. The sect leader, Lingwei, immediately interjected, her tone equally resolute. You may not be aware, but each of the 4 great sacred lands in the 4 domains is guarded by a being of the Emperor's realm. According to the teachings passed down from the Linglong Pavilion, the guardian of the sacred land of Xuanwu is a primordial tortoise of the monster ancestor realm. This tortoise was tamed by the first ancestor of the Xuanwu sacred land. After the passing of the first ancestor, this tortoise has lived for tens of thousands of years. Its cultivation profound enough that even the Emperor's garden would hesitate to provoke it. The gourd you mentioned must be an imperial artifact. Without the activation of an Emperor's realm being, it is impossible to erase the sacred land of Xuanwu. After hearing this, Ling Xian and the others could not help but be taken aback. The sacred land of Xuanwu possesses a monster ancestor? That is equivalent to a human Emperor's realm. Does this imply that the sacred land of Xuanwu has managed to escape? After all, the junior is a being of the immortal mansion. They must have anticipated this possibility. Hence their choice to retreat from the world. Ling Xian added, it must be so. We need to prepare accordingly. In the secluded sanctum of the Xuanwu, chaos is destined to ensue within the Xuanwu domain. The Linglong Pavilion and the Xingyue Palace will undoubtedly be at the forefront of this turmoil. Therefore, it is imperative that we proceed with caution. Lingwei took a deep breath, her tone laced with gravity. Both Ling Xian and the Grand Elder nodded solemnly in agreement. With the suppression of the Xuanwu sanctum lifted, various fiends and malevolent entities are bound to emerge. As the last 2 remaining powers in the Xuanwu domain, Linglong Pavilion and Xingyue Palace are poised to become the focal points of conflict. Unbeknownst to these matters, Xiaoling was captivated by the enormous turtle before her, drooling in awe. Wow, sister, what a gigantic turtle. Let us do it, she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight. Li Xingyue, standing beside her, gazed at the turtle with a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it somewhere before, yet the specific memory eluded her. Sister? Noticing Li Xingyue's momentary silence, Xiaoling called out again. All right, let us do it, Li Xingyue replied, snapping back to attention with a smile. Hiki, the big turtle must be delicious. Xiaoling chuckled, promptly retrieving a large cauldron. She then instructed the returning Xiaowudao from the netherworld to pour water into the cauldron. Soon, the cauldron was filled with the primordial heavenly water, and the Xingyue was placed within to commence cooking. Sister, after we finish eating, shall we go seek mother? Xiaoling inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed on the cauldron. Yes. After we eat, we shall head to the ancient battlefield and see if there are any clues, Li Xingyue gently replied, affectionately patting her head with a warm smile. Ling Xian requested an audience with the young senior. Suddenly, her voice echoed from outside. It is the old woman. Little Ling'er chuckled. I have met the young senior. Here are the vegetables and meat you desired. Ling Xian respectfully spoke, handing over a storage ring to little Ling'er. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing about the vegetables and meat, little Ling'er's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. She accepted the storage ring and promptly emptied its contents. First, a variety of beast carcasses emerged, the majority being formidable spirit beasts comparable to the Foundation establishment stage, with a substantial number of earth demons akin to the core formation stage. There were even several heavenly demons that rivaled the nascent soul stage. Wow, so much meat. Gazing at nearly 100 beast corpses, little Ling'er drooled with anticipation. I'm glad you like it, Ling Xian said with a slight smile. I love it, I love it. Little Ling'er exclaimed joyfully, resembling a child who had just received candy. I shall not intrude on the young senior any longer. Xingyue, you must take good care of the young senior. If she requires anything, be sure to provide it. Ling Xian instructed Li Xingyue. Little Ling'er's identity is remarkable and her strength is terrifying. Li Xingyue's presence beside her is undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, little Ling'er currently relies heavily on Li Xingyue, presenting a significant opportunity for her. Ling Xian hoped that Li Xingyue would not forfeit this chance. Yes, master, Li Xingyue replied, fully understanding Ling Xuan's intent. Old woman, why not have some big turtle before you leave? Big turtle is delicious. Little Ling'er interjected. Big turtle? Upon hearing this, Ling Xian finally noticed the large turtle simmering within the cauldron. To her astonishment, it was a rare Xian turtle. With just a glance, she recognized the species. The Xian turtle was no ordinary beast. It bore the bloodline of the Xuanwu. Even among the demon clan, Xian turtles were a rarity. Indeed, it was a Xian turtle. Now she understood why it seemed so familiar. Prompted by her recollection, Li Xingyue also began to remember. She wondered where the elder Hulu had procured such a large Xian turtle. Muttering to herself, she pondered this mystery. Just as Ling Xian was about to leave, she abruptly halted. Xingyue, what did you just say? She inquired, turning her head. A terrifying thought began to take shape in her mind. Could this turtle be the ancestor of the Xuanwu from the sacred land? Chapter 21. I want to sleep, sister hold me. Ling Xian contemplated, unable to suppress a nervous gulp. Previously, after Xiaoling'o had subdued Lingwu, the latter had issued a threat. Later, when Xiaohulu appeared and captured the Xuanwu, she conveyed the intention to visit the sacred land of Xuanwu. Ling Xian had initially dismissed this matter. In her conjecture, Xiaohulu was merely going to intimidate the Xuanwu sacred land. However, upon learning of its disappearance, she concluded that Xiaohulu's intimidation had proven effective, leading the Xuanwu sacred land to retreat, aware that they had provoked an insurmountable force. This had been Ling Xuan's hypothesis regarding the entire affair. Yet now, gazing upon the Xian turtle simmering in the cauldron, another thought emerged. The Xuanwu sacred land had not merely hidden away. Xiaohulu was not there to intimidate, but rather to obliterate, to utterly annihilate the Xuanwu sacred land. Among them is the guardian beast of the Xuanwu sacred land, comparable to the imperial sovereign realm of humankind. If that is indeed the case, she mused, then that gourd must be a celestial artifact. Ling Xian gazed into the cauldron, where a Xian turtle was being stewed. Her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. A celestial artifact. A treasure wielded by formidable beings of the tribulation realm. One could hardly overstate its significance as the pinnacle of treasures in the true spirit continent. Yet upon contemplating Xiaoling'er's identity, she found solace. It was reasonable for someone emerging from an immortal abode to possess a celestial artifact for protection. Master, what troubles you? Li Xingyue inquired, noticing Ling Xian's sudden pause and the shifting expressions on her face. It is nothing, nothing at all, Ling Xian replied, regaining her composure. She cast a lingering glance at Xiaoling'er before turning to depart. A great terror, an overwhelming terror, one she would never dare provoke. As Ling Xian's figure swiftly vanished amidst Li Xingyue's puzzled gaze, a delightful voice rang out. Wow, sister, it smells so good. Come and eat. All right. Li Xingyue responded with a gentle smile, blissfully unaware of the extraordinary nature of what she was about to consume. She approached Ling'er, refraining from touching the Xian turtle and instead ladling some soup. She understood that the Xian turtle belonged to Ling'er. A mere sip of the soup would suffice for her. Moreover, the broth was made from the primordial celestial water, which, despite her previous consumption having no effect on altering her physique, still held significant benefits for cultivation. Furthermore, it contained various vegetables that Ling'er had added. Even if it were merely soup, it could rival some renowned elixirs. Contemplating this, Xingyue lifted the bowl and took a sip. As the soup entered her mouth and descended into her belly, she began to circulate her cultivation technique to refine it. However, as she commenced the refinement, her expression transformed in sheer horror. The terrifying surge of spiritual energy within her dantian was overwhelming. It felt as though she had not merely consumed a bowl of broth, but rather ingested a divine herb. This revelation struck Xingyue profoundly as she glanced at the mysterious tortoise within the great cauldron. She understood all too well that the mere vegetables placed inside by Ling'er could not possibly yield such an extraordinary effect. The spiritual energy of medicinal herbs diminishes once detached from its growth environment. Unless preserved appropriately, over time, these herbs would revert to mere ordinary plants. Consequently, many who acquire such herbs opt to seal them to retain their spiritual potency, later seeking a skilled alchemist to concoct them into elixirs, thereby maximizing their efficacy. Of course, consuming them directly is an option, albeit with a significantly reduced effect. It was unthinkable for Ling'er to treat them as mere vegetables for boiling. The spiritual energy within the herbs she had added was likely diminished to a mere fraction. Therefore, it was utterly implausible for a simple broth to possess such formidable spiritual essence. Thus, Xingyue was certain that the terrifying energy within her dantian was undoubtedly connected to the tortoise. After all, the essence contained within the flesh and blood of magical beasts is rich in spiritual energy, serving as a formidable resource for cultivation. What level of magical beast was this? Merely a sip of broth almost filled my dantian to capacity. Xingyue mused internally. At present, she had reached the god transformation realm, her dantian already vast and expansive, comparable to a lake. To fill it was no trivial endeavor. Yet now, a single sip had achieved just that. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy within her dantian, Xingyue had no time for contemplation. She needed to refine this energy swiftly, otherwise, her dantian would surely burst. Taking a deep breath, Xingyue seated herself and began the process of refining the spiritual energy. At present, she resides within the realm of transformation, harnessing the power of loss. How does one cultivate this power? Naturally, it involves absorbing the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, which is subsequently refined into spiritual energy using the dantian as a vessel. Once the spiritual essence is transmuted into spiritual power, it can then be further refined into the power of loss, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. After a brief moment, Xingyue opened her eyes, filled with both joy and astonishment. Remarkably, just a single sip of broth had augmented the power of laws within her by threefold. One should not underestimate this trifecta, for she currently possesses the cultivation of the transformation realm. The amount of spiritual essence required to condense even a single strand of law power is truly formidable. Xingyue was acutely aware that to cultivate a single strand of law power now would necessitate an amount of spiritual essence sufficient to elevate a golden core cultivator from the initial to the mid-stage of their training. If one were to consider a foundation establishment cultivator, it would be enough to advance them from the initial stage to the late stage, or even to perfection. This is precisely why it becomes increasingly challenging to enhance one's cultivation as one progresses. The consumption is simply overwhelming. And yet now, merely a sip of broth had enabled her to condense 3 strands of law power. Were she to utilize such resources to nurture another, it could easily elevate a nascent golden core practitioner to the realm of nascent soul. The broth was indeed astonishing. One could only imagine the potency of the meat. Xingyue pondered, her gaze falling upon the mysterious tortoise. However, she dared not entertain thoughts of consuming its flesh, for her current cultivation level forbade such an act. Otherwise, she risked the dire consequence of being overwhelmed by its power. Her curiosity was piqued. What level of beast was this tortoise? Its flesh contained an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Could it possibly be a demon emperor, comparable to the sacred realm of humanity? As Xingyue contemplated, her heart raced with increasing awe. A demon emperor, an existence terrifyingly comparable to the sacred realm of humanity. To her astonishment, she found herself being served a stew by the little spirit. "Sister, why aren't you eating the meat? It's quite delicious," little Ling'er exclaimed, clutching a leg of the dark turtle and nibbling on it. "Oh, dear Ling'er, I simply do not enjoy meat," Xingyue replied with a wry smile. A mere bowl of soup could fill her dantian, let alone the meat. "Ah, then you should drink more soup. It is very tasty as well." Little Ling'er, unaware of the underlying reasons, did not ponder further. Xingyue nodded. continuing to savor the soup and refine it. The power of the laws within her surged dramatically. By the time the soup and meat in the great cauldron were nearly consumed, her cultivation had already advanced to the mid-stage of transformation. Ling'er, thank you so much. Xingyue expressed sincerely. Without the soup provided by little Ling'er, she pondered how many years it would take to reach the mid-stage of transformation. What are you thanking me for? Little Ling'er tilted her head and said, Sister, I want to sleep. Please hold me. Without hesitation, she snuggled into Xingyue's embrace. Observing her adorable demeanor, Xingyue did not refuse and held her close. Before long, little Ling'er was lulled into steady breaths. Senior, what about the remaining soup? Xingyue's gaze fell upon the great cauldron, which still held a considerable amount of soup. She intended to offer it to Lingxian. Just some leftovers, take it. The cauldron replied nonchalantly. These remnants are of no use to little Ling'er anymore, and it matters little to me. Besides, since the young master is so reliant on you, a small favor is warranted. Thank you, Senior, Xingyue said joyfully, carefully collecting the remaining soup. This object is an extraordinary treasure for her. Its worth far surpassing that of any sacred medicine. Once Xiao Ling'er fell into a deep slumber, Xingyue gently placed her in bed and went to seek her master. However, upon seeing her, Lingxian appeared as if she had encountered a ghost. Xingyue, what has happened to your cultivation? Chapter 21. Xingyue was bewildered. Had she consumed the essence of the demon ancestor? Lingxian spoke in disbelief. She had achieved the transformation through the refining of others. Her cultivation merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Yet, even so, it was still somewhat stronger than that of Xingyue, who had just recently broken through. Now, she found herself utterly unable to discern Xingyue's cultivation level. The only possibility was that Xingyue's prowess had indeed surpassed her own. But how could this be? Her cultivation was undoubtedly at the initial stage of the transformation realm, yet it was no ordinary initial stage, being infinitely close to the mid-stage. If Xingyue's cultivation was higher than hers, did that not imply she had already reached the mid-stage? To think that within half a day, one could advance from the initial stage to the mid-stage. What a joke. Master, thanks to Ling'er, I have already broken through to the mid-stage. Xingyue said with a gentle smile, her heart filled with joy. Thanks to the little senior? Lingxian furrowed her brow slightly. What kind of fortune could possibly enable someone to ascend from the initial to the mid-stage of the transformation realm in such a brief span? It is crucial to understand that the transformation realm is not comparable to the chi refining, foundation establishment, or golden core stages. In the transformation realm, some individuals spend their entire lives without managing to transcend even a minor level. Lingxian was aware of Xiao Ling'er's formidable origins. Yet that alone should not suffice to facilitate such a rapid advancement from the initial to the mid-stage within half a day, should it? It is as follows. Xingyue revealed the matter of the Xingyue soup. Master, I suspect that the Xingyue is the demon emperor. Upon saying this, she expressed her conviction. However, Lingxian, upon hearing her words, felt a tumultuous storm brewing within her heart. Indeed, there is no doubt that Xingyue must be the guardian beast of the Xuanwu sacred land, a terrifying existence of the demon ancestor realm. Otherwise, how could a single bowl of soup possess such remarkable efficacy? Xingyue, that is not merely a demon emperor, but a demon ancestor, and moreover, the guardian beast of the Xuanwu sacred land, Lingxian explained with a bitter smile. It seems no one could have anticipated that the guardian beast of the Xuanwu sacred land would be braised in a pot. Xingyue was left utterly stunned. A demon ancestor, one that rivals the might of the emperor realm among humans? And it is the guardian beast of the Xuanwu sacred land? Her mind plunged into a brief void. She never imagined that she had consumed the guardian beast of the Xuanwu sacred land. Indeed, Lingxian began recounting the disappearance of the Xuanwu sacred land and her conjectures. Master, are you implying that the gourd destroyed the Xuanwu sacred land and brought back the Xingyue to be stewed for Ling'er? Upon hearing this, Xingyue was left agape. The Xuanwu sacred land, a terrifying force that had suppressed the Xuanwu domain for countless years, was annihilated by a mere gourd? And that included the Tao-protecting Xingyue of the demon ancestor realm. What kind of dreadful existence is that gourd? Indeed, initially this was merely my speculation. However, by drinking some of this soup, your cultivation can advance from the initial stage of transformation to the mid-stage of transformation. Undoubtedly, this confirms my conjecture. Lingxian spoke slowly. Her heart a tumult of emotions. The matter concerning Xingyue's parents loomed over her like a sword of Damocles. Who could have imagined that this very sword would be drawn by Xiao Ling'er? Not only was it drawn, but it was also reduced to mere dross, leaving nothing behind. Master, that little gourd is remarkably powerful. Could it possibly be an artifact of the celestial realm? Xingyue, shaken from her astonishment, inquired with curiosity. It should be. But given her origins, it is not unusual for her to possess a celestial treasure, Lingxian replied. Xingyue, You must already be aware of your identity. This is your opportunity. Grasp it if you can. She gently patted her shoulder. Master, Ling'er has saved my life. I promised to help her find her mother, with no ulterior motives. Xingyue responded promptly. She understood Ling Xuan's desire for her to curry favor with Ling'er, yet that was not her intention. She had resolved to leave once she fulfilled her promise to help Ling'er find her mother. Nevertheless, it seems you are the master, and I am but a servant. An old servant ought not to behave in such a manner. Lingxian sighed, not insisting further, for they could not afford to provoke someone of Ling'er's terrifying lineage. Master, in my heart, you will always be my teacher, not a mere servant. Xingyue spoke earnestly. Without waiting for Lingxian to respond, she presented the remaining soup. Master, this is what I have saved for you. You are not far from reaching the mid-stage of transformation. With this, you will surely break through to that level. She gazed at the porcelain vial in her hand. A tender smile blossomed on Lingxian's face. You need not take it, Xingyue. Keep this for yourself. I have grown old. Even if I were to break through to the mid-stage of the divine transformation, it would scarcely extend my lifespan. You, however, have ample time ahead to pursue loftier realms and explore a broader world. Furthermore, you must seek out the master and mistress. The higher your cultivation, the better. Is it not? Lingxian spoke with a face full of benevolence. Xingyue had been raised by her since childhood, and in her heart, she had long regarded her as her own child. Otherwise, she would not have acted as bait for her. Master, Xingyue's eyes reddened upon hearing this. In the cruel world of cultivation, rife with deception, Lingxian, with her formidable cultivation, could have long abandoned her. Yet, she had not. She had always protected her. This was not merely grace, but profound affection, etched deep into her very marrow. However, if you have any surplus, do share some with Linglong Pavilion. This calamity arose because of the two of us. In the future, you and the young senior will inevitably part ways, and you will need to broaden your connections. Lingxian advised. Xingyue nodded with slightly reddened eyes. Xingyue, you are not a child anymore. I hope to witness your marriage in my lifetime. Lingxian continued to chatter. Marriage, Xingyue echoed the word. She had never considered such a matter, as she found solace in her solitary existence, relishing her freedom and contentment. Yet, meeting Lingxian's murky gaze, she could only nod silently. Such is the nature of the elderly in childhood. They aspire for their offspring's future success, and as they grow, they hope to see them settle down. In the eyes of the elderly, the child of yesteryears will eternally remain a child, forever in need of care. Naturally, the most suitable caregiver is a partner. Master, do you know where my parents have gone? Xingyue inquired, shifting the topic. I am not entirely certain, but it seems they have encountered a remarkable individual who has taken notice of them. Thus, there is no need for you to worry, Lingxian replied gently. Very well, master. I shall go accompany Ling'er now. Xingyue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She was determined to locate her parents. Yet her immediate priority remained assisting little Ling'er in finding her mother. Before long, Xingyue departed. However, in the space she vacated, several porcelain vases remained, each containing the very essence of the broth. The child has grown. A smile blossomed upon Ling Xuan's wrinkled face as she gazed at the vases. Chapter 22. We have undervalued the terrifying potential of our junior. Yet, the news of the annihilation of the Xuanwu sacred land must be conveyed to the pavilion master. She murmured to herself. The destruction of the Xuanwu sacred land signifies the loss of the backbone of the Xuanwu domain. Chaos is now inevitable. As the last remaining force in the Xuanwu domain, Linglong Pavilion finds itself at the forefront of this turmoil. Thus, it is imperative to make early preparations. Stowing away the items left by Xingyue, Lingxian hastened to the palace of Lingwei. Soon, she encountered Lingwei. Pavilion master, Lingxian addressed her with utmost respect. There is no need for such formalities. Lingwei waved her hand, her expression laden with concern. The Xuanwu sacred land has gone into hiding, undoubtedly to evade scrutiny. Once the storm passes, they shall return. By that time, the sacred land of Xuanwu will undoubtedly hold Linglong Pavilion accountable. However, this accountability is unrelated to Lingxian. After all, Lingxian, having used herself as bait, has effectively betrayed Linglong Pavilion, which distances the pavilion from the matter at hand. The sacred land of Xuanwu cannot possibly impose blame on Linglong Pavilion due to this incident. Yet, as the saying goes, in the vastness of heaven and earth, face holds paramount importance, particularly for those in positions of power. The incident involving Lingxian has caused the sacred land of Xuanwu to suffer humiliation before Ling'er, compelling them to take the drastic step of concealing their entire mountain gate. This is an egregious loss of face for the sacred land of Xuanwu. With their dignity tarnished, they naturally seek to reclaim it. But how? They would not dare approach Ling'er, nor do they possess the means or courage to confront her. Thus, Linglong Pavilion undoubtedly becomes the most suitable outlet for their frustrations, considering that the entire event is inextricably linked to the pavilion. If it were merely a matter of Ling Xian releasing the malevolent spirit clan, it would have been manageable at worst, a reprimand for her poor judgment. However, with the sacred land of Xuanwu's dignity at stake, should they return, they might very well accuse Linglong Pavilion of harboring unruly disciples, thereby designating it as a vent for their ire. Xingyue reflects, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. She does not blame Ling'er or Ling Xian. She only laments her own lack of strength. Ling Xian and the sacred land of Xuanwu, having concealed themselves, will inevitably return in the future. With their dignity on the line, they will certainly seek to restore it. At that time, Linglong Pavilion may become the focal point of their wrath. She wonders how they should respond. Should they distance themselves from this place of turmoil before the sacred land of Xuanwu reemerges? Lingwei sighs, expressing her resignation. She has already made up her mind. At present, the Xuanwu sacred land has yet to return, and Linglong Pavilion still has time. At worst, we can simply depart from the Xuanwu domain and settle in another region. Ling Xian paused momentarily upon hearing this. The return of the Xuanwu sacred land? Is this what troubles you, sect master? She inquired with a mysterious smile. If not, then what? The sect master replied. You are well aware of the temperament of the Xuanwu sacred land. Offending a junior, causing them to retreat into their shell, such a humiliating affair is not something they can easily swallow. Once the junior departs, Linglong Pavilion may find it difficult to survive. Lingwei analyzed. Indeed, you speak truthfully. The Xuanwu sacred land has been the sovereign of the Xuanwu domain for tens of thousands of years and values its reputation greatly. Having suffered a setback, they will undoubtedly vent their fury to reaffirm their dominance. Should the Xuanwu sacred land truly decide to conceal themselves to weather the storm, Linglong Pavilion will naturally become the target of their wrath. However, have you considered, sect master, that they may not be able to return? Ling Xian interjected, her face adorned with an enigmatic smile. Upon hearing this, Lingwei furrowed her brows in confusion and gazed at her. What do you mean they cannot return? Sect master, what do you think of this? Ling Xian responded, meeting her gaze with a mysterious smile as she produced a jade vial and handed it to her. Lingwei, puzzled, accepted the vial. Upon opening it, her expression changed dramatically. Such terrifying spiritual energy. What is this? She exclaimed, her brows tightly knitted. She could not discern what was contained within the jade vial. A medicinal liquid? But what kind of elixir could possess such formidable spiritual energy? Even elixirs crafted from sacred herbs could scarcely contain such terrifying spiritual energy. It is the broth brewed by the earth-guarding black tortoise of the Xuanwu sacred land. Ling Xian smiled softly and spoke. What? These words struck Lingyue's heart like a thunderbolt. The broth brewed by that black tortoise. Are you jesting? That creature is a genuine demon ancestor. You mean, could it be? Suddenly, she trembled violently, gazing incredulously at Ling Xian. If the vial contains the broth brewed by that demon ancestor black tortoise, does that not imply that the Xuanwu sacred land has not merely hidden away from the world, but has been annihilated? The guardian spirit beast has been reduced to a mere dish. Indeed, the Xuanwu sacred land has been destroyed, obliterated by the little senior's gourd. This includes their demon ancestor black tortoise. Meeting her incredulous gaze, Ling Xian nodded solemnly. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lingwei instinctively drew in a sharp breath. The Xuanwu sacred land, which had reigned supreme in the Xuanwu domain for millennia, has been vanquished just like that. And it was done by a mere gourd? This, Lingwei found it difficult to comprehend. Therefore, the master need not worry about potential retribution from the Xuanwu sacred land. Instead, she should contemplate how the Linglong Pavilion ought to navigate the forthcoming chaotic times. Ling Xian took a deep breath and spoke. Are you truly certain that the Xuanwu sacred land has been obliterated? Lingwei still struggled to believe it. After all, she hails from the Xuanwu domain, where she has been steeped in tales of the immense power of the Xuanwu sacred land since childhood. Indeed, the might of the Xuanwu sacred land has become as ingrained as marrow in the bones of every inhabitant of the Xuanwu domain. Thus, regarding the obliteration of the Xuanwu sacred land, she found it truly difficult to believe. Esteemed master, isn't this item the most compelling evidence? She inquired. You must be aware of the terrifying potency contained within it. If you doubt, you may ingest it and see for yourself. This is a gift from Xingyue. Ling Xian smiled and continued, not to mention Lingwei. Any inhabitant of the Xuanwu domain, upon hearing of the downfall of the Xuanwu sacred land, would instinctively react with disbelief. After all, this was a superpower that had dominated the Xuanwu domain for tens of thousands of years, having endured countless harrowing battles yet remaining an indomitable force. How could it be so easily vanquished, especially in such a silent manner? Lingwei glanced at her and, without pretense, consumed the contents of the jade vial in one swift motion. Instantly, her expression changed dramatically, her heart marveling at the sheer terror of the spiritual energy. Without uttering a word, Ling'er promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling her energy to refine the formidable spiritual essence within her dantian. After a considerable while, she finally ceased, her visage reflecting a kaleidoscope of emotions: shock, disbelief, and profound sentiment. As the leader of Linglong Pavilion, her cultivation was no trifling matter, being at the late stage of the transformation realm. Yet, even this small vial of elixir had enabled her to solidify several strands of law power. Despite her incredulity, she could not help but accept the reality of the Xuanwu sacred land's demise. If a mere drop of this essence bore such efficacy, then nothing short of an ancestral being comparable to a human emperor could achieve such feats. We have truly underestimated the terror of the young predecessor, Ling'er sighed wryly. Chapter 24. This is merely sufficient for washing vegetables. It seems no one in the Xuanwu domain could have anticipated this. The tyrant of the Xuanwu domain, who had dominated for millennia, was unexpectedly vanquished by a mere 4-year-old child without anyone's knowledge. Master, it would be prudent to contemplate our future path. Presently, the annihilation of the Xuanwu sacred land is known only to us. To outsiders, it will appear that the Xuanwu sacred land has chosen to conceal itself from the world. Such a notion is likely to persist for several centuries, if not millennia. In other words, turmoil in the Xuanwu domain is still several hundred or even 1,000 years away. For Linglong Pavilion, this presents an opportunity, Lingxian interjected, emphasizing that if they seize this moment to enhance their strength significantly, Linglong Pavilion could undoubtedly emerge as the new sovereign of the Xuanwu domain. Of course, this hinges on the absence of other sacred lands vying for dominance. You are correct. This is indeed a chance for the rise of Linglong Pavilion, Ling'er replied, her eyes gleaming with determination. Master, please take these items as compensation for the calamity we have endured. Lingxian continued, producing all the jade vials. With these resources, Xingyue's innate talent would be sufficient to break through to the consolidation realm. No, these resources should be given to that girl, Xingyue. Her exceptional aptitude for cultivation will undoubtedly propel her to greatness. Xingyue shook her head, declining to accept. She was already aware of Li Xingyue's spiritual body advancing to the Dao body. With ample cultivation resources, Li Xingyue's prowess could ascend rapidly towards the Great Ascension realm. Master, Xingyue's ambitions lie beyond Linglong Pavilion. Naturally, Lingxian understood Lingyue's intentions. She wished to cultivate Li Xingyue as the future leader of Linglong Pavilion. This is a fortunate turn of events for Li Xingyue. With the support of the Linglong Pavilion, she will never be in want of cultivation resources. As long as the Linglong Pavilion continues to operate, even when Li Xingyue ascends to the Great Ascension realm, she will still have access to the necessary resources for her cultivation. It can be said that the Linglong Pavilion serves as a veritable machine for Li Xingyue to harvest her cultivation resources in the future. However, Lingxian is aware of Li Xingyue's thoughts. In order to remain at the Linglong Pavilion, she must first assist Xiaoling'o in locating her mother, as well as embarking on her own quest to find her parents. The time required for these endeavors is uncertain. Nevertheless, the affairs of the young belong to the young. By the way, is it possible to negotiate with the junior to acquire some primordial heavenly water? Knowing the story behind Li Xingyue, Ling'er refrained from pressing the matter and shifted the conversation. They had already learned that Xiaoling'er possessed primordial heavenly water. Securing some of it would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for the future of the Linglong Pavilion. I shall inquire with Xingyue. Lingxian nodded. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions regarding the future development path of the Linglong Pavilion. Time passed swiftly, and soon a day had elapsed. Upon awakening, Xiaoling'o was greeted by a courtyard filled with the corpses of demonic beasts, her round, sparkling eyes shining with excitement. Wow, so much meat, she exclaimed, her mouth watering in delight. Ling'er, you're awake, Li Xingyue said gently from the side. I haven't slept like this in ages. It feels so comfortable. Xiaoling'o stretched lazily, her face radiating satisfaction. Shall we prepare to venture to the ancient battlefield to search for your mother? Li Xingyue affectionately patted her head. Yes. Let's go find mother. Xiaoling'o replied eagerly. Little Ling'er nodded emphatically, her joy evident. Observing her innocent and untainted demeanor, Li Xingyue couldn't help but smile. Throughout her centuries of cultivation, she had encountered countless instances of deceit and treachery. The pure-hearted Ling'er was undoubtedly a beacon of light in this shadowy realm of cultivation. Ling'er, do you still have that sweet water? The master and others wished to exchange for some, Li Xingyue inquired after a moment's hesitation. The matter of trading for the primordial heavenly water had been relayed to her by Lingxian the previous night. Yes, I want meat and vegetables, little Ling'er replied nonchalantly. The primordial heavenly water, sourced from her small gourd, was a rare spiritual treasure in the cultivation world. Yet, for little Ling'er, It was merely water for quenching thirst and cooking. The gourd possessed its own space, capable of continuously refining primordial heavenly water. The Xuanwu sacred land, and the entire evil spirit clan that had been absorbed into it, had now transformed into this precious water. Seeing that the great cauldron spirit chose to remain taciturn on the matter, Xingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Had the cauldron spirit objected, she would have found herself at an impasse. Without further hesitation, she promptly took out a communication talisman to convey a message to Lingxian. Shortly thereafter, Sectmaster Lingwei and Lingxian arrived at the scene. Greetings, esteemed junior, the two reverently addressed little Ling'er. Huh? I'm not an esteemed junior. I am the super invincible. The most formidable in the world, little Ling'er proclaimed, tilting her head. Upon hearing this, Xingyue burst into laughter. This child. A smile also graced the faces of Lingwei and Lingxian. Very well, we have met the most formidable in the world, they echoed in unison. Hee. Allow me to offer you some sweet water. I prefer both meat and vegetables. Upon hearing this, a hint of shyness colored Xiaoling's cheeks. Very well. I have dispatched the majority of the members from Linglong Pavilion to hunt the demon beasts. I assure you, young senior, you shall not suffer any loss. Lingwen nodded in delight. Acquiring the primordial celestial water through demon beasts and spiritual herbs is indeed a worthwhile endeavor for Linglong Pavilion. After all, demon beasts do not require spirit stones for purchase. It suffices to send people to hunt them in the mysterious Xianling Mountain. By the way, do you have a basin? Xiaoling inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At this, Lingwei and her companion appeared momentarily bewildered. A basin? What do you mean? We don't have one. How will you contain the water? Xiaoling tilted her head, gazing curiously at them. In response to her gaze, both of them felt a slight twitch in their cheeks. Internally exclaiming in disbelief at the notion of using a basin to hold primordial celestial water. Actually, we do have one. Lingwei quickly recovered and produced a container. It was a jade porcelain bottle, resembling a vase, and was of a comparable size. This is far too small. It cannot hold much. Xiaoling remarked upon inspecting the jade porcelain bottle. Just pour it in there. It can hold quite a bit, she suggested, not waiting for their response. Before directing her attention to the copper basin on the shelf in the room, without hesitation, she retrieved a small gourd. Upon seeing the gourd, both Lingwei and Lingxian instinctively took a step back, aware that it was a fearsome object capable of obliterating the Xuanwu sacred land. Xiaoling, however, remained oblivious to their unease as she controlled the small gourd to pour the primordial celestial water into the copper basin. Before long, a basin was filled to the brim. This is far too much for us, dear junior. We simply cannot afford it. As Lingwei gazed at the overflowing basin of primordial water, she was struck with both astonishment and resignation. The astonishing part was that such a copious amount of primordial water resided within little Ling'er. The resignation stemmed from the fact that, given the current state of Linglong Pavilion, they could not possibly exchange for such a vast quantity of this precious liquid. The choice to bring the jade vial had been a carefully considered decision on their part. Never did they expect little Ling'er to offer so much. What? You can't afford it? Granny, are you really that poor? This amount is barely enough to wash vegetables once, little Ling'er innocently remarked. What? Lingxian and the others were left utterly bewildered by her words. Washington. Vegetables? With primordial water. Chapter 25, The Ancient Battlefield. The olden of shifting sands Lingwei exchanged a glance with Lingxian, both questioning whether their ears had deceived them. It must be noted that this was indeed primordial water, capable of producing a spirit body with absolute certainty. This meant that a single measure of primordial water could at the very least grant a faction a Yuaning seed. As for the Diqing and Sacred Realm seeds, that depended on luck. Despite its limitations in fully transforming a spirit body into a Dao body or sacred body, primordial water remained an exceptionally rare treasure, particularly in this era where cultivation resources were scarce. If one were to quantify its worth in spirit stones, a measure of primordial water would be valued at no less than several million spirit stones. To use such a divine substance for washing vegetables? What madness! Just the quantity in that basin would be sufficient for 10 individuals to consume. In other words, every time little Ling'er washed vegetables, it was akin to expending the equivalent of 10 Yuaning seeds. Xingyue displayed little surprise at Xiao Ling'er's audacious behavior, for she had grown accustomed to it. Junior, we truly cannot afford so much, Lingwei lamented with a pained expression. Given the foundation of Linglong Pavilion, they could barely manage to exchange enough for 3 individuals. The large portion presented by Xiao Ling'er was beyond their capacity to consume. Even if they were to deplete Linglong Pavilion's resources, it would be impossible. Do you not have any meat or vegetables? Xiao Ling'er inquired, tilting her head. Upon hearing this, both Lingwei and her companion revealed faint smiles of resignation. They genuinely lacked the means to procure additional magical beasts and spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs were the most fundamental resource in the cultivation realm. and all that Linglong Pavilion had stored had already been given to Ling'er. As for acquiring more, it would be unfeasible in the short term. Moreover, considering the current strength of Linglong Pavilion in hunting magical beasts, the quantity obtained daily was alarming. However, the magical beasts of the Xianling Mountains were not to be trifled with. It was rumored that deep within the Xianling Mountains dwelled numerous terrifying existences, including those of the Demon Saint and Demon Emperor realms. Should they provoke the beasts, it could incite chaos, resulting in a catastrophe for Linglong Pavilion. Junior, this is already the utmost we can offer, Lingwei said with a bitter smile, speaking the truth. It's all right. You can keep the excess. Xiaoling'er waved her hand dismissively, assuming an air of wisdom beyond her years. Lingwei and Lingxian exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with questions. To let a little horse run, one must overfeed it? What does that even mean? To ensure that a horse runs well, it must first be well fed, Xingyue chuckled, correcting the misunderstanding beside her. Oh, they are the same, little Ling'er said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she scratched her head. Her adorable demeanor brought smiles to the faces of Xingyue and her companions. May I inquire what instruction the young senior has? Linglong Pavilion is at your service. Lingwei promptly expressed her willingness to assist. I want both meat and vegetables, little Ling'er chimed in. Oh, and I need to find my mother, she added. Your mother? Lingyue's brow furrowed slightly. She was well aware of little Lingo's quest to find her mother. However, the challenge lay in the fact that little Lingo did not know her mother's name, appearance, or any distinguishing features, making the search rather daunting. Young senior, why not have the power behind you assist in the search? Lingxian inquired with curiosity. It was already evident that little Ling'er was supported by a celestial estate, a force guarded by formidable beings. Such a power was both terrifying and immense. With a mere command, countless factions would be stirred. Finding a single individual would surely be no trivial matter. What is power? Can it be eaten? Little Lingo asked, her expression one of confusion. It appeared that, in her eyes, everything could be categorized as either edible or inedible. Indeed, it refers to your family, Lingxian clarified. Family? I only have my father and mother. Little Ling'er replied innocently. My father said he needed to enter seclusion to transcend his tribulation, so I secretly ran out to find my mother. Upon hearing this, both Lingwei and Lingxian were taken aback. You have only one father? Could he be a solitary cultivator at the tribulation stage? The two exchanged a glance, each harboring the same thought, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. They had not anticipated that behind the seemingly delicate figure of Ling'er stood a formidable rogue cultivator. This revelation was far more terrifying than any celestial abode. In the current realm of cultivation, the journey of a rogue cultivator is fraught with challenges. Thus, those who emerge from such arduous circumstances are invariably formidable. It can be asserted that these exceptional rogue cultivators are in no way inferior to the carefully nurtured prodigies of influential factions. As for Ling'er's father, he is not merely a rogue cultivator, but a powerful being of the tribulation realm. This is indeed a source of great trepidation. They began to comprehend why no one else had come to assist Ling'er in her quest to find her mother. It turned out that she was under the protection of a terrifying rogue cultivator, rather than a vast organization. Henceforth, the entire establishment of Linglong Pavilion would surely spare no effort in aiding the young prodigy in her search for her kin. After a moment of contemplation, Lingwei concurred. The realm of cultivation is replete with extraordinary individuals, akin to the diviner Tianjizi. As long as they could locate someone of considerable prowess in this domain, it would indeed be possible to help Ling'er realize her wish. Such a task was not insurmountable for Linglong Pavilion, provided they were willing to pay the requisite price. Ah, yes, indeed, the speaker remarked. Many hands make light work. Ling'er cheerfully interjected, prompting a cascade of question marks to emerge in the minds of Lingyue and her companion. What classic adage was this? Ling'er, is it not many hands make the fire burn higher? Xingyue chuckled, offering clarification. Upon hearing this, Ling'er's cheeks flushed with delight, and she beamed with a mischievous smile. Senior, I shall immediately arrange for the disciples of the pavilion to seek out extraordinary individuals. Lingwei responded. Ling'er nodded eagerly, her heart filled with anticipation. After leaving behind the demon beasts and spiritual herbs, Lingwei and Lingxian departed with a basin of Hunyuan heavenly water. Concurrently, those hunting the demon beasts outside began to search for divination experts. Ling'er, shall we venture to the ancient battlefield? Upon their departure, Xingyue spoke. The blood amber pearl is currently the only object linked to little Lingo's mother, serving as their sole clue. Moreover, the blood amber pearl originates from the ancient battlefield, making it imperative to pay a visit. All right, little Ling'er nodded, producing a small gourd to store all the demon beast corpses. Subsequently, the two made their way towards the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield lived up to its name, with swirling yellow sands and countless skeletal remains scattered about, alongside the remnants of broken weapons. Sister, where shall we search for mother? Little Ling'er hopped alongside Li Xingyue, curiously observing her surroundings as she inquired. Within the ancient battlefield, there exists a marketplace. In this marketplace, there is an ancient inn known as Liaoshazwang. It is said that they possess extensive knowledge of the secrets of the ancient battlefield. Perhaps we should inquire there about significant events that have transpired over the years, particularly concerning remarkable individuals, especially women. Li Xingyue contemplated before slowly responding. Chapter 26, to take action against Little Ling'er? Are the denizens of the true spirit realm so audacious? Previously, the Great Cauldron mentioned that the blood amber stone is a transformation resulting from the blood of a powerful being encountering a supreme spiritual stone. Yet, would a formidable being easily shed blood? Bloodshed denotes injury, and injury signifies battle. Thus, by inquiring about the great battles that have transpired in the ancient battlefield over recent years, particularly those instigated by women, one may narrow down the search. It is even possible to make a rough deduction regarding the individual that Xiaoling'er seeks. Joyfully, Xiaoling'er nodded in agreement. Before long, the figures of a large and a small person arrived at the marketplace of the ancient battlefield. Though referred to as a marketplace, it resembled a city. A colossal beast sprawled across the desert, with every brick and tile exuding an air of antiquity and profound history. The origins of this marketplace remain a mystery. The guards stationed here were of the transformation realm. Observing the city, Li Xingyue felt a tremor within her heart. Not for any other reason, but due to the formidable presence of the guard at the entrance, who possessed such cultivation. The transformation realm, in the realm of Linglong Pavilion, equates to an existence that touches the ceiling of power. Yet, in this marketplace, such beings serve merely as sentinels, indicating the terrifying power of those who stand behind it. Perhaps, they could rival the sacred grounds. However, she had not heard of this marketplace intervening in any affairs of the Xuanwu domain. It seemed to solely be responsible for guarding the ancient battlefield. Xiaoling'er, unburdened by such thoughts, gazed around with her round, curious eyes, akin to a little cat exploring its surroundings. Moments later, Li Xingyue led Xiaoling'er to the entrance of the marketplace. A sign declared that private duels were forbidden within. Violators would face execution. As they passed by two armored guards, a calm voice echoed. Li Xingyue held Xiaoling'er's hand and nodded in acknowledgement. They were merely here to gather information, not to cause trouble. With a single step, the duo entered the marketplace, where intricately carved beams and painted rafters adorned the architecture, and stone slabs paved the roads, leading in all directions. Moreover, numerous stalls and vendors offered a variety of delectable treats, creating an atmosphere of vibrant merriment. Although it was ostensibly a market for cultivators, it bore a striking resemblance to a mundane marketplace. "Oh, how lively it is! Sister, I want some candy," exclaimed the little girl, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she spotted a charming hat. Little Ling'er seemed to have discovered a new world, her round, sparkling eyes shining brightly. She was immediately drawn to the candied hawthorns and a selection of hats shaped like adorable animals. "All right, let us buy some," she decided. Li Xingyue smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair before leading her to the stalls selling candied hawthorns. These were not ordinary treats made from mountain hawthorn, but rather crafted from spiritual fruits. And the syrup coating them was made from divine honey. The price was not measured in mundane gold or silver, but in spirit stones, 2 skewers for a low-grade spirit stone. Seizing the opportunity to indulge Little Ling'er's whims, Li Xingyue generously produced 100 spirit stones and purchased every skewer available. "Hee, sister, you're the best," Little Ling'er exclaimed, clutching one skewer in each hand and gleefully savoring them. Perched atop her head was a delightful tiger-striped hat, enhancing her already enchanting appearance with her lively eyes and petite frame, drawing compliments from passers-by who couldn't help but remark on how adorable she was. Seeing Little Ling'er so joyful filled Li Xingyue's heart with happiness as they strolled through the marketplace for half a day, sampling various delicacies. As dusk approached, the two figures, a large and a small, finally arrived at the ancient inn known as the Sandflow Inn. This establishment was not structured in the conventional 2-story manner, but rather comprised 2 adjoining rooms of similar size. "Oh, sister, this resembles the yin-yang embrace formation," Little Ling'er observed with intrigue. Adorned with a tiger-striped hat and bedecked with various trinkets, the little spirit licked her candied hawthorn while speaking. "The yin-yang guardian formation?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue furrowed her brow slightly, as she had never encountered such a formation before. Indeed, the little spirit continued. "The yin-yang guardian formation can gather the essence of the sun and moon. The moonlight can be employed to cultivate vegetables, allowing them to mature more swiftly. The sunlight can be utilized to nurture meat, accelerating its growth. It is quite an excellent formation." Li Xingyue was taken aback upon hearing this. Cultivating vegetables to hasten their maturation? Could that not also mean hastening the growth of spiritual herbs? How could this be possible? It should be noted that spiritual herbs are naturally born and nourished by the earth. The only method of cultivation involves planting them in areas rich in spiritual energy, safeguarded by formations. As for hastening the maturation of spiritual herbs, she had never heard of such a thing. All she knew was that providing fertilizer and creating a conducive environment would promote their growth. Regarding the growth of demon beasts, she had indeed heard of it. But the sole method involved feeding them various spiritual substances or the flesh of other demon beasts. The notion of employing formations to accelerate the growth of demon beasts was entirely new to her. It seems that the little spirit is not entirely ignorant of the cultivation world, Xingyue mused. The fact that she could discern the flowing sands yin-yang guardian formation indicated a certain understanding of the cultivation realm. As for why she was unaware of the sacred lands, factions, and realms, Xingyue speculated that perhaps the teacher the little spirit mentioned had not imparted such complex knowledge to her. Or perhaps that esteemed teacher deemed such common knowledge beneath her, only teaching the little spirit matters of significance, such as the yin-yang guardian formation itself. Oh, a mere child possesses knowledge of the yin-yang guardian formation? At that moment, an elderly man suddenly emerged from the void. His hair was white as snow, and he donned a flowing azure robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. The old man gazed at the young girl with a look of profound astonishment. He never anticipated that this 4-year-old child could discern the yin-yang guardian formation with a single glance. It is worth noting that he had expended considerable resources to acquire this formation from a certain individual who had explicitly informed him that even in the celestial spirit realm, few were privy to such knowledge. How could it be that a mere child unveiled it so effortlessly? Was he deceived initially? That seemed implausible. Given the stature of that individual, how could he have been duped? The old man fixed his gaze upon the child, his mind swirling with confusion. Little did he know that the one imparting such knowledge to her was a sage of the celestial spirit realm, a scholarly and erudite celestial king. For one of such high standing, knowing the yin-yang guardian formation was hardly an extraordinary feat. I know. The little girl chimed with delight. I have met the esteemed elder, Xingyue said, cupping her hands in respect, for she sensed the formidable strength of this elder, whose aura surpassed that of the formidable line which she had previously encountered. This old man was likely a being of immense power within the sacred realm. How did you come to know of the yin-yang guardian formation? The elder glanced at Xingyue, but chose not to engage with her. His attention fixed solely on the child. My teacher informed me, the little girl replied innocently. Teacher? Which teacher? The elder was momentarily taken aback, pondering who could possess knowledge of the yin-yang guardian formation. A teacher is simply a teacher, Xiaowudao promptly responded. The old man remarked, indeed. Listening to you is akin to absorbing wisdom. However, upon contemplating the potential consequences of the revelation of the yin-yang guardian formation, his expression darkened. He was acutely aware of the formidable capabilities of the formation, should those ancient beings become aware. At this thought, his eyes widened as he gazed into Ling'er's eyes, eager to discern who possessed knowledge of the yin-yang guardian formation. Senior, Xingyue, standing nearby, was taken aback. She recognized that the old man had employed a soul-binding technique on Ling'er. She wished to intervene, but soon discovered that she was utterly immobilized. Senior, please save Ling'er. Xingyue urgently communicated with the great cauldron spirit. To her, Ling'er was merely at the sacred realm, while the old man was also of the same rank. Yet, Ling'er was only 4 years old, whereas the old man had lived for an indeterminate number of years. Given the sudden assault, Ling'er was in grave peril. Nonetheless, the great cauldron spirit paid her no mind, murmuring inexplicably, this insignificant little old man at the emperor's level dares to employ soul-binding arts on my young master? Are the denizens of the true spirit realm so audacious? Chapter 27. The second-in-command of the quicksands having received no response from the great cauldron spirit, Xingyue could only feel an increasing sense of urgency. Presently, she found herself suppressed by the unexpectedly appearing old man. In stark contrast, Ling'er appeared completely unaware of the old man's soul-binding technique, merely staring back at him with her round, innocent eyes. Moreover, her brows occasionally furrowed, seemingly intrigued as to why the elderly gentleman was fixated on her. At this moment, however, the elder's heart was tumultuous, akin to raging waves. The soul-capturing technique is a spell specifically designed to target the souls of cultivators. It enables one's terrifying consciousness to penetrate into the opponent's sea of awareness, achieving a momentary control over their primordial spirit. Yet, the elder discovered that the consciousness he had infused into the mind of the young girl, Ling'er, had vanished without a trace. More precisely, it had disappeared without even stirring a single ripple, as if her sea of awareness were a terrifying abyss that devoured all his released consciousness. The elder was acutely aware of the implications of this situation. It either indicated that the girl possessed a formidable soul defense artifact, or that her cultivation level surpassed his own. Her primordial spirit was powerful, far exceeding his by several folds. The elder was uncertain which scenario applied to Ling'er. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He was in grave peril, having provoked a formidable entity. The atmosphere had turned inexplicably tense. Xingyue stood anxiously to the side, while the elder and Ling'er engaged in a silent yet intense stare-down. It was evident that beads of cold sweat had begun to form on the elder's brow. Gazing at Ling'er, who returned his gaze with a raised eyebrow, he discreetly swallowed hard. Initially, his intentions had been straightforward: to temporarily subdue Ling'er and extract information about the mysterious individual who possessed knowledge of the Yin-Yang Guardian formation. He understood all too well the terrifying nature of this formation. Should the imperial gardens and celestial palaces become aware of the Yin-Yang Guardian formation, the flowing sand would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. Thus, he sought to uncover the identity of the mysterious figure mentioned by Ling'er, in hopes of devising a countermeasure. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the child before him was so terrifying. What should he do now? The old man pondered, cold sweat streaming down his brow uncontrollably. "Grandpa, what are you looking at?" At that moment, the little girl, Ling'er, inquired with genuine curiosity. The old man, at a loss for words, was momentarily speechless in response to her question. As Ling'er spoke, Xingyue suddenly realized that the invisible force that had been constraining her had vanished. "Ling'er, this person is a villain," she hastily warned. "A villain? You're the wicked old man." Ling'er's face immediately contorted with anger, and an overwhelming aura erupted from her small frame. "What?" The old man, standing opposite Ling'er, was taken aback. Under this formidable presence, he felt as if he were a fragile boat adrift on turbulent seas, liable to be destroyed at any moment. It's over. I've provoked a great terror," he thought, panic-stricken. "Who on earth is this person?" The old man was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with both astonishment and dread. It is imperative to note that he was currently at the level of an emperor, albeit in the early stages, within the realm of true spirit continent. He was considered among the elite. But what was the situation with this little girl? At merely a few years of age, her cultivation seemed to surpass his own. The old man couldn't help but swallow hard. Little senior, please do not be angry. I was thoughtless," he quickly implored. There was no other choice. He sensed that should Ling'er choose to act, his demise would be inevitable. Beside them, Xingyue was astonished. This fearsome old man had actually referred to Ling'er as a senior? Could it be that Ling'er's cultivation is not merely at the Holy Realm, but at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm? Xingyue pondered silently. She could not discern the old man's level of cultivation. Nevertheless, she surmised that he must be a powerful sage residing in seclusion. As for the emperor's realm, she dared not contemplate it, for such a level of existence had become mere legend in the Xiaowudao domain. "Who are you? Why have you targeted Ling'er?" Xingyue inquired as she approached the young girl. "Who are you?" Ling'er mimicked her, adopting a pretentious demeanor. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Chinimo, the second-in-command of the Liashasha Inn," the old man replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Xingyue was taken aback. Merely the second-in-command. In truth, she had already formed a conjecture regarding the old man's identity. Such a formidable presence ought to be the master of the Liashasha Inn. To her astonishment, a sage was merely a second-in-command. What kind of terrifying existence could the master of the inn be? The thought made Xingyue swallow hard. "Sister, what happened next?" Ling'er, devoid of ulterior motives, tilted her head and inquired. The old man opposite her appeared somewhat bewildered. "Sister?" He cast a glance at Xingyue and instantly perceived all there was to know about her. Mid-stage transformation, mastery of water principles, and a delicate Tao body. Such a person would indeed be regarded as impressive in the outside world, yet to him, she was merely acceptable. Why would this young lady refer to someone of such modest cultivation as sister? After all, she was at least at the mid-stage of the emperor realm. Perhaps even at the late stage or beyond, a formidable existence indeed. Chen Mo contemplated this in silence. "Young lady, I was rather abrupt just now. I perceive that your arrival in the shifting sands must be of consequence. Without further ado, regardless of your desires, I shall generously offer whatever the sands possess, serving as a humble gesture of contrition on my part." He immediately took up the conversation, although he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding these two individuals. Having lived for over 10 millennia, he could discern that the young spirit, Ling'er, regarded Xingyue as her anchor. Upon hearing this, Xingyue hesitated. While Chen Mo posed no immediate threat, he was merely the second-in-command. Behind him loomed a master who likely possessed imperial stature. Should Elder Hulu remain unfazed by the master of the shifting sands, it would be fortuitous. However, should they falter in combat? Xingyue pondered the balance of power and consequences. Observing her demeanor, the elder felt a surge of unease. He was uncertain of Ling'er's true capabilities. Yet it was evident that her origins were formidable. Otherwise, how could one so young possess such prowess? If Li Xingyue pursued further inquiries, even with his own backing, survival was not guaranteed. Elder, what shall we do? Li Xingyue queried the spirit of the great cauldron, her indecision palpable. Let us first enter and converse. Inquiring about the origin of the yin yang guardian array. Such a phenomenon ought not to manifest in your realm. The spirit of the great cauldron responded immediately. As a sentient celestial treasure, it was well aware of the yin yang guardian array, a manifestation of a forbidden force within the realm of celestial spirits. The fact that it had now appeared in this humble true spirit realm indicated a significant anomaly. Li Xingyue subtly nodded. Indeed, we have matters to discuss. Shall we proceed inside? She addressed Chen Imo. Chen Imo readily agreed, feeling a deep sense of relief within. It appeared that there was indeed a matter worth discussing. Soon, he ushered the two into the most prestigious private room of the Lu Shaoyan. From where does your yin-yang guardian formation originate? Li Xingyue inquired directly, cutting to the chase. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that Li Xingyue would immediately inquire about the yin-yang guardian formation. This was, after all, the greatest secret of the Lu Shaoyan. Are you certain you wish to ask about this? He replied cautiously. The intricacies involved are beyond what you can bear. Even she would find it challenging. After a brief pause, Chen Imo spoke with gravity. The yin-yang guardian formation is not exclusive to Lu Sha. To be precise, it is not even under Liu Sha's dominion. The true master of this formation is that individual who is significantly connected to the upper realm. I am unaware of the faction from which Xiaoling'o hails, but I do understand that the true spirit realm stands unparalleled, forever unable to compete with the upper realm. The force backing Xiaoling'er is, at most, merely an immortal mansion, while the world perceives the immortal mansion as exalted. Wielding the power of life and death over the true spirit realm, I am acutely aware that even the immortal mansion must tread cautiously in the presence of that individual. My choice to address my own abruptness is merely to avoid unnecessary complications. Senior, you must know that Ling'er has an extraordinary background. Allow me to inform you that the one behind her is a formidable figure from the tribulation realm, and furthermore, an independent cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingyue directly revealed Xiaoling'er's powerful connections, while Xiaoling'er herself appeared unfazed, casually observing her surroundings. From time to time, a slight furrow would appear on his brow, as if he were deep in contemplation. Naturally, I am aware that this young predecessor possesses an extraordinary background. However, the forces behind me are equally formidable. The yin-yang guardian array bears significant implications. Even if this young predecessor is an independent cultivator of the tribulation realm, the consequences would be beyond his endurance. Chen Imo took a sip of tea and gradually spoke, his tone serene and even tinged with respect. Clearly, he wished to downplay the gravity of the situation. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue felt a jolt of surprise. If that were the case, could it be that Chen Imo harbored no fear of the tribulation realm? May I inquire about your cultivation level, esteemed predecessor? After a moment of thought, Li Xingyue shifted the topic. It dawned on her that Chen Imo was not a simple figure. If he were at the Saint realm, how could he possibly lack fear of the tribulation realm? No matter the strength of one's backing, the tribulation realm ultimately stands as the pinnacle of the true spirit world. The Saint realm may be unattainable in the Xuanwu domain, yet in the eyes of the tribulation realm, it is merely akin to an ant. For any force, it would be inconceivable to offend a being of the tribulation realm for the sake of a mere Saint realm practitioner. I am but an unworthy old man. At the early stage of the Emperor realm, Chen Imo replied with a faint smile. This revelation, while Li Xingyue had already formed her suspicions, still took her by surprise. Could it truly be that he was at the Emperor realm? Of course, what astonished her most was the presence of Xiaoling'er. It is essential to note that Chen Imo is indeed a genuine Emperor realm cultivator. Despite this, he still respectfully refers to Xiaoling'er as predecessor. What then could be said of her cultivation level? Li Xingyue pondered this and suddenly recalled Xiaoling'er's words about being the super invincible and the most formidable in the world. Esteemed predecessor, what about Ling'er? Li Xingyue gazed at Xiaoling'er, who was sitting beside her, adorned with a tiger-striped hat, and glancing about curiously, swallowing hard. The old man could not discern the true capabilities of this young predecessor. At the very least, she was at the intermediate stage of the Emperor's realm or beyond. Chen Imo cast a wary glance at Xiaoling'er, swallowing hard. Li Xingyue, aware of Xiaoling'er's formidable nature, could not help but wonder, was this truly remarkable? It was no surprise that she could effortlessly subdue Long Wu. Nor was it surprising that Chen Mo's use of the soul capture technique against Xiaoling'er had provoked no reaction from the great vessel spirit. Suddenly, she recalled the words of the great vessel spirit, which had previously remarked that Ling'er was exceedingly powerful, beyond comprehension. Initially, she had assumed that this comprehension referred to the sacred realm or the emperor's realm. However, upon deeper reflection, she realized something was amiss. What did it mean to be beyond comprehension? It implied that Ling'er's cultivation had surpassed the realm she understood. Yet, she was familiar with both the sacred realm and the emperor's realm, as well as the calamity realm. Thus, the only explanation was that Ling'er's cultivation had transcended the calamity realm. Only then could it be beyond her grasp, for she had no knowledge of what lay beyond the calamity realm. Contemplating this, Xingyue could not suppress another gulp. If that were the case, what was Ling'er's true origin? Moreover, who was the father she spoke of, a being of such terrifying existence? After all, Ling'er had mentioned that there was only her father at home. In other words, Ling'er was cultivated by him. What kind of formidable entity could nurture a mere 4-year-old Ling'er to such an extent? The more she pondered, the more astonished she became. Predecessor, should I still inquire about this yin-yang guardian formation? She communicated to the great vessel spirit, asking without fear. This old fellow's backing is quite intriguing. If contact could be established, it would be more convenient to seek the mistress. The great cauldron spirit promptly responded. As for why it did not converse with the elder directly, the reason was simple: it could not. Being a profound spiritual treasure, a true artifact of the immortal sovereign, any exposure would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable figures within the celestial realm. Presently, it was aware that Ming was undergoing tribulation. In the face of the celestial world, with the current cultivation of little Ling'er, she could not claim invincibility. Even with numerous divine artifacts at her disposal, it would not suffice. Therefore, it could not manifest openly and could only offer guidance from the shadows. As for the little gourd appearing in the world, that was of no consequence. It understood that the little gourd was a genuine divine artifact, capable of effortlessly erasing all traces of itself. Even the mightiest of the celestial realm would find it futile to locate the little gourd. This was also the reason why the little gourd could act freely. Regarding why the little gourd was not sent to converse, it was simply because the little gourd held no interest in such matters. Its sole desire was to protect little Ling'er and remain uninvolved in other affairs. Upon receiving the great cauldron spirit's response, Xingyue nodded discreetly. Since that esteemed being had spoken thus, it seemed unperturbed by the forces behind Mo Elder. Please enlighten us about the origins of the yin-yang embrace formation. We are quite intrigued, Xingyue inquired immediately. Are you certain? Mo's eyes narrowed, fixing his gaze upon Xingyue, articulating each word with precision. Meeting his gaze, Xingyue felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being chilled. How dare you bully my sister? Little Ling'er, seated beside her, immediately sensed the anomaly. Without hesitation, she prepared to take action. Mo, I was hasty, I forgot about this esteemed one. Little senior. It is all a misunderstanding. He spoke with a sense of helplessness, feeling quite dejected within. Truly, he could neither retaliate nor scold. My dear young lady, might you first enlighten me as to the purpose of your visit? Perhaps, should your intentions align with my capabilities, I could assist you, leading to a mutual satisfaction. He expressed his resignation once more. Upon hearing this, Xingyue fell into contemplation. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Moreover, it would be prudent to inquire about the whereabouts of Xiaoling's mother. If that information eludes us, we could still reach out to Mo regarding the powers that be behind her. We have come to seek the mother of Ling'er, Xingyue mused, her gaze settling upon Xiaoling. Yes, to find mother, echoed the little girl, adorned with a tiger-striped hat. To find mother? Mo was taken aback. He was certain that Xiaoling was backed by formidable forces, and it should be a trivial matter for such powers to locate an individual. Nonetheless, he refrained from probing further, believing that it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. But why then have you come to my Lu Shakin? He inquired further. Xiaoling, will you show him the blood amber pearl? Xingyue prompted. All right. Xiaoling nodded enthusiastically, producing the blood amber pearl. What? This is... Upon seeing the blood amber pearl, Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 29. That little child may hail from the upper realm. What does the senior know? Noticing Mo's sudden change, Xingyue pressed him for answers. Mo cast a glance at her, then scrutinized Xiaoling intently, remaining silent. With a graceful flick of his hand, he conjured a blood amber pearl that was strikingly identical to the one Xiaoling held, down to its very essence. I implore you, esteemed senior, to enlighten us. Xingyue beheld the blood amber beads produced by Mo and instantly recognized that the sand flow had indeed come with purpose. 2 identical blood amber beads, evidently crafted by the mother of Ling'er. The sand flow had been established on the ancient battlefield for countless years, and the fact that the adversary possessed these beads implied an extensive knowledge of many matters. This incident occurred 4 years prior. Chen Mo began to speak slowly. Noticing that neither Li Xingyue nor Xiaoling are interrupted, he continued. For years ago, a woman clad in white entered the ancient battlefield. She made her way directly to the innermost depths, ultimately engaging in an earth-shattering battle with an unknown terrifying entity. Afterward, the white-clad woman ventured deeper into the ancient battlefield and vanished without a trace. Vanished without a trace in the depths of the ancient battlefield? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue furrowed her brow. On the other side of the ancient battlefield lies Zhangzhou. Could it be that Xiaoling's mother sought to traverse the ancient battlefield and reach Zhangzhou? Do you possess any portrait or the name of this individual? Li Xingyue inquired. At present, they knew nothing of Xiaoling's mother. If they could obtain a portrait or a name, it would greatly facilitate their search. We are unaware of the name. I once dispatched Sanflo to investigate this woman's information, but nothing was uncovered. As for the portrait, Chen Mo interjected. And at this juncture, he extended his hand into the void. In an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, and the silhouette of a woman coalesced in the air. Clad in white as pure as snow, her visage was exquisitely sculpted, and her figure was remarkable. Most striking was her aura, which, while devoid of earthly trivialities, exuded an overwhelming dominance that seemed to transcend all living beings. Even as a woman herself, Li Xingyue was momentarily entranced. Such a unique lady, surpassing the carefree celestial beings yet embodying the essence of an all-powerful sovereign. Her heart brimmed with admiration. Meanwhile, Xiaoling'o gazed on in a daze. The blood amber pearl was indeed an artifact left behind by this remarkable woman. If you wish to seek her, you must delve deep into the ancient battlefield. This is all I have regarding the news from Lu Xia. After a lingering moment of silence, Chen Mo slowly spoke. As he spoke, a subtle motion of his finger caused the image of the woman to fade away. Ling'er, is this your mother? Li Xingyue inquired. Sister, I do not know. I have never seen mother, Xiaoling'er replied, shaking her head, her voice imbued with a sense of loss. Her pitiable yet endearing demeanor stirred pangs of sorrow in Li Xingyue's heart. Do not worry, Ling'er, I shall stay with you, she reassured, gently patting Xiaoling'er's head. Simultaneously, she discreetly transmitted a message to the spirit of the great cauldron, seeking confirmation. Do not ask me, I too am in the dark. However, there is indeed a bloodline connection between the blood amber pearl and the little master. This woman should be the mistress, the spirit of the great cauldron replied. Whether it was itself, the little gourd, or the other artifacts possessed by Xiaoling'er, all were acquired later by Lu Ming. Hence they were unaware of any news regarding Xiaoling'er's mother. Moreover, Lu Ming had never mentioned her, leaving them in ignorance. If you seek more detailed information, you may venture to find the enigmatic entity deep within the ancient battlefield. They once battled this woman and are likely to possess greater knowledge, Chen Mo interjected, clearly eager to see the two depart. Upon listening, Li Xingyue fell into deep contemplation. After all, the matter concerning the Yin-Yang guardian array remained unresolved. It would be prudent to request some form of compensation before parting ways. At that moment, the voice of the great cauldron spirit resonated, its countenance displaying an air of perplexity. Just moments ago, Brother Hulu had instructed it to refrain from involving itself with the Yin-Yang guardian array. In deference to this esteemed elder, it had no choice but to comply. Dear lady, it is said that enemies should be reconciled rather than foster enmity. Is it not wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble? The great cauldron spirit remarked. Seeing this, Chen Mo swiftly interjected. However, the elder has just taken action against Ling'er. Surely, a single piece of information is insufficient to appease us? Li Xingyue recognized the opportunity presented and gracefully acquiesced. What is it that you desire? With a sigh of relief, Chen Mo promptly replied, as long as you refrain from probing into the origins of the Yin-Yang guardian array, we can proceed. Meat and vegetables. As soon as the mention of provisions arose, little Ling'er beamed with delight and eagerly chimed in. Meat and vegetables? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Precious herbs and the flesh of magical beasts, Li Xingyue clarified from the sidelines. Very well, Chen Mo responded with enthusiasm. The Yin-Yang guardian array was originally designed for the cultivation of spiritual herbs and magical beasts. The flowing sandin may not possess much, but we certainly have an abundance of spiritual herbs and beast materials. With that, he took his leave. Upon his return, he presented 2 storage rings, each containing 8 grade, 8 spiritual herbs, 100 grade, 7 herbs, and 500 grade, 6 herbs. He first extended one of the rings, stating, "Here you go." Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue could not help but draw in a sharp breath. What an astonishing depth of resources. Grade 8 spiritual herbs are indeed sacred and precious. It serves as the primary material for concocting the elixirs required by those of the sacred realm. The 7th-tier spiritual herbs are self-evident, corresponding to the great ascension realm. To her astonishment, Liashaz unexpectedly produced 10 8th-tier and 100 7th-tier herbs. Such a quantity, even within a sacred ground, constitutes a considerable resource. Within this collection lies the remains of formidable beasts, 1 beast emperor, 5 beast saints, and 10 beast lords. Xingyue spoke again, extending another ring. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xingyue could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The beast emperor is equivalent to a human of the sacred realm, while the beast saints correspond to the great ascension realm, and the beast lords relate to the harmonization realm. Xingyue had astonishingly presented 1 beast emperor, 5 beast saints, and 10 beast lords. This quantity is sufficient to rival a sacred ground. Is this compensation adequate? Xingyue inquired with a hint of resignation. With the Yin-Yang guardian array in place, Liashaz indeed lacks high-tier spiritual herbs and superior beasts. However, the items produced today would require a considerable amount of time to cultivate, particularly the beasts. Yet, he could only concede. All right. Before Xingyue could respond, Ling'er joyfully accepted the 2 storage rings. Farewell. Observing her put them away, Xingyue chose not to say more, turning to leave with Ling'er. As he watched the 2 depart, a moment later, Xingyue suddenly addressed a corner of the elegant chamber respectfully. I pay my respects to the commander. With the utterance of his words, a shadow materialized in the corner. Have you dismissed them? Came a detached voice. Yes, however, I do not comprehend why. Xingyue nodded, continuing, the Yin-Yang guardian array is of great significance. In my view, all unstable factors should be eradicated. He understood that the little girl, Xiaoling, was exceptionally powerful. It should be no difficult feat for her to subdue him with the force of quicksand. But why? That little child is inscrutable even to me. You ask why? A voice, cold and indifferent, resounded once more. What? Upon hearing this, Xingyue gasped sharply. He was well aware of the commander's cultivation level. He was at the calamity realm, and not just any calamity realm, but the 3rd calamity realm. At this level, cultivation is no longer categorized as beginner, intermediate, or advanced. It is determined by a complete transformation. The calamity realm is divided into 9 stages, with each stage representing a trial of thunder, known as the immortal tribulation. Only by overcoming the 9 stages of the immortal tribulation can one truly become an immortal and ascend to the realm of celestial spirits. The commander was a terrifying entity who had successfully traversed 3 such tribulations. Xingyue had never anticipated that even such a formidable being could not see through the little girl. What manner of existence was she? It was highly likely that she hailed from the upper realm. The commander's voice echoed once again. Chapter 30. Imperial medicine stewed meat. Could it not be fragrant? At this revelation, Xingyue felt a jolt in his heart. From the upper realm. He naturally understood what the upper realm referred to, the celestial realm that transcends the true spirit realm. But how could that be possible? Commander, aren't those from the upper realm forbidden from descending? Xingyue asked with a furrowed brow. This was a rule established by the great powers of the celestial realm. No force or individual could contravene it. How could Xiaoling possibly come from the upper realm? What if she is here for the Supreme One? The voice of the shadow resonated again, laden with gravity. Here for the Supreme One. Xingyue's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly inquired, if that is the case, then why still? Since the objective is to confront the esteemed one, it is only prudent to eliminate the threat. Have you not considered why the higher realm has not directly intervened in the true spirit realm, but instead sent someone down? The shadow scoffed coldly and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xingyue fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head and replied, the upper realm is uncertain whether the esteemed one has truly returned. Hence they dispatched someone to probe. The shadow nodded in agreement. Therefore, we must not take action against that young child. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to notifying the upper realm that the esteemed one has indeed returned. Xingyue furrowed his brow tightly, however. The Yin-Yang conservatory array has already been discerned by the opponent. The shadow waved dismissively, it matters not. There are still many in the immortal spirit realm who are aware of the Yin-Yang conservatory array. They cannot use this to determine the return of the esteemed one. Xingyue nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment, he frowned again and said, but that young girl seems to be searching for her relatives. A cold laugh echoed, naive. If she were truly here for the esteemed one, would she reveal such intentions to you? Xingyue, upon hearing this, displayed a look of embarrassment. It was indeed a thought to ponder. If she were to openly state she was here to seek the esteemed one, it would effectively announce to the entire true spirit realm her intentions to eliminate you. This matter is no longer your concern. What we currently lack is time. The shadow spoke once more. Xingyue respectfully acknowledged, understood. Meanwhile, the young spirit and Xingyue remained oblivious to all of this. At that moment, the two were busy stewing meat in an ancient battlefield. Within a large cauldron, a chicken was being cooked. As they gazed at the chicken in the cauldron, Xingyue wore a bitter smile, for that chicken was a gift from the Sandflow Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, a being comparable to the holy realm of humanity, seemed utterly unattainable in her eyes. Yet now, she was destined to become mere sustenance for little Ling'er. Sister, it smells so delicious. Little Ling'er, donning her tiger skin hat, remained oblivious to the titles of demon emperor or demon ancestor. To her, they were simply meat. Xingyue nodded, a resigned smile forming in her heart. How could it not be fragrant? The essence of the primordial heavenly water combined with various holy and spiritual herbs would render even the stew of a mundane beast irresistible. Sister, where shall we search for mother? Little Ling'er leaned against Xingyue, drooling as she gazed at the grand cauldron, her question intermingling with her salivation. Once we have rested, we shall seek out that unknown entity mentioned by Chen Mo. We will uncover the whereabouts of your mother, Xingyue replied thoughtfully. Unknown entity? Sister, is it that old man inside? Little Ling'er interjected, her gaze drifting toward the depths of the ancient battlefield. Old man? Xingyue was momentarily taken aback, following her gaze. All she could see were yellow sands, desiccated bones, and remnants of broken weapons. Where was there an old man? Indeed, there is an old man over there. Little Ling'er insisted, nodding earnestly. He is quite short. Xingyue furrowed her brow, struggling to perceive any such figure. Sister, there's a vegetable over there. A very beautiful one. Suddenly, little Ling'er spoke again, her round eyes sparkling with excitement. A beautiful vegetable? Xingyue was taken aback. What kind of vegetable? She inquired almost instinctively. A flower, round and with many petals. Sister, let us go pick it to make a stew. Certainly, it is delectable. Little Ling'er gestured with her hand, her mouth watering at the mere mention of something delicious. A flower? Round and plump? She pondered, momentarily uncertain of what little Ling'er referred to. Sister, I am going to pick it for the stew. It will undoubtedly be delicious, little Ling'er continued. And before Xingyue could respond, her petite figure vanished into thin air. Xingyue contemplated calling her back, but thought better of it. There was no need for undue worry. Although she was unaware of little Ling'er's precise cultivation level, she was certain it was formidable. Furthermore, the great cauldron spirit had not expressed any concerns, indicating that little Ling'er would face no peril in her endeavor. After all, with her own cultivation, she would be of little assistance. Her only contribution could be guidance, strategizing on what steps to take and which direction to pursue. In but a brief moment, little Ling'er returned. Sister, look, such a beautiful flower, she exclaimed, holding up a white lotus, her face beaming with delight. What is this? Xingyue stood up abruptly at the sight of the white lotus in little Ling'er's hands. The heavenly purity lotus, the imperial medicine heavenly purity lotus. She gasped. This was an item she had encountered in the chronicles of ancient divine artifacts. The heavenly purity lotus is a divine object that calms the spirit and alleviates the tribulations of the heart. Its effects are exceedingly formidable. After all, while enduring tribulations, the thunder tribulation is but one aspect. The heart demon tribulation is far more dreadful. If the probability of overcoming the thunder tribulation is 1 in 100, then the likelihood of surpassing the heart demon tribulation dwindles to 1 in 1,000. The celestial purity lotus can unequivocally assist individuals in overcoming their inner demons. Furthermore, this exquisite lotus transcends all realms. Regardless of a cultivator's level, it remains accessible. Even for those at the tribulation stage, its effects remain undiminished. Xingyue was taken aback to discover that the beautiful vegetable Ling'er spoke of was, in fact, the celestial purity lotus. With an astonishing age of 100,000 years, this spiritual herb is classified as a 9th-grade elixir, often referred to as an imperial medicine. Hee, isn't it beautiful, sister? Ling'er cheerfully exclaimed, disregarding any reservations. As she spoke, she produced primordial celestial water to cleanse the lotus before tossing it directly into the cauldron. Her audacious actions elicited a bitter smile from Xingyue. After all, it was the celestial purity lotus, a rare herb aged for 100 millennia, being brazenly stewed. Surely, only Ling'er would treat such a divine object in this manner. If it were anyone else, who wouldn't he cherish it as a precious treasure? Sister. The fragrance has intensified, Ling'er remarked, oblivious to the implications, focused solely on whether it would taste delightful. Xingyue nodded, inwardly wryly smiling. How could it not be fragrant? How could it not be delectable? After all, it was an imperial medicine. Suddenly, a furious voice reverberated throughout the ancient battlefield. Who dares to steal my celestial purity lotus? At that moment, Xingyue's expression changed drastically, her gaze fixating on the celestial purity lotus that Ling'er had just cast into the cauldron. Could it possibly be the very one Ling'er had plucked? Chapter 31. This is what I found. Sister, I didn't steal it. I found it over there. Ling'er immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xingyue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. You found it? That is a rare imperial herb, the celestial pure lotus. Such treasures are not so easily acquired. If it were truly easy, it would have long been plucked by others. Yet, she did not blame or reprimand her. In the realm of cultivation, It is a steadfast law that treasures belong to those who possess the strength to claim them. It is not simply a matter of who lays eyes on them. Do not worry, Ling'er. If you have harvested it, then it is yours. Xingyue gently patted her head with a smile. At that moment, she was unaware of Ling'er's exact cultivation level. She only knew that the girl was formidable. In the cultivation world, those with immense power have the right to possess all treasures. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. And an old man clad in coarse garments appeared, as if he were formed from the very sands that surrounded him. The instant he materialized, Xingyue felt her hair stand on end. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within her, a threat to her very life. In that moment, she perceived herself before this suddenly appearing old man as fragile as an ant, easily crushable beneath his hand. As for Ling'er, she blinked her large eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. You. The old man glared at the two of them, and then at the white lotus simmering in the cauldron. His beard quivered with rage, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He had guarded that celestial pure lotus for thousands of years, waiting for it to mature, intending to harvest it for the creation of the purifying heart pill to break through to the next realm. And now? It was being boiled like a mere vegetable. At that moment, the old man's resolve nearly shattered. Thousands of years of effort, all for naught. Having lingered in this desolate place for countless millennia, he now yearned to bellow. Do you have any inkling of how I have endured all these years? Grandfather, would you care for something to eat? Xiaowudao inquired, her large eyes blinking innocently. You. The old man trembled with rage upon hearing her words. Die. I want you all to perish. He roared, his eyes aflame with fury, as he unleashed his wrath. The heavenly pure lotus was the key to his transcendence, and he had nurtured it with utmost care, checking on it periodically. Over the millennia, all his efforts had been devoted to the lotus, which he cherished as if it were a precious gem, fearing its ruin as he would a fragile treasure. Yet now, it was being treated as mere fodder for his stew. It felt akin to witnessing his beloved child being ravaged by an ungrateful wretch. How could the old man not seethe with anger? As the swirling sands ascended, they coalesced under his command into a colossal hand, obscuring the sky like a terrifying mountain. Descending upon Ling'er and her companion, Xingyue felt a jolt of fear. The old man's presence radiated an overwhelming power that surpassed even that of Mo. And it was not a trivial difference. As she beheld the enormous hand looming above, Xingyue, with her mid-stage transformation cultivation, found herself completely immobilized, left to witness the impending doom. Grandfather, do you dare strike us? Ling'er huffed indignantly. As she spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from her form, causing the descending hand to dissipate into the ether. You. The old man, clad in a tattered robe, shuddered violently. Such a terrifying presence. Transcendence. He hesitantly opened his mouth, filled with a mixture of anger, helplessness, and fear. This mere child, barely a few years old, was unexpectedly a formidable being of the tribulation realm? What nonsense is this? He had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years and had only reached the pinnacle of the emperor level. Yet this child appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old. A 4 or 5-year-old in the tribulation realm. The old man's mind was in disarray, questioning whether he had awakened too abruptly and was experiencing illusions. Yes, that must be it. He had indeed awakened too suddenly. He reassured himself mentally. Why did you attack us, old man? Little Ling'er glared furiously at the elder. The elder, upon hearing her, stared blankly at little Ling'er. This was not a mere delusion. Everything was indeed real. A 4 or 5-year-old being of the tribulation realm. You have stolen my heavenly pure lotus, he asserted with indignation. While he was indeed shocked, his fury was palpable. We did not steal it. I found this flower over there. Little Ling'er straightened her back and replied defiantly. The elder, taken aback, gazed at her with utter disbelief, his mind buzzing. Found it. Do you think the heavenly pure lotus is as common as a cabbage, so easily picked? Moreover, it is a lotus with a medicinal age of 100,000 years. This is an imperial herb. Even the terrifying forces of the imperial garden must handle it with utmost care. Found it. The elder's face twitched in agitation. That is what I cultivated, he retorted, feeling utterly vexed. Just moments ago, he had been dozing off and suddenly felt a tremendous fluctuation of spiritual power. Upon opening his eyes, he was left dumbfounded. The place where he had planted the heavenly pure lotus had been reduced to a mere root. At that moment, he felt utterly paralyzed. This was undoubtedly something I had discovered. Little Ling'er, unwilling to concede, spoke up. The elderly man in tattered robes retorted, Discover? How dare you? Is the imperial herb so easily found? His face twitched with a mix of anger and helplessness. He was unable to retaliate, after all. How could he reason with a mere child of 4 or 5? Yet he was unwilling to yield, for this was the key to his breakthrough in the tribulation realm. Xingyue remained silent, aware that this was not a conversation she could interject into. The elder could engage in debate with little Ling'er, But that was solely due to her formidable cultivation. Otherwise, she would have long since dissipated into the ether. You claim it was found. What proof do you have? The elder huffed, his frustration palpable. But, dear elder, you have no means to prove that it was yours to begin with, little Ling'er replied with a playful grin. The elderly man stammered, caught in a dilemma as he regarded her. To strike? If he could, he wouldn't have wasted so much breath. Should he simply let it go? That notion left him dissatisfied. How about this? Go find another herb of equal rank, and I shall believe you found it. If you fail, you must compensate me. He proposed, his eyes darting with calculation. Elder, treasures rightfully belong to those capable of obtaining them. Ling'er, pay him no mind, Xingyue interjected suddenly. She understood that the celestial lotus was undoubtedly cultivated by the elder. Otherwise, such a treasure would have long been claimed by those who ventured into the ancient battlefield. But so what? Since little Ling'er had acquired it, it rightfully belonged to her. Discontented? Do you dare to challenge me? The old man snorted coldly, casting a glance at Xingyue. Just a mere insect in the transformation realm. How dare you bully my sister? Little Ling'er, witnessing this, immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Xingyue, glaring fiercely at the old man in the patched robe. The old man in the patched robe gazed at little Ling'er, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Ling'er, ignore him, Xingyue gently reassured. Yes, this is something I found. Little Ling'er innocently nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. The old man in the patched robe's frustration. What have I done to deserve this? The old man in the patched robe remarked, his face stern. Isn't this a bit excessive? If the imperial-grade celestial purity lotus were so easily found, why would I have spent countless years lurking in this ancient battlefield? Humph, you old rascal. Little Ling'er made a face at him. The old man in the patched robe looked at little Ling'er, adorned with her tiger-striped hat. His fists tightened, and his face twitched in irritation. Had it been anyone else, he would have smacked them down long ago. However, little Ling'er was no ordinary individual. She surpassed him in cultivation. Xingyue, amused by little Ling'er's whimsical antics, addressed the old man, esteemed elder, treasures belong to the capable. This is an immutable law within the realm of cultivation. With your level of cultivation, you should be most aware of this principle. She turned to the elder and spoke slowly, the implication clear. Seeking justification was futile. You are taking this too far. The old man trembled with rage, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration within. Since he ascended to the realm of the emperor, wherever he goes, everyone treats him with utmost reverence and flattery. He has long forgotten the last time he endured such indignities. It has been years since he experienced anything of the sort. Ling'er, the dish is ready. Come and eat, he said. Xingyue, however, chose to ignore him. All right. Little Ling'er responded with cheerful enthusiasm, promptly retrieving the utensils. Hee. This flower must be delicious. With a playful grin, she scooped out the tender heavenly purity lotus and placed it on a plate. In a matter of moments, she devoured it before the elder's eyes. Wow, sister, this is so tasty. It's sweet, little Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. The elder Ma-Yi trembled with fury as he observed the scene unfold. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We shall meet again in the future. At this juncture, he could only concede defeat. In truth, ever since he discovered that Ling'er's cultivation surpassed his own, he realized that the decades of toil he had endured were in vain. His theoretical musings were merely a way to alleviate the bitterness he felt. Senior, please wait. We wish to inquire about certain matters, Xingyue called out to him. The heavenly purity lotus was merely an interlude for them. She had not forgotten the true purpose of their visit. You dare to pluck my heavenly purity lotus, and yet you still wish to seek information from me? Young ones, do you think that is feasible? Elder Ma-Yi scoffed, his voice filled with exasperation. I believe a conversation is still possible, Xingyue replied with a smile. Right, Ling'er? Yes. Ling'er chimed in eagerly. As she met his gaze, the young girl, nibbling on a chicken leg, nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the old man in the coarse robe felt a twitch in his face, his fists clenched tighter in indignation. How utterly intolerable. Yet, gazing at the seemingly innocuous young girl, he found himself at an impasse. What do you wish to inquire? After a brief pause, the old man took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and spoke. There was no other choice. One must bow one's head when under a roof. Have you encountered this individual before? Xingyue wasted no time and directly presented the likeness of the young girl as mother. To his dismay, upon seeing the image of the woman in white, the old man's barely contained wrath erupted once more. Have I seen her? Not only have I seen her, but I have dealt with her extensively. Years ago, besides the heavenly pure lotus, he had nurtured a 9 heavens spirit bamboo. The heavenly pure lotus was meant for his ascension, while the 9 heavens spirit bamboo was intended for crafting celestial artifacts. He had envisioned that after breaking through, he would leave this cursed place and journey to the central continent to seek the aid of his friend in artifact crafting. However, for years prior, a woman clad in white appeared and ruthlessly felled the 9 heavens spirit bamboo. This inevitably led to a fierce battle. What troubled the old man was that this woman, despite being merely at the early stage of the emperor's realm, had overwhelmingly bested him. In the end, he had no choice but to concede. That incident marked his first humiliation upon reaching the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. "Do you know her?" the old man inquired, his expression darkening. "She is Ling'er's mother. We have come to seek her," Xingyue replied candidly. "What in the world?" the old man exclaimed, his fists tightening once more, nearly on the brink of losing control. "This is truly a calamity. What calamity have I wrought? The 2 spiritual entities I nurtured, the 9 heaven spirit bamboo, have been felled by the mother of little Ling'er. Now, the pure heaven lotus has been plucked by her to be used in a stew." At this moment, the elder in the patched robe was on the verge of tears, yearning to comprehend what transgressions he had committed to encounter such a pair of troublesome women. Both of the precious entities he had cultivated had met their unfortunate demise at their hands. Alas, he found himself powerless against the greater threat and equally impotent against the lesser. The simplicity of the words "I have seen" seemed to spring forth from between his clenched teeth, revealing the depth of his exasperation. "Where has your mother gone?" little Ling'er inquired eagerly. Upon witnessing the hopeful gleam in her eyes, the elder felt an overwhelming urge to turn away in frustration, yet he knew he could not, otherwise calamity would surely ensue. She ventured deeper, likely seeking to traverse the ancient battlefield towards the central continent. The elder, engulfed in vexation, responded, his heart heavy with indignation. Nearly on the brink of a cardiac episode, he resolved within himself that he must depart this cursed place, lest he encounter other members of this troublesome family in the future. "Thank you for the information, esteemed elder." With this revelation, Xingyue released a sigh of relief. For at least she now possessed a lead. "Humph," the elder scoffed, dismissively waving his sleeve as he departed. His figure swiftly vanished from the sight of both the elder and the child. "Sister, I wish to go to the central continent," little Ling'er declared. "Very well. I shall accompany you," Xingyue replied, gently stroking her head with a tender smile. "Hee, you're the best, sister," little Ling'er beamed, nuzzling against her. Like a charming little kitten, little Ling'er completely melted Xingyue's heart. "Sister, you should eat too. It's quite delicious," little Ling'er said, resting her head on Xingyue's arm while nibbling on a chicken leg. "This is yours. I cannot partake," Xingyue replied, shaking her head. She was no fool. After spending considerable time with little Ling'er, she understood that the latter possessed a unique constitution, one with the terrifying ability to grow stronger the more she consumed. This was the source of little Ling'er's power, and naturally, she would not share it. "Come on, sister, eat. I will feed you," little Ling'er insisted, tearing off a piece of meat and attempting to shove it into Xingyue's mouth. "Senior, Xingyue remained still, communicating with the great cauldron spirit. "The young master bids you to eat. Thus, you shall," the great cauldron spirit replied nonchalantly. Encouraged by the spirit's words, Xingyue finally dared to consume what little Ling'er offered. However, after just a few bites, she began to refine it. There was no choice. Both the meat and the broth were exceptional cultivation resources for her at that moment. If she did not refine them, she would be overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of the dish was nearly consumed, with 95% having entered little Ling'er's belly, leaving Xingyue with a mere 5%. Nevertheless, her power surged, increasing her mastery of the laws by several hundred. "Shall we continue on, Ling'er?" Xingyue inquired after a brief respite. Little Ling'er eagerly nodded in agreement. Chapter 33, Fallen Spirits, the Lost World Within the Ancient Battlefield. A large and a small figure slowly advanced through the swirling yellow sands. Little Ling'er, donned in a tiger-striped hat, led the way. To describe her movement, it would be more apt to say she bounds rather than merely walks. Her petite frame hops joyfully, occasionally stepping upon the weathered bones that lie scattered about. Each step resonates with a delicate crack, akin to treading upon brittle wood. Little Ling'er seems to revel in this sensation, to the extent that not a single intact fragment of the weathered bones remains in her wake. It could be said that she embodies the innocence and playfulness of childhood to the fullest. As for Xingyue, she follows at a measured pace, unhurried and composed. She does not urge Ling'er to hasten, but instead watches over her with gentle, sisterly affection. In this moment, she feels a profound sense of ease, as if Ling'er were an ethereal being, radiating tranquility. Even in silence, the mere act of observing her brings joy to the heart. The two companions are lost in their own world when suddenly, a soft voice breaks the serene atmosphere. As the sound resonates, Xingyue and Ling'er turn their curious gazes towards the source. Emerging from the golden sands is a refined young man, exuding an air of cultured elegance. A warm smile graces his face, glowing brightly under the sunlight. Clad in a flowing blue robe, his long, ink-black hair is elegantly held in place by a delicate hairpin. He emanates a unique aura, reminiscent of a learned scholar. "Who are you?" Xingyue inquires, furrowing her brow as she scrutinizes him. She finds herself unable to decipher the young man. In truth, he appears to possess no cultivation whatsoever, resembling an ordinary individual. Yet, Xingyue is not inclined to accept this notion. After all, they are in an ancient battlefield, rife with peril, and it is highly improbable for an unremarkable person to venture so deep into such treacherous territory. "I am Imo Qingshu, honored to meet both of you," he responds. The youthful gentleman smiled gracefully and performed a courteous bow. "Might I seek a bond with you two and request some sustenance?" Before Xingyue could respond, he continued. "A bond and sustenance?" Xingyue's brow furrowed slightly. "Hee, I shall not grant you that. You are a filthy creature." Amid her confusion, Ling'er chuckled cheerfully. "Filthy creature?" At this remark, Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. She scrutinized Imo Qingshu, finding no trace of malevolence or ghostly aura about him, only the refined air of a scholar, as if he had been nurtured solely among verses and poetry. "You are quite the jester, little girl. I am but a scholar. How could I be described as filthy? My esteemed friends, I implore you for a morsel of food. I have not eaten or drunk for several days, and can scarcely endure any longer." Imo Qingshu maintained his radiant smile, unaffected by the situation. "Sister, do not give him anything. He is a fallen spirit," Ling'er remarked to Xingyue. "A fallen spirit?" Xingyue's brow furrowed slightly at her gaze. It was the first time she had encountered such a concept. Indeed. The master spoke of fallen spirits as peculiar entities. They resemble mortals yet possess the bizarre ability to usurp the very essence of creation. To fulfill a fallen spirit's desires is to unconditionally relinquish one's own lifespan, cultivation, and innate talents. "Quite extraordinary," Ling'er explained, nodding earnestly. "What?" Xingyue's heart raced upon hearing this revelation. To fulfill the desires sought. Does it not equate to unconditionally offering one's lifespan, cultivation, and innate talent? What kind of ability is this? Does it imply that if I had merely consented to provide food to Imo Qingshu, it would mean surrendering everything I possess without reservation? Upon hearing this, Imo Qingshu gazed at Xiaoling with incredulity, his face a canvas of disbelief. He never anticipated that within the true spirit realm, there existed someone who comprehended the concept of fallen spirits, and yet, it was a mere 4 or 5-year-old girl. "Are you from the immortal spirit realm?" he questioned, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, that cannot be. Even if you hail from the immortal spirit realm, it is implausible for you to be aware of the existence of fallen spirits." Imo Qingshu regarded Xiaoling with astonishment. Knowledge of fallen spirits, even among those from the immortal spirit realm, is exceedingly rare. One could count those who know on one hand. I am super invincible. The most formidable in the world," Xiaoling exclaimed, revealing her 2-pointed little tiger teeth. Coupled with her slightly chubby cheeks and tiger-striped hat, she could undoubtedly charm any doting parent. Super invincible, the most formidable in the world? Imo Qingshu's lips twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. If you wish to adopt a pseudonym, so be it. However, what sort of ridiculous moniker is this? Having existed for an indeterminate amount of time, it is the first instance he has encountered such an absurd alias. How intriguing. This diminutive world of lost things is indeed fascinating. Remarkably, there are individuals who possess knowledge of fallen spirits. If I am not mistaken, you must be the reincarnation of some great power. Am I right? Imo Qingshu observed Xiaoling, his speech faltering. For years prior, he had encountered a woman who, to his astonishment, had instantly discerned his identity as a fallen spirit. However, it is rather surprising to encounter someone capable of discerning one's true identity. Thus, he confidently surmises that Ling'er must be the reincarnation of some formidable power from the celestial spirit realm. Only such beings would possess the knowledge of the existence of fallen spirits. Reincarnation? A lost world? Upon hearing this, Xingyue furrowed her brows. The concept of reincarnation is not particularly rare in the cultivation realm, for once one reaches the nascent soul stage, one can seize another's body and live anew. Oh, little girl, reincarnation is quite distinct from body snatching. While the latter allows for a new life, it does not alter one's innate talents or lifespan. Those who are reincarnated, however, can acquire entirely new talents and lifespans. Imo Qingshu spoke, having seemingly penetrated Xingyue's thoughts. This revelation caused Xingyue to startle. Acquiring new talents and a new lifespan? If that is the case, could continuous reincarnation lead to the elusive concept of immortality? How fascinating, indeed. In this mere lost world, 2 reincarnated individuals have appeared. Could it be that this realm harbors some significant treasures? Imo Qingshu mused to himself. What do you mean? Have you encountered other reincarnated beings? And what exactly is this lost world? Xingyue inquired, her brow still knitted. Sister, I have been informed about the lost world by the gentleman. A world from which the primordial force has been extracted is referred to as a lost world. In such realms, the upper limit of cultivation gradually diminishes over time, ultimately transforming into a realm utterly devoid of the capacity for cultivation. Before Qingshu could respond, Ling'er cheerfully provided an explanation. Ling'er, are you suggesting that the true spirit realm will eventually become a place where cultivation is impossible? Upon hearing this, Xingyue was taken aback. Indeed, that's what the master said. Little Ling'er nodded. However, Qingshu keenly picked up on the significance of the term master in her words. It was evident from little Ling'er's remarks that all knowledge regarding both the fallen spirits and the lost world was imparted by this master. Intriguing. Who is this master you speak of? There seems to be much you know. Qingshu inquired with curiosity. The master is simply the master, a detestable old man. Little Ling'er innocently replied, her cheeks puffing up at the mention of the master. Chapter 34. What kind of people are they? After listening, the corners of Qingshu's mouth twitched slightly. Truly, hearing your words is akin to listening to a grand tale. Is this the answer I sought? He lamented inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Initially, he had regarded the two as possessing formidable fortunes, contemplating the possibility of seizing them for his own use. Particularly, the fortune inherent in little Ling'er was the most potent he had ever encountered, surpassing even that of the white-robed woman he met years ago. Yet, amidst all his calculations, he had failed to foresee that they were aware of his true nature. Pardon my intrusion, esteemed friends. Are you intending to traverse this place and journey to the other side? Qingshu sighed, realizing he had no choice but to relent. As for resorting to forceful means to seize what he desired, that was a risk he dared not take, for little Ling'er was undeniably extraordinary. She was aware of the existence of fallen spirits, and her cultivation was inscrutable to him. Moreover, through coercion and plunder, he could not obtain all that he wished for. The principles of heaven and earth are just. When a window opens, a door must close. The fallen spirit can seize the creation of the universe. Yet there exists a constraint. One must obtain the explicit consent of the other party to fulfill their desires. If the other party does not agree, then it cannot be accomplished. Otherwise, the current Qingshu would not be cowering here. Indeed, we must go to Xingyue to find mother. Little Ling'er nodded. Find mother? Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, for it was the first time he had heard such a reason. Those he had previously encountered sought to traverse this place in pursuit of higher realms. Have you seen her? Xingyue came back to her senses and replied. As she spoke, her fingers delicately traced the air, and spiritual energy flowed, revealing an image of little Ling'er's mother. Upon seeing the image, the fallen spirit's lips twitched in agitation. Wasn't this the formidable figure he had encountered before? Had he not fled swiftly, he might have met a dire fate. Are you here to find her? He asked, somewhat dejectedly. Yes, she is my mother, and I must find her. The innocent little Ling'er nodded. Your mother? Qingshu could not help but grimace upon hearing this. What sort of family is this? The elder is terrifying enough, but the younger one is just as formidable? Is there no respite for others? He finally understood why little Ling'er was aware of the fallen spirit. It turned out she was the descendant of that ruthless individual. Indeed, little Ling'er joyfully nodded. She truly went in that direction. Qingshu responded, and then chose to leave, evidently unwilling to continue the conversation with little Ling'er. Sister, why did he leave? In a state of confusion, the young Ling'er inquired. I am uncertain, Xingyue replied, shaking her head. Yet, she remained unfazed, knowing that Ling'er's mother had indeed journeyed to Xingyue. Subsequently, the two resumed their travels. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Sea, a region of the true spirit continent shrouded in terror, one finds an expanse riddled with spatial rifts. A moment's carelessness could result in being swept into one of these fractures, succumbing to the chaotic currents of space, and becoming lost to the true spirit realm. Those who venture into the Forbidden Sea, whether human or formidable beasts, find themselves with no return. Thus, this place has come to be regarded as an unapproachable and fearsome domain in the eyes of the inhabitants of Xingyue. Yet, deep within the Forbidden Sea, a grand palace hovers in the void, resembling a colossal beast of dread, dominating the waters. From a distance, it appears as a magnificent abode, a celestial treasure that has endured through the ages. Within the palace, a group of individuals recline upon ebony thrones, each adorned with a mask of diverse designs and colors. At the pinnacle of the hall sits a singular figure, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her visage concealed beneath a white mask etched with dragon patterns. She exudes an aura that deters all, her imposing presence radiating an ancient might that permeates the atmosphere. The tidings have arrived, she declared, her voice cold yet authoritative, reverberating throughout the cavernous hall. Individuals from the immortal spirit realm have descended with intentions directed at me. My esteemed companions, do you harbor any thoughts? A brief silence enveloped the grand hall, as it was evident that the others were contemplating their strategies. What of the celestial spirit realm? If they have discovered this place, we shall annihilate them, spoke the man adorned with a tiger mask, his voice unmistakably masculine. We must deliberate further. Our foundations are still fragile, and it is not yet the time for a direct confrontation with the celestial spirit realm, interjected the individual donning a rabbit mask. Could we not eliminate them discreetly? Followed the snake-masked figure. That is unwise. What Ding Chu encountered was likely merely a conjecture by the celestial spirit realm, and the personnel dispatched are merely scouts. If we act rashly, it would be tantamount to revealing our presence here, opined the one beneath the mouse mask. What is your perspective on this matter, esteemed one? Inquired the bovine-masked individual, his voice resonating with a tone that echoed the sincerity of his mask's representation. Upon hearing this, all the masked figures turned their gaze towards the one in the central seat. Under their scrutiny, the woman adorned with a dragon-patterned mask fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, she spoke. The rabbit's counsel is timely. Our current strength does not permit us to engage the celestial spirit realm directly. However, we cannot allow their agents to explore freely. The assembly nodded in agreement. Then what course of action shall we pursue? We cannot strike nor eliminate. They sought an answer, and thus the dragon-masked woman declared once more, we shall provide them with an answer. Upon hearing this, the masked figures exchanged glances of confusion. An answer? The meaning of your excellency is to find a reincarnated individual to fulfill their duty? The figure donning a rabbit mask inquired tentatively. Indeed, to my knowledge, in the realm of true spirits, there exists an imperial garden known as the Ji family. A millennium ago, this Ji family was merely a modest clan in the central continent. Yet, within a mere 1,000 years, it ascended to the status of an imperial garden. This was largely due to the emergence of a prodigious talent within the Ji family, Ji's son. This Ji Sun is indeed the reincarnation of an immortal king. Do you all comprehend? Your Excellency nodded and spoke slowly. Given that the conversation has reached this point, everyone naturally understood. Disseminating the news of the reincarnated individual would undoubtedly attract the attention of beings from the higher realms. They would come to investigate. As for the outcome, the reincarnation of an immortal king does not equate to the reincarnation of your Excellency. Proceed with the arrangements. Seeing that there were no objections from the crowd, Your Excellency waved a hand. As her words lingered in the air, the space distorted, causing all the masked figures to vanish. In the vast hall, only Your Excellency remained. She gazed at the empty chamber, her eyes, concealed behind the mask, reflecting a deep sense of solitude. Years have passed, and I wonder how you two, father and daughter, have fared. Furthermore, where does the opportunity to consolidate the divine essence reside? Your Excellency whispered softly, her words audible only to herself. Chapter 35, The Found Dragon Egg? In the ancient battlefield, time flowed steadily as a large figure and a small one journeyed at a leisurely pace. Soon, night had fallen. For cultivators, there is little distinction between day and night. However, observing the energetic little Ling'er bouncing about throughout the day, Xingyue finally spoke. Ling'er, shall we rest for the night before continuing our journey? She had already noticed the faint traces of fatigue on Xiao Ling'er's face. Moreover, the vastness of this ancient battlefield remained a mystery to all. How long it would take them to traverse the ancient battlefield and reach Xingyue was also uncertain. Therefore, a brief respite was indeed necessary. Upon hearing the suggestion to rest, Xiao Ling'er's face instantly illuminated with a radiant smile. Observing her playful and adorable demeanor, Xingyue couldn't help but smiled gently in return. Subsequently, she led Xiao Ling'er to a spot adorned with several gnarled trees, where they kindled a bonfire to serve as their temporary haven. Xiao Ling'er produced a few carcasses of demon beasts and exclaimed, "Sister, let us have hot pot." Her eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of the stars in the night sky. Hot pot. Xingyue was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered the term before. Yes. Hot pot is incredibly delicious. Xiao Ling'er continued, her enthusiasm palpable. We need to slice the meat into thin pieces, then cook them briefly in the pot before eating. She nodded excitedly as she spoke, already retrieving a large cauldron. Great cauldron, I want to eat hot pot, she declared. The spirit of the cauldron, upon hearing this, offered a resigned smile. What a predicament this was. Originally, it was an alchemical furnace, a sentient treasure nurtured from primordial energy by a sect of elixirs in the immortal spirit realm. It was intended for refining potions, enhancing the success rate of such endeavors. In the immortal spirit realm, it was a precious artifact that one would fear to handle too roughly. Yet now, It was merely to be utilized by Ling'er as a cooking pot. Despite its reluctance, it dared not disobey her command. Otherwise, with Xiaohu's temperament, it would surely face a severe reprimand. Not long after the words of the little spirit had faded, the form of the great cauldron began to transform, ultimately taking on the guise of a large copper pot. Xingyue was left utterly astonished. Within her understanding, treasures imbued with spirit could certainly undergo changes. But such transformations were typically limited to alterations in size. This was her first encounter with an object changing into an entirely different shape. Could this great cauldron be an immortal artifact? She pondered silently. Dear sister, quickly slice the meat into thin, elongated pieces. Little Ling'er paid no heed to Li's musings. Her focus was solely on food. In the midst of her speech, she had already retrieved a small gourd and began pouring the primordial heavenly water into the large cauldron. All right, Xingyue nodded, promptly following little Ling'er's instructions to prepare the beast meat. In no time, she had cut a piece of meat to perfection. Ling'er, is this how it's done? She called out, only to find that little Ling'er had vanished from her sight. Ling'er? Anxiety gripped Xingyue as she scanned her surroundings, but still failed to locate the little spirit. Senior, Ling'er. She hastily conveyed her thoughts to the spirit of the great cauldron. Do not be concerned, replied the cauldron's spirit nonchalantly. Little Ling'er is indeed a genuine immortal king. In this realm of tribulation, there is no one capable of posing a threat to her. Moreover, Ling'er's true prowess does not solely lie in her cultivation as an immortal king, but rather in the formidable artifacts she wields. It is no exaggeration to say that even if she were to encounter a powerful immortal sovereign, she would remain unscathed. Any attempt to threaten Ling'er would require the presence of an immortal emperor. How could such a being possibly exist in this mere true spirit realm? Upon hearing this, Xingyue offered a faint smile, pondering the situation. After all, Ling'er's strength was undeniable. Even those at the emperor level revered her as a junior. What was there for her to worry about? With this thought in mind, Xingyue quietly assisted Ling'er in processing the beast meat. Once she had sliced several beasts, Ling'er made her appearance. Ling'er, what is this? Xingyue inquired, her brow slightly furrowing as she observed Ling'er suddenly materializing with an egg in her arms. It was a sizable egg, nearly matching Ling'er in size. However, the most crucial aspect was that Xingyue could sense a daunting power emanating from it, causing her heart to race. She was certain that this egg was anything but ordinary. It must belong to a formidable beast. Yet, she could not discern the type of beast it originated from. Hiki, I found this over there. It must be delicious, Ling'er exclaimed. Her head peeking out from behind the egg, a grin plastered across her face. Found it? Xingyue was taken aback. Although she could not identify the beast from which the egg had come, the palpable force it radiated was sufficient to confirm that the creature responsible for laying this egg was at least a beast sovereign. After all, she had already attained the level of divine transformation, being in the mid-stage at that. Beasts below the sovereign rank posed no threat to her, whether in the form of an egg or their true form. Thus, she was convinced that the egg in Ling'er's possession undoubtedly originated from a beast of sovereign rank or higher. Yet, how could such a high-level beast's egg be so easily found? If it were truly that simple, every human faction would surely possess a powerful guardian spirit beast. Moreover, this was the ancient battlefield, where beast activity was virtually non-existent. At the very least, Xingyue had never heard of or encountered such a thing as picking. The so-called picking was likely the act of rummaging through the lair of some ancient beast residing in a long-lost battlefield, she mused. Sister, let's roast it and eat. Little Ling'er exclaimed cheerfully, already placing the egg near the campfire. All right, as you wish, Xingyue replied with a wry smile. The eggs of demon beasts of the rank of demon lord and above would undoubtedly incite a frenzy if found within the territory of Linglong Pavilion. For if one could successfully nurture and form a contract with such a creature, it would be akin to possessing a formidable ally. This was particularly true for factions, as the lifespan of demon beasts far exceeded that of humans. Nurturing a powerful demon beast could safeguard a faction for generations. Yet, for little Ling'er, it was merely a morsel. Nevertheless, she did not stop her. The egg had been brought back by Ling'er, whether to consume it or to keep it. The only thing that mattered was little Ling'er's happiness. Ling'er, you can't roast the egg directly like that. You need to pry open a hole on top, or it will explode, Xingyue cautioned. Huh, is that so? All right. Little Ling'er nodded and then, with a single punch, created a hole at the top of the egg. At that very moment, a resounding roar erupted, and a dragon's silhouette burst forth from the egg, only to dissipate above it. Hiss! A gasp escaped Xingyue's lips. Although the dragon's shadow vanished as swiftly as a firework, it did not escape her keen sight. She recognized it instantly. That was a wisp of true dragon essence. To think that such energy resided within an egg. As Xingyue contemplated, she found herself utterly speechless. Chapter 36. The Jiaolong clan in a daze. Where has my enormous dragon egg vanished? Ling'er, could this possibly be a dragon egg? Xingyue's voice trembled with disbelief. A dragon egg. In the true spirit realm, true dragons are renowned entities, even regarded as legendary beings. According to legend, the dragon clan has ascended en masse to the immortal spirit realm, and their status among the demon tribes is exceedingly high, recognized as one of the divine bloodlines. It is also said that dragons are born as demon emperors, comparable to the human race's transformation into the divine realm. In their infancy, akin to the youth of humans, they are already comparable to demon lords, equivalent to the human integration stage. Those endowed with exceptional talent might even rise to the stature of demon saints, comparable to the human great perfection stage. In their maturity, akin to the young adulthood of humans, they become demon emperors, parallel to the human saint stage. Upon reaching adulthood, akin to middle age in humans, they are typically demon ancestors, standing shoulder to shoulder with the human emperor's realm. Of course, these stages do not align with the mundane calculations of ordinary mortals, but rather pertain to the realm of cultivators. Given the longevity of cultivators, it is inconceivable to measure their stages by mortal standards, with a disparity of at least tenfold. Thus, a cultivator in their youth is over 100 years old. Take Xingyue as an example. She is now over 700 years old, yet barely qualifies as a youth in the cultivation world. Even so, her cultivation level is only at the transformation stage. Had she not encountered the little Ling'er, she might have long since perished. And the Dragon Clan? They possess her level of cultivation from birth. One can only imagine the terror of the Dragon Clan. A dragon egg? I have no idea. I just picked it up over there, hee. Ling'er replied, her eyes fixated on the roasted egg, brimming with anticipation. Xingyue, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly. She was now certain that the egg Ling'er had found was undoubtedly a dragon egg. The faint essence of a true dragon she had sensed earlier confirmed this. Such essence is exclusive to dragon eggs. Even eggs from beasts possessing dragon bloodlines cannot emit true dragon essence. Beasts with dragon blood, regardless of the strength of their lineage, would only yield dragon breath within their eggs. For instance, the renowned Jiaolong clan among the demon race produces eggs that emanate dragon breath, which is worlds apart from true dragon essence. Xingyue had not anticipated that Ling'er would return with a dragon egg after her outing, and that she would actually roast it. Should the demon or human races become aware of this, they would undoubtedly condemn such a wasteful act. After all, it was a dragon egg. If it were to hatch and given sufficient time to grow, it could ascend to the pinnacle of the true spirit realm. In other words, what Ling'er was roasting was not merely an egg, but a being comparable to a human's tribulation realm, a pseudo-immortal beast. Sister, the soup is boiling. We can eat the meat now. Ling'er's voice chimed in. As she spoke, she mysteriously produced a pair of chopsticks and began to cook the meat. Sister, hurry and eat. It's delicious, she exclaimed between bites. Xingyue nodded and, emulating her, began to cook and eat the meat. It must be said that the flavor was indeed exquisite. Naturally, Ling'er's broth was crafted from primordial heavenly water combined with various precious herbs. So it would be surprising if it tasted anything less than delightful. In a certain part of the ancient battlefield, 3 figures cloaked in black suddenly appeared beneath the starry sky. The 3 individuals were all robustly built, exuding an air of formidable strength. However, what truly captured attention were the pairs of horns adorning their heads, glimmering under the radiance of the stars and moon. It was evident that these 3 were not of the human race. Elder, is it true that there exists a genuine dragon egg in this place? Inquired the man on the far left, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, according to the records of my dragon clan, there was a great battle in the celestial spirit realm, a clash between 2 celestial emperors, compelling all major races to participate. The dragon clan was among them. The elder in the center replied, nodding slowly. The mention of a battle between celestial emperors startled the other 2. They hailed from the ancient Jiao dragon clan, steeped in rich heritage and wisdom, and being clan elders. They were well aware of the stature of celestial emperors, beings that transcended all, including the celestial spirit realm. What does this have to do with the dragon egg? Asked the man on the left, frowning. He was the second elder of the clan. This ancient battlefield is the very site of that historic conflict, or rather, a fragment of it. Originally, this area belonged to the celestial spirit realm, but due to the war, it became detached and fell into the true spirit realm, thus becoming an ancient battlefield. According to our clan's records, a true dragon perished in this ancient battlefield. Yet, before its demise, the dragon exerted great effort to condense a dragon egg, placing it deep within the earth of this ancient battlefield, ensuring the continuation of its bloodline. Thousands of years ago, our clan sent forth formidable warriors who succeeded in locating the legendary true dragon egg. Alas, our Jiaolong clan was in a weakened state, too timid to bring it back home. Thus we placed it here, safeguarded by a complex array of formations. Now that our clan has firmly established its presence among the Jiaolong, it is indeed time to reclaim this egg. The Grand Elder of the Jiaolong spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the other two were taken aback, astonished by such a significant event within the Jiaolong clan. If we were to hatch the true dragon, what would that mean for our clan? The second elder exclaimed, his breath quickening. This is the bloodline of a true dragon, the pinnacle of the demon races. Should we nurture it, the strength of our Jiaolong clan would undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. Yet, this is not the most crucial aspect. The essence lies within the dragon lineage itself. We Jiaolong, to put it plainly, are but a hybrid of dragons, while we possess the blood of true dragons. It is tainted. This true dragon egg, if brought back and cultivated properly, could serve as the seed of our bloodline. By arranging suitable pairings within the clan, we could continuously elevate our bloodline. Over time, do you comprehend the implications of this? The Grand Elder smiled gently, speaking with measured calmness. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the second and third elders simultaneously inhaled sharply. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the ecstatic joy in the other's eyes. What does this signify? It foretells that, over time, the bloodline of the Jiaolong clan will gradually refine itself until it ultimately metamorphoses into that of the true dragon. That is the true dragon clan, the most powerful race among the demon tribes. Ha ha ha, our clan's future is indeed promising. The second elder immediately burst into excited laughter. Indeed, our Jiaolong clan shall undoubtedly dominate the demon realm in the future. The third elder also spoke with fervor. Let us proceed to embrace the glorious future that awaits our Jiaolong clan. The Grand Elder smiled and, after speaking, led the way forward. The second elder followed closely behind the third elder. Soon, the trio arrived at the subterranean chamber where the Jiaolong clan's formidable warriors had once secured the dragon egg. However, to their astonishment, the chamber was utterly devoid of anything. Grand Elder, what is this? The second elder inquired, somewhat perplexed. Damn it, could it have been taken by the human race? The third elder remarked with a venomous disdain. The Grand Elder remained silent, staring blankly at the pedestal within the chamber. He was certain that this was the very spot where the dragon egg had been placed, for he could distinctly sense the lingering essence of the true dragon there. Yet, where is the dragon egg? Where has my enormous dragon egg vanished to? Chapter 37. Old man, why are you barking? The Grand Elder gazed at the pedestal where the dragon egg had rested, his expression dark and foreboding. Presently, while the Jiaolong clan had indeed established a firm foothold in the demon realm, there were still other races looming above them. After all, the Jiaolong clan possessed but a scant few powerful beings, all of whom were merely first-stage pseudo-immortal beasts, incomparable to those terrifying great clans. He had initially envisioned retrieving the dragon egg to gradually elevate the bloodline of the Jiaolong clan, allowing it to transform into a true dragon lineage. In doing so, not only could the entire clan ascend to the realm of celestial spirits, but it would also ensure that the Jiaolong clan could fully emerge as one of the dominant powers in the demon realm, escaping the fate of being mere cannon fodder for those formidable clans. Indeed, he had already mapped out the developmental trajectory of the Jiaolong clan for the next 10 millennia. And now, this is the outcome. The dragon egg has vanished. What shall we do now, Elder? The second elder spoke with a heavy heart. It was no small feat for them to enter the ancient battlefield, for it lay within the territory of the human race. The demon realm has always been at odds with humanity. Indeed, the three of them risked their very lives to venture into this perilous domain. Moreover, to reach the ancient battlefield, they had expended more than half of their clan's resources to construct a super teleportation array. All of this was for the sake of the dragon egg. Now that it is lost, it feels as though their efforts have been in vain. We must search. We absolutely must retrieve the dragon egg. This object is of utmost importance to our clan. Without waiting for the elder to speak, the third elder interjected with unwavering resolve. It is preposterous to have invested such vast resources and to have risked our lives only to return empty-handed. The elder remained silent, standing in a daze, seemingly unable to emerge from his sorrowful reverie. Elder? The second elder called out tentatively. Alas, it seems the dragon egg. The elder snapped back to reality. Letting out a long sigh, he understood the nature of the ancient battlefield well. The deeper one ventured, the greater the dangers. It is rumored that this ancient battlefield is a terrifying forbidden zone, where calamities have been buried. Although the location of the dragon egg was not at the very depths of the battlefield, it was still perilously close. The fact that the egg was taken from such a site indicates that the thief was no ordinary individual. They must possess at least the cultivation of an emperor. For an emperor, the dragon egg is an exceedingly rare resource for cultivation, perhaps even a treasure that is sought after but seldom found. Acquiring such a resource would undoubtedly lead one away from the ancient battlefield. With billions of humans and many possessing the cultivation of the emperor's realm, how could one easily reclaim the dragon egg? However, before the Grand Elder could finish speaking, a sudden dragon's roar echoed through the air. Upon hearing this sound, the bodies of the Grand Elder and the other two trembled violently. A dragon's roar? They could not have misheard, especially given the overwhelming dragon might conveyed in that sound. The Grand Elder. The second elder's face immediately lit up with excitement. There are no demon races in the ancient battlefield, let alone the dragon clan. Yet now, a dragon's roar has emerged, surely related to the true dragon egg. Ha ha ha, splendid. Splendid indeed. There is always a way out. Let us go. I must see who dares to covet the dragon egg. A beaming smile blossomed on the Grand Elder's face. Today, even if he is at the tribulation stage, he shall obediently surrender the dragon egg. The third elder chimed in, speaking with audacity, yet his words held truth. For the three of them had attained the late stage of the demon ancestor realm, equivalent to the late stage of the human emperor realm. Moreover, as members of the Flood Dragon clan, their physical prowess was formidable and their innate abilities extraordinary. Each one could stand shoulder to shoulder with the perfected human emperor. Together, they could indeed contend with a tribulation stage powerhouse. Without further ado, the three figures flickered and rushed towards the source of the dragon's roar. Not only did they hear the dragon's roar, but the human powerhouses seeking opportunities in the ancient battlefield also perceived it. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid indeed. Who would have thought there would be a true dragon entity? Heaven assists me, heaven assists me. Having lost the heavenly clean lotus, I now encounter a true dragon entity. I, Taoist Mai, shall undoubtedly break through to the tribulation stage. Somewhere, the old man in the coarse robe burst into hearty laughter, his face alight with excitement. The existence of a true dragon's essence in the realm of true spirits is indeed a celestial treasure. This could provide him with sufficient means to challenge the tribulation realm. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, stationed at the Lusha Inn, also heard the sound of the dragon's roar. He was astonished to discover that there was a true dragon's essence within the ancient battlefield. How splendid! If managed appropriately, it could undoubtedly cultivate a formidable demon army for the leader. In that case, he would surely be handsomely rewarded. His gaze wandered far, fixated on the depths of the ancient battlefield. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already vanished. Unbeknownst to all this, Ling'er and Xingyue remained oblivious. Particularly Ling'er, who was currently cradling a perfectly roasted dragon egg, diligently scooping out the custard within with a spoon. Her cherubic face radiated sheer delight. Sister, this egg is truly delicious, she exclaimed between bites. Xingyue, upon hearing this, couldn't help but wear a wry smile. How could it not be delicious? After all, it was a dragon egg, the very essence of a dragon. In other words, it could be regarded as the pinnacle of sustenance or cultivation resources. It would indeed be strange if it were not delectable. She mused silently, refraining from asking for a taste. Instead, she quietly savored the meat of the demon beast. The dragon egg was beyond her reach, as the spiritual energy contained within was far too potent for her to endure at her current cultivation level. The demon meat, however, was just right. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream pierced the air, startling both Xingyue and Ling'er, causing them to shudder. The utensils in their hands nearly slipped to the ground as they turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Three venerable elders, each adorned with horns, stood transfixed, their gazes fixated upon the young girl before them. To be precise, all three were intently observing Ling'er. These individuals were none other than the three esteemed elders of the Jialong clan, who had hurried over upon hearing the dragon's roar. However, their expressions were remarkably blank, and even the second and third elders occasionally rubbed their eyes in disbelief. It was simply inconceivable to them that the scene unfolding before their eyes was real. The dragon egg had been roasted for consumption. The very hope of the Jialong clan was being devoured by someone. This must be an illusion. Great elder, I am surely hallucinating, the second elder stammered, utterly unable to accept the shocking sight before him. Indeed, it must be an illusion. The great elder nodded in agreement. After all, that was a dragon egg. Even if it fell into the hands of the human race, it would remain an unparalleled cultivation resource. Moreover, true dragons were regarded as terrifying beings in the eyes of humanity. It was unfathomable that one would roast such a treasure for mere sustenance. It is an illusion. It must be. The great elder consoled himself repeatedly in his mind. Old man, what are you barking at? You nearly made me drop my spoon. Ling'er huffed, her voice laced with indignation. After speaking, she scooped up a spoonful of the egg custard and savored it with delightful smack sounds. Second elder, slap me. Quickly, slap me. and tell me this isn't real. The Great Elder, regaining his composure, spoke in a daze. Chapter 38. Elemental Divine Powers? You say it is beautiful? The Great Elder remarked, while the second elder, also coming back to reality, was on the verge of tears. Particularly the way Ling'er munches, it pierces the depths of one's heart like a needle. The dragon egg was consumed by someone. You. The third elder trembled with rage, pointing at Ling'er, unable to catch his breath. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood was spat out from the third elder, clearly overwhelmed by his emotions. Brother, it's gone, everything is gone. The dragon egg has been roasted by her. The second elder lamented, his face a mask of despair, clearly infuriated to the point of sorrow. The first elder clutched his chest, gasping for air, utterly overwhelmed by the situation. The hope of the Jiao dragon clan has truly been devoured. Sister, what is wrong with them? Are they unwell? Ling'er inquired curiously while continuing to savor the dragon egg. Upon hearing this, Xingyue could not suppress her laughter. By now, she had begun to piece things together. After all, the horns atop the heads of the three elders were unmistakable. They undoubtedly belonged to the legendary Jiao dragon clan. Xingyue had some understanding of this formidable race, known to inhabit the overseas demon domain. The central continent connects with the overseas demon realm, and this place is now an ancient battlefield, separated from the overseas demon domain by a considerable distance. How could the Jiao dragon clan possibly appear here? They must have come for the dragon egg. However, the three had never anticipated that the dragon egg would be picked up by Ling'er and subsequently roasted for consumption. It was no wonder they were driven to internal injury. After all, a true dragon holds immense significance for the Jiao dragon clan. Ugh. Why is it always this little girl? Damn it, that was a dragon egg. Did she really roast it to eat? At that moment, the old man in the robe hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the little girl, Ling'er, devouring the dragon egg, he was utterly stunned. A dragon egg. A genuine dragon egg. If nurtured, it could yield an endless supply of true dragon blood. In the realm of true spirits, true dragon blood is a rare treasure, invaluable for alchemy or crafting. To raise a true dragon as a familiar would be akin to possessing a perpetually regenerating vein of spiritual stones. It is no exaggeration to say that a single true dragon egg would be revered even by the most exalted celestial abodes. Yet now, this little child is roasting it to eat. The old man in the robe was at a loss for words, his emotions beyond expression. It was them. Hiss. A dragon egg. A genuine dragon egg. And she roasted it to eat. Xingyue, who rushed over, was equally dumbfounded. Good heavens, do you know what that is? A dragon egg. A genuine dragon egg. And you just went and ruined it? At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed through the air. The three elders of the Jiao Long clan transformed into three immensely fearsome Jiao dragons, their bodies cloaked in darkness, their eyes bloodshot. Their overwhelming aura resembled divine wrath, enveloping the ancient battlefield. Hiss, the three demon ancestors. The old man in the robe gasped in shock. The three demon ancestors. And they were in the late stages of their power. We must flee, he thought anxiously. Meanwhile, Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Late-stage demon ancestors. This power could rival the Imperial Garden. You are doomed. Three serpentine dragons, their eyes bloodshot, fixed their gaze upon the young girl, Xiaoling. A terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped them, as if these dragons had emerged from the depths of the underworld, steeped in a chilling bloodlust. What level of demonic beast is this? Xingyue's countenance changed dramatically. Under such a formidable pressure, she found herself utterly immobilized. It was only to be expected, for she was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Not to mention a demon ancestor. Even a demon saint could render her powerless. And now, she faced three terrifying beings at the late stage of the demon ancestor realm. Lao, these must be the three esteemed elders of the serpent dragon clan, right? At that moment, the elder in ragged attire turned his gaze toward Xingyue, a late-stage demon. Without a doubt, these three old fellows. It is rumored that when they join forces, they can contend with those in the calamity realm. They must have come for the dragon egg, which has now been consumed by that little child. Xingyue nodded, clearly recognizing the elder. This little girl is likely in grave danger. The elder continued. The three esteemed elders of the serpent dragon clan are not only renowned among the demon race, but also feared by humanity. Essentially, the top-tier combatants of the human race are well aware of the terror these three elders embody. Xingyue remained silent, pondering the gravity of the situation. Danger. He felt it shouldn't be so dire, for that little girl appeared to possess an existence that even the leader could not comprehend. Wow, look at that meat. Sister. Such a large piece of meat. As she beheld the three elders transformed into serpentine dragons, Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with delight. momentarily forgetting the dragon egg cradled in her arms. Her gaze fixated intently on the three colossal dragons. Goodness! Upon hearing the words of the young girl, the elder clad in hemp darkened in countenance. Meet. How dare she? This girl is one of the three esteemed elders of the Jiaolong clan, a formidable presence capable of rivaling an imperial garden. Such an entity, reduced to mere meat? Shun Mo's lips twitched slightly. Even an imperial garden would not dare to address the three elders of the Jiaolong clan in such a manner. The three furious Jiaolong brothers, incensed by her words, felt their wrath intensify. They, who traversed the demon realm with an air of dominance, were not a clan that any would willingly provoke. Furthermore, the Jiaolong clan was a prominent lineage within the demon realm. To be referred to as mere meat, this was intolerable. Without further ado, the three Jiaolongs unleashed their innate powers upon the girl. As they opened their mouths, terrifying beams of light erupted forth, one white, one red, and one purple. The brilliance emitted illuminated the dim expanse of the ancient battlefield, while the beams surged forth like arrows released from a taut bowstring, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all in their path. Wherever the white beam traversed, the ground was swiftly encased in a thick layer of ice. The red beam ignited the very sands, turning them to flames. As for the purple light, it crackled with thunder, transforming the land into scorched earth. It was evident that these three beams represented three elemental forces: ice, fire, and lightning. Wow, how beautiful, sister! Upon witnessing the incoming beams, the young girl's expression shifted not in fear, but in a sense of wonder, as if she were beholding a magnificent spectacle. The elder in hemp. Chinemo? The three Jiaolong elders. Everyone present was left utterly bewildered by the girl's exclamation. The three formidable elemental powers, capable of shattering mountains and altering the very heavens, were indeed a sight to behold. What nonsense was this child uttering? Beautiful? Were they to be viewed as mere fireworks? This was an impending threat to one's life. The crowd, caught in a mix of confusion and amusement, found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to chastise the naive little girl for her foolishness or to admire her innocent perspective. In truth, her words rendered everyone speechless, including the elder of the Jiaolong clan. Having participated in countless battles throughout their lives, they had never before encountered anyone who deemed their lethal techniques as beautiful. Just as the three Jiaolong were about to scold her for her folly, their pupils suddenly constricted, their enormous eyes filled with disbelief. Chun Mo and the elder Ma Yi were equally taken aback, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 39. The elder of the Jiaolong clan. It's over. We have encountered great terror. Before them, the three elemental powers that had been aimed at the little girl abruptly came to a halt. More precisely, they seemed to be suspended in front of her, as if an invisible force had emerged, freezing the very void around her and rendering the Jiaolong clan's powers impotent. Sister, these are so beautiful, the little girl exclaimed, beaming as she spoke to Li Xingyue. As she spoke, she reached out her tiny finger toward the beams of light. With a crunch, when her delicate finger made contact with the white column of light, it shattered as if it were a mirror, disintegrating into countless tiny shards of ice. Impossible! Impossible! How can this be? The second elder of the Jiaolong clan murmured, his expression one of utter disbelief. Not only is it the innate divine ability of this being, but it also embodies the primordial power of ice. The cultivation methods of the demon race and the human race, while distinct, share a commonality in their pathways. Human cultivation involves refining spiritual energy prior to the transformation stage, transitioning to the mastery of laws from the transformation to the great ascension stage, and ultimately, delving into the essence of the Tao from the sacred to the emperor venerable stage. This principle holds true for the demon race as well. However, human cultivation is contingent upon innate talent, whereas demon cultivation is predicated on bloodline heritage. For humans, superior talent facilitates swifter cultivation and access to higher realms. The same applies to demons with noble bloodlines. The sole distinction lies in the fact that humans are constrained by their lifespan, necessitating diligent practice and the acquisition of rare resources to accelerate their progress. In contrast, demons of high bloodline enjoy prolonged lifespans and can afford to grow at a leisurely pace. The second elder of the Flood Dragon clan has now attained the realm of demon ancestor and can naturally wield the power of the great Tao, with his Tao manifesting as ice. The white beam of light represents the Tao of ice, imbued with a terrifying chilling force capable of transforming an entire ocean into a frozen expanse, or instantly converting a blazing desert into a vast expanse of glimmering ice. This is evident from the layers of ice that form in the wake of the white beam. Yet, how could such a formidable power of the great Tao be shattered by a mere child? What level of cultivation does this child possess? Is it truly possible for one at the calamity stage to achieve such a feat? In an instant, the second elder of the Flood Dragon clan found himself in a state of tumultuous confusion. Not only he, but the other two Flood Dragons, as well as Chunemo and the Elder Mai, were left utterly astonished. Those at the Emperor Venerable Realm can wield the power of the Great Tao, which is also referred to as the primordial power. With the utilization of this primordial power, cultivators can traverse the heavens and manipulate the very fabric of the earth, transforming the weather, altering the environment, and reshaping the landscape, truly embodying the concept of acting on behalf of heaven. In the realm of warfare, such abilities are undeniably terrifying. To put it simply, a battle between two supreme beings resembles a clash of two distinct manifestations of the celestial way. When confronted with primordial forces, even the mightiest of transcendent beings would find it arduous to shatter them. Yet, what of this little child? With merely a gentle poke, she shattered the icy essence of the ancient elder of the dragon clan. What an extraordinarily fearsome entity she is. Unbeknownst to her, the shockwaves of her actions reverberated through the hearts of those present. After piercing the white beam of light, seemingly captivated by the novelty, she proceeded to prod the red and purple beams as well. Without exception, both pillars disintegrated in an instant. The red beam transformed into flickering flames, continuously igniting upon the ground, while the purple beam morphed into delicate strands of lightning, crackling with a sound akin to tiny electric worms. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the air. The three divine abilities, the three paths, and the three primal forces were effortlessly obliterated by this child. In that moment, the fury in the eyes of the three ancient elders of the dragon clan was replaced by sheer terror, a profound horror. This little girl embodies an unimaginable dread. Flee! The grand elder exclaimed, hastily tearing through the fabric of space. Such terrifying power was beyond their capacity to confront. Perhaps only the reclusive ancestors of the dragon clan could contend with her. The second and third elders, upon hearing this, also tore through the void, preparing to escape. While the dragon egg was indeed significant, it paled in comparison to their lives. You cannot escape. Just as the three elders of the dragon clan sought to plunge into the void, the little girl spoke up. Upon her utterance, the expressions of the three elders of the dragon clan changed abruptly. They found themselves utterly immobilized. The three dragons exchanged glances, each reflecting boundless terror in their eyes. What manner of being is this child? How could a single utterance render them powerless? Could it truly be a calamity realm? When did such a terrifying existence emerge in the realm of true spirits? And astonishingly, it is merely a 4 or 5-year-old child. Quickly, gather the meat. Little Ling'er spoke again. As her words fell, the small gourd rushed forth, its lid opening wide, inhaling gently towards the three elders of the dragon clan. Against their will, the three elders were drawn toward the gourd. No. Who are you? Who on earth are you? You cannot be from the calamity realm. You are certainly not a being of such might. The three elders, filled with both astonishment and rage, each exclaimed. Alas, they ultimately could not escape, being entirely consumed by the small gourd. This scene left Chunemo and the elder Ma utterly stunned. These were three formidable demon ancestors, not only possessing the bloodline of dragons, but also at the peak of their demonic powers. Together, they could contend with the most fearsome entities of the calamity realm. How could they be so effortlessly subdued? Swallowing hard, the two exchanged a glance, suddenly feeling parched and their legs trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, one thought resonated in their minds. My family, I have encountered a great terror. Little senior, I was merely passing through, just passing through. The elder Ma stammered, his voice trembling, particularly recalling how he had previously acted against little Ling'er due to the heavenly purifying lotus. His body shook violently, and his legs quaked even more. Although he is at the emperor's level, he is incapable of dealing with an elder from the Jiao dragon clan. Should Ling'er decide to take action, his demise is certain. Indeed, young senior, do you still remember me? I am Chunemo, merely here to take a look. Chunemo hastily spoke, fearing that Ling'er might turn against him. I remember you. You are the wicked old man, Ling'er remarked, casting a glance at the two. It's over. Upon hearing this, both men silently lamented. Children harbor an intense aversion towards villains. Now that they have been labeled as wicked old men by Ling'er, they are surely doomed. No, young senior, I am not a wicked old man. I have come to bring you some meat. Chunemo quickly interjected, his eyes darting about as he sought to appease her. Meat? Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Yes. I was concerned that I did not bring enough for you before, so I have come to deliver a bit more. Chunemo replied eagerly, secretly wishing to slap himself for wading into such murky waters when he could have remained comfortably at the inn. But where is the meat? I do not see it. Ling'er inquired, glancing around. It is here, it is here. Xingyue promptly produced the corpses of several demonic beasts from his storage ring, although not in abundance. There were several, including one of a demon emperor and even one of a demon ancestor. Wow, hee, wonderful. You are not a wicked old man. You are a good old man for bringing me so much meat. Upon seeing the demonic beast corpses, Ling'er instantly broke into a smile. Unbeknownst to her, Xingyue had silently begun to weep within. Who would come to deliver meat to you? Chapter 40. Sister, we have encountered an elder who has unexpectedly brought us meat. If only I could choose again. I wouldn't even want a dog to come. Not only did I fail to obtain the true dragon treasure, but I also sacrificed my fortune amassed over millennia. Of course, he could only voice these thoughts in his mind. In this world, one must still face Ling'er with a smile. Yet, his smile was even more unsightly than tears. Yes, little senior, I am here to deliver meat to you. The meat has now been delivered, so I shall take my leave. Xingyue continued to speak, and without hesitation, turned to flee, channeling his innate power to its utmost. He had no choice. He feared Ling'er might change her mind. It was not until he had run several thousand kilometers away that he finally sighed in relief. Goodness, if I ever leave the inn again, I will consider myself a dog. With lingering trepidation, he cast a glance over his shoulder, cursing under his breath as he headed towards the quicksand. Bad old man, are you here to deliver vegetables to me instead? Ling'er paid no heed to the departing Xingyue and grinned at the old man in ragged clothes. Deliver vegetables? I'll give you a hammer instead of vegetables. The old man grumbled inwardly upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he managed to muster a strained smile. Yes, I am here to deliver vegetables. How could one have meat without vegetables? He hastily replied, promptly retrieving the spiritual herbs from his possession. These were the supplementary herbs he used in conjunction with the purifying heart lotus to concoct elixirs, including several sacred herbs and even 2 imperial-grade herbs. You are not just a wicked old man, you are also a benevolent one. Upon seeing the abundance of spiritual herbs, Xiaoling's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Indeed. The old man in the coarse robe nodded fervently, his heart silently shedding tears. Why? After the celestial clean lotus was snatched away, why did he not leave the ancient battlefield immediately? He had resolutely made up his mind, yet he lingered on. Now, alas, his fortunes had been utterly depleted. He roared in indignation within, hastily departing. In the blink of an eye, he had already traversed over 1,000 miles. Truly, I am cursed. How did I encounter these 2 troublesome maidens? Is this some divine punishment? The old man crouched on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The 9 heaven spiritual bamboo had been felled by Xiaoling's mother, and the celestial clean lotus had been seized by Xiaoling for her vegetable stew. And now, the spiritual herbs he had sought for millennia had all been taken by Xiaoling. In that moment, the old man's resolve nearly shattered. Feeling as if he had encountered his destined nemesis. Cursed this ancient battlefield, filled with supposed opportunities, filled with nothing but despair. Woe is me, my precious herbs. He cursed while weeping. Finally, with a determined glare, he declared, I must leave this cursed place. To the central continent. No, wait. They are also heading to the central continent, to other realms. It is too risky. What if I encounter them again? Forget it. I shall venture to the demon realm. I refuse to believe I can still cross paths with you. He muttered to himself, now thoroughly frightened of Xiaoling. Sister, we have indeed encountered a kind old man. Deliver us an abundance of meat and vegetables, she said with a hint of disdain. Yet, the gentleman insists that the outside world is fraught with peril and teeming with nefarious individuals. Where are these villains? Before the crackling campfire, little Ling'er busied herself gathering the remains of the demon beasts and the spiritual herbs, while she spoke. Xingyue, upon hearing her, could only manage a wry smile. How could she not discern that Xingyue and the elder Mai were after the dragon egg? Had it been anyone else who acquired it, those 2 old codgers would have swiftly dispatched them. Yet, they encountered the formidable little Ling'er, who not only required offerings, but also demanded cheerful compliance. Of course, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, though an inner curiosity gnawed at her. What manner of being was little Ling'er? At merely 4 years of age, her prowess was astonishing. She effortlessly subdued 3 demon ancestors, formidable beings equivalent to 3 esteemed emperors of the human realm. In fact, within the same realm, the demon race often surpassed humanity in strength, especially considering their lineage was that of the powerful dragon clan. Even so, she had easily captured them. It seems my conjecture holds weight. Ling'er's cultivation undoubtedly transcends the tribulation realm. At such a tender age, her capabilities are nothing short of terrifying. One must wonder about the nature of her father. Surely, he must be an extraordinarily potent immortal. Xingyue mused, with each moment spent in little Ling'er's presence. Her astonishment grew. The sheer terror of her origins and the magnitude of her strength continuously reshaped her understanding. "Sister, hurry and eat your meat. You haven't finished yet," little Ling'er exclaimed, having resumed her feast on the dragon egg. "Very well," Xingyue replied with a gentle smile. Before long, all that remained was consumed by the two of them. Indeed, the majority has found its way into the little one's belly. Nevertheless, what Xingyue has acquired is exceedingly formidable. The power of the laws condensed within her has now surpassed 5,000. With another 1,000, she shall break through to the late stage of divination. "Sister, I wish to sleep." "Sister, a hug, please." After finishing her meal, the little one nestled directly into Xingyue's embrace, displaying a profound dependence on her. "All right, a hug," Xingyue replied with a gentle smile, cradling the little one in her arms. She held a deep affection for her. "Sister, you are so soft and comfortable," the little one remarked, resting her head against Xingyue's chest with a beaming smile. At this, Xingyue felt a mix of shyness and amusement. Turning to the old man in a tattered robe, he hurriedly emerged from the ancient battlefield and found himself at Linglong Pavilion. There was no alternative. To reach the demon domain, one must first travel to the central continent. However, the journey from the Xuanwu domain to the central continent required either traversing the ancient battlefield or utilizing the cross-domain teleportation array. With the little one presently in the ancient battlefield, he was reluctant to take the former route. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to the teleportation array. Yet, the Xuanwu sacred land had been vanquished by the little gourd. His only options were to seek refuge with Linglong Pavilion or the Heavenly Machine Palace. Given the proximity to Linglong Pavilion, he decided to approach there. "Are you the leader of this small faction?" The old man, with an air of superiority, seated himself in the position of the pavilion master, gazing down at Xingyue and her companions. To him, a group of those at the divination stage appeared as mere trifles. "Yes, may I inquire how I can serve you, esteemed elder?" Xingyue spoke with utmost respect. There was no alternative. The sudden appearance of this elder was overwhelmingly powerful. A being of imperial status from the Xuanwu domain, compelling her to bow her head. "Is it true that you possess a cross-domain teleportation array?" The aged figure, adorned in tattered robes, inquired while savoring the fruits prepared by Xingyue and her companions. "Indeed, esteemed elder, the Linglong Pavilion does have a cross-domain teleportation array, which leads to the Baihu domain," Xingyue replied with utmost respect. "Is it not possible to reach Zhongzhou?" The elder's brow furrowed slightly. "Esteemed elder, our Linglong Pavilion is merely a minor force of insignificant stature. Our capabilities are insufficient to establish a foothold in Zhongzhou," Xingyue remarked with a bittersweet smile. Her implication clear. Their meager strength rendered them unable to compete. "Very well, the Baihu domain it shall be. Activate the teleportation array," the elder gestured dismissively, expressing a desire to escape this wretched place, no matter where it led. Upon hearing this, expressions of distress immediately surfaced on Xingyue and her companions' faces. Activating the cross-domain teleportation array demanded an exorbitant expenditure of resources. Although their fortunes had improved slightly after receiving the primordial heavenly water from Ling'er, engaging the teleportation array would plunge the Linglong Pavilion back into a state of frugality. "What? Are you unwilling?" The elder scoffed, a terrifying aura emanating from him. "Of course, we are willing." Lingyue's countenance changed dramatically as she hastily responded, aware that they could neither refuse nor resist such a formidable presence. They had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, proceed." The elder nodded in satisfaction, feeling a semblance of the power befitting a true stronghold return to his heart. "Master, today I present the beasts hunted by the young predecessor for your review." At that moment, an aged voice echoed as the third elder of Linglong Pavilion entered the main hall. Upon seeing an unfamiliar figure occupying the master's seat, the third elder was momentarily taken aback. Similarly, his words left the elder momentarily stunned. The beasts hunted for the little junior? Could it be that this little junior is indeed that one? Chapter 41. A good person? Damn it, what a good person. The elder Mai pondered. In his memory, only Xiaoling'o had a fondness for beast meat. Moreover, the title mentioned by the third elder was also little junior. Wait. Are you referring to a child around 4 or 5 years old? The elder Mai inquired, somewhat nervously. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, hesitating. After all, this elder Mai was a genuine emperor-level powerhouse. Such strong beings were virtually non-existent in the Xuanwu domain. Even if they did exist, they were beyond their reach. If there were any forces in the Xuanwu domain capable of interacting with emperor-level beings, it would undoubtedly be the Xuanwu sacred land. In other words, if this elder Mai had ties to the Xuanwu sacred land, carelessly revealing information about Ling'er could endanger her. They were unaware of the elder's specific cultivation level, nor did they know Ling'er's actual strength. What if this elder was a particularly formidable emperor-level figure? Ling'er and the others contemplated this, falling silent for the moment. The saying an old fox's cunning held true. The elder Mai was a creature of great age, having lived for tens of thousands of years, and was exceptionally shrewd. Observing Xingyue and her companion's hesitant demeanor, he began to form a rough guess in his mind. However, he still found it hard to believe. Was he truly that unfortunate? No matter where he went, he seemed to encounter someone connected to that little child. Could it possibly be her? The old man in the tattered robe, skeptical of the supernatural, casually gestured in the void. In an instant, the image of the young girl, Ling'er, materialized before the onlookers. Upon witnessing the portrait, Xingyue and her companions felt a heavy weight descend upon their hearts. It seemed that this individual truly knew of Ling'er. Could it be that he had come seeking vengeance for the Xuanwu sacred land? Exchange of glances among Xingyue and her companions ignited a flurry of thoughts. Yet, their subtle expressions could hardly escape the keen gaze of the old man. Observing their reactions, he realized with a sinking heart that he had indeed encountered individuals linked to that little girl once more. What should he do now? The mere thought of Ling'er discovering that he had come to this place to exert his influence sent shivers down his spine. Was he destined to suffer yet another heavy loss? Such a predicament was utterly vexing. He could never have anticipated that such a minor faction would be intertwined with Ling'er, and judging by the current circumstances, their relationship was far from ordinary. After all, Xingyue and her companions were aiding Ling'er in collecting the corpses of demon beasts. In other words, this small faction was effectively serving Ling'er, akin to being under her patronage. Cold sweat broke out on the old man's forehead. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if sitting on pins and needles or being pricked by thorns. He had unwittingly aligned himself with the forces of that little girl, a veritable leap into the flames. As he pondered this, Ling'er and her companions, sensing his silence, dared not utter a word. The old man was formidable, and they surmised he had come seeking retribution for the Xuanwu sacred land. They could not allow him to discover that Ling'er had ventured to the ancient battlefield. With a shared understanding, Ling'er and her companions resolved to deliver the old man a deceptive message. Senior, almost simultaneously, the elder in the hemp robe and Ling'er spoke up. Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback. You go first. No, you go first. Their voices, in perfect unison, echoed once more. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The elder in the hemp robe initially thought to hastily apologize while the little spirit was still unaware of the situation, and then leave this dreadful place. Ling'er, on the other hand, contemplated informing the other that the little spirit had gone to the White Tiger domain, thus providing a false lead. Senior, please, you go ahead. After a prolonged silence, Ling'er finally spoke. Ahem, you must be the master of this faction, correct? Please, take a seat. The elder in the hemp robe coughed a few times and spoke with a smile. Remarkably, he voluntarily vacated his position as master, offering it to Ling'er. Huh? This sudden shift took Ling'er by surprise. I see you are but a step away from the fusion realm. In truth, I have some acquaintance with your leader. Here, take this. It should aid you in breaking through to the fusion realm. The elder, with an unflinching demeanor, continued. Afterward, he produced a pill and tossed it to Ling'er. Upon receiving the pill, Ling'er could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was actually a 6th-level mirror-shattering pill. This grade of pill is specifically designed for practitioners of the fusion realm, with the mirror-shattering pill being the most renowned, as it is intended to assist in breaking through realms. Having acquired the Xingyue soup left by Xingyue, Ling'er had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Now, with the addition of this 6th-level mirror-shattering pill, she would certainly be able to leap into the fusion realm. Yet, she felt somewhat dazed. In an unexpected turn of events, why would such a powerful figure bestow such precious elixirs upon himself? Furthermore, who is the master in question? Your cultivation appears commendable as well. These shall be bestowed upon you. They may elevate your cultivation to new heights. The elder in tattered robes spoke once more, his gaze fixed upon Ling Xian and the esteemed elders of Linglong Pavilion. Upon concluding his statement, several elixirs descended accurately into the hands of the recipients. Notably, these were elixirs of significant aid to their cultivation breakthroughs. The crowd, bewildered, clutched the elixirs in astonishment. Thank you, esteemed elder. You are truly benevolent. Indeed, your kindness is greatly appreciated, venerable elder. As realization dawned upon them, they hastily expressed their gratitude. They had anticipated encountering a formidable adversary and had braced themselves for a considerable sacrifice, only to be met with a benefactor instead. At these words, the elder's lips twitched in irritation. A benefactor? How preposterous! Were it not for that terrifying young child, would I deign to acknowledge you insignificant beings? Internally, he scoffed. Yet he exhaled a sigh of relief. At least, this grievance had been alleviated. There is no need for such formality. It is the duty of our kind to support one another, for only then can humanity grow stronger. Now, I must attend to matters in the central continent. Where is your interdimensional teleportation array? The elder waved his hand dismissively, delivering his words with elegance while feeling quite vexed within. Had he known, he would have refrained from such posturing. Now, he had gained no benefits and had freely distributed numerous elixirs. Esteemed elder, please follow me. Ling'er carefully stowed the elixirs and promptly invited him. Soon, she led the elderly man in a tattered robe to the interdimensional teleportation array at Linglong Pavilion. Finally, they could leave this wretched place. Upon seeing the teleportation array, the old man cursed under his breath. Without waiting for Lingyue's actions, he produced a spirit stone to activate the array, and in an instant, he vanished completely. Master, I never expected there to be such a benevolent elder in this world. Indeed, after living for several millennia, it is my first encounter with someone so kind-hearted. With this elixir, my cultivation will surely advance to a higher realm. To be precise, the overall strength of Linglong Pavilion will ascend to new heights. The elders expressed their sentiments, all smiling with glee. Unbeknownst to them, their words had reached the ears of the elderly man, causing him to feel a surge of frustration. Good person? Kind-hearted? How dare they? Chapter 42. The Spirits of Heaven and Earth. The terrifying old man within the ancient battlefield, Xiaoling and her companion, were oblivious to all of this. After resting for a night and enjoying a meal, they resumed their journey. Xiaoling remained lively, bouncing around like a little rabbit, her small hands flailing with joy. Xingyue followed closely behind, wearing a gentle smile. After last night's grand feast, her cultivation had progressed to the late stage of the transformation realm. Sister, how much longer do we have to walk? Xiaoling inquired, stepping on the shattered bones beneath her feet. I am not certain, Xingyue replied with a smile. This was her first time venturing so deeply into the ancient battlefield, and she too was unaware of the vastness of this region. Wow, sister. There are so many vegetables over there. Ling'er's voice rang out once more, her eyes fervently fixed ahead. Vegetables. Xingyue furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Following Ling'er's gaze, all she could see was barren earth. Where are the spiritual herbs? There's even a monster over there. Sister, shall we inquire with that monster? Ling'er spoke to herself, gazing forward. A monster? Xingyue was taken aback. Could it be a demonic beast? That seems implausible. Ling'er always referred to demonic beasts as meat. If it were truly a demonic beast, she would certainly mention the meat. Ling'er, what is a monster? She asked, perplexed. It's just a monster. Ling'er tilted her head in response. Xingyue was momentarily stunned. So what exactly is a monster? A spirit of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the voice of the great cauldron spirit echoed in her mind. What? Upon hearing this, Xingyue's heart jolted. It is indeed a spirit of heaven and earth. She recognized this entity. The spirit of heaven and earth, as legend has it, is a peculiar spiritual body born of the natural world. They come in various forms, some resembling humans, others like demonic beasts, and even weapons. In the eyes of humanity, spirits of heaven and earth are immensely valuable treasures. This is because they can be integrated into magical artifacts, bestowing them with a spirit and elevating their rank. Even an exceedingly ordinary magical artifact can undergo transformation into a Tao artifact after merging with a spirit of heaven and earth. Furthermore, as the holder nurtures it, it may evolve into a sacred artifact, imperial artifact, and so forth. Should a powerful spirit of heaven and earth be acquired by a master craftsman, sufficient to forge an imperial artifact or even a celestial one. Alas, the demand for magical treasures among humanity has rendered the earth spirits exceedingly rare. It would not be an exaggeration to claim they are a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. She never anticipated that within this ancient battlefield, there would be an earth spirit. No wonder this place has become a treasure trove in the eyes of the people of the Xuanwu domain. Sister, let us inquire with that creature, suggested Xiaoling. After a moment's hesitation, Xingyue nodded in agreement. Earth spirits are immensely powerful beings. Even the most feeble among them possesses the strength of the integration realm, or even the ascension realm. The fact that this earth spirit within the ancient battlefield has not been captured indicates that it must be of formidable strength. However, earth spirits harbor a profound hatred for humanity, as they are frequently seized and subjected to the creation of magical treasures, akin to being enslaved. Thus, their animosity towards humans runs deep. To approach it directly for directions would be akin to courting disaster. Yet, considering Ling'er's prowess, Xingyue felt reassured. It seemed unlikely that the earth spirit within the ancient battlefield would pose a threat to Ling'er. Otherwise, the great artifact spirit would have already intervened. Accompanying Ling'er, Xingyue traversed the ancient battlefield for the duration of an incense stick. What a terrifying range of spiritual consciousness. Just what level of cultivation does Ling'er possess? Xingyue pondered in astonishment. It is worth noting that she herself is at the late stage of the divine transformation realm. In the span of an incense stick, they could cover at least 5,000 kilometers, a distance so vast that it could rival the territory governed by Linglong. However, the little spirit, surprisingly, could see the situation from 5,000 kilometers away, which vividly illustrated the terror of her spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness is intrinsically linked to one's cultivation. Take Xingyue herself as an example. Her spiritual perception barely extends 500 miles. In other words, the little spirit's awareness is equivalent to 10 of her own. Such an immense spiritual perception was something Xingyue had never heard of nor witnessed. Moreover, this might not even be the little spirit's limit. Sister, the demon is right here, the little spirit declared, standing in the desert and gazing ahead. Xingyue looked around, seeing nothing but barren land. Where could there possibly be any celestial spirits? Not even a single spiritual herb was in sight. The little spirit fell silent, merely extending her hand and gently gesturing forward. Buzz. Instantly, visible ripples emanated from the spot she pointed to. A barrier. Xingyue immediately realized. She had not anticipated that a barrier would exist here. Soon, an entrance appeared at the point where the little spirit had indicated, and Xingyue was immediately enveloped by a surge of rich spiritual energy. What an abundant spiritual essence. Could this be a paradise within a cave? Xingyue pondered to herself. Sister, let us enter, the little spirit urged. Without hesitation, she stepped inside first. Xingyue nodded and followed closely behind. As her vision flickered, she soon found her surroundings transformed dramatically. Before her stood several towering peaks, while at the base lay a vast plain connected to the mountains, resembling a great field enveloped by towering cliffs. Wow, the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. What an astonishing sight. The entire area is filled with spiritual herbs. Where on earth is this place? Xingyue felt a profound shock in her heart. The intensity of the spiritual energy here is at least dozens of times greater than that of the Linglong Pavilion. Particularly on the plain below, various kinds of spiritual herbs blanket the land like wild grass, among which are not only imperial herbs, but also sacred herbs. However, what captivated Xingyue's attention the most was the fruit tree standing at the center of the plain. The tree reached nearly 12 feet in height, adorned with bright red fruits, each emanating a peculiar spiritual essence. Celestial herbs. Could this be a divine tree? Xingyue gazed at the fruit tree, her heart trembling with astonishment. The spiritual power contained within the fruits was terrifyingly potent, surpassing even that of imperial herbs by several folds. Only the legendary celestial herbs could possess such formidable spiritual energy. Just then, an ancient voice suddenly resonated, imbued with intense anger. A diminutive old man materialized before Xingyue and Ling'er. The old man, with white hair and beard, stood no taller than Ling'er's knee, embodying a presence even more formidable than the three serpents. Xingyue regarded the unexpectedly appeared old man, musing to herself. Strong, incredibly strong. That was her impression of him. Who are you? Why do you carry her aura? The old man ignored Xingyue, his gaze fixed curiously on Ling'er instead. Chapter 43, Divine Artifacts Revealed. The old man was bewildered, contemplating if he had violated some heavenly decree. Ling'er appeared not to comprehend the old man's words, merely staring at him with keen curiosity. However, Xingyue discerned the truth. This old man must have encountered little Ling'er's mother. Hence, he spoke such words. Xingyue pondered, convinced that this old man had indeed interacted with little Ling'er's mother. Moreover, the emotions exhibited by the old man suggested that their encounter was far from pleasant, and he may have even suffered some loss. After all, when the old man first laid eyes on little Ling'er, his tone was laced with fury. Could he be the terrifying entity mentioned by Chen Mo? Xingyue mused. Who are you? What is your relation to her? The old man fixed a fierce gaze upon little Ling'er, angrily scolding her, resembling a raging lion. Sister, he is scaring me, little Ling'er whimpered. Seemingly frightened by the old man's tone, her expression turning pitiful as she rushed into Xingyue's embrace, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing her vulnerable demeanor caused Xingyue's heart to ache. What manner of creature dares to intimidate my little master? Before Xingyue could utter a word, the great cauldron spirit soared forth, aiming to suppress the old man. Little Ling'er was a cherished treasure. Not only was she never scolded, but she was also fiercely protected. How dare a mere spirit of heaven and earth threaten her? The cauldron spirit declared it would not tolerate such insolence. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the cauldron spirit, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, the various ornaments adorning little Ling'er began to tremble. Among them were earrings, bracelets, anklets, necklaces, hairpins, and so forth. Subsequently, these items detached from the little girl, Xiaowudao, soaring above the little old man's head. A terrifying aura emanated from these ornaments, as if each piece were a formidable entity capable of suppressing the ages. The little old man gazed at the array of adornments hovering above him, his complexion suddenly paling to an alarming degree. Celestial treasures. All of them were celestial treasures. By heavens, this young girl bore such an extraordinary collection of celestial treasures. The little old man was left in a state of bewilderment and fear, realizing that he had inadvertently provoked a presence he should not have trifled with. Not only him, but Xingyue was also taken aback, for she could sense that the momentum radiating from those ornaments far surpassed that of the little old man by several folds. It is important to note that the little old man was indeed more formidable than the 3 dragon serpents encountered earlier. In her heart, Xingyue had formed a rough estimation of his strength. He was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the tribulation realm. After all, Chinemo, who possessed the cultivation of an emperor, had referred to this individual as a great terror. Yet, every ornament that flew forth from Ling'er exuded a force even greater than that of the little old man. Xingyue found herself utterly bewildered regarding the rank of these artifacts, as they transcended her comprehension. Likewise, she had not anticipated that beyond the grand cauldron and the small gourd, Ling'er possessed such an abundance of terrifying treasures. Buzzing. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Following the emergence of those ornaments, ripples of energy surged around Ling'er, and soon after, the small gourd soared forth. Moreover, even the pots, pans, and utensils that Ling'er typically used followed suit, flying out alongside the small gourd. Each object exuded an exceedingly terrifying aura. Goodness! Upon encountering such overwhelming presence, the old man was utterly bewildered. Celestial treasures, indeed, they were all celestial treasures. How could a mere child carry dozens of such artifacts? What manner of family could possibly afford such luxuries? He was not alone in his astonishment. Xingyue was equally taken aback. She could hardly fathom that the utensils little Ling'er used were, in fact, formidable magical artifacts. My heavens, where did little Ling'er originate? The everyday items she utilized were nothing short of astonishing treasures. Gentlemen, how shall we proceed with this little one? The voice of the great cauldron's spirit resonated. Laced with humility, it was at a loss. Before Ling'er's impressive array of equipment, it felt utterly inferior. Though Xingyue and the old man were unaware of the true rank of these items, the spirit was acutely aware. They were all divine artifacts, each surpassing it by several tiers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hairpin, earrings, and small gourd, all divine artifacts, emitted no sound but merely vibrated slightly. Elder sister? The great cauldron spirit was momentarily stunned. It understood the implications of the gourd's intentions. This matter required the judgment of the elder sister. But which elder sister could it be? Soon, the answer became clear. The magnificent red robe draped over little Ling'er suddenly ascended into the air, its terrifying presence permeating the surroundings, even more formidable than the collective might of the small gourds. What level of power was this? The great cauldron's spirit was left in a daze at the sight of the soaring red robe. It sensed that this robe was an existence far superior to the small gourds, which were true divine artifacts in their own right. The majestic Dahongpo proved to be even more formidable than its counterparts. As it soared into the air, the array of magical artifacts surrounding the little gourd immediately ceded their prominent position, leaving all in a state of bewilderment. The old man was particularly flabbergasted, staring blankly at the terrifying treasure hovering above him, his mind enveloped in a void of confusion. What transgression had he committed to warrant such a phenomenon? Xingyue, too, was at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that the young Ling'er not only wielded but also adorned herself with such formidable artifacts. My goodness, this. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Xingyue found herself speechless. Misunderstandings abound. Esteemed guests, please forgive me. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's face as he stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his heart heavy with vexation. Who could have imagined that a mere child of 4 or 5 years would possess such an array of celestial treasures? Especially that magnificent Dahongpo, he could not even discern its true rank. Had he known earlier, even 1,000 lifetimes of courage would not have compelled him to rebuke Ling'er. Go and inquire, suddenly echoed the voice of the ancient cauldron spirit in Xingyue's mind, a clear message from the magical artifacts surrounding the Dahongpo. Yes, esteemed elder. Xingyue replied respectfully, calming Ling'er first. It's all right, dear. Then, turning to the old man, she asked, have you ever seen her? As she spoke, an image of Ling'er's mother was conjured. I have, the old man replied, casting a furtive glance at the terrifying entities suppressing him above. When she visited me, she was at the late stage of the emperor's realm. However, she had her sights set on the Xianling fruit that I was guarding. I engaged her in a fierce battle, and though we both suffered, in the end, she managed to seize the Xianling fruit. He continued to speak, revealing that this was the source of his intense fury upon seeing Xiaoling. The Xianling fruit was crucial for his advancement, and it was no wonder he was enraged at its theft. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xingyue mused silently, realizing that this old man was the formidable existence mentioned by Chen Mo. And what of her whereabouts? Xingyue inquired once more. She has crossed the ancient battlefield and gone to Zhongzhou, the old man replied candidly. How far is it to Zhongzhou from here? A distance of 10,000 miles. Are there any other formidable beings? None. The most powerful here is the old man. Through a series of questions and answers, Xingyue swiftly acquired the information they sought. Suddenly, she asked, do you know her name? Currently, the clues they possessed were merely an image and a direction. However, Zhongzhou, as the stabilizing force of the true spirit realm, housed numerous imperial pavilions and dozens of celestial abodes, indicating its vast expanse. Relying solely on the direction and the image to locate an individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Knowing her name would undoubtedly be more advantageous. Chapter 44. Entering Xingyue, 100 Knowledge Pavilion. I do not know, the old man replied, shaking his head. After hearing this, Xingyue ceased her inquiries, cradling Xiaoling as she silently withdrew to the side. All pertinent questions had been posed. The ensuing matters were beyond her involvement. Esteemed sirs, is there room for negotiation? The old man sighed deeply, overwhelmed with frustration. At that moment, he felt profound regret. Why had he chosen to provoke that little child? Could he not have approached the situation with a calm demeanor? Now, the situation had escalated. What to do, my esteemed brethren? The great cauldron spirit addressed the little gourd and its companions. With a hum, the grand red robe trembled momentarily before returning to the side of the little spirit. Other adornments followed suit, while the utensils used by the little spirit vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the only remnants of what had once subdued the old man were the little gourd and the great cauldron. The little gourd remained silent, merely opening its lid to draw in a mighty breath. All the spiritual herbs were uncontrollably absorbed into the gourd. Within moments, the plain lay barren. Once the spiritual herbs were collected, the little gourd vanished from the sight of the old man and Xingyue. Gazing at the desolate expanse, the old man let out a long sigh. These were the very plants he had cultivated to elevate his own rank, some of which had taken millennia to mature. The mysterious spiritual fruit tree had existed for over 100,000 years. Naturally, he dared not voice his grievances. Such is the nature of this world. The strong prey upon the weak. If he were to lay blame, it could only be upon his own insufficient strength or, perhaps, on the terrifying prowess of the little spirit, who possessed an array of formidable treasures. However, what puzzled the old man was the true identity of this child. How could one so young bear such formidable celestial artifacts? Youngster, my brethren suggest that erasing you would be too lenient. They demand you serve as their thrall. The voice of the great cauldron echoed in the old man's mind. Yes, esteemed one, the old man replied, nodding earnestly, not daring to express any dissent. Merely a servant. Yet at least I still draw breath. With a disdainful snort, the elder withdrew into the storage space of the little spirit. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse was left with only the old man, Xingyue, and the little spirit. The old servant, Ling, respectfully addressed the two young masters. Little spirit, everything is all right now. Xingyue, however, paid him no mind and continued to comfort the little spirit in her arms. The little spirit cast a glance at the old man, remaining silent, but nestled closely against Xingyue, exuding an air of profound melancholy. Xingyue offered a wry smile. For this was the first time she had witnessed such a demeanor from the little spirit. Clearly, the old man's reprimand had indeed left a mark on her heart. Her eyes darted about, and soon an idea took shape. Little spirit, this fellow has already been tamed. In the future, he can fetch you plenty of delicious meat. Would you not like to indulge in some savory treats? Xingyue proposed, attempting to win over the child with her words. Oh, really, sister? The mention of meat immediately rekindled the little spirit's vivacity. Indeed, Xingyue affirmed, hurriedly signaling to the old man. Young master, this old man can procure a great deal of meat for you. Ling quickly interjected. Humph, I want vegetables too, the little spirit retorted with a glance. Vegetables? Ling was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what vegetables entailed. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, very well, there shall be vegetables as well. First, He needed to appease this young master, after all. Your appearance is quite unseemly, the little spirit remarked once more. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the wood turned its eyes about, and ultimately, a radiant glow enveloped it, transforming into an adorably plump little puppy, reminiscent of a 1-month-old newborn pup. No larger than an adult's palm. How utterly delightful! Upon witnessing this transformation, Ling'er's eyes sparkled with joy. Xingyue, taken aback for a moment, found the words strikingly familiar. It soon dawned on her, recalling her first encounter with Ling'er when a celestial creature had morphed into a cat, prompting Ling'er to exclaim its cuteness, ultimately leading her to inquire how such a charming creature might be savored. Surely not, Xingyue pondered. However, after a brief moment, she did not hear Ling'er ask about how to eat it. Instead, she was playfully tossing the wooden spirit around, clearly amused. Observing her happiness, Xingyue felt a sense of relief. After Ling'er had played for some time, she finally spoke. Ling'er, shall we continue our search for your mother? Yes, yes. Ling'er eagerly nodded. Thus, the trio, 2 girls and a puppy, resumed their journey towards Xingyue. 2 days later, they encountered a vast forest. Upon crossing the river, they would enter the domain of Xingyue. The little puppy spoke, having fully integrated into the bond shared by Ling'er and Xingyue, embracing its fate. Little puppy, I want to ride you across, Ling'er exclaimed joyfully. Over the past 2 days, the wooden spirit had gone to great lengths to amuse Ling'er, finally discovering that transforming into a large-eared dog and soaring through the air with her brought her immense joy. Very well, my young master, it replied. The wooden spirit nodded, and in an instant, transformed into a large-eared dog. Its ears stood erect, and its stature was modest, just the right size for little Ling'er to ride upon. To enhance its cuteness, its 4 legs were short, and its head was particularly lively and adorable. Little Ling'er giggled, leaping onto the back of the wooden spirit, grasping its large ears with delight. Little dog, fly swiftly, she exclaimed. As soon as the words left her lips, the wooden spirit took off into the air. Xingyue, who had been silently following behind, couldn't help but smile wryly. After 2 days of interaction, she had come to understand the wooden spirit's capabilities. It was a formidable being, a cultivator at the first level of the tribulation realm. In the hierarchy of the tribulation realm, such strength was considered the weakest, having merely passed through a single ascension tribulation. Yet, for Xingyue, such a terrifying presence was one to be revered, even though she had broken through to the integration realm with the aid of little Ling'er. In the eyes of a tribulation realm expert, she remained akin to an insignificant insect. However, this being, worthy of her admiration, was relegated to the role of a mount in the presence of little Ling'er. As they traversed the river that separated the central continent from the ancient battlefield, they entered a dense forest. Elder, do you know where this place is? Xingyue inquired, landing beside the wooden spirit. This area is known as the Wuwang mountain range, belonging to the Heong prefecture. This prefecture is home to 3 great imperial gardens and 2 celestial abodes. The Wuwang mountain range is governed by one of the 3 major imperial clans, the Lin family, the wooden spirit explained. Then, Elder, do you know how we might locate Ling'er's mother? Xingyue pressed on, now understanding why those formidable artifacts had spared the wooden spirit's life, primarily to serve as a mount for little Ling'er. Moreover, the wood spirit possesses remarkable longevity and profound wisdom, with extensive knowledge of the true spirit continent. Therefore, it is prudent to spare its life and appoint it as a guide for the young Ling. In the central state, there exists a faction known as the 100 Knowledge Pavilion. This organization is prevalent throughout the central state and specializes in the sale of various intelligence. We may visit the branch of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion located in the Heong domain, suggested the wood spirit. Chapter 45, Receiving News of Bayunyan, Being Watched, Feiyan City. The most prosperous city within the jurisdiction of the Lin family of the imperial clan in Heong Prefecture. Oh, what an adorable and charming little child, exclaimed a woman. Little one, may I hold you? I'll buy you some candy. How does that sound? Or perhaps some beast milk? Clad in a crimson robe and wearing a tiger skin hat, the young Ling'er traversed the weathered cobblestone path, instantly capturing the attention of numerous women. It was inevitable. Her cuteness was irresistible, with her round, sparkling eyes and chubby cheeks, complemented by her vibrant attire. She exuded a blend of charm and innocence that compelled many to wish to embrace, kiss, or cuddle her. Especially enchanting was the pure, untainted smile adorning Ling'er's face. It was truly a love-at-first-sight moment. Even the wood spirit, now resembling a delightful little puppy, could not outshine her radiance. Hee. Ling'er playfully grinned at the women gazing at her, revealing her 2 small tiger teeth. Oh, little sister, what color of sack do you like? My heart has melted. Oh my, what an incredibly cute child. Ah, how delightful this is. I yearn for one as well. In an instant, the hearts of numerous women were utterly enchanted. "Sister, I wish to have candied hawthorn," little Ling'er exclaimed to Li Xingyue. "Very well, we shall buy some," Li Xingyue replied, gently stroking her head with a tender smile. "Sister is so kind. Let us cuddle," little Ling'er giggled, snuggling closer to her. Such an adorable sight naturally elicited waves of admiration. "Dear child, why not come closer to your sister?" Yes, come here to sister. It is spacious and quite comfortable," a chorus of women chimed in. In response, Li Xingyue could only smile helplessly. She had not anticipated that little Ling'er would draw such a crowd. It seemed that ever since they emerged from the Wuwang mountain range and re-entered the city, little Ling'er had become a focal point wherever they went. "Esteemed ladies, please do not disturb the young master," Mu Ling interjected, subtly emanating an aura of authority. The onlookers were momentarily startled before reluctantly dispersing. "Come, Ling'er, I shall buy you some beast milk and candied hawthorn," Li Xingyue said, affectionately patting little Ling'er's head. The candied hawthorn, needless to say, was crafted from spirit fruits and spirit honey, not inexpensive at 10 spirit stones per skewer. Li Xingyue did not hesitate to purchase the entire stock from the vendor. The beast milk, derived from magical beasts and specially processed into a delightful beverage, was a favorite among children. Naturally, it too was costly, priced at 10 spirit stones per pound, as it was a spiritual item made from beast milk and spirit fruits. Li Xingyue directly took all the beast milk from the vendor's hands. It was utterly delicious, even more so than the milk of the white sheep. Xiaoling'o cradled the beast milk, savoring it as if she had discovered a new world. "White sheep's milk?" Li Xingyue inquired casually. Yes. There's a white sheep in the village that often provides milk for me," Xiaoling'o replied. "It's not tasty at all, and it's not sweet." Upon hearing this, the spirit of the great cauldron revealed a bitter smile. The white sheep was well aware of its own worth. Being one of the 10 demon lords of the immortal spirit realm, the divine beast Baizhe. Unfortunately, it had been captured by Lu Ming to serve as a wet nurse for Xiaoling. If Baizhe were to learn that its milk was deemed unpalatable, it would likely be driven to despair. The great cauldron pondered. Thus, after a leisurely time of eating, drinking, and playing, the three of them finally arrived at the Baishao pavilion. Mu Ling wasted no words and directly led them to the pavilion master. "What instructions do you have, esteemed elder?" The middle-aged master spoke with a wry smile, surprised to encounter a powerful figure from the tribulation realm in such a place. Although there were many tribulation realm experts in the central continent, they were elusive, like mythical dragons seldom seen. Even he had never been so close to one before. "The young master asks, and you shall respond," Mu Ling remarked casually, casting him a glance. A mere mid-stage emperor realm cultivator was considered strong in the immortal spirit realm. Yet to her eyes, he remained insignificant. "Young master?" The pavilion master was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Xiaoling'er and Li Xingyue. He could not overlook Li Xingyue's circumstances. She was in the early stages of fusion, possessing a delicate and exquisite body. In the vast expanse of Zhongzhou, such aptitude could only be deemed passable at best. Even if such qualities emerged from a prominent family, it would be improbable for a formidable being of the calamity realm to offer personal protection. His gaze then fell upon the little spirit, Xiaoling'er, who was sipping on beast's milk. A gasp escaped his lips. He could not perceive her true nature. It appeared that she was indeed the one of significance. The pavilion master pondered within. "Someone, please fetch the finest beast milk for our esteemed guest." After uttering this command, he turned to Xiaoling'er with a smile, inquiring, "Might I ask what you wish to know, esteemed young one?" "I do not go by esteemed young one. I am known as the super invincible, the most powerful under heaven," Xiaoling'er replied in a sweet, childlike voice. The pavilion master was momentarily taken aback. Super invincible, the most powerful under heaven? Such a moniker. Very well. May I inquire what the super invincible, the most powerful under heaven wishes to learn? He asked with a courteous smile, suppressing any urge to jest. It is well understood that in Zhongzhou, those accompanied by calamity realm strong beings are invariably cherished figures within the most formidable celestial abodes. While the 100 Knowledge Pavilion is indeed powerful, he lacked the standing to scoff at such entities. "I am searching for my mother," Xiaoling'er stated plainly. The pavilion master was once again taken aback. "Searching for your mother? Do you know this person?" Li Xing interjected, and with a flick of his fingers, an image materialized in the air. "It is her." Upon seeing the image, the pavilion master's expression shifted dramatically. Clearly, he recognized Xiaoling'er's mother. "Please divulge all that you know." The wooden spirit nestled in Xiaoling'er's arms cast a glance at him and spoke nonchalantly. "This individual is named by Yunyan. She possesses extraordinary talent and a beauty that could captivate nations. Particularly striking was her chilling demeanor, as if she were a born sovereign. Especially noteworthy was her extraordinary talent for cultivation, possessing the legendary celestial physique. The leader spoke slowly. A celestial physique? Upon hearing this, Xingyue was taken aback. In the realm of true spirits, special physiques are classified into spiritual, Tao, and divine physiques. Beyond the divine physique lies a terrifying category known as the celestial physique. The spiritual physique allows its bearer to effortlessly cultivate to the nascent soul stage. The Tao physique enables its possessor to smoothly reach the great ascension stage. The divine physique grants its owner easy access to the emperor's realm. As for the celestial physique, it naturally corresponds to the tribulation stage. One could assert that the bearer of a celestial physique is inherently destined for the tribulation stage. And then? Ling asked impassively. He could hardly believe that little Ling'er's mother was merely of celestial physique. After all, she was accompanied by an array of formidable celestial treasures, hinting at an extraordinary background. He was certain that the force behind little Ling'er was formidable even within the celestial spirit realm, quite possibly that of the revered celestial king. Surely, being the mother of little Ling'er could not be as simple as possessing a celestial physique. A celestial physique denotes an innate connection to the tribulation stage, he continued. Her talent had attracted the attention of the 9th-level celestial mansion and ultimately led to her acceptance into the heavenly Tao Palace. The leader spoke once more, alas. Before Xingyue could respond, he let out a deep sigh. However, beauty for a woman is a double-edged sword, especially in the ruthless realm of cultivation. Thus, she became the target of Yulin Fei, one of the 10 supreme disciples of the heavenly Tao Palace. Chapter 46. So brave? Dare to coerce the mother of Xiao Ling'er into marriage? My goodness. Upon hearing this, Ling couldn't help but exclaim internally, what a remarkable fellow this Yulin Fei is. He even dares to target the mother of this esteemed lady. He glanced at the ornaments adorning Xiao Ling'er, and indeed, they stirred slightly. Please, continue. Ling inquired once more. As a prominent disciple of the heavenly Tao Palace, Yulin Fei is backed by his family's illustrious lineage. For his ancestor is one of the Tao ancestors of the heavenly Tao Palace, a formidable presence at the 9th tribulation realm. Given such a background, the heavenly Tao Palace would naturally support Yulin Fei's ambitions. Thus, Bai Yunyan found herself coerced into marriage. The sect leader interjected. What? Ling exclaimed, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Incredible. How audacious to press the mother of such a figure into marriage. Truly, he possesses remarkable courage. He discreetly cast another glance at the ornaments on Xiao Ling'er, and indeed, they all shifted slightly. Even the grand crimson robe she wore fluttered subtly. The Yu family is in for a dire fate, Ling mused to himself. Xiao Ling'er is adorned with no less than dozens of celestial treasures. While a 9th tribulation realm powerhouse is indeed formidable, even dozens of celestial treasures could potentially vanquish him, not to mention the terrifying crimson robe among them. He pondered, clearly unaware that the magical tools possessed by Xiaowudao and company were divine artifacts rather than mere celestial items. Is there more? Xingyue interjected. The sect leader cast a glance at her before continuing. Ultimately, a group of mysterious individuals appeared and rescued Bai Yunyan. However, this incited the wrath of the Tao ancestor of the Yu family. It is said that he pursued them relentlessly, ultimately cornering Bai Yunyan and her companions within the demon domain. This encompasses all the information regarding Bai Yunyan. Is that so? Ling pondered within. It appears that in order to locate Xiao Ling'er's mother, one must venture into the demon domain. Sister, I shall go to the heavenly Tao Palace. I intend to confront those who have wronged my mother. Xiao Ling'er, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, her voice brimming with fury. It was evident that she was enraged, profoundly enraged. As Xiao Ling'er voiced her intent, a terrifying aura emanated from her, enveloping the surroundings. Under the weight of this dreadful presence, the expression of the pavilion master drastically changed, and even Ling's complexion turned pale. Terror, utter terror. This was the foremost thought shared by both individuals, particularly Ling, whose heart was tumultuous with waves of anxiety. He sensed an immense celestial power radiating from Xiao Ling'er. Such formidable celestial energy. Why is the tribulation realm referred to as a pseudo-immortal realm? It is because, upon reaching this stage, the power of the great Tao within the body undergoes a transformation during the immortal ascension tribulation, merging with the practitioner's internal organs and limbs, thus completely metamorphosing their corporeal form into that of an immortal. Once one successfully navigates the 9 layers of the immortal ascension tribulation, the immortal physique can achieve perfection, allowing one to ascend to the immortal spirit realm and enjoy a lifespan of countless epochs. After reaching the tribulation realm, practitioners can wield celestial power, which, to be precise, is the transformation of Taoist energy into immortal energy. These are 2 fundamentally distinct and incomparable forms of power. In the true spirit realm, this immortal energy is likewise referred to as celestial power. As a powerful being of the tribulation realm, Mu Ling naturally has access to celestial power. He can also perceive the terrifying immortal energy residing within Ling'er. Having lived for over 100,000 years, Mu Ling has encountered numerous formidable beings of the tribulation realm, yet the strength he has witnessed among them is unparalleled. Regardless of the realm, no one possesses celestial power as terrifying as that of the young girl, Ling'er, nor has anyone even come close to a mere fraction of her strength. Even a formidable figure at the 9th tribulation realm is no exception. A celestial. A true celestial. She is indeed a true celestial powerhouse. My heavens. A true celestial at just 4 years old, Mu Ling was utterly astounded. Ever since he witnessed those numerous celestial treasures, and coupled with his inability to discern Ling'er's cultivation level, he had already realized that her prowess surpassed his own. Yet, he could not fathom that Ling'er was, in fact, a true celestial. A pinnacle that countless ancient beings in the spirit realm seek. Astonishingly, Ling'er is merely 4 years old. Who could possibly be behind her? How could someone cultivate her to such an alarming degree at such a tender age? Mu Ling pondered deeply. Meanwhile, as Ling'er exuded her formidable aura, a young man from the fearsome Ji family, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. A celestial? A celestial king? How is this possible? How could such a powerful being exist in this isolated world? The young man gazed towards the direction of Haeong Prefecture. Disbelief etched across his face. He was none other than Ji Sun, the reincarnation of the celestial king from the Ji family. It shouldn't be. How could such an existence appear in this small world? Was there not a restriction by the 10 Absolute Celestial Alliance forbidding beings from the upper realm from descending into the lower realm? And yet, here stands a celestial king. Ji Sun murmured to himself. A celestial king. As a reincarnation of one, he was acutely aware of what a celestial king represented, even in the spirit realm. The celestial kings are revered beings among all the immortals. He never anticipated that such a humble realm as the true spirit realm would give rise to a celestial king, and not merely a reincarnated one. Goodness, is the depth of the true spirit realm so profound? I must tread carefully, he murmured to himself. Simultaneously, those who were in seclusion within the palatial confines of the Forbidden Sea opened their eyes at this moment. What is happening? How can there be the aura of a celestial king? Could it be an envoy from the celestial spirit realm? That is improbable. We have our spies monitoring the celestial spirit realm, and they have not turned their attention to the true spirit realm, focusing instead on several other major worlds. Esteemed ones, what is this? Those adorned with various animal masks exchanged glances, their eyes now wide open, engaging in fervent discussion. Each of them emanated an incredibly terrifying presence. As the last words echoed, all gazes converged upon Bai Yunyan. That was indeed a celestial king. Should he be approaching them? Their current strength would be utterly insufficient to withstand him. Meeting the collective gaze, Bai Yunyan was equally enveloped in perplexity. He had not revealed himself. Even during the forced engagement at the Heavenly Dao Palace, where he had refrained from using his full might, instead enlisting the help of a group of reincarnated subordinates. For now, there is no need to concern ourselves. The news regarding Ji Sun has already been disseminated. This individual must be an envoy from the upper realm, sent from Ding District. With Ji Sun serving as a scapegoat, they should not be able to trace back to us. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Yunyan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, those masked individuals nodded in agreement. Esteemed ones, the Yu family must be eradicated. How dare they attempt to force a marriage upon us? Their crimes warrant the annihilation of their entire lineage. The figure adorned with a serpent-patterned mask spoke, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue. The others nodded in agreement, indeed. The Yu family deserved punishment. For the time being, they could be allowed to linger a while longer. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Should you choose to strike, it would surely attract the attention of the overseer. Not to mention, there is currently a celestial monarch from the higher realm present. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yunyan voiced her thoughts. The assembly nodded in consensus. It was true. This was not the opportune moment for their emergence. A hasty action would only invite greater peril. Observing this, Bai Yunyan fell silent, her gaze drifting afar, her eyes betraying a myriad of longings. I must hasten my pace. As a mortal, he cannot wait for me much longer. And then there is Ling'er, she murmured to herself. Chapter 47, Little Ling'er, wrathful and heartbroken, rushes toward the celestial palace. At this moment, Little Ling'er, situated in the Baishao Pavilion branch of Feiyun City, remained oblivious to the immense disturbance her aura had incited. She simply sat quietly on her chair, her cherubic face marred by fury, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. The wooden spirit she held in her embrace dared not even breathe. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Having lived for 100,000 years, he had witnessed countless formidable beings and those who dominated entire eras. Yet, he had never encountered a presence as formidable as that of Little Ling'er. This overwhelming aura surpassed even those who had once held dominion over an age. In that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief in his heart. Fortunate is the fact that the young Ling'er is still of tender age, and not akin to those capricious old monsters. Otherwise, during my previous reprimand, she might have already been utterly terrified. Young, senior, the sect leader, seated opposite Ling'er, lamented. Before her overwhelming aura, he felt akin to an ant confronting a colossal elephant. Under the piercing gaze of her formidable eyes and the looming shadow that enveloped him, terror rendered his breath labored. Concurrently, he began to mourn for the Yu family, for they had unwittingly provoked such a fearsome entity. The Yu family is likely doomed. Ling'er. Xingyue spoke, her complexion pale. Even Mu Ling, a formidable figure of the first tribulation realm, found it arduous to breathe beneath Ling'er's terrifying presence. The sect leader of the Baishao Pavilion in Feiyan City, with his imperial respect cultivation, was also struggling for breath. Not to mention her own nascent stage in the harmonious transformation realm. Under Ling'er's overwhelming aura, she felt akin to a small fish ensnared by a terrifying beast. Not only was her breathing hindered, but even her heartbeat had slowed considerably. Sister, where is the heavenly Dao Palace? How dare they bully our mother? I must go and deal with them. Ling'er turned her gaze towards Xingyue, her once clear and bright eyes now glistening with tears, evoking an involuntary pang in the hearts of onlookers. Young senior, the heavenly Dao Palace is located in the Fuyun Prefecture, where our Baishao Pavilion branch resides. There are teleportation arrays connecting all of our branches. I can activate the array to send you there. Upon hearing this, the Lord hastily interjected, refraining from even mentioning any fees. At this moment, his sole desire was to expedite the departure of the trio. The situation was simply too terrifying. He felt that if Ling'er were to remain here any longer, his resolve would surely crumble. Thank you, uncle. You are a good person. And I shall surely repay you with my fist in the future, Ling'er replied calmly, her earlier optimism now dissipated. What? The Lord's mind instantly buzzed at her words. Repay with fists? Aye. He found himself utterly confounded, his thoughts drawing a blank. Little senior, I have not wronged you. This matter truly has nothing to do with me, he muttered inwardly. Ahem, senior, what Ling'er meant was to repay kindness with gratitude. Xingyue interjected, having not forgotten Ling'er's earlier words at Linglong Pavilion. A drop of water shall be returned with a fountain of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the Lord finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, so that's what she meant, he said, patting his chest. Little senior, there is no need for formality. It is my honor to be of service to you. With that, he promptly rose to lead the way. Ling'er remained silent, following quietly behind. Ling'er, it's all right. At least your mother managed to escape in the end, Xingyue observed, her heart heavy as she watched the taciturn girl. Ever since their first encounter, Ling'er had been lively and exuberant, always cheerful and joyful, much like a ray of sunshine. Even those burdened by melancholy find themselves uplifted in her presence, captivated by her carefree and vivacious spirit, allowing them to release their inner discontent. Yet, at this moment, little Ling'er remains enveloped in silence, a sight that pierces the heart. Sister, Ling'er gazes up at Xingyue, and as she begins to speak, tears cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. It's all right, dear, Xingyue responds, her heart aching as she swiftly pulls her into an embrace. The atmosphere grows heavy on their backs, igniting a flame of fury even within the ancient wood spirit, who has existed for countless ages. Cursed you family! How dare they bring sorrow to such a delightful, lively, and adorable little girl? He seethes. Rest assured, young master. I shall risk my life to take down a few of the Yu family members. His rage surges as he exclaims, What do you want? You worthless scum. Damn it. Hurry up. I can no longer endure this. No sooner had he spoken than a great cauldron erupted from Ling'er's storage space, followed by a flurry of small gourds and the pots and pans she had used. An overwhelming aura enveloped them, as if formidable beings had descended. The Lord's eyes widened in shock at this spectacle. What level of treasures are these? The pressure they emanate rivals that of the esteemed predecessors. Your Excellencies. It is ready. Please, esteemed guests, please. The Lord stammered, trembling as he produced spirit stones and cast them onto the teleportation array. All of them top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones are the finest currency in the true spirit realm, as well as exceedingly precious resources for cultivation. In that moment, the master seemed to hurl a stone towards the teleportation array. There was no alternative. His fear was overwhelming. He dreaded that even the slightest delay might provoke the ire of such a terrifying presence, leading to the annihilation of the 100-knowledge pavilion. Carry the young master and depart, resonated the voice of the great cauldron spirit. Subsequently, it followed the small gourd and the other divine artifacts into the teleportation array. Xingyue nodded in urgency and hastened to follow. Soon, the group vanished within the array. Goodness, how terrifying. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly dreadful. I must quickly send a message to the master, otherwise, any misunderstanding could spell doom for the 100-knowledge pavilion. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the little spirit and her companions, the master felt a profound sense of relief, though cold sweat poured from him as if it were inexhaustible. Having spoken, he swiftly retrieved a compass. Then, with a gentle touch upon the device, an ethereal figure materialized upon its surface. Ling'er, what has transpired to necessitate the use of the emergency communication compass? Came a detached voice, tinged with curiosity. The emergency communication compass was a remarkably unique artifact of the 100-knowledge pavilion, possessed by each branch. It was reserved strictly for urgent matters. Master, you must sever all ties with the Yu family. No, the Heavenly Tao Palace. We must cut all connections between the 100-knowledge pavilion and the Heavenly Tao Palace immediately. Otherwise, our pavilion may face annihilation, Lin Jiang implored urgently. Chapter 48. Quickly. Sever all connections with the Heavenly Tao Palace. At the utterance of these words, the figure upon the compass clearly frowned. Lin family. Do you comprehend the significance of the Heavenly Path Palace to our 100-knowledge pavilion? A man's voice resounded, embodying a continuous stream of resources. As long as the Heavenly Path Palace endures, the 100-knowledge pavilion can perpetually collaborate with it, thereby acquiring formidable cultivation resources. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Jiang declared, Have you lost your mind? Severing ties with the Heavenly Path Palace is tantamount to utter folly. The 100-knowledge pavilion's current standing, my own prowess, and yours, are all indebted to the Heavenly Path Palace. Lin Jiang, has insanity clouded your judgment? To utter such nonsense with the emergency communication compass in hand. The furious voice emanated from the ethereal figure, akin to a raging beast. The Heavenly Path Palace stands as the preeminent force in the central state. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the sovereign of the true spirit realm. Collaborating with such a power yields nothing but benefits. To sever all connections? Only someone bereft of reason would undertake such a self-destructive decision. Master, please allow me to finish, Lin Jiang implored. The Heavenly Path Palace has provoked a terrifying existence. It is highly probable that it may face obliteration. Despite being reprimanded, Lin Jiang remained unperturbed, merely offering a wry smile. He was acutely aware of the terrifying resources the Heavenly Path Palace could provide to the 100-knowledge pavilion. However, with Ling'er and her companions approaching, the Heavenly Path Palace is bound to be ensnared in a dreadful vortex. Indeed, all factions associated with the Heavenly Path Palace could find themselves targeted by Ling'er and her group. The ethereal figure, upon hearing this, laughed heartily, a laugh born of fury turned ironic amusement. Lin Jiang, have you forgotten to take your medication today? What kind of entity is the Heavenly Tao Palace? A power that has endured for millions of years, now facing extinction? Which force or individual in the true spirit realm possesses the capability to annihilate the Heavenly Tao Palace? The pavilion master scolded. The Heavenly Tao Palace stands as the pinnacle force within the true spirit realm, boasting at least 10 openly acknowledged experts in the 9 tribulations realm. The number concealed in the shadows remains unknown to all. Furthermore, the deep-rooted heritage of such an ancient faction is truly formidable. It is no exaggeration to assert that even if the entire demon domain were to launch an assault, it would be impossible to extinguish the Heavenly Tao Palace. Pavilion Master. Please allow me to explain, Lin Jiang said with a bitter smile, succinctly conveying the matters concerning Ling'er and the others. Fearsome? Just how fearsome? Upon hearing this, the Pavilion Master slightly furrowed his brow. Far more terrifying than you could imagine. Lin Jiang glanced at the ethereal figure and weakly remarked, What? Lin Jiang, do you even comprehend my level of cultivation? The Pavilion Master instantly erupted in anger. The 100-knowledge pavilion is likewise among the top powers in the central continent. Although its foundation may be slightly weaker than that of the venerable Heavenly Tao Palace, it does not diminish the 100-knowledge pavilion standing in the central continent. Otherwise, how could the 100-knowledge pavilion establish branches in the cities governed by various imperial clans and immortal estates? As the Pavilion Master of the 100-knowledge pavilion, his own strength needs no elaboration. He is an expert in the 9 tribulations realm. After undergoing one more ascension tribulation, he would be able to ascend to the immortal spirit realm, enjoying a lifespan of millions of years. In other words, he has already reached the apex of the true spirit realm. How could there possibly exist a being more formidable than himself? Pavilion Master, I assure you, it is entirely true. You are aware of the celestial treasures, are you not? The little girl possesses several such artifacts. Lin Jiang expressed his exasperation. Yet his determination remained unwavering. The 100-knowledge pavilion thrives on the dissemination of various information, akin to an encyclopedia of the true spirit realm. As the master of one of its branches, Lin Jiang's insights undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary individuals. Upon encountering the small gourd and its companions, He immediately discerned that they were genuine celestial treasures, not mere counterfeit artifacts. Celestial treasures are formidable relics that can only be wielded by true immortals, and there are but a few within the entire true spirit realm. Yet, how is it that so many emerged from the petite Ling'er? It could be said that the number of celestial treasures on her is greater than the total found throughout the true spirit realm. Is it true? The master's tone grew grave upon hearing this. Indeed, I suspect that the little girl hails from the upper realm. The heavenly Tao Palace may be powerful, but can it truly withstand beings from the upper realm? Lin Jiang nodded resolutely. Humph, merely beings from the upper realm. The master scoffed coldly. Huh. Lin Jiang was momentarily taken aback. When did the master become so audacious? Does he truly disregard beings from the upper realm? Before he could voice his thoughts, the ethereal image on the compass vanished, yet a message remained. Quickly sever all ties with the heavenly Tao Palace. How unfortunate it is to provoke those from the upper realm. They deserve to be eradicated. Lin Jiang was left in a daze upon hearing these words. Master, did you not just say? He stammered, bewildered, recalling the master's previous bravado in dismissing the upper realm's beings. Just now? I said nothing at all. The voice of the master once again resonated, and the compass fell into complete silence. Lin Jiang remained contemplative, while Ling'er and her companions remained oblivious to the unfolding events, showing little interest in understanding them. At that moment, they had arrived at the Baishao Pavilion branch in Fuyan Prefecture. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array, a jovial figure approached them, a portly man named Wang Yu, who greeted them with utmost respect. Internally, however, he was engulfed by a tempest of disbelief. Indeed, they were all celestial treasures. Just moments ago, he had received a message from the master, instructing him to verify Lin Jiang's claims. It now appeared that Lin Jiang had spoken the truth. Was that the Tiandao Palace? How absurd, to dare name themselves after the way of heaven. The grand cauldron floated beside Ling'er, its tone dripping with disdain. In the distance, a range of mountains loomed, their peaks piercing the clouds and obscuring their full visage. Yet, this did not hinder the vision of Ling'er and her companions, especially since the cauldron's spirit was of considerable rank, being a genuine artifact of the celestial king. It effortlessly discerned the gilded sign of the Tiandao Palace amidst the clouds. Your Excellency, that is indeed the location of the Tiandao Palace. The Yu family resides atop the 5th peak, the portly man informed them. Oh, by the way, the Yu family is celebrating today. Yu Linfei is once again attempting to coerce a marriage with a young woman, he added hastily. Upon hearing this, the wooden spirit nestled on Ling'er's shoulder exclaimed in astonishment. Does Yu Linfei have an insatiable penchant for forced marriages? The grand cauldron huffed disdainfully, choosing silence as it soared towards the Tiandao Palace, followed closely by Xiaowudao and the others. Upon witnessing this, Xingyue tightly embraced Ling'er and followed closely behind. Observing the multitude soaring towards the heavenly Tao Palace, the plump man hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Such an awe-inspiring celestial treasure. It is undoubtedly not an ordinary artifact. What sort of formidable existence has the Yu family provoked? He muttered to himself. Chapter 49. It's nothing major. Merely the annihilation of your Yu family. At this moment, within the heavenly Tao Palace, atop the 5th peak, the vibrant red lotus blossoms adorned the entire mountain, enveloping it in a festive hue of crimson jubilation. Congratulations to Daozi Yulin. Congratulations, Daozi. One can only wonder which young lady has had the fortune to capture the Daozi's eye. Indeed, to be favored by the Daozi is to soar to great heights and tread the path of success with ease. In the expansive plaza, a multitude of guests were seated, their conversations intertwining to create a lively atmosphere, enhancing the celebratory spirit. The esteemed ancestor of the Yu family, Yu Feiyong, sat upon a high platform, surveying the attendees of the wedding banquet with a beaming smile. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have traveled from afar to partake in this joyous occasion of my descendant's wedding. Allow this old man to raise a toast to you all. Yu Feiyong, exuding vitality and warmth, lifted his wine cup toward the gathering. Ha ha, esteemed Feiyong. You are too gracious. It is indeed our honor to attend the wedding banquet of Lin Fei Daozi. Indeed, we are most fortunate to be here to celebrate the union of Lin Fei Daozi. To you, esteemed Feiyong. Cheers to the esteemed elder. As the crowd below rose in unison, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles, they acknowledged Yu Feiyong, a formidable figure of the 9 tribulations realm. In the presence of true entities standing at the apex of the true spirit realm's pyramid, even representatives of forces on par with the heavenly Tao Palace must treat him with courtesy and deference. Your Excellencies, please, Yu Feiyong said with a smile, appearing exceedingly amiable. Yet a flicker of disdain glimmered deep within his murky eyes. Were it not for the necessity of bolstering Yu Linfei's reputation today, he would have been disinclined to engage with this gathering. To him, those attending the wedding banquet were merely insignificant ants. faced with Yu Feiyong's toast. How could the guests afford to be neglectful? They all raised their cups with obsequious smiles. Lin Fei, please lead the bride in the ceremonial bow, he called out. After a drink was consumed, Yu Feiyong announced, I invite the groom and bride to the stage to pay their respects. The officiant then raised his voice to echo the call. With the officiant's words, a vibrant rainbow suddenly arched from a distant pavilion, gracefully descending to land atop the high platform. Is that an immortal artifact, the nine-colored radiant spirit? Indeed, it was the innate immortal artifact of the Yu family's second ancestor. The nine-colored radiant spirit. Lin Fei Daozi was evidently held in high regard by the Yu family, given that they had chosen to pave the way with an immortal artifact. How could they not value him? After all, he possessed an immortal body, destined to become a formidable force in the realm of tribulations, with many hoping for his ascension to the higher realms. Observing this, the guests in attendance began to murmur among themselves, their words tinged with envy. After all, immortal artifacts are fearsome treasures within the true spirit realm, and not everyone is capable of possessing one. The crafting of such artifacts requires the infusion of the essence of tribulation realm spirits, rendering an immortal artifact akin to a formidable entity of the tribulation realm. In this era, the celestial spirits are exceedingly rare, and those of the transcendent realm are a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Consequently, many formidable beings of the transcendent realm lack their own innate celestial artifacts. In fact, among the attendees of the wedding banquet, half of the transcendent cultivators possess no such artifacts. It is astonishing that the Yu family would utilize such treasures for the purpose of welcoming guests. This indeed reflects the profound heritage of the Yu family. Suddenly, the sound of bells resonates, and several nine-colored deer emerge from the loft, drawing a palanquin with graceful ease. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the guests at the wedding banquet erupt in exclamations of awe. It is, in fact, the legendary nine-colored spirit deer, believed to be a rarity in the world, with scarcely a few existing in the entire true spirit realm. Moreover, the milk from these nine-colored spirit deer is said to rival imperial elixirs, and their flesh is akin to semi-divine medicines, such as the Yu family, employing such precious creatures to draw a palanquin. Truly, they are deserving of their status as the pinnacle family of the true spirit realm. The murmurs of admiration intermingle with gasps of astonishment, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Hearing the discussions below, Yu Feiyong's lips curled into a slight smile, for this was precisely the reaction he sought. Soon, the nine-colored deer brought the palanquin to the elevated platform, and two figures clad in crimson robes stepped forth, one male and one female. The man was indeed handsome, yet exuded an air of wicked charm, while the woman bore an expression devoid of emotion. More accurately, her countenance resembled that of ashen despair, lacking any semblance of a bride's joy. Bow. Yu Feiyong glanced at the two and commanded, bow. The officiant promptly echoed. Upon hearing this, Yu Linfei immediately took action, turning to face their ancestral elder. This ceremonial bow is certainly not akin to the mundane practices of bowing to heaven, earth, and ancestors. For those who pursue enlightenment during a wedding feast, one bows solely to their own forebears. I shall not marry. I have a husband and children. It is he who compels me to wed, suddenly declared the woman, her face ashen. Upon hearing this, the guests at the wedding banquet exchanged apprehensive glances. The forced union of Yu Linfei was well known, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. For the Yu family's power loomed large. While feigning ignorance was one thing, having the truth laid bare was quite another. No one anticipated that the woman would so boldly expose the coercion of her marriage, openly declaring her existing husband and children. You will marry, whether you wish to or not. The only path for the woman I desire is marriage. Yu Linfei, upon hearing her words, displayed not a hint of anger. Rather, he appeared rather pleased with himself. You are taking advantage of your power, the woman retorted through gritted teeth. Indeed, I am wielding my influence. What of it? In this world, strength dictates all, Yu Linfei replied with a nonchalant smile. What a fine assertion regarding strength. A voice thundered from above, cutting through the air. The guests gasped in astonishment. Who dares to speak so boldly? To call Yu Linfei a mere whelp? They pondered in disbelief. After all, Yu Feiyong was a formidable figure, a powerful being at the pinnacle of the true spirit realm. The audacity to openly insult him was unfathomable. They raised their heads to gaze into the sky, eager to discern the identity of the formidable individual exhibiting such audacity. Who could it be? Indeed, Yu Yangfei's expression darkened instantaneously. The one who seeks to annihilate the Yu family, echoed the voice from the great cauldron. Gradually, it materialized from the void, hovering in midair above the plaza. Behind it, a multitude of magical artifacts, including the small gourd, appeared, along with the Xingyue, cradling the delicate Ling'er. What is this? To declare the destruction of the Yu family so boldly? In this world, does anyone still dare to utter such threats against the Yu clan? Celestial treasures, my goodness. So many celestial treasures. The crowd below gasped in astonishment, their faces awash with disbelief. Celestial treasures? Such a plethora of celestial treasures. Yu Feiyang was equally taken aback. He had never before encountered so many celestial artifacts. What does your esteemed self intend? Yu Yangfei pondered. Given his prowess, he could dismiss celestial treasures without fear. However, the sheer number of them was beyond his capability to contend with. Moreover, these celestial treasures were not without their masters. It's no great matter. Merely the intent to obliterate your Yu family, came the indifferent response from within the cauldron. Yu Feiyang, you dare to label this as no great matter? Chapter 50. Is there someone behind this? A mere celestial king emboldens you so? Yu Feiyang stared at the cauldron in utter bewilderment, a mix of anger and incredulity swirling within him. Nevertheless, he was not one to act impulsively. Instead of uttering brash words, he calmly inquired, might I ask what connection you have with the Yu family? In his eyes, the cauldron and the small gourd were merely celestial artifacts, which could only be wielded by true immortals, without the prompting of a true immortal. The treasures of immortality alone cannot rival the prowess of a true immortal. As the foremost family in the true spirit realm, the Yu clan harbors no fear of these treasures. Their only concern lies with the individuals behind them. After all, the great cauldron and the little gourd have arrived in formidable numbers, undoubtedly under the influence of a master. The one capable of commanding such a multitude of immortal treasures must possess a background that is nothing short of terrifying, independent of their cultivation level. Hence, his thoughts are simple: transform conflict into harmony. You dare to bully my mother, and I shall deal with you. At that moment, the little Ling'er broke free from Li Xingyue's embrace and strode boldly to the forefront, puffing up with indignation. A terrifying aura erupted from her, enveloping the entire fifth peak. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Ling'er, their faces etched with astonishment. The aura emanating from this young girl was indeed formidable. Indeed, I, a late-stage emperor, find myself utterly suppressed and unable to move. Could she possibly be a transcendent being? Transcendent? What nonsense. She can't be more than 4 or 5 years old. Whispers of disbelief filled the air, as all the emperor-level cultivators present had come to the conclusion that Ling'er must possess the strength of a transcendent being. Only a transcendent could exert such oppressive pressure that rendered them immobile. Yet, even under the overwhelming aura of Ling'er, they struggled to believe their own eyes. For her age was simply too young, especially for them, beings who had lived for over 10,000 years. 4 or 5 years equates to a mere blink of an eye, an insignificant span, almost negligible in the realm of emperor-level cultivators. Without elaboration, the mere refinement of a single elixir requires no less than 4 to 5 years. Yet, at such a tender age, little Ling'er stands as a formidable force of the tribulation stage. Who would dare believe such a claim? If one were to declare meeting a 4 to 5-year-old tribulation expert, they would surely be regarded as a fool. No, she is not merely at the tribulation stage. She is a true immortal, a genuine celestial being. Suddenly, an elderly man in the crowd spoke, his expression a tapestry of disbelief, astonishment, and envy as he gazed upon little Ling'er. What? Upon uttering such words, the crowd erupted in chaos. A true immortal? What kind of jest is this? Such beings do not exist, even in the entirety of the true spirit realm. A mere child of 4 or 5. A true immortal? This is absurd. Master Luyan, do you speak in earnest? Indeed. She appears to be merely 4 or 5 years of age. Master Luyan, could it be that you are mistaken? The crowd directed their inquiries towards the elder, unable to contain their astonishment. Under ordinary circumstances, they would never dare question a being of such exalted status. However, the astonishing reality of little Ling'er, a mere child yet a true immortal, was simply too outrageous to fathom. Even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. Facing the inquiries from numerous sovereign beings, the tribulation stage Master Luyan remained unperturbed, merely shaking his head. He gazed up at little Ling'er, his tone resolute as he continued. She is indeed a true immortal. Upon breaking through the tribulation stage, a cultivator's internal Tao power transforms into celestial power. Only by transcending the 9 tribulations of ascension can the power of Tao transform completely into the power of immortality. Those who have not undergone these 9 tribulations, like myself, possess an impure form of this power, which can only be deemed as a counterfeit of the immortal arts. The esteemed beings of the Emperor's realm nodded in understanding. Though they had yet to reach the tribulation stage, they were familiar with this realm. They refrained from interrupting the celestial elder, patiently awaiting the continuation of his discourse. This young one, this little predecessor, embodies a pure essence of immortal power. She is undoubtedly a true immortal. As the gazes of the assembly lingered upon her, the celestial elder spoke once more. What my fellow Taoist Lu Yun has stated is indeed accurate. This young predecessor is truly an immortal. At that moment, yet another figure of the tribulation stage interjected. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd. a 4 or 5-year-old immortal. This was beyond comprehension. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances, rendered speechless, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. In the realm of true spirit continent, immortals were the stuff of legends. After all, for countless millennia, those who had traversed the 9 tribulations of ascension had soared directly into the heavens, leaving behind only tales of their grandeur. As for their true appearances, it was a privilege reserved for beings of the same era and level to witness. They could hardly fathom that they were fortunate enough to behold the visage of a true immortal. And what was even more astonishing was that this celestial being appeared to be a mere child of 4 or 5 years. Instantly, a singular thought arose in the hearts of those present. They had devoted thousands of years to their cultivation, only to find themselves in solitude. Yet, the one most profoundly shaken was Yu Feiyang. He never anticipated that a true immortal would descend upon the Yu family, and worse still, that this immortal would come seeking trouble. Is there a misunderstanding, my young predecessor? Yu Feiyang inhaled deeply before speaking. Although his family, the Yu clan, was formidable, they were not in a position to provoke true immortals. Misunderstanding? How dare you? If your Yu clan can keep even a single worm alive today, I will take your surname. Before Xiaoling'o could respond, Ding interjected fiercely. Those unrelated to the Yu clan, depart immediately. Otherwise, face death. The commanding voice echoed once more. Upon hearing this, the attendees of the wedding banquet breathed a sigh of relief, fearing retribution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the sound of swift departures filled the air as guests at Yu Linfei's wedding hastily retreated. In the blink of an eye, only members of the Yu clan remained on the 5th peak, with even the bride taking advantage of the chaos to flee. Must you insist on this? My Yu clan is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Yu Feiyang exclaimed, torn between anger and helplessness. You hail from the upper realm, do you not? Are you certain you wish to provoke my Yu clan? At that moment, Yu Linfei spoke slowly. Observing this, Yu Feiyang took a step back, positioning himself behind Yu Linfei. Resembling a mere servant, Yu Linfei's overwhelming confidence left Ding and his companions somewhat bewildered. This fellow is rather pretentious. May I inquire from which celestial abode you originate? Yu Linfei addressed Ling'er and Ding, along with their companions. To speak frankly, I am a reincarnated individual. My master is a powerful immortal king. Are you certain you wish to embroil my Yu clan in trouble? He spoke with an air of nonchalance, unperturbed by the presence of Ling'er and her companions. Ladies and gentlemen, may we sit down to converse? Yu Feiyang also chimed in, evidently already aware of Yu Linfei's status as a reincarnated being. This knowledge was precisely why the Yu family had allowed Yu Linfei to act with such impunity. Upon hearing this, the great cauldron spirit's lips twitched slightly. Damn, I thought you possessed some formidable backing. Just a mere immortal king. A trivial immortal king has emboldened you to this extent? Chapter 51. Sir, are you also a villain who bullies my mother? The great cauldron silently grumbled within. Just a mere immortal king. Even if Yu Linfei summoned it today, it would still be vanquished. After all, Ling'er herself is an immortal king. Not to mention the array of divine artifacts in the possession of Xiaowudao and the others. Dealing with a mere immortal king is a matter of course. Furthermore, Xiaoling'o possesses a magnificent crimson robe, the nature of which even it could not ascertain. Not to mention, even if Yu Linfei were backed by an immortal sovereign, they would still face annihilation should they dare to come here. Moreover, Xiaoling'o has the backing of that great terror currently undergoing the true god tribulation. Who is the immortal king standing behind you? The voice of the great cauldron resonated, eager to discover which figure stood behind Yu Linfei. My master is the Confucian immortal king. Yu Linfei replied with a calm smile, an expression of pride illuminating his face at the mention of his mentor. While the Confucian immortal king may merely be an immortal king within the realm of immortal spirits, his vast knowledge earned him considerable esteem. Thus, the Confucian immortal king's connections within the immortal spirit realm were extensive, and even some immortal sovereigns would show him a degree of respect. He remained unconvinced. With the support of the Confucian immortal king behind him, these individuals dared not to annihilate the Yu family. However, unbeknownst to Yu Linfei, upon hearing the name of the Confucian immortal king, a multitude of question marks began to swirl in his mind. The Confucian immortal king, he was well aware of who that was, and indeed, he was particularly familiar with him. It was the very teacher who had taught the little spirit, Ling'er, to read and write. He never imagined that the audacious individual attempting to coerce his matriarch into marriage was backed by the Confucian immortal king. Seeing that the great cauldron remained silent and Ling'er offered no words, Yu Linfei's smile broadened. In his eyes, it was evident that his master, the Confucian immortal king, had subdued them. Esteemed guests, may we sit down to discuss? Yu Linfei pulled out a fan from somewhere and with a swift motion opened it, fanning himself as he endeavored to present himself as a graceful, cultured gentleman. Discuss? Preposterous. You must perish today, and the Yu family shall be obliterated as well. The great cauldron let out a cold snort. As its voice faded, it ascended into the sky, expanding until it enveloped the entire fifth peak. With the little gourd and others present, it felt no trepidation of being discovered, thus it acted with abandon. Spiritual communication immortal treasure. Immortal king artifact. Why you? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the great cauldron, Yu Linfei's countenance changed dramatically, terror-stricken. An immortal king artifact was a rarity even in the immortal spirit realm, possessed only by those with profound foundations. He could never have anticipated that this great cauldron was not merely a treasure but an immortal king artifact. An immortal king artifact. From a distance, Li Xingyue was also taken aback, though she had no clear understanding of what an immortal king artifact entailed. However, judging from the demeanor of Yu Linfei, it is evident that he exists above the realm of celestial treasures. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall her initial conversation with the spirit of the great tripod. No wonder the spirit declared that holy artifacts are mere refuse. Are you truly resolute in this, my lord? The master is none other than the sage king of Confucianism. Meanwhile, Yu Linfei maintained a composed expression as he invoked the name of the sage king once more. And what of the sage king? The great tripod scoffed disdainfully. Let us not even mention the absence of the sage king. Even if he were present, he would still kneel before Ling'er and confess his sins. After all, Yu Linfei is but a mere extension of Ling'er's mother, their matriarch. How audaciously boastful! Yu Linfei let out a cold huff, and as he spoke, a jade pendant materialized in his hand. Cease your actions now, and you may still have a chance. He held the jade vial, locking his gaze onto the great tripod. Oh, is that a fragmentary jade? Come, I shall grant you the time to activate it. The great tripod immediately recognized the origin of the jade pendant in Yu Linfei's grasp. It was a common artifact used by elders to protect their juniors, containing a sliver of the maker's essence. This essence could temporarily harness the abilities of the jade's creator, and in some cases, even allow the creator to manifest their spiritual form from afar, albeit not their true self. Do you truly wish to bring about mutual destruction? Yu Linfei spoke with a hint of reluctance. This fragmentary jade was his greatest trump card, and he was loath to expend it so readily. Perish. The great tripod was disinclined to engage in further dialogue, and as its words fell, fiery threads erupted from within, shooting forth like arrows toward the fifth peak, vast and overwhelming. Then, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. A sound akin to a razor slicing through flesh pierced the air. On the fifth peak, numerous locations ignited into flames. Those ablaze were precisely the individuals who bore the bloodline of the Yu family. Yu, seeking death. Upon witnessing this, Yu Linfei was struck with a mix of astonishment and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he shattered the jade pendant in his grasp. Buzz. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to converge above Yu Linfei's head, as if a terrifying abyss loomed above, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual power. As the energy coalesced, a figure gradually materialized. Who dares to harm those I hold dear? A resounding voice echoed. Disciple Yu Linfei pays respects to the esteemed master. Yu Linfei hastily proclaimed upon encountering the ethereal form of the Confucian immortal king. Yu Linfei? Humph. Do not overestimate your connections. I merely consented to the elder of the Yu family to take you as a scribe, not as a disciple. What brings you to employ my avatar, Yu? The spirit of the Confucian immortal king remarked with indifference, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Linfei. There are celestial treasures seeking to sever the Yu family's lineage. I implore you, venerable sir, to lend your aid in rescuing my family, Yu Linfei urgently replied. Such audacity. I shall see who dares to challenge the authority of my Confucian immortal king. The spirit intoned, lifting its gaze. In that moment, the figure appeared utterly stunned. Is that not the grand cauldron that the little demon king uses for stewing? Oh, Confucian immortal king, you do carry a certain majesty, a voice chimed. As the spirit of the cauldron emerged from within, the Confucian immortal king remained silent, scanning the surroundings. Soon enough, he then beheld Ling'er, along with the small gourds floating around her. In an instant, the spirit of the Confucian immortal king swallowed hard. I implore you, sir, to take action, Yu Linfei, unaware of the situation, hurriedly clasped his hands in respect. What the hell? The spirit of the Confucian immortal king felt a surge of panic. Take action? I wouldn't dare to even think about it. Even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't have the audacity to confront this individual. He muttered to himself. May I inquire about what has transpired? The Confucian immortal king managed to force a strained smile, his tone becoming increasingly timid. We have learned of the matriarch's situation. Your disciple is the one who is forcing her into marriage. The spirit of the great cauldron's artifact, grinning, addressed the Confucian immortal king's spirit. What the hell? The Confucian immortal king was nearly overwhelmed with fear. He clearly understood to whom the great cauldron's spirit was referring. How dare they? Forcing that woman into marriage. The spirit of the Confucian immortal king trembled uncontrollably. "Sir, are you also one of those wicked people who bully mothers?" At that moment, Xiaoling'o fixed her gaze upon the spirit of the Confucian immortal king and spoke. "Command. Readers are the most handsome and beautiful. Act quickly." Here, the author shamelessly requests small gifts. Sending small gifts will also grant another command, free and for love, every day. Of course, I will also add updates appropriately. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed supporters. Thank you. Chapter 52. Ling'er, it's a misunderstanding. I truly do not know him. Upon hearing Xiaoling'er's words, a profound astonishment appeared on Xingyue's face as she stood silently to the side. Throughout their journey, she had often heard Xiaoling'er mention her teacher. Initially, she assumed that this so-called teacher was merely an educator. However, to her utter disbelief, he turned out to be a celestial king, although her understanding of a celestial king was limited. She recognized from the demeanor of Ling'er and others that such beings were immensely formidable, even within the realm of the immortal spirits. The sheer terror of such an existence being merely a tutor to Xiaoling'er was unfathomable. What could possibly be the origins of Xiaoling'er then? Xingyue never imagined that the little girl she had encountered earlier possessed such an extraordinary background. Meanwhile, the Confucian celestial king Ling, hovering above Ling'er, shuddered momentarily upon hearing Xiaoling'er's words. Although he served as Xiaoling'er's teacher, his position had been forcibly imposed by that esteemed individual. In other words, to that figure, he was merely a dispensable entity. Yet, what of Xiaoling'er and her mother? They were treasures in that esteemed one's eyes, cherished dearly. Should he offend them, he would undoubtedly face ruthless obliteration. Ling'er, you have misunderstood. You have misunderstood. In truth, I am here to assist you. The Confucian celestial king said with an awkward smile, hastily speaking up. He dared not stand in opposition to Xiaoling'er, for that would be disastrous. Moreover, he could discern that Xiaoling'er was presently quite distressed. As a cherished one of that esteemed figure, her sorrow was akin to the very collapse of the heavens for them. He vividly recalled a prior instance when Xiaoling'er had been heartbroken. The sorrow stemmed directly from the actions of the phoenix ancestor. It was not for any other reason but that the phoenix ancestor inadvertently stepped on Xiaoling'er's foot, soiling her cherished shoes. In her distress, Xiaoling'er sought out the offender. As fate would have it, the phoenix ancestor met a dire end. And the phoenix clan was utterly annihilated. Every hidden egg was meticulously discovered and scrambled, transformed into a delightful dish of tomato scrambled eggs for Xiaoling'er, which ultimately restored her spirits. It was precisely because she found the dish so delectable that a few phoenixes were spared, kept like chickens to lay eggs for her enjoyment. Otherwise, the celestial spirit realm would have been bereft of the phoenix lineage. From that moment on, various beings in the village dared not incite Xiaoling'er's sorrow. They even went to great lengths to amuse her, for doing so brought them considerable benefits. After all, the treasures possessed by Xiaoling'er were abundant and invaluable. Even a single fruit cast aside would be a rare gem for the denizens of the village. The sage king himself reaped significant rewards, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation. In summary, there was but one unspoken rule among the myriad beings of the village: whatever one might do, one must never cause Xiaoling'er distress or anger. This sentiment was shared by all, including the sage king himself. He merely served as a teacher to impart knowledge and literacy to Xiaoling'er, unlike the Phoenix clan, which could provide her with eggs to enjoy. In other words, should he ever make her unhappy, he would have no opportunity for redemption. Were that esteemed individual to learn that someone connected to him had caused Xiaoling'er grief, the sage king was certain that those related to him would face dire consequences. He himself was utterly astonished. It was even said that the earthworms within his own estate would be seized and cleaved in twain, and the anthills would be inundated with lava. As the words of the Confucian immortal king echoed, a cascade of question marks flooded Ling'er's mind. He began to doubt whether his hearing had betrayed him, for he was acutely aware of the Confucian immortal king's temperament. Though he was a person of modest demeanor, he placed great importance on reputation. If his disciples or those close to him made mistakes, they were to handle it themselves. No one else was permitted to intervene. Not even another mighty immortal of equal rank could do so without incurring the Confucian immortal king's wrath. Ling'er understood that although he was not a disciple of the Confucian immortal king, he served as a close attendant. In the realm of celestial spirits, he was effectively associated with the Confucian immortal king. In other words, even if he had erred, should Xiaoling'er and her companions come seeking vengeance, it would be deemed a disrespect to the Confucian immortal king. Such a person would never let such an affront go unpunished. At the very least, he would extract some benefit from it. But what in the world was happening now? "Sir, it is I, Ling'er, your attendant," he exclaimed hastily. "For heaven's sake." Upon hearing this, the Confucian immortal king nearly erupted in fury. "You wish to elevate your entire family to the heavens? Do not drag me into your chaos." How audacious. A mere ant from the lower realms dares to entangle itself with me. The Confucian immortal king scoffed coldly, then approached Ling'er directly. Ling'er, I do not recognize him. Truly, he has no connection to me, he said, forcing a smile as he spoke. He turned his gaze towards the great cauldron and the group around the small gourd, urging, brothers, swiftly eliminate this scoundrel. How dare he harbor intentions against our matriarch? He must be eradicated. Ling'er was utterly bewildered, his mind in turmoil. What is happening? Can someone explain this absurd situation to me? He silently raged. Ling'er, what is this? This? Not only was he confused, but Yu Feiyong was even more perplexed. Deep down, he understood that Ling'er's attempt at forced matrimony was misguided. Having lived for 100,000 years, he had witnessed powerful factions face annihilation for offending a prominent family's disciple during their training excursions. He had even observed a family, on par with the Yu clan in the true spirit realm, suffer total destruction due to their reckless actions angering beings from the upper realms. Yet, he allowed Ling'er to act recklessly. And the entire Yu clan turned a blind eye to his antics because Ling'er had boldly proclaimed that even if they encountered exalted figures from the immortal spirit realm, the Yu family would remain unscathed. With such a reassuring sentiment, he refrained from imposing restrictions on Ling'er, occasionally even lending his power to support him in his misdeeds. Of course, he had harbored concerns about provoking a being more powerful than an immortal king. However, Ling'er had assured him that such beings were exceedingly rare in the entire immortal spirit realm, often reclusive and unlikely to venture into the desolate true spirit realm. For the sake of the Yu family's future, he permitted Ling'er's reckless behavior. But now, what is happening? Wasn't it assured that there would be no repercussions? What treachery is this, with our supposed allies turning against us? Facing the piercing gaze of Yu Feiyong, Ling'er fell into a state of utter speechlessness. You ask me, who am I to inquire? At that moment, he himself was bewildered, even uncertain of the identity of Ling'er's mother. After all, he had forced too many into marriage. However, what truly left him at a loss was the sudden betrayal of the Confucian immortal king. What sort of being could compel the esteemed Confucian immortal king to turn against him? Chapter 53, Master of the Heavenly Dao Palace. Do you also intend to stand up for the Yu family? Ancestor, today marks the end for the Yu family, Ling'er replied with a bitter smile. His greatest source of leverage was not the so-called Yu family, but rather the Confucian immortal king. Now, with the king's betrayal, he realized that the Yu family was doomed. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Feiyong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The Yu family is finished? You said the Yu family would be safe. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath. His greatest aspiration in life, aside from ascending to the realm of immortals, was to establish the Yu family within the immortal spirit world. After all, people strive for higher grounds while water flows downward. He was confident in his own ascent. But for the Yu family to gain a foothold in the immortal spirit world, it relied solely on Ling'er. As a reincarnated individual, Ling'er possessed connections and support in that realm. Yu Feiyong had envisioned the Yu family becoming a prominent clan in the immortal spirit world on several occasions. And now, to hear that the Yu family was to perish? Ling'er paid him no heed, instead turning his gaze toward Ling'er. I am quite curious to know your origins, and who exactly your mother is, he said slowly. This is the most perplexing aspect for him. In the realm of celestial beings, the hierarchy is delineated as true immortals, earth immortals, heaven immortals, golden immortals, immortal kings, immortal lords, immortal saints, and the legendary immortal emperors. The Confucian immortal king, a formidable figure and one with extensive connections, would exhibit such deference towards a mere 4 or 5-year-old girl. His politeness resembled that of a servant. Therefore, he was deeply intrigued by the origins of this young girl, Ling'er, who could command such respect from the esteemed Confucian immortal king. Furthermore, what of Ling'er's mother? The fact that Ling'er could elicit such treatment from a prominent immortal king suggested that her background must be extraordinarily formidable, likely surpassing that of an immortal king in power. However, the existence of such a being would be immensely daunting in the celestial realm. How could his wife possibly venture into the desolate true spirit realm? Even if faced with dire circumstances necessitating reincarnation and cultivation anew, one would expect a choice of a more substantial world. I want to tell you, Ling'er huffed. Before he could respond, the great cauldron had already taken action. Flames descended, incinerating Ling'er to ashes. Yu Feiyong met the same fate. The entire estate of the Yu family was consumed in the blaze. Ling'er, I must take my leave, the Confucian immortal king hastily declared, vanishing without a trace. He was compelled by an overwhelming fear of Ling'er, dreading that she might associate him with Ling'er. Ling'er, it's all right. The wicked ones who bullied your mother are no more, Xingyue comforted as she noticed Ling'er's lingering sorrow. Sister, let us hurry and find mother, shall we? I'm afraid she might encounter more bad people. Ling'er nodded earnestly. Very well, let us venture into the demon realm, Xingyue responded. According to the news from the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, Yun has been coerced into the demon realm by the Yu family. To locate her, we must journey to the overseas demon realm. Old man, have you seen enough? At that moment, the voice of the great cauldron resounded. Suddenly, an elderly figure materialized in the void. The old man, clad in a blue Taoist robe with flowing white hair and a long beard, exuded an air of ethereal grace. Old fellow, Ouyang Tianxin, pays his respects to your esteemed selves, he hastily proclaimed, bowing with a slight tremor in his voice upon realizing he had been discovered. Ouyang Tianxin, are you not the current master of the Celestial Path Palace? Mu Ling inquired. Indeed, that is I, Ouyang Tianxin replied, nodding obediently. Are you intending to stand up for the Yu family? The great cauldron's voice echoed. At this, Ouyang Tianxin broke out in a cold sweat. Stand up for the Yu family? What a farce. Even a mere spirit king must show utmost respect to the little Ling'er, let alone his Celestial Path Palace. He was certain that if he uttered even half a word of agreement, the Celestial Path Palace would be obliterated. No, in truth, this old man has harbored disdain for the Yu family for quite some time. However, due to the Avatar Jade tablet held by Yulin Fei, I have been compelled to endure. Now, with your esteemed selves here to eradicate this malignant tumor known as the Yu family, it is indeed a fortune for the Celestial Path Palace and the true spirit continent, he quickly articulated. The great cauldron scoffed disdainfully before shrinking and returning to the storage space of little Ling'er. The little gourd and its companions followed suit. In the blink of an eye, only Ouyang Tianxin, little Ling'er, and a few others remained. Young master, this individual may possess information regarding the mistress, spoke the wood spirit. Indeed, Ling'er, he is the master of the heavenly Tao Palace. He should have more knowledge about your mother, the Xingyue concurred. Please, esteemed guests, I assure you, I shall speak without reservation. Ouyang Tianxin exclaimed eagerly upon hearing their words. Grandfather, do you know anything about my mother? Little Ling'er inquired. Her gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Tianxin. May I ask who the esteemed young lady's mother is? Ouyang Tianxin, feeling parched under her penetrating stare, hastily swallowed and replied. He had just witnessed a celestial king bowing respectfully before her. Her name is Yun. Little Ling'er responded immediately. Could it be her? Ouyang Tianxin was taken aback. Young lady, my knowledge is rather limited. However, your mother has a mentor in the heavenly Tao Palace. Would you like me to take you to her? She should possess considerable insights, he continued. Her master? Oh, yes, please. Little Ling'er nodded enthusiastically, her lively and endearing demeanor seemingly restored. Very well, Ouyang Tianxin sighed in relief. He had feared that little Ling'er might associate the heavenly Tao Palace with matters concerning the Yu family. If that were the case, it could spell trouble for them. Fortunately, it appeared that little Ling'er did not hold the heavenly Tao Palace accountable. Before long, Ouyang Tianxin led little Ling'er and the others to a cave entrance, only to find it obstructed by a heavy stone door. Step aside. As Ouyang Tianxin approached the cave, a woman's voice resonated from within, filled with unbridled fury. Senior, what is this? Li Xingyue looked at Ouyang Tianxin with a hint of confusion. Alas, all of this is due to the matter of Yunyan. Meeting her gaze, Ouyang Tianxin sighed deeply. He then called out towards the cave, Elder Mo, Yunyan's child has arrived. Will you not come to see her? Boom. As soon as his words fell, the stone door swung open. An elderly woman slowly emerged from within. Who is Yunyan's child? She inquired, her expression tinged with excitement. Granny, are you Mother S. Master? Little Ling'er blinked her large eyes at her. The aura of Yunyan. It is indeed the aura of Yunyan. The old woman gazed at little Ling'er, and her clouded eyes momentarily sparkled with light. Child, may I have a hug? She said with a kind smile, her tone gentle. All right. A hug for Mother S. Master, little Ling'er replied, nodding and bouncing towards her. Good child, the old woman exclaimed joyfully, opening her arms to embrace little Ling'er. However, her expression suddenly shifted. No, quickly, you must leave. If the Yu family discovers this, the consequences would be dire. She spoke urgently. Elder Mo need not worry. The Yu family has already been obliterated by Yunyan's child. Ouyang Tianxin interjected. What? Chapter 54, Vegetables? Is this what one calls vegetables? Upon hearing this, Elder Mo's frail form trembled violently. The Yu family has been annihilated, and it was this child who caused their downfall. The palace master, after a moment of silence, spoke with a solemn tone. Clearly, she found it hard to believe that little Ling'er could have destroyed the Yu family. After all, how old could she be? She appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years of age. Yet the Yu family? With a lineage steeped in history and profound heritage. Just a mere child of such tender years. To think that one so young could obliterate a family that boasts 9 tribulation realm experts and the backing of the upper realm. Who would dare to believe such a tale? Setting aside the might of the 9 tribulation realm experts, The very fact that the upper realm supports them is enough to instill fear in anyone. For the true spirit realm, the upper realm is nothing short of terrifying. It can be said that with the upper realm as their backing, no force in the true spirit realm would dare to proclaim the destruction of the Yu family. Not even families of equal standing, which also possess the support of the upper realm, would take such a risk. Elder Mo, I understand your disbelief, but please, you must believe me. The Yu family has indeed been vanquished by the child of Yunyan. You all may continue your discussion. I shall take my leave. Ouyang Tianxian spoke with a wry smile. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he too would have found it implausible that a mere child of 4 or 5 could bring about the downfall of the Yu family. Yet, facts are facts, and he could only trust his own vision. After finishing, Ouyang Tianxian said no more and turned to depart. Child, did you truly bring about the ruin of the Yu family? Elder Mo gently caressed Ling'er's small head, incredulously asking, Huh? Grandmother, I didn't destroy the Yu family. It was the great cauldron that did, not me. Hiki. Meeting the gaze of the other, Ling'er responded with a playful smile. Elder Mo paused in surprise. The great cauldron has been extinguished? What is this great cauldron? Senior, the great cauldron is a celestial treasure of Ling'er, an exceedingly formidable one. Explained Li Xingyue from the side. Celestial treasure. Elder Mo's face displayed a look of astonishment. She gazed at Ling'er, her expression filled with shock. At such a tender age, you possess a celestial treasure. Just know that the Yu family no longer exists. We should first discuss the matter concerning the matriarch with the young master, Mu Ling interjected. Yes, Granny, can you share any news about my mother? I miss her. Ling'er added earnestly. All right, good child, come into my cave dwelling. You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you to eat. How about we enjoy a meal together? Elder Mo replied with a gentle smile, clearly fond of Ling'er. Yes, yes. Upon hearing about food, Ling'er instantly perked up, bouncing excitedly into Elder Mo's cave. What a delightful child. I had no idea Yunyan had such an adorable offspring, Elder Mo mused, following closely behind. Her face radiant with joy. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling trailed closely in her wake. Wow, there are big cows. And fish. Granny, I want to eat. Upon entering Elder Mo's cave, Ling'er exclaimed with excitement. Within the cave, there lay a small lake, beside which a large black cow was napping. Stirred by Ling'er's words, the great black bull, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, gazing in bewilderment at Ling'er. Ah, Ling'er, this black bull is my steed, having accompanied me for most of my life. It is akin to a dear friend, Elder Mo remarked with a wry smile. He had not anticipated that Ling'er would immediately set her sights on his mount. Moo. The great black bull bellowed, nodding vigorously, as if to assert that it had chosen the right companion in this life. Then let's feast on fish, Ling'er replied, her expression one of resignation. Fear not. Indulge in whatever you desire, Elder Mo said kindly, before shifting his tone. Black bull, procure some meat. The great black bull stared at Elder Mo, its wise eyes filled with incredulity. Do you not hear the absurdity of your own words? It is merely a morsel of meat. What loss would it entail for you? After our tens of thousands of years of friendship, is it too much to ask for a small portion of your flesh? Elder Mo's countenance turned stern. The great black bull gazed back at him, its eyes still bewildered, as if to say, you, of all beings, dare to mention our long-standing bond while contemplating such a thing? Great bull, may I have just a taste? Ling'er chimed in playfully, looking at the magnificent creature with a grin. Hurry, it is but a bit of meat. What harm would it do? Have you forgotten how Yunyan treated you? Elder Mo added. The great black bull, upon hearing this, displayed a look of confusion. It then rose to its feet and ambled over to Ling'er, sniffing her curiously. Moo. After a brief moment, it let out a loud cry and began to leap about energetically in front of Ling'er, exhibiting extreme excitement. Ultimately, it even detached one of its legs. Remarkably, within the blink of an eye, the leg reappeared. Wow, big bull, how incredible you are. Does this mean you'll never run out of meat? Ling'er exclaimed in astonishment, swallowing repeatedly as she spoke. The great black bull, taken aback, nearly stumbled to the ground. Ling'er, you mustn't address it that way. It shares a deep bond with your mother and often accompanies her, Elder Mo gently said while stroking Ling'er's head. Big bull, do you often play with mother? Ling'er asked excitedly upon hearing this. The great black bull nodded vigorously. I would love to play with you. It's just like playing with mother. Ling'er giggled. A simple statement, yet it struck an inexplicable pain in the hearts of Li Xingyue and Elder Mo. The great black bull called out, gently nudging Ling'er onto its back before dashing around the cave. Ling'er laughed joyfully, observing this harmonious scene. Elder Mo's face was filled with delight. He then took the detached leg and caught some fish to prepare a meal. Soon, an enticing aroma began to waft through the cave. Wow, it smells wonderful, Grandma. Ling'er exclaimed, immediately drawn towards the delightful scent. It's delicious. So make sure to eat plenty. Elder Mo chuckled as he watched her. Yes, Grandma, I have lots of vegetables here. Adding some will make it even tastier. Ling'er nodded emphatically, proclaiming, Vegetables? Elder Mo, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly what you refer to as vegetables? With a mischievous grin, Ling'er produced an array of spiritual herbs. The sight of these herbs left Elder Mo utterly astonished. Even the great black bull stared in wide-eyed disbelief, as if its eyes were two enormous brass bells. Vegetables. Is this what you call vegetables? Chapter 55. Just a little more. Just a bit more as Elder Mo beheld the spiritual herbs Ling'er had revealed. He and the great black bull exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Vegetables? You dare to call this a vegetable? Countless imperial herbs and a plethora of holy herbs lay before them, particularly those peculiar fruits. If he wasn't mistaken, those must be the celestial Xianling fruits. You dare to label these treasures as mere vegetables? Without a moment's hesitation, the great black bull rolled its tongue and immediately showcased its bounty. At that moment, it felt as though offering a leg to Ling'er was an exceedingly worthwhile sacrifice. Old Black, you truly are a fool to waste such riches. Do not squander any. Elder Mo quickly interjected, for if these precious herbs were to be refined into elixirs, they would be sufficient to elevate both her and the great black bull's cultivation to new heights. Hee, don't worry, Granny, I have plenty of vegetables left. Ling'er giggled, adding, once I finish these, I can gather more. With a playful laugh, she once again produced an abundance of spiritual herbs. Upon witnessing this, the great black bull's wise eyes widened even further, and it promptly relinquished a leg to Ling'er. Its expression seemed to convey, please, my dear friend, do not hold back. Take your time eating, dear bull, for I have many more. Ling'er chuckled, affectionately stroking the great black bull's large head. The great black bull nodded vigorously while showcasing the spiritual herbs with great pride. Elder Mo, observing the scene, found herself caught between laughter and tears. It seemed to her that her old companion was on the verge of being spirited away. Ling'er, these items are far too precious, Elder Mo remarked. Elixirs such as these are regarded as treasures even by the heavenly Dao Palace. If those individuals were to discover that little Ling'er is using elixirs to feed cattle, they would undoubtedly go mad. But they aren't precious at all. They are quite easy to find, Ling'er replied with a playful smile, her innocence shining through. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling, who was with the Xingyue, could not help but twitch her lips slightly. Easy to find? Elder Mo was left utterly bewildered. Even the most formidable forces in the true spirit realm treat elixirs as treasures. The appearance of a single elixir could incite chaos throughout the entire central continent. How could they possibly be easy to find? They are not cabbages. Yes, very easy to find, Ling'er insisted, nodding innocently. At that moment, Xingyue interjected, Senior, please accept these. Ling'er does not lack for such items. Indeed, chimed in Ling'er. Grandmother is Mother-S teacher, so she must have been kind to her. The master said that even a small favor should be repaid with utmost sincerity. Ling'er nodded with a beaming smile. Mu? Elder Mo and the great black bull were left dumbfounded. A small favor should be repaid with utmost sincerity? Ling'er, it is a small favor that should be repaid with a flood of gratitude. Xingyue burst into laughter and quickly clarified. Close enough, hee. Ling'er blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head. This child. Elder Mo exchanged a glance with the great black bull, both of them finding the situation amusing yet exasperating. Very well, then, grandmother shall prepare a spiritual meal for you. I am indeed a proficient 9th-tier spirit chef, sought after even by formidable figures of the realm for my culinary prowess. Old Black, let us have another leg. Today, we shall ensure that the children of Yunyan feast to their heart's content, Elder Mo stated with a nod of solemnity. The great black bull, upon hearing this, displayed a moment of bewilderment in its wise eyes. Oh dear, has it truly come to this? Nevertheless, upon witnessing the eager glimmer in little Ling'er's eyes, the bull set aside its reservations and willingly offered a foreleg. Such a good bull, such a dear companion. Little Ling'er giggled, wrapping herself around the bull's massive head like an octopus. The bull let out a low moo, bearing its impressive set of teeth, which, while intended as a smile, appeared rather peculiar. Ling'er, go play with Black Bull for now. I shall prepare a splendid feast for you, Elder Mo said with a tender smile. Come on, bull. Let us go play. Little Ling'er replied enthusiastically, pulling on the bull's horns as they ventured outside. The sight brought an even broader smile to Elder Mo's face. She then plunged into the kitchen, energetically preparing the spirit cuisine, while Xingyue and Mu Ling quietly stayed nearby. Meanwhile, Little Ling'er had already dragged the great black bull out of the cave. Her round, sparkling eyes scanned the surroundings before settling on a direction to the left. Bull, shall we go gather some vegetables? She asked, playfully tugging at the bull's ear. The bull, with a puzzled expression, gazed back at her, seemingly questioning, gather spirit herbs? Where shall we find them? There are so many over there. Let us gather a few. Xiaoling pointed towards a hill to her left. Upon hearing this, Xingyue turned to follow her gaze and was instantly struck dumb. If memory serves correctly, that should be the 9th level medicinal garden of the Xiaowudao Palace, right? Suddenly, it seemed to recollect something, its large, bell-like eyes widening in surprise. Xiaoling had just mentioned that the spiritual herbs were all collected. This so-called gathering. Could it be that she intended to trespass into someone else's medicinal garden? Is that what you call gathering? Xingyue, let us go. Xiaoling, oblivious to the implications, tugged at Xingyue's horns and headed towards the medicinal garden. Moo. Xingyue protested with a low bellow. What a jest. That place is none other than the 9th level spiritual herb garden of Xiaowudao Palace, where celestial herbs are cultivated. It could be said that the palace values that garden more than life itself. If they were to accompany Xiaoling and cause trouble, old Ouyang Tianxin would surely be furious. It's fine. We will only take a little. Xiaoling chuckled mischievously. Really? Just a little bit. Moo. Subsequently, the unlikely duo, one human and one bovine, slipped into the void. When they re-emerged, they found themselves within the 9th level medicinal garden of Xiaowudao Palace. Before them lay a plethora of celestial herbs. Wow, so many vegetables. Nyo, hurry and gather. Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to harvest from the garden. Meanwhile, Xingyue remained alert, scanning the surroundings. After all, these celestial herbs were treasured by the Xiaowudao Palace more than one's own life. If they discovered Xiaoling here gathering herbs, there would undoubtedly be chaos. Oh, this one is quite unappealing. It surely lacks flavor. Hee, this one is delightful to behold and must be delicious. Wow, this one is truly exquisite. Little Ling'er, however, paid no mind to such concerns, her petite figure frolicking joyfully in the herb garden. Moo. After she had gathered a handful of celestial herbs, the great black bull hastily called out, the meaning quite clear. It was time to depart. Alas, just a little more, please. Little Ling'er blinked her large, innocent eyes at the great black bull. Observing her adorable demeanor and glancing at the vast expanse of the herb garden, the great black bull clenched its teeth and nodded. Very well, a little more would not be an issue. It still fell within the acceptable limits of the heavenly Dao Palace. Perhaps it could serve as a form of compensation for the matter concerning Yunyan. The great black bull pondered this. How kind of the bull. Little Ling'er giggled and resumed her activities. Moments later, Moo. The great black bull called out again. It truly was time to leave. They had already reached the limit the heavenly Dao Palace could bear. Just a tiny bit more, the very last morsel. I must bring something for Grandma, replied Little Ling'er. Upon hearing this, the great black bull fell into contemplation. Soon, it nodded in agreement. Indeed, the incident with Yunyan had greatly affected its old companion. Taking a few celestial herbs as compensation seemed only right. After a short while, Moo. The great black bull urged once more. Just a little more. I must bring something for my sister. Great bull, my sister is a guest. The master said we should treat guests with the finest delicacies. Little Ling'er replied. Upon reflecting on her words, the great black bull considered that she was not entirely wrong. It has become apparent that Li Xingyue has been accompanying Xiaoling throughout this journey. Having traveled from the distant realm of Xuanwu, it is only fitting to offer her some celestial herbs as hospitality. However, the great black bull remains oblivious. Observing all of this in silence, Ouyang Tianxin finds himself involuntarily grimacing. Chapter 56, Grandfather. May I pluck a few more? In truth, he had arrived when Xiaoling harvested her first medicinal herb. After all, this garden of spiritual medicines is the very lifeblood of the Xiaowudao Palace. One could say that this 9th-tier medicinal garden is among the foundational treasures of the Xiaowudao Palace. Even as the palace master, he is required to seek the approval of the Elder Council for any personal use. To safeguard these celestial herbs, the Xiaowudao Palace has placed restrictions on each plant. Any disturbance would instantly alert him. Yet upon discovering that it was Xiaoling who was gathering the herbs, he chose to remain hidden. After all, even the Yu family was effortlessly obliterated by her, especially considering that the esteemed celestial king's spirit must show her utmost respect. Who would dare to intervene? Moreover, Xiaoling had merely requested to gather a little. Just a bit would suffice. It could be considered a way to avert disaster. But how much is a little when it seems to stretch indefinitely? And what of the great black bull, who keeps nodding in what he perceives as a courteous gesture? Ouyang Tianxin silently laments, yet he can only feign ignorance. After all, the matter of Yulin Fei's forced marriage is inextricably linked to the Xiaowudao Palace. Furthermore, Xiaoling's strength is evident. she possesses neither the moral high ground nor the power to confront her. Thus, he could only silently pray that when Xiaoling'o mentioned picking a little more, she truly meant just a little more. Within the spiritual herb garden, Dehanyo and Xiaoling'o appeared oblivious to the lurking presence of Ouyang Tianxin. Xiaoling'o continued to quietly gather the spiritual herbs, selecting only those that were visually appealing. Dehanyo, fulfilling the role of a lookout, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. However, a flicker of doubt began to permeate Dehanyo's wise eyes. Something felt amiss. Logically, with Xiaoling'o harvesting such an abundance of celestial herbs, Ouyang Tianxin should have been alerted by now. Why had he not yet arrived? Was it possible that Ouyang Tianxin was not within the heavenly Dao Palace? If that were the case, Dehanyo pondered, his gaze falling upon the celestial herbs, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. All right, Dehanyo, let us depart. After a brief moment, Xiaoling'o seemed to sense that she had gathered enough and spoke up. Moo moo moo. Upon hearing this, Dehanyo quickly chimed in. Huh? Are we bringing something for Mother? Oh yes, yes. I must find Mother and bring her some vegetables as well. You are truly clever, Dehanyo. Xiaoling'er chuckled in response before resuming her collection of spiritual herbs. Hearing this, Dehanyo grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of large teeth. Damn it. Ouyang Tianxin, who had been observing from the shadows, felt his fist clench involuntarily. This stubborn cow. Were you not urging us to leave? What is the situation now? Ouyang Tianxin mused, thinking that if it weren't for Xiaoling'er's presence, he would undoubtedly have charged out to give Dehanyo a good thrashing. Ahem. Upon seeing Xiaoling'er intent on plucking the celestial herbs, Ouyang Tianxin felt a sense of helplessness and stepped out from the shadows. Should she continue her endeavor, these precious herbs would undoubtedly be stripped bare. Moo. The moment the mighty black bull spotted Ouyang Tianxin, its eyes widened in defiance, swiftly positioning itself protectively in front of Xiaoling'er, glaring fiercely at him as if prepared to engage in battle. Ouyang Tianxin could only gaze at the black bull in silence, his lips twitching slightly. Brother, do I appear to be someone who would dare to harm this esteemed individual? He mused inwardly. Grandfather, is that you? Are you here to gather vegetables as well? Xiaoling'er peeked out, her face alight with a cheerful smile directed at Ouyang Tianxin. In response, a barrage of question marks flooded Ouyang Tianxuan's mind. Gather vegetables? Does she truly perceive the celestial herb garden of my Tian'ao Palace as mere vegetables, especially the wild kind? He pondered in bewilderment. Young one, these are cultivated by my Tian'ao Palace. Ouyang Tianxin replied with a wry smile, his implication clear. He hoped she would cease her actions. Wow, so it's grown by you. Grandfather, may I pick a few more? I want to take some to my mother. You can just plant more afterwards, Xiaoling'o said, her large eyes sparkling with innocence. Ouyang Tianxin, upon hearing this, felt a mix of frustration and exasperation. These are celestial herbs. Do you truly consider them ordinary vegetables? Cultivating celestial herbs requires a maturation period of no less than 300,000 years, and they must be meticulously protected, lest all efforts be rendered futile. The abundance of these herbs here is a result of the Tian'ao Palace's legacy spanning millions of years. However, he dared not refuse Xiaoling'er. There was no choice. She was simply too terrifying. If he were to reject her and incite her displeasure, the Celestial Path Palace would likely face ruin. All right, esteemed junior. Please gather a bit more. But if you could, kindly leave some for me? Ouyang Tianxin said helplessly, fearing she might take everything. All right, Xiaoling'er cheerfully nodded, continuing to pluck the celestial herbs. The great black bull watched, bewildered, glancing between Ouyang Tianxin and Xiaoling'er, confusion evident in its wise eyes. What was happening? When did this old fellow become so accommodating? This herb garden was the lifeblood of the Celestial Path Palace. How could he allow Xiaoling'er to take freely? Humph. Ouyang Tianxin shot a glance at it, snorting coldly. He was acutely aware of the great black bull's thoughts. Yet what could he do? Was there any other way? Fortunately, Ouyang Tianxin breathed a sigh of relief when, after gathering a few more, Xiaoling'er finally ceased her harvesting. Grandpa, I have gathered enough, she exclaimed, bouncing over to the great black bull. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed junior. Ouyang Tianxin sighed in relief, clasping his hands in gratitude. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he said, esteemed junior, there are actually vegetables in that area. He gestured towards a direction. Moo? The great black bull followed his pointing finger, its face a picture of confusion. If memory served correctly, that direction seemed to lead to another faction, the Evergreen sect. What was going on? Were they sending Xiaoling'er to the Evergreen sect to gather celestial herbs? The great black bull pondered, filled with perplexity. Due to their shared history, Ouyang Tianxin and the leader of the Cha-Ching sect, Mu Cha-Ching, were close friends. How could he possibly allow Xiaoling'o to venture to the Cha-Ching sect to gather celestial herbs? Ah, blessings are seldom shared, yet misfortunes are born together. Seemingly perceiving the thoughts of the great black bull, Ouyang Tianshan chuckled. The great black bull, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim internally. What a remarkable bond you have with Mu Chanqing. It mused. Come on, big bull, let's return for a meal. Afterward, we shall collect some vegetables over there. Xiaoling'er said with a playful grin as she glanced in the direction indicated by Ouyang Tianshan. The great black bull nodded and led Xiaoling'er away, with her cheerfully bouncing behind him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the cave abode, but Xiaoling'er's gaze remained fixed beneath the great black bull's large tail. Big bull, why do you have 2 large lumps? Are you unwell? Shall I assist you in removing these 2 lumps? Xiaoling'er inquired as she continued to observe. Mu? The great black bull was momentarily taken aback. Upon turning to see what Xiaoling'er was referring to, its expression shifted dramatically. What the? Suddenly, it tensed up and quickly jumped away, distancing itself from Xiaoling'er. I considered you a good friend, and yet, you intend to harm my bell? Chapter 57. News of Bai Yunyan. Big bull, what troubles you? Xiaoling'er looked at him in confusion, unable to understand why he shied away. Mu? The great black bull gazed back at her, its face a canvas of bewilderment. What is the matter? You were about to harm my bell. How could I dare approach you? Is that even something one can harm? The great black bull pondered in silence, recognizing its formidable regenerative abilities. Yet pondering the impossibility of relinquishing the precious bell, a treasure belonging to the esteemed elder bull, not merely a trinket. At that moment, Li Xingyue emerged from the cave. Amusement evident in her expression as she clarified. Ah, a treasure? Little Ling'er tilted her head, gazing curiously at Li Xingyue. Indeed. It is an irreplaceable treasure of the elder bull, Li Xingyue elaborated with a gentle smile. Little Ling'er, despite her many admirable qualities, remained blissfully unaware of the complexities of gender relations, a fact quite understandable given her tender age of 4. So it's a treasure. Great bull, I won't take your treasure. Hee, she laughed playfully. Upon hearing this, the great black bull cast her a glance that seemed to convey, even if you wish to, it would be impossible for me to part with it. Come now, the food is ready, Li Xingyue chuckled, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. All right. Upon hearing the mention of food, little Ling'er joyfully hopped toward the cave. Elder bull, please forgive her ignorance, Li Xingyue said, turning to the great black bull in explanation. Mu. The great black bull responded with a low sound, parting its lips to reveal its characteristic 2 rows of large teeth, as if to say, no worries. As long as she doesn't covet my 2 treasured bells. Meanwhile, little Ling'er had already dashed into the cave, where a table was laden with an array of delectable spirit dishes. Wow, it smells amazing, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Welcome back. Just in time for a meal, Elder Emo said with a gentle smile, tenderly stroking her head. Very well, little Ling'er obediently nodded and climbed onto the chair, sitting quietly. One by one, the others took their seats. Even the imposing black bull approached and settled beside the table. Let us dine, conversing as we eat, Elder Emo said with a gentle smile, effortlessly serving dishes to little Ling'er as she spoke. Thank you, grandmother, she giggled. Should I call you mother instead? Little Ling'er cheerfully held out her bowl. Indeed, Elder Emo nodded with a smile. Under the watchful gazes of the others, she began to recount, at that time. A secret realm emerged within the Wuwang mountain range. The Black Bull and I were dispatched by our sect to investigate. However, we were gravely injured by a terrifying entity within the realm. In that dire moment, we were fortunate to be rescued by Yunyan, allowing us to survive. The Black Bull, who had been silently listening, nodded solemnly. Later, Yunyan proactively requested to accompany me to the Tiandao Palace for cultivation. She had saved both my life and the Black Bull's, so I naturally obliged. Yunyan possesses a cold demeanor and is not fond of conversing with outsiders, except for the Black Bull, with whom she shares a closer bond. Elder Emo continued, as the Black Bull nodded in agreement. However, in her pursuit of cultivation, Yunyan displayed remarkable determination, seeking out any treasures that could aid her practice, regardless of the risks involved. On several occasions, she faced life-threatening situations. Yet, despite her struggles, she would always share a portion of the cultivation resources she acquired with me. It was precisely due to Yunyan's assistance that I was able to step into the tribulation realm. Upon entering the tribulation realm, I became an elder of the Tiandao Palace, and Yunyan ascended to become one of the 10 great disciples. Originally, everything was progressing favorably, but who could have anticipated the emergence of the Yu family? Yu Linfei's coercive marriage proposal to Yunyan left me, despite my status as an elder, feeling powerless in the face of such a formidable entity. I once contemplated fleeing with Yunyan and Hania from Tiandao Palace to escape this place. However, the Yu family kept a vigilant watch over us, and Yunyan was subsequently placed under house arrest. Fortunately, Yunyan managed to escape on her own, and I chose to isolate myself, severing all ties with Tiandao Palace. It was not until a year ago that a couple sought me out. Elder Mo spoke slowly. As she recounted this, her gaze unconsciously fell upon Xingyue. Interestingly, the woman from that couple bore a striking resemblance to you. Upon hearing this, Xingyue's body trembled. May I inquire, esteemed elder, was their Taoist name perhaps Jingmian Daolu? Meeting her astonished and eager gaze, Elder Mo pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems so. Could it be? Xingyue nodded in response, saying, they are my parents. Her tone was filled with surprise. She had not expected to receive news of her parents in this place. And what happened next? Mu Ling interjected. The couple found me and assured me that Yunyan was safe, urging me not to worry. Elder Mo replied. This. Xingyue was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Could it be that her parents were acquainted with Xiaoling's mother? Suddenly, she recalled Ling Xuan's words, mentioning that her parents seemed to be following a great figure. Could it be that great figure is Xiaoling's mother? Xingyue pondered. But did they mention a location? Mu Ling asked incisively. No, they did not. Elder Mo smiled bitterly and shook his head. I once inquired about the whereabouts of that couple, Yunyan. Yet, they dared not disclose anything. As if Yunyan were evading some formidable adversary, unwilling to reveal her location lightly. Evading a formidable adversary? Mu Ling pondered quietly. Soon, it dawned on her that this so-called adversary must originate from the realm of the celestial spirits. For she had discerned that Xiaoling's mother was also a reincarnated being. What perplexed her, however, was why only Xiaoling'o had ventured to seek her mother. The individual who could cultivate the mere 4-year-old Xiaoling'o to such an exalted state must be extraordinarily formidable. Why then did this person not come forth to assist Xiaoling'er in her quest? Mu Ling mused. It is exceedingly difficult for you to locate Yunyan. Unless she actively seeks you out, you shall remain here. Should I send out news? Elder Mo continued. This. Mu Ling exchanged a knowing glance with Xingyue. It is not secure. Although I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding the young Master-S family, there must be significant issues entangled within, particularly concerning the enemies the matriarch is evading. Based on my conjecture, the matriarch should also be a reincarnated individual, and her enemies are likely among the celestial spirits. If we were to hastily disseminate information, it would be ill-advised. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ling spoke. Having existed for 100,000 years, she is undoubtedly astute. To cultivate the 4-year-old Xiaoling'o to such celestial heights, the person behind her must also be exceedingly formidable. Yet, even so, that individual has not personally sought out Ling'er's mother. The sole explanation lies in their trepidation. Thus, the desire to secretly venture out in search of her mother emerged. If news of Xiaoling'er were to spread, it would inevitably reach her adversaries, posing a significant threat. Elder Mo and Xingyue nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this concern. Therefore, the only recourse would be to use the girl as parents as a point of leverage. Elder Mo fixed his gaze upon Xingyue. Your parents are aware of Yunyan's whereabouts. As long as we locate your parents, we shall surely uncover Yunyan. Of course, it is no easy task to find anyone, so we may divide our efforts. I shall remain here to seek the whereabouts of the Qinglian partner, while you both venture into the demon domain in search of clues. Chapter 58. The central continent is in an uproar. Mu Ling and Xingyue nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of this strategy. Moreover, who were the forces that rescued the mistress back then? They could also serve as potential leads. Mu Ling interjected. This is beyond my knowledge. In fact, no one seems to possess any information regarding them. That group appears to have materialized out of thin air within the true spirit realm, leaving no trace to investigate. The Yu family once made a concerted effort to trace their origins but ultimately uncovered nothing. Elder Mo shook his head in response. Doesn't the 100 Knowledge Pavilion possess any insights? Mu Ling inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. The 100 Knowledge Pavilion is reputed to know all that transpires across the realms, seemingly privy to every secret within the true spirit realm. If they were aware, I suspect Yunyan would have long since fallen victim to the Yu family's machinations. Elder Mo chuckled softly. Indeed, Xingyue and Mu Ling nodded in agreement. Were the 100 Knowledge Pavilion informed, the Yu family would have swiftly traced the clues back to Xiaoling's mother. However, it may indeed be worthwhile to inquire with the 100 Knowledge Pavilion regarding your parents. Elder Mo's tone shifted as his gaze fell upon Xingyue. Upon hearing this, both Mu Ling and Xingyue's eyes brightened. Indeed, after all, the two had made an appearance in Zhongzhou a year prior. They should be able to gather information from the Baishao Pavilion. Ultimately, after some deliberation among the three, a plan was formulated. Elder Mo would assist in locating Xingyue's parents, while they would take little Lingo to the Baishao Pavilion to inquire about the Qinglian partner's whereabouts. If no leads were found, they would venture into the demon realm to seek further clues. After dining, Xingyue and Mu Ling brought little Lingo to the branch of Baishao Pavilion in Fuyun City. Upon their arrival, the plump attendant hurried over to greet them. for he had already received conclusive news. The Yu family had been annihilated. Honored guests, please enjoy the finest beast milk, the attendant exclaimed, serving the trio while inquiring, are you aware of any news regarding the Xingyue partner? Without beating around the bush, Mu Ling directly posed the question. Xingyue partner? The attendant furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying, I have heard whispers. The Xingyue partner hails from the Xuanwu domain, specifically the Xuanwu sacred land. The two were once pursued by the Shura sect and subsequently vanished from sight. They were spotted in Fuyun City a year ago. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's expression shifted dramatically. Her parents had been hunted? Do you know their current whereabouts? Mu Ling glanced at Li Xingyue before asking. I haven't paid much attention. But give me some time, and I should be able to find out, the attendant promptly responded. Very well, please assist us in locating these two. Why were they pursued by the Shura sect? Mu Ling inquired once more. Evidently, this was a matter concerning Li Xingyue. She cast a grateful glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Xiaoling'er sat quietly beside them, sipping on beast milk. This was all for the enigmatic secret technique they held in their hands. Seemingly a peculiar method for crafting spiritual bodies. The rotund figure pondered for a moment before responding. Upon hearing his words, Li Xingyue involuntarily shuddered. She had not forgotten the words of Lung Wu. It must be said that the Qinglian partner was indeed pitiable, unaware of Li Xingyue's unusual reaction. The stout individual continued, Oh? Mu Ling glanced at him with keen interest. According to the information we possess at the Baishao Pavilion, the Qinglian partner was pursued by the Xuanwu sacred ground for aiding his daughter in crafting a spiritual body, and they were unjustly accused of colluding with the Poison Spirit clan. Yet the truth is, they were ensnared in a plot. The stout man chuckled. What kind of plot? Li Xingyue inquired urgently. It pertains to the so-called secret technique for crafting spiritual bodies, an ancient and incomplete nefarious art, the technique of grafting. As the name suggests, this grafting involves attaching another's essence to oneself. This technique has long been in the hands of the Shura sect. Alas, due to its incompleteness, the Shura sect has been unable to master the art of grafting. However, amidst the multitude of humanity, there are always prodigies. Since they cannot accomplish it themselves, they seek out a genius to do it for them. The stout man spoke at length from his seat. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue comprehended the situation. So, the Shura sect entrusted this secret technique to the Xuanwu sacred ground, which eventually fell into my parents' hands. She responded, No. The stout man shook his head. And after a considerable pause, he articulated slowly, You were placed in the hands of your parents. Placed? Li Xingyue furrowed her brow. Your parents? Recognized as the most formidable geniuses of the Xuanwu domain, possess exceptional talent and comprehension, yet they have only one mediocre daughter. Therefore, Wu Tiangue assisted them by bestowing the secret art of transplanting flowers and trees. Wu Tiangue is indeed a remarkable figure, having identified the vulnerabilities of parenthood. Your parents, against all expectations, deciphered this secret art, which led to your emergence. This technique is extraordinary, particularly for those forces lacking promising candidates. To prevent the secret from being divulged, your parents must perish. This is also why, despite the passage of several centuries, the Xuanwu sacred land has not relinquished its pursuit of your parents. The stout man spoke slowly. So it is, Li Xingyue replied, her expression profoundly complex. Very well, upon receiving their news, we shall convene at Elder Mo's abode in the Tian'ao Palace. Upon witnessing this, Mu Ling interjected, Indeed. The stout man nodded respectfully. Subsequently, the trio departed from the Baixiage and returned to Elder Mo's dwelling. In that case, shall we wait here for a while? If there is no news, we can proceed to the demon domain. Yunyan should be safe for now. Elder Mo contemplated aloud. Ling'er, what do you think? Li Xingyue refrained from making unilateral decisions and turned to little Ling'er. All right. The dishes made by Grandma are delicious. I want to eat them for several more days. Little Ling'er smiled cheerfully in agreement. All right. I will prepare delicious food for you every day. Elder Mo responded with a gentle smile. Okay, big bull. Shall we go out to play? Little Ling'er exclaimed with delight, her gaze fixed upon the great black bull. Upon meeting her gaze, the great black bull instinctively tightened its legs, apprehensive that little Ling'er might still be fixated on its two large bells. However, seeing the anticipation gleaming in her eyes, it ultimately stood up and accompanied her outside to frolic. The duo quickly exited the cave dwelling. Big bull, shall we go pick some vegetables? Little Ling'er said, grasping the great black bull's horns. Moo? The great black bull was taken aback by her suggestion. Is this what you call playing? Before it could respond, little Ling'er tugged at its horns, and they entered the void together. Before long, a significant portion of the day had slipped by. Little Ling'er and the great black bull returned to the entrance of the cave. Hiki, there are so many vegetables here, it's so easy to gather them, she exclaimed. bouncing joyfully ahead of the great black bull. The great black bull silently trailed behind, reluctant to speak. At that moment, a singular thought consumed its mind. The central continent would undoubtedly be in an uproar. For during that half-day, little Ling'er had taken it to pill gardens of all the superpowers in the central continent. Chapter 59, The Bounty Collected, Vast and Abundant. Easily gathered observing the jubilant little Ling'er ahead, the great black bull's wise eye sparkled with confusion. It was perplexed that no one had come to deter little Ling'er from plucking spirit herbs in the gardens of other factions, as if those gardens were wild and unprotected. Yet, it remained unaware of the underlying reasons. As little Ling'er ventured to gather spiritual herbs, little gourd discreetly intervened to shield all sensing mechanisms. Naturally, the collection of celestial herbs could not be detected. "Grandmother, sister, we are back," little Ling'er exclaimed joyfully as she bounded into the cave. "Welcome back. Where did you go to play?" Elder Mo gazed at her with gentle eyes filled with affection. "I went with Nyo to pick vegetables. We gathered quite a lot," little Ling'er replied with a beaming smile. "Picking vegetables?" Elder Mo was momentarily taken aback. Li Xingyue exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Ling, both harboring a singular thought. The middle state was about to erupt. After all, little Ling'er had been out with the great black bull for a considerable half-day, ample time to visit numerous herbal gardens. Yes, these are for grandmother," little Ling'er affirmed, nodding earnestly. She produced little gourd and tilted it toward Elder Mo. In an instant, a radiant cascade of light erupted, revealing a collection of exquisite celestial herbs that piled up before Elder Mo. Hiss. Upon witnessing such an abundance of celestial herbs, Elder Mo inhaled sharply. "Heavenly star grass. Is this not a unique celestial herb of the heavenly star sect? And this Xianming bamboo, it appears to be exclusive to the Yin spirit sect. The Qing Tian Xianting, a rare herb of the everlasting green gate. Soul sculpting flower, ice fire sacred lotus, phoenix dawn grass." "Hiss, Ling'er, where did you procure these celestial herbs?" she murmured, utterly astonished. Each herb presented by little Ling'er was exclusive to the major factions, and such herbs were scarcely available for public sale, rendering them virtually non-existent in the markets of the middle state. Even if scattered cultivators occasionally acquire treasures, they are swiftly seized by the formidable powers. How could little spirit possess such an abundance of precious elixirs? "I just found them, he," she innocently replied. Afterward, she approached Li Xingyue, saying, "Sister, this is for you." With that, she tilted a small gourd, spilling forth a plethora of invaluable elixirs. "There are some for the little dog, too." Under the bewildered gaze of Elder Mo, she poured a bit more towards Mu Ling, though the quantity was less than what she had given to Li Xingyue and Elder Mo. "Thank you, young master," Mu Ling expressed gratefully. These elixirs would greatly benefit it, allowing its cultivation to ascend to new heights. "Little spirit, did you truly gather these?" Elder Mo inquired, his tone serious. "Yes, they were easy to find. Just a vast expanse of them," little spirit replied with a giggle, nodding obediently. Elder Mo nearly gasped in disbelief. Easy to find, a vast expanse. He was certain that little spirit had ventured into the medicinal gardens of the major powers in Zhangzhou. Moreover, the sheer quantity of elixirs suggested she had plucked from each garden without restraint. "Old hey, if little spirit is unaware, how can you be as well?" Elder Mo glanced at the great black ox. He understood little spirit's prowess, yet the top-tier forces in Zhangzhou had long-standing legacies. If they all came knocking, it would not be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the great black ox wore a look of grievance. It was not that it lacked understanding, rather, it was powerless against little spirit's formidable strength. It was utterly powerless to resist, being dragged by the horns, following one medicinal garden after another. "Elder Mo, the palace master has summoned you for a discussion." At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing it, Elder Mo's expression changed suddenly, as she had already surmised the content of the meeting. "Ling'er, I shall return shortly. You must stay here and refrain from venturing out. When your grandmother returns, I will prepare something delicious for you, all right?" Elder Mo said with a hint of resignation. All right, little Ling'er nodded joyfully. With a long sigh, Elder Mo departed from the cave dwelling, heading straight for the conference hall of the Heavenly Dao Palace. At this moment, the hall was already filled with people, with Ouyang Tianxian seated at the forefront. "Elder Mo has arrived. Please take your seat. Please take your seat," he urged. "Indeed, please, Elder Mo." The others chimed in with smiles upon noticing her arrival. All the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Dao Palace were already aware of the annihilation of the Yu family, and the ruthless individual responsible was within Elder Mo's cave. Hence, their demeanor towards Elder Mo was naturally one of utmost politeness. Elder Mo calmly nodded and found a place to sit. "The purpose of gathering you all here is due to the recent theft of celestial herbs. All major factions' herb gardens have been plundered, including ours at the Heavenly Dao Palace. Ouyang Tianxian announced after Elder Imo took her seat. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Elder Imo inwardly sighed. The entire central continent was now gripped by anxiety. It is imperative that we apprehend the culprit. Precisely. Our treasures at the Heavenly Tao Palace are not easily acquired. Indeed, after apprehending the perpetrator, an announcement to the world regarding their punishment must be made. The elders of the Tiandao Palace exchanged remarks, each eager to voice their opinions. Ouyang Tianxian nearly toppled from his chair upon hearing their words. Such statements should not be made lightly. If you wish to court disaster, do so alone. Do not drag me into it, he mused internally. Ever since he learned of the theft of elixirs from various formidable factions, he had suspected that it was the work of the enigmatic and fearsome Ling'er. In the entire Xingyue, only she possessed the uncanny ability to stealthily infiltrate the elixir gardens and abscond with their treasures unnoticed. Now, with the elders clamoring for blood. Should these words reach Ling'er, it would spell utter ruin for the Tiandao Palace. Silence yourselves. Ouyang Tianxian cast a discreet glance at Elder Imo before suddenly admonishing them. The moment his words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. This matter shall be treated as if it never occurred. Do you all comprehend? Ouyang Tianxian surveyed the assembly, speaking with utmost gravity. What? At this proclamation, a flurry of question marks appeared in the minds of those present. They gazed at Ouyang Tianxian in bewilderment, doubting the integrity of their own hearing. The elixir garden of the Tiandao Palace had lost a significant portion of its treasures. How could they simply pretend that nothing had transpired? Moreover, the thief had also plundered the elixir gardens of other great factions. The quantity of stolen elixirs must be immense. Such a lucrative target, how could the Tiandao Palace afford to overlook it? Suppress your thoughts. I declare this. Anyone who dares to involve themselves in this matter or pursue an inquiry shall face my wrath. Expel from the Heavenly Path Palace, including all blood relatives. Ouyang Tianxian scoffed, issuing a solemn warning. This was an individual to whom even the celestial kings must show utmost reverence. The combined might of all the top forces in the central continent would be insufficient to withstand a mere flick of their hand. To harbor such intentions? It was akin to seeking death in a latrine by lighting a lamp. What? Upon hearing these words, the assembly was taken aback. A shared glance among them revealed their furrowed brows. In their minds, Ouyang Tianxian was known for his audacity and willingness to risk it all. With such a significant opportunity to acquire abundant celestial herbs, how could he possibly forego it? Surely, he ought to seize the moment. Yet now, not only did he refuse to act, but he also insisted on maintaining a faade as if nothing had transpired, forbidding anyone from participating. Palace Master. Do you know who is responsible? After a brief silence, an elder finally spoke. They, the Heavenly Path Palace, are beyond our reach. Not even the entirety of the central continent's superpowers can contend with them. Do you understand? Ouyang Tianxian retorted with a cold grunt. Upon hearing this, a myriad of question marks hovered above the heads of the elders. They gazed at Ouyang Tianxian, their expressions questioning whether he truly comprehended the gravity of his own words. Additionally, with the chapter ode from yesterday, I present 5 updates. A small token of appreciation would be delightful, a gesture of love to fuel my endeavors. Akin to feeding a dog. Chapter 60, Cooking for Little Ling'er? This is indeed a significant matter. Elder Imo requested. The elders regarded Ouyang Tianxian with expressions of utter bewilderment. As a 9th-level celestial estate, the Heavenly Path Palace boasted 10 formidable beings at the 9 tribulations realm. Furthermore, it possessed a fearsome ancient formation. It can be stated that, even when confronted with a true immortal, the Heavenly Tao Palace possesses the capital to engage in battle. Yet, what does Ouyang Tianxian proclaim? That they cannot provoke such a being? Of course, if the Heavenly Tao Palace alone cannot provoke them, it would be understandable. However, he goes on to assert that even the united forces of all the superpowers in Xingyue cannot provoke them. This is indeed perplexing. One must recognize that Xingyue serves as the stabilizing anchor of the true spirit realm, with all superpowers boasting legacies spanning millions of years. Their foundations are extraordinarily formidable. In fact, some of these factions even harbor terrifying entities that have survived the 9 tribulations of ascension yet have not transcended to the celestial realm. Should these forces unite, there would be no race within the true spirit realm capable of withstanding them, not even those from otherworldly realms. Now, faced with a mere individual who has pilfered celestial herbs, Ouyang Tianxian audaciously claims that the combined might of all Xingyue's superpowers would be insufficient. How could they not be astonished? How could they dare to believe such a statement? Humph, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Ouyang Tianxian snorted disdainfully. When confronting an ordinary true immortal, the Heavenly Tao Palace bears no fear. After all, the Heavenly Tao Palace is also a force with a legacy of over 1,000,000 years. Beyond its own formidable foundation, several ancestors have ascended to the celestial spirit realm. In the face of a common true immortal, the Heavenly Tao Palace possesses the confidence to engage in battle. Indeed, Any ancient ninth-grade immortal estate has the capacity to contend with a true immortal. However, this holds true only when facing an ordinary true immortal without connections. But what of little Ling'er? She is a being to whom even the celestial king must bow with respect and humility. With a legacy of 1,000,000 years and several ancestors who have ascended to the celestial spirit realm, the heavenly Tao Palace's understanding of that realm naturally surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The foremost among this knowledge is the classification of realms within the celestial spirit realm. True immortals, earthly immortals, heavenly immortals, golden immortals, immortal kings, esteemed immortals, and the legendary Immortal Emperor. Ouyang Tianxian, as the master of the heavenly Tao Palace, is acutely aware of the immense value an immortal king holds within the realm of celestial beings. Should the heavenly Tao Palace encounter a formidable figure of the immortal king realm, even with its profound foundations, the entire sect would ascend to the heavens. Not even the ancestral elder of the heavenly Tao Palace, who has firmly established a foothold in the celestial realm, could withstand such a force. Strangely enough, these terrifying immortal king giants must bow and smile in deference when faced with the presence of the young Ling'er. This clearly illustrates the formidable origins of Ling'er. Ouyang Tianxian estimates that, even within the celestial realm, there are scarcely a few who would dare to provoke Ling'er. Such an existence. Not even the combined might of the superpowers in the true spirit realm can rival, even when considering the demon domain and those from alien worlds. They would likely pale in comparison to Ling'er. I have spoken my piece. You must act with caution. Ouyang Tianxian cast a sweeping glance at the assembly, declaring, afterward. His gaze fell upon Elder Mo, his expression entirely respectful. Elder Mo, should that esteemed young lady have any requests, you must ensure they are fulfilled. Rest assured. Whatever she desires, if it is within the possession of the heavenly Tao Palace, it shall be granted without charge. What? Upon hearing this, the elders present were taken aback. Granting without charge. Is this some sort of jest? Master, might this be somewhat inappropriate? Indeed. If she were to request the palace's treasured legacies, would that also be granted without compensation? Master, please reconsider. They hastily interjected, their eyes reflecting bewilderment. Was the mere annihilation of a Yu family truly worthy of such deference from Ouyang Tianxian? Although the Yu family is formidable in the eyes of the heavenly Tao Palace, they are merely insignificant. The reason the heavenly Tao Palace chooses to turn a blind eye to the Yu family's reckless behavior is due to the considerable value the Yu family holds for them. If the heavenly Tao Palace truly wished to annihilate the Yu family, they certainly possess the capability to do so. Silence. Ouyang Tianxian cast a glance at the crowd, his voice laced with cold authority. After witnessing the terrifying prowess of Xiao Ling'er, he harbored only one thought, to cultivate goodwill, lest they provoke her. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao Palace would inevitably follow in the footsteps of the Yu family. Is the palace master serious? Elder Mo inquired, meeting Ouyang Tianxian's gaze with a measured tone. Indeed, I wonder what request the esteemed young predecessor may have? Ouyang Tianxian replied, nodding gravely. There is indeed a matter in which I seek the palace master's assistance. Elder Mo contemplated before continuing. There is a girl named Xingyue who accompanies Ling'er. She came from the Xuanwu domain in search of her parents, who are reputed as the Qingyue partners. Might the palace master dispatch someone to assist in locating them? She spoke delicately, omitting the fact that Xiao Ling'er herself was in search of her mother. This discretion was a result of Mu Ling's analysis. No matter what, Xiao Ling'er's identity must not be overtly revealed. Of course, this was also their own conviction. Were they aware of Lu Ming behind Xiao Ling'er? They would undoubtedly hold fewer reservations. The Qingyue partners? Very well, it shall be done. Is there anything else? Ouyang Tianxian affirmed with a nod. For seeking two individuals was but a mere matter of a few words for him, especially as one of the superpowers of Zhongzhou. Beneath the Temple of Heaven, numerous factions are affiliated. Finding two is no arduous task. That is all. I, on behalf of Ling'er, express my gratitude to the palace master. I must return to prepare a meal for Ling'er, so I shall take my leave now, Elder Mo said, shaking her head. She seemed rather reluctant to remain in the company of those from the Temple of Heaven. Very well, this is indeed a significant matter. Elder Mo, please. Ouyang Tianxian replied hastily. Upon hearing this, the other elders were left in a state of bewilderment. A significant matter? Could it be that cooking is deemed a momentous affair? They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Palace master, my little great-grandson has yet to eat. I must also prepare a meal for him. Suddenly one elder stepped forward and spoke. Palace master, I too, chimed in another. Me as well, several others echoed, evidently wishing to depart. Is that so? Ouyang Tianxian surveyed the scene and waved dismissively. If you haven't eaten, then you haven't tea. Hunger is but a trifling matter. We have matters to discuss. Your little great-grandsons will not perish from hunger. What? The elders who had spoken were instantly taken aback, perplexed by his words. But Elder Mo, one elder protested, somewhat indignant. Why is it that she can leave to prepare a meal while we cannot? Elder Mo is Elder Mo, and you are merely you. The distinction is clear. Sit down, all of you. We have important matters to deliberate, Ouyang Tianxin said, raising an eyebrow. Elder Mo is going to prepare a meal for Ling'er. Even if he had 100 bear's gall, he would not dare to obstruct her. The elders gazed at Ouyang Tianxin with a look of sorrowful reproach, their expressions conveying a peculiar sentiment of, Palace Master, you have changed. Now, let us discuss the matters concerning the Xingyue secret realm, Ouyang Tianxin gestured. Chapter 61, Little Ling'er, will I soon be able to see my mother? Upon hearing the mention of the Xingyue secret realm, the crowd shuddered. The Xingyue secret realm is one of the most precious realms in the central region, renowned for its abundant celestial herbs. It is said that this realm was transformed from a spiritual plant lineage in the celestial spirit world. This secret realm opens once every 10,000 years and is filled with numerous celestial herbs, serving as the vital source of medicinal resources for the major superpowers in the central region. However, entry to the Xingyue secret realm is restricted. Only those at the emperor level and below may enter. Currently, the major factions are facing a severe shortage of celestial herbs, making this competition exceptionally fierce. Do not hold back. Bring forth your top-tier prodigies, Ouyang Tianxin sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. The Xiaowudao Palace comprises 10 peaks, each harboring a secretly cultivated super genius. These prodigies represent the future of the Xiaowudao Palace. However, due to Little Ling'er having plucked away a significant portion of the celestial herbs, only these super geniuses can replenish the herbs in the celestial herb garden through their participation in the Xingyue secret realm. Indeed, the elders nodded gravely. As time flowed, 5 days swiftly passed. Within the cave of Elder Mo at the Xiaowudao Palace, the inquiry arose, are you saying that my parents have entered the Xingyue secret realm? Xingyue gazed at the rotund figure before her, a slight furrow forming on her brow. Indeed, the stout man nodded emphatically, responding with unwavering conviction, your parents, for reasons unknown, have been clandestinely spreading rumors that Ji Sun of the Ji family is the reincarnation of a celestial king. Ultimately, they were pursued by the Ji family and vanished into a spatial rift. The location of this rift coincides with that of the Xingyue secret realm. According to our analysis at the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, this rift was likely caused by the impending opening of the Xingyue secret realm, triggered by fluctuations in the restrictions. Thus, there is a significant possibility that your parents entered the Xingyue secret realm ahead of time. Is that so? Xingyue pondered internally, casting a glance at Mu Ling. If that is the case, then we should venture into the Xingyue secret realm. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ling replied, at present, the key to finding Xiao Ling'er's mother lies in the Qinglian Dao companion. If we can indeed locate the Qinglian Dao companion within the Xingyue secret realm, it would be tantamount to assisting Xiao Ling'er in her quest for her mother. We must certainly go to the Xingyue secret realm. The 100 Knowledge Pavilion will also dispatch personnel into the realm. This is the token from our pavilion master. Those who behold this token shall be treated as if they were in the presence of the pavilion master. Should any esteemed seniors enter the Xingyue secret realm, this token allows our 100 Knowledge Pavilion members to be at your service. The stout man smiled faintly, producing a jet-black token and placing it upon the table. Ah, your 100 Knowledge Pavilion certainly knows how to conduct itself well. Mu Ling let out a light chuckle, directly accepting the token. She had heard of the Xingyue secret realm, which was known to be vast, even larger than the ancient battlegrounds. In seeking the Qinglian Dao companion, the more individuals present, the better. I wish the esteemed seniors could fulfill their desires. I shall take my leave now. The portly individual smiled and clasped his hands in farewell before departing. Once the young master called us back, we shall venture to the mystical cloud secret realm, Mu Ling remarked, glancing at Xingyue. Over the past few days, Xiao Ling'er had been in the company of the great black bull, taking quite some time to return each outing. However, upon her return, she would always present various rare treasures from the world. Very well, Xingyue nodded, and after speaking, she began her cultivation. Under Xiao Ling'er's generous offerings, her cultivation soared. Reaching the late stage of the integration realm, Mu Ling cast a glance at her, then closed her eyes to nurture her spirit. Before Xiao Ling'er could return, Elder Mo hurried back. Her news mirroring that which the portly individual had provided, the Qinglian Dao companion was highly likely to have entered the mystical cloud secret realm ahead of time. The palace master stated that once inside the secret realm, everyone from the heavenly Dao Palace would assist in the search, Elder Mo mentioned while sipping tea. Very well. Mu Ling replied with a calm nod. As the saying goes, to miss out on a bargain is foolishness. Since the heavenly Dao Palace is willing to exert effort, let us allow them to do so. Free labor, after all, would be a pity to waste. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out, Grandma, sister, I'm back. Xiao Ling'er joyfully bounced into the room, followed closely by the great black bull, whose wise eyes were filled with trepidation towards Ling'er. How terrifying. This little girl is truly fearsome. She boldly ventured into the heart of the Sea Clan, capturing their ancestor, a formidable being of the 9 tribulations realm. Where had she been frolicking? Elder Imo gently caressed her small head and asked softly, "What have you been up to?" "I went fishing with Nyonyo." Little Ling'er replied with a giggle. "Hee, we caught a really big fish." "Fishing?" Both Elder Imo and Li Xingyue were momentarily taken aback. Yes. Little Ling'er nodded enthusiastically as she produced a small gourd. With a flick of her wrist, she removed the lid and poured its contents onto the ground. In an instant, a colossal fish materialized within the cave. This is. Upon gazing at the giant fish, Elder Mo's expression shifted dramatically. A 6-eyed flying fish. And all 6 eyes are wide open. Mu Ling was equally dumbfounded. The 6-eyed flying fish is indeed a formidable species among the sea clans. Its greatest strength lies within its eyes. According to legend, each opened eye grants a terrifying supernatural ability. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it had encountered the 6-eyed flying fish before. However, the most powerful ones it had seen were merely 4-eyed. To behold one with all 6 eyes open was a first for even it. Moo. The great black bull bellowed. "Are you suggesting that this is the ancestral being of the 6-eyed flying fish?" Elder Imo, still in a daze, responded. The ancestral being of the 6-eyed flying fish. In her memory, was a 7-calamity celestial beast, equivalent to a 7-calamity realm powerhouse among the human race. Moo. The great black bull nodded and let out a couple more calls. This. Elder Imo was at a loss for words. The great black bull explained that little Lingo had captured the ancestral being of the 6-eyed flying fish simply because they were playing by the sea. And when little Ling'er was collecting seashells, a small 6-eyed flying fish spat seawater at her. At last, little Lingo chased after the 6-eyed flying fish across a vast expanse of the ocean, pursuing it all the way to the ancestral lair of the 6-eyed fish clan, where she managed to capture their venerable ancestor. This child Elder Imo could only smile wryly, at a loss for words. It took a remarkable audacity to directly intrude upon the lair of the 6-eyed fish clan and seize its progenitor. It seemed that only little Lingo would dare to undertake such a feat. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling could hardly contain their amusement, bursting into laughter. The ancestor of the 6-eyed fish must have died with his eyes wide open, having met his demise due to a mere drop of seawater from a small creature of his own clan. "Grandma, can we have grilled fish today?" Little Ling'er asked with a cheerful grin. "Very well, grilled fish it is," Elder Imo responded with a smile, knowing that consuming such a 7-calamity celestial beast would indeed elevate her cultivation. "Ling'er, we are heading to the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Your parents have entered there. As long as we locate them, we can find your mother," Li Xingyue interjected. "Wow, really? Does that mean I will get to see my mother soon?" Upon hearing this, little Ling'er's round eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 62, The Anticipation of Meeting Mother. "Indeed," Li Xingyue affirmed with a smile. Once they entered the Immortal Cloud's secret realm and found her parents, they would surely learn of Bai Yunyan's whereabouts. At that moment, little Ling'er would finally reunite with Bai Yunyan. "Wow, that's wonderful. I'm going to see my mother," little Ling'er exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around the cave. "Nyo, I'm going to see my mother. Yay, little puppy, I am about to meet my dear mother." She rushes excitedly to the great black bull and then to Elder Imo, her enthusiasm palpable. Observing her lively, bouncing figure, both Elder Imo and Li Xingyue, as well as Mu Ling, find themselves irresistibly painted with smiles by the joyous little Ling'er. Even the seemingly sagacious great black bull cannot help but reveal a wide grin, displaying its iconic large tusks, adding an endearing touch to its demeanor. "Ling'er, first nourish yourself," Elder Imo advises with a face full of tender affection, though a hint of reluctance lingers in her murky gaze. Deep down, she understands that the time for parting has come. Whether little Ling'er will return is uncertain, although their acquaintance has lasted merely 2 or 3 fleeting days. The vivacious and somewhat clumsy little Ling'er has illuminated her previously desolate heart like a beacon. If only it were possible, she would dearly wish for Ling'er to stay and accompany her a little longer. Yet, she knows it cannot be. Life is a continuous journey of farewells, and she cannot hold on to Ling'er, nor can Ling'er remain by her side. All she can do is prepare a sumptuous feast for Ling'er from her treasured ingredients on the eve of their goodbye. Elder Imo is not alone in this sentiment. The great black bull shares the same feelings. Its large, bell-like eyes reflect a sense of reluctance as it gazes at little Ling'er. If Elder Imo embodies the role of a grandmother, then the great black bull assumes that of an uncle, especially over these past few days. Each day, it was he who took the little Ling'er out to play, treating her to candied hawthorn, guiding her to catch fish, and taking her to witness shadow puppetry. These seemingly trivial moments, insignificant as they may appear, became poignant reminders, piercing deeply into the heart of the great black bull as the eve of their separation approached. Ling'er nodded emphatically, her understanding palpable. As Elder Imo busied himself in the kitchen, A grand table soon overflowed with an array of delectable dishes, each more fragrant and sumptuous than the last. "Wow, it smells delightful, so lavish," exclaimed Ling'er, her mouth watering at the sight of the feast. "Then I shall indulge." Elder Emo, seated beside her, smiled warmly as he served her. The great black bull remained silent, crouched to her left. "All right, thank you, dear elder," Ling'er chirped, tilting her head in joy, embodying the essence of a blissful sprite, seemingly untouched by sorrow. The great black bull, witnessing Elder Mo's attentiveness, steadied its hooves to grasp chopsticks, eagerly piling food onto Ling'er's plate. "Thank you, big bull," she beamed in response. Time flowed gently as Elder Mo and the great black bull continued to serve Ling'er. Before long, the meal came to a quiet conclusion. "Junior, we are ready to depart for the celestial cloud secret realm," came the voice of Ouyang Tianxin from outside the cave. At this, both Elder Mo and the great black bull trembled slightly. The moment of farewell had arrived. "Ling'er, go now. Accompany those from the Dao Palace." Elder Mo gently caressed Ling'er's head, handing her a storage ring. "This is the spiritual meal I prepared for you. Eat it when you are hungry." With a bellow, the great black bull also opened its mouth, revealing yet another storage ring. Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged no words, merely gazing silently at one another. It seemed that they both sensed the impending farewell, and Ling'er's spirits inevitably sank. "Do not worry, dear. Once you find your mother, you shall return to visit us, all right?" Elder Mo offered a faint smile, though it bore a hint of stiffness. The great black bull nudged Ling'er gently with its head. "All right, Grandma, big bull. I promise I will come back to see you once I find my mother." Ling'er nodded, affectionately patting the great black bull's head before embracing Elder Mo. "Very well, go now." Elder Mo nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having spoken, she took the initiative to escort Ling'er towards the entrance of the cave. The great black bull followed silently behind. Upon exiting the cave, Ouyang Tianxin awaited them outside. "Grandma, big bull, I am leaving now," Ling'er called out as she seated herself upon Mu Ling's back, waving goodbye to the duo. Both Elder Mo and the great black bull smiled and nodded in return. As they watched, Ling'er and her companions gradually faded into the horizon. Yet, even when her figure was no longer visible beyond the cave's threshold, Elder Mo and the great black bull continued to gaze into the distance, enveloped in a profound silence. After a considerable time, Elder Mo reluctantly withdrew her gaze. "Old Black, it seems we are left with just the two of us once more." Sighing deeply, Elder Mo lamented. "Ah, this cave has once again grown quiet." "Moo," the great black bull uttered in a low tone. "Old Black, to Ling'er, we are but fleeting visitors. She has a far grander and more splendid world awaiting her. To have her accompany us for even a couple of days is a blessing indeed." Elder Mo gently caressed the great black bull's head. "Moo." The great black bull nodded, yet its large, bell-like eyes were filled with reluctance and tears. How old was it? Still crying? It was not a matter of life and death. Elder Mo gently patted its head, speaking in a soft tone. "Moo." The great black bull retorted defiantly. "I'm not crying. It's merely that the wind is a bit strong, and sand has entered my eyes." On the flying vessel of the heavenly Dao Palace, Xingyue comforted the slightly despondent little Ling'er, saying, "Ling'er, parting is but a fleeting moment. Once you find your mother, you can return to play with the great black bull, and you can also have your grandmother cook for you." "Sister." Little Ling'er gazed at her, the glimmer of tears shimmering in her round, expressive eyes. "It's all right. Once you find your mother, you can come back to see them," Xingyue reassured her. When I find my mother, I want to take my grandmother and the great black bull to the village, so my grandmother can cook delicious food for me every day." Little Ling'er nodded earnestly. "Very well," Xingyue agreed. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. When the flying vessel of the heavenly Dao Palace came to a halt, it was already noon the following day. "Little senior, we have arrived at the location of the Xiangyue secret realm," Ouyang Tianxuan's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Xingyue took little Ling'er by the hand and exited the elegant chamber. The first sight that greeted them was Ouyang Tianxuan. Behind him stood the various super talents of the heavenly Dao Palace, all of whom were curiously gazing at little Ling'er. It was the first time they had witnessed Ouyang Tianxuan treating someone with such courtesy. Little Ling'er, too, gazed with wide, curious eyes at the talented individuals of the heavenly Dao Palace. "Young senior, there remain but 15 minutes until the celestial cloud secret realm opens. Once inside, the disciples of the heavenly Dao Palace will be at our disposal." Ouyang Tianxuan smiled gently at Xiaoling, striving to present a friendly demeanor. "Oh, sister, there are so many vegetables inside." Xiaoling nodded, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains as she spoke. With that, she took a few aimless steps forward, lost in her own thoughts. "You mustn't," Ouyang Tianxuan exclaimed in haste upon witnessing her actions. The celestial cloud secret realm has yet to be activated, and should one attempt to force entry, the consequences could be dire. After all, there was once a formidable figure of the 9 tribulations who sought to breach the realm, only to meet a fate of utter annihilation. Chapter 63. A reckless invasion of the secret realm. Is such a being truly from the realm of true spirits? What could she possibly intend? Surely, she does not contemplate breaking into the celestial cloud secret realm? What an absurd notion. Indeed, the barriers of the celestial cloud secret realm can effortlessly obliterate even a 9 tribulations powerhouse. Though she is powerful, surely she cannot breach the realm? The others from the heavenly Dao Palace exchanged whispers, observing Xiaoling's silhouette. It is an unspoken truth ingrained in the very essence of the people of Central Continent. The celestial cloud secret realm cannot be invaded recklessly. For millennia, countless individuals have sought to force their way in, enticed by the prospect of the abundant celestial herbs within. If one could merely breach the entrance, they would never again lack for cultivation resources. Yet, throughout the ages, those who have attempted such audacious incursions have met with obliteration at the hands of the realm's defenses, without exception. This includes several solitary practitioners of the 9 tribulations. Thus, in the eyes of the people of Central Continent, to enter the mysterious realm of Xingyue, one must patiently await its natural opening. Presently, little Ling'er exhibits an unwavering determination to breach the Xingyue secret realm. How could this not astonish onlookers? Not only the disciples of Tian'ao Palace, but individuals from various factions have also taken note of little Ling'er. Look, that little child. Which audacious brat dares to approach the Xingyue secret realm? It appears she has emerged from a flying vessel of Tian'ao Palace. What on earth does this child intend to do? Surely she does not wish to force her way into the Xingyue secret realm? To attempt such a thing is preposterous. The Xingyue secret realm is notorious as a graveyard for those who dare to intrude. In all of Zhongzhou, who would be reckless enough to try? Indeed, even the most elite 9th-tier immortal residences refrain from such folly, waiting patiently for the realm to unveil itself. The ignorant are often fearless, particularly when one appears to be merely a 4 or 5-year-old child. A cacophony of discussions ensues, and in that moment, nearly every individual desiring entry into the Xingyue secret realm for cultivation resources fixates their gaze upon little Ling'er. There is simply no avoiding it. Her actions are strikingly conspicuous. Master, what is your opinion on the worship of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion? A rotund man glanced at little Ling'er and cast a questioning look towards the middle-aged man beside him. This man is none other than the pavilion master of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, Bai Liwen. What is there to say? One observes with their eyes. Bai Liwen replied after taking a sip of wine, casting a sidelong glance at the man. The rotund man, upon hearing these words, felt his expression stiffen. Truly, to hear a single remark from you is akin to receiving an entire discourse. He silently lamented, never expecting to receive such an incongruous response. Does this individual not possess numerous celestial treasures? These treasures possess sentience. I surmise they were arranged by her mysterious benefactor. They are akin to guardians, yet in this instance, none of the celestial treasures emerged to intervene. Why is that? Bai Liwen cast a casual glance at the rotund man and spoke with measured calmness. The Lord's intention is. The man was immediately taken aback. If those celestial treasures were indeed fulfilling the role of guardians, their absence suggests that the celestial cloud secret realm poses no threat to Xiaoling'er. But how could that be? After all, it is the celestial cloud secret realm, a terrifying domain that has claimed the lives of several who dared to breach its defenses at the 9 tribulation stage. While it may seem implausible for others, this particular individual certainly has the capability. Seemingly perceiving the man's thoughts, Bai Liwen spoke with composed assurance. According to the ancient texts passed down in my 100 Knowledge Pavilion, the celestial cloud secret realm is an exceedingly powerful celestial estate and medicinal garden within the celestial spirit realm. The man still harbored skepticism, his unspoken doubts evident. The restrictions of the celestial cloud secret realm are based on a genuine celestial formation. While he does not dispute Xiaoling'er's strength, it is implausible that she could disregard such a formation, is it not? Merely observe, Bai Liwen replied with a soft chuckle, refraining from further elaboration. For he had gleaned information from Ouyang Tianqian, a being that even a celestial king would treat with utmost reverence. In the celestial spirit realm, to command the respect of a celestial king, one must at least possess the cultivation of a celestial sovereign. In other words, the figure behind the young spirit is undoubtedly a formidable being of at least the celestial sovereign level. Such entities are exceedingly rare in the realm of celestial spirits. And what of the celestial spirit secret realm? It is merely the remnants of a once glorious celestial mansion, now in ruins. With only a single celestial formation for protection, how could it possibly deter the young spirit, who hails from a lineage of celestial sovereigns? Unless, of course, The celestial spirit's secret realm was originally part of a celestial sovereign-level power. Yet, if that were the case, how could it have been so easily obliterated? Even if it faced destruction, would the legacy of a celestial sovereign's power allow their herb garden to be surrendered to the true spirit realm without a struggle? Therefore, Bai Liwen is resolute in his belief that the restraints capable of halting all the formidable beings of the true spirit realm cannot possibly impede the young spirit, who possesses an incredibly terrifying origin. Master, do you know something? The plump man inquired suspiciously as he gazed at him. Don't ask. I truly do not know. Bai Liwen replied with a gentle smile. The plump man thought to himself, so this is how we are playing it, and fell silent, watching intently. Meanwhile, in front of the celestial cloud's secret realm, the young spirit appeared oblivious to the sounds surrounding Ouyang Tianxian, choosing not to voice any rebuttals. Instead, she quietly produced an ancient-looking broken blade. Mother, I have come to find you, the young spirit murmured to herself. Subsequently, she lightly swept the short blade before her. In an instant, a terrifying crack manifested in the formidable restraints of the celestial cloud's secret realm. Sister, little puppy, let us enter, she said. Turning to Li Xingyue and Mu Ling after breaking through the restraints, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, plunging it into a chilling stillness. The various factions gazed in astonishment at the rift behind the young Ling'er. How could it be that the renowned Xingyue secret realm, which was said to be accessible only by waiting and not through forceful intrusion, was so effortlessly breached by a mere child of 4 or 5 years? What madness is this? I must be dreaming. This cannot possibly be real. Why did you hit me? I merely wished to ascertain whether I was in a dream. Good heavens, she has truly opened the Xingyue secret realm. Who is this individual, possessing such formidable capabilities? When did the heavenly Dao Palace witness the emergence of such a terrifying figure? I recall now. Is she not the one who previously caused trouble for the Yu family? Indeed, it is she, and rumors have circulated that the Yu family has been utterly annihilated. Could it be possible? After a considerable pause, the onlookers finally regained their composure, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. Some even recognized Ling'er, for many had attended the Yu family's wedding banquet. Beyond their astonishment, a sense of curiosity enveloped them, eager to understand the nature of Ling'er's existence. Not only had she obliterated the Yu family, but she now effortlessly dismantled the restrictions of the Xingyue secret realm. Is she truly a being meant to exist in the realm of the true spirits? Chapter 64. Entering the secret realm. Sealing Soulstone, the individuals from various factions expressed their frustrations. It is worth noting that Ling'er appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old. At such a tender age, 90% of children would still be playing in the mud. Even among the esteemed celestial mansions, how would they regard a child like her? It is merely a matter of imparting literacy or nurturing an interest in a myriad of skills for future planning. But what of the young Ling'er? Suddenly emerging in the central region, she not only obliterated the esteemed Yu family with astonishing ferocity, but also effortlessly unlocked the secrets of the immortal cloud realm in the presence of so many powerful factions. Both acts, decimating the Yu family and unveiling the immortal cloud realm, are deemed impossible within the realm of true spirits. Even those ancient beings of the 9 tribulations, who have existed for several hundred millennia, could not achieve such feats. Yet, the mere 4-year-old Ling'er accomplished this with apparent ease. Such a defiance of the heavens leaves no heart unstartled, no spirit unshaken. Not only the ordinary onlookers, but even Ouyang Tianxian, who had just cautioned Ling'er, stood in a state of disbelief. He gazed at the entrance behind her, unable to resist rubbing his eyes, as if to confirm that his vision was not deceiving him. For in his mind, Ling'er's greatest asset was her formidable background. Her personal abilities seemed rather mundane. However, it now dawned on Ouyang Tianxian that he had gravely misjudged. Ling'er was not only of a terrifying origin, but her own prowess was equally formidable. Otherwise, how could she so effortlessly unlock the immortal cloud realm? Come. Why are you dawdling? Mu Ling spoke to Li Xingyue, seemingly unfazed by Ling'er's extraordinary feat. Oh yes. Li Xingyue quickly nodded. The girl and her canine companion hastened to Ling'er's side. Sister, little puppy, let us enter and find mother. Ling'er beamed as she sheathed her blade. All right, let us go. Li Xingyue replied with a gentle smile. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, 2 individuals and a dog stepped into the realm of the celestial cloud, leaving behind a stunned populace of the central continent. After a considerable pause, the various factions began to regain their composure. Did they truly enter? Could it be that we might also venture forth? The murmurs spread like wildfire, their eyes fervently fixated on the entrance created by the young spirit. The celestial cloud realm is replete with an abundance of celestial herbs and is rumored to house the legacies of celestial beings. However, the window for entry is fleeting, lasting only half a day. Yet, The young spirit has managed to unlock it early. Does this not signify an opportunity for premature access? This is indeed fortuitous, as entering ahead of time would yield a greater bounty of celestial herbs. Master, the members of the Celestial Path Palace gazed eagerly at Ouyang Tianxian, who would not wish to enter the celestial cloud realm ahead of others, unless one were a fool. In response to the fervent gazes of the Celestial Path Palace, Ouyang Tianxian fell into contemplation. The entrance was conjured by the young spirit, a privilege that belonged solely to her. What if they were to intrude and incur her displeasure? Baishao Pavilion, heed the command. All members shall enter the celestial cloud realm to assist our young predecessor in her search. Just as Ouyang Tianxian hesitated, the voice of Bailey resounded. Damn it! Ouyang Tianxian muttered under his breath, cursing the old fox. That cunning old fellow had devised such a perfect pretext. Celestial Path Palace, heed the command. All members shall enter the celestial cloud realm to assist our young predecessor in her search. Ouyang Tianxian followed suit, and the other factions, realizing the situation, were not willing to be outdone and swiftly followed in kind. The Evergreen Mountain has received orders, and all members are to enter the Xingyue secret realm to assist the young predecessor in searching for someone. The Spirit Pavilion has also been commanded, with all members entering the Xingyue secret realm to aid the young predecessor. The Taijing sect has complied as well. The leaders of the various factions began to voice their agreement. Ah, you all speak so eloquently, but do you actually know whom the young predecessor is seeking? Bai Liwen remarked with a smile, casting a glance at the leaders. The leaders of the major factions were momentarily taken aback. They were utterly clueless. They had merely concocted an excuse to enter the Xingyue secret realm. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to share a piece of information with you, Bai Liwen continued. The individual the young predecessor is searching for is the Dao partner of the Qinglian sect, a couple in the early stages of the Emperor realm. Once inside, keep your eyes peeled. Otherwise, if you harm the wrong person, your entire lineage may face annihilation. Bai Liwen scanned the crowd, offering a warning. The leaders promptly expressed their gratitude. Oh, by the way, that Qinglian couple has been pursued by the Shura Gate and the Ji family. It seemed he recalled something, prompting Bai Liwen to speak again. What on earth? The members of the Ji family and the Shura Gate, who were mingling among the crowd, widened their eyes in shock. Brothers, what are you doing? In light of this revelation, to avoid any potential conflict, it was proposed that the Ji family and the Shura Gate refrain from entering the Xingyue secret realm. Indeed, what if they once again pursue the Qinglian couple? That would surely complicate matters for the young predecessor. Absolutely, the members of the Ji family and the Shura Gate should stay out. The leaders of various factions exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mixture of anger and helplessness as they listened. What nonsense is this? Are they using trivial matters to justify their actions? It is merely an excuse to reduce the number of wolves so that their own people can benefit. Yet, faced with such formidable superpowers, they found themselves powerless, forced to swallow their grievances in silence. Meanwhile, deep within the mystical realm of Xingyue, in an ancient and magnificent palace, the vast expanse was devoid of any adornment except for lifelike stone statues. What is happening? Who has managed to breach our defenses? Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Breaching our defenses? How is that possible? Does the lost world harbor such individuals? Indeed, even after millions of years, our barriers are not easily penetrated. Could it be someone from the Xianling realm? Humph, what of the Xianling realm? Not even a celestial immortal could shatter our defenses. Curse it, what is truly transpiring in this lost world? Even if that individual were to arrive, how could such an entity exist? Sigh. We shall take it one step at a time, hoping that the intruder does not come with hostile intentions. Gradually, murmurs filled the hall. Ah, what a troublesome season this is. A gentle sigh emerged from one particularly unique statue, which was entirely a deep, ethereal white, resembling an ancient jade carving. Do not panic. It is merely a breach of our defenses. They are unlikely to discover our presence, unless the visitor is a celestial king. How could such a formidable being possibly arrive in this desolate place? The voice emanated once more from the jade sculpture. Wow, sister, look at all these soul-sealing statues. However, before the jade statue could finish its words, a tender voice suddenly rang out. The jade sculpture? Chapter 65. You are indeed her daughter? Upon hearing the voice, the jade sculpture was left utterly astonished. What on earth is this situation? Did I mishear? Subsequently, the grand doors of the palace swung open, revealing little Ling'er, accompanied by Li Xingyue and Mu Ling. The moment they entered, every soul within the stone statues in the hall was rendered speechless. But wait, we were assured that we wouldn't be discovered. What is happening now? Wow, so many soul-sealing statues. Little Ling'er skipped into the hall, her round, sparkling eyes curiously surveying the stone figures. Soul-sealing statues. Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged bewildered glances, having never encountered such a thing before. Ling'er, what exactly are soul-sealing statues? Xingyue inquired with intrigue. The master said that soul-sealing statues are fashioned from a peculiar stone known as the deceptive heaven stone. They can imprison celestial souls within the statues, thus locking their lifespan. If they encounter a person of exceptional talent, they can devour that individual's soul and live anew. Little Ling'er explained, peering closely at the statues. Upon hearing this, both Xingyue and Mu Ling were taken aback. They had not anticipated that these statues possessed such astonishing capabilities, capable of locking one's lifespan. Did this not imply a different form of achieving so-called immortality? However, in contrast to their awe, the myriad celestial souls within the soul-sealing stone were profoundly astonished. The soul-sealing stone was exceedingly rare in their era, known only to a select few formidable beings. It was nearly inconceivable that such knowledge could be possessed in this current age, let alone articulated by a mere child of 4 or 5 years. Could it be that the soul-sealing stone had become so commonplace that even a toddler could be aware of it? Yet, what truly instilled terror among the celestial souls was the unmistakable aura emanating from this child, reminiscent of that formidable being. If memory serves correctly, the two individuals who had previously stumbled into this place also bore the same aura, a celestial sovereign. At that moment, bewilderment and shock, laced with incredulity, resonated from the jade-carved statue. What? Upon the utterance of these words, the celestial souls within the soul-sealing stone quivered violently. What a jest! A celestial sovereign? A celestial sovereign of merely 4 or 5 years. Surely, this era could not have reached such heights, allowing a child to attain the realm of a celestial sovereign. The celestial souls pondered this notion. Xingyue and Mu Ling shared expressions of sheer astonishment regarding the precise cultivation of the little Ling'er. Both Xingyue and Mu Ling had formed a rough estimate in their minds, the true immortal realm. But now, a celestial sovereign? The revelation that little Ling'er was, in fact, a celestial sovereign left them in disbelief. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and incredulity. Having endured the events concerning the Yu family, they understood that a celestial sovereign was an extraordinarily fearsome existence in the celestial spirit realm. After all, when a calamity realm powerhouse had declared little Ling'er to be a true immortal, Yulin Fei had shown no fear whatsoever. Thus, it can be asserted that the celestial king is a formidable entity that surpasses all others in the realm of celestial spirits. Yet now, little Ling'er herself is astonishingly a celestial king. Master, could it be that you have sensed incorrectly? Indeed. How could a mere child of 4 or 5 years possibly be a celestial king? Such formidable beings were seldom seen, even in our era. The spirits within the soul-sealing stone, upon realization, began to speak in unison. Celestial kings, even in their time, were a rare breed. Of course, they were merely rare. The total number of celestial kings in the realm of celestial spirits is not insignificant. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that little Ling'er is merely 4 or 5 years old. A celestial king at such a tender age has never been documented in the annals of the celestial realm. To claim one has encountered a celestial king of such youth would undoubtedly lead to being regarded as a fool. For at that age, even the offspring of a celestial emperor would be improbable. Oh, and she can even speak. Little Ling'er appeared utterly unfazed, simply gazing in wonder at the multitude of stone statues. The elderly Wang Feiyin, having encountered a celestial king, spoke. As his words fell, the jade statues seemed to come to life, stepping forth from the throng of stone figures to bow before little Ling'er. Buzz. Just as Wang Feiyun concluded his statement, an enormous cauldron unexpectedly soared from little Ling'er's storage space. The celestial refining cauldron. How could the celestial refining cauldron be in her possession? Incredible! It has not been destroyed? Upon seeing the grand cauldron, exclamations of astonishment echoed around. The celestial refining cauldron, it is indeed you. Wang Feiyun's voice was filled with awe. Simultaneously, there was a sense of joy. I never anticipated that you all would still exist in this world. The spirit of the immortal cauldron soared forth, casting a gaze filled with complexity upon Wang Feiyin and his companions. Ah, immortal cauldron, do you recognize them? Little Ling'er inquired with astonishment. Indeed, I am acquainted with them. The spirit of the immortal cauldron replied respectfully. This demeanor, however, left Wang Feiyun and the others utterly astounded. It is essential to note that the immortal cauldron, once a divine artifact of their master, had primarily engaged in a cooperative relationship with him. Their master utilized the immortal cauldron to concoct elixirs, while simultaneously nurturing the immortal cauldron with the essence of the 5 elements. It was a symbiotic relationship, one of mutual assistance. Yet now, the immortal cauldron exhibited such profound respect towards an individual. Immortal cauldron, you. Wang Feiyin began, his disbelief palpable. How could the once haughty immortal cauldron have transformed into such a servile entity? The spirit of the immortal cauldron cast a sidelong glance at him, refraining from offering any explanation. Enough. What transpired back then? At that time, I was absorbing the essence of the 5 elements, oblivious to everything. When I awakened, the immortal garden had inexplicably vanished. The immortal cauldron queried with perplexity. Alas, Wang Feiyin sighed deeply, his gaze drifting sorrowfully towards little Ling'er. It is related to her. What? How could it possibly pertain to little Ling'er? The immortal cauldron exclaimed, taken aback. To be precise, it concerns those connected to her, Wang Feiyin clarified. What sort of riddle is this? Are you toying with me? The immortal cauldron retorted, rolling its eyes. How did you all come to be here? Wang Yunfei did not respond. Instead, he posed a counter-question. Who is your mother? Xiao Ling'er immediately chimed in, Mother? Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyin felt a tremendous shock in his heart. Goodness! Could this little girl possibly be the daughter of that esteemed individual? Who is your mother? He suppressed his astonishment and pressed on. Mother is simply mother, Xiao Ling'er replied innocently. Wang Feiyin found himself at a loss for words. Do you know something? The alchemy cauldron gazed intently at Wang Feiyin and spoke in a solemn tone. Xiao Ling'er's mother is a mystery to all. Perhaps only that individual truly knows. I am uncertain. Do you have a portrait? Or a name? Wang Feiyin sighed and replied. Senior, here is the portrait. Upon hearing this, Xingyue stepped forward and unveiled the drawing. It really is her. You are indeed her daughter. How is this possible? Wang Feiyin stared at the portrait, utterly stunned, his speech faltering. Chapter 66. Is Xiao Ling'er's mother the Celestial Emperor? Wang Feiyin murmured incoherently, his voice laced with disbelief. The alchemy cauldron, along with Li Xingyue and Mu Ling, looked on in confusion. Whose daughter? How can this be impossible? What do you know? Speak, the alchemy cauldron said solemnly. Neither it nor the little gourd had any knowledge of Bai Yunyans, as they had all been brought back by Lu Ming later on. Do you know of the 2 great titans of the immortal spirit realm in those days? Wang Feiyin gazed deeply at Xiao Ling'er before slowly speaking. The 2 titans of the immortal spirit realm? At these words, the alchemy cauldron fell into profound contemplation. After a considerable pause, it finally uttered, the Dark Emperor and Yunyan. As it spoke, it suddenly halted, its entire spiritual form trembling violently. Do you mean to say? The alchemy cauldron looked at Xiao Ling'er incredulously, feeling a parched sensation in its throat. If that were indeed the case, then Xiao Ling'er's true identity was nothing short of terrifying. Indeed, she was one of the 2 titans of the immortal spirit realm, the daughter of the Yunyan Immortal Emperor. Wang Feiyin gazed melancholically at Xiao Ling'er and continued. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling both shuddered violently. Xiao Ling'er was actually the offspring of an immortal emperor? The Yunyan Immortal Emperor, by Yunyan. How enlightening. How enlightening indeed. The alchemy cauldron continually marveled at this revelation. In this moment, it comprehended why that esteemed figure had not come personally to assist Xiao Ling'er in searching for her mother, but instead prepared to transcend the true god tribulation and solidify their divine status before embarking on the quest. It was, after all, due to the terrifying identity of Xiao Ling'er's mother. Even it had not anticipated that Xiao Ling'er's mother would be one of the 2 immortal emperors of the immortal spirit realm, the Yunyan Immortal Emperor. At this moment, the alchemy cauldron even felt a twinge of envy for Xiao Ling'er's lineage. Her father was an immortal emperor undergoing the true god tribulation, and her mother was likewise an immortal emperor. As the daughter of these 2 formidable beings, Xiao Ling'er could truly be considered the epitome of a powerful second-generation heir. What was the current situation of the matriarch? Had she been reincarnated? After a considerable time, the alchemy cauldron finally emerged from its shock and inquired further. Indeed, many years ago, the Emperor of Yin and the Immortal Emperor of Cloud encountered an inexplicable conflict. That battle entangled countless celestial courts, leaving the realm of celestial spirits in utter disarray. Ultimately, the Emperor of Yin gained the upper hand, aided by a genuine divine artifact. Our celestial plantation was also caught in the chaos, resulting in its current state. However, what astonished me the most was the revelation that the Immortal Emperor of Cloud had a daughter. She is regarded as the epitome of beauty among the formidable beings of the celestial realm. It is beyond imagination that, after her reincarnation, she would marry and bear a child. If the denizens of the celestial realm were to discover this, it would surely lead to turmoil. Wang Feiyin spoke slowly. The Immortal Emperor of Cloud has captured the hearts of countless strong figures within the celestial realm. Now, she has a daughter. If those admirers were to learn of this, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. After all, the current Immortal Emperor of Cloud is no longer the same as she once was. Do you think the master is lacking in any regard? The alchemical cauldron cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking mockingly. That individual's strength is undoubtedly the most formidable in existence today, bar none. Even the Emperor of Yin cannot compare. Alchemical cauldron, this is indeed the true spirit realm. What sort of powerful beings could possibly emerge from a mere lost world? Wang Feiyun retorted, looking at him. Oh, it seems you have forgotten that the young master is an immortal king, the alchemical cauldron replied with a cold smile. At merely 4 years of age, he's already an immortal king. Such a feat was unheard of in your era. Wang Feiyun's eyes narrowed in immediate realization. What do you mean? He fixed his gaze on the alchemical cauldron, speaking with intent. It is the work of the master. The young master has achieved the cultivation of a celestial king at the tender age of 4, entirely due to the meticulous guidance provided by the master. Do you believe that the Emperor of Shadows could accomplish such a feat? The alchemist's cauldron offered a subtle smile. At that moment, Wang Feiyun was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. To nurture a mere 4-year-old child into a formidable celestial king is an accomplishment beyond the reach of anyone in the spirit realm. Not even the current overlord of the spirit realm, the Emperor of Shadows, could achieve this. Otherwise, how could there only be 2 celestial emperors in the spirit realm? Yet, who in this world possesses such extraordinary capabilities? Who is her father? Wang Feiyun inquired solemnly. I do not know, the alchemist's cauldron replied promptly. What nonsense is this? Wang Feiyun exclaimed, his mind in a whirl. How could one refer to someone as master and yet remain ignorant of their identity? I truly do not know. In the spirit realm, I have not heard of him, the alchemist's cauldron stated with a wry smile. This was the unvarnished truth. Had it not been for Lu Ming's proactive appearance to capture it, it would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a terrifying figure in the world today. Then what do you know? Wang Feiyun asked, somewhat exasperated. After addressing him as master, how could one know nothing? I only know that he is immensely powerful, surpassing even the Emperor of Shadows. He will be the first to shatter the shackles of the spirit realm, the alchemist's cauldron responded, meeting his gaze. What? Wang Feiyun gasped in shock. Surpassing even the Emperor of Shadows? What absurdity is this? It is common knowledge that with the reincarnation of the celestial Emperor Yunyan, the spirit realm is dominated solely by the Emperor of Shadows. To say that the Emperor of Shadows reigns supreme across all realms is no exaggeration. How could this child's father be more formidable than the Emperor of the Heavens? Undoubtedly. What left him most astounded was the final proclamation, to shatter the shackles of the celestial spirit realm. Wang Feiyun was acutely aware of what these so-called shackles entailed. Xingyue and Mu Ling were equally taken aback. The father of Ling'er was, astonishingly, a being even more powerful than an immortal emperor. What manner of entity could this be? As they pondered this, they inadvertently exchanged glances, setting aside the notion of an immortal emperor. Even the realm of true immortals was a level they could scarcely fathom in their lifetimes. Yet, for Ling'er, her mother was a reincarnation of an immortal emperor. And her father was a terrifying existence surpassing even that. None of this concerns you. Allow me to inquire, before our entrance, were there any others who entered? The alchemy cauldron initiated the discourse. The paramount objective now is to assist Ling'er in locating her mother. You refer to that couple, correct? Wang Feiyun did not press further, as the matters concerning Ling'er's family bore little relevance to him. Naturally, he would never encounter such formidable beings in his lifetime. Indeed, where have they gone? The alchemy cauldron nodded. They have departed. You see, our current state necessitates seizing a host to regain our former glory. Initially, we held significant regard for those 2. But alas, they bore the aura of the cloud smoke Immortal Emperor. How could we dare to provoke the minions of the Immortal Emperor Yun? Therefore, we allowed them to leave. Wang Feiyun spoke slowly. Although Bai Yunyan has since been reincarnated, she remains a presence beyond their reach. How could you let them go? Where have they vanished to? After listening to the conversation, the alchemy cauldron felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Chapter 67. Oh, Grandpa, it's you. It had finally pinpointed the location of Li Xingyue's parents, only to find them absent. Naturally, it could not blame Wang Feiyun. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Li Xingyue's parents were assisting the mother of Ling'er, a former celestial emperor of great power. If it were in their position, it would certainly hesitate to leave behind 2 individuals associated with a former celestial emperor, lest it invite calamity upon itself. They must be in the demon domain. I recall hearing the couple mention seeking a certain leader in the demon domain. Wang Feiyun responded helplessly, acknowledging that had he known about the connection between Li Xingyue's parents and Ling'er, he would never have allowed them to depart so freely. Perhaps he could have forged a beneficial bond with them. Demon domain? A leader? The alchemy cauldron inquired thoughtfully. Indeed. It seems that the celestial Emperor Yunyan must have either re-established or summoned the 12 celestial leaders from the past. The couple's search for a leader in the demon domain likely pertains to one of them. Wang Feiyun nodded in agreement. Is that so? The alchemy cauldron pondered. It appears that a journey to the demon domain is inevitable. Moreover, based on the clues currently at hand, it is possible that Ling'er's mother is within the demon domain. Senior, it seems we must venture to the demon domain, Xingyue interjected. Then let us proceed. The alchemy cauldron affirmed with a nod. After that, it returned to Ling'er's storage space. Sister, there are so many vegetables here. Let us pick some before we leave. Xiaoling'er exclaimed, her large, round eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Feiyun was momentarily taken aback by her enthusiasm. You possess a mother who is an immortal sovereign and a father whose prowess surpasses that of the celestial emperor. Why then? Do you still linger on thoughts of our elixirs? He pondered silently, yet had no choice but to feign ignorance. He was certain that if he uttered even half of the word step, he would undoubtedly be dismantled by the little spirit. Upon seeing Wang Feiyun remain silent, Xingyue assumed his silence was an acquiescence. Subsequently, the little spirit entered a frenzied harvesting mode within the secret realm of immortal clouds. Adhering to her usual modus operandi, collecting all that was beautiful while disregarding the less appealing. Only after she felt thoroughly satisfied did she depart from the secret realm of immortal clouds. Upon exiting, the group hastened towards the demon domain. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden Sea, confusion erupted in the Grand Hall. The Yu family has been annihilated? A voice echoed, belonging to Bai Yuyan, adorned with a dragon-patterned mask. Indeed. This was the news brought back by the Qinglian couple. Beneath Bai Yuyan, a figure donning a ram-patterned mask respectfully replied. He was the ram leader among the 12 celestial leaders, tasked with gathering diverse intelligence. Do we know who is responsible? Bai Yuyan inquired, her tone tinged with uncertainty. The Yu family is no insignificant force. They are backed by the Heavenly Tao Palace and possess formidable powerhouses within their ranks. To obliterate the Yu family, it seems implausible that any force within the true spirit realm could achieve such a feat. We are unclear. They were being pursued by the Ashura sect and the Ji family at the time. The information we have is limited. It appears to involve a little girl. The ram leader reflected. A little girl? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyan's confusion deepened. How could a mere child possibly bring about the downfall of the Yu family? Could it be someone from the immortal spirit realm? After a moment's contemplation, she speculated. If it were someone from the celestial spirit realm, they would indeed possess the power to annihilate the Yu family. It is highly probable, given the news that has arrived from Ding District, which also involves a young girl. Commander Yang replied. Then why did she destroy the Yu family? Bai Yuyan asked, her eyes filled with even greater confusion. Although the true spirit realm is merely a lost world, it serves as one of the sources of fresh blood for the celestial spirit realm. To her knowledge, several powerful beings from the celestial spirit realm hail from the true spirit realm. Logically speaking, those from the celestial spirit realm should refrain from targeting the forces of the true spirit realm. Is it possible that she came for you? Commander Yang pondered for a moment before responding. After all, the Yu family had previously pressured this young lady into marriage. It is conceivable that someone from the celestial spirit realm sensed something amiss and went to the Yu family to inquire, leading to a conflict that resulted in their destruction. Let us investigate their news, Bai Yuyan interjected, giving no thought to the possibility of it involving Xiaoling'er. In her mind, both Xiaoling'er and her father were ordinary individuals. Even if Xiaoling'er possessed the talent for cultivation, it would be improbable for her to traverse such a remote place to arrive here, let alone obliterate the Yu family. Indeed, Commander Yang replied respectfully before turning to leave. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yuyan found herself alone in the Grand Hall. Sighing, she reflected, having just recovered to the celestial immortal realm. The path to the celestial emperor realm is exceedingly arduous. Will he still be able to wait for me? Sitting atop the dragon throne, her gaze drifted far away. Her eyes filled with melancholy. Meanwhile, in the demon domain, on a beach near the sea, one remarked, "Ah, this is indeed splendid. I should have come to enjoy this paradise much earlier." The elderly man in a robe reclined on a lounge chair, holding a fishing rod, basking in the sunlight as he indulged in his pastime. Beside him were two women, their figures humanoid yet adorned with plush ears. Attending to him, one gently kneading his legs while the other massaged his shoulders. Ah, how delightful. The elder closed his eyes, relishing the soothing sensations that enveloped his limbs. A look of utter contentment gracing his visage. Since arriving in the realm of spirits, he had claimed a small hillock, leveraging his imperial cultivation to establish dominion over the land. Each day, he lived a life of ease, where everything was effortlessly provided, epitomizing leisure and joy. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. Why did his eyelid flicker so incessantly? The elder muttered to himself, gently probing his left eyelid. Could it be a sign of advancing age? Suddenly, he felt a vigorous tug on his fishing rod. Ah, a catch. Instantly alert, he seized the rod and exerted his strength. A formidable force of law surged forth as he pulled up with vigor, revealing a brilliantly hued fish breaking the surface of the water. A 5-spirit fish, splendid, indeed. Truly. This realm of spirits is abundant in cultivation resources. Gazing at the fish he had caught, a broad smile illuminated the elder's face. This 5-spirit fish is a rare delicacy, and also a valuable resource for cultivation. With great satisfaction, he placed the fish into a nearby wooden barrel. However, a frown creased his brow. What could be the matter? Why was his eyelid twitching so violently? Was danger approaching? He pondered, extending his spiritual sense. There were no formidable spirit beings nearby, nor any powerful adversaries lurking in the shadows. The elder furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Unable to comprehend the incessant twitching of his eyelids, the old man in tattered garments sighed, dismissing the matter with a resolute mindset. Whatever comes, he shall face it. He refused to believe he would encounter that girl again. Pondering no longer, he resumed his fishing, yet the rhythmic spasms of his eyelids only intensified. What on earth is happening today? He muttered, bewildered, truly perplexed by the inexplicable twitching. There seemed to be no formidable presence nearby. However, the next moment, he was utterly astonished. "Wow, Grandpa, it's you." A sweet and melodic voice suddenly rang out. He nearly toppled from his reclining chair upon hearing that unmistakably familiar voice. Chapter 68. Dear Miss, please spare me. Would a bow suffice? Surely, he must have misheard. That little girl should be in Central State, not wandering into the demon realm. The old man consoled himself repeatedly. Grandpa, are you fishing here? The voice of the little spirit chimed once more. Moments later, she, along with Li Xingyue and Mu Ling, emerged slowly from the void. At this juncture, both Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were utterly taken aback. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Central State lies millions of kilometers from the demon realm. Under normal circumstances, even a formidable warrior would require at least 10 days to traverse such a distance, let alone Li Xingyue, who was merely at the fusion stage. Yet, what of the little spirit? With the two of them in tow, she had effortlessly traversed the void, arriving in the demon realm in less than half a day. Li Xingyue was certain that had they known the direction when departing from the ancient battlefield to Central State, their journey would have been vastly different. With the terrifying speed of the little spirit, she could undoubtedly traverse the ancient battlefield in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In stark contrast to the astonishment of Li Xingyue and Mu Ling, the elder in the cloth was filled with frustration. Once again, he encountered how could he possibly run into this little girl again. In that moment, the elder felt utterly exasperated. Why had he come to this demon realm, reputed to be forbidden to humanity? Was it not merely to evade the little spirit? He could hardly fathom that he had traveled all the way to the demon realm, only to have the misfortune of crossing paths with her again. When had the true spirit world become so confined? Grandfather, what is wrong with you? Why does your face twitch like that? Are you unwell? Little Ling observed the elder with the curiosity of a child. The elder thought to himself, why is my face twitching? It's precisely because I encountered you. He silently lamented. Senior, it seems we are truly fated, Li Xingyue remarked with a smile. Though little Ling'er could not discern the elder's condition, she was acutely aware of his gloomy expression, which elicited amusement within her. Naturally, she was also quite surprised to find the elder here. Two young ladies, please spare me. Would it not suffice for me to bow to you twice? The elder lamented, a mixture of exasperation and frustration in his voice. He had genuinely grown fearful of little Ling'er. The first time they met, she had taken his precious Tianjing lotus, which he had guarded for tens of thousands of years. The second encounter had resulted in her seizing the spirit herb he had painstakingly searched for. Even the 9 heavens mysterious bamboo, which he had intended to use for crafting an immortal artifact, had been cut down by little Ling'er's mother. Thus, he was genuinely terrified of Ling'er. In fact, he wished to avoid anyone associated with her. To his dismay, it seemed that whatever one fears tends to manifest. Now, the old man in the robe began to question whether Ling'er had employed some tracking method against him. Otherwise, how could he have found himself in the demon realm and still encountered her? Old man, I suppose we are friends now, right? She inquired with a cheerful smile. Her gaze fixated on the 5 spirit fish contained within the old man's barrel. I can't believe this. The old man nearly exploded with frustration. Here it was again. This unrelenting predicament. Cursing inwardly, he found himself utterly powerless against Ling'er. He couldn't fight her, and as for fleeing, he had already ventured into the demon realm, yet here she was. He muttered to himself, now fully aware of the concept of being unable to provoke or evade. Of course, esteemed junior, please, he managed to utter through a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. What could he do when he couldn't provoke her nor evade her? He could only concede defeat. Hiki, you are truly kind, old man, Ling'er replied with a bright grin. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched slightly, but he remained silent. Kind? If I were capable of defeating you, you would certainly learn why the flower is so red, he thought to himself, as he picked up the 5 spirit fish and headed toward his resting place. Ling'er and her companions followed leisurely behind. Soon, a lavish table of spiritual delicacies was laid out before them, all crafted by the hands of the old man in the robe. Indeed, all of this was painstakingly gathered by him, tears in his eyes, from his meager savings. Why have you ventured into the demon realm? The elder in tattered robes inquired curiously as he ate, perplexed. This was the aspect he found most baffling. He understood that Xiaoling was searching for her mother, logically. She should have been in the central state. How could she have ended up in the demon realm? Because mother has come here, Xiaoling replied fervently. Devouring the 5 spirit fish. What? The elder almost collapsed upon hearing this. Is it truly that coincidental? We found clues in the central state. And now all leads point to the demon realm, which is why we have come here, Xingyue chimed in. Damn it. The elder nearly slapped himself in frustration. How had he been so inexplicably drawn to the demon realm? Now his hard-earned cultivation resources had vanished. Sighing deeply, he questioned, are you certain it is the demon realm? This place is notorious as a forbidden zone for humanity. Even my esteemed master dares not delve deeply into the demon realm, though his words were veiled and diplomatic. The underlying implication did not escape Mu Ling. The prowess of the young master's mother is beyond the comprehension of mere ants like you, Mu Ling retorted decisively. The elder's insinuation was straightforward. Xiaoling's mother could not possibly be in the demon realm. Who are you calling an ant? He protested, visibly displeased. While he feared for Xiaoling, it did not imply that he was intimidated by everyone around her. What? Are you dissatisfied? Mu Ling let out a cold chuckle, and a terrifying aura began to envelop the surroundings. The elder in the coarse robe, under the weight of this oppressive presence, wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. I concede, he uttered, adopting the most defiant tone to express the most submissive sentiment. Mu Ling merely snorted, choosing not to engage further. Senior, how long have you resided in the demon domain? Xingyue interjected, inquiring. A few days, the elder replied candidly. Have you heard of the human tribes inhabiting this place? Or have you encountered anyone? Xingyue pressed on. No, the elder pondered briefly before shaking his head. None. Xingyue's brow furrowed instantly. If that is the case, have we not lost our lead? In this vast demon domain, where shall we search for individuals? Why not directly consult the demon lord? Do not forget the master's strength, Mu Ling interjected, casting a glance at Xingyue. Indeed, Xingyue's eyes sparkled upon realization. Little Ling'er possesses the cultivation of a celestial king. With such power, she could easily subdue the entire demon clan. With such abilities, it is entirely feasible to approach the demon lord for inquiries. After all, as the ruler of the demon domain, he must be privy to many matters concerning it. Currently, there is no demon lord, the elder in coarse robes suddenly interrupted. What shall we do then? Summon the father? Both Xingyue and Mu Ling turned their gazes toward him. No demon lord? What does that mean? The elder elaborated, literally. The former ruler of this realm was a heavenly phoenix, a being exceedingly close to the bloodline of a divine phoenix. However, for reasons unknown, 3 years ago, the sovereign of the demon realm met an inexplicable demise. Facing the gaze of the two, the elder in the tattered garment elaborated. Died inexplicably? Xingyue exchanged glances with Mu Ling. Are you certain? Each generation of the demon realm's sovereign is a semi-immortal beast. Mu Ling inquired with a serious tone. The term semi-immortal beast refers to beings that have transcended the 9 trials of ascension but have not ascended to the realm of true immortals. Such entities are stronger than those of the 9 trials, but weaker than true immortals. The reason for this inferiority lies in their subjugation to the heavenly laws of the true spirit realm, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. To be precise, it is the lack of sufficient celestial energy in the true spirit realm to empower them. Thus, these beings are designated as semi-immortals. The human race refers to them as semi-immortals, while the demon race calls them semi-immortal beasts. Although these semi-immortals cannot exert their full power, they still pose a significant threat to those in the true spirit realm, making it not an exaggeration to claim that they are the true stewards of that realm. According to Mu Ling's knowledge, every sovereign of the demon realm has been a semi-immortal beast. For only in this capacity can they maintain order and prevent chaos within the demon realm. How could such a being perish inexplicably? What Mu Ling did not know was that upon hearing the elder's words, the alchemy cauldron displayed a strange expression. It vividly remembered that 3 years ago, it was the phoenix from the village that had inadvertently trod upon Xiaoling. In the end, the entire phoenix clan nearly faced annihilation, and the sovereign of the demon realm was a heavenly phoenix. I find it hard to believe as well. Yet such is the tale circulating within the demon realm, the elder continued. And what is the current state of the demon realm? Mu Ling pressed for further information. The 5 great royal families have divided the demon realm, each clan claiming a territory. The area in which we reside falls under the jurisdiction of the 9-tailed spirit fox clan. The elder he replied honestly. Then we shall suppress and interrogate them one by one, spoke Mu Ling with great authority. Senior, such an action is ill-advised, Xingyue interjected hastily. Mu Ling looked at her in confusion. What makes it inappropriate? Have you perhaps forgotten the grievances involving Ling'er's mother? I believe the reason Ling'er's mother has gone into hiding is not solely due to the Yu family, Xingyue reminded her, meeting her gaze. You are correct. Ming nodded. From the immortal cloud secret realm, they had already uncovered the true identity of little Ling'er's mother. They also understood the immense threat posed by her enemies, a formidable immortal emperor. If little Ling'er were to cause too much commotion and attract the attention of that immortal emperor, it would lead to grave troubles. While little Ling'er is indeed powerful, she would be incapable of safeguarding herself against an immortal emperor. What you say is true. This matter must not attract too much attention. There are those watching the true spirit realm. If the identity of the young master were to leak, the situation would become dire. At that moment, the alchemy cauldron flew out from little Ling'er's storage space. It was acutely aware that Ming was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the true god realm. Under such circumstances, no one could withstand the might of the Emperor, not even the little gourd-esque group. After all, while the little gourd-esque group is indeed a divine artifact, without a powerful wielder, their potential would be significantly diminished. In other words, none among them could confront an immortal emperor at this juncture. If the heavenly emperor discovers Ling'er, the consequences would be unimaginable. What should we do then? Should we summon father? Ling'er asked, cradling her small chin. Young master, that is unwise, the alchemy cauldron interjected hastily. Our master is currently in a critical phase. We must not disturb him. Interruptions during a breakthrough can lead to instability of the mind, resulting in anything from minor setbacks to catastrophic failure. This is an immutable law within the realm of cultivation. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Ming is not merely striving for a minor realm. He is attempting to ascend to the true god realm. But senior, regarding the annihilation of the Yu family, Xingyue remarked, her expression shifting slightly. That is inconsequential. It is merely the Yu family, hardly worthy of attention from the celestial spirit realm, the alchemy cauldron clarified. However, if one were to recklessly search for the matriarch, that would be exceedingly perilous. In the eyes of the celestial spirit realm, the Yu family is akin to an ant nest, easily destroyed, with no significant implications. After all, in the myriad worlds, such events occur daily. Additionally, Yulin Fei has coerced many into marriage, which serves to obfuscate the situation. Yet, should Xiaoling'o brazenly confront the demon realm in her quest for Baiyunian, the situation would be drastically different. Baiyunian's identity is exceedingly sensitive. If her actions do not draw the attention of the celestial spirit realm, all might remain well. However, should such attention be garnered, the repercussions would be dire. This risk cannot be taken. It seems we can only proceed stealthily. We must infiltrate the strongholds of those leading figures and interrogate them for information regarding this girl's parents. After pondering for a moment, Ming responded. This plan is indeed feasible. The alchemy cauldron agreed, expressing its support. This seems to be using Xingyue's parents as a shield. What about Zhangzhou? Xingyue furrowed her brows and inquired. Along their journey, many are aware that Ling'er is in search of her mother. However, the people of Zhongzhou only know that the young master is looking for the lady of the house, yet they remain oblivious to her true identity. As for the immortal spirit realm, it is likely that they have yet to notice the true spirit realm. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. Given sufficient time, the outcome remains uncertain. The alchemy cauldron spoke softly. At present, what they lack most is time. Once Ming successfully overcomes the true god tribulation, he will no longer fear the Shadow Emperor. If possible, the best course of action now would be to allow Xiaoling'o to return home and wait patiently. However, the alchemy cauldron understood that since Xiaoling'o had secretly ventured out, she would undoubtedly be reluctant to go back. Hence, what they could do now is devise plans to assist Xiaoling'er in finding her mother without drawing attention from the immortal spirit realm. Finding her would be ideal. Even if they do not, once Ming emerges from seclusion, their family can still reunite. Xingyue and Ming nodded. They now comprehended the gravity of the situation and indeed should act discreetly. What? Are you planning to take action against the leaders of the 5 great royal families? What a joke. Is that feasible? The old man in the plain robe, who had been listening quietly, suddenly interjected. The 5 great royal families of the demon domain each possess a patriarch who is a 9 tribulation pseudo-immortal beast, comparable to the 9 tribulation realm experts of the human race. Moreover, the demon race is inherently stronger than the human race. He recognizes Xiaoling'er's strength. But those are 9 tribulation pseudo-immortal beasts, standing at the pinnacle of the true spirit realm. How could this little girl possess such strength? How could she possibly succeed? They are merely beasts of the 9 tribulations. Yet, her master is a formidable celestial king. The wood spirit cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly. The old man in coarse robes was utterly bewildered. Chapter 70, Master Above. Allow this old servant to bow before you." The old man was thoroughly confounded after hearing this. Although he was merely at the emperor's realm, as a solitary cultivator, he harbored grand aspirations for the future, envisioning himself at the pinnacle of the world. Thus, he had delved deeply into the realms of cultivation, especially those beyond the emperor's realm. While the true spirit realm is but a minor world, insignificant in comparison to the celestial spirit realm, it has nonetheless seen its share of individuals ascend to the ladder. Likewise, over the millennia, many from the celestial spirit realm have descended upon the true spirit realm or reincarnated within it. These beings have effectively filled the terrifying void of realms beyond tribulation within the true spirit realm. On the surface, it may appear that the inhabitants of the true spirit realm lack understanding of the celestial path. However, many are indeed knowledgeable. The old man in coarse robes is one such individual. Having sought understanding, he is well aware of the celestial realms: true celestial, earth celestial, heaven celestial, golden celestial, celestial king, celestial sovereign, celestial saint, and celestial emperor. "Are you jesting?" the old man in coarse robes inquired, glancing at the little spirit. "The celestial king realm. It transcends the true celestial, earth celestial, heaven celestial, and golden celestial, 5 significant realms of the celestial path. Such an existence, even within the celestial spirit realm, would be considered a figure of high stature, would it not? And this little spirit is merely 4 or 5 years old. A celestial king at such a tender age?" The old man in coarse robes could scarcely believe it. "This is utterly absurd, beyond belief." "Senior, this is indeed true." Xingyue smiled bitterly, echoing the sentiment. She understood how difficult it was to accept. Not to mention the elder Mai, even she, who had spent every day with Xiaoling, was taken aback upon discovering her cultivation level, finding it hard to believe. Yet, the truth remains undeniable. How else could Xiaolinger traverse from the central continent to the demon realm in merely half a day? Moreover, she effortlessly breached the barriers of a terrifying secret realm. Truly? She, a celestial monarch? Child, do you comprehend what a celestial monarch represents? Elder Mai's voice rose dramatically, akin to a roar. It was simply too shocking for him to process. No, to be precise, it was overwhelming. At only 4 or 5 years old, a celestial monarch at such a tender age? How could he possibly accept this? Why would we deceive you? For amusement? Mu Ling shot him a disdainful glance and interjected. "Humph, a frog at the bottom of the well." The alchemy cauldron chimed in with its mockery. "Is she truly of celestial monarch caliber?" Elder Mai remained skeptical. After hearing this, Mu Ling and the alchemy cauldron chose to disregard him altogether. Only Xingyue spoke with a smile. "Senior, it is indeed true." Gulp. Elder Mai swallowed hard. His gaze fell upon Xiaolinger, as if he were staring at a terrifying existence that should not be in this world. Could it be that she began her cultivation while still in her spherical form? Elder Mai mumbled in a daze, feeling a shiver run down his spine. At such a tender age, her cultivation had reached the terrifying realm of a celestial monarch. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current feelings. "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Little Ling'er inquired curiously, tilting her head, completely unaware of the profound impact her cultivation level had on the old man in tattered robes. "And nothing," he stammered, hastily shaking his head as cold sweat broke out on his back, especially after learning the specifics of Little Ling'er's cultivation. He could hardly bear to meet her gaze. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This child before him was a formidable immortal king, and at merely 4 or 5 years old. Her talent was astonishing, her future daunting, and her origins undoubtedly impressive. The thought of being close to her ignited a spark of determination in the old man. He knew he had to seize this opportunity. "My esteemed master, allow this humble servant to pay his respects." Without hesitation, the old man knelt before Little Ling'er. As for pride? To hell with pride. Securing this connection was far more important. Such trivial matters were of no consequence. Witnessing the old man's actions, Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the alchemy cauldron were all taken aback. What on earth was happening? Goodness, how shameless! Mu Ling exclaimed, while Xingyue merely shook her head in amusement, choosing to remain silent. The alchemy cauldron, however, cast an approving glance at the old man, as if to say, "Well done, old fellow. You certainly know how to handle matters." "Huh, grandfather, what do you mean?" Little Ling'er asked, puzzled. "From now on, this humble servant shall be your attendant, capable of tending the fire, preparing meals, and even gathering vegetables and meat for you." The elder in the patchwork robe hastily spoke up. "Can we procure vegetables and meat?" Little Ling'er's round eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes. I assure you that you will have a different selection of meat and vegetables every day." The patchwork elder nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Little Ling'er growing increasingly affectionate. This was no destined nemesis. It was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune from the heavens. He mused to himself, "All right then, I shall have a variety of meats each day." Little Ling'er nodded in agreement, "Absolutely." The elder thumped his chest in assurance. At this, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling remained silent, for it pertained to little Ling'er. Furthermore, having an additional elder in their ranks posed no detriment. In fact, it could prove advantageous. After all, the elder had lived for tens of thousands of years and possessed a wealth of knowledge. "Regarding what you mentioned, I have an even better proposal," the elder exclaimed, eager to showcase his worth. "What proposal?" The alchemist glanced at him, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "As I understand it, the current leaders of the 5 great clans of the beast tribes are, in fact, the most capable subordinates of the former beast sovereign. They include the Yao Tianhu clan, known for their prowess in battle, the Jiuweihu clan, who excel in resource acquisition and management, the Ming clan, masters of assassination and ambush, and the Chongwei Lingho clan, who specialize in studying human cultivation techniques. The last of these clans is the Ling'er clan, renowned for their expertise in information gathering and reconnaissance. If we seek to find someone, the Ling'er clan would undoubtedly be our best choice. The dominion of the ant tribe reigns supreme within the demon realm, manifesting itself in every conceivable nook and cranny. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that their surveillance extends to every corner of this territory." The elder in the hemp robe smiled slightly and spoke with great reverence, for he was well aware of the alchemy cauldron, a tool that the young Ling'er could summon at any moment. It far surpassed him, a mere novice recently inducted into the group, in terms of significance. "Are you suggesting that we simply seek out the Devouring Spirit clan?" pondered the alchemy cauldron. "Indeed, for their network pervades every region of the demon realm. If one wishes to locate individuals or objects, they are undoubtedly the optimal choice," advised the elder. Nodding thoughtfully, he added, "Let us first approach this clan. Should we find no leads, we may then turn our attention to other royal families." "You old rascals still possess some usefulness," remarked the alchemy cauldron. Thus, they decided to investigate the Devouring Spirit Ant clan. Since the cauldron had spoken, neither Li Xingyue nor Mu Ling voiced any objections, while Ling'er remained preoccupied, enthusiastically showcasing the delectable dishes laid out before them. Once she had feasted to her heart's content, the group rose and set forth towards the leader of the Devouring Spirit Ant clan. Chapter 71. The Ant Commander? The territory of the Devouring Spirit Ant clan is not far from that of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. With Ling'er's formidable prowess, they arrived at the former's domain in mere moments. So many peculiar ants. And look at that one, it's enormous. Upon entering the realm of the Devouring Spirit Ant clan, Ling'er surveyed her surroundings and ultimately fixed her gaze to the left. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling had grown accustomed to such sights. They are acutely aware of the terrifying nature of little Ling'er's spiritual perception. Even the most formidable barriers meant to isolate spiritual awareness cannot deter her, particularly for the wood spirit, which had previously established a powerful array to shield its spiritual consciousness. A creation that required significant sacrifices to acquire an ancient formation. It held confidence that even a formidable figure of the 9 tribulations realm would remain oblivious to its presence. Yet, it could not elude the keen gaze of little Ling'er. Not only did it fail to escape her watchful eyes, but even those of her mother were equally perceptive. In that moment, it began to question whether the individual who had provided it with the array had deceived it, while others remained unconcerned. The old man in the tattered robe appeared puzzled. Where is there an unusual ant?" he inquired, following little Ling'er's gaze, only to see nothing amiss. "Have you forgotten your master's cultivation level? Her spiritual awareness far surpasses your emperor-level perception," the wood spirit retorted with a glance. "Ah." The old man suddenly grasped the situation. "Indeed, she is a formidable celestial king. My master is incredibly powerful, truly unparalleled." He immediately began to shower her with praises. Little Ling'er, flattered by the compliments, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. "Let us proceed," the wood spirit suggested. Following little Ling'er's guidance, they effortlessly encountered the queen of the Devouring Spirit and tribe. It was indeed peculiar. Her upper body was voluptuous and round, while her lower half resembled that of a large ant. However, the most striking aspect was her head, which retained the form of an ant. "I have the honor of meeting the esteemed young predecessor, as well as all of you," she greeted. The Ant Queen regarded the approaching Ling'er and her companions with no trace of anger. Instead, she greeted them with a warm smile. "Well, you are just like Nyo, possessing a grand sphere of flesh," Ling'er exclaimed. Her face filled with astonishment as she gazed at the upper body of the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen was momentarily taken aback by the remark, her expression suggesting she was at a loss for words. Mu Ling and the others were left utterly speechless. "Little senior, that is not something to be cut," they interjected in disbelief. The Ant Queen chuckled helplessly, speaking with remarkable courtesy, clearly aware of the importance of not offending Ling'er. Oh, just like the Nyonyo. Is it a treasure? Ling'er nodded and responded affirmatively. The Ant Queen, both amused and exasperated, replied, "It seems you are aware of us." At that moment, Ling interjected, his tone grave. According to the nature of the demon ancestor, upon encountering the human race, they typically resort to violence and hostility. Moreover, the Ant Queen is one of the current rulers of the demon domain. Yet, her demeanor is perplexingly courteous, which defies logic. That is indeed the case. Little Senior has annihilated the Yu family, the Ant Queen remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others were taken aback. The annihilation of the Yu family was known to many, but that knowledge was largely confined to the central state. They were now in the demon domain, and only a few days had elapsed since the Yu family's demise. Even the fastest of news travels could not possibly reach the demon domain in such a brief span. Our clan excels in gathering information, the Ant Queen stated, casting a glance at them before continuing. Xingyue, hailing from the Xuanwu domain, Linglong Pavilion. Ah. The sacred land of Xuanwu has seemingly vanished, and it appears to be linked to the young predecessor. The Taoist of my, Jinhui, hails from the now extinct Lingyuan sect and possesses remarkable skills in the cultivation of spiritual plants. The wood spirit, an ethereal being born in the White Tiger domain, was nearly captured by the White Tiger Saint for the purpose of refining a Tao instrument. She scanned the assembly with her gaze, her voice resonating as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of both the wood spirit and the elder Mai, as well as Xingyue, darkened. The Ant Queen, residing far within the demon domain, seemed to possess intimate knowledge of each of their secrets, truly terrifying. It appears we have indeed found the right person, the wood spirit gradually articulated, contemplating that perhaps they could directly obtain news regarding the mother of the little Ling'er from the Ant Queen. What information does the young predecessor seek? The Ant Queen inquired, her gaze settling upon little Ling'er. I want to find my mother. Do you know where she is? Ling'er responded, beaming as she met the Ant Queen's gaze. May I ask, who is your mother, young predecessor? The Ant Queen momentarily hesitated, seemingly unaware of whom Ling'er sought. Senior, we are searching for the companion of Qinglian. Xingyue interjected hastily. The identity of Ling'er's mother is exceedingly sensitive and not easily divulged. It must be by Yun, correct? The Ant Queen remarked, casting a glance at Xingyue with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Xingyue and the wood spirit's expressions turned somber. The Ant Queen was aware of this as well. It was not difficult to deduce that the young predecessor was in search of a woman. Over the years, many human women have ventured into the demon domain, yet the only one associated with the Yu family is Bai Yunyun. In the beginning, Yulin Fei was indeed pressuring Bai Yuyin into marriage. Upon learning of this, the junior elder eradicated the Yu family. The Ant Queen spoke to herself, little one. Knowing too much can be detrimental. This was when the alchemy cauldron emerged from the spatial storage of the young spirit, exuding an overwhelming aura. Please spare me. I possess information about Bai Yuyin, the Ant Queen hurriedly interjected. Since she was aware of Xingyue and the others' backgrounds, she naturally understood the terror of the alchemy cauldron. Do you know where the mistress is? The alchemy cauldron inquired, retracting its menacing presence. When Bai Yuyin entered the demon domain, the demon lord had already perished. The realm she entered was that of the Shadow Black Crow clan. At that time, although she was in the tribulation stage, she was still unable to contend against the entire Shadow Black Crow clan. Subsequently, a mysterious powerful figure appeared and took her away, the Ant Queen explained slowly. A mysterious figure took her away? Upon hearing this, Mu Ling and the others furrowed their brows in unison. Who was that? And where did they take her? The alchemy cauldron pressed. I do not know. That person is exceedingly powerful, a being of the immortal realm, the Ant Queen replied with a wry smile. What? Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in their eyes. An immortal realm expert? Little Ling'er's mother was taken by an immortal realm expert? Could it be that little Ling'er's mother is no longer in the true spirit realm? Are you certain it was taken away and not captured? The alchemy cauldron asked in a grave tone. If it was merely taken away, that would be manageable. However, if it was a capture, then the situation could escalate significantly. After all, they are now aware that the lurking enemy is the Emperor of the Dark Sky. Indeed, the individual who took her away displayed utmost respect towards her. Almost as if they were a subordinate, the Ant Queen remarked. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Understanding the situation, the alchemy cauldron responded in a rather indifferent manner, acknowledging that the one responsible for taking Bai Yuyin was likely a former subordinate. After all, Bai Yuyin was once a powerful immortal emperor, a being undoubtedly accompanied by a cadre of loyal followers. It's even plausible that the group from the Yu family could have been part of her old retinue. Can you describe the appearance of that individual? Or perhaps their name? The alchemy cauldron continued to inquire. I cannot provide a description, as the individual wore a ram's head mask. However, the name seems to be Commander Yang. The Ant Queen pondered for a moment before responding. Commander Yang? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and her companions exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. Previously, within the mysterious realm of Xianyan, Wang Feiyan had mentioned that a companion of Qinglian had met with a commander in the demon domain. Could it be that this commander is indeed the aforementioned Commander Yang, one of the 12 leaders under the mother of Xiaoling'er? They contemplated. Where shall we seek out Commander Yang? Big sister, could you enlighten me? I can offer you delightful fruits in return. Xiaoling'er interjected suddenly. Upon hearing her words, a flurry of question marks erupted in the Ant Queen's mind. Delightful fruits? Is that not a warning in the realm of humanity? I have already divulged all the information I possess. What further is there to offer in exchange for delightful fruits? The Ant Queen felt somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Xingyue and her companions could not help but display expressions of envy, for they understood precisely what Xiaoling'er referred to as delightful fruits. The miraculous peach that grants a lifespan of 10,000 years is a treasure that all three of them have tasted. Although its effects can only be amplified once, it remains an invaluable resource for cultivation. Even the wood spirit, at the level of calamity, can significantly enhance their prowess after refining it. The Ant Queen, being a pseudo-immortal beast of the 9 calamities, would likely ascend to true immortality should she partake in such a wondrous fruit from little Ling'er. Junior, I truly do not know where to find Captain Yang, she lamented, her expression one of despair. His power is so formidable that it is beyond my reach to locate him. Therefore, let us forego the fruit. The Ant Queen's face was etched with worry. She dreaded the thought of little Ling'er taking action against her. After all, even the likes of the Jade family's little Ling'er could bring destruction. How could her clan of soul-eating ants hope to survive? Upon hearing the Ant Queen's words, Xingyue and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Goodness! Is the Ant Queen truly so affluent as to spurn such celestial treasures? Little Ling'er remarked, disappointment evident in her voice. The Ant Queen, relieved, exhaled deeply. What of your parents? Do you know their whereabouts? At that moment, the wood spirit pointed towards Xingyue, inquiring. Since they could not locate Captain Yang, they would pursue an alternative. Finding Xingyue's parents would still enable them to achieve their objective. Yes, the Ant Queen nodded in response to their gazes. Where? The wood spirit pressed eagerly. Given their inability to track down this elusive Captain Yang, locating Xingyue's parents had become paramount. Discovering her parents would effectively assist little Ling'er in finding her mother. In our demon realm exists a place known as the burial ground of immortals. After her parents entered the demon realm, they ventured to this burial ground. The Ant Queen spoke candidly, without a hint of concealment. The burial ground of immortals? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others furrowed their brows slightly. What kind of place dares to be called the burial ground of immortals? This site is an extraordinarily terrifying forbidden zone. That region has detached from the true spirit realm, existing in the crevice between the immortal spirit realm and the true spirit realm. It is rumored that within it lies a realm of immortals. The Ant Queen glanced at the crowd and spoke slowly. A realm of immortals exists? The group showed no reaction upon hearing this. After all, Xiaoling'er is undeniably a being of the immortal king realm, possessing those formidable immortal treasures. Even if there exists a realm of immortals within the burial ground. What of it? If so, why is it called the burial ground of immortals? Muling inquired, puzzled. The burial ground of immortals, by its very name, suggests a place that consigns the existence of immortal realms to oblivion. Now, it is said that an immortal realm exists within. Is this not a contradiction? I cannot say for certain, the Ant Queen replied, shaking her head. A realm of immortals surpasses the limits of the true spirit realm. She is merely at the 9 tribulations realm. How could she dare to investigate the news of those powerful beings from the realm of immortals? After listening, Xingyue and the others turned their gaze toward the refined immortal cauldron. Then let us venture there, the cauldron stated nonchalantly, setting aside Xiaoling'er's own cultivation. The collection of divine artifacts in the form of the small gourd is not to be underestimated. It is no exaggeration to assert that as long as an immortal emperor does not intervene, there is no entity in this world capable of threatening Xiaoling'er. It is merely a small place nestled between the true spirit realm and the immortal spirit realm. She does not believe that there could be an immortal emperor residing within. The location was set. The alchemy cauldron cast a glance at the Ant Queen and inquired, to the south, until the very end? The Ant Queen replied earnestly, indeed. Following this exchange, the group ceased their discussions and turned to depart. However, Mu Ling lingered at the back, unable to suppress her feelings, exclaiming, "You would forsake a fruit that grants a lifespan of 10,000 years? How extravagant! What?" The Ant Queen was rendered speechless, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Mu Ling and stammered, What did you just say? The exquisite fruit, the one the master intended to bestow upon you, is a type of peach. It is likely a celestial object, capable of extending one's life by 10,000 years. Should you acquire it? You might even ascend to the realm of immortals. I cannot fathom why you would decline. Mu Ling chuckled softly, elaborating on the matter. Upon hearing this, the Ant Queen stood frozen in place, her mind racing with the implications. 10,000 years of life. The potential to ascend to immortality. This realization struck her, leaving her at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reacted, her heart heavy with regret. It turned out that this so-called exquisite fruit was indeed remarkable. As she watched the diminutive figure of Xiaoling gradually fade into the distance, she felt an overwhelming urge to dash forward and beseech the little one for a taste of the coveted fruit. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself, fearing that such an action might incite Xiaoling's ire. How could one reject such a precious gift? Mu Ling, reflecting on the situation, extended her paw in a gesture of approval towards the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen, consumed by despair, lamented inwardly. Had I known that this so-called exquisite fruit could enhance my lifespan by 10,000 years and facilitate my ascension to immortality, who in their right mind would refuse it? She mentally scolded herself, wishing she could deliver 2 resounding slaps to her own face for her folly. Such unexpected fortune has been carelessly rejected. Unbeknownst to Xiaoling and her companions, the Ant Queen's inner turmoil was profound. After exiting the heart of the devouring spirit ant clan, they journeyed southward. Before long, they arrived at the location indicated by the Ant Queen. Along the way, they encountered several short-sighted creatures of the demon race, but alas, they ultimately became sustenance for Xiaoling. Is that the entrance to the burial of immortals? Xingyue inquired, gazing at the spatial rift upon the sea. No, this is a one-way teleportation array. The elderly man in ragged clothes corrected after scrutinizing the fissure for a moment. A one-way teleportation array. Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, it is a one-way teleportation array, infused with the essence of void stones. These stones are typically employed in constructing teleportation arrays or refining storage artifacts. Acknowledging their gaze, the elderly man nodded, his tone resolute. This spatial rift serves as a teleportation array, and it is indeed one way. Entry is permitted, but exit is not. Only entry and no exit? Xingyue and Mu Ling's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. If that is the case, why did the Qinglian companion venture inside? After all, a place that permits entry but denies exit is akin to a prison. What difference is there between entering it and stepping into a cage? Wow, what a large bowl. At that moment, Xiaoling's voice rang out suddenly. A bowl? The gaze of Mu Ling and the others swiftly turned to her. Ling'er, what bowl are you talking about? Xingyue inquired with a perplexed expression. Is it that one, the large bowl? Xiaoling pointed towards the entrance of the burial of immortals. Xingyue exchanged glances with the others, their brows slightly furrowed. Is the burial of immortals a bowl? How intriguing. It appears to be a fragment of a sacred-level immortal artifact. At that moment, the alchemy cauldron suddenly emerged. Sacred-level immortal artifact? What tier of treasure is that? Xingyue and her companions were left utterly bewildered. The innate treasure of an immortal saint is classified as a sacred-level immortal artifact, the alchemy cauldron elucidated. Immortal saint? The old man in tattered robes shuddered at the revelation. Such formidable beings rank just below the Immortal Emperor. In other words, when the Immortal Emperor is absent, the Immortal Saint is the most formidable existence. The burial of immortals is, astonishingly, an Immortal Saint's treasure. Even if it is a fragment, it remains an exceedingly terrifying entity for beings of their cultivation level. Let us enter and investigate. The alchemy cauldron's voice resonated once more. Subsequently, the group stepped into the burial of immortals. As their vision shifted, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar environment. To their astonishment, they beheld a space devoid of anything but a floor resembling porcelain beneath their feet. There were no structures, no mountains, no trees. It seemed as though they had entered a void space solely composed of a porcelain floor. Welcome, esteemed guests. Just as the group curiously surveyed their surroundings, a voice suddenly echoed from all directions, as if the speaker was omnipresent, rendering it impossible to discern the source. Who? Mu Ling scanned the area, speaking in a hushed tone. Xingyue and the old man in tattered robes also remained vigilant, observing their surroundings cautiously. Grandfather, is it you? Suddenly, Xiaoling'o spoke up. Her round, sparkling eyes fixated on a certain direction. Grandfather? Xingyue and her companions exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. It seemed that the hidden figure had been seen by Xiaoling'er. It is indeed me, came a voice, as a figure slowly emerged from the front. He stood tall, clad in a white robe seemingly inscribed with numerous characters, and wore a goat-headed mask. Goat leader? Li Xingyue and Mu Ling's expressions tensed slightly. This situation appeared rather peculiar. Grandfather, how did you end up here? Do you know where mother is? Xiaoling'er inquired, her gaze unwavering upon the goat leader. Xiaoling'er, do you know him? Li Xingyue questioned, her brow furrowing further. Yes, he is that grandfather from the Xingyue family's household. Xiaoling'er replied with a nod. What? Both Li Xingyue and Mu Ling gasped in astonishment. Ouyang Tianxian, Mu Ling said in a low voice. Indeed, the goat leader replied with a mysterious smile, voluntarily removing his mask. Beneath it, the face revealed was none other than Ouyang Tianxuan's. You, how could it be you? Mu Ling exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She had never anticipated that Ouyang Tianxian would turn out to be the so-called goat leader. This is bad. We may have fallen into a trap, Mu Ling suddenly realized, speaking up. Only now do you realize? My apologies, dear friends, it is far too late. Ouyang Tianxian said with a gentle smile, his gaze shifting to Xiaoling'er. I never expected this. It truly is a surprise. She is actually born a daughter. Upon hearing the words, the expressions of Li Xingyue and her companions darkened. This individual did not come with benevolent intentions. So, were you the one guiding us to this place all along? Inquired the alchemy cauldron. Indeed, it is I, the alchemy cauldron. I never anticipated I would encounter you again. Ouyang Tianxian replied with a cheerful demeanor. You recognize me? Who are you? Questioned the alchemy cauldron, its tone laced with confusion. These details are of little consequence now. What truly matters is that you have arrived here. With this young girl present, I believe she will be quite compliant, Ouyang Tianxian remarked. His gaze fixed on the young Ling'er, his face radiating warmth. What do you mean? Li Xingyue asked, her voice steady yet foreboding. Oh, I almost forgot. You two are searching for your parents. Your parents have rendered me significant assistance, and naturally, it is only fair that you meet them, Ouyang Tianxian said kindly. Casting a glance in her direction, with a wave of his hand, a couple materialized before them. Father, mother. Upon seeing them, Li Xingyue exclaimed, as she felt the familiar essence that resonated from her bloodline. Xingyue, flee, quickly. Her father urged, panic evident in his voice. He has betrayed the master. Futile. I assure you, this is an artifact of celestial sanctity, albeit a fragmented one. It can easily ensnare you, Ouyang Tianxian chuckled. Interesting. I believe I am beginning to discern your identity. The alchemy cauldron suddenly interjected. Oh, Ouyang Tianxian gazed at it intently. In my era, there existed a particularly peculiar celestial being within the celestial spirit realm. He enjoys masquerading as a beggar while wandering through the realm of celestial spirits. There have been instances where individuals, through a mere act of charity, have received from him opportunities that propelled them to great heights. Conversely, there are others who, through their insults, have met with utter annihilation. The peculiar artifact of that enigmatic celestial sage is but a bowl. The celestial beggar, Ouyang Xian. Am I correct in my assertion? The alchemical cauldron spoke slowly. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others were struck with astonishment. This individual is a celestial sage. Yet, your cultivation level is merely that of an earth immortal. Moreover, you are not a spiritual entity, but rather a reincarnation, are you not? The alchemical cauldron continued to speak to itself. Haha, I never anticipated you would recognize me. Initially, your master established the celestial plant garden due to my benevolence. In fact, even your very existence was aided by some celestial minerals I provided. Alchemical cauldron, shouldn't you express your gratitude to me? Ouyang Tianxian replied with a hearty laugh. I am quite curious as to why the true spirit realm merits such attention from you. The matron has reincarnated in the true spirit realm, and so have you. Along this journey, I have encountered others who have also been reincarnated. What is this trivial lost world that warrants such scrutiny from you? The alchemical cauldron did not respond but posed a counter-question. It is no trouble to share. In the past, the yin-yang tortoise ancestor foresaw that someone would acquire a grand opportunity to break the shackles of the celestial spirit realm. This fortunate individual is none other than the celestial Emperor Yunyan. Naturally, the Yin Emperor could not remain passive, thus igniting a fierce conflict. Ultimately, the celestial Emperor Yunyan made a critical miscalculation, leading to his downfall. Little did she know, she had not perished, but rather reincarnated into the realm of true spirits. Yet, she was oblivious to the multitude of extraordinary talents that graced the world. The Dark Heaven Emperor, as a celestial sovereign, wielded formidable powers. Upon the successful reincarnation of the cloud smoke Immortal Emperor, he became aware of her existence within the realm of true spirits. However, fortune is often peculiar and cannot be forced. Thus, he discreetly arranged for others to reincarnate into the realm of true spirits to investigate the circumstances. I am one among them. Only when the opportunity arises will the Dark Heaven Emperor take action, Ouyang Tianxian elucidated slowly. Upon hearing his words, the alchemy cauldron was bewildered. To break the shackles of the immortal spirit realm signifies the attainment of true divinity. Yet, Lu Ming was already striving to reach this pinnacle. Could it be that this so-called opportunity pertains to its own master? It pondered. Chapter 74. The bewildered Ouyang Tianxian indeed possesses a true divine artifact. As a spiritual treasure, it is akin to an immortal king artifact. The alchemy cauldron possessed considerable knowledge, having existed for over 1,000,000 years. Regarding this so-called opportunity, it essentially signifies that predecessors plant the trees for future generations to enjoy the shade. What does this mean? It implies that a powerful individual leaves behind a legacy, granting another the chance to alter their inherent conditions and pursue a higher realm. Such individuals abound in the cultivation world. However, in the alchemy cauldron's understanding, only the enigmatic and formidable Lu Ming possessed the capability to enable someone to transcend to true divinity. After all, Lu Ming was already striving for this very realm. Should he succeed, he would become a pioneer for the immortal spirit realm in the pursuit of higher cultivation levels. Thus, the alchemy cauldron can be definitively identified as the catalyst for one to transcend into the realm of true divinity, and the opportunity lies with Lu Ming. Moreover, Ouyang Tianxian has also stated that Bai Yunyun is the fortunate recipient of this opportunity. Now, considering that Bai Yunyun and Lu Ming are married, does everything not align perfectly? Very well, you may remain here at ease. When the opportunity presents itself, with her presence, I believe Bai Yunyun will graciously relinquish it. As Ouyang Tianxian spoke, his gaze fell upon Ling'er, clearly intending to use her as leverage against Bai Yunyun. Huh, are you so certain that you can ensnare us? Upon hearing this, the alchemy cauldron burst into laughter. After all, it is merely a damaged celestial artifact. What significance does it hold before Brother Gourd? Even a complete celestial artifact would be insufficient to withstand Brother Gourd. Perhaps only Ouyang Tianxian, with his cultivation at the sacred celestial realm, could summon a complete celestial artifact to resist a small gourd. Alas, Ouyang Tianxian is not at the sacred celestial realm at present. He is merely at the earth celestial level, and coupled with the fact that this celestial artifact is already flawed, what can he use to counteract the small gourd? Nevertheless, I am aware that you possess a celestial king artifact. Yet, that is all it is. Ouyang Tianxian chuckled confidently. What? His words, however, startled Li Xingyue and the others. The alchemy cauldron is actually a celestial king artifact. All along, they had assumed it was merely a celestial treasure. To their astonishment, it turns out to be a celestial king artifact. Ling'er utilizes a celestial king artifact as a mere cooking vessel. The three exchanged glances, unable to suppress their thoughts. They knew Ling'er was extravagant and possessed many treasures. But is this truly extravagance? It is utterly absurd to use a celestial king's artifact as a mere cooking pot. Suddenly, Li Xingyue found herself contemplating the other celestial treasures possessed by Ling'er. Could it be that all those celestial treasures are indeed artifacts of a celestial king? The thought sent a shiver of astonishment through her. If that were the case, would it not mean that everything Ling'er uses and wears is a celestial king's artifact? Is that truly the case? Haha. It seems you remain woefully unaware of the depths of our young master's capabilities. Your calculations are astute, yet you have significantly underestimated the foundation of our young master. The voice of the refined celestial cauldron echoed with derision. Its words caused Ouyang Tianxian to furrow his brow slightly. Are you referring to those other celestial treasures? Indeed. Those treasures are remarkable, yet my heaven-covering bowl is a sacred celestial artifact. Even in its incomplete state, it remains one of the finest treasures. It cannot be shattered unless a sacred celestial master intervenes, or it faces a celestial emperor's artifact. Soon, he regained his composure and spoke with a smile. Sacred celestial masters are exceedingly rare in the celestial spirit realm. He could not believe that Ling'er possessed such cultivation at the tender age of 4 or 5. As for celestial emperor artifacts, they are even scarcer than sacred celestial masters. Even in the celestial spirit realm, there are no more than 5 such artifacts. This is because a celestial emperor artifact requires a spirit from a celestial emperor-level celestial entity to serve as its essence. Only beings of such caliber can withstand the celestial emperor's ethereal power. In other words, to forge a celestial emperor artifact, one must capture a celestial entity of celestial emperor rank. Such beings are not only exceedingly rare, but capturing them alive is an exceptionally daunting task. He could not believe that Ling'er possessed a celestial emperor artifact. Haha, please, I invite you, elder brother. The celestial cauldron chuckled disdainfully and spoke. As its voice faded, a small gourd soared into the air. Upon seeing the small gourd, Ouyang Tianxian furrowed his brow slightly. Gourd, I desire this bowl. Little Ling'er exclaimed cheerfully at the small gourd. The gourd vibrated with a humming sound, seemingly nodding in agreement. How naive, Ouyang Tianxian scoffed. Heavenly bowl, suppress. As he uttered these words, he deftly gestured with his fingers, unleashing a terrifying celestial force that emanated from within him, infusing the void. In the next moment, fluctuations appeared in the space above little Ling'er and her companions, revealing a series of pitch-black apertures. Subsequently, ghostly lights descended, aiming to suppress little Ling'er and her group. Buzz! In that instant, the small gourd sprang into action. It merely trembled lightly in place, and in a heartbeat, waves of energy radiated outward from the gourd center. Wherever these waves passed, the space visibly twisted. The ghostly lights that were descending were instantly dispersed by the forceful waves. At the moment the small gourd made its move, Ouyang Tianquan's expression changed drastically, and every hair on his body stood on end. The pressure of a celestial emperor. He sensed the overwhelming presence of a celestial emperor emanating from the small gourd. Moreover, it was not merely the aura of a half-step celestial emperor, but the genuine presence of a celestial emperor. It was as if the small gourd itself embodied a true celestial emperor. But how could this be possible? For the small gourd was currently being autonomously activated by its spirit within, without the celestial power of its master as a source of strength. An autonomously activated treasure could only unleash half of its potential. Even a celestial emperor artifact would be no exception. However, what is the situation with this small gourd before me? The artifact spirit operates autonomously, astonishingly comparable to a genuine celestial emperor's strength. What kind of treasure is capable of such feats? Ouyang Tianqian is filled with astonishment, confusion, and fear. A true divine artifact. Is this truly a genuine divine artifact? How could it be? Is it even conceivable for a flawless divine artifact to exist in this world? He cries out in terror, as if he has encountered a ghost. Artifacts that operate autonomously can only unleash half of their potential. Yet, this small gourd, when activated, rivals the might of a celestial emperor. Only legendary true divine artifacts could achieve such power. However, for countless millennia, no true divine artifact has appeared in the realm of celestial spirits. There is but one half-damaged artifact, held in the hands of the Emperor of Yin. Now, how could a true divine artifact emerge from the girl Ling'er? How could he not be astonished? A true divine artifact? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others exchanged incredulous glances. What level of treasure is this? It surpasses all comprehension. Nothing is impossible. I have told you. You underestimate the depth of the young masteress background. The alchemy cauldron chuckles. This is but one artifact. If those utensils were to manifest, would it not frighten you to death? Especially that red robe which even the small gourd must refer to as big sister. The alchemy cauldron muses. Chapter 75. So, where's the mistress? It is inconceivable that a true divine artifact exists. There is not a single true divine artifact in the entire realm of celestial spirits. Even the Emperor of Yin possesses only a half artifact. How could she possibly have a true divine artifact? Ouyang Tianqian speaks as if possessed, utterly unable to accept such a reality. It is truly astonishing. Even in the realm of celestial beings, such a phenomenon would be deemed legendary. Now, it astonishingly manifests in the form of a mere 4 or 5-year-old girl. Who would dare to believe such a tale? What? His words left Li Xingyue and the others in utter shock. A genuine divine artifact. One that is utterly absent even in the entire celestial realm. Gulp. The three exchanged glances, unable to suppress a collective swallow. Particularly, Mu Ling and Li Xingyue were deeply affected, recalling the time they intended to confront the Yu family. It was not just the little gourd that appeared then. There were also the utensils that Ling'er typically used. Those items were indeed on par with the little gourd in terms of significance. Even the immortal refining cauldron treated those objects with utmost reverence. The little gourd is a true divine artifact. Could it be that the various utensils Ling'er uses daily are also genuine divine artifacts? This thought lingered in the minds of Mu Ling and Li Xingyue, growing increasingly astounding. A terrifying treasure, one that is non-existent in the celestial realm, is merely employed by Ling'er as everyday tools. What manner of being is her father? After all, they were well aware that Ling'er had always been in her father's company since childhood. Thus, those items must have been bestowed upon her by him. What kind of father could possibly provide his daughter with true divine artifacts that are absent even in the celestial realm for her everyday use? Beside them, the elderly man in tattered garments was elated. Indeed, this was a fortuitous alliance. A treasure that not a single artifact exists in the celestial realm, and yet Ling'er possesses it. The implications of such a lineage are self-evident. This connection is more formidable than even the mightiest celestial emperor. The elderly man mused inwardly, secretly resolving to cling tightly to Ling'er's coattails, to the extent of using a stick to ensure she would not escape. Senior, if my memory serves me right, did the senior with the gourd not mention the eldest sister back then? Suddenly, Li Xingyue realized this, glancing at the magnificent red robe draped over Ling'er, and spoke with a dry throat. Goodness. Following her hint, Mu Ling also recalled. Indeed, back at the Bai Shao Pavilion branch, when Ling'er was distressed, not only did the gourd appear, but so did that splendid red robe. Furthermore, in the presence of that red robe, even the gourd had to take a step back. What does this signify? It indicates that the red robe is in existence even more formidable than the gourd. The gourd itself is a treasure that has never existed in the immortal spirit realm. As Mu Ling pondered, a shiver ran through her. What does this imply? Could it be that the master possesses something even more powerful than this gourd? Beside them, the old man in the coarse robe inquired in astonishment. Meeting his gaze, Mu Ling and Li Xingyue exchanged knowing glances at the magnificent red robe on Ling'er, nodding in unison. Hiss. In that instant, the old man gasped in disbelief. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, embrace Ling'er's legs, and utter grandiose words of praise, even if it meant facing insurmountable dangers. Oh, there are still many impossibilities out there. Let me share another fact with you. Is there a possibility that the true divine opportunity you seek has already been claimed by the matriarch? She may simply be unaware of it. The alchemy cauldron observed the astonished and bewildered Ouyang Tianxian, chuckling softly. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tianquan's eyes widened in disbelief. The gourd brother was gifted to the young master by the master. The alchemy cauldron continued. Ouyang Tianquan's eyes narrowed sharply. An entity capable of wielding genuine divine artifacts could surely facilitate a breakthrough to the true god realm. How could that possibly be a challenge? Who is your father? Ouyang Tianxian exclaimed loudly. You threaten me, gourd. He threatens me. This sudden interrogation sent a shiver through Ling'er. Buzz. The little gourd trembled slightly, its terrifying aura spreading forth, pinning Ouyang Tianxian firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Tell me quickly, where is my mother? Ling'er inquired of Ouyang Tianxian. Ouyang Tianxian chose to remain silent, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Who exactly is this girl's father? Father, mother, Ling'er is your esteemed daughter. Do you know where she is? Li Xingyue, seeing Ouyang Tianquan's reticence, hastily addressed her own parents. The esteemed one's daughter? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's parents exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Years ago, Bai Yun took them in with the intention of having them discreetly observe her husband and daughter. However, they distinctly recalled the esteemed one stating that the father and daughter were ordinary people, residing in a small village. Ordinary people. Yet they possess such terrifying treasures as genuine divine artifacts. You are the parents of my sister. Can you tell me where my mother is? I miss her dearly. I have searched for her for so long. Ling'er turned to Li Xingyue's parents, her eyes filled with pitiful longing. The Qinglian couple exchanged glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty. After all, Bai Yun had once asserted that the father and daughter were indeed ordinary people. But what of the present? It is entirely not the case. Dear parents, please speak up, urged Li Xingyue. Xingyue, do not rush. Her father, Li Chun, inhaled deeply and said. After speaking, he turned to the young Ling'er and inquired, might I ask, is the revered one your mother? The revered one possesses an extraordinary background and has numerous enemies. He spoke slowly, evidently apprehensive that Ling'er might be an impostor. This concern was quite reasonable, for Bai Yun had previously informed the couple that her husband and daughter were mere ordinary individuals. What? Ling'er was taken aback by Li Chun's direct question. Father, Li Xingyue exclaimed in urgency. Xingyue, let me explain. The situation is as follows, Li Chun hurriedly clarified, recounting how Bai Yun had dispatched them to investigate, including the information that the father and daughter were ordinary people. Elder, what about this? After listening, the Xingyue turned to the alchemical cauldron. Indeed, we emerged from that village. As for your claim of being ordinary people, we are uncertain, for I was captured by my master later on, the alchemical cauldron pondered. Elder, it is not that we are unwilling to disclose. The revered one has too many enemies. We fear for your safety regarding her, Li Chun responded helplessly. His suspicions were understandable to the alchemical cauldron, but the situation was now quite complicated. How could Ling'er, who had never met Bai Yun, prove she was her daughter? Ah. By the way, you must have a portrait of your master, correct? Please take a look. Is this her? Suddenly, the alchemical cauldron spoke up. As the conversation unfolded, an image emerged before the gathering. It depicted a young man clad in white, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile. He exuded an air of elegance and refinement, reminiscent of a true transcendent being. Indeed, this was the very likeness bestowed upon them by the esteemed master. Upon viewing it, Li Chun nodded vigorously. Then, where is the matriarch now? Inquired Lien Xianding. Chapter 76. Accurate information from the Forbidden Sea. Mu Ling, and Li Xingyue's gaze fixated intently on Li Chun. At this juncture, it was clear that they could no longer rely on Ouyang Tianxian. He was neither capable nor willing to disclose Bai Yunyun's whereabouts. Thus, the sole individual privy to her location was Li Chun. Even Xiaoling'o gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. The master resides in the Forbidden Sea, Li Chun began, addressing the collective attention. In the Forbidden Sea? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue turned her gaze towards Mu Ling and the elder in ragged clothes. Having lived in the Xuanwu domain all her life, she had never ventured to Zhongzhou and was oblivious to the Forbidden Sea's location. Is it truly in the Forbidden Sea? Are you certain? Under Li Xingyue's scrutiny, the elder's brow furrowed in deep thought. Clearly, he was aware of this place. What manner of place is this? Vian Xianding inquired. The Forbidden Sea, the foremost forbidden domain of Zhongzhou. Its origins remain a mystery, and it is situated at the northernmost tip of Zhongzhou. An expansive void, it is fraught with chaotic spatial currents. Legends assert that no one has ever returned alive from the Forbidden Sea, the elder explained hastily. Indeed. It is said that the spatial conditions there are exceedingly unstable. A moment's carelessness could result in being swept away into the tumultuous currents, forever lost in the boundless void. The matriarch was unexpectedly present there. The wood spirit chimed in, confirming her presence. Indeed, she was there, having utilized an unparalleled formation to suppress the chaotic currents of space deep within, erecting a magnificent palace. At that moment, Li Xingyue's mother, Mou, interjected, Sister, let us venture to the Forbidden Sea. I wish to see Mother. The little spirit, filled with excitement, exclaimed. Hearty laughter erupted from Ouyang Tianxian, causing everyone to glance at him in confusion. Old man, your laughter is misplaced. It should be, keek, little Ling'er teased, her gaze fixed on Ouyang Tianxian. Her playful demeanor elicited peals of laughter from Li Xingyue. Huh, little girl, you will never find her, Ouyang Tianxian retorted with a cold smirk, dripping with sarcasm. Why not? Little Ling'er inquired, bewildered, while the others furrowed their brows in concern. They were already aware of the specific location. A journey to the Forbidden Sea would suffice. How could they possibly fail to meet her? Ouyang Tianxian merely chuckled mockingly, his expression one of playful derision, offering no explanation. Enough of your tricks. Brother. Let us suppress him first. We shall see the truth upon reaching the Forbidden Sea. The alchemy cauldron snorted disdainfully and spoke. The little gourd trembled slightly, its lid opening to ensnare Ouyang Tianxian within. Shortly thereafter, the little gourd trembled violently in the void, causing the entire space to convulse. Then, Li Xingyue and the others noticed the sky above them suddenly brighten. It was as though they had emerged from darkness, with dawn breaking gradually, dispelling the shadows that had enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves beneath the bright azure sky, positioned above an endless expanse of ocean. Above little Ling'er, a bowl that appeared to be intricately carved from white jade materialized. Hee, what a beautiful bowl! Little Ling'er giggled and promptly stowed the jade bowl away. The small gourd and the refiner's cauldron returned to her storage space. Sister, let us go to the Forbidden Sea to see Mother, little Ling'er joyfully proclaimed as she tucked away the small bowl. All right, Li Xingyue replied with a smile. And the group set off towards the Forbidden Sea. Along the way, Li Xingyue learned about the events of years past from Li Chun and Mou. It turned out that the couple had indeed found it somewhat difficult to accept Li Xingyue's status as an ordinary person at first. However, over time, they had come to terms with it, recognizing the treacherous nature of the cultivation world, rife with deceit and complexity. They realized that embarking on the path of cultivation was not necessarily a blessing, and thus, they embraced Li Xingyue's ordinariness, wishing only to provide her with a carefree life. But Lung Wu said you slaughtered the children of the demon suppression squad for my sake, Li Xingyue inquired while on their journey. Mu Ling and the aged Mai listened silently, refraining from interjecting. Little Ling'er, however, gazed curiously at Li Chun and his wife, resembling an inquisitive little kitten. Well, was it or was it not? Li Chun and Mou exchanged glances, letting out a resigned sigh. Was it or was it not? Li Xingyue questioned. Her expression filled with confusion. What is and what is not? When your mother and I first became parents, we naturally understood the feelings of being a parent. The anguish of losing a child is profoundly understood. Yet, the Xuanwu sage threatens your life, compelling us to employ the ancient secret art of transformation. Though your mother and I may join forces to contend against a sage-level adversary, it is only when we are devoid of sacred artifacts. The Xuanwu sage, a renowned figure in the Xuanwu domain, is a prodigious talent, bolstered by the immense power of the Xuanwu Holy Land. How can your mother and I possibly stand against such might? On one side lies your life, and on the other, our moral compass. Ultimately, we chose you. Li Chun sighed helplessly, a look of deep shame etched upon his face. At that time, He possessed only the cultivation of the great ascension stage, facing the Xuanwu Lord without any semblance of choice. Xingyue, you may blame us for our callousness, but we had to safeguard you, Mou consoled, gently patting Li Chun's shoulder. After hearing this, Li Xingyue fell into a contemplative silence. What does it matter? The cultivation world is one of the survival of the fittest. If friends perish, the wayfarer does not, Mu Ling remarked nonchalantly. The realm of cultivation operates under the law of rebirth. Weakness is the greatest sin. Much like in the mundane world, poverty is the original sin. Little Puppy is correct. The master once said, the kind-hearted are ridden by horses. And the noble steeds are also ridden by horses. Ling'er chimed in with her round, sparkling eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue could not help but laugh. Ling'er, it is the kind-hearted who are oppressed by others, and the noble steeds who are ridden, she corrected, her mood evidently brighter. Hee. Little Ling'er's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she smiled sweetly. That innocent and charming smile seemed to possess an enchanting quality, effortlessly bringing smiles to the faces of Li Xingyue and her companions. Mother and father, Master mentioned that you were following a remarkable individual. Could it be Ling'er's mother? Li Xingyue inquired, steering the conversation. Indeed, many years ago, we were pursued by the Xuanwu sacred land and ultimately found refuge in the ancient battlefield, Li Chun replied, nodding. Initially, we intended to settle there, but then we encountered the esteemed one. Perhaps it was the shared experience of parenthood, despite being unable to live with our own children, that led her to take us in. It is thanks to her that we have attained our current level of cultivation as emperors. Yes. What surprised us the most was discovering that Xingyue, you are acquainted with the young esteemed one. Perhaps this is what they call fate. Mou added with a sense of nostalgia. Sister, mother and father, could you share with me more about my mother? I am so eager to hear. Little Ling'er gazed expectantly at Li Chun and his wife. Chapter 77. Is it true that all of this is a misunderstanding? Within the palace, upon hearing this, Mu Ling and the elderly Ma Yi also turned their attention. Very well. Mou smiled gently, nodding as she began to speak. To outsiders, the esteemed one appears quite aloof. However, in truth, she possesses a kind heart, particularly towards those she holds dear. Xingyue, do you remember the incident when the seal of the evil spirit clan was broken? The seal of the evil spirit clan was broken? After listening, Li Xingyue nodded in confusion. She naturally remembered that at the beginning, Lingxian had forged an alliance with the evil spirit clan to protect her, using herself as bait in an attempt to execute a switch. Unfortunately, Cold Wu saw through the scheme and captured her, causing Li Xingyue to nearly fall into their clutches. Had it not been for Ling'er, she might have never seen her parents again in this lifetime. However, what puzzled her was why Li Chun and his wife suddenly brought up this matter. At that time, upon receiving the news, we were exceedingly anxious. Given your presence at Linglong Pavilion and the formidable strength of the evil spirit clan, you were highly likely to encounter peril. Subsequently, in an effort to assist us, the master took the two of us directly to the evil spirit realm. Fortunately, at that time, the realm was obliterated by a mysterious entity. From the master's words, it seemed to be an extraordinarily powerful artifact. Li Chun began slowly. At this juncture, he abruptly paused. An exceedingly formidable treasure. He could still recall by Yunyan's words, indicating that this treasure seemed to surpass her own life-bound celestial imperial artifact. Previously, they were unaware of the rank of treasures above the celestial imperial artifacts. However, through Ouyang Tianxian, they had now come to know that it was a genuine divine artifact. There was not a single genuine divine artifact in the entire immortal spirit realm. Yet now, Ling'er possessed one. Did that not imply? With this thought, he turned to Ling'er. You appeared back then? Li Xingyue's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Xingyue. The master mentioned that the annihilation of the evil spirit clan was due to a tremendously terrifying treasure. Could it be? Li Chun nodded, responding with a question. A terrifying treasure? Precisely. It was accomplished by the esteemed elder gourd. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue immediately grasped the situation, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Those malevolent spirits of the transformation realm had once brazenly threatened Ling'er, only to be subdued by elder gourd. Furthermore, Ling'er had mentioned that elder gourd intended to visit the realm of evil spirits. It appears that fate had nearly intertwined their paths back then. Alas, what a pity. At that time, the master's cultivation was not particularly high, merely at the imperial sovereign level, rendering him reluctant to act too openly. Although we had ascended to the sacred realm, the master cautioned us about a venerable tortoise of the demon ancestor level residing in the Xuanwu sacred land. Thus, after ensuring our safety, we departed. Little did we know that a twist of fate would lead us to miss that encounter. Li Chun spoke with a hint of resignation. Had we known that Ling'er was at the Linglong Pavilion, mother and daughter would likely have reunited long ago. By the way, Xingyue. I have heard whispers that the Xuanwu sacred land has been obliterated. What transpired? At this moment, Mou interjected. It was still about Ling. When Ling'er sought to capture me, he directed his aggression towards Ling'er. Furthermore, he threatened her, inciting Elder Gourd's wrath. Consequently, Elder Gourd annihilated the Xuanwu sacred land. The venerable tortoise mentioned by my father was likewise taken by Elder Gourd and prepared for Ling'er's meal. Li Xingyue chuckled. Upon hearing this, Li Chun and Mou exchanged glances, a shared sentiment of wonderment at the intricacies of fate filling their hearts. How, then, did you manage to locate the demon domain? Li Chun inquired once more, bemused. Meeting his gaze, Li Xingyue began to recount the series of events that had unfolded along their journey. Upon listening, Li Chun and Mou were left astonished. The ancient battlefield, the flowing sand inn, the wood spirit, and the Yu family, who would have thought it was you? Li Chun, with an expression of profound complexity, finally spoke. He had never imagined that the beings from the ancient battlefield would be none other than Ling'er. Furthermore, the downfall of the Yu family was also orchestrated by her father? Li Xingyue looked at him in confusion. Xingyue, we have inadvertently missed each other several times. The flowing sand inn had long been under the command of the esteemed one, responsible for cultivating spiritual herbs and demonic beasts. However, your arrival was misinterpreted by the esteemed one as a pursuit from the celestial spirit realm seeking revenge. Mou explained with a helpless smile. Who would have anticipated such a monumental blunder? Huh? Li Xingyue was equally bewildered. The flowing sand inn was actually under the command of Ling'er's mother? If that were the case, had they not essentially walked right to their doorstep? Moreover, the reason we ventured to Xingyue was that the esteemed one believed the enemies from the celestial spirit realm had uncovered some leads. Thus, we proceeded to the Yu family to seek information, ultimately provoking their adversaries, which led to their demise. Who could have foreseen that it was orchestrated by the little esteemed one? Mou continued, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his voice. Who could have imagined that all of this was the doing of Ling? Had we known earlier, there would have been no need for Ling'er and the others to pursue us to the demon domain. We could have simply met in Zhangzhou. This would have prevented the incident involving Ouyang Tianxian altogether. We had no idea, Li Xingyue said with a wry smile. She too had not anticipated that Ling'er would be mistaken for an enemy. May I inquire about your current cultivation level, esteemed one? Suddenly, Li Chun felt a stir in his heart and turned towards Ling'er. Cultivation level? Ling'er gazed at him with her round, sparkling eyes. My master possesses the cultivation of an immortal king, the old man in ragged clothes interjected promptly. An immortal king? Li Chun was instantly taken aback. Mou beside him mirrored his astonishment. Having accompanied by Yunyan for several years, they had naturally come to understand many things, including the realms of immortality. The immortal king is a figure of immense power within the realm of the immortal spirits. How old is Ling'er? 4 or 5 years old. An immortal king at such a tender age. Did the esteemed one not say that the father and daughter were ordinary people? Is this what you call ordinary? Li Chun pondered. It appears that she is indeed the esteemed one. Mou let out a wry smile and spoke. Mother, what are you saying? Li Xingyue looked at her in confusion. Before the fall of the Yu family, the esteemed one sensed the presence of an immortal king in the true spirit realm. Therefore, he dispatched us to gather information. It seems that the immortal king in question is none other than the esteemed one's daughter. Mou sighed helplessly. We had been on high alert regarding this matter. Who would have thought? All this commotion was caused by the esteemed one's daughter. If the esteemed one were to find out, I wonder how grateful he would be. Mou mused, suddenly eager to see Ling'er's reaction when she encounters by Yunyan in the Forbidden Sea. It must be quite a spectacle. Sister, parents, is mother inside? Suddenly, Ling'er's voice rang out. Li Chun and Mou followed her gaze, their faces displaying astonishment once more. They had arrived at the Forbidden Sea so swiftly. Indeed. Esteemed one, the palace of the revered Lord lies within. Do hurry, for the Lord has missed you dearly. Mou nodded in response. Chapter 78. Are you quite arrogant? However, there appears to be no one inside. Ling'er tilted her head, gazing at the Forbidden Sea, her delicate face etched with confusion. No one? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately settling on the couple, Li Chun and Mou. They were aware that Ling'er would not speak falsely. If she claimed there was no one present, then indeed there must be none. That is impossible. The Lord has always been in the Forbidden Sea. Li Chun declared with unwavering conviction, meeting the gazes of the others. Observing his demeanor, the crowd understood he was not deceiving them. Ling'er, let us first venture inside and ascertain the truth, suggested Li Xingyue. Ling'er nodded, taking her first steps into the depths of the Forbidden Sea, with Li Xingyue and the others following closely behind. As they traversed the space, it was precisely as Li Chun and his wife had described. Chaotic spatial turbulence filled the area. It resembled a mirror riddled with fractures, suspended over an endless abyss. A moment's inattention could lead one to plummet into the profound darkness below. Cracks were omnipresent, and at times, gusts of wind would whip through, causing a stinging sensation against their skin. Li Xingyue, the weakest among them, was certain that had she entered this realm alone, her fate would be sealed. Fortunately, Ling'er led the way, unaffected by the spatial storms and turbulence. The wood spirit and the others were similarly unscathed. Moments later, they beheld the palace that Li Chun and his wife had mentioned. Like a primordial behemoth lying in the depths of the forbidden sea, suppressing some ominous force, the palace looms large, ancient, and magnificent. Its bronze-hued exterior appears as though it has been cast from a colossal mass of bronze. Intricate carvings of various creatures adorn the columns, rendered with lifelike precision that captivates the heart. Yet, at this moment, the palace stands in a state of partial collapse. Several supporting columns have shattered, resulting in the roof's downfall. Surrounding it, numerous bronze fragments hover in the void. How could this be? The faces of Li Chun and his wife turned pale. It was evident from the half-collapsed bronze hall that a fierce battle had erupted here, one that seemed to be exceptionally brutal. Beneath the bronze ruins lay incomplete corpses, each exuding an aura that was utterly chilling. They were no doubt formidable beings from the realm of immortals. Some of these figures were known to Li Chun and his wife, while others were strangers. Could it be that an unforeseen calamity befell this place after our departure? Mou spoke, his expression one of disbelief. Li Xingyue and the others also bore grim faces. After such difficulty in locating this place, how could it have come to this? Sister, where are our parents? Ling'er asked, her gaze sweeping the area before settling on Li Chun and his wife. In response to her sorrowful look, Li Chun and his wife were momentarily at a loss for words. Little sovereign, we have not deceived you. The sovereign indeed practiced here before. As for why it has come to this, we are equally in the dark. During this time, we have been gathering information in Zhangzhou, only to be ensnared by Captain Yang and used as bait. Li Chun replied with a wry smile after a moment's pause. Since Ling'er appeared on the ancient battlefield and was believed to be a visitor from the immortal spirit realm, the couple has been dispatched by Bai Yunyan to investigate. Furthermore, rumors have circulated in Zhangzhou that Ji Sun is the immortal king. In other words, the couple has not returned here for at least 10 to 15 days. What transpired during that time remains a mystery. Ouyang Tianxian undoubtedly possesses knowledge of the situation. Suddenly, Li Xingyue spoke up. While within the sky-covering bowl, Ouyang Tianxian had claimed that Ling'er could not possibly meet Bai Yunyan. It is evident now that he must know something to have made such a statement. With her reminder, the others also began to realize. Indeed, Ouyang Tianxian is not only one of Bai Yunyan's 20 great leaders, but also a person of the Immortal Emperor. Regardless of the context, his status is undeniably significant. He certainly knows something. With a hum, the space trembled, and the small gourd flew out, simultaneously releasing the suppressed Ouyang Tianxian. Ha ha ha, little girl, I told you, you cannot meet Bai Yunyan, he mocked, surveying his surroundings with a scornful grin. Observing his arrogant demeanor, everyone clenched their fists in anger. Quickly tell me, where is my mother? Ling'er glared furiously at Ouyang Tianxian and demanded. Heh, in your dreams. Ouyang Tianxian sneered. He has personally experienced the terror of Ling'er. If such a being were to stand with Bai Yunyan, it would spell disaster for the immortal spirit realm. How could he possibly allow her to approach Bai Yunyan? You old fool, you are pushing us. At that moment, the alchemy cauldron also emerged. What can you do to me? Search my soul. Ah, the cauldron of immortals. Before my reincarnation, I was at least a sage of celestial cultivation. Do you think you can probe into my soul? To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the Dark Emperor had previously established restrictions within my consciousness. Ouyang Tianxian scoffed, casting a triumphant glance at the small gourd. His reincarnation was not the result of being vanquished by others, but rather a command from the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor was well aware that Bai Yunyan was the catalyst for destiny. Only when the time was ripe would the opportunity for divinity unveil itself. Thus, he had been scheming, covertly monitoring Bai Yunyan's every move. As a mere piece on the chessboard orchestrated by the Dark Emperor, Ouyang Tianxian understood the necessity of vigilance. After all, should Bai Yunyan discover that he was merely biding his time for a grand catch, as her sworn adversary, she would certainly not be easily manipulated. Hence, to safeguard his fishing plan from exposure, the Dark Emperor had implanted restrictions within each of his pawns. He was, after all, the Dark Emperor, a long-revered figure in the celestial spirit realm, the foremost being of the present age. Ouyang Tianxian recognized that the small gourd was indeed a genuine artifact. However, without the impetus of a formidable force, what could a true artifact achieve? The Dark Emperor was no ordinary celestial sovereign. Thus, he confidently asserted that the small gourd could not perform a soul probe on him. The small gourd buzzed and emitted a stream of light that penetrated the center of Ouyang Tianquan's forehead. Feudal, what does it matter if you are a genuine artifact? Without a powerful force to activate it, it is at best comparable to an ordinary celestial sovereign. The Dark Emperor is no ordinary celestial sovereign. Ouyang Tianquan sneered derisively, fully aware that the small gourd was attempting to delve into his soul. However, the restrictions imposed by the Dark Sky Emperor are not easily shattered, even by formidable forces wielding true artifacts. Moments later, the small gourd retracted its beam of light, vibrating twice in a low hum, evidently returning in vain. I was aware of the events unfolding here, even knowing the whereabouts of Bai Yunyan. Yet, I chose to remain silent. What could you possibly do about it? Seeing this, Ouyang Tianquan became increasingly smug. Oh, you are rather arrogant, aren't you? The alchemy cauldron remarked with a hint of amusement. Li Xingyue, the wood spirit, and the old man in rags regarded Ouyang Tianquan with expressions akin to disbelief. For they all understood that the most potent treasure possessed by Ling'er was not the small gourd, but rather the magnificent red robe that even the gourd referred to as Big Sister. What does that mean? Ouyang Tianquan, caught off guard by their gazes, appeared bewildered. Big Sister? He echoed, his confusion deepening. Was there an even more powerful entity? Not only he, but even Li Chun and his wife wore expressions of perplexity. Buzz. As the words of the alchemy cauldron lingered in the air, the magnificent red robe draped over Ling'er soared forth. Upon seeing the robe, the small gourd, like a loyal subordinate, quietly retreated to the side. Meanwhile, Ouyang Tianquan stood utterly stunned, rendered speechless by the terrifying aura exuding from the red robe. What level of artifact is this? The aura it emanates rivals that of the Dark Sky Emperor, a figure of long-standing renown and profound legacy. How can this be? Who are you? Who on earth are you? Ouyang Tianquan was on the verge of madness. This was utterly absurd. Not only did he possess a genuine divine artifact, but now an even more terrifying magical treasure had appeared. In that moment, Ouyang Tianquan began to doubt whether the little girl, Ling'er, hailed from a realm even more exalted than the immortal spirit world. After all, how could a mere 4- or 5-year-old child possess such an array of formidable treasures? Even the progeny of the Yin Emperor lacked such artifacts. Was she still audacious? Let her show me her arrogance once more. The alchemy cauldron chuckled, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, as though all these possessions belonged to it alone. Impossible. How could such an existence exist in this world? I refuse to believe it. Ouyang Tianquan appeared to suffer a blow, as if besieged by inner demons, murmuring to himself. There was no way around it. Everything was utterly shattering his understanding. The immortal spirit world did not possess a single genuine divine artifact, yet Ling'er had one. Now, an existence even more fearsome than a divine artifact had emerged. One could assert that Ling'er's entire life's essence could allow her to traverse the immortal spirit world with ease. Of course, the most terrifying aspect was that she was the daughter of Bai Yunyan. At that moment, Ouyang Tianquan began to mourn for the Yin Emperor. How had he managed to provoke such a being? Just a single daughter was already so formidable. One could only wonder how powerful the true master behind her must be. Bai Yunyan. Was she truly a being that one could dare to provoke in the immortal spirit world? The scarlet robe wasted no time and immediately struck at Ouyang Tianquan. A beam of red light shot forth, piercing into his brow. Buzz. In an instant, the space above Ouyang Tianquan twisted, and a vague silhouette materialized out of thin air, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying aura. As if an invincible entity capable of suppressing the ages had emerged, under that terrifying aura, not only were Li Xingyue and her companions rendered motionless, but even the alchemy cauldron was held in a state of immobility. Who are you? Who dares to disturb me? A resounding voice erupted from the figure. A simple phrase akin to the pronouncement of the heavenly Tao, resonating with profound truth. It left Li Xingyue and her group in a daze. Were it not for the protection of the little gourd, such a straightforward declaration could have shattered their souls into oblivion. With a hum, the great red robe spared no words, unleashing a torrent of crimson light towards the restraint set by the Dark Sky Emperor. Humph! The Dark Sky Emperor scoffed, extending his hand to swat at the great red robe. Beneath that colossal palm, the very fabric of space fractured, producing a cacophony of sharp cracks. Numerous areas transformed into bottomless abysses of darkness. As the current Emperor of Heaven, the Dark Sky Emperor's might was terrifying, even when merely dealing with restraint. His actions could still wreak havoc upon the world. Indeed, the power of the Dark Sky Emperor was formidable. If it were solely reliant on Brother Gourd, it might truly struggle to withstand such force. Protected by Little Gourd, the alchemy cauldron spoke up, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Little Gourd did not contest this, effectively confirming it. The Dark Sky Emperor, as an ancient being, was beyond its capacity to confront, unless one could summon the strength of an Immortal Emperor. Perhaps then a battle could be waged. The Dark Sky Emperor was undoubtedly powerful, that was beyond dispute. However, the Great Red Robe was not to be underestimated. In response to the descending colossal hand, a terrifying crimson radiance erupted, saturating the heavens in blood-red hues. Then, to the astonishment of Xingyue and her companions, that vast crimson light coalesced into a spear adorned with red tassels. As the space trembled, the red spear surged forth with an overwhelming force toward the colossal palm. A thunderous crash echoed, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy. Wherever this energy passed, the fabric of space began to collapse in layers, revealing vast expanses of void and darkness. The small gourd radiated divine light, fiercely protecting Ling'er and her companions. After a prolonged moment, the terrifying wave finally dissipated, and the surroundings of Ling'er and the others transformed dramatically. The grand hall had been reduced to dust, and the space was riddled with vast voids. It can be said that this clash nearly turned the entire area into nothingness. Had it not been for the protection of the small gourd, none of them would have survived. After the strike, the Crimson Robe emerged victorious. For, despite the formidable strength of the Emperor of Yin, at this moment, he was merely a remnant of a barrier, akin to a strike preserved within Ouyang Tianquan's body, not an embodiment of true spirit. Were it any other individual facing that blow, survival would have been virtually impossible. Even an ordinary Immortal Emperor would have to pay a price. Yet, the Crimson Robe was a terrifying entity that surpassed the small gourd. It was Ling'er's most intimate talisman and her most powerful trump card. How could a mere strike from the Emperor of Yin possibly pose a threat? Observing the shattered figure of the Emperor of Yin, Ouyang Tianxin was engulfed in utter despair. At that moment, his gaze toward Ling'er transformed. It was no longer one of mockery or disdain, nor was it one of respect, but rather one of dread. Now, in his heart, he could only perceive Ling'er as a being of sheer terror, an unimaginable horror. How could she be so impervious to even the strike of the Emperor of Yin? What manner of existence was she? From whence did she originate? He knew that his demise was inevitable today. Could she perhaps grant him an understanding before he met his end? What is her true origin? And who is the person behind her? Ouyang Tianxin took a deep breath and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Perhaps he never imagined that he would meet his demise. And in a realm as perilous as the true spirit world, which only reached the threshold of calamity. Her origin? Merely a small village, replied the alchemy cauldron. Ouyang Tianquan's face immediately reflected a look of incredulity. A small village? Which humble abode could possibly give rise to such a formidable entity? As for the individual behind her, well, aren't you all in pursuit of the opportunity to attain divinity? The alchemy cauldron continued. It has now become evident that Ming is indeed the divine opportunity sought after by the likes of the Emperor of Yin. Could it be that her father hails from the so-called divine realm? Ouyang Tianxin spoke slowly. There exists evidence within the immortal spirit realm that a more powerful and expansive world lies beyond. The semi-artifact in the hands of the Emperor of Yin serves as the finest testament to this. The higher-ups of the immortal spirit realm refer to that world as the divine realm. Who knows, perhaps? The alchemy cauldron remarked. As for Ming's origins, it too was unaware, only recognizing that he is astonishingly remarkable, to the point of shattering conventional understanding. Buzz. At that moment, the great red robe quivered, and a beam of red light penetrated Ouyang Tianquan's brow. Subsequently, a luminous veil appeared in the eyes of Xingyue and the others, revealing a panorama of Ouyang Tianquan's memories. Chapter 80. Does the master still recall the annihilation of the Phoenix clan? As they gazed upon Ouyang Tianquan's memories, the group quickly grasped the situation. The Emperor of Yin had dispatched someone to take action. To be precise, he had grown impatient waiting. As for the reason, in Ouyang Tianquan's memory, it has been several million years since the Emperor of Yin ascended to the status of a celestial sovereign. Now, his lifespan is dwindling. He has consumed all the longevity elixirs that have appeared in the immortal spirit realm. Thus, he is in urgent need of an opportunity to break through to the divine realm. Only by achieving this breakthrough can he transcend the limitations of his lifespan and extend his existence further. However, waiting indefinitely for Bai Yun Smoke is not an option for him. He is uncertain when this so-called divine opportunity will manifest. Will it be in 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 1,000,000? This timeline is fraught with uncertainty. The little time he has left cannot sustain such prolonged waiting. Consequently, he has dispatched beings from the immortal realm to take action against Bai Yun Smoke, hoping to force her into a desperate situation and see if the divine opportunity would reveal itself. After all, opportunities in the realm of cultivation often arise in moments of life and death for the fated. Additionally, there is another reason. The Emperor of Yin fears that if he does not act soon, Bai Yun Smoke may grow suspicious and uncover his scheme. This is precisely why the Forbidden Sea was destroyed. You seem quite ambitious, aware of the young master's existence yet revealing nothing to either side. The alchemy cauldron remarked to Ouyang Tianxin after perusing his memories. It is evident that upon learning of the existence of Ling'er, Ouyang Tianxin chose not to report it to the Emperor of Yin, nor did he inform Bai Yun Smoke. It is not difficult to surmise that he intends to capture Ling'er as a trump card to secure a breakthrough to the divine realm. Unfortunately, what Ouyang Tianxin failed to anticipate was, Ling'er possesses not only a genuine divine artifact, but also the formidable treasure known as the Great Red Robe. Ultimately, she finds herself in a predicament of total loss. Ambition? Can one truly be considered human without ambition? Ouyang Tianxin kneels despondently upon the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips as he speaks. Before anyone can respond, he continues, people strive for heights, just as water flows downward. If an opportunity to transcend one's station arises, who would dare to let it slip away? Throughout the ages, there have been none who willingly accept a life of mediocrity, trampled underfoot. In response to his words, the refiner's cauldron offers no contradiction. Observing this, the small gourd promptly absorbs Ouyang Tianxin. As for the Great Red Robe, it returns to Ling'er. Sister, where should we search for mother now? Ling'er inquires, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Upon hearing this, the others find themselves at a loss for words, for within Ouyang Tianxuan's memories, there lies no trace of Bai Yunyin's whereabouts. In other words, the clue has been severed. Presently, they remain unaware of Bai Yunyin's ultimate destination. What can be assured is her continued existence, for in the eyes of the shadow heavenly emperor, the chance to break through to the true divine realm has yet to materialize. As long as that opportunity remains elusive, Bai Yunyin's safety is guaranteed. The sole dilemma now is where to commence their search. We could head to the shifting sands inn, Li Chun suddenly suggests. The gazes of the group turn towards him. The shifting sands inn, in fact, serves as a place for the esteemed master to cultivate and gather resources. It falls under the jurisdiction of another leader. As long as the shifting sands inn exists, we should be able to establish contact with the master, Li Chun explains, meeting the gazes of the others. Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes instantly brightened. The flowing sand inn is, after all, one of Bai Yunyin's strongholds. As long as it remains unscathed, there is still a means of communication with Bai Yunyin. Let us venture there, the alchemy sage concurred. At present, the flowing sand inn is indeed the only path available. Meanwhile, in the celestial spirit realm, within the majestic halls of the heavenly emperor's palace, there exists a secluded paradise, bathed in sunlight. A quaint bamboo cottage stands resolutely atop a flattened hill. In front of the cottage lies a courtyard, home to a towering tree that appears to have lived for countless millennia. Beneath this ancient tree reclines an elderly man with graying hair and beard. Resting in a wicker chair, his eyes closed in tranquil repose. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the foliage, casting a warm glow upon the myriad wrinkles of his face, adding an air of serene twilight to his countenance. Suddenly, a calm yet authoritative voice filled with suspicion reverberated through the air. The old man reclining in the chair slowly opened his eyes. Have the restrictions on the pieces been shattered? He murmured to himself. As he spoke, he reached out and gently swept his hand through the void before him. Instantly, the fabric of space began to undulate, revealing a go-board suspended in the air. This board was not tangible, but appeared somewhat ethereal, as if etched by some unique energy. Upon the board lay a collection of black stones, each emitting a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, every stone bore an inscribed name. Yet, amidst the multitude of black stones, one had grown dim, as if it had succumbed to an utter silence. Kanchi Sheng? Has something befallen him? The heavenly emperor observed the dimmed stone, a slight frown creasing his brow. Has Bai Yunyin discovered it? Impossible. With Bai Yunyin's current prowess, he could never breach my restraints. Confusion clouded his face as he muttered to himself. Although the constraints he had imposed on those pieces were merely an extension of his own offensive capabilities in the vast realm of the immortal spirits, the Dark Emperor possessed immense confidence that no one could withstand them. At this moment, he truly stood as an unparalleled entity atop the pinnacle of the immortal spirit realm. After all, Bai Yunyin had already reincarnated, leaving him without rivals in this realm. How curious! Who could possibly possess the strength to unravel my restraints? The Dark Emperor pondered deeply. My lord. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared beside the Dark Emperor, cloaked in shadows. His stature and visage remained obscured, but his voice unmistakably revealed him to be a man. The holy seer, Ouyang Tian, has fallen. The robed figure continued. I am aware. The Dark Emperor replied nonchalantly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. What perplexes me is who in this world possesses the capability to dismantle my restraints. His gaze deepened as he fixed it on the horizon, contemplating. The robed figure seemed to lapse into contemplation as well, remaining silent. After all, The Dark Emperor was the strongest being in existence. The constraints he had set were formidable enough that even an ordinary Immortal Emperor would struggle to breach them, let alone in the realm of true spirits where the pieces resided. It could be him. Suddenly, the robed figure appeared to have an epiphany. The gaze of the Emperor of Shadows shifted towards him, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Do you still recall the one who annihilated the Phoenix clan? Under his scrutiny, the figure in the black robe spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Shadows narrowed his eyes. Are you insinuating that this mysterious entity resides within the true spirit realm? The Emperor inquired with a composed voice. He was well aware of the Phoenix clan's destruction. As they were a formidable race within the immortal spirit realm, one of the 5 primordial clans among the demon races, the strength of their entire lineage was exceptionally robust, capable of ranking among the top 5 even amongst the human races. Particularly noteworthy was the Phoenix clan's progenitor, though merely at the half-step Immortal Emperor level. The terrifying Nirvana flames they wielded could contend even against ordinary Immortal Emperors. Yet, such a powerful race was obliterated overnight. This incident stirred considerable commotion within the immortal spirit realm, with many attributing the act to the Emperor of Shadows himself. However, upon receiving this news, even he was taken aback. During his fierce battle with Bai Yunyan, he had already paid a heavy price. Even deploying a semi-artifact could not account for the overnight extermination of the Phoenix clan. Consequently, he had dispatched individuals to investigate, and the results left him utterly astounded. The progenitor of the Phoenix had long been captured alive, and for reasons unknown, that individuals subsequently decimated the Phoenix clan, leading to its annihilation. In other words, the destruction of the Phoenix clan was not the handiwork of a formidable force, but rather the deed of a single individual. An individual who single-handedly eradicated the Phoenix clan in a single night. Such a terrifying existence could not be allowed to persist in the realm. Yet regrettably, after years of clandestine investigation, no leads have surfaced. It seems only he possesses the strength to breach your master's restrictions. The figure in the black robe nodded slightly and spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Shadow Heavens also grew solemn. Indeed, it is quite remarkable that such a mysterious entity was capable of capturing the Phoenix ancestor and annihilating the Phoenix clan overnight. Breaking his restrictions is hardly surprising. However, what remains unknown is whether this enigmatic being is friend or foe. Presently, he is making moves against his pieces in the true spirit realm. The Emperor pondered, his expression turning increasingly grim. If this opponent has also set his sights on the divine opportunities, it would be exceedingly dire news for him. At this moment, he is yet to recover from his injuries, and the adversary is both powerful and mysterious. The Emperor of the Shadow Heavens felt no assurance of victory. Where is Bai Yunyan now? He inquired after a moment of contemplation. She is amidst the chaos sea of the realm. The figure in the black robe immediately replied. What a choice of location. Every effort is being made to prevent her from re-entering the true spirit realm. The Emperor scoffed. As long as Bai Yunyan is not in the true spirit realm, it is manageable. The immortal spirit realm is my domain. In the immortal spirit realm, I possess not only the trump card of the semi-divine artifact but also the foundational power of the immortal spirit realm as my backup. With these 2 advantages, I am confident I can confront that mysterious powerhouse without facing defeat. Furthermore, I shall instruct the pieces in the true spirit realm to investigate this enigmatic being. I am eager to discover his true identity. The Emperor of the Shadow Heavens continued. Understood. The figure in the black robe acknowledged before retreating. Alas, the sun is setting, the Emperor said, reclining in his chair and gazing at the sun on the horizon with a sense of wistfulness. Unbeknownst to them, after exiting the Forbidden Sea, Ling'er and her companions did not linger in Xingyue, but proceeded directly to the ancient battlefield. Under the terrifying speed of Ling'er, they swiftly arrived at the marketplace of the ancient battlefield. The marketplace remained unchanged, just as before. However, a sigh of relief escaped their lips upon discovering that the Liashin was still in operation. Upon spotting Ling'er, Mo, the second-in-command of the inn, was momentarily taken aback. Why has this little lady returned once again? He mused. Hello, old grandpa. It's been a while, Ling'er greeted cheerfully, wearing her tiger hat. Mo could only manage a wry smile in response. I truly wish to see you again, he thought to himself, as his gaze fell unexpectedly upon the old man in the hemp robe. What is going on? Why is this old fellow still following this little girl? What are you staring at? Your master has arrived. Should you not offer your hospitality? The old man remarked, meeting Mo's gaze. Upon hearing this, a flurry of question marks erupted in Mo's mind. Master. He glanced between the old man and Ling'er, utterly speechless. Goodness. She certainly knows how to cling to powerful figures, he reflected, before turning to Ling'er with a jovial smile. Young one, please, come inside. Bring the finest beast's milk. Before long, they settled within a private room. Grandpa, where has mother gone? Xiaoling'o inquired directly, sipping her beast milk. The question left Xingyue momentarily bewildered. Didn't she go to Zhongzhou? He responded, somewhat at a loss. Enough, old man. Summon your celestial leader, the old man in the coarse robe stated bluntly. You. Upon hearing this, Xingyue's expression shifted dramatically. Take a look at this, Li Chun interjected suddenly, producing a token and placing it upon the table. The token was a deep emerald green, adorned with intricate patterns, at its center inscribed with the character Jia. The Jia district? Xingyue glanced at the token, his brow furrowing. Indeed. She is the little sovereign, Li Chun affirmed, casting a glance at the young girl, Ling'er, who was drinking beast milk. Xingyue, bewildered, found his mind flooded with questions. Little sovereign, what does that mean? He inquired, feeling somewhat dazed. Isn't it quite simple? The mother your master is seeking is none other than the sovereign's sovereign. Do you understand? The old man chuckled. By the heavens! Xingyue was momentarily rendered speechless, staring incredulously at Ling'er, the daughter of the sovereign. This. For a moment, he felt utterly perplexed. Which celestial authority do you represent? Are they still around? Li Chun continued the inquiry. It is the mouse leader. He is not present at the moment. He has gone to deliver cultivation resources to the sovereign. After casting a deep glance at Ling'er, Xingyue replied, astounded. He never could have imagined that Ling'er was indeed the daughter of the sovereign. The very mother that had been sought after was the superior of his own superior. This implied that the mouse leader still maintained contact with the lady sovereign. Do you know the location of the mistress? The wood spirit remarked, its eyes gleaming with curiosity. Xingyue's attention was finally drawn to it. My goodness! Upon closer inspection, he was struck with astonishment. Wasn't this the terrifying entity from the depths of the ancient battlefield? How is it here now? His thoughts became a whirlwind of confusion. Speak. The wood spirit urged, noticing his silence with a gentle huff. Yes, Xingyue snapped back to reality, nodding eagerly. The others sighed in relief. At this moment, the Sandin was their only lead. If this connection were to sever, they would be utterly lost in their quest to help little Ling'er find her mother. The commander has returned. Suddenly, Xingyue declared. The commander has returned? The wood spirit and the others' eyes brightened at the news. Currently, the mouse commander was the only individual they knew capable of contacting Bai Yunyan. In other words, the mouse commander was their most crucial link to finding Bai Yunyan. The wood spirit and the others turned their gaze towards the rear, yet they found nothing, no sign of life, not even an animal. Commander, this is the daughter of the esteemed one, Xingyue spoke, his gaze inadvertently landing on the shadow of the elder in the burlap robe. At this, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers, their eyes drawn to the shadow of the elder. Oh, the daughter of the esteemed one? A somewhat ominous voice echoed. Then they witnessed the shadow of the elder begin to move autonomously, as if something were attempting to emerge from within it. Moments later, a figure emerged into the view of Li Xingyue and her companions, aptly embodying his name. His beady eyes, diminutive nose, and sharply defined cheekbones evoked an impression of a cunning and shifty character. Additionally, his stature was rather unimposing. He stood just a head taller than the petite Ling'er. However, one must not judge a book by its cover. Li Xingyue and her companions held this mouse leader in high regard, fully aware of the terrifying prowess that lay beneath his unassuming exterior. They believed that if he were to launch a covert assassination against them, barring Ling'er, none would escape alive. Wow, little old man! Ling'er exclaimed, her round eyes wide with curiosity as she scrutinized the mouse leader, who was only marginally taller than herself, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Upon hearing her words, the mouse leader approached Ling'er, sniffing her intently with a furrowed brow. Could it be that she truly bore the bloodline of the esteemed one? He stroked the scant few strands of his goatee, a mix of astonishment and bewilderment coloring his expression. Leader, is she truly the daughter of the esteemed one? Xingyue asked. Disbelief etched across his face as he glanced at Ling'er, taken aback. Indeed, the essence of the esteemed one's bloodline was unmistakably present. The mouse leader nodded, his gaze fixed on Ling'er, incredulity evident on his face. The revelation of the esteemed one having a daughter was akin to a seismic shock for anyone, especially for those entangled with Bai Yunyan. This, Xingyue stammered, utterly astounded. So, she is truly the little esteemed one. Hee. You are a sky thief mouse, aren't you? Little Ling'er gazed at the mouse commander with a cheerful smile and spoke. The mouse commander, upon hearing her, was both astonished and shocked, his expression reflecting an incredulous disbelief. How could she discern his true form at a single glance? The celestial thief mouse? Li Xingyue instinctively interjected. Yes, indeed, the celestial thief mouse, she affirmed. My master mentioned that the celestial thief mouse is a remarkably mystical being. They possess a supernatural ability known as heaven's concealment, allowing them to blend into shadows and hide in any dark corner. My master also recounted that the celestial thief mouse was once extraordinarily powerful, yet their entire clan was annihilated for pilfering an item they should not have taken. Little Ling'er, adorned with a tiger head hat, nodded as she elaborated. The mouse commander, upon hearing this, felt a slight twitch in his facial muscles. Little Ling'er spoke the truth. Their clan had indeed been exterminated for their transgression. The perpetrator was none other than Bai Yunyan. Had it not been for the blood oath sworn by the celestial thief mouse clan, pledging to serve Bai Yunyan for generations to come, they would have long ceased to exist. However, what surprised him most was that little Ling'er was aware of her clan's history. Given that this event occurred several hundred millennia ago, few knew of it in the immortal spirit realm, let alone in the true spirit realm. Are you truly the daughter of the esteemed one? Do not mistake my suspicion for distrust. The current circumstances of the esteemed one are quite dire. The mouse commander pondered aloud. Did you not sense the matriarchal bloodline within the young master? Can that possibly be fabricated? The voice of the refining immortal cauldron resounded. And as it spoke, it had already floated to perch upon little Ling'er's shoulder. The celestial king's artifact. The commander of the mice's countenance immediately darkened. As one of the 12 celestial leaders under Bai Yunyan, his knowledge naturally surpassed that of others. Thus, he discerned the grade of the alchemical celestial cauldron at a glance. Pray tell, where is the mistress now? The alchemical celestial cauldron, disinterested and unnecessary banner, asked directly. Upon hearing this, the mouse commander fell into deep contemplation. He glanced at the alchemical celestial cauldron and then at Xiao Ling'er, seemingly weighing something in his mind. What? Do you doubt the identity of the young master? The alchemical celestial cauldron, noticing his prolonged silence, reprimanded him. Speak quickly, where is my mother? If you do not speak, Xiao Ling'er interjected, hands on her hips. Her tone fierce yet innocent. At this point, it appeared she was at a loss for a more menacing threat. After a lengthy pause, she finally declared, If you don't speak, I shall pluck your whiskers. At this remark, the gathered individuals struggled to stifle their laughter, having anticipated a more fearsome threat from Xiao Ling'er, only to be met with the whimsical notion of whisker plucking. The mouse commander, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. It is not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, the current situation of the esteemed one is quite precarious. Being the daughter of the esteemed one, should she seek him out, she would inevitably attract attention and become a vulnerability. He smiled gently, offering an explanation. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. No matter. As long as you inform us of the mistress's whereabouts or escort the young master to her, that suffices. The alchemical celestial cauldron replied nonchalantly. With the little gourd and its companions present, Xiao Ling'er could essentially traverse the celestial spirit realm unimpeded. The only concern was the Emperor of Overcast Days. However, with the might of that great crimson robe, the alchemy cauldron estimated that even if it could not contend with the Emperor of Een, safeguarding little Ling'er should pose no challenge. Furthermore, their intention was merely to escort little Ling'er to meet Bai Yunyan. As long as they avoid the watchful eyes of the Emperor of Een and conceal little Ling'er's true identity, it is unlikely that he would take the initiative to strike. Evading detection is not a daunting task for the group of little gourd. The master is currently in the Chaos Sea. As for accompanying you, I am unable to do so. As one of the resources for the master's cultivation, I am already a thorn in the side of the Emperor of Een. If I were to join you, it would yield the opposite effect, drawing you into his line of sight. After a moment of contemplation, Commander Mouse spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from their group, no one else knows that little Ling'er is Bai Yunyan's daughter. In other words, even if they were to boldly appear before the Emperor's subordinates, they would merely be perceived as passers-by. Bringing Commander Mouse along would complicate matters further. In the Chaos Sea, the alchemy cauldron replied with a tone tinged with gravity. Chapter 83. What expression will the master have upon meeting the little master? Senior, is there something amiss in this location? Xingyue inquired further, while the others cast their gazes upon the alchemy cauldron. Except for Commander Mouse. The rest were denizens of the true spirit realm and were naturally filled with profound curiosity regarding the affairs of the immortal spirit realm. The Chaos Sea serves as a gathering place for scattered immortals from the immortal spirit realm, situated at the confluence of several worlds. The atmosphere is rife with peril and a chilling sense of foreboding. Those who dwell there are nothing short of ruthless and malevolent individuals. The realm of chaos, as it was known in my time, has long existed. Whispers abound that the realm of chaos may be a shard of a world even more formidable than the celestial spirit realm. The alchemical cauldron of immortality elucidated slowly. A shard more powerful than the celestial spirit realm? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others were taken aback. The celestial spirit realm is already an unattainable domain for them, let alone a realm of superior strength. Since you are aware of the realm of chaos, you must also know the way there. I shan't accompany you, declared the rat commander, issuing a clear dismissal. It seemed he wished for Ling'er and her companions to vacate the sands of time expeditiously, such as the nature of rats. The alchemical cauldron of immortality remarked with a hint of disdain. The rat commander's eagerness for them to depart was likely due to a fear that Ling'er's identity might be uncovered by the minions of the Shadow Emperor, leading to dire consequences. His cautious demeanor indeed embodied the saying, as timid as a mouse. Naturally, the alchemical cauldron of immortality had no intention of lingering any longer. Let us proceed to the realm of chaos, he stated. With that, he vanished from the sight of the gathering. Let us go find Mother, Ling'er exclaimed cheerfully, already bouncing towards the exit of the sands of time. The others followed suit. Soon, the spacious private chamber was left with only the rat commander and Emo. Could that little girl truly be the esteemed princess? Emo pondered, gazing in the direction of their departure, still grappling with disbelief. There is no mistaking it. She is indeed the daughter of the esteemed one. The air was thick with the potent aura of the esteemed bloodline, a trait reserved solely for the offspring of the revered. The rodent commander nodded knowingly. However, what was truly terrifying was the cultivation level of the young master. Do you comprehend the extent of the young master's cultivation? Before Emo could utter a word, it continued, cultivation? Emo shook his head vigorously. He was utterly oblivious to the cultivation level of the little spirit. He only knew that there seemed to be no one she could not overcome. It's the cultivation of an immortal king, the rodent commander declared solemnly. What? Upon hearing this, Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face instantly reflecting shock and incredulity. Having worked under the rodent commander for several years, he was well aware of the realms of immortality. An immortal king. Such a being was extraordinarily formidable within the realm of the immortal spirits. The little spirit was actually an immortal king. You can't be serious. An immortal king? How old is she? Emo exclaimed, swallowing hard. The little spirit was merely 4 or 5 years old. A 4 or 5-year-old immortal king. If you told a dog this, it would roll its eyes in disbelief. He muttered to himself. In any case, he could not believe that a child of such a tender age could possess the cultivation of an immortal king, for it was simply preposterous. Make no mistake, she undoubtedly possesses the cultivation of an immortal king. Not to mention you, even my worldview has been completely overturned. The rodent commander cast a glance at Emo and spoke. What Emo was unaware of was the extent of his own shock upon realizing the little spirit's cultivation. An immortal king at the age of 4 or 5 had never been recorded in the annals of the human race within the realm of the immortal spirits. Yet here he was, witnessing it firsthand. The feeling of astonishment was akin to encountering one's illustrious ancestor in broad daylight. Once again, a definitive answer was received. Emo, much like his name, fell into silence. Were it not for his understanding of the existence of the rat commander, he might have uttered a scathing remark. There was something even more terrifying. The rat commander spoke again. Something more terrifying? Emo looked at him in confusion. The father of the young master. Under Mo's puzzled gaze, the rat commander slowly began to speak. The young master has never mentioned anything regarding his daughter. It seems that the young master has always lived alongside his father. In other words, the formidable cultivation of the young master as a celestial sovereign is undoubtedly supported by his father's aid. Otherwise, even with extraordinary talent, without sufficient strength and ample cultivation resources, it would be impossible for someone of such a young age to possess the cultivation of a celestial sovereign. After silently absorbing this information, Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. The saying goes that it is difficult for a skillful cook to make a meal without rice. For cultivators, while innate talent is indeed important, it is the availability of cultivation resources that ultimately determines future achievements. Without an ample supply of resources, even with exceptional innate talent, true success remains elusive. Take Bai Yin. For instance, as a former celestial emperor, his cultivation talent is unquestionable. Yet, is he not still constrained by a lack of cultivation resources? And as for Ling'er, possessing the cultivation of a celestial sovereign at such a tender age, the resources required for her development must surely be beyond the reach of the average person. Therefore, in comparison to Ling'er's accomplishments, it is her nurturer who represents the most formidable presence. What origins does the father of the young master possess? Emo inquired. We do not know. Had the young master not sought us out, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that he has a daughter. However, it is certain that the father of the young master is a figure far more terrifying than the master himself, even before his reincarnation. The rat commander spoke with unwavering conviction. What? Emo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at him, a look of disbelief plastered on his face, as if questioning whether the rat commander truly comprehended his own words. He was aware of the identity of the master prior to his reincarnation, one of the 2 great emperors of the immortal spirit realm, a being who truly stood at the pinnacle of existence. Now, the rat commander claimed there exists a being several times more formidable, Who would dare to believe such a notion? Disbelief aside, cultivating a powerful immortal king, let alone an immortal emperor, is no easy feat. Yet, the father of the young master managed to cultivate him into an immortal king by the tender age of 4 or 5. Such an ability is beyond what even the master could achieve before his reincarnation. The rat commander glanced at him and slowly elaborated. Does this not imply that the father of the young master is a terrifying powerhouse surpassing even the immortal emperors? Qin Mo's eyes widened further as he spoke. Is there truly such a being in this world, one that surpasses the immortal emperors? It is hard to say, but one thing is certain. The rat commander shook his head with an enigmatic smile. Qin Mo looked at him, perplexed. If such a being exists, the outcome of the struggle between the master and the emperor of the dark sky would undoubtedly favor the master. As he spoke, the rat commander's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Indeed, Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with realization. Whoever emerges victorious between the emperor of the dark sky and Bai Yunyan shall become the sovereign of the immortal spirit realm. Should Bai Yunyan prevail, the benefits for her subordinates are undoubtedly apparent. I surmise that even the esteemed one may be unaware of the formidable support she possesses. Otherwise, she would not be so fervently eager to restore her cultivation. I wonder how the esteemed one will react upon encountering the young esteemed one, remarked Commander Mouse with a mischievous grin. Chapter 84. The Chaotic Sea in the Beast City. Meanwhile, after departing from the Lu Xian, Ling'er and her companions found themselves at a crossroads. Li Chun and Mou expressed their desire to part ways, having wandered for the better part of their lives. And with their current low cultivation level, they felt unable to assist Bai Yunyan significantly. Thus, they yearned to return to Linglong Pavilion and enjoy the tranquility of their later years. After all, both of them had achieved the status of emperor and faced no rivals in the Xuanwu realm. Xingyue, since you have pledged to the young esteemed one, it would be wise to accompany her closely. Broadening your horizons with the young esteemed one could prove beneficial, Mou gently urged, grasping Li Xingyue's hand with warmth. Li Chun smiled in agreement from the side. Sister, will you accompany me to find mother? Ling'er gazed longingly at Li Xingyue, seemingly reluctant to let her go. It is understandable, as Li Xingyue was the first person she encountered after escaping the village, and she had grown quite dependent on her. Very well, dear parents. Do take care of yourselves. With a tender smile upon seeing Ling'er's big, round eyes, Li Xingyue acquiesced. Having spent so much time together, she felt a deep attachment. Rest assured, your mother and I are now in the mid-stage of Emperor Realm cultivation. After a while, both of us will undoubtedly break through to the late stage of the Emperor's realm. Together, we can contend even against formidable beings of the tribulation realm. Li Chun remarked with a subtle smile, exuding confidence. Mou nodded in agreement. Indeed, Li Xingyue, too, was unpretentious and responded affirmatively. Soon, under her gaze, the figures of the Li Chun couple swiftly vanished into the boundless desert. Sister, there is nothing to worry about. I'm here with you, little Ling'er said cheerfully, noticing Li Xingyue's slightly melancholic demeanor. As she spoke, her petite form wriggled like a playful kitten, burrowing into Li Xingyue's embrace. Looking down, Li Xingyue beheld a charming little figure adorned with a tiger head hat, moving adorably in her arms. A smile involuntarily graced her face. Be good, Ling'er, I'm perfectly fine. Come, let us go find your mother. As she spoke, she gently lifted little Ling'er. All right, let us find mother. Little Ling'er exclaimed joyfully, perched on her arm, bursting with excitement. What an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. This was the first impression that Li Xingyue, the wood spirit, and the elder in a hemp garment had of the world beyond the true spirit realm. At that moment, guided by the alchemy cauldron and led by little Ling'er, they had successfully traversed out of the true spirit realm and found themselves amidst a dense forest. Surrounding them were towering ancient trees, each seemingly having endured a millennium of growth. Senior, is this the Chaos Sea? Li Xingyue inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. The wood spirit and the elder in a hemp garment also wore expressions of curiosity. Indeed, this is the Chaos Sea. To be precise, it is one of the islands in the Chaotic Sea. The sound of the alchemy cauldron resonated. An island? The three of them, Li Xingyue included, furrowed their brows slightly. The Chaotic Sea is composed of numerous islands, each rising above the clouds. Currently, we find ourselves on the periphery of one such island, alchemy cauldron elucidated. Is that so? The trio pondered within themselves. They had initially assumed that the so-called Chaotic Sea, as the name implies, was a vast city built upon the ocean. Senior, how far is this place from Tianyun City? Li Xingyue inquired. Tianyun City is the precise location provided to them by the rat leader. This brings us to the layout of the Chaotic Sea. There are a total of 108 islands, categorized into 72 outer islands and 36 inner islands. The outer islands are named after the 72 terrestrial stars, while the inner islands are designated after the 36 celestial stars. Tianyan City should be situated on one of the 36 inner islands, known as Tianyan Island, Alchemy Cauldron explained with calm assurance. Is that so? The trio mused quietly. Furthermore, each of these 108 islands is governed by a despot. In the realm of the immortal spirits, these despots are referred to as Star Lords. Alchemy Cauldron continued. Star Lords? Senior, what is the cultivation level of these Star Lords? Xingyue asked with curiosity. I am not certain. In my era, Star Lords were at least of the Immortal King level. As for the current age, I cannot say, Alchemy Cauldron replied. Currently, it has been several 100,000 years since it existed in its era. Such an extensive passage of time is sufficient to transform countless aspects of existence. Upon awakening from its slumber, it was promptly captured by Lu Ming. Thus, it remains oblivious to the current state of the chaotic seas. First, let us ascertain our location on this island. I recall that there are large teleportation arrays among these 108 islands, the alchemical immortal cauldron stated once more. In response, Xingyue and the others could only nod in agreement, as their knowledge of this place was as blank as a canvas, utterly devoid of information. Trusting the alchemical immortal cauldron was undoubtedly wise. Subsequently, the group chose a direction and began their journey. 3 days. It took them a full 3 days before they finally beheld a grand city. The city exuded an air of profound antiquity. At the entrance stood a plaque inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Beast City. Beast City? It seems we are now on Beast Island. Xingyue murmured upon gazing at the inscription. Throughout their journey, the alchemical immortal cauldron had imparted a wealth of knowledge about the chaotic seas, particularly concerning the 72 earthly fiends and the 36 heavenly stars. Together, the 72 earthly fiends and 36 heavenly stars constitute the entire Big Dipper constellation. In other words, the 72 earthly fiends and 36 heavenly stars represent the entirety of the Big Dipper system. Beast Star is one of the 72 earthly fiends. And now this city is named Beast City. Clearly, the island they inhabit is named after Beast Star, hence it is called Beast Island. Is it truly Beast Island? The voice of the alchemical immortal cauldron resonated with a hint of surprise, as if taken aback by their arrival at Beast Island. What is the matter, esteemed elder? Xingyue inquired with a hint of confusion. I have heard of Beastman Island. This isle is governed by the Beastmen, a tribe that favors the presence of other races while harboring disdain for both humans and demons. The alchemy cauldron elucidated. Beastmen, Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged glances. Their faces a canvas of perplexity. They had never encountered mention of this race before. I know. Little Lingo interjected eagerly, raising her hand. The master said that the beastmen are the offspring of humans and demons. Does that not imply a hybrid existence? The 3 of them exchanged contemplative looks, musing in silence. Let us proceed inside and take a look, the alchemy cauldron suggested. The beastmen are nothing to fear for little Ling'er. All right, little Ling'er chirped with delight, seemingly enchanted by the prospect of lively surroundings. With that, she skipped merrily toward Beast City, followed closely by the trio. Upon entering the city, their gazes were met with a sea of half-beast beings. They donned human attire and bore human features, yet each possessed distinct traits reminiscent of the demon race. Some sported furry ears, while others exhibited robust tails or even the heads of bulls and the faces of horses. However, to Xingyue and her companions, every individual radiated an aura of formidable power. After all, this was the chaotic sea, a realm akin to the celestial spirit world. In other words, this place surpassed even the true spirit world in terms of elevation. The cultivation levels of its inhabitants were undoubtedly formidable. Catastrophe realms were commonplace, and beings of the immortal path could be found in abundance. Do not underestimate the beastmen, the alchemy cauldron cautioned. Indeed, the orc race is an extraordinarily formidable presence. They possess the robust physical prowess akin to that of the demonic beings, complemented by their unique innate abilities. Remarkably, they are also capable of employing the cultivation methods of the human race. The orcs resemble an almost perfect race, bridging the gap in physical strength that humans face while simultaneously addressing the demonic race's shortcomings in cultivation speed. Without delving into further details, in a fair contest of equal cultivation levels, both demonic and human beings stand as rivals to the orcs. The alchemist's cauldron hovered upon Ling'er's shoulder as it addressed the trio. Then why does the orc race face such disdain? Xingyue inquired. Because humans perceive the orcs as aberrations, monsters of sorts. In the eyes of the demonic beings, the orcs are seen as tainted, having sullied the purity of their ancestral bloodline. It is lamentable that both races maintain a misguided sense of superiority and ignorance. Had they devoted effort to unearthing the potential of the orcs, this lineage would undoubtedly emerge as the most powerful race within the immortal spirit realm, the alchemist's cauldron elucidated. In response, Xingyue and the others nodded in agreement. The orcs, embodying the strengths of both humans and demonic beings, while cleverly circumventing the weaknesses inherent in both, could indeed emerge as an overwhelming force if properly nurtured. Well said. It is disheartening to realize that the perception of the world pales in comparison to that of a mere immortal king artifact. Such tragedy, such lamentation. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated. Shortly thereafter, a young man appeared before Ling'er and her companions, clad in white garments and wielding a white fan. He exuded an air of refined elegance, though there remained a singular flaw in his demeanor. That face was an extraordinarily enchanting visage, reminiscent of a fox. If I am not mistaken, you must be the alchemical cauldron of immortality, am I right? The fox-faced youth gazed at the cauldron and smiled. What is it? Do you intend to make a move against me? The alchemical cauldron of immortality scoffed lightly. The fox-faced youth was merely a celestial being, an insurmountable entity for Xingyue, Ling, and the elder Mai. Yet, to the cauldron, he was but a trifling nuisance. You jest, my esteemed sir. It is the Star Master who sensed the presence of the Master and thus dispatched me to investigate. The fox-faced youth chuckled, his gaze sweeping across the room until it settled upon the young spirit. Subsequently, amidst the bewildered expressions of Xingyue and the others, the fox youth stowed away his fan and bowed courteously, proclaiming, Fox Qing, at your service, young master. What? Xingyue and her companions stood there, utterly flabbergasted. Not just them, even the young spirit gazed at Fox Qing with a look of confusion. What does this mean? Are you affiliated with the mistress? The alchemical cauldron of immortality inquired with equal puzzlement. You shall understand upon encountering the Star Master. Young master, please. Fox Qing smiled once more, gesturing invitingly. Sister? The young spirit glanced at Xingyue, a bit at a loss. Xingyue turned her attention to the alchemical cauldron. Go ahead. I am curious to see how this unfolds. The cauldron replied nonchalantly, with the innate prowess of the young spirit. Even if the entire chaotic sea were to conspire against her, it would be futile, let alone a mere earth-beast Star Master. After you, Fox Qing reiterated. Thereafter, the young spirit and her companions followed him into the Star Master's residence. Similarly, they smoothly encountered the Lord of the Earth Beasts, a diminutive old man of stout build, his hair a patchy white and a few wisps of beard adorning his chin. Upon his back rested a turtle shell. His subordinate, Xingyue, had previously met the young mistress and, upon seeing her, the old man hastily bowed in reverence. Grandfather, why do you call me young master? Is it because of my mother? Is she here? Little Ling'er inquired, her round, sparkling eyes fixed upon him, her questions tumbling forth. Xingyue and the others mirrored her curiosity. In response, young master, we serve under the command of your father, Xingyue spoke softly, meeting the gazes of those present. What? The revelation left Xingyue and the others astounded. The implication was undeniable. Could it be that little Ling'er's father was the true master of Earth Beast Island? Do you truly possess such qualifications? The alchemy cauldron scoffed disdainfully. Xingyue is merely at the level of an immortal king. While it may seem impressive to others, it is clear to me that in the eyes of that individual, an immortal king is but a triviality. His presence beside little Ling'er is simply due to her need for a pot. As for the Confucian immortal king, that is due to his vast knowledge, making him suitable as a teacher. As for Xingyue, I see no merit in him. How could he be among Lu Ming's subordinates? In terms of strength and capability, he lacks the qualifications entirely. I indeed lack such qualifications, Xingyue replied without anger, merely expressing a sense of resignation. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, taken aback. Here stood the Lord of Earth Beasts, the ruler of Earth Beast Island. Yet he so candidly admitted to lacking the qualifications to serve under little Ling'er's father. The aged one has indeed benefited from the influence of other Star Masters, which is why he has become a subordinate of the Master, Xingyue continued. Other Star Masters? Xingyue and the others furrowed their brows slightly. What do you mean? The alchemy cauldron interjected. Precisely, the Chaos Sea has long been under the Master's command. We specialize in gathering various information for him. Speaking of which, alchemy cauldron, it was I who initially compiled your data. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Xingyue chuckled. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others were taken aback. The entire Chaos Sea had been brought under the dominion of Ling'er's father? Does that mean they have essentially arrived at Ling'er's home? Not only the three of them, but even the alchemy cauldron was astonished by this revelation. The Chaos Sea had always been a lawless territory, where its inhabitants respect only power, not authority. Therefore, over the years, even the Shadow Emperor had been unable to subdue the Chaos Sea. And now, it had been subdued by Lu Ming? They were, after all, one family. This simplifies matters greatly. Is the teleportation array still operational? Please transport us to Tianyan City. The matriarch is there. The alchemy cauldron responded quickly, having initially thought it would require considerable effort. To its surprise, the Chaos Sea was indeed their territory. Naturally, Wu Gui replied with a grin. As he spoke, he waved his hand, producing a compass. Chapter 86, Master of the Falling Star. What is this? Looking at the compass in Wu Gui's hand, Xingyue and the others wore expressions of confusion. Sister, this is a cross-world disc. If there are cross-boundary discs elsewhere, one could venture to the other side. Little Ling'er chuckled and explained. Cross-boundary disc? Xingyue and the others exchanged glances. Could it be that this is merely another form of a teleportation array? Moreover, one that is portable? So this is a method from the immortal spirit realm. The trio mused, their horizons broadened. In the true spirit realm, cross-domain teleportation arrays are fixed. Once established, they remain in place indefinitely. To relocate, one requires a master of array techniques to dismantle and reconstruct it. What little Lingo described, however, is entirely unprecedented. What the young master says is indeed true. This cross-boundary disc can connect multiple points, and there is no limit to the distance it can traverse. Wu Gui interjected. What? His words sent a jolt through Xingyue and the others. No limit to the distance. What a jest. Particularly for the two ancient beings, Mu Ling and the elder Ma Yi, who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They understood all too well what limitless teleportation entailed. If the cross-boundary discs were to blanket the immortal spirit realm, could one not instantaneously reach any location within it? Even the alchemy of immortals seemed somewhat shaken by this revelation. Such an artifact had never materialized even in its era. However, knowing it originated from Lu Ming, it was no longer surprising. Given his prowess, the creation of such an object was hardly remarkable. Is this the method of Ling'er's father? What a formidable existence. Capable of crafting such a device, Xingyue reflected. The notion of limitless teleportation completely upended her understanding of teleportation arrays. The Wood Spirit and the Elder Mai both nodded in astonishment, their agreement palpable. Even though they had existed for tens of thousands of years and encountered countless wonders, the limitless distance of the cross-border disc was a sight they had never beheld before. Prior to this moment, they had only heard tales of teleportation arrays that spanned millions of kilometers, never having witnessed one. At this instant, an insatiable curiosity filled their hearts regarding Lu Ming. What manner of being could create such a transcendent cross-border disc? Ladies and gentlemen, please, Wu Gui spoke again, placing the cross-border disc upon the ground. As radiance emanated from the disc, a portal to another realm materialized abruptly. Mother is gone. Little Ling'er exclaimed joyfully, promptly diving into the portal. Observing this, Xingyue and the others retracted their astonished gazes and followed suit. Meanwhile, within a grand mansion in Tianyan City, the main hall lay empty, flanked by chairs on either side. At the far end stood a set of steps leading to a dragon throne. To think, I am surrounded by so many pawns of the Shadow Emperor. Can I still place my trust in you? Bai Yunyun, adorned with a dragon-patterned mask, cast her gaze over those present. Following her line of sight, one could see that of the 12 chairs on either side, only 6 were occupied. The sight of these 6 individuals filled Bai Yunyun's eyes with a mixture of gravity and resignation. She had not anticipated that the majority of her former subordinates would be infiltrated by the Shadow Emperor's agents. She pondered that had it not been for her foresight in retaining a cross-border teleportation array, a means of escape from the Forbidden Sea to the Chaotic Sea would have been utterly unattainable. Master, we remain unwaveringly loyal to you. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, and each responded in unison. After listening, Bai Yunyun cast a glance over the 6, her eyes filled with resignation beneath her mask. She was acutely aware that among them, there undoubtedly lay a pawn of the Immortal Emperor. Yet, with her current strength, she was utterly incapable of discerning who it might be. Furthermore, she could not dismiss everyone, for some among them were her loyal former subordinates. Equally, she required their assistance in gathering intelligence and cultivating resources. After all, the resources necessary for her to restore her cultivation to that of an immortal emperor were astonishingly formidable. If she were to pursue them alone, she could not fathom how long it would take. Time was not on her side. She feared that by the time she ascended to immortal emperor status and ceased to fear the Immortal Emperor, Lu Ming and Xiao Ling'er would have already passed away. Thus, she needed hands to assist in the collection and cultivation of these resources. Yet, without eliminating the pawn, she could not rest easy in her quest for cultivation. In that moment, Bai Yunyun felt an overwhelming headache. Master Tianyun Star seeks an audience. At that juncture, a woman's voice suddenly resonated. Master Tianyun Star? Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was taken aback. The realm of chaos is divided into 72 outer islands and 36 inner islands. According to the intelligence they possessed, The realm of chaos had become exponentially more formidable than in previous years, particularly with the Star Masters of the various islands. The weakest among the outer island Star Masters possessed the cultivation of an immortal king, while the Star Masters of the inner islands were predominantly at the level of immortal saints. There were even rumors that powerful immortal emperors lurked within. What could Master Tianyun Star possibly want? Please, my friend, Bai Yunyun pondered for a moment before responding. There was no alternative. After all, this was her territory. Moreover, she had detected no malice in the tone of her visitor. There was also one more thing. The realm of the chaotic sea serves as a pivotal intersection of the world, abundant in resources for cultivation. If a collaboration could be established here, it would significantly aid her journey toward recovery in her cultivation. As Bai Yunyun's words faded, a woman descended from the heavens, gracefully walking to the center of the hall. Uncertain of the purpose behind the arrival of the Lord of the Falling Star, Bai Yunyun gazed at her with a hint of gravity in her expression. She, being the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, possessed the ability to perceive what others could not, such as the cultivation level of the Falling Star Lord. A half-step immortal emperor. That was the extent of the Falling Star Lord's prowess. Observing her, Bai Yunyun discreetly prepared herself for any eventuality. Do not be alarmed, Immortal Emperor Yunyun. I have come solely to eradicate the minions of the Shadow Emperor, the Falling Star Lord replied, her smile meeting Bai Yunyun's gaze. What? Her words cast a shadow over everyone present, revealing an awareness of Bai Yunyun's true identity. Even Bai Yunyun narrowed her eyes in surprise. Captain Ma. The Falling Star Lord chuckled, her gaze resting upon the figure adorned in a horse mask among the 6 celestial leaders. Captain Ma, originally named Nangong He, hails from the Nangong family of the Lingtian continent within the celestial spirit realm. This family was supported by Immortal Emperor Yunyun, boasting 3 peak immortal saints at the height of their power. However, following the battle of the Immortal Emperors, Immortal Emperor Yunyun was defeated, leading to the annihilation of the Nangong family by the Celestial Path Palace. The entire clan was eradicated, leaving but one survivor. She spoke with an air of self-assurance, while the others regarded her with confusion, unable to discern the intent behind her words. What do you mean by this? Within his bloodline lies the mark I left before my reincarnation. Bai Yunyun gazed at the Lord of the Falling Star, stating that these old subordinates were not arbitrarily chosen by her. Many hailed from the formidable families she had once nurtured. Each lineage bore a unique mark that she had sown within their bloodline. Among them was Commander Ma, who was not merely a reincarnation but rather someone who had survived at the cost of his own cultivation. Nangong He, a child brought back by the Nangong family from abroad, possessed a first-grade golden spiritual celestial body. Consequently, the Nangong family employed a technique of rebirth to integrate him into their bloodline, thus making him one of their own. Is my assertion regarding Xingyue correct? The Lord of the Falling Star smiled and continued. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyun was taken aback. You are Xingyue? She rose abruptly, her gaze fixed intently on Commander Ma as she questioned him. Chapter 87. Bai Yunyun was stunned. Had Ling'er come to find her? The other 5 were equally astonished. Xingyue was one of the 9 great war gods of the heavenly Dao Palace, possessing formidable strength. He had once reached the pinnacle of the immortal saint realm. With his terrifying golden spiritual celestial body, he could contend with even the immortal emperors. His renowned celestial technique, the 9 strikes of heaven's cleaving, had achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 3 immortal saints. However, 100,000 years ago, Xingyue met his demise while battling the demon race, surrounded and ultimately perishing in a violent assault, leaving no chance for reincarnation. The heavenly Dao Palace held a grand funeral in his honor, with even the Emperor of the Ean Heavens personally attending to carry his coffin and enter him in the ancestral grounds of the heavenly Dao Palace. What is the Lord of the Falling Star implying? That Commander Ma is the long-deceased Xingyue? I cannot comprehend what you were saying. Commander Ma let out a cold snort and spoke. Is that so? You should still remember this item. The Lord of the Celestial Meteors smiled and, as he spoke, produced a broken sword. Despite its imperfections, the weapon emanated a sharp aura that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. Xingyue, Bai Yunyun gazed at the sword, her voice steady. Xingyue, the very celestial artifact wielded by Xingyue in the past. It is said that this blade has come perilously close to becoming an imperial weapon. How could it be in your possession? Upon seeing Xingyue, Commander Ma's expression shifted dramatically. A low hum echoed as he spoke, and the Xingyue in the Lord of the Celestial Meteor's hand began to tremble incessantly. Its tip aimed at Commander Ma, seemingly attempting to break free from its master's grasp and fly towards him. You truly are Xingyue. Bai Yunyun's gaze darkened sharply. The weapon recognized its master. Although Xingyue was damaged and its spirit had vanished, the blade had fought alongside Ling'er for many years, even without its spirit. It could instinctively seek out its true owner, just as it was doing now. The sword's reaction confirmed that the Lord of the Celestial Meteor's words were not false. Commander Ma, Nangong He, was indeed Jin Yunhe, one of the 9 divine warriors of the Heavenly Path Palace. Why do you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Realizing his true identity had been exposed, Jin Yunhe understood that his fate was sealed for today. However, he could not fathom why the Lord of the Celestial Meteor would assist Bai Yunyan. As for her claims of clearing out the minions of the Heavenly Path Palace, not a soul would believe it. The Heavenly Path Palace in the realm of chaotic seas maintained a stance of mutual non-interference. Of course, the existence of the chaotic seas was also due to the Dark Emperor's reluctance to mobilize forces against it. The Lord of the Celestial Falling Star's actions are tantamount to standing in opposition to the Celestial Path Palace. Standing against the Celestial Path Palace is akin to aiding Bai Yunyan, is it not? However, the information they possess reveals that the Chaos Sea does not serve any particular faction. How then could the Lord of the Celestial Falling Star assist Bai Yunyan? Not only is Jin Yunhe curious, but even Bai Yunyan herself is exceedingly perplexed. For the Lord of the Celestial Falling Star to assist her seems to be a self-destructive endeavor, one that would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Celestial Path Palace. Should it provoke the displeasure of the Emperor of the Shadowed Heavens, it could lead to the annihilation of Celestial Falling Island. In such circumstances, any prudent individual would surely opt for self-preservation. Yet, what can be done? After all, she is my revered mistress. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the Lord of the Celestial Falling Star smiled and spoke. As soon as these words were uttered, confusion enveloped the crowd, including Bai Yunyan herself. Mistress, what is this madness? Oh, no, to be precise, she is the mistress of the entire Chaos Sea. Amidst their astonishment, the Lord of the Celestial Falling Star clarified. What? A simple statement fell like a thunderous bomb upon the hearts of all present. The mistress of the entire Chaos Sea? What nonsense is this? It must be noted that for millions of years, the Chaos Sea has never served any faction. It has developed independently, adhering to the principle of non-aggression. Now, the words of the Lord of the Celestial Falling Star suggest that the Chaos Sea has birthed a master. Moreover, that master is Bai Yunyan's husband. What do you mean by that? Bai Yunyan's expression turned icy. At this moment, her heart only harbored thoughts of Lu Ming, and she had no desire to assume the role of mistress of the Chaos Sea. Mr. Lu, the Lord of the Celestial Falling Star, chuckled in response. In a state of bewilderment, Bai Yunyan was utterly stunned after hearing the revelation. Mr. Lu? Lu Ming? She fixed her gaze on the Lord of the Falling Stars, incredulously inquiring, is it truly him? Meeting her gaze, the Lord of the Falling Stars gently nodded. Impossible. Bai Yunyan immediately retorted. Lu Ming is merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly be the master of the Chaos Sea? We are equally unaware of the specifics. You are indeed the mistress of the Chaos Sea, and he is undeniably its master. Over the years, we have been gathering every possible piece of information about you, even covertly searching for you to offer assistance. Regrettably, we have yet to find you, replied the Lord of the Falling Stars. Bai Yunyan, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss for words. The notion that Lu Ming was the master of the Chaos Sea was simply too absurd for her to process. Furthermore, the young master has come seeking you. We have just received word from Beast Island that she should be arriving shortly, the Lord continued. Ling'er is coming to find me, Bai Yunyan exclaimed, a mix of shock and disbelief washing over her. How is that possible? How could this happen? Is Lu Ming not an ordinary person? And how could little Ling'er possibly find her way here? This place has already departed from the realm of true spirits. The other 6 individuals were equally taken aback. Bai Yunyan has children. The magnitude of this revelation was no less staggering than that of her being the mistress of the Chaos Sea. After all, Bai Yunyan was once an esteemed Immortal Emperor, revered by countless admirers. What is happening now? Good heavens, not only are there men, but even children have appeared. This is absurd. The Lord of the Falling Star did not elaborate further and directly engaged Jin Yunhe in battle. Jin Yunhe was indeed formidable, however. Before the Lord of the Falling Star, who stood at the threshold of the Immortal Emperor realm, he could not stir up any significant turmoil. In no time, he was completely vanquished. What on earth is going on? Bai Yunyan inquired of the Lord of the Falling Star, utterly perplexed. How could an ordinary person like Lu Ming possibly subdue the Chaos Sea? It is known that even the Emperor of Yin has not managed to conquer this place. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the truth remained undeniable. The Master swept through the entire Chaos Sea, forcefully subjugating all the Star Lords, ultimately bringing the entire region under his dominion, the Lord of the Falling Star explained. Bai Yunyan, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless. Are you certain? He swept through the entire Chaos Sea? She spoke incredulously, unable to accept the notion. For when she departed from Xingyue village, she had meticulously investigated Lu Ming's circumstances. Finding no trace of cultivation aptitude, he was destined to remain a mere mortal. How could he possess the strength to dominate the Chaos Sea? Is there truly an issue with that? The Lord of the Falling Star nodded and countered. Chapter 88. You will know when the mother and daughter meet. An issue? This is a grave matter. Bai Yunyan pondered to herself. She could scarcely believe that Lu Ming could have swept through the entire Chaos Sea. Not to mention the other Star Lords. Just considering the Lord of the Falling Star, with his half-step Immortal Emperor cultivation. He is an exceptionally powerful entity even in the immortal spirit realm. It could be said that as long as the Emperor of Yin does not intervene, the Lord of the Falling Star could effortlessly command respect throughout the entire immortal spirit realm. In the realm of chaos, there exist such formidable beings. How could Lu Ming possibly dominate the realm of chaos? Are you certain you have not mistaken the person? Bai Yunyan inquired once more, her disbelief palpable. She vividly recalled that Lu Ming was indeed an ordinary person. What does this imply? The Lord of the Falling Stars asked with a hint of confusion. She could not comprehend why Bai Yunyan harbored such profound skepticism regarding this revelation. He is merely a mortal, devoid of any cultivation aptitude. Though I have reincarnated and am in the process of recultivating, I still possess discernment. Now you tell me that a mere mortal has vanquished the realm of chaos, in which exists an entity like you, a half-step Immortal Emperor. If you were in my position, would you believe it? Bai Yunyan replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Falling Stars too fell into contemplation. Could it be that there has truly been a mistake? That should not be the case. After the realm of chaos was subdued, the first command issued was to collect all information regarding Bai Yunyan, with orders to spare no effort in the search. She pondered deeply, especially concerning Ling'er. Reports from Wu Gue indicated that Ling'er bore the bloodline aura of that esteemed figure. The accumulation of such information strongly suggested that this figure was indeed Bai Yunyan's partner. Yet now, Bai Yunyan claims her partner is an ordinary man. Were it anyone else, the Lord of the Falling Stars would certainly not believe it. However, Bai Yunyan is no ordinary individual. As a reincarnated Immortal Emperor, discerning the true nature of a person is not a challenging feat. Could it be that her master possesses unparalleled strength, even surpassing your peak form? After a moment of contemplation, the Lord of the Celestial Fall replied, "This is the only plausible explanation. I once reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor. Only a true deity could surpass me. Could such beings exist in the immortal spirit realm?" Bai Yunyan immediately countered. True deities have always been mere legends in the immortal spirit realm, at least during the time I have known it. Not a single true deity has ever emerged. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Celestial Fall fell silent. For the prowess demonstrated by that individual was merely that of an Immortal Emperor. Furthermore, he had once been deeply saddened by his lack of cultivation talent, a sorrow that was genuine, not feigned. Bai Yunyan continued, "After my reincarnation, I grew up alongside Lu Ming and am well aware of his fervent desire to pursue the path of immortality. Unfortunately, Lu Ming lacks any aptitude for cultivation. He cannot sense the natural energies of the universe and is utterly incapable of practicing. I vividly recall how heartbroken, even despondent, Lu Ming was upon discovering his lack of talent for cultivation. The reason I remember so clearly is that, in an effort to comfort him, I opened up about my own circumstances. Bai Yunyan had already resolved that once her cultivation returned to its zenith, she would traverse the myriad realms in search of a means to enable someone devoid of any cultivation talent to embark on the path of cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that she found the Lord of the Celestial Fall's assertion that Lu Ming could traverse the chaotic seas of realms so implausible. Even if Lu Ming were to encounter fortuitous circumstances and embark on the path of cultivation, it would be inconceivable for him to achieve such progress in a mere few years. The Lord of the Celestial Fall remained silent, refraining from voicing any doubts about Bai Yunyan's words. After all, she had once stood at the pinnacle of the immortal spirit realm. There was no need to deceive her at all. However, it is undeniable that the young master indeed possesses the bloodline aura of a master. This cannot be mistaken. Suddenly, the Lord of the Falling Star inquired, "Who do you refer to as the young master? Are you certain it is my daughter?" Bai Yunyan furrowed her brow and pressed for clarification. Whether it was Lu Ming sweeping through the chaotic seas or Ling'er seeking her out, the credibility of these two pieces of news was nearly zero in her eyes, for she recalled that Ling'er was merely 4 years old. Previously, she had investigated Ling'er's situation and found no trace of any cultivation talent, as if the girl had perfectly inherited Lu Ming's genes. Under such circumstances, how could Ling'er possibly have found her way here? Those who accompanied her all referred to her as Ling'er, and she herself claimed to be supremely invincible, the most formidable in the world. The Lord of the Falling Star interjected, unable to suppress a laugh at the notion of a little girl making such grandiose claims. "Ling'er, Bai Yunyan's expression tightened upon hearing this. Xiaoling'er's true name is Su Ling'er, a name bestowed by Lu Ming. Could it be that the young master referred to by the Lord of the Falling Star is indeed her daughter? Yet, how could that possibly be? Setting aside the matter of cultivation talent, the very idea of reaching this place seemed utterly unfathomable. After all, she had lived in the true spirit realm for many years and was well aware of its circumstances. To emerge from the true spirit realm, one must at least possess the cultivation of a true immortal, for only such a level of cultivation could penetrate the barriers of the realms. In her memory, Xiaoling'er was only 4 years old. A 4-year-old possessing the cultivation of a true immortal? Even though she was once a ruler of the celestial spirit realm, she had never heard of such an existence. Could it be a case of a shared name? Bai Yunyan interjected. The world is vast, and it is not uncommon for names to overlap. Besides, my daughter is in the true spirit realm. That is a lost world. And without the cultivation of a true immortal, one cannot traverse the barriers between realms. You should be aware of that. My daughter wishes to find this person, and without a doubt, she must possess the cultivation of a true immortal to do so. Wouldn't you agree? If I recall correctly, my daughter is just over 4 years old now. Have you ever seen or heard of a 4-year-old true immortal? Before the Lord of the Falling Stars could respond, Bai Yunyan continued. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Falling Stars found himself at a loss for words. A 4-year-old true immortal had never appeared in the annals of the celestial spirit realm, be it among the human race or any other. Yet, there was indeed confirmed news from Wu Gue, the Lord of the Earth Beast Star. The young master has indeed come seeking you. For the individual they are searching for bears your name. In the current chaos of the realms, the only one named Bai Yunyan is you. After a moment of silence, the Lord of the Falling Stars spoke. Bai Yunyan furrowed her brow. Could it truly be her daughter? But this seemed utterly impossible, she mused. Perhaps you will understand upon meeting. The young master is nearing my abode. I shall go to welcome her. I kindly ask that you, Emperor Yunyan, remain here. I will bring the young master to you. Whether it is true or not will become evident upon their encounter. As for safety, you need not worry. Even if the Emperor of Shadows were to come in person, the chaotic sea can indeed withstand a blow or two. The Master of the Fallen Star spoke once more, and upon finishing, his figure vanished from the hall. Chapter 89, A Dual Strategy Master. What on earth is happening? Indeed, if that is the case, does the chaotic sea not amount to our territory? Master, why did you not inform us of this sooner? After the Master of the Fallen Star departed, the remaining 5 celestial leaders began to speak in unison. The news from the Master of the Fallen Star was utterly shocking to them. Daughter, husband, mistress of the chaotic sea. Each piece of information was profoundly impactful. I am at a loss as to what this means, Bai Yunyan remarked, casting a glance at the empty space, feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, she herself was bewildered, even more so than anyone else. As she yearned to understand the truth of the situation, Master, please do not blame your subordinate for being suspicious. Is there a hidden scheme at play here? Suddenly, the figure adorned with a rabbit mask spoke up. What do you mean by that, rabbit sage? Bai Yunyan inquired, her gaze fixated on him. The chaotic sea is a gathering place for desperate outlaws. Now that they are aware of the Master's true identity, I am concerned they may harbor ulterior motives towards him. Meeting her gaze, the rabbit sage responded slowly. You are simply overly cautious. The Master of the Fallen Star is at least a half-step celestial emperor. If there were indeed a plot against the Master, he could have acted directly just now. Moreover, he has just aided us in eliminating a spy. One of the remaining 5 celestial leaders, the Ox Sage, spoke in a deep and resonant voice. The other 3 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Indeed, the Lord of the Celestial Fall Star is a formidable being, a half-step immortal emperor. Should he choose to strike against them, no one could intervene. Humph, you foolish brute. One must not forget that the Master once stood at the pinnacle of immortal emperor cultivation. If the Lord of the Celestial Fall Star truly harbored ulterior motives, he would not act recklessly. For should he fail, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate the Master again. As for the possibility of aiding us in eliminating the traitor, could it be that she wishes to keep the information from the Shadow Emperor? The rabbit fairy leader snorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan fell into contemplation. The rabbit fairy leader's words held a certain weight. Besides, she was no naive novice, having lived 2 lives. She was acutely aware of the darkness that pervades the realm of cultivation. She had witnessed far too many instances of humanity devouring humanity. One more thing. Could the Master elaborate on matters concerning his wife and daughter? It seemed that the Master did not entirely believe the earlier claims regarding the Lord of the Celestial Fall Star. The rabbit leader continued. The other 4 could not help but direct their gaze towards Bai Yunyan, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding her downfall. Not only had she been captured, but she had also given birth to a daughter. Now that the matter had reached this point, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. Bai Yunyan sighed deeply. Initially, She had no intention of revealing any information about Lu Ming and Ling'er, as it would bring them nothing but harm. In fact, it posed a significant danger to her own safety, for Lu Ming and his daughter represented her greatest vulnerability. Once a person's weakness is exposed, it is akin to striking at a serpent's vital spot. Every action would be constrained. However, today the Lord of the Falling Star unexpectedly revealed this news. She realized that she could no longer conceal the truth. His name is Lu Ming, her childhood sweetheart from a previous life. Before my memories had awakened, we were wed, and subsequently we welcomed a daughter together. It was only then that my memories resurfaced, but by that time, the situation was already set in stone, and I had to accept the bond between them as father and daughter. Moreover, I indeed harbored feelings for him. Under the gaze of the five, Bai Yuyan slowly elucidated the matter. Upon hearing her words, their eyes widened in disbelief, akin to two brass bells. The formidable peak of the Immortal Emperor, so easily subdued? In that moment, they felt both envy and resentment towards Lu Ming, accompanied by a poignant sense of loss, as if a prized cabbage had been uprooted by a swine. Master, are they truly ordinary people? After a brief pause, the rabbit commander inquired again. Though reluctant to admit it, Bai Yuyan nonetheless nodded in resignation. This was an undeniable truth. What on earth? The remaining 5 celestial leaders were utterly stunned. An ordinary person had actually taken advantage of their revered master? This was utterly inconceivable. They pondered, their hearts filled with unrest. This revelation struck them as absurd, akin to a highborn heiress marrying a beggar. Of course, it was not that they could not accept Bai Yuyan finding a partner. It was entirely normal for a woman to have a husband. However, what they could not fathom was that her husband was a mere mortal. Master, if this is indeed the case, the chaos in this realm may soon become unbearable. The rabbit commander inhaled deeply, striving to regain composure for further analysis. Since both father and daughter are merely ordinary individuals, the assertions made by the Lord of the Falling Star that day must indeed be false. The act of killing Xingyue served as a declaration of allegiance, while simultaneously leveraging the information regarding your esteemed husband and daughter to placate your esteemed self. The departure of the Lord of the Celestial Cloud Star raises concerns among subordinates that she may be seeking alliances with others. After all, you yourself represent a colossal opportunity. He continued to analyze, stating that Bai Yuyan was once a peak celestial emperor, setting aside her magical artifacts. Even her memories are invaluable treasures for those in the celestial spirit realm, as they encompass the most advanced techniques, spells, and divine powers, particularly insights pertaining to the celestial emperor realm. This is undoubtedly immensely tempting for a being like the celestial lord of falling stars, who stands on the threshold of becoming a celestial emperor. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuyan too fell into contemplation. The words of the rabbit immortal were not unfounded. Whether it be the matter of Lu Ming's dominance over the chaotic sea or little Ling'er's arrival here, both seem excessively fantastical. If it were merely to keep her placated, it would indeed seem more reasonable. One thing puzzles me, though. How did she come to know of my husband and daughter? This is information that even you are unaware of. After a moment of reflection, Bai Yuyan pondered aloud. This was her greatest enigma. Concerning Lu Ming and little Ling'er, she had disclosed nothing to anyone. The chaotic sea is far removed from the true spirit realm. Logically, the celestial lord of falling stars should not be privy to such knowledge. Yet, she not only knew but also spoke Lu Ming's surname. This is quite suspicious. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the most loyal subordinates of Bai Yuyan, they were utterly unaware of the whereabouts of her husband and daughter. How then did the Lord of the Falling Star come to possess such knowledge? Faced with this conundrum, even the rabbit immortal leader found himself momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, as a vassal of Bai Yuyan, he felt compelled to consider her safety. Esteemed master, might I suggest this approach? You should discreetly depart and settle in a secure location. Meanwhile, we 5 shall disperse throughout Falling Star City. Old Neo will remain here, poised to await the arrival of the Lord of the Falling Star with his entourage. Should the information prove accurate, Old Neo will signal us, and we will contact you to return. Conversely, if there is indeed a nefarious plot afoot, Old Neo can likewise issue a timely warning to inform us. We can relay any pertinent news to you as well. After a brief pause, the rabbit leader spoke. The other 4 nodded in agreement. This indeed seemed to be an excellent compromise. I assure you, the 20,000 letters will certainly meet. He continued. Moreover, dear friends, there is no fee to read these books, right? We are all comrades here. Allow me a modest profit. Chapter 90. The 5-element musk ox. If the method proposed by the rabbit leader were to be enacted, regardless of the veracity of the Lord of the Falling Star's claims, there would be no threat posed to Bai Yuyan. Furthermore, even if the Lord's words were true, they could still summon Bai Yuyan back through their communications. Indeed, rabbit, your intellect is commendable. Old Neil remarked with a hearty smile, offering praise. This dual strategy not only safeguarded Bai Yunyan, but also circumvented any chance of misunderstanding that might prevent her from reuniting with her daughter. It was indeed a most astute plan. Foolish ox, you are indeed the key to this matter. For if the celestial meteor's sovereign harbors any ulterior motives towards our esteemed leader, you shall find yourself in peril. Captain Rabbit chuckled softly, his voice refined and cultured, instantly imparting the impression of an erudite individual. It is of no consequence. Were it not for our leader, I would have long perished in the streets. My life was bestowed upon me by our leader. My mother often said, a drop of kindness ought to be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. And how much more so, when our leader has granted me the gift of life. Captain Ox grinned widely, displaying an unperturbed demeanor. One could easily discern that he was a person of generous spirit and carefree nature. Thus, Captain Ox, do exercise caution. Bai Yunyan interjected. Rest assured. I shall accompany you to the heavenly Dao Palace. Captain Ox responded with a smile. Esteemed leader, you should proceed first. We shall scatter within the celestial meteor city. Old Ox, remember, should the adversary make a move, you must signal us at the earliest opportunity. If indeed it is the young sovereign who has come, Captain Rabbit advised. At this juncture, he turned to Bai Yunyan. Esteemed leader, I kindly ask you to leave behind a drop of your essence blood. In this way, Old Ox can utilize the bloodline sensing technique to ascertain whether it is truly as the celestial meteor sovereign has claimed, that the young sovereign has arrived. Bai Yunyan nodded. It is but a single drop of blood, nothing to fret over. She extended her hand to her chest and, with a slight gesture, summoned a drop of blood from her mouth, which flew towards Captain Ox, who deftly received it. Old Ox, should it truly be the young sovereign, informs promptly. Captain Rabbit reiterated with emphasis. The bull commander promptly thumped his chest, assuring that everything was in order. With that, the others began to spring into action. Bai Yunyan, utilizing her skillful stealth, swiftly exited Tianyun City, while the Rabbit commander, accompanied by a few other leaders, took their positions in various directions throughout the city. At this moment, within the Tianyun Star Master's residence, she was prepared. Standing before a cross-boundary disc, her gaze was tense yet respectful as she focused intently on the device. Suddenly, as her words fell, the disc erupted with radiant white light, and a spatial portal was outlined in the air. Welcome, young master, echoed through the room. Upon witnessing this, the Tianyun Star Master quickly performed a respectful bow. As she spoke, Ling'er and her group emerged from the portal. Who are you? Ling'er inquired, her eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on the Tianyun Star Master. So adorable. The thought involuntarily crossed the Tianyun Star Master's mind. Throughout her life, she had encountered children. Yet none had captivated her quite like Ling'er, with her playful charm. Adorned with a tiger-themed hat and a round, cherubic face, it was particularly her bright, sparkling eyes, clear and luminous, that caught attention. Returning, young master. I am the subordinate, Tianyun Star Master, Imo Qing, she replied after a brief moment of realization. Oh, where is mother? Where is she? Xiaoling'er nodded, pressing for answers. Li Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the elder Ma Yi also directed their gazes toward Imo Qing. Please, young master, accompany me within Tianyun City, Imo Qing said with a warm smile. All right. I am finally going to meet mother. Higi, sister, I am going to see mother. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling leaped with joy, bouncing around like an exuberant kitten. She playfully nudged Li Xingyue and affectionately patted the dog's head, exuding a delightful innocence that brought smiles to the faces of Li Xingyue and the others. Little master, please follow me. Imo Qing finally spoke after Xiaoling had expressed her excitement for a while. After saying this, she led the way ahead. All right, Xiaoling chimed, skipping merrily in her wake, while Li Xingyue and the others trailed behind. Moments later, they arrived at the residence of Bai Yunyan. Mother, where are you? I'm here to find you. Xiaoling dashed into the residence, calling out as she ran. Imo Qing, Li Xingyue, and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they were entirely within the estate. Big sister. Where's mother? After scanning the surroundings, Xiaoling turned to Imo Qing, her voice tinged with disappointment. Imo Qing furrowed her brow slightly at the sight of her forlorn expression. Where is she? Wasn't it stated to wait here? She pondered, her formidable spiritual sense extending to search every inch of the estate. No need to search. The master has already departed, came the voice of Captain Nyo, as he strode forth from the shadows. Departed? Imo Qing's brow tightened further upon hearing this. What happened? She inquired. I want to hide it from you. The rabbit fears that you may harbor ulterior motives towards the master, so she instructed him to leave first, leaving me here to ascertain the identity of the young master. If it is indeed the esteemed one who has summoned us, I shall contact them and invite the esteemed one back, the bull commander stated plainly. Imo Qing, upon hearing this, felt a mix of speechlessness and helplessness. To claim disinterest in the reincarnation of an immortal emperor would be disingenuous. Yet, considering that Bai Yunyan might potentially be her own matriarch, she dared not take any action. If she truly had the audacity to act, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Naturally, she refrained from voicing any dissatisfaction, as she understood that if she were in their position, she too would find it difficult to believe. You are the 5 elements muskox. Great Bull, please tell me. Where has Mother gone? I wish to find her, little Ling'er said, gazing intently at the bull commander for a moment before speaking. The 5 elements muskox. Mo Qing's heart sank upon hearing her words. This was a legendary species. The 5 elements musk ox possesses the quintessence of the 5 elemental origins within. The so-called origins are the very essence of the immortal path. Cultivating in the realm of immortality involves continuously absorbing these origins to enhance one's prowess. Moreover, these origins are indispensable for crafting immortal treasures, elixirs, talismans, and formations. One could assert that origins are pivotal to all aspects of cultivation in the immortal path. Certain species are innately imbued with these origins, and the 5 elements muskox is among them, containing the 5 inherent elemental origins of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is precisely for this reason that, during ancient times, the 5 elements musk ox was hunted to extinction. Mo Qing never anticipated that the true form of the bull commander was that of a 5 elements musk ox. What astonished Mo Qing even more was that, despite her own prowess at the half-step Immortal Emperor level, she could not discern the true form of the bull commander. Yet little Ling'er could see through it at a glance. However, the most astonishing of all was the bull commander himself, due to their lineage. In order to survive, their ancestors exerted immense effort, sacrificing countless kin to forge a divine treasure capable of concealing their true form. Now, that very artifact resides with him. With that treasure in his possession, even if a celestial emperor were to arrive, it would be unlikely to discern his true nature. Yet now, this little girl has seen through it at a glance. Chapter 91. Confirming the identity of the little spirit, summoned the revered one back. Commander Neo pondered within himself, gazing at the little spirit with disbelief etched across his face. How did you perceive my true form? He inquired, his voice thick with astonishment. I simply saw it, the little spirit replied with a cheerful smile. Commander Neo, that's a good answer. Perhaps refrain from responding next time. He silently scoffed. You are the young revered one? He scrutinized the little spirit, yet his heart was filled with shock. He realized he could not penetrate the little spirit's cultivation level. Though his own cultivation was not lacking, having returned to the golden immortal realm, he found himself unable to discern the little spirit's prowess. Either she was an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation, or her abilities surpassed his. Both possibilities were difficult for Commander Neo to accept. How could an ordinary individual possibly find their way here? As for the first scenario, he would never believe it. After all, how old could the little spirit be? She looked merely 4 or 5 years old, achieving a cultivation level beyond the golden immortal realm at such a tender age. That was nothing short of a fantasy, one he wouldn't dare to entertain. Yes, if you tell me where my mother is, I will reward you with something delightful. The little spirit nodded in response to his gaze. Upon hearing the words, Commander Neo was utterly bewildered. Enjoying a sweet fruit for oneself? What does that mean? Are we to take action? Senior, do not overthink it, Li Xingyue interjected hastily. Ling'er simply means she wishes to offer you a celestial peach. At this moment, Commander Neo was pivotal to whether little Ling'er could reunite with her mother. And it was crucial to prevent any misunderstandings from arising between them. After listening, Commander Neo's lips twitched slightly. This is truly a remarkable fruit indeed. Let me ascertain your identity first. As he spoke, he produced the essence blood left by Bai Yunyan. Grasping the blood, a surge of celestial energy erupted from Commander Neo. As he invoked the bloodline sensing technique, as waves of celestial energy infused the essence blood, after a brief moment, the droplet seemed to come alive, darting towards little Ling'er and swirling around her. By heavens! Witnessing this scene, Commander Neo was completely taken aback. Could it truly be the daughter of the esteemed one? What is this? Why do I feel such familiarity? Little Ling'er, reaching out to grasp the essence blood that danced around her, exclaimed, Subordinate Neo Jintian, pays respects to the young esteemed one. Commander Neo did not respond. Instead, he knelt down immediately, offering a bow. His heart, however, was filled with shock and confusion. For Bai Yunyan had mentioned that little Ling'er was in the true spirit realm, and now she had indeed arrived here. Furthermore, to traverse such realms, one would typically require at least the cultivation of a true immortal. This revelation clarified why he was unable to perceive the depth of little Ling'er's cultivation. Her prowess surpassed his own. Yet, this was utterly absurd. At merely 4 or 5 years of age, her cultivation surpassed his own. There was still more to consider. Since the identity of Xiaoling'er is indeed authentic, it signifies that Imo-Ching has not deceived them. The chaotic realm truly belongs to Lu Ming. Now you should believe it, right? Imo-Ching scoffed coldly. Upon hearing this, Niu Xintian scratched his head with a sheepish grin and replied, "My apologies. We were merely concerned for the safety of our esteemed leader. I will contact the rabbit and have them summon him back immediately." After speaking, he turned to Xiaoling'er, his expression softening as he addressed her like a kind uncle. "Little esteemed one, please wait a moment. I shall call for our leader's return." Subsequently, he produced a jade pendant and crushed it. It was a communication device he shared with several other celestial leaders. "Hee, good. Nyo, you will receive a delightful treat." Xiaoling'er giggled. She then took out 2 heavenly spirit peaches. "And for the big sister, there's some for you too." She chattered away, oblivious to the astonishment and bewilderment evident on the faces of Niu Xintian and Imo-Ching. The heavenly spirit peach. One of the 10 divine treasures of the celestial spirit realm. One such peach can extend life for a millennium. A coveted item for countless powerful beings nearing the end of their lifespans. The most terrifying aspect is that the heavenly spirit peach contains an extraordinarily formidable source of power. A force that transcends the 5 elements and the 4 essences, even surpassing the duality of yin and yang. In other words, individuals practicing any of the 5 element, 4 essence, or yin-yang celestial paths can utilize the heavenly spirit peach to enhance their cultivation. However, the heavenly spirit peach tree exists solely in the celestial spirit realm, and it resides within a dreadfully perilous forbidden area. Even an immortal emperor might sustain injuries if they were to approach it. Thus, the heavenly spirit peach has almost become a legend within the realm of celestial spirits. What Imo-Ching and Commander Niu did not anticipate was that the delightful fruit mentioned by Xiaoling'er was, in fact, the heavenly spirit peach. This exquisite treasure would provoke envy even among the most formidable celestial emperors. "Thank you, esteemed young master, for bestowing such a marvelous fruit," Commander Niu exclaimed as he hastily accepted the peach. With this, he felt confident in his ability to restore himself to the realm of the celestial king. "I am deeply grateful for this precious gift, young master." Even Imo-Ching, who was on the brink of becoming a celestial emperor, quickly reached out to take her share. She was already lacking in longevity, and the heavenly spirit peach could extend her life by 1,000 years, an offer she simply could not refuse. "Hee, it's nothing. I have plenty," Xiaoling'er replied cheerfully, having gathered all the fruits from the heavenly spirit peach tree in Xingyue village. She was in no shortage of them. Plenty. Imo-Ching and Commander Niu were left utterly speechless. Just one of these peaches could incite chaos throughout the celestial realm, and Xiaoling'er possessed many? "Sister, little puppy, you all should have one too." Without a hint of hesitation, Xiaoling'er distributed the peaches to each of them. This extravagant display left Imo-Ching and Commander Niu in a state of astonishment. The heavenly spirit peach is an invaluable treasure for those nearing the end of their lifespan. Faced with such a precious item, even a celestial sage, when unable to seize it through force, could persuade others to assist them. Yet here was Xiaoling'er, offering this extraordinary treasure to mere ants. Commander Niu and Imo-Ching exchanged incredulous glances, at a loss for words. "Old Niu, is she truly the esteemed young master?" "Indeed. Old Niu, is the information accurate?" At that moment, 4 other celestial leaders entered the residence, their voices laden with a tapestry of emotions, excitement, joy, and skepticism. However, upon seeing that each of Imo-Ching and his companions held a heavenly spirit peach, they were momentarily rendered speechless. A heavenly spirit peach? Goodness, such a divine artifact. Where on earth did you procure this, old bull? Just a taste, I implore you. The 4 celestial leaders quickly regained their composure and began to speak. Even the typically composed rabbit leader was struggling to contain his excitement. "This was bestowed upon me by the young master," Old Bull replied with a hearty grin. "The young master gave this to you?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 4 celestial leaders simultaneously fixed upon Xiaoling'er, their gazes ablaze with fervor. "We have met the young master." They exchanged glances before kneeling in reverence. They understood that Old Bull was a man of honesty. If he had confirmed Xiaoling'er's identity, there could be no doubt. "Hee, I shall also share some delectable treats with you." Xiaoling'er felt somewhat bewildered by the unfolding scene, but she quickly produced several heavenly spirit peaches to distribute among them. "Thank you, young master," Rabbit Leader remarked. "You are overly cautious. How could you ever doubt the identity of the young master?" "Indeed, Rabbit, the young master is simply delightful and so kind-hearted. There should be no suspicion regarding her identity." "Rabbit, you have erred in this instance." The celestial leaders chimed in, their excitement palpable as they accepted the heavenly spirit peaches. Rabbit Leader. Chapter 92. She will return soon. Previously, he had been in full agreement, yet now this unexpected turn of events left him speechless. Nevertheless, Faced with the celestial peach presented by Ling'er, he could not help but accept it with a beaming smile. Such a divine artifact was irresistible to anyone, including himself. "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed one," the rabbit commander said respectfully upon receiving the heavenly peach. Where is mother? When will she arrive?" Ling'er playfully waved her hand, showing little interest in the peach and eager to see Bai Yunyan. "Please wait a moment, esteemed one. I have already informed the respected one. She will return shortly," the rabbit commander promptly replied. When Niu Zhentian confirmed Ling'er's identity, he had already notified Bai Yunyan, and he anticipated her swift return, knowing well that she longed to reunite with her daughter. "All right," Ling'er responded, her expression slightly gloomy upon hearing that they would have to wait. "Rest assured, esteemed one, she will be back soon. Why don't you wait here with me?" the rabbit commander suggested hastily upon noticing her demeanor. "Okay," Ling'er nodded her little head. Afterward, she patted her small belly and looked at Xingyue. Her face slightly flushed as she said, "Sister, I am hungry." "Hungry?" The various commanders and Mo Qing were momentarily taken aback. "Old Nyo, hurry and prepare a meal for the esteemed one," the rabbit commander exclaimed urgently. "Please wait a moment. I will arrange for the finest establishments to prepare a feast for you," Mo Qing added swiftly. "What are you all doing? Are you trying to steal the task?" The old man in the linen robe expressed his displeasure upon hearing their exchange. His ability to stay by Ling'er's side relies entirely on his culinary skills. If they were to seize the opportunity to cook, what place would he have left? Just as these thoughts escaped his lips, the gazes of the four leaders and Mo Qing immediately fell upon him. The weight of their intimidating stares made the old man break into a cold sweat. After all, these individuals possessed profound celestial powers, with Mo Qing being on the verge of becoming a celestial emperor. "Cough, cough, esteemed leaders. I have always been responsible for the master's meals," the old man quickly explained, realizing he could not afford to offend these formidable figures. "Grandpa, I want something stewed," Ling'er interjected, producing the alchemy cauldron. "A celestial king artifact?" Upon seeing the alchemy cauldron, the four leaders were momentarily taken aback. "Why would you bring out a celestial king artifact if you want something stewed?" The rabbit leader suddenly grasped the situation and asked in astonishment. The other three widened their eyes in disbelief. For them, a celestial king artifact was not considered an extraordinary treasure, as they had been part of Bai Yunyan's former cohort and had witnessed many things. They had even possessed celestial saint artifacts in the past. Unfortunately, during that catastrophic battle, their celestial treasures had been destroyed or severely damaged. Thus, for their current circumstances, a celestial king artifact was indeed a remarkable treasure. Yet, to think that Ling'er would use it as a cooking pot? What a joke. Even at their peak, they would never have had the audacity to treat a celestial king artifact as mere cookware. "Are you the alchemy cauldron?" The innate treasure of the former master of the celestial herb garden, possessing the ability to enhance the quality of elixirs, Mo Qing suddenly remarked, gazing intently at the alchemy cauldron. "Enhancing the quality of elixirs?" The four celestial sovereigns widened their eyes in astonishment. Such a capability is indeed extraordinary. For the superior the quality of the elixir, the lesser the inherent toxicity, thereby amplifying its efficacy for practitioners. A celestial king artifact combined with the ability to elevate elixir quality stands shoulder to shoulder with certain celestial sacred artifacts. In fact, from a practical standpoint, the alchemy cauldron may even surpass the typical celestial sacred artifacts. Such a treasure, and yet Xiaoling uses it as a mere pot. The four celestial sovereigns exchanged bewildered glances, astonished and perplexed. They were eager to discern the origins of their little sovereign's profound background. How could such an extraordinary celestial king artifact be utilized for such mundane purposes, particularly with a divine item like the heavenly spirit peach, which was so readily given away? Where did she acquire such abundant resources? After all, they distinctly recalled Bai Yunin stating that her daughter was an ordinary person. Is this truly what one would call an ordinary person? In response to Mo Qing's words, the alchemy cauldron remained unresponsive. "All right. I shall begin stewing the meat now." "Master, we still need water," the elderly figure in ragged robes chuckled. Xiaoling nodded, then produced a small gourd. "What is this?" At the moment she unveiled the small gourd, all four celestial sovereigns, including Mo Qing, felt their hair stand on end, instinctively entering a heightened state of alert. A sense of crisis, they sensed an imminent danger, one that could threaten their very lives. "What is wrong with you all?" Sensing the unusual behavior of a few individuals, Ling'er tilted her head in inquiry. Meeting her gaze, the four commanders exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and dread as they furtively regarded the small gourd in Ling'er's hand. It is worth noting that they had once attained the level of celestial saints. Although they were reduced to mere remnants of souls due to a catastrophic battle and forced to rebuild their strength, their capabilities remained intact. Even when confronted with formidable beings of the sacred immortal realm, they would never experience such a primal sense of peril, as they were confident in their ability to escape. Take, for instance, their previous encounter with Qing, faced with a being on the cusp of becoming an immortal emperor. They had not felt the same trepidation as they did now, in the presence of the small gourd. The reason for this was simple. Qing had not yet posed a threat sufficient to extinguish their lives, thus their bodies remained unperturbed. Yet, this small gourd evoked an instinctive reaction within them. This indicated that the gourd possessed the potential to bring about their demise. But how could this be possible? With their sharp perception, they could discern that the gourd was indeed a magical artifact. Logically, given their prowess, even when confronted with a sacred immortal tool, it should not trigger such a visceral response. Why then? The four pondered, their astonishment growing with each thought. Could it be that the small gourd in the hands of the little rabbit, the esteemed one, was an immortal emperor's artifact? Niu Zhentian swallowed hard and inquired. Not merely that, replied Commander Tu, narrowing his eyes. An immortal emperor's artifact, without the immortal emperor's power as its catalyst, is akin to a being on the verge of becoming an immortal emperor, comparable to the likes of Qing. Such a level should not provoke our instinctive reactions. Not merely? Upon hearing this, Niu Zhentian's eyes bulged like two small orbs. Indeed, it was more than just astonishment, for my feelings mirrored yours. At that moment, Qing interjected. What the hell? Niu Zhentian was utterly stunned by the response. Chapter 93. Little Master, your mother has arrived. The other three leaders shared the same sentiment. It is essential to recognize that Qing was currently a formidable figure, a half-step immortal emperor. Such an existence should not encounter a life-threatening crisis even when facing a recently ascended immortal emperor. After all, who among those who have cultivated to such heights lacks a few fortuitous encounters or hidden cards? Yet, what was Qing implying? That he felt the same as them. The group exchanged glances, parched and speechless. The small gourd produced by their unexpectedly emerging little master, what level of artifact could it possibly be? It had instigated a life-threatening crisis for someone as powerful as Qing, a half-step immortal emperor. Could it be that the small gourd in the little master's hands was even more formidable than an immortal emperor's artifact? Was it akin to the half-artifact wielded by the Emperor of Yin? Niu Zhentian exclaimed, nearly dislodging his eyes from their sockets. The other two gasped in astonishment as well. A half-artifact. There was only one in the entire immortal spirit realm, held by the Emperor of Yin. The defeat of Bai Yunyan was chiefly due to the half-artifact in the Emperor of Yin's possession. Now, there suddenly emerged little master had casually produced one? This was simply unfathomable. It couldn't be mistaken. It had to be true. The rabbit leader also expressed his shock, unable to contain his bewilderment. Even as Niu Zhentian and the others remained equally flabbergasted. The items produced by Xiaowudao are increasingly astonishing. The heavenly spirit peach and the uniquely powerful immortal king's artifact. And now she has unveiled a semi-divine weapon. A mere mortal. Which ordinary person could achieve such feats? Are you not being overly simplistic in your assumptions? I am, after all, at the threshold of becoming an immortal emperor. While a semi-divine weapon is indeed formidable, it is comparable to a newly ascended immortal emperor. At that moment, Qing spoke with a grave tone. Upon hearing this, the four members of the rabbit squad stood in disbelief. Indeed, a semi-divine weapon surpasses an immortal emperor's artifact. Without a potent source of power, the immortal emperor's artifact is merely equivalent to that of a half-step immortal emperor. In other words, a semi-divine weapon, when lacking a powerful source of energy, is already akin to a newly ascended immortal emperor. However, as a half-step immortal emperor, Qing possesses a certain confidence in confronting such immortals. Yet now, faced with the small gourd presented by Ling'er, she senses a looming life-threatening crisis. There are only two possibilities. Either Ling'er possesses formidable strength, acting as the source of power to activate the small gourd, enabling it to unleash power comparable to that of a mid-stage or late-stage immortal emperor, or the small gourd is far more than just a semi-divine weapon. Regardless of which possibility it may be, both are exceedingly unrealistic for the four members of the rabbit squad. After all, how old does Ling'er appear? Merely 4 or 5 years. To activate a semi-divine weapon, one would at least require the strength of an early-stage immortal emperor. If the first possibility holds true, does that not imply that Ling'er is an early-stage immortal emperor? A 4 or 5-year-old early-stage immortal emperor? This is utterly inconceivable. As for the second possibility, it is something they would not dare to imagine, for it transcends the shackles of the celestial realm. It simply does not exist in this world. The young master possesses the cultivation of a celestial king. At this moment, Qing spoke again, her voice resonating with certainty. Upon hearing this, the four leaders of the rabbit clan widened their eyes in disbelief, as if silently questioning her sanity. A celestial king at the tender age of 4 or 5. Surely, this is madness. I understand your skepticism. I myself can scarcely believe it. Yet, the truth remains. The young master truly possesses the cultivation of a celestial king. Encountering their astonished and bewildered gazes, Imoqing offered a wry smile and continued, "The moment I laid eyes on Ling'er, it felt as if I had been struck by lightning. After all, to achieve such cultivation at the age of 4 or 5. The shock is akin to witnessing a ghost on a bright sunny day. Is it really true?" Niu Xintian glanced at the young Ling'er, who was washing vegetables. Swallowing hard. "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" Imoqing shot him a sidelong glance, her expression one of exasperation. Hiss. Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The 4 leaders gazed at Ling'er with expressions of sheer disbelief. A 4-year-old, a celestial king? At this moment, they all yearned to seek out Bai Yunyan and exclaim, "Is this what you call an ordinary person? At merely 4 years of age, yet possessing the cultivation of a celestial king. Ordinary person? If this is what constitutes an ordinary person, then what are they? Perhaps not even worthy of being called novices. Wait, if that is the case, could it be that the young master is not the catalyst for that little gourd?" Suddenly, the rabbit commander came to a startling realization and exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, I suspect that the gourd presented by the young master is not merely a semi-divine artifact, but a genuine divine relic." Imoqing nodded gravely, articulating the weight of the revelation. A true divine artifact. One that does not exist in the entire realm of celestial spirits. Good heavens! Upon hearing this, the 4 commanders were utterly taken aback, their bodies rigid with disbelief. The young master possesses a genuine divine artifact? They exchanged incredulous glances, their faces betraying their astonishment. It is worth noting that true divine artifacts are mere legend in the realm of celestial spirits, at least in the historical accounts they were familiar with. No mention of such artifacts had ever been made. The most one could hope for was a semi-divine artifact. Yet now, young Ling'er had nonchalantly produced a divine relic. Who could possibly believe such a thing? But in the face of this reality, they were compelled to accept it. Otherwise, how could Imoqing, a half-step celestial emperor, have reacted with such gravity when young Ling'er revealed the gourd? My word, did not the master say that the young master is an ordinary person? What kind of so-called ordinary individual could achieve such feats? Niu Xintian spoke, his shock rendering him almost speechless. An ordinary person? If the young master were truly ordinary, we could simply find a block of tofu to end it all. Imoqing replied softly, not to mention the casual retrieval of a genuine divine artifact. Even the act of receiving a heavenly spirit peach would be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Indeed, even a celestial emperor could not accomplish such things, unless they were of the caliber of the likes of the ominous emperorine, who stands at the pinnacle of this world. Where on earth did the young master acquire such extraordinary items? Niu Xintian pondered aloud, still bewildered. A true divine artifact, of which not a single one exists in the entire realm of celestial spirits. Where did Ling'er acquire this item? It must have been given to her by the master. Imoqing's gaze sharpened as she responded, "Master?" The 4 commanders, upon hearing this, fixed their eyes upon her. After all, he was, in a sense, their master as well. To be frank, I believe the master is even more formidable than the emperor of overcast days. His depth of power is truly terrifying. Meeting their gaze, Imoqing continued, "More powerful than the emperor of overcast days?" The 4 commanders widened their eyes in astonishment. If that is the case, then why the rabbit commander interjected, the implication of his words clear. With such strength, why not directly aid Bai Yunyan in eliminating the emperor of overcast days? "I do not know," Imoqing replied, shaking her head. Just as her words hung in the air, her expression suddenly shifted. Turning to Ling'er, she said, "Little master, your mother has arrived." Chapter 94. The reunion of mother and daughter. Upon hearing this, the entire residence fell into a profound silence. Everyone involuntarily ceased their activities, directing their gazes toward the entrance. Ling'er, who was washing vegetables, stood up abruptly, staring blankly at the main door of the estate. Soft, delicate footsteps echoed from the entrance. Moments later, a figure clad in a flowing white dress, tall and curvaceous, appeared before everyone's eyes. Bai Yunyan surveyed the people in the residence before her gaze locked onto Ling'er. Ling'er, too, gazed at her in a daze. The two, one large and one small, exchanged a silent stare, with no word spoken. Evenly Xingyue and the others held their breath. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. It felt as though even the gentle breeze refrained from disturbing this peculiar yet harmonious scene, leaving the atmosphere eerily still. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Whether it is Ling'er or Bai Yunyan, in their eyes, it seems that everything else has vanished, their gazes solely filled with each other's presence. Ling'er. After a considerable pause, Bai Yunyan finally spoke, her voice imbued with a plethora of complex emotions, joy, sorrow, and even an incredulous tremor accompanied by faint sobs. Mother. Sob, sob, sob. Ling'er, realizing her surroundings, let large tears cascade down her cheeks. With her short legs, she rushed towards Bai Yunyan, who likewise opened her arms and crouched down. Mother, Ling'er misses you so dearly. As Ling'er leaped into Bai Yunyan's embrace, she clung tightly, as if wishing to merge her entire being with her. It's all right, my dear. It is I who has wronged you. Bai Yunyan held her close, continuously offering comfort. In that moment, she was no longer the lofty immortal emperor of clouds, nor a revered figure. She was simply a mother expressing her long-held yearning. Mother. Ling'er nuzzled her head against Bai Yunyan, her small nose twitching as she inhaled the fragrant scent of her mother. It's all right, mother is here. Mother is here. Bai Yunyan gently rested her cheek upon Ling'er's head, her face radiating tenderness. Mother, I searched for you for so long, so very long. At last, I have found you. Mother, please do not leave me again, all right? Ling'er spoke with tear-filled eyes. All right, I will not leave. I shall never leave again. Bai Yunyan hurriedly replied, her gaze towards Ling'er filled with profound tenderness. Xingyue and the others remained silent, quietly observing this harmonious and loving scene. Alas, with age comes an inability to witness such moments. The old man in the coarse robe wiped the corners of his reddened eyes and sighed softly. TSK, how pathetic. Mu Ling retorted disdainfully. Oh, look who is talking. Aren't there tears shimmering in your eyes as well? The old man chuckled in amusement. You know nothing. It's the dust from the wind, all right? Mu Ling shot him a disdainful glance, rubbing her eyes with her paw as she spoke. Watching the two elders bicker, a smile blossomed on Li Xingyue's face. Thank you for always being there for Ling'er. At that moment, Bai Yunyan approached with little Ling'er in her arms, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. It was evident that she had realized it was Li Xingyue and the others who had been accompanying Ling'er in search of her. Mistress, please. It is but my duty. The old man in the coarse robe quickly waved his hand in response. In his eyes, Bai Yunyan was a true heavyweight, having once been one of the two titans of the immortal spirit realm. Mistress, there is no need for such formality, Mu Ling added, her expression tinged with complexity, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. After all, she had once clashed with Bai Yunyan, and now the latter had become her mistress. Sister, I found mother. Hee. Thank you, sister. Little Ling'er exclaimed, hugging Bai Yunyan's neck while beaming at Li Xingyue. Bai Yunyan's gaze then shifted to Li Xingyue. You must be the daughter of Qinglian Taoist, Li Xingyue, am I correct? Ling'er expressed her gratitude, stating that you have always been by her side. Bai Yunyan smiled at Li Xingyue and, in the midst of her words, performed a respectful bow. Master, that cannot be, were it not for you. My parents might have long since perished. And as for Ling'er, had it not been for her, I would have succumbed to the tribulation of transformation. The one deserving of thanks should be myself. Li Xingyue, taken aback by the praise, hastily waved her hand, clarifying that rather than her assisting little Ling'er in finding her mother, it was instead little Ling'er who had embraced her without disdain, continuously keeping her company. After all, given little Ling'er's background, she could easily amass a multitude of followers, including those ancient beings of the tribulation realm. The alchemy cauldron acknowledged the mistress. At that moment, the voice of the alchemy cauldron resonated, buzzing. As its words faded, the surrounding space around Bai Yunyan began to tremble. Those who were perplexed furrowed their brows in confusion. What is happening? Only Li Xingyue and the two others exhibited no signs of concern, for they understood that it was the terrifying artifact from little Ling'er that was about to emerge. The primordial purple gold gourd acknowledges the mistress. The initial offering came from the small gourd, its voice peculiar, sounding somewhat antiquated, yet surprisingly youthful. It is you. Upon seeing the small gourd, Bai Yunyan stood in astonishment. Was this not the formidable artifact that had once vanquished the evil spirit realm? Mother, do you recognize the gourd? Little Ling'er inquired, tilting her head. The mistress has seen me before? The small gourd questioned, equally perplexed. Indeed, when Xingyue's parents learned of the unsealing of the evil spirit clan, they sought my assistance, and I once guided the two of them to the realm of malevolent spirits. Upon our arrival, we fortuitously beheld your departure. Little did I expect. You were entwined with Ling'er. Bai Yunyan offered a wry smile. Who could have known that she was so close to Ling'er back then? My parents have spoken of this matter as well, Li Xingyue interjected. You are a divine artifact, are you not? Bai Yunyan nodded, gazing at the small gourd with inquiry. Indeed, the small gourd responded directly. Hiss, it is truly a divine artifact. Upon receiving this affirming answer, Captain Tu and Imo Qing could not help but gasp in astonishment. After all, their previous musings had merely been conjectures, and now they had been substantiated. Although they had already suspected it, Bai Yunyan was still taken aback. This was indeed a genuine divine artifact, and it was accompanying her daughter. How could this be? She began, her words trailing off. Just then, all the various adornments worn by Ling'er, along with her usual basin, spoon, chopsticks, and the knife that could rend space, materialized before them. We have encountered the matriarch. Everything floated before Bai Yunyan, who spoke with reverence. Each item emanated a terrifying aura, rivaling that of the small gourd. By heavens! Chapter 95. The emergence of the crimson robe, all bestowed by Lu Ming. Witnessing this spectacle, Captain 2, Mo Qing, and the others stood with their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Divine artifacts. So many divine artifacts. They exchanged glances, their minds blank, nearly overwhelmed by the shock. They even rubbed their eyes repeatedly, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Such a remarkable artifact. In the entire realm of celestial spirits, there exists not a single one. Yet now, an abundance emerges from the very essence of Ling'er. Who could possibly believe such a spectacle? Not just the few present. Even Bai Yunyan stands utterly stunned, her mind grappling with the possibility that she might be ensnared in an illusion. So many genuine artifacts, and all emanating from her daughter. You. Bai Yunyan gazes in astonishment at the array of artifacts manifesting before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling'er, are all of these yours? She inquires, her expression one of disbelief as she turns to Ling'er. Yes, indeed. They were given to me by my dear father. Ling'er replies with an earnest nod. Given by Lu Ming? Bai Yunyan's mind spins at the revelation. She recalls Lu Ming as merely an ordinary individual. How could he possibly acquire such an abundance of artifacts? Enough. You have startled the matriarch. A woman's voice suddenly interjects. What? Mo Qing and the others are taken aback once more, their astonishment intensifying as their gazes instinctively shift back to Ling'er. Could it be that, in addition to these artifacts, there is even more hidden within her? The thought crosses their minds, and they exchange glances, each harboring doubts about whether Ling'er had stumbled upon some relic of boundless treasures. Bai Yunyan, too, is transfixed, her gaze fixated on the resplendent crimson robe adorning Ling'er, for it is from this very garment that the earlier voice had resonated. Under her watchful gaze, the magnificent crimson robe detached itself from the petite Ling'er, gracefully descending before the assembly of the small gourd. Hong Yin, having encountered the matriarch before, stood in silent recognition. The crimson robe then spoke. However, the expressions of Bai Yunyan, Mo Qing, and the others shifted dramatically. The aura emanating from the robe was overwhelmingly formidable, overshadowing even the genuine divine artifacts present. What level of treasure is this? Niu Zhentian inquired, his voice resonating with trepidation. He could sense that should the crimson robe choose to strike, it could effortlessly erase his existence. Even at his peak, he would be no match for it. The rabbit commander merely rolled his eyes in response. If you ask me, who am I to inquire? At this moment, I too am at a loss regarding the classification of this crimson robe. After all, even genuine divine artifacts are considered legendary in their eyes, let alone something that transcends them. You. Bai Yunyan gazed at the crimson robe, her throat parched with astonishment. She could discern that the robe's prowess was not in the slightest inferior to her own at her zenith. What caliber of treasure is this? Furthermore, from where did her daughter acquire such terrifying artifacts? What level of treasure are you? After a considerable pause, Bai Yunyan regained her composure and curiously pressed for an answer. At her words, the ears of the others perked up, all eager to uncover the true nature of this crimson robe, including Xingyue and her companions. After all, this was a being whom even the gourd group addressed with utmost reverence as their elder sister. Principal artifact, the crimson robe replied nonchalantly. Principal artifact? The crowd was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Artifacts are categorized into 4 distinct classes. True artifacts, represented by the gourd, which denote their level, the primary artifacts, which correspond to my rank, followed by the creation artifacts and the primordial artifacts. Upon witnessing this, the great red robe elucidated the matter. Bai Yunyan and her companions exchanged bewildered glances, astonished to learn of such classifications for artifacts. It was their first encounter with this concept. Then how could you all be? Bai Yunyan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. It perplexed her that such formidable entities would be surrounding her daughter. We serve under the orders of our master to protect the young mistress, the great red robe replied candidly. Lu Ming. Bai Yunyan's confusion deepened at this revelation. Lu Ming was an ordinary person, if her memory served her correctly. What on earth was happening? It was already astonishing that so many artifacts were safeguarding her daughter. Yet among them was a primary artifact, a truly terrifying treasure. Master, is this what you refer to as an ordinary person? Indeed, Master. Did you not claim that they were both ordinary? What ordinary person possesses such a multitude of artifacts? The rabbit commander and others inquired. Bai Yunyan shot them a glare. Momentarily at a loss for words, her mind swirling with confusion. Ling'er, where is your father? Bai Yunyan asked, eager to question Lu Ming about the situation. She was now certain that something significant had transpired after her departure from Xingyue village. Nasty father has gone into seclusion. He said he would take me to find you once he finished. However, he has failed to fulfill it several times. Which is why I ventured out to seek my mother. Mentioning Lu Ming, Xiao Ling'er huffed in irritation. Has he gone into seclusion? After hearing this, Bai Yunyan furrowed her brow slightly. If that is the case, has Lu Ming begun to cultivate? Yet, she distinctly remembered that Lu Ming possessed no aptitude for cultivation. Otherwise, when she departed, she would have undoubtedly left him the most exceptional cultivation techniques. Where is he in seclusion? I must inquire as to what is truly happening. Bai Yunyan pressed on. Master, that is ill-advised, the alchemy cauldron interjected hastily. Before Bai Yunyan could respond, it continued. The master is currently striving to break through to the true God realm. He must not be disturbed, as it could be perilous. What? Its words struck each individual like thunder, including Bai Yunyan. She never anticipated that Lu Ming was now attempting to ascend to the true God realm. But, did he not lack any cultivation talent? How could he be striving for the true God realm now? Undoubtedly, the most astonished were the rabbit commander and his companions. The true God realm has always been an insurmountable barrier in the immortal spirit realm. Why has Bai Yunyan become like this? Is it not due to the elusive opportunity of the true God? Yet now, someone is attempting to break through to the true God realm, and moreover, it is the man of their esteemed master. Master, I recall you stated he was an ordinary person. Oh, so an ordinary person is attempting to break through to the true God realm, is it? Master, you have kept this from us for far too long. The rabbit commander and his companions could not help but grumble. After listening, Bai Yun Smoke wore a bitter smile. In truth, she was utterly perplexed. At this moment, she yearned more than anyone else to comprehend the situation at hand. Chapter 96, a detailed account of the divine realm. When would he emerge from his seclusion? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yun Smoke inquired. As a former celestial emperor of great strength, she understood that one must not disturb a cultivator during their retreat. While her desire to grasp the unfolding events was undeniable, she could not recklessly interrupt Lu Ming's seclusion. Not in the immediate future. The ascension to the divine realm hinges primarily on the condensation of the divine persona. The divine persona dictates the future of the cultivator. Given the master's disposition, he would undoubtedly strive to condense the most exceptional divine persona. The crimson robe interjected. Divine persona? Upon hearing this, Bai Yun Smoke and the others slightly furrowed their brows. They were relatively familiar with the celestial realm. In celestial cultivation, one continuously absorbs and refines the essence of the celestial path to augment their own foundational power. In other words, celestial cultivation is akin to transforming the scattered celestial essence in the world into one's own. It resembles the divine transformation realm, where one persistently refines the power of laws to transcend their cultivation and shatter the limits of lifespan. The only distinction lies in the fact that foundational power is far more formidable than the power of laws. More precisely, foundational power represents a more complete form of the power of laws, as it can achieve feats beyond the capabilities of the power of laws. Take, for instance, the fundamental five-element laws. Those who cultivate the five-element laws in the celestial realm, known as tribulation realm experts, when engaging in combat, can at most merely leverage their strength, regardless of the law they employ. What does this mean? It signifies utilizing the attributes of the laws they have cultivated, drawing upon similar elements from the surrounding world to counter adversaries and launch attacks. However, the realm of immortals is entirely different. In this realm, the adept can transform all attributes surrounding them into their inherent elemental force, which they utilize for defense and offense. To put it simply, if a practitioner of the wood element were to engage, they could wield everything associated with wood to their advantage. In contrast, an immortal in this realm can, upon harnessing their elemental force, convert all their surroundings into entities aligned with the wood element for their use. If we consider that practitioners below the calamity realm draw upon the forces of nature, then those in the immortal realm create these forces themselves. As for the divine realm above the immortal realm, even the frequent celestial sovereign, Bai Yunyan, remains in the dark about it. Thus, the concept of divine attributes mentioned by the crimson robe figure is unknown to her. What exactly is this divine attribute? Is it true that merely condensing a divine attribute allows one to transcend into the true divine realm? Bai Yunyan inquired further. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others fixed their eager gazes upon the crimson-robed figure. The divine realm has always been a subject of legend within the realm of celestial spirits, shrouded in an aura of dread within the minds of all. Now, encountering someone like the Crimson Robe who possesses knowledge of the divine realm, they naturally wish to gain a deeper understanding. The path of immortal cultivation is a continuous process of refining one's elemental force, progressing from the true level elemental force to the earth level elemental force, and ultimately reaching the emperor level elemental force. This much is known to you all. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the crimson-robed figure slowly began to speak. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan and the others nodded in agreement. This is indeed the methodology of cultivation within the immortal realm, a relentless journey of elevating the level of one's elemental force. Regarding divinity, it is a manifestation formed by the immense essence of the imperial level combined with the primordial purple energy. In essence, if you wish to transcend to the realm of the divine, it is imperative that you locate this primordial purple energy. The Great Red Robe reiterated. Primordial purple energy? Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What is this? We have never encountered such a concept. The primordial purple energy is a transformation of the source of the heavenly Tao, regarded as one of the most precious entities in existence. This energy may not be birthed even once in an entire epoch. Acquiring it is exceedingly difficult, for in the eyes of those in the divine realm, such entities are deemed exceedingly valuable treasures, the Great Red Robe elucidated. Not even a single strand in an entire epoch? Bai Yunyan and the others were taken aback. What constitutes an epoch? 1 billion years is considered one epoch. Even the most powerful immortal emperors have lifespans that barely exceed tens of millions of years. It is no wonder that no one in the immortal spirit realm has managed to ascend to the true God realm. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that a single strand of primordial purple energy is so elusive, capable of extinguishing countless immortal emperors, is staggering. Moreover, the path to cultivating to the immortal emperor level is fraught with challenges. Must we then await the spontaneous emergence of primordial purple energy? Are there no alternative methods? Bai Yunyan pondered for a moment before inquiring once more. The others fixed their gazes intently on the Great Red Robe. There are. The Great Red Robe responded slowly under their scrutiny. Primordial purple energy can also be obtained through 2 additional methods. The first involves synthesizing it using the world's essence. This method is akin to offering up the world itself, and to synthesize even a single strand of primordial purple energy. It is essential to sacrifice at least 10 immortal spirit realms, it continued. The 10 immortal realms? Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan and the others were utterly dumbfounded. To offer up 10 immortal realms, what an unimaginable sacrifice of lives that would entail. As for the second task, finding the legendary primordial realm, that was an even more distant dream, for even the master himself could not achieve such a feat at present. The Great Red Robe spoke again. Is that so? After listening, Bai Yunyan and her companions were expressions of deep resignation. If that were the case, was it not utterly hopeless to aspire to become a true deity? There is no need for concern, for the Master will enable you to transcend to the realm of true deities, the Great Red Robe reassured them. Lu Ming was an entity so enigmatic that even it could not fully comprehend him. Before encountering Lu Ming, it had been in a deep slumber amidst the chaos of this realm. Ultimately, it was Lu Ming who discovered it and awakened it with his powers. For others, acquiring the primordial purple chi was exceedingly arduous, yet the Great Red Robe believed that for Lu Ming, it should pose no significant challenge. Lu Ming? Bai Yunyan mused, her brow slightly furrowing. Had it been in the past, she would have never entertained such notions. However, the present was different. After all, if even a formidable treasure like the Great Red Robe was at Lu Ming's disposal, perhaps he truly could procure the primordial purple chi. With that, the Great Red Robe ceased further discourse and returned to the side of Ling'er. The other divine artifacts followed suit. In the blink of an eye, all the artifacts had returned to Ling'er as if they had never been present at all. However, the gaze of Captain Rabbit and the others towards Ling had significantly transformed. What had once been respect was now mingled with fear. As for Ling'er's matters, you must keep them confidential. Bai Yunyan cast a cold glance at the Rabbit Commander and her companions, stating, currently, the Dark Emperor remains a significant latent threat. Although the Crimson Robe is formidable, it cannot be summoned by anyone. Its autonomous activation merely equates to that of a peak celestial emperor. However, the Dark Emperor not only stands at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm, but also wields a semi-divine artifact. Thus, he continues to pose a substantial threat to both of us. Indeed, the Rabbit Commander and her companions replied earnestly, regrettably constrained by the scarcity of cultivation resources. If only we had sufficient resources to swiftly restore ourselves to the celestial emperor level, we would have no fear of the Dark Emperor. Bai Yunyan spoke with a hint of resignation. Cultivation resources? Upon hearing this, the Rabbit Commander and her companions exchanged glances, their gazes instinctively falling upon Ling'er. What are you looking at Ling'er for? Bai Yunyan furrowed her brow, perplexed. Master, the young master previously gifted each of us a heavenly spirit peach, the rabbit commander interjected. What? Bai Yunyan was momentarily taken aback. As a former peak celestial emperor, she understood the immense value of the heavenly spirit peach, even at the height of her powers. She could never have casually bestowed such a treasure upon others. Ling'er, where did you acquire so many heavenly spirit peaches? Bai Yunyan inquired with curiosity. She recalled that before her reincarnation, the heavenly spirit peach had nearly vanished from the celestial spirit realm, with only a single, fearsome forbidden ground housing a tree of such peaches. That forbidden ground was fraught with peril, even for a celestial emperor. It is rumored that several immortal emperors, who were unwilling to succumb to death despite their limited lifespans, were once buried within. Is this the peach that Mother spoke of? In response to her gaze, the innocent and naive little Ling'er replied. As she spoke, she produced 2 heavenly spirit peaches in succession. This scene left the rabbit leader and his companions utterly astonished. Just a moment ago, little Ling'er had already gifted 1 to each person present, including the one that Xingyue and the others had shared. That made a total of 9. Now, she was presenting 2 more. When did heavenly spirit peaches become so common? Moreover, how many heavenly spirit peaches does little Ling'er possess? It felt as though they were inexhaustible. Everyone pondered this in their hearts. Truly, they were heavenly spirit peaches. Ling'er, where did you obtain so many peaches? Bai Yunyan asked, her shock evident as she cast a glance at the little girl. Upon hearing this, the others also turned their attention to Ling'er, eager to learn the source of such an abundance of heavenly spirit peaches. I picked them from the old peach tree in the village. Didn't Mother tell you? Little Ling'er responded, her large, round eyes wide with innocence. From the old peach tree in the village? Bai Yunyan furrowed her brow slightly. She recalled that there were no heavenly spirit peach trees in Xingyue village. Otherwise, why would she have ventured out in search of cultivation resources? Where did the village obtain such an old peach tree? Bai Yunyan pressed further. Father planted it. He said that this way, I would have good fruit to eat every year, little Ling'er giggled. Lu Ming planted it. Bai Yunyan was even more perplexed upon hearing this. Where did Lu Ming acquire a heavenly spirit peach tree? Could it be that he had brought one from that terrifying forbidden area to Xingyue village? Mother, would you like some peaches? I have plenty, little Ling'er continued. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and with a series of whoosh sounds, large, plump peaches flew out from the necklace around her neck. They landed on the ground, forming a small hill that reached her knees. Gasp. The sight of so many celestial spirit peaches left the rabbit commander and others in awe. They knew little Ling'er possessed a considerable number of these peaches. But this was beyond their expectations. If placed in the celestial realm, the abundance of these peaches could rival the resources of some celestial saint powerhouses. Not even Bai Yunyan could hide her astonishment. It was her first time witnessing such a bounty. Mother, I also have many vegetables, little Ling'er added. Vegetables? Bai Yunyan was momentarily taken aback. Master, the vegetables Ling'er refers to are actually spiritual herbs, Xingyue explained from the side. Spiritual herbs? Bai Yunyan pondered the implications but refrained from commenting, as these herbs would not significantly aid her in recovering her cultivation. Only high-quality celestial medicines could provide such assistance. Do you want some vegetables, Mother? Little Ling'er tilted her head in inquiry. Sweetheart, no need for that. Keep them for yourself. I only need a few peaches. Bai Yunyan affectionately patted her head, speaking softly. All right, I'll give all these peaches to Mother. If we need more, we can go back to the village. There are still plenty on the old peach tree, little Ling'er grinned, revealing her pointed little teeth. Xingyue village, you say? Bai Yunyan felt a stir of interest upon hearing this. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves in dire straits. At that moment, Mo Qing interjected suddenly. Bai Yunyan and the others gazed at her in confusion. News has just arrived that the demon clan is preparing to attack the realm of chaos. Mo Qing spoke slowly, meeting the curious stares of the crowd. What purpose does the demon clan have in launching an attack here? Are they simply bored? Indeed. Has the demon clan not always preferred to remain within their own territory? Several celestial leaders remarked. Even Bai Yunyan wore a perplexed expression. The demon clan resides in the demon void, a secluded realm, entirely cut off from the outside world. It could be said that the demon void and the celestial spirit realm are 2 neighboring realms of higher order. Now, why would the demon clan venture forth to assault the realm of chaos? It must be the handiwork of the Shadow Emperor, the elder in the tattered robe suddenly interjected. The handiwork of the Shadow Emperor? Bai Yunyan and the others were momentarily taken aback. What connection does this have to the Shadow Emperor? My lady, what you may not know is that the Shadow Emperor has long been aware of your reincarnation in the true spirit realm. The elder stated under the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly. What? Upon hearing this, several individuals were astonished. The Shadow Emperor had known of her rebirth in the true spirit realm all along? But wait, if he knows, Why has Ti taken action? Niu Zhentian queried, regaining his composure. Foolish bull, the Shadow Emperor intends to play the long game. It becomes clear now why the Shadow Emperor's minions have been systematically dismantling our cultivation resources and relentlessly pursuing us, allowing us to narrowly escape death time and again. It appears the Shadow Emperor seeks to drive you, esteemed one, into a corner to ascertain whether he can lure out that divine opportunity. The rabbit commander responded, indeed. This is the information we have received. The Dark Emperor's lifespan is limited, thus he is quite anxious. The invasion by the demon clan is undoubtedly orchestrated by the Dark Emperor, with the intent of cornering our mistress. The elder in the tattered robe nodded in agreement, remarking, "Ah, what a cunning strategist the Dark Emperor is, indeed a masterful game he plays." The rabbit commander let out a cold snort, a mixture of frustration and helplessness evident in his voice. Currently, none among them stands a chance against the Dark Emperor, not even the Great Red Robe. In other words, even though they are aware of the Dark Emperor's schemes, they can only passively follow his lead. Naturally, another option is to await death. But how could that be an option? Well, I actually believe that if the Dark Emperor wishes to play, we shall indulge him. The voice of the alchemical cauldron suddenly resonated. The others looked at it in confusion. Indulge the Dark Emperor? What do you mean? Our master is currently striving to reach the realm of true God, thus we need to buy time. Once our master succeeds, what is the Dark Emperor to us? However, the Dark Emperor will not seek to annihilate our mistress, but will continuously push her into a corner. Then let us proceed according to the Dark Emperor's plan. We shall wait until our master emerges, and then, Of course, there is also our mistress. Should she restore her cultivation to its peak and join forces with the elder sister, defeating the Dark Emperor would be a matter of ease. The alchemical cauldron analyzed. At present, there are two ways to break the Dark Emperor's scheme. One is for Lu Ming to emerge, and the other is for Bai Yunyan to restore her strength. Whichever path we take, it requires time. Now that the Shadow Emperor is not inclined to use lethal measures, could this not provide them with the precious time they need? When the moment arrives, whether it be Lu Ming emerging from his seclusion or Bai Yunyan fully restoring her cultivation, they will be able to confront the Shadow Emperor directly. Your words resonate profoundly. The rabbit leader's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, offering generous praise. Chapter 98, by Zhe. A splendid Aries indeed. Others nodded in agreement. Recognizing this as a commendable strategy, not only does it allow for a delay, but it also prevents the Shadow Emperor from wreaking havoc. The only aspect to remain vigilant about is the identity of the young master. Currently, only a select few of us are privy to this knowledge. Should the Shadow Emperor uncover the young master's true lineage, it would pose significant complications. The alchemy furnace continued its analysis. Everyone nodded in concurrence, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, should the Shadow Emperor capture Ling'er, both Bai Yunyan and Lu Ming would be left in a precarious position. I shall attend to matters concerning the demon clan for now. Imo Qing interjected before departing. Master, we shall not intrude upon your reunion with your daughter. The rabbit leader remarked, leading Niu Zhentian and others away. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was left with only Ling'er and Xingyue among others. Since you have accompanied Ling'er, you may remain here. Training in this environment is certainly preferable to the true spirit realm, Bai Yunyan said, glancing at Xingyue and the others. The wood spirit and elder Mai expressed no objections. Only Xingyue hesitated. After all, she had previously stated that once she helped Ling'er find her mother, she would leave. Xingyue, you should stay as well. Ling'er relies on you, and I may not be able to interact with her frequently in the future. Thus, it is necessary for you to accompany Ling'er. Bai Yunyan gazed at her and spoke with intention, having resolved to play a part in the grand scheme with the Emperor of Overcast Days. She must continue this act of escape. For the safety of little Ling'er, it was impossible to keep her constantly by her side. The only feasible course of action was to maintain contact. However, she could not allow Ling'o to be left all alone. Hence, Xingyue emerged as the most suitable companion. Moreover, Bai Yunyan observed that little Ling'o displayed a certain dependence on Xingyue, making her the ideal presence for Ling'er in this moment. Ah, sister, please do not leave. Upon hearing this, Ling'er, fearing that Xingyue was about to depart, rushed over and embraced her tightly. You should stay, dear girl. Returning to the true spirit realm. To Linglong Pavilion, what future awaits you there? The alchemist's cauldron interjected. Very well. Xingyue nodded in agreement. Compared to returning to the true spirit realm, remaining by Ling'er's side was indeed a far better choice. Furthermore, she could not bear to part with the lively and adorable Ling'er. Sister is so wonderful, come closer. Ling'o giggled, nuzzling against her enthusiastically, her charmingly animated demeanor eliciting smiles from those around them. Young master, the meat is ready. At that moment, the elderly man in tattered robes interjected. All right, it's time to feast. Upon hearing the mention of food, Ling'er's eyes sparkled with delight. The group gathered around and began to partake in the meal. Slow down, Ling'er, do not choke, Bai Yunyan said lovingly as she sat beside little Ling, her face full of affection, while also serving her dishes. Hee, thank you, dear mother, I love you. Little Ling'er revealed her two small tiger teeth, her hands curving gracefully as she tilted her head slightly to form a heart shape. Oh, my dear child, Bai Yunyan exclaimed, her heart nearly melting at the sight. Wow, mother, look, there's a grand white sheep over there. Mother, I want to go gather some beast's milk. It has been ages since I last drank it. Suddenly, little Ling'er gazed into the distance and spoke. A white sheep? Bai Yunyan was taken aback, following her gaze. Where could there be a white sheep? She murmured. Observing the empty sky, Ling'er, Bai Yunyan turned around only to find that little Ling'er had vanished from sight. Ling'er, she gasped in alarm. Do not fret. My lady, she has gone to that Bai Zhe, the alchemy cauldron casually remarked. Bai Zhe. Bai Yunyan's expression shifted slightly. Bai Zhe is considered a divine lineage among the myriad beasts in the demon void, recognized as their leader. If Bai Zhe has appeared in the chaotic sea, does it not imply that it is leading the charge here? And as the leader of the demon void, Bai Zhe possesses formidable strength. Do not worry, my lady. The eldest sister is present, and Bai Zhe cannot stir up much trouble. Moreover, this Bai Zhe shares a certain bond with our little master, the alchemy cauldron chuckled. It remembered that the white sheep from the village served as a wet nurse for little Ling'er, and it was indeed an ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan. A bond? What sort of bond? Bai Yunyan questioned, perplexed. How could Ling'er, who grew up in the true spirit realm, have any connection with Bai Zhe? Because the ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan was taken by the master to be Ling'er's wet nurse, the alchemy cauldron replied candidly. What? Bai Yunyan was left utterly bewildered after hearing the news. If her memory served her correctly, the ancient ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan, who had long remained hidden from the world, was indeed a formidable figure at the Immortal Emperor level, albeit in the mid-stage of that realm. Yet now, it appeared that Lu Ming had taken this ancestral being to serve as a nurse for Ling'er. This was quite perplexing. Do not worry, my lady. It is merely a Bai Zhe, the alchemy cauldron continued. After digesting this information, Bai Yunyan nodded, choosing to refrain from further comment. Upon reflection, it made sense. Even that grand crimson robe was not inferior to her in strength during its peak. The presence of the Bai Zhe clan's ancestor would hardly pose a threat to young Ling'er. However, she couldn't shake the curiosity regarding what had transpired with Lu Ming after her departure from Xingyue village, enabling him to capture the ancestor of the Bai Zhe clan to be a caretaker for Ling'er. Meanwhile, in the chaotic realm beyond the borders, the void was teeming with demonkind. A glance revealed a dense congregation, numbering at least 100,000. The leader was neither a dragon nor a phoenix, but a snow-white beast adorned with horns. Bai Yu, from the chaotic sea, confronted the demon void, declaring, You do not seek your ancestors. What is the purpose of your presence here? Rumors had circulated in the immortal spirit realm regarding the sudden disappearance of the Bai Zhe clan's ancestor, igniting widespread speculation. The demon void had remained silent on the matter, seemingly acquiescing to the mysterious vanishing of the Bai Zhe ancestor. Humph, that is a matter for my Bai Zhe clan, not yours, Bai Yu retorted with a cold scoff. Her tone tinged with frustration. While it was true that her ancestor had indeed gone missing, it was not a complete disappearance. They occasionally maintained contact. The messages relayed have all indicated a pursuit of a formidable terror, advising her to refrain from seeking trouble. So, what brings you to the Chaos Sea? Mo Qing questioned once more. Bai Yunyan, I am aware that she resides in the Chaos Sea. Hand her over, and I shall take my leave. Bai Yu spoke bluntly, eliminating any pretense. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing's expression darkened. It appears, indeed, as the elder Mai has stated, that the Dark Emperor is secretly instigating turmoil. Bai Yunyan, is she not deceased? Mo Qing feigned ignorance in response. Hee, either surrender her, or we shall reveal our true capabilities in confrontation. Bai Yu scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Mo Qing's act of pretense. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly broke through. What a beautiful white sheep. It was Xiao Ling'er, who appeared beside Mo Qing. Little master you. Upon seeing her, Mo Qing's countenance shifted dramatically. If anything were to happen to this one, the Chaos Sea would be in dire straits. However, Mo Qing failed to notice the astonishment and trepidation that crossed Bai Zhe's face upon hearing the words white sheep. Chapter 99, White Sheep. Could you spare a little milk for me? After hearing white sheep, Bai Yu silently observed Xiao Ling'er ahead. Her eyes were filled with confusion, curiosity, and shock. For in the messages relayed by the ancestor, Bai Yu had heard the ancestor refer to themselves as the white sheep ancestor on several occasions. Moreover, she recalled the ancestor mentioning serving as a nursemaid to that formidable terror. At that time, upon receiving this news, Bai Yu had been completely bewildered. After all, That was the esteemed ancestor of the Baizhe clan, the true master of the demon void. Such beings actually take on the role of wet nurses. If this were to spread, would not the Baizhe clan become the subject of ridicule? However, to Baiyu's astonishment, her esteemed ancestor not only exhibited no anger but instead appeared to take great pride in this endeavor, as if serving as a wet nurse were a most honorable pursuit. Baiyu found herself compelled to acquiesce to her ancestor's words, ultimately accepting the notion of her ancestor's new role. Now, this unexpectedly appeared little girl referred to herself as Baiyang. Baiyu had ample reason to suspect that her ancestor was indeed acting as a wet nurse for this child. Meanwhile, Mo Qing, standing beside the little Ling'er, was oblivious to Baiyu's change in demeanor. She gently addressed Ling'o, urging, "Little master, what brings you here? You must leave at once." While she felt no fear towards Baiyu, her concern lay with Ling'er, as the daughter of that esteemed figure. Mo Qing understood that should any misfortune befall Ling'er in the chaotic realm, it would undoubtedly provoke a cataclysmic response. She possessed insider knowledge, aware that an ancestor of the Phoenix clan met with dire consequences merely for stepping on Ling'er's foot, resulting in the annihilation of her entire lineage, down to the very earthworms in the Phoenix domain. The depth of that figure's affection for Ling'er was evident. Should anything untoward occur to Ling'er here, Mo Qing feared that the fate of the chaotic realm would be no better than that of the Phoenix domain. "I came to find milk," Ling'er innocently replied, meeting Mo Qing's gaze. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing stood frozen in disbelief. "Milk? What milk does the little master seek?" she inquired, perplexed. "Why goat's milk? I haven't had goat's milk in such a long time," Ling'er responded. "Hee." Little Ling'er replied truthfully. After speaking, her gaze fell upon Baiyu. "Baiyang, could you please squeeze some milk for me? It has been so long since I last had goat's milk." The moment these words left her lips, the previously tense atmosphere transformed into an eerie silence. The 100,000 demon troops behind Baiyu exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss, asking their leader to milk for her. How outrageous! The demon army was left in shock and then swiftly engulfed by fury. How audacious! Who is this little girl, that she dares to speak so recklessly? The indignant voices echoed from the multitude of beasts. Baiyu was their leader, now? Little Ling'er was demanding her to extract milk. Was this not a profound humiliation? Who could possibly endure such an affront? However, upon hearing Ling'er's request, Baiyu's expression shifted dramatically. If she had previously entertained doubts about whether her ancestor was acting as a nursemaid for the young girl before her, now she was utterly convinced. Goat's milk, seeking milk. Everything aligned perfectly. Young master you. Even Mo Qing was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that little Ling'er's quest for milk would directly involve Baiyu. After all, Baiyu was a being on the cusp of becoming an immortal emperor, and moreover, she held a certain animosity towards humanity. Yet here was little Ling, boldly asking for milk in front of hundreds of thousands of demonkind. This was both amusing and exasperating for Mo Qing. "Head, let me deal with this little brat." Holding a battle axe, the muscular crocodilian beast stepped forward and addressed Baiyu. Baiyu was not only the master of the demon realm, but also the object of desire for countless demon entities. In her presence, all the creatures of the demon realm showed utmost respect, to the point of refraining from even playful banter. As for Xiaoling'o, goodness, she immediately demanded Baiyu to express some milk for her consumption, which was simply intolerable. Silence. Baiyu shot a glance at the crocodilian beast and admonished. Xiaoling'o was someone to whom even her ancestors would pay utmost respect. Even if the beast had 100 times the audacity, it would not dare to lay a hand on Xiaoling'er, especially since it was merely at the threshold of the Immortal Emperor realm. It wouldn't even provoke someone at the mid-level of the Immortal Emperor, let alone Xiaoling'er. "My dear friend, I apologize, but I have not borne offspring and possess no milk," Baiyu stated after reprimanding the crocodilian beast, turning to Xiaoling'er. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of thousands of demon beasts behind her fell into a state of disbelief. Their eyes widened like brass bells, their faces reflecting shock, confusion, and incredulity. What did this mean? If she truly had milk, would she really provide it? The vast assembly of demon beasts exchanged glances, each wondering if they had misheard. Baiyu was their leader. Shouldn't she be enraged by such audacity from Xiaoling'o? Shouldn't she charge forward to claim her head and assert the demon realm's might? What was happening now? The notion of not having born offspring meant she couldn't provide milk? But if she had given birth, she could? When did their leader become so accommodating? The countless demon beasts pondered, casting skeptical glances toward Baiyu. Some even covertly activated their ocular talents, pondering whether they had chosen the wrong master. Not to mention them, even Mo Qing, standing beside Xiaoling'er, was rendered speechless. She had already resolved to fiercely defend Xiaoling'er against Baiyu. Yet now, what was Baiyu's demeanor? She appeared utterly unperturbed. Is this truly the Baiyu I know? Mo Qing mused. Why not? The village's white sheep can. Xiao Ling'er, in her innocent confusion, tilted her head slightly as if contemplating why Baiyu was unable to provide her with milk like the white sheep. Upon hearing this, Baiyu could only manage a wry smile. How am I to explain this? Dear child, I truly cannot offer you any. Perhaps other beastly milks? She responded with great reluctance, secretly lamenting her situation. Had she known that her ancestor's attendant was present, she would have never dared to venture into the chaotic realm. You aren't ill, are you? The crocodile demon, standing beside Baiyu, stammered, for Baiyu's nature was exceedingly fierce. Under normal circumstances, who would dare utter such flippant words? Baiyu would surely annihilate entire lineages for such insolence. Even collateral relatives would not be spared. What on earth is happening today? The other demon beasts gazed at Baiyu in utter bewilderment. We will discuss this later. First, let us deal with this one. We cannot provoke her. Baiyu softly stated. What on earth? The crocodile demon was even more perplexed. How could the demon realm fear a mere 4 or 5-year-old child? Chapter 100. The bewilderment of the beasts. The crocodile demon beast pondered. Are you unwell? It is important to understand that the demon void is not merely a region but an entire realm, a world that stands on par with the celestial spirit realm. Within it reside various formidable demon clans, as well as numerous terrifying entities. Should the demon void harbor a peak celestial emperor, its overall strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the celestial spirit realm. In other words, if the demon void were to be placed within the celestial spirit realm, it could easily become the second most powerful force, especially concerning combat prowess at the level of celestial saints. The demon void possesses even more than the first force of the celestial spirit realm, the heavenly Tao Palace. What is Baiyu saying now? That she cannot handle a mere 4 or 5-year-old child. This is, without a doubt, preposterous in the eyes of the crocodile demon beast. I shall explain further later. For now, heed my words, Baiyu began. The most pressing matter at hand is how to entertain little Ling'er. After saying this, she turned to Ling'er and repeated her inquiry. What do you think, my young friend? Meeting Baiyu's gaze, Ling'er glanced at the surrounding demon beasts and eventually nodded. All right. I have yet to try other beast milks. Upon hearing this, Baiyu let out a long sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that Ling'er would insist on having the milk from her Baizhe clan, which she, at present, was utterly unable to provide. Those capable of producing beast milk, please present some to our young friend. Baiyu called out to the 100,000 demon clans behind her. The demon clans were left utterly dumbfounded. Are you serious? Were we not here to attack the Chaos Sea? Now we are being asked to offer beast milk instead? They thought to themselves, yet they dared not defy Baiyu's command. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded. Numerous demonic beasts transformed into their true forms, beginning to offer milk to Xiao Ling'er. These creatures were a diverse assembly, including cattle, deer, wolves, tigers, lions, and foxes, among others. Before long, Xiao Ling'er found herself surrounded by an array of bottles and jars, each containing a unique type of beast milk. Wow, so much beast milk. Hulu, please help me gather it all. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the milk. As soon as she finished speaking, the little gourd appeared and collected all the beast milk. Thank you, big sister. Once the milk was secured, Xiao Ling'er addressed Baiyu. It's nothing. Baiyu replied with a wry smile. We shall take our leave now. With that, she turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Ling'er did not attempt to stop her. As Baiyu departed, the other demonic beasts exchanged glances, casting one last lingering look at Xiao Ling'er before following suit. In a mere moment, the terrifying horde of the demon race retreated like a receding tide. Young master, how could this be? Imo Qing was still in a daze. She had already alerted the major Star Lords, preparing for a bloody battle. And now, the demon race had simply retreated? All because her young master wanted milk? What happened? Xiao Ling'er turned to her, puzzled. It's nothing. Let us return, Imo Qing quickly replied. Xiao Ling'er nodded obediently, hugging the little gourd as they made their way to Tianyan City. Meanwhile, within the retreating demon army, one of the leaders pondered, what just transpired? It seems you were quite fearful of that little girl. Indeed, my esteemed leader, you ought to provide us with an explanation. Is it merely a small doll? Why should we fear her? A multitude of ferocious beasts could hardly contain their frustration. It was their first experience of such indignity. They had arrived with great fervor to assault the chaotic sea, yet they refrained from striking and were instead compelled to offer beast milk. It was as if they had rushed to the chaotic sea solely to deliver beast milk to others. Such a situation is bound to become a subject of ridicule. You are all aware of the disappearance of our venerable ancestor, are you not? With a deep sigh, Baiyu spoke. The assembly of beasts nodded in unison. The news had spread like wildfire throughout the demon realm. My leader, could it be that our ancestor has truly vanished? Yes, my leader, you have never clearly stated it. The beasts pressed for answers. They were utterly perplexed regarding the disappearance of their revered ancestor. They had previously inquired of Baiyu, but had never received a direct answer. Indeed, the ancestor has gone missing. To be precise, the ancestor has taken on the role of a wet nurse for humans. As the gaze of the beasts lingered upon him, Baiyu slowly revealed the truth. What? Upon hearing this, the beasts stood frozen in disbelief. Their ancestor had become a wet nurse for humans? What a farcical notion. This was their ancestor from the demon realm, a formidable being at the mid-level of the celestial emperor rank. To become a wet nurse for humans? This is preposterous. I understand your skepticism, yet this is the reality. Initially, the ancestor was engrossed in meditative retreat, striving to ascend to the late stage of the celestial emperor, when suddenly, he was abducted. Ultimately, he was taken to a village to serve as a wet nurse for humans. This is what the ancestral figure conveyed to me through the bloodline communication technique, Baiyu remarked as he surveyed the assembly of demons. The demons were left utterly astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. The ancestral patriarch had been abducted. They were well aware that the ancestral domain was a place of formidable defenses, a realm shrouded in terrifying formations and the remnants of ancient demon lords' assaults. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the celestial emperor, without the aid of a half-immortal artifact, could never breach their sacred ground. Yet, Baiyu now claimed that the ancestor of the demon race had been taken from this very domain? Who possessed such extraordinary power? Not only did they trespass into the ancestral realm, but they also managed to stealthily abduct the patriarch. The ancestral figure stated that this individual was immensely powerful, surpassing even the celestial emperor, and wielded numerous magical artifacts, many of which were genuine divine artifacts. Sensing their bewilderment, Baiyu spoke again. The demons were left completely dumbfounded. More potent than the celestial emperor? The magical artifacts they wielded were genuine divine artifacts? What a farce. Divine artifacts were non-existent in both the immortal spirit realm and the demon void. Who could possibly wield magical artifacts of such caliber so casually? Is there truly such a person in the immortal spirit realm? This is what the ancestor claimed, but I am unclear on the specifics, Baiyu explained. What does this have to do with that little child? Could it be that the one who abducted the patriarch is that child? Surely not. The crocodile demon beast interjected as realization dawned. Upon hearing this, the assembly of demons turned their gaze towards Baiyu. Did I not just say? The patriarch has become a nursemaid for someone. If I am not mistaken, that little girl is indeed that person. The little girl must be the daughter of that formidable powerhouse, Baiyu remarked, casting a glance at her. The daughter of a formidable powerhouse. You are merely speculating. Are you not? The crocodile demon inquired. Indeed, it is merely my conjecture. However, I can now assert with absolute certainty that the little girl is the offspring of that mysterious strong individual. Baiyu responded with a nod. Absolutely certain? What leads you to this conclusion? A tiger demon questioned, puzzled. It is due to her small gourd. Baiyu's gaze sharpened, speaking with a hint of trepidation. Chapter 101. Could it be that the other party hails from the divine realm? A small gourd? Upon hearing this, all the demons fell into contemplation. After a moment, they quickly grasped the implication. The gourd used for collecting beast milk? How does that relate to your certainty regarding the girl's identity? That gourd is merely a storage artifact, is it not? The tiger demon asked, its eyes filled with confusion. The other demons nodded in agreement, questioning how a mere storage artifact could provide Baiyu with such assurance about the identity of the girl, especially considering the myriad of treasures that exist in the world. It is said that those who survive in the realm of celestial spirits possess at least one such artifact. Although gourd-shaped storage artifacts are not exceedingly rare, they are also not particularly common. Humph, what do you know? That gourd emanates an aura of extreme danger. I am convinced that should it turn against me, my demise would be inevitable. Baiyu retorted with a cold snort. What? The demons, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. It is worth noting that Baiyu currently possesses the cultivation of a half-step celestial emperor, with such formidable talents and abilities. Even when confronted with early-stage celestial emperors, one could still engage in battle. Furthermore, it could be asserted that even when facing mid-stage celestial emperors, Baiyu, though unable to vanquish them, could still manage an escape. A situation of certain death could be rephrased as an absolute annihilation. The little gourd possesses the potential to enact such annihilation upon Baiyu. Yet, how could this be possible? To achieve such absolute extermination, one would at least require the cultivation of a late-stage celestial emperor or the peak of celestial emperor strength. Presently, in the realm of celestial spirits, it remains uncertain whether late-stage celestial emperors even exist. As for peak celestial emperors, only the ominous heavenly emperor holds that title. Could a mere little gourd truly possess such power? What an absurd notion. The myriad of demons pondered this, their eyes betraying their skepticism. In their understanding, No artifact could possibly rival the power of a late-stage celestial emperor or a peak celestial emperor. Not even imperial artifacts could achieve that. The little gourd must be an extraordinary artifact, at least possessing the prowess of a late-stage celestial emperor. Seemingly discerning their disbelief, Baiyu slowly spoke. An extraordinary artifact? Upon hearing this, the demons were struck with astonishment. Could a 4- or 5-year-old girl truly possess such an artifact? It seemed ludicrous. After all, even the current foremost figure in the celestial spirit realm, the heavenly emperor, wields but a semi-artifact. For an ordinary individual, possessing an extraordinary artifact would indeed be unfathomable. However, for the daughter of that mysterious powerhouse, it seemed entirely plausible. The ancestor had once remarked that this formidable figure could casually produce an artifact that was indeed extraordinary. Baiyu cast a glance at the assembly, her voice resolute. This was also the reason she could assert with complete certainty the identity of Xiao Ling. Only in this way could Xiao Ling'er be protected by an extraordinary artifact. Upon hearing her words, the multitude of demons fell into a contemplative silence. If this is indeed the case, it would certainly affirm that the little girl, Xiao Ling'er, is the daughter of that enigmatic powerhouse. Moreover, have you all noticed something? The cultivation level of that little girl. Did you pay attention to her cultivation? Baiyu spoke once more. Cultivation? Upon hearing this, the other creatures furrowed their brows slightly, ultimately shaking their heads. At that moment, they were all bewildered by Xiao Ling'er's innocent remarks about wanting milk. Who would focus on her cultivation? What level is she at? The crocodile demon inquired. Celestial sovereign. In response to the gazes of the other creatures, Baiyu spoke gravely. Gasped. Instantly, a chorus of astonished breaths filled the air. A celestial sovereign? A 4- or 5-year-old celestial sovereign? What nonsense is this? The creatures exchanged incredulous looks, all appearing as if they had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. For among them were beings who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, yet only possessed the cultivation of golden immortals or even heavenly immortals. Such existences were not uncommon. Now, a mere 4- or 5-year-old girl possesses the cultivation of a celestial sovereign. Who would dare to believe it? I understand your disbelief. Even I find it utterly astonishing. However, her cultivation is undeniably that of a celestial sovereign. Therefore, she must have been nurtured by that mysterious powerhouse. Baiyu took a deep breath to compose himself and continued. The combination of her divine artifact and her cultivation level provides ample evidence of Xiao Ling'er's extraordinary background. In Baiyu's memory, only the mysterious powerhouse mentioned by his ancestor could cultivate such a defiant existence. But who exactly is this mysterious powerhouse? What manner of being is he? Not only does she possess a divine artifact, but she has also nurtured a 4- or 5-year-old girl to such an extraordinary level. Surely, this is beyond the capabilities of anyone from the spirit realm, is it not? Could it be that she hails from the divine realm? After a moment of contemplation, the tiger demon inquired. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the other demons turned their gazes toward Baiyu. Such a person cannot possibly exist in the spirit realm. After all, no one in the current spirit realm can present a genuine divine artifact, let alone nurture a 4- or 5-year-old girl to the realm of a celestial king. Perhaps. I am not entirely certain. However, remember this. Should you encounter this little girl in the future, treat her with utmost courtesy, understood? Additionally, inform your kin that they must never provoke this little girl. Otherwise, should your clan face annihilation, do not say, I did not warn you. Baiyu stated, shaking her head. She too was deeply curious about the little girl's background, yet she understood that it was not her place to seek those answers. After all, even their ancestor, who was at the mid-stage of celestial emperor cultivation, had been taken away to serve as a wet nurse. How could she, a mere half-step celestial emperor, dare to investigate? Indeed, the demons replied respectfully. Let us return to the demon void. We shall no longer involve ourselves in the affairs of the spirit realm. Currently, our ancestor is by her side, and the gap to the late stage of celestial emperor is but a single step away. We shall quietly await the return of our ancestor. Upon hearing this, Baiyu nodded with satisfaction. Only one step away from the late stage of celestial emperor. The demons were visibly exhilarated. If our ancestors were to elevate their cultivation to a higher realm, the overall combat strength of the demon abyss would rise in tandem. Indeed, even in the face of the celestial path palace, there would be no need for trepidation. Under the guidance of Baiyu, the multitude of demons swiftly approached the entrance of the demon abyss. However, at this moment, a figure clad in a black robe stood silently at the entrance. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? The black-robed figure rasped, his voice laced with irritation. He acted under the command of the celestial emperor, instructing Baiyu to lead an assault on the Chaos Sea to compel Baiyu Yan. Yet now, Baiyu had returned without engaging in battle? An explanation? Ah, Mo Lin. Do not presume that I am unaware of the scheming intentions of the Celestial Emperor. He aims to pit my demon abyss against the chaos sea in a mutual destruction, allowing him to reap the benefits effortlessly. Such dreams are futile. Baiyu scoffed, displaying no fear of the black-robed figure. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin huffed but remained silent. A good dog does not obstruct the path. Furthermore, we of the demon abyss shall not partake in the subsequent matters of the immortal spirit realm. Baiyu was unyielding, issuing a cold rebuke. The hundreds of thousands of demons brandished their weapons, prepared to engage should they not be allowed passage. Mo Lin clenched his fists but ultimately stepped aside, conceding a path. Mo Lin, you are of the Qilin clan. Aligning yourself with the Celestial Emperor may not be the wisest decision. Exercise caution, Baiyu remarked with a sardonic laugh, before leading the legion of demon beasts into the depths of the demon abyss. Chapter 102. Let us test the depths of that being using the celestial spirit forbidden grounds. The Celestial Path Palace. Oh, are you saying that Baiyu went but did not engage? The Celestial Emperor inquired, reclining in a rot-tent chair. Brewing tea as he spoke. Mo Lin stood beside him, resembling a wooden statue. Indeed, my lord, he respectfully replied. Moreover, Baiyu has declared that Yao Su will no longer participate in any affairs of the immortal spirit realm. How intriguing, the Emperor of Yin chuckled softly. Resembling a benevolent elder, Baiyu appears to be generous and bold, yet she possesses a meticulous mind. Surely she has discerned my intention to reap the benefits from her actions, has she not? Yes, Mo Lin responded with utmost respect. However, she still ventured into the chaos sea, not out of fear of my heavenly Dao palace, but rather due to her own ambitions. It must also be for that divine opportunity. Now, after leading her forces into the chaos sea, she has returned home. What do you think is the reason for this? The Emperor of Yin spoke with a twinkle of wisdom in his murky eyes. Mo Lin fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Since Baiyu had taken over 100,000 demon clans into the chaos sea, it was evident she was not merely posturing before the heavenly Dao palace. Yet, her sudden retreat from the chaos sea posed significant questions. As for the reasons, after pondering for a moment, Mo Lin shook his head and replied, I beseech you to enlighten me, my lord. She must be wary of something. Or perhaps there exists an entity within the chaos sea that dissuades her from taking action against it. The Emperor of Yin took a gentle sip of tea, stating, wary of what? Mo Lin's face reflected even greater confusion upon hearing this. Yao Su was widely acknowledged as the most formidable force apart from the heavenly Dao palace. While the chaos sea was indeed powerful, it should not instill enough fear in Yao Su to deter them from action. How could this be? He pondered silently. At that moment, the caw of a crow suddenly pierced the air. Subsequently, a black raven abruptly emerged from the void and alighted upon the shoulder of the Emperor of Shadows. It leaned its head close to the Emperor's ear, seemingly whispering something. Oh, a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old. After a brief pause, the Emperor furrowed his brow, expressing a hint of surprise. The raven gently nodded in affirmation. How intriguing. Observing this, a subtle smile graced the Emperor's lips. Master? Mo Lin inquired with confusion. Upon arriving at the chaotic sea, Baiyu had unexpectedly encountered a 4 or 5-year-old girl who boldly requested beast milk in front of 100,000 demon beasts. Yet, rather than displaying anger, Baiyu treated her with utmost courtesy. Even Mo Qing referred to the little girl as Little Master. How fascinating indeed, the Emperor of Shadows remarked in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin's brows knitted tightly. Such frivolous behavior from Baiyu was already astonishing enough, but to be courteous? And Mo Qing, who he knew to be a formidable figure on the brink of becoming an immortal emperor, bowing before a mere child. What origins does this little girl possess? To command such respect from both Baiyu and Mo Qing? She must surely be a blood relative of the one who annihilated the Phoenix clan. The Emperor of Shadows mused while toying with his teacup. The one who destroyed the Phoenix clan? Mo Lin quickly grasped the implication. If she is indeed a blood relative of that individual, it would explain the deference shown by Baiyu and Mo Qing. I have heard that in recent years, the chaotic sea has been assisting someone. That must indeed be the mysterious powerhouse. This is also the reason I do not permit you to act directly against the chaos sea. The Emperor of the Dark Heavens spoke once more. Is that so? Mo Lin replied, suddenly enlightened. He had previously wondered why it was necessary to send the demon void to the chaos sea, as it could very well lead to Baiyu Yin falling into the hands of the demon void. It turns out that this was the reason. Since she is a blood relative of that esteemed one, can we not? Mo Lin continued. There is no need. Having one more enemy is far less beneficial than having an ally. Moreover, we know nothing of that esteemed one's true nature. The other party has not taken action against my heavenly Dao palace, so why provoke them? The Emperor of the Dark Heavens shook his head. His injuries remain unhealed. and with a limited lifespan, he is far from his former self. Engaging an unknown and mysterious powerhouse would be an ill-advised course of action. But what about Yunyan? Mo Lin said in a low voice. If we do not take action against the Chaos Sea, what will happen if Bai Yunyan continues to hide there? If the demon void is not viable, then let us try someone else. You should contact the Forbidden Lands and inform them of Bai Yunyan's whereabouts. The Emperor of the Dark Heaven smiled and said, The Forbidden Lands. Mo Lin was taken aback upon hearing this. The world knows of the might of the heavenly Dao Palace, yet in secret, there are numerous terrifying forces that rival it. These forces refer to themselves as the Forbidden Lands. Their foundations and legacies are measured in epochs. In simpler terms, each Forbidden Land is a formidable force that has inherited the legacy of one or even several epochs. However, these Forbidden Lands prefer to remain uninvolved in other affairs, content to guard their own territories and continue their legacies. Thus, few in the immortal spirit realm are aware of the existence of the Forbidden Lands. Will there be no complications? Mo Lin inquired in a deep voice. The Forbidden Land is exceedingly terrifying, were it not for the presence of the celestial Emperor. The foremost figure of the immortal spirit realm, Tian Dao Palace would never have ascended to its current status as the preeminent force in the realm. Fear not. Within the heavenly spirit Forbidden Land, there lies only one ancestral figure in the late stages of the Immortal Emperor, who is currently in slumber. I am confident in my ability to handle them, replied Emperor with a smile. Late-stage Immortal Emperor? Mo Lin's heart involuntarily skipped a beat upon hearing this. In the present immortal spirit realm, not only are there no late-stage Immortal Emperors, but even mid- and early-stage ones are conspicuously absent. To think that the heavenly spirit Forbidden Land harbors a formidable late-stage Immortal Emperor. Moreover, using this Forbidden Land as a stepping stone to gauge the depth of that mysterious powerhouse seems perfectly apt, Emperor continued with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin's eyes brightened immediately. This approach is quite advantageous, killing two birds with one stone, even if we cannot force Bai Yunyan out from the realm of chaos. Discerning the strength of that enigmatic figure would be excellent. In any case, to put it succinctly, regardless of success or failure, Tian Dao Palace would incur no losses whatsoever. Furthermore, Mo Lin speculated that sending Yao Xu to attack the realm of chaos was also a part of Emperor Yin's dual-purpose strategy. Go forth, Emperor Yin said with a cheerful wave of his hand. Mo Lin nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Soon, only Emperor Yin and the Black Crow remained in the courtyard. Why must you calculate so meticulously? Would it not be better to heed my counsel? At that moment, an aged voice resonated, emanating from the towering ancient tree. Oh, such is humanity. The more one achieves, the more one fears death, and thus, one becomes increasingly timid. Had I been younger, I would have dared to take a gamble on what you said. Alas, that is no longer the case. The heavenly emperor stretched lazily, speaking as if conversing with an old friend. Ignorance, I remarked. I have told you, the primordial purple energy cannot manifest in your presence. The great tree retorted disdainfully with a cold huff. Chapter 103, Mother, you must obediently await my return. Little Ling'er and her companions were oblivious to all of this. At that moment, she had returned to the residence of Bai Yunyan. Seeing her safe return, Bai Yunyan sighed in relief. She knew that little Ling'o possessed the protective charm of the Grand Red Robe. Yet, as a mother, it was impossible for her not to worry about little Ling'o approaching the leader of the demon void. Mother, I have gathered a great deal of beast milk. Little Ling'o exclaimed joyfully as she bounced over to Bai Yunyan. That is splendid. Come, sit down and enjoy some meat, Bai Yunyan replied gently, reaching out to stroke the head adorned with a tiger skin hat. All right, hee. Little Ling'er revealed her tiny, sharp tiger fangs, nuzzling against Bai Yunyan before settling down to eat. Mo Qing, who followed closely behind, also took a seat beside her with familiarity. It is indeed peculiar. Before 100,000 demon beasts, the young master boldly asked that Baiyu for beast milk. Remarkably, that fellow not only remained unperturbed but was exceedingly courteous to the young master. Mo Qing murmured as she ate, pondering this baffling situation. It should be noted that her ancestor resided in the village, serving as a nurse for the young master. Can she afford to be courteous to the young master? The alchemy cauldron remarked nonchalantly. Is Baiyu's ancestor serving as a wet nurse for Xiao Ling'er in the village? Upon hearing this, Mo Qing's hand froze mid-action as she was serving meat. Baiyu's ancestor, could it possibly be Bai Zhe? The mid-stage, immortal emperor from the realm of demonic void? Realizing the implication, she spoke up. Who else could it be but that old fellow? The alchemy cauldron let out a scoff. So that is the case. Mo Qing's heart suddenly felt enlightened. She had been puzzled as to why Baiyu treated Xiao Ling'er with such deference. Now, the reason was clear. It was evident that this was the handiwork of her master. No wonder Xiao Ling'er, at such a tender age, possessed the cultivation of an immortal king. She had been nourished by the milk of Bai Zhe, a mid-stage immortal emperor. among all the human beings in the realm of celestial spirits. It seemed only Xiaoling'er could enjoy such privilege. Master, I have matters to report. At that moment, the rabbit commander suddenly appeared within the residence. What is it? Bai Yunyan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It concerns the heavenly Dao Palace. Its master has mysteriously vanished. The Yu clan has also been annihilated by the young master. The heavenly Dao Palace has suffered significant losses in strength, and there are forces currently assaulting it. Your master, along with that black bull, is in peril. The rabbit commander slowly articulated under her gaze. She was aware of Bai Yunyan's past with the heavenly Dao Palace. Both Elder Mo and the great black bull had treated Bai Yunyan quite favorably. What? The big bull and the old lady are in danger? Mother, I must help the big bull and the old lady. They have been so kind to me before. The old lady even made me so many delicious dishes. Xiaoling'er immediately interjected, leave this matter to me in the chaotic sea. It would not be prudent for you to take action. Imo Qing promptly responded. Bai Yunyan is currently being watched by the Emperor of Overcast Sky. Whether she acts herself or sends her subordinates, they will inevitably be eliminated by the Emperor's men. It is most suitable for the chaotic sea to intervene. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Bai Yunyan acknowledged, fully aware of the advantages and disadvantages involved. However, she added, but I remember that Ouyang Tianxian is a formidable figure at the Nine Calamities realm. How could he simply vanish? Could this be a scheme devised by the Emperor of Overcast Sky? Suddenly, she realized and voiced her confusion. In the realm of true spirits, a Nine Calamities expert is virtually impossible to kill unless the celestial spirit realm intervenes. Yet, considering that the true spirit realm serves as a new source of vitality for the celestial spirit realm, it is generally inconceivable for those from the celestial spirit realm to target individuals from the true spirit realm. We were the ones who eradicated him. That old fellow's true identity is the Saint Celestial of Heavenly Begging. The alchemy furnace promptly clarified her doubts. Moreover, he is the leader of the sheep under the matriarch. What? Bai Yunyan's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. The Saint Celestial of Heavenly Begging, the sheep leader? Even the rabbit leader shows a look of surprise. He had been pondering why he could not get in touch with the sheep leader since the Forbidden Sea was destroyed. It turns out he was eliminated by the little revered one. Furthermore, he is the Saint Celestial of Heavenly Begging? It seems the Emperor of Overcast Sky has many spies planted around me. Bai Yunyan spoke with a grim expression. Indeed, there are quite a few. This is a list we have compiled. It contains all the spies of the Emperor of Overcast Sky. Beside her, Imo Qing nodded and, while speaking, handed a jade slip to Bai Yunyan. Without a hint of suspicion, she accepted it. A sweep of her consciousness revealed a staggering number of individuals. Indeed, several hundred. It seems I must undertake a thorough cleansing, she remarked with a somber expression. Mother, I am going to assist grandmother and Xingyue. You must patiently await my return and refrain from wandering off, interjected Xiaoling'er. Her words elicited laughter from the crowd, including Bai Yunyan herself. Very well. Mother will await your return. Do take care, she replied with a smile and a nod. Mother, this is for you. Xiaoling'er presented a beautiful ice blue hairpin. The very artifact that Li Xingyue had once exchanged for the primordial heavenly water. Excellent, Bai Yunyan said. Her heart warmed as she accepted the gift. And this too is for Mother. Subsequently, Xiaoling'er revealed a delicate bracelet, stating, this was given to me by that silly father. He said it symbolizes his protection and love for me. Now, I gift it to you, Mother, as my expression of love and protection for you. She declared with a cheerful grin. The bracelet, of course, was a divine artifact. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan's heart blossomed with joy. As a mother, who could possibly resist the sweet advances of their own child? Especially when the gift was a genuine divine artifact. Thank you, Ling'er, Bai Yunyan said gently, accepting it without hesitation. The others looked on with envy, pondering where one might find such a daughter. How they longed for one as well. With a playful giggle, little Ling'er stretched out her hand to form a heart, eliciting a warm smile from Bai Yunyan. Sister, let us assist Xingyue and grandmother. She suggested cheerfully. Mother, you must promise to wait for my return. Bai Yunyan chuckled and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, little Ling'er departed the residence, accompanied by Li Xingyue and Mu Ling. Upon exiting the estate, they encountered a group of 10 individuals standing ahead, each exuding an aura of formidable intensity, rivaling even that of Imo Qing. It was evident that these 10 were the masters of the inner island. We have come to pay our respects to the young master. Upon sighting little Ling'er, they knelt on one knee in unison, expressing their reverence. Do you all wish to accompany me in aiding Big Xingyue and grandmother? Little Ling'er inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Indeed, young master, Imo Qing replied, having summoned them out of concern for little Ling'er's safety. While the powerful artifacts she possessed rendered her largely invulnerable, it was better to be cautious than to face unforeseen dangers. She was determined to eliminate any potential risks to ensure little Ling'er's protection. Very well, let us go and assist Nyonyo and grandmother. Little Ling'er affirmed with a resolute nod. Meanwhile, in the true spirit realm, at the heavenly Dao Palace, the once majestic abode now lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke and devastation. The plaque above the grand entrance had shattered into 2 fragments. Within the palace square, the remaining inhabitants found themselves encircled by a group clad in blood-red garments. Among them, Elder Emma was with the great black ox. However, both were in a dire state. Their bodies marred by wounds, crimson blood flowing profusely, their faces etched with weakness and fatigue. Old Black, it seems our journey in this life may be nearing its end. Elder Emma weakly leaned against the great black ox, her voice barely a whisper, as if clinging to the last vestiges of breath. Moo, the great black ox replied softly, raising its head slightly from the ground, clearly at the end of its strength as well. It pondered whether Ling'er had found Yunyin. Old Black. I missed that little girl. Elder Emma gazed blankly at the horizon, her eyes devoid of light, as if reminiscing about a joyful moment. A faint smile unexpectedly graced her wrinkled, pallid face. Moo? The great black ox responded, its eyes reflecting the sentiment of longing. It too remembered little Ling'er, the lively child who bounced around joyfully, her face adorned with laughter, and that tender voice calling out Big Ox. Memories flooded the great black ox's mind, sneaking into various factions to steal elixirs, catching fish by the seaside. Though their time together had been fleeting, little Ling'er had become an indelible scene in its memory, the most brilliant, joyous recollection. To the great black ox, the innocent, adorable, and vivacious little Ling'er was akin to a divine blessing from the heavens. As thoughts of their shared moments filled its mind, the great black ox's large, bronze-like eyes began to glisten with moisture. Some individuals, even if encountered only briefly, are already worth cherishing. At least, during those few days when Ling'er lived with us. She belonged to us, did she not? Elder Emma raised her hand and gently caressed the head of the great black ox, who silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, some people merely need to be encountered to leave a lasting impression. Little Ling'er was one such person. The great black ox felt that meeting Ling'er in this lifetime was a perfect punctuation mark bestowed upon it by the heavens. Elder Emma, have you ever blamed me for choosing to remain and fight to the death rather than leaving the heavenly Dao Palace? Elder Emma spoke once more, as if there were endless words to share. In truth, with their cultivation levels, escaping the heavenly Dao Palace would not have posed any obstacles. Even declaring a permanent departure would not have led to any pursuit. Moo, the great black ox shook its head. It did not concern itself with Elder Mo's words, for it had grown up alongside her and understood how significant the heavenly Dao Palace was to her. After all, it was her home for several millennia. Very well. If there is a next life, let us be partners again, Elder Emma said with a slight smile. The great black ox nodded earnestly. Leave no one alive. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe. Wait, blood-floating tower, I advise you to spare these two. How about giving me a bit of face? Suddenly, the master of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, by Li Wen, appeared, standing protectively in front of the great black ox and Elder Emma. He was acutely aware that during Ling'er's time in the heavenly Dao Palace, she had always been with Elder Emma and the great black ox. Moreover, he accompanied the great black bull to visit various powerful factions' elixir gardens. This clearly indicates that Xiaowudao shares a profound camaraderie with the great black bull and Elder Emma, although he is currently unaware of Xiaowudao whereabouts. If the news were to reach her that Elder Emma and the great black bull had met their demise, it could very well lead to chaos. Bai Liwen mused. Do you think I would release a tiger back to the mountains? Blood-floating tower cast a glance at Elder Emma and the great black bull, sneering coldly. What if I am resolute in my desire to protect them? Bai Liwen replied in a deep voice. Blood-floating tower hails from the blood demon sect, a sworn enemy of the heavenly Dao Palace, and its power is not to be underestimated. It stands as one of the largest malevolent forces in Central State. Particularly after their expedition to the Immortal Cloud secret realm, the Blood Demon sect had acquired a substantial amount of elixirs, significantly boosting their strength. However, should conflict arise, Bai Xiaoga would not cower. Then let it be war. Your Bai Xiaoga may indeed be formidable, yet my Blood Demon sect harbors no fear. Blood-floating tower snorted dismissively, exhibiting no trepidation toward Bai Liwen. Esteemed Pavilion Master, I appreciate your goodwill. Yet, you should prioritize the interests of your own faction, Elder Emma interjected. Though she was puzzled as to why Bai Liwen, who typically shunned involvement in conflicts, would choose to appear on her behalf, she recognized the kindness behind his intentions. She wished to avoid dragging Bai Xiaoga into a war because of her. Rest assured, as long as I am here today, I will certainly protect you. However, my protection can extend only to the two of you, Bai Liwen said with a faint smile. As a businessman, he valued profit. Safeguarding Elder Emma and the great black bull would forge a connection with Xiao Ling'er, which would be advantageous for him. Let us see if you possess the ability. Blood Floating Tower scoffed coldly, choosing to engage in combat without hesitation. Bai Liwen, undeterred, met him head-on. After a single exchange, both retreated, clearly evenly matched. Bai Liwen, do you truly intend to oppose my blood demon sect for the sake of these two individuals? Blood Floating Tower inquired with a dark expression. Bai Liwen responded not with words, but with a slight smile, his intentions unmistakable. Grandmother, Big Bull, I am here. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens. Ling'er, Moo. Upon hearing her voice, Elder Mo and the great black bull instantly perked up, gazing skyward. Prepare to meet your end, Bai Liwen remarked. Casting a mocking glance at Blood Floating Tower. Confused, Blood Floating Tower furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind those words. Meanwhile, Ling'er had arrived before the great black bull and Elder Mo grandmother, Big Bull. Who harmed them? Ling'er exclaimed, her anger palpable as she beheld the bloodied figures before her. It was I. Who are you? Blood Floating Tower stepped forward, oblivious to Ling'er's terrifying presence. What? Bai Liwen exclaimed inwardly, secretly admiring Blood Floating Tower's audacity. How commendable. To admit such a thing? You dare to harm grandmother and Big Bull? I shall strike you. Ling'er glared furiously at Blood Floating Tower, her face flushed with rage. Oh? Is that so? Come, then, and try to strike me. What a delightful little creature. I shall certainly capture you, he chuckled coldly. Chapter 105. Could it be that the true spirit realm has transgressed the heavenly laws? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. It seems this individual is unaware of the exploits of the little girl. Bai Li pondered to himself. The tales of Xiaoling'o had long since spread throughout Zhongzhou, including the annihilation of the Yu family and the opening of the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Though merely two events, each was nothing short of earth-shattering. After the expedition to the Immortal Cloud secret realm concluded, numerous factions in Zhongzhou discreetly issued directives. Should one encounter Xiaoling'er, they must befriend her and refrain from malice. Now, in the face of Xiaoling'er, Xuefutuo displayed such audacity. Bai Li speculated that this individual had likely been in seclusion, oblivious to the significant matters Xiaoling'o had orchestrated. After all, the leader from the blood demon sect was merely an elder. Alternatively, Xuefutuo may have known of Xiaoling'er but remained ignorant of her appearance. Regardless, Bai Li was certain of one thing. Today, Xuefutuo was doomed. The entire blood demon sect would likely ascend alongside him. Impertinent, insolent wretch, how dare you show disrespect to my young master? You are as good as dead today. I assure you, there is no one who can save you. As Xuefutuo's words fell, Mo Qing and his companions, who had accompanied Xiaoling'er, immediately spoke up. With their utterances, an overwhelming aura began to radiate. Under the oppressive force of their presence, every member of the blood demon sect knelt in shock, including Xuefutuo himself. After all, Mo Qing and his company were all half-step Immortal Emperors. Even against mere 9 tribulations realm cultivators, one could scarcely compare. Even immortal kings, immortal lords, or even immortal saints would falter before them. Faced with 7 or 8 half-step Immortal Emperors, one must kneel. Astonishing. The terrifying aura emanating from Mo Qing and the others left Blood Floating Pagoda utterly dumbfounded. Immortal realm powerhouses, these seemingly unremarkable individuals were, in fact, all immortal realm experts? Not only him, but even Bai Liwen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that little Ling'er would bring such a multitude of immortal realm powerhouses with her, and not just ordinary ones at that. However, in contrast to their shock, those reincarnated beings in the true spirit realm, possessing immortal cultivation, erupted into chaos. Among them was Ji Sun from the Ji family. What on earth? Half-step immortal emperors? And several of them. What is happening? He gazed towards the direction of the heavenly Dao Palace, bewildered and astonished. Even before his reincarnation in the true spirit realm, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. And now? Such formidable beings appearing in the true spirit realm? Not just one, but several? What is going on? Has someone in the true spirit realm violated the heavenly laws, attracting so many half-step immortal emperors? Where did these half-step immortal emperors come from? What transpired at the heavenly Dao Palace in the true spirit realm that drew them here? Half-step immortal emperors? They seem to be from the Chaos Sea. How could they arrive in the true spirit realm? Could it be that they have come for Bai Yan? At this moment, across various regions of Zhongzhou, people halted their activities, gazing in shock and confusion towards the heavenly Dao Palace. Among them were farmers, blacksmiths, and alchemists. Without exception, all were individuals reincarnated from the immortal spirit realm to the true spirit realm. At this time, astonishment, fear, and bewilderment adorned their faces. They simply could not comprehend why so many half-step immortal emperors had descended upon the true spirit realm, inside the celestial Dao Palace of the true spirit realm. Drenched in sweat, one might say, brother, I just advised you, yet you chose to disregard it. Bai Li chuckled as he observed Xuefutuo, playfully mocking him. You have breached the established rules. Those from the upper realm must not interfere with the affairs of the true spirit realm. Upper official, these individuals have violated the regulations. Xiaowudao ignored him, instead calling out to the heavens. As a being at the pinnacle of the true spirit realm, he was acutely aware of the stipulations of the immortal spirit realm. One must not take action against those of the lower realms. Damn it! Outside the true spirit realm. The upper official, quietly observing everything, trembled at Xiaowudao's words. After all, these were formidable half-step immortal emperors. Who would dare to intervene? Moreover, these individuals hailed from the chaotic sea, a group of madmen unafraid even of the true celestial Dao Palace. Would they care about any regulations? Is there such a rule? Qing inquired, raising her gaze to the heavens. Her piercing stare pierced through layers of space, landing squarely on the upper official. In that instant, the upper official felt a prickling sensation, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Esteemed ones, please be gentle. Do not destroy the true spirit realm, he hastily implored, swallowing hard. Upon hearing this, Qing nodded slightly and withdrew her gaze. Do you have backing? She contemptuously directed at Xiaowudao. Faced with her gaze, Xiaowudao's expression darkened instantly. Who were these people, that even the upper officials of the immortal spirit realm dared not challenge them? He pondered, his eyes darting as if weighing his options. Moments later, he narrowed his eyes and produced a jade butterfly, shattering it in his grasp. As the jade butterfly was crushed, a beam of light soared into the distance, evidently signaling for assistance. Qing did not intervene but watched silently, curious to discern the identity of the individual who dared to exhibit such arrogance. Young master, allow me to handle this matter. I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Qing said, casting a glance at Ling'er as she requested permission. Ling'er, first attend to the injuries of grandmother and Xingyue. Xingyue stepped forward to offer her comfort. Yes, grandmother, Xingyue, please consume this, Ling'er urged. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Elder Mo and the large black bowl. In the midst of their conversation, she produced a lotus flower. What is this? The sight of the lotus flower caused Qing and the others to widen their eyes in disbelief. For it was the 9-turn immortal lotus, the most eminent healing elixir of the immortal spirit realm. Its effects were nothing short of extraordinary. Even if one were reduced to mere fragments of flesh, as long as a trace of their immortal soul remained, the consumption of this flower would restore them to their former state in an instant. One could say that the efficacy of the 9-turn immortal lotus was on par with the Phoenix clan's rebirth divine ability. Furthermore, the 9-turn immortal lotus was among the 10 greatest treasures of the immortal spirit realm, comparable to the celestial spirit peach. The realization that such a treasure existed left Qing and the others both astonished and curious, eager to uncover the extent of Ling'er's treasures. Young master, this is unwise. The potency of this herb is immensely overwhelming. They cannot withstand its power, Qing hastily cautioned. The 9-turn immortal lotus was not merely a healing remedy. It also harbored a terrifying essence of the immortal path. Without further ado, it is evident that those below the realm of the immortal king are incapable of withstanding the potency of the elixir. Ling'er, fret not. We shall simply take a moment to rest. Elder Mo spoke with a benevolent smile. Moo. The great black bull chimed in with a bellow, gently nudging little Ling'er with its head. Nyo, Granny, do you feel any pain? You've lost so much blood. Little Lingo said with tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at the two. Be good, do not cry. Granny feels no pain. To see you brings me solace. Elder Mo replied warmly. Ah, why is that? Lingo inquired with curiosity. Because you are the remedy for Granny. To behold you is more potent than any medicine. Elder Mo explained with a smile. The great black bull nodded in agreement. You may use this. It is the only thing I possess that can aid you. At that moment, Qing interjected, presenting 2 elixirs to 1 person and 1 beast. Very well, thank you. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Mo accepted the offering. Upon consumption, their wounds healed instantaneously. Who has harmed this old man? Just then, a voice echoed from the heavens. Subsequently, a statue descended from afar, landing beside the blood-floating tower. It was none other than Wang Feiyan from the Secret Realm of Immortal Clouds, Chapter 106, the mysterious Jade Tablet. Related to the artifact of the Dark Heaven Emperor? Is it you? Upon seeing Wang Feiyan, Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the Elder Mai were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that this blood-floating tower was associated with Wang Feiyan. Upon hearing their words, Wang Feiyan's eyes shifted towards them. Upon encountering the young spirit, he instantly softened. Yet again, it is this little deity. He then cast his gaze towards Qing and the others. Were it not for the fact that they remained as jade statues, he would undoubtedly have knelt in fear at that very moment. Half-step immortal emperors. All of them, half-step immortal emperors. And they are the lunatics from the Chaos Sea. This is utterly outrageous. Wang Feiyan found himself utterly petrified. You harmed my grandmother and Big Bull. The young spirit glared at Wang Feiyin in fury, declaring, No, no, Wang Feiyin hastily replied, setting aside the half-step Immortal Emperors. He could not even contend with the young spirit in his current state. Moreover, he was aware that the young spirit not only had a reincarnated Immortal Emperor as a mother, but also a father more terrifying than the Shadow Emperor. Who would dare provoke such lineage? Soul-sealing stones? Quite rare indeed. The remnant soul of an immortal king? Is that your source of confidence? Imo Qing glanced at Wang Feiyin, her expression one of utter disdain. Even without a mere remnant soul of an immortal king, should a true immortal king appear, she could effortlessly obliterate him. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was merely passing by. I do not know him. Do you believe that? Wang Feiyin quickly distanced himself from the blood-floating tower. Had he known that the blood-floating tower had provoked the young spirit, he wouldn't have dared approach, even if granted 1,000 lives. Imo Qing and the others scoffed at his words. Passing by? Not knowing? What a farce. Do you honestly expect us to believe that? If the young spirit had arrived later, without this senior's protection, Elder Emo and the great black bull would have long since perished. The young spirit holds great affection for them, Xingyue interjected. Wang Feiyin was utterly bewildered after listening. He had been pondering why this young prodigy would involve themselves in such matters, and now the reason was unveiled. Why did you not heed my words? I merely instructed you to maintain control here, not to annihilate them. Wang Feiyin directed his inquiry towards Xiaowudao. He had never intended for a massacre at the Heavenly Dao Palace. He merely sought to bring it under his influence. Well, if they refuse to comply, I have no choice but to eliminate them, Xiaowudao retorted. Enough. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Imo Qing interjected, her gaze piercing through the tension. As Wang Feiyun's mind raced, he contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament. The alchemy cauldron. This is truly a misunderstanding. I did not order the bloodbath at the Heavenly Dao Palace, he suddenly proclaimed. The alchemy cauldron? Imo Qing's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Her intentions to act momentarily halted. She was aware that the alchemy cauldron had always been by Ling'er's side. If Wang Feiyin had an acquaintance with the cauldron, it would indeed complicate matters for her to obliterate it directly. A sigh resonated as the alchemy cauldron soared from Ling'er's presence. From the moment it laid eyes on Wang Feiyin, it instinctively sensed that he would seek its assistance. Why do you wish to control the Heavenly Dao Palace? The alchemy cauldron inquired, perplexed. Given Wang Feiyin's current condition, his primary focus should be on seizing a talented host for rebirth. Why would he attack the Heavenly Dao Palace, a mere force within the true spirit realm? To those from the true spirit realm, it may seem formidable. But to someone of Wang Feiyin's caliber, even the pinnacle of their power would be considered trifling. In other words, attacking the Heavenly Dao Palace held no advantages for Wang Feiyin whatsoever, due to a secret realm within the Heavenly Dao Palace. Wang Feiyin let out a resigned sigh and responded, a secret realm? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Xianding and Imo Qing grew tense. How could a mere secret realm in the true spirit realm capture the attention of someone like Wang Feiyin, a former celestial king? You may see for yourselves. As Wang Feiyin spoke, a palm-sized jade tablet soared from within him. Imo Qing deftly caught it, revealing a series of twisted, enigmatic characters inscribed upon its surface. Is this ancient celestial script? Imo Qing pondered, her brow furrowed. The ancient era, which was 2 epochs prior, was marked by a significant event that seemingly caused a considerable disruption in the historical records of the spirit realm. I wish to see as well, interjected little Ling'er. Imo Qing promptly handed the jade tablet to her. Divine. Celestial Tower. Great Tree. The Celestial Secret Realm. Little Ling'er scrutinized the tablet. Her brows slightly knitted in concentration. Young master, do you recognize these characters? Imo Qing gazed at her in astonishment. These were ancient texts, and given the historical discontinuities, very few could decipher them. Even she was unable to comprehend their meaning. Yet, she was astonished to find that little Ling'er could. The others were equally taken aback. Of course, my master taught me, little Ling'er affirmed with a nod. Master? Imo Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Who could possibly instruct little Ling'er in ancient script? Wait, young master. What did you just say? Celestial Tower? Suddenly, one of the Star Lords inquired, Celestial Tower? Others furrowed their brows slightly, for the name sounded exceptionally familiar. The half-artifact of the Shadow Emperor. Imo Qing suddenly exclaimed. The Taotsubduing Tower is the name of the Shadow Emperor's half-artifact. Upon hearing this, the others were left dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Thus, it follows that the contents inscribed on this jade tablet are indeed related to the Shadow Emperor's half-artifact. First, let us address the others. Young master, please spare Wang Feiyin's life. He has aided us in the past, and he is unaware of this matter. I implore you. Young master, to show leniency, the alchemist Cauldron advised. Since this matter pertains to the half-artifact of the Shadow Emperor, it is best kept under wraps. Very well. Little Ling'er replied after a moment's contemplation. At these words, both the alchemist's cauldron and Wang Feiyin let out sighs of relief. Had little Ling'er been resolute in eradicating everyone, even the alchemist's cauldron would have had no choice but to acquiesce. Noticing the situation, Imoqing ceased any further discussion and directly extended his hand, obliterating all members of the blood demon sect. Subsequently, he raised his hand and pointed towards the direction of the blood demon sect. A beam of white light shot forth with a thunderous roar. Instantly, the entire mountain where the blood demon sect resided was reduced to mere dust. This could indeed be considered a swift end for the blood demon sect. Do you wish to stay for tea? Imoqing inquired, turning to Bai Liwen. No. I must take my leave. Bai Liwen quickly shook his head and departed without delay. In the blink of an eye, the square was left with only the remnants of the heavenly Dao Palace and little Ling'er's group. Ling'er, let us first ensure that Elder Mo and the Great Black Bull are settled at the heavenly Dao Palace, Li Xingyue suggested. All right, I shall heed my sister's advice. Little Ling'er obediently nodded. Elder Mo and the Great Black Bull did not hesitate, promptly beginning to address the chaotic situation. Meanwhile, Ling'er and her companions escorted Wang Feiyin into Elder Mo's cave dwelling. Now, speak. What do you know about this jade tablet? Imoqing inquired, adopting an interrogative tone as she stood behind Ling'er. Chapter 107, The Burial Realm. Friend, you should brace yourself. Speak quickly. Ling'er mimicked her, standing before Imoqing, hands on her hips and a serious expression as she questioned Wang Feiyin. Observing her playful and charming demeanor, everyone couldn't help but smile. This jade tablet was acquired from the faction you all annihilated. Through our analysis and deductions, we ultimately discovered that the celestial secret realm recorded on this tablet appears to be related to the burial realm governed by the heavenly Dao Palace in this world. Wang Feiyin confessed without a hint of concealment. This revelation elucidated his motive for enlisting the Blood Demon sect to seize the heavenly Dao Palace. After all, the heaven-subduing tower inscribed on the tablet is a divine artifact of the Shadow Emperor. Who would not be tempted upon knowing this? You mentioned the burial realm? At that moment, Elder Mo's voice resonated as she entered the cave with the Great Black Bull. Grandma, Big Bull, hug me. Upon seeing them, Ling'er dashed forward. Good girl, Ling'er. Moo. Elder Mo, with a face full of affection, embraced her. The Great Black Bull also grinned, continually nudging Ling'er with its head. Both Elder Mo and the Great Black Bull radiated joy. They had never anticipated meeting Ling'er again. Nor could they have imagined that she would come to their rescue in such perilous times. Kiki, Big Bull, I want to eat beef. Little Ling'er gently patted the head of the Great Black Bull, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. Moo. The Great Black Bull bellowed without a moment's hesitation, relinquishing one of its hind legs. Such ferocity from this bull was indeed remarkable. The old man in a tattered robe observed the scene, his lips twitching slightly. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged smiles, remaining silent. To little Ling'er, the Great Black Bull truly was a formidable creature. However, it was evident that the bull harbored a fondness for her. Aside from the two large bells adorning its body, it seemed that anything little Ling'er desired to eat would be willingly offered by the Great Black Bull without a second thought. Higi, thank you, Bull. Let's snuggle. Upon receiving the leg of the bull, little Ling'er's joy intensified. The Great Black Bull displayed its characteristic large tusks, gazing at little Ling'er as a benevolent elder would. Could you elaborate on this burial realm? At that moment, Imoqing interjected. The burial realm is a secret domain controlled by the heavenly Dao Palace. It appears to be a resting place for the powerful. Within it lie numerous tombs, and over the years, the heavenly Dao Palace has extracted many cultivation techniques, secret arts, and alchemical methods from there. Each one possesses immense power. We have long suspected that those buried within this realm are likely to be formidable beings of the immortal path. Elder Mo nodded gently, providing an explanation. A resting place for the powerful? Upon hearing this, Imoqing and the others furrowed their brows slightly. Such places also exist in the immortal spirit realm. These locations are essentially the ancestral graves of forces that have vanished in the river of time. However, how could the burial realm of the heavenly Dao Palace possibly relate to the semi-artifact wielded by the Emperor of Yin? Concerning the semi-artifact in the hands of the Emperor of Yin, in the realm of the immortal spirits, there exists a legend. According to this legend, a certain semi-divine artifact was discovered in a place known as the Sea of Deities. Might we venture forth to seek its location? This matter is of utmost significance. Imoqing stated. Ordinarily, she would suppress individuals of such formidable cultivation and demand answers. However, the circumstances were different now, for she discerned that Ling'er held a deep affection for Elder Mo and the Great Black Ox. Given this connection, she dared not employ force. The entrance lies at the back of the first peak. Please, proceed. Elder Mo nodded. She understood well that the respectful demeanor of such a celestial being towards her was due to Ling'er. Yet, this did not imply that she could decline the invitation. It would be wiser to accompany them, gaining a favor in return. Furthermore, the burial realm held little benefit for the heavenly Dao Palace at present, as no cultivator could penetrate its depths. Thank you, Imoqing said, clasping her hands together, and turned to Ling'er. My young master, will you join us? Instantly, all eyes turned to Ling'er. I wish to go as well, Ling'er exclaimed joyfully, clearly enamored with the prospect of exploring the unknown. Old Black, accompany Ling'er. I shall remain to manage the heavenly Dao Palace, Elder Emo declared. Mu, the great black ox nodded clumsily in response to your gaze. Let us depart then, to uncover what awaits us, Imoqing added. All right, big ox, let us go, Ling'er affirmed, climbing onto the great black ox's neck and grasping its horns securely. Soon, a group of individuals arrived at the entrance mentioned by Elder Emo. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped inside. As their vision flickered, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Before them lay a series of solitary graves, shrouded in mist in the distance. The ground was black, and the sky hung heavy, as if twilight were about to descend. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, lending an oppressive atmosphere akin to a forsaken land. Solitary sword. Solitary cloud. Suddenly, as Ling'er surveyed the area, her gaze fell upon the gravestone closest to them, and she murmured the names. Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows, for no recollection of such individuals came to mind. Buzz. Abruptly, a surge of sword energy erupted from the grave, hurtling directly towards Xingyue. The group was taken aback, especially Xingyue, who, in that moment, felt as though she were the target of an insurmountable force. Do not move. There is no malice intended, Imoqing cautioned. As his words faded, the sword light pierced Xingyue's brow. Instantly, her body quivered. And then she transformed into a streak of light, being drawn towards the grave of solitary cloud, as if something were intent on absorbing her. Sister. Ling'er gasped in alarm, reaching out for Xingyue. A terrifying surge of primal power erupted, forcibly halting Xingyue's advance. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort emanated from the grave of solitary cloud. With the sound, a wave of energy burst forth from the tomb, shattering the primal force that had restrained Xingyue. You dare. Unbridled audacity. Upon witnessing this scene, Imoqing and his companions were consumed by fury and directed their attacks towards the solitary grave. The terrifying essence of power erupted, aiming to obliterate the grave. However, a disdainful voice emanated from within, followed by a blinding flash of light, as a formidable sword aura erupted from the grave. Wherever the sword aura passed, it effortlessly dismantled the assaults of Imoqing and his allies, causing their expressions to shift in astonishment. Although they had merely launched a casual strike, they were, after all, on the cusp of achieving Immortal Emperor status. Surely, even an early-stage Immortal Emperor would not be so easily vanquished, would they? Make another move, and you shall meet your demise. The haughty voice echoed, imbued with a profound sense of solitude. As the words faded, Xingyue was drawn into the grave. Sister. Return my sister. Little Ling'er exclaimed furiously towards the tomb of the solitary figure. Yet, the grave remained unresponsive. Witnessing this, Mu Ling and the elder in tattered garments began to pay their respects for the individual within, realizing the audacity of provoking this ancestral spirit. Dear friend, you are in grave peril. Chapter 108. The Ancient Spirit Era. Did Lu Ming once visit? Indeed, in the next moment, the space surrounding little Ling'er began to tremble. The myriad artifacts of the small gourd materialized, their terrifying aura spreading forth, pressing down upon the solitary grave. What? Those who had accompanied Imoqing from the turbulent sea were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the fearsome presence radiating from the artifacts. This is the depth of the young master's power. A trivial scene, do not panic. It is merely some artifacts, Imoqing remarked, casting a glance at them, subtly acknowledging the vibrant red robe adorning little Ling'er. She was well aware. The small gourd and its artifacts are merely akin to the valiant generals charging into battle. The true general is that magnificent crimson robe. Just a few artifacts? Upon hearing this, the other Star Lords involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. This is an artifact. After all, there is not a single one in the entire realm of celestial spirits. Are you dismissing this as a trivial matter? What a jest. Thoughts of astonishment and confusion swirled within them, for they remained oblivious to the fact that Ling'er possessed such an abundance of artifacts: the primordial purple gold gourd, the heavenly star chain, the god-binding lock, and the realm-suppressing coin. Why? How could it be you? A panicked voice emerged from the solitary cloud tomb. Suddenly, an ethereal figure sprang forth from the grave. It was a man clad in white, whose appearance was unremarkable. Yet, the aura he exuded was akin to that of an unparalleled sword, imbued with a sense of sharpness. Buzz. The array of artifacts surrounding the small gourd quivered slightly. Who am I? Do you not remember? He chuckled. Ah, indeed, that terrifying battle left many artifacts in ruins. Do not take action. We are kin. Moreover, I harbor no ill intentions towards that girl, I merely wish to bestow upon her my legacy. The figure continued to speak. Upon hearing these words, the small gourd and its companions fell silent. Who are you? Where is my sister? What have you done with her? Xiaoling'er glared at the figure. Her voice filled with indignation. In response, the figure first cast a glance at Xiaoling'er, then at the small gourd and its companions, revealing an expression of inexplicable astonishment. It seemed incredulous that such a multitude of artifacts could manifest through a mere 4 or 5-year-old child. I am called Guiyun. And you? Who are you? Why do they follow you? The figure spoke, gazing at Xiaoling with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. I am known as the super invincible, the most powerful of all. Return my sister to me, or I shall unleash the little gourd upon you, Xiaoling huffed defiantly. Upon hearing this, Guiyun was clearly taken aback. Super invincible, the most powerful of all? What an absurd name. Yet, casting a glance at the little gourd and its companions, he ultimately conceded, refraining from further ridicule. As for the sister you speak of, she is within, receiving my legacy. She possesses the Ling'er Dao physique and a pure heart, making her well-suited for my solitary sword technique, Guiyun elaborated. May I inquire which area you hail from, esteemed elder? You seem to be familiar with them. At this moment, Imoching interjected, glancing at the little gourd and its companions. Given that this individual recognized the group of divine artifacts, his origins must be extraordinary. As for the era, I believe it is referred to as the ancient spirit epic, Guiyun replied, eyeing Imoching. What? Upon hearing this, Imoching and the others felt a jolt of astonishment. Although the history of the immortal spirit realm had experienced considerable disruptions over the millennia, with the discovery of various relics, the world had gleaned some insights into the epics of the immortal spirit realm. The most widely acknowledged of these was indeed the ancient spirit epic, often regarded as the previous era of the immortal spirit realm. They had not anticipated that this lost world, the true spirit realm, harbored remnants of the ancient spirit epic. Thus, the graves must also be. Imoching and the others thought, their gazes fervently directed towards the tombs. A great treasure trove, this place is undoubtedly a colossal treasure. You need not ponder any further. Those are essentially mere empty shells. Perceiving the thoughts of several individuals, Guiyun remarked. Nevertheless, Maching and the others felt a glimmer of joy within their hearts. Basic does not signify all. They still hold a chance to attain the legacy. Hunyuan Zijin Hulu, do you truly remember nothing? Guiyun directed his gaze toward the small gourd. I do not remember. A youthful yet somewhat weathered voice emanated from within the small gourd. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Guiyun sighed deeply, casting a lingering glance at Xiaoling'er before lapsing into silence. Senior, may I inquire about this place? Furthermore, do you possess knowledge of the Xintian Tower? Maching pressed on. Xintian Tower. Where is it? Where is it? Unexpectedly, Guiyun's response was laden with ire. Witnessing this, Maching and the others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Senior, it is as follows. Maching promptly interjected, recounting the matters concerning the Immortal Emperor and the Xintian Tower. Immortal Emperor? A half-step artifact? Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the Xintian Tower would acknowledge a mere immortal emperor as its master, only to be reduced to a half-artifact. Ha ha. Guiyun erupted into laughter, his face brimming with derision. Senior, could you kindly elaborate on what transpired back then? And what exactly is the Xintian Tower? Maching inquired once more. Oh, you were unaware of what occurred back then? Guiyun remarked in astonishment. Maching and the others shook their heads in unison. Upon hearing this, Guiyun's expression instantly darkened. The eyes were heavy with gravity. Could it be that someone has erased that segment of history? Guiyun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Erased that segment of history? Imoching and the others looked on, their faces etched with confusion. What entity possesses the power to obliterate a chapter of history, to accomplish such a feat? The first step would surely be to eliminate all who are aware of it, right? My knowledge is limited, for I was merely a centurion at the time. I recall that, for reasons unknown, the most formidable force of the human race, the Tiandao Palace, commanded an assault on the divine realm. I was slain by a powerful being, leaving behind only a wisp of my soul, which was placed within the tomb of 10,000 gods by a general. Since then, I have been ensconced in slumber, only to awaken when an extraordinary entity arrived here a few years ago. He bestowed upon us divine essence, enabling my revival. Guiyun recounted slowly. Tiandao Palace. Upon hearing this, Imoching and the others' eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the Tiandao Palace of the divine realm originated from the ancient spirit era? Is that why the entrance to the tomb of 10,000 gods is located here? The extraordinary entity you mentioned must be the master. Just then, the voice of the great red robe resonated suddenly. It then slowly floated away from Xiaoling'er. Master. Imoching and the others stood paralyzed, taken aback. The master referred to by the great red robe could only be Xiaoling'er's father, who had indeed visited this place. However, Mo Qing and the others failed to notice the ghostly expression that crossed Gu Yun's face upon seeing the great red robe. You are Gu Yun. The centurion under the command of King Xuanwu pays his respects to the Lord of the Red Robe. Gu Yun spoke with a trembling voice. Kneeling before the great red robe. Chapter 109. The origin of the true spirit realm. Gu Yun knelt on one knee. His gaze filled with profound respect as he furtively glanced at the little Ling'er. At that moment, a tempest of emotion surged within him. Who exactly is this child? Not only did the primordial purple gold gourd and others follow suit, but even the main artifact seems to be bound to her. Could it be that she is the reincarnation of a formidable being from the ancient spirit era? He pondered internally, his face a canvas of disbelief. It is known that Hong Yin once donned the cape of the divine warrior of the Heavenly Path Palace, a being of the highest stature, to whom even his superiors would bow in reverence. Now, such a presence is found guarding a mere 4 or 5-year-old child. This is truly unfathomable. However, the ones who were even more bewildered and astounded were the others from the realm of chaos, excluding Mo Qing. At this moment, they gazed in awe at the grand crimson robe, their mouths agape in shock, wide enough to hold an egg. Gu Yun, as a powerful figure from the ancient spirit era, typically regarded artifacts with an air of equality. Yet, upon encountering this grand crimson robe, he knelt directly. What does this signify? It suggests that the grand crimson robe transcends the true artifacts. The group exchanged glances, each swallowing hard, their eyes reflecting a shared realization of the terrifying magnitude of their young master's hidden powers. Rise and recount all that you know. Hong Yin spoke in a calm tone. What I know. Gu Yun, taken aback, momentarily faltered. Suddenly, he looked incredulously at the grand crimson robe, exclaiming in astonishment, Lord Hong Yin. Could it be that you too? Indeed, my memories are severely fragmented, she confirmed. The first moment I regained consciousness, I found myself in the presence of my master. He instructed me to safeguard the young master. Hong Yin responded calmly. However, upon hearing this, Gu Yun trembled violently, nearly dissipating. This individual was once the cloak of the Celestial Palace's female war god, one of the mightiest forces within the Celestial Palace. Yet now, it appeared that Hong Yin, as the cloak, was experiencing a fate akin to that of the legendary artifacts such as the primordial purple gold gourd. Did this not imply that this once formidable and terrifying primary artifact had been rendered crippled? Gu Yun pondered, then spoke, in response to the divine master. My knowledge is rather limited. However, I possess considerable information regarding the heavenly suppression tower. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Mo Qing and the others. Pray tell, what is the origin of this tower? My fragmented memories hold no information about it. Hong Yin replied nonchalantly. The heavenly suppression tower is the innate artifact of the White Tiger King. In the past, I was commanded by the Xuanwu King to infiltrate the divine realm in secrecy to destroy the teleportation array. In the end, I encountered the White Tiger King, who turned out to be a traitor. Our team fell victim to a treacherous fate. Gu Yun nodded, responding truthfully. The White Tiger King's innate artifact? Mo Qing and the others furrowed their brows. What manner of individual is the White Tiger King? Could you elaborate on him and the Xuanwu King? Seemingly perceiving the confusion in their hearts, Hong Yin inquired, Master, do you suffer from such severe memory loss? Are you truly unaware of this? Gu Yun gazed at Hong Yin in disbelief, for these figures had once been the subordinates of the female war god, renowned individuals of their era. It could be said, the revered figures of Xuanwu King and Baihu King have become the fundamental knowledge of his era. Yet, Hong Yin, as a mere cloak of that individual, has now forgotten even this. What truly transpired in those days? As Gu Yun pondered, he gradually regained his focus. Tiandao Palace boasts 9 mighty deities, one of whom is a woman named Su Xian. Under her command are 4 kings, Xuanwu King, Baihu King, Qilong King, and Zhuke King, along with the Qilin King. These 4 kings govern the territories within the true spirit domain, to which Su Xian has shown great favor, dividing it into 5 regions. The 4 corners, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, are bestowed upon the 4 kings, while Su Xian herself presides over the central region. Upon hearing this, the elderly Mahdi, the imposing black bull, and the Wood Spirit all widened their eyes in astonishment. Gu Yun's account mirrored the current structure of the true spirit realm. Could it be that the true spirit realm is indeed the former true spirit domain? The elderly Mahdi expressed his bewilderment. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Under the intense scrutiny of so many formidable beings, the elderly Mahdi trembled slightly. Esteemed elders, the true spirit realm is likewise divided into 5 regions. Aside from the central state where we presently reside, there are Xuanwu Domain, Baihu Domain, Qilong Domain, and Zhuke Domain. This aligns precisely with what Senior Gu Yun has stated, he hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others furrowed their brows in contemplation. If this were the case, then the true spirit realm indeed corresponds closely to the conditions of the true spirit domain. It must be so. The true spirit realm must be the former true spirit domain, for how else could the jade tablet exist in such a forgotten world? Wang Feiyan suddenly interjected. When he initially obtained the jade tablet, he was filled with perplexity. After all, the inscriptions upon it were related to the celestial emperor. Such an artifact should rightly belong to the realm of the immortal spirits. Yet it had unexpectedly appeared in the true spirit realm. If the true spirit realm was indeed the former true spirit domain, this would make sense. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others nodded in realization. Indeed, it was quite plausible. May I take a look at the jade tablet? Gu Yun inquired. At his words, everyone turned their gaze towards Ling'er. For the jade tablet was currently in her possession. None present dared to issue commands to her. Here, take a look, Ling'er responded, tossing the tablet to Gu Yun. It was crafted from divine heart stone. Gu Yun received the jade tablet, his expression one of incredulity. Divine heart stone? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What was this substance? I know. Ling'er suddenly raised her hand. The attention of the assembly, including Gu Yun, was drawn to her. From Mo Qing and others, he had learned that the history of the ancient spirit era had been obliterated, which naturally included the divine heart stone. After all, in the ancient spirit era, the divine heart stone was an exceedingly rare entity. How could this little girl be aware of it? Daddy said the divine heart stone is the essence of the divine king crystal. It makes for a very comfortable little stool. Ling'er chimed in with a cheerful laugh. What? Gu Yun was left utterly astonished. You use divine heartstone for a stool? Are you serious, brother? That is divine heartstone. You turned it into a stool. His gaze, filled with both shock and disbelief, fell upon the innocent Ling'er, his expression a complex amalgamation of emotions. For the divine heartstone was one of the 3 primary materials for forging divine artifacts. In other words, the heart of the divine stone is an indispensable element in the forging of divine artifacts. Even in its own era, the heart of the divine stone was exceedingly rare and highly sought after. What did little Ling'er say? Making small benches. What kind of being is that? To utilize such a scarce commodity for benches? Such extravagance is beyond comprehension. Chapter 110, the half-step divine artifact, the solitary fragrance sword. Damn that sword liquor. Such wastefulness is unfathomable. Gu Yun pondered, a perplexed tone emerging in his voice. Indeed, the heart of the divine stone embodies the quintessence of the divine king crystal. However, it is certainly not meant for making benches. Rather, it serves as the essential primary material for forging divine artifacts. Essential primary material for forging divine artifacts? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Currently, even the materials for crafting celestial emperor weapons are beyond their reach, let alone the primary materials for divine artifacts. Huh? Not for making benches? But my dear father has made many benches as well as tables. Oh, and a chessboard. He often plays chess with the master, you know. Little Ling'er tilted her head and spoke. Gu Yun was instantly rendered speechless. The heart of the divine stone used for benches, tables, and a chessboard. Such a thing was already exceedingly rare in his time. Even someone of the level of the Black Turtle King would require a fortune to procure it. The father of this little girl used it to make benches, tables, and a chessboard. For a moment, Gu Yun was left in stunned silence by little Ling'er's words. Not just him, but Mo Qing and the others were equally astonished. The essential primary material for forging divine artifacts. The master of the house has taken it to fashion chairs, tables, and chessboards? The crowd exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by the opulence of their master. Who could this extraordinary figure be, indulging in such extravagance? In contrast, the old man in the tattered robe and the wood spirit were elated. What does it mean to have a powerful ally? This truly exemplifies a formidable supporter. To utilize essential materials for forging divine artifacts to create mere benches and everyday items, could there be a more impressive ally in this world? Wang Feiyan's face was awash with envy, and he couldn't help but ponder where one might find a father like that. How I long to have one as well. What does the tree on the jade tablet signify? The voice of Hong Yin pierced through the crowd's reverie, drawing their attention back. After this reminder, everyone began to realize, indeed, aside from the inscription of True God Realm and Heavenly Tower, there was also the character for tree. Uncertain, under the scrutiny of the group, Goyen glanced at the characters on the jade tablet and shook his head. It appears to pertain to something of a deeper nature. Mo Qing speculated, and the others nodded in agreement. Goyen, however, was unaware that the only explanation could be that this entity either emerged after his slumber or that his previous rank had been too low to gain knowledge of it. Perhaps you could seek out the tomb keeper here. To my knowledge, the Tomb of the Gods has had guardians for generations. If the guardian still exists, he should be privy to all matters concerning everyone. Goyen spoke once more. The tomb keeper? The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. There is indeed a tomb keeper here? At that moment, a low humming emanated from Goyen's grave. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings. And Xingyue emerged before the crowd. Her gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon the remnants of Goyan's soul. With a respectful gesture, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for bestowing the inheritance upon me. I hope that in the future, you can elevate the Gufang sword technique to new heights." "Master God." "My time is limited," Goyan replied with a hint of resignation, waving his hand. As but a fragment of a soul, he had reached the pinnacle of what he could sustain. "Very well, go forth. I shall uncover the truth behind all matters," Hong Yin stated calmly. "Understood," Goyan nodded respectfully. He then directed a gentle finger towards his grave and commanded softly, "Gufang's sword, arise." With a whoosh, a broken sword leapt from the grave. This sword was my companion in life, an artifact devoid of a weapon spirit. However, it has developed a semblance of sentience. Its quality akin to what you refer to as a semi-artifact. You may take it as well, Goyan addressed Li Xingyue. A semi-artifact. Upon hearing this, the onlookers gazed at Li Xingyue with envy. For such a treasure was exceedingly rare, only one was known to exist in the possession of the heavenly emperor of the immortal spirit realm. "Wait," Li Xingyue began. But before she could finish her thought, the Gufang sword emitted a series of delicate chimes and soared directly towards Ling'er. Upon reaching her side, it vibrated incessantly. "Little mistress, this sword seeks to acknowledge you as its master," Hong Yin remarked. "Ah? This?" Goyan's face flushed with embarrassment at the sight. He shot a silent glare at the Gufang sword, yet dared not express his ire, for he knew he could not provoke Ling'er. Of course, it would be even better if Ling'er accepted the Gufang sword. "Ah?" Little Ling'er was initially taken aback, but after casting a few glances at the solitary blossom sword, she shook her head vigorously, her expression filled with aversion as she declared, "I do not want this. It is not aesthetically pleasing." The others, including Imo Qing, were left speechless, yet found it somewhat amusing. This was a semi-divine artifact, possessing an irresistible allure for anyone in the realm of celestial spirits. Yet, here was little Ling'er, who was being courted to be its master, dismissing it simply for its lack of beauty. In this world, aside from that extraordinary individual, perhaps only little Ling'er had the audacity to utter such words. Buzzing incessantly, the solitary blossom sword emitted a tremulous sound, seemingly in a state of urgency, pleading with its young master for acceptance, promising it would become more attractive in the future. The great red robe silently clarified this to those around. Upon hearing this, Imo Qing and the others couldn't suppress a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths, internally exclaiming in disbelief. If they were to encounter a semi-divine artifact, they would undoubtedly treat it with utmost reverence, graciously requesting it to acknowledge them as its master. Yet here, the semi-divine artifact was earnestly seeking acceptance from little Ling'er. Goodness, such a devoted admirer, or rather, a devoted sword. The elder in the patched robe muttered a quiet curse. "Well, this old fellow could certainly compete with you," teased Mu Ling from the side. At this, the elder in the patched robe could only smile sheepishly. "No. You should follow your sister. I do not want you." Little Ling'er continued to express her disdain. The solitary blossom sword emitted a series of soft chimes before ultimately drifting towards Li Xingyue. However, its slender form exuded an undeniable sense of disappointment. "All right. This girl is indeed the one you should acknowledge as your master. She is not someone you can aspire to." Guyan glanced at her, feeling somewhat speechless and helpless. The treasures floating beside Ling'er, each one surpasses the solitary Fong sword in might. "My dear, you must carry forward the legacy of my solitary Fong sword." Guyan then turned his gaze to Li Xingyue, and after speaking, he completely dissipated into the ether. Li Xingyue remained silent, simply holding the solitary Fong sword, quietly bowing 3 times at Guyan's grave. "Let us go and seek out the gravekeeper," said Hong Yan, before returning to Ling'er's side. The little gourd and the others followed suit. No one dared oppose her words. They had to relinquish the notion of obtaining the legacies of powerful beings from other graves for the time being and instead search for the gravekeeper. After all, finding the gravekeeper would still afford them the opportunity to pursue the legacies of other formidable entities. Additionally, they were eager to uncover the events of that bygone era. Chapter 111. Hurry and summon your father, otherwise, you may meet your demise. The group pressed onward through the mausoleum of the gods, delving deeper. Ling'er bounced ahead, glancing left and right, seemingly filled with insatiable curiosity about everything. Imo Qing and the others followed closely behind, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the graves. For within those tombs might lie the legacies of the powerful, potentially those of divine beings, even if such legacies could not elevate them to divinity. Acquiring a divine artifact would be immensely rewarding. Indeed, securing even a semi-divine artifact would be highly advantageous. "Sister, where is the gravekeeper?" Ling'er suddenly inquired of Li Xingyue as she frolicked ahead. "Ling'er, I do not know either," came the reply. Li Xingyue let out a bitter smile and shook her head. Following closely behind Ling'er, she had experienced a significant surge in her cultivation. Having reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm, she was but a step away from breaking through to the sacred realm. Especially after recently acquiring the legacy of the half-step divine being, Gloomy Cloud, she felt confident that her breakthrough to the sacred realm would come swiftly. However, despite her remarkable advancement, she felt utterly insignificant in the presence of Mo Qing and the others. Even they had failed to discern the whereabouts of the gravekeeper, let alone herself. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Shortly after, a refined young man emerged from the mist. "It's you." Upon seeing the elegant youth, Li Xingyue's heart jolted. This individual was none other than the fallen spirit, Mo Qing Shu, whom she and Xiao Ling'er had encountered on the ancient battlefield. "You filthy thing, it's you." Xiao Ling'er also fixed her gaze upon Mo Qing Shu, while Mo Qing and the others wore perplexed expressions. "Do you know him?" Mo Qing Shu chuckled softly. "Ah, fate is indeed a wondrous thing. We meet again, you two. What brings you here?" Li Xingyue inquired with a hint of confusion. She recalled Xiao Ling'er mentioning that fallen spirits could forcibly seize everything from others, provided the person consented. This fellow had been on the ancient battlefield. How could he possibly be here now? "Because this is my home," Mo Qing Shu replied with a cultured smile. "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is your home? Could it be that Mo Qing Shu is also from the era of the ancient spirit epic? Or could it be that Mo Qing Shu is the gravekeeper we seek?" "Are you the gravekeeper?" Xiao Ling'er inquired, tilting her head. "Gravekeeper?" Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others turned their gazes towards Mo Qi Shu, their brows slightly furrowing. They realized that despite their own half-step Immortal Emperor cultivation, they could not perceive anything about this individual, as if he were shrouded in a veil of mist. A gravekeeper? It could be said, yet it could also be denied. Mo Qi Shu replied with a smile. "What do you mean by that? Is it, or is it not? If it is, what does that imply?" Xiao Ling'er gazed at him, pressing for clarification. Mo Qing and the others felt their heads spinning from the verbal labyrinth. "Well, I am merely a creation of an old man. He stated that I must inherit his identity as a gravekeeper. Thus, I suppose I could be considered the gravekeeper you speak of," Mo Qi Shu said, smiling. "A creation of an old man? To inherit his identity as a gravekeeper? Does this mean that Mo Qi Shu is the heir to the gravekeeper's legacy?" Mo Qing questioned, looking intently at Mo Qi Shu. "Oh." Mo Qing Shu's gaze fell upon her, and his brow furrowed slightly. "You seem to hail from the land of divine fall." "The land of divine fall?" Mo Qing and the others exchanged glances. They were situated in the Chaos Sea, so what was this land of divine fall? Could the rumors truly be accurate? Suddenly, a Star Master remarked that the legends claimed the Chaos Sea was formed from realms that had separated from the divine realm. Now that Mo Qi Shu mentioned they were from the land of divine fall, it seemed to indirectly confirm those very rumors. Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows and nodded in agreement. If that were indeed the case, the rumors surrounding the Chaos Sea were undeniably true. "Where is the land of divine desolation?" Mo Qing inquired. "It is a place that once suppressed criminals," Mo Qi Shu promptly elucidated. "You may perceive it as a prison." The mention of a prison left Mo Qing and the others in stunned silence. They had anticipated a location of grandeur, only to discover it was, in fact, a mere prison. "Do you wish to meet the old man? Then follow me," he continued. "He still draws breath." Without a hint of skepticism, the group closely trailed behind Mo Qi Shu. They swiftly arrived at a remarkably peculiar locale. Surrounding them was an abyss of darkness, with a beam of light cascading from above, illuminating the very center. At the heart of this illumination sat a throne, upon which a figure was seated. The individual had long, disheveled hair, and his garments were tattered and ragged, resembling a disheveled beggar. "Hey, old man, you're not dead yet," Mo Qi Shu jested, gazing at the figure on the throne. "Hmm?" Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others slightly furrowed their brows. According to Mo Qi Shu, this disheveled old man ought to be the true guardian of the tomb. However, it seemed peculiar that Mo Qi Shu, a supposed disciple of the tombkeeper, would exhibit such an attitude. The group exchanged glances, gradually drawing closer and positioning Xiao Ling'er at the center for protection. Something felt amiss. Mo Qi Shu was decidedly off. "Tree spirit, if you wish to kill, then do so." A raspy voice emanated from the old man. His bowed head slowly lifted, revealing a face etched with deep wrinkles. Those eyes were exceedingly murky, imbued with the profound sense of time's inexorable passage. "How could I ever harm you?" I mused. "You are merely the bait, aren't you? Look. Your presence has indeed attracted the main target." Mo Qing Shu's smile was enigmatic as his gaze fell upon Xiao Ling'er. In that instant, a palpable tension enveloped Mo Qing and his companions. "Who are you truly?" Li Xingyue inquired, her eyes fixed upon Mo Qi Shu. In response to their probing, he merely smiled mysteriously, offering no reply, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto Xiao Ling'er. "Old man, do you believe this little girl can save you? Or perhaps, will the one behind her make an appearance?" He began, his voice deliberate. The gravekeeper's attention also turned to Ling'er. You are the daughter of that esteemed individual. His murky gaze brightened slightly as he regarded her. Are you speaking of me, dear grandfather? Ling'er replied, her large, luminous eyes meeting the gravekeeper's stare. Yes, I sense the bloodline's essence within you. Quickly, we must flee. This is a trap aimed at you and your father. The gravekeeper urged urgently. A trap targeting Ling'er and her father? Upon hearing this, Qing and his companion's expression shifted dramatically. Hey, old man. Do you really think you can escape? Qishu chuckled, his demeanor deceptively genial. Little girl, summon your father forth. Otherwise, you may not survive this encounter. I won't call him, Ling'er replied innocently, for otherwise, my stinky father wouldn't allow me to play. Upon hearing the words of Qishu, a smile broke forth, revealing the delightful innocence of a charming young soul. At that moment, Qing and the others felt a sudden tremor and exchanged subtle nods. May I inquire as to what is transpiring here? Moreover, what truly occurred in the past? Qing cast a glance at Qishu and the guardian of the tomb, and continued, very well, allow me to elucidate your confusion. The master became aware of an entity in the world that eluded his control, for that which cannot be governed. The only recourse is annihilation. Yet, this individual concealed themselves too well. Even with the master's unparalleled abilities, their precise location remained elusive, only deduced to be hidden within the true spirit realm. Thus, the master dispatched me to seek out this hidden presence within the true spirit realm. Qishu offered a gentle smile in response. Master? An existence beyond control? Qing and the others furrowed their brows in contemplation. The so-called transcendent being must be the father of Ling'er. But who is this master they speak of? Is it the Emperor of Yin? Qing pressed further. Ah, the Emperor of Yin? He is but a mere puppet of the master, Qishu scoffed with disdain. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through Qing and the others. The Emperor of Yin is merely a pawn in someone's game? He is the one responsible for erasing the history of the ancient spirit era, is he not? Qing pondered aloud, his voice heavy with realization. Correct, but alas, no reward for your accurate guess, Qishu replied with a snap of his fingers, nodding without reservation. This left Qing and the others utterly speechless, as they had never anticipated such a revelation. Behind the ominous heavenly emperor lurks a terrifying existence. Who might that be? The Yin spirit tree. Seemingly perceiving the confusion among the group, the guardian of the tomb spoke up. The Yin spirit tree? Upon hearing this, Qing and the others exchanged glances, recalling the character tree inscribed on the jade tablet. Could that tree refer to the Yin spirit tree? The Yin spirit tree, once nurtured by the master of the heavenly Tao palace, served as a divine wood to cultivate lingering souls. As long as a fragment of a soul remains after death, it could be entrusted to this tree for cultivation, allowing it to be reborn once the soul is whole. Its existence rendered the heavenly Tao palace's status unassailable, allowing it to dominate and suppress all external threats. The guardian of the tomb continued. Unfortunately, the Yin spirit tree refused to remain a puppet of the heavenly Tao palace. Thus, it fled to the true divine realm, taking root and absorbing souls to strengthen itself. Numerous small worlds were drained by this tree, turning into wastelands, causing countless lives to vanish. Consequently, the heavenly Tao palace ordered an assault on the true divine realm, seeking to annihilate this tree. Yet, in the end, they were defeated. The heavenly Tao palace fell. This was due to the Yin spirit tree's imposition of restrictions on the lingering souls during their cultivation, resulting in the sudden demise of many powerful figures from the heavenly Tao palace during their reincarnation, some even falling under control. The guardian of the tomb spoke slowly. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qing and the others were struck with realization. Although the heavenly Tao palace was defeated and the Yin spirit tree was ultimately destroyed by the palace master, it was unexpected that it not only survived but also erased all records from the ancient spirit era. The individual in question is a tree spirit, birthed from the ominous god tree, which could also be referred to as a puppet. The keeper of the tomb spoke once more, casting a glance at Qishu. Xingyue, the elderly Mai, and the wood spirit furrowed their brows in concern. According to the keeper's words, the god tree is an immensely powerful entity. Previously, the alchemy cauldron had mentioned that the father of the little spirit was merely in seclusion, striving to reach the realm of true deity. The god tree, capable of annihilating even the temple of heavenly Tao from the ancient spirit era, undoubtedly possesses strength that surpasses that of a true deity. If the intention were to eliminate the little spirit's father, would such elaborate measures truly be necessary? That battle, though a victory for the god tree, was a Pyrrhic one. It could be said that its entire cultivation was annihilated. Furthermore, that epic conflict devastated the entire divine realm, resulting in a precipitous decline in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Countless cultivation resources were obliterated, and innumerable powerful beings met their demise, without resources and the souls of mighty warriors. I estimate that the current strength of the god tree has at most only recovered to the threshold of a half-step true deity, seemingly perceiving the doubts of those present. The keeper of the tomb elucidated further. Is that so? Well then, it is my turn to speak, Imo-Chishu interjected abruptly. His gaze settled upon the little spirit. I was commanded by my master to seek out the one who transcends control. For a long time, I found myself without a clue until I encountered this little girl, a 4-year-old immortal king. At that moment, I suspected she bore a connection to that transcendent being. Thus, I revealed myself to converse, wishing to ascertain the truth. Yet, she only mentioned seeking by union, without alluding to anyone else. I refrained from alarming the snake in the grass and returned to report to my master. At that moment, my master was unable to ascertain whether this young girl had any connection to that transcendent figure. It was not until the news of the Chaos Sea arrived that the situation began to clarify. What news regarding the Chaos Sea? Imo-Chin asked, his brow furrowing. Are you referring to the matter concerning by you? Suddenly, Imo-Chin seemed to recall something and spoke up. Indeed, that fellow, the Emperor of Yin, has discovered that your Chaos Sea was subdued by a mysterious powerhouse. That enigmatic figure is none other than the one beyond the control of our master. Interestingly, the Emperor of Yin appears to possess a modicum of intelligence. He deduced, from the retreat of the demon lord, that this young girl is a blood relative of that mysterious powerhouse. This revelation allows us to confirm her identity. Imo-Chin continued, thus, you cast the jade token to lure it into attacking the heavenly Tao palace of this realm. You are aware that the old woman, the big black bull, and Ling'er share a close bond. When they find themselves in peril, Ling'er will undoubtedly come to their aid. Consequently, we are naturally drawn to this location. Xingyue interjected. Are you not concerned that we might lose interest, resulting in a failed endeavor? Imo-Chin replied, I have pondered that as well. For this young girl possesses a genuine divine artifact. It is difficult to stir desire for the treasures within the tomb of the gods. Therefore, I ensured that the jade token bore something related to the Emperor of Yin. Imo-Chin chuckled softly. I understand now. Imo-Chin and the others exclaimed, realization dawning upon them. One must admit, this fellow is quite adept at strategizing. Everything appears so reasonable, devoid of any hint of scheming. Well, I have revealed all that you wish to know. Little sister, how about calling your father out? Otherwise, I might be compelled to take your life. Such a charming child. I find it difficult to carry out my intentions. Imo-Chishu waved his hand and turned to Xiaowudao. Is that so? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed. Chapter 113. You still wish to scheme against the master? Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Imo-Chishu's brow furrowed instantly. Who is it? He glanced at Xiaowudao. For the voice had emanated from her. Under his gaze, Hong Yin slowly emerged from Xiaowudao's form. Clearly, it was she who had just spoken. You. It's you. How could this be? Upon seeing Hong Yin, the nearly breathless gravekeeper was instantly filled with disbelief. When Lu Ming first discovered this place and inquired about the ancient spirit era, he had left behind considerable divine essence as a gesture of gratitude, to express his appreciation. The gravekeeper had gifted Lu Ming the nearly broken Hong Yin, which resembled a mere scrap. But now, this main artifact has been completely restored. How is that possible? It is well known that even during the ancient spirit era, restoring a nearly ruined main artifact to its entirety is an extraordinarily challenging endeavor. How long has it been since that individual came here? Nearly 2 or 3 years, perhaps? In such a short span, that person has repaired this main artifact. Who exactly is this extraordinary figure? The gravekeeper was enveloped in a whirlwind of shock and confusion. Bound to this place, he could not depart, however. He gleaned insights into the current era through the words of those who had traversed the celestial palace of the true spirit realm. The scarcity of cultivation resources was alarming, and the divine realm had become little more than a myth. Indeed, this age paled in comparison to the ancient spirit era, a mere fraction of its former glory. Restoring a primary artifact, once an arduous endeavor during the ancient spirit era, seemed an insurmountable challenge in the present age. Yet, astonishingly, someone had managed to restore a primary artifact in just a year or two, a feat that defied belief. A primary artifact. Upon witnessing Hong Yin, Imo-Chishu was utterly dumbfounded. Having served alongside the ancient tree, he possessed a keen understanding of artifacts. Artifacts were classified into 4 levels: true artifacts, primary artifacts, genesis artifacts, and primordial artifacts. Even during the ancient spirit era, primary artifacts were a rarity. He never anticipated encountering one in this era, let alone a flawless specimen. Hong Yin, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue with Imo-Chishu, merely quivered slightly, unleashing a beam of crimson light that surged toward him. The overwhelming pressure instilled a profound sense of peril in Imo-Chishu and his companions. An instinctual dread gripped them, had they been in Imo-Chishu's position. Their demise would be inevitable. You may possess a primary artifact. Imo-Chishu's demeanor transformed drastically, his once refined countenance twisted into a mask of fury. In that moment, as he gestured with his hands, an aura of terrifying power erupted, signaling the initial stage of the Immortal Emperor. Yet, against the might of a primary artifact like Hongyan, not even an advanced Immortal Emperor could withstand it. With a single strike, Mo-Chishu flickered between existence and oblivion. On the brink of dissolution, do you still wish to scheme against your master? Ridiculous. The disdainful voice of Hongyan echoed. Mo-Chishu refrained from further words and merely shot a fierce glare at Ling'er. In an instant, his entire form transformed into a seemingly unremarkable branch. Yet, it radiated an aura of formidable terror, rivaling that of Hongyan. Die. A deep voice emanated from the branch, which then morphed into a sharp sword. Lunging violently towards Ling'er, intent on erasing her from existence with a single strike. Is this truly your trump card? A blow from a demigod? Hongyan spoke softly in response to the attack. Subsequently, he transformed into a suit of armor, enveloping Ling'er securely. Clang. The sound of steel clashing resonated as the sword, born from the branch, struck against the armor. A wave of terrifying energy rippled outward. Mo-Chishu and the others' expressions changed dramatically, their actions swift. The primordial force erupted, forming a protective barrier around them all. After a brief moment, the energy dissipated. The faces of Mo-Chishu and the other Star Lords bore streaks of crimson. Xingyue, the elderly Moi, and the great black bull were no exception, repeatedly spitting blood. Looking at Ling'er, she remained unscathed under Hongyan's protection. After all, apart from Hongyan, she was also accompanied by a myriad of divine artifacts from the little gourd. As the demigod's strike was thwarted, the branch that Mo-Chishu had transformed into shattered instantly into countless fragments, dispersing into the ether. However, the expressions of the group turned grim. They had not anticipated the presence of the Yin god tree, aside from their adversary, the Emperor of the Yin sky. That entity truly was enigmatic. Having managed to restore you, the voice of the guardian of the tomb, barely clinging to life, resonated. The crimson figure did not respond to him, instead transforming back into the magnificent red robe that enveloped the young girl. After all, it had already gleaned all the knowledge it sought. There was no longer any necessity for conversation with the gravekeeper. Observing this, the gravekeeper refrained from saying much. He merely gazed cheerfully at the young girl, remarking, "What a delightful little one. You must be the daughter of that esteemed individual." The young girl, with her round, sparkling eyes, looked up at him and said, "Grandpa, you are going to perish." The gravekeeper nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I am to meet my end. Yet, to see the daughter of that esteemed individual in my final moments is a blessing from the heavens." He spoke with a sense of resignation, as if he harbored no aversion to his impending demise, but rather felt a profound relief at the prospect of liberation. "Senior, have you lived from the ancient spirit era until now?" Mo-Ching inquired, his gaze fixed upon the gravekeeper. The span from the ancient spirit era to the present encompasses at least 2 epochs. In other words, this gravekeeper has existed for 200 million years. Approximately so, the gravekeeper replied with a gentle nod. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply upon hearing this. What constitutes an ancient monster? This is the true essence of an ancient being. Simultaneously, a flicker of confusion crossed their minds. If the gravekeeper had survived from the ancient spirit era to the present, he must be an exceptionally powerful entity. How could he possibly be no match for Mo-Ching? "I am but a realm spirit, incapable of cultivation. My only advantage is that as long as this small world does not perish, I can continue to exist." Seemingly perceiving the thoughts of those present, the gravekeeper elucidated. "I see." Mo-Ching and the others responded with newfound understanding. "Then how is it that you?" Xingyue spoke with a hint of confusion, questioning the existence of the divine tomb, wondering how it could still be present if the guardian had claimed he was nearing death. "That tree spirit siphoned the boundary power from within me," the guardian explained. "Boundary power?" The others furrowed their brows, perplexed by the term. "You shall understand what boundary power is when you reach the divine realm." The guardian waved his hand dismissively, offering no further clarification. Turning his gaze back to the little spirit, he cheerfully remarked, "Child, I possess some treasures. Allow me to bestow them upon you." Curious, the little spirit inquired, "What treasures are they? Is it the big meatball?" "A big meatball?" The guardian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what she meant. Xingyue could not suppress her laughter, as she understood precisely what the little spirit referred to. Meanwhile, beside Xingyue, the large black bull could not help but clench its legs together in bewilderment. "What on earth is that?" the guardian asked, his confusion evident. "It's the one on Nyonyo," the little spirit innocently replied, her gaze fixated on the large black bull. Hearing this, the others turned their attention to the bull, equally intrigued by what could possibly capture their young master's interest. Soon, they were left dumbfounded, for the little spirit's gaze landed on something vaguely visible beneath the large black bull's tail. The little spirit had her sights set on that? Xingyue exchanged amused glances with Mu Ling Mu. The large black bull protested, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon it. Its face flushed crimson, and it instinctively drew its legs together in modesty. It feels as though my cherished possession may be at risk today. Cough, cough. I cannot provide that. The keeper of the grave spoke, caught between embarrassment and amusement. Upon finishing his words, he gestured lightly with his fingers. A myriad of objects soared from his being, floating around him: swords, blades, cauldrons, towers, and more. These items were collected by the old man, though the inherent divine essence within them had long since faded. Nevertheless, they could still be deemed as semi-artifacts. My dear child, these are for you, the keeper of the grave said with a cheerful smile. Hiss. Upon witnessing the 10 or so treasures floating around the keeper, Imoching and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. Those were all semi-artifacts. In the entire realm of celestial spirits, only the heavenly emperor possessed one. Yet, here was the keeper of the grave presenting such a multitude, and he intended to bestow them all upon Ling'er. Imoching and the others exchanged glances, their faces brimming with envy. Ling'er, oblivious to their expressions, merely glanced at the semi-artifacts and then shook her head decisively. Grandpa, these are not pretty. I don't want them. What? The keeper of the grave was momentarily taken aback. Not pretty, therefore unwanted. This left him at a loss for words. After all, as he understood, semi-artifacts were exceedingly rare in this era. Indeed, they were the only worthy possessions he had to offer. He had not anticipated that Ling'er would reject them, and for such a reason as their lack of beauty. However, considering Ling'er's identity, he quickly came to terms with it. Semi-artifacts were incredibly rare for the people of this age, yet to her, they were merely inconsequential trinkets. As the daughter of that esteemed figure, it is only natural for Ling'er to look down upon the lesser artifacts. However, this situation has rendered him rather awkward, for he currently possesses nothing of greater value. Upon hearing Ling'er's words, Imoching and the others gazed fervently at the guardian of the tomb. Ling'er may not covet the lesser artifacts, but they certainly do. Acquiring even one would undoubtedly elevate their prowess to new heights. Then I shall bestow these upon you, the guardian of the tomb declared, casting a glance at Imoching and the others. At this pronouncement, they were instantly filled with exhilaration. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, young master, they exclaimed in unison, for they were acutely aware that without Ling'er, none could have discovered this place. Likewise, had Ling'er not chosen to forego those lesser artifacts, the guardian would not have offered them to the group. It can be said that everything hinges upon Ling'er. Hiki, it's nothing, Ling'er replied with a playful smile, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. Subsequently, the guardian honored his word and distributed all the lesser artifacts among them. Even the likes of Dahanyo, Muling, and the elder Ma each received one. Holding the artifacts, every face radiated with a fervor of excitement. After all, these were items only possessed by the emperor of the underworld. Now, they found themselves in possession of such treasures. I shall soon fade away, child. Remember to convey my regards to your father. The guardian sighed deeply, speaking softly. Ling'er nodded obediently. As her words echoed, the guardian's figure began to dissipate. Sister, shall we return? Ling'er inquired, looking towards Xingyue. Meeting her gaze, Xingyue nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing the scene, Imoching and his companions felt compelled to express their thoughts, yet the words lingered on their lips, unspoken. They had considered the possibility of seeking out opportunities for themselves. But the safety of Ling'er took precedence, compelling them to abandon their intentions. After all, the sacred tomb of the gods would not vanish. They could always return at a later time. If you desire the fortunes of this place, pursue them, they thought, yet Red Yan's words echoed in their minds. The young master has me to protect him. Although Imoching and his companions held little sway over Ling'er, their unwavering loyalty was commendable, and a modest reward would suffice. Moreover, it was preferable for them to seize such opportunities rather than allow them to fall into the hands of others, particularly those who might align themselves with the sinister heavenly emperor. Indeed, thank you, esteemed elder, Imoching and his companions replied, their spirits lifted. Shortly thereafter, Ling'er, Xingyue, and Muling departed from the sacred tomb of the gods and made their way to Elder Mo's dwelling. Upon their return, Elder Mo's weathered visage brightened with a warm smile at the sight of Ling'er. Yes, dear grandmother, I wish to indulge in delicious treats, Ling'er replied eagerly. Very well, I shall prepare something special for you. Elder Mo responded with a gentle nod, entering the kitchen to busy herself. Before long, a sumptuous spread of delicacies lay before Ling'er, all of which were her favorites. Grandmother, Big Bull, I have come to take you with me. I have found my mother. Will you accompany me to her? Ling'er inquired while savoring her meal. Elder Mo hesitated upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head gently. Ling'er, I have grown old, and my legs are not as strong as they once were. Perhaps it is best that I remain here. If possible, I would be utterly content if you could find the time to visit me. although she remains oblivious to the current circumstances surrounding Ling'er and her mother. After living for over 10,000 years, her discernment is still keen. The presence of numerous formidable celestial beings accompanying Ling'er undoubtedly signifies their intent to safeguard her. In other words, Ling'er must have adversaries. Being merely a tribulation realm cultivator, remaining by Ling'er's side would render her a burden. It would be wiser to stay in the true spirit realm. The great black bull also nodded in tacit understanding. Ah, very well. I shall certainly come to see you in the future. Upon hearing this, Ling'er believed it wholeheartedly and nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, amidst the reluctant gazes of Elder Mo and the great black bull, Ling'er vanished into the horizon with Li Xingyue and the others, in the abode of Baiyuyan. Within the chaotic realm, Ling'er exclaimed joyfully, "Mother, I am back." "That is all that matters," Baiyuyan replied, embracing her with a gentle smile. Hee. Ling'er nestled into her embrace, nuzzling affectionately. However, suddenly she became transfixed, gazing curiously in a particular direction within the courtyard. "Grandfather, who are you?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 115. Ancestor of the Trees? Is the grandfather referring to the old peach tree? Grandfather? Baiyuyan's brow furrowed slightly as she followed Ling'er's gaze. Li Xingyue, the wood spirit, and the old man in rags mirrored her expression of curiosity. "Young mistress." "There is no one here," the old man in rags remarked, scanning the surroundings with confusion. The wood spirit and Li Xingyue also furrowed their brows, for indeed, the area was completely devoid of anything. However, they were aware that Ling'er would not utter a falsehood, since she claimed the existence of an elderly gentleman. He must indeed be real. Who could it be? Baiyuyan let out a cold snort, and as she spoke, she extended a finger towards that direction. A terrifying primal force coalesced at her fingertip, ultimately transforming into a streak of white light that surged forth. The explosive momentum revealed that Baiyuyan's cultivation had once again ascended to the realm of the immortal king. After all, Ling'er had previously bestowed upon her numerous celestial peaches, and with such resources for cultivation, her prowess naturally recovered swiftly. Yet, when the white light reached its destination, it inexplicably vanished, as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean or been devoured by some unseen entity. Humph. Observing this, Baiyuyan let out a cold huff, and the crimson cord entwined around her hand suddenly soared forth, ultimately morphing into a crimson dagger. This dagger was her innate Immortal Emperor artifact, capable of transforming into weapons for combat or binding foes, and it possessed an expansive storage space. Baiyuyan delicately raised her hand, her slender, fair fingers converging in the air as she executed a gentle flourish. In an instant, the crimson dagger darted towards the direction Ling'er had indicated, akin to a serpent responding to its master's command. Its speed so swift that it seemed to arrive in the blink of an eye. Alas, a weary sigh unexpectedly resonated, followed by an exceedingly withered hand extending forth to seize the crimson dagger, appearing as though it had emerged from another realm. The captured dagger became immobile instantaneously. In that moment, Baiyuyan's expression shifted to one of gravity. To be able to grasp her innate Immortal Emperor artifact with bare hands? Although the dagger had diminished in power due to her reincarnation and renewal, with her cultivation restored, it had now ascended to the status of an Immortal King artifact. Due to its origin as an artifact of the Celestial Emperor, even if it is merely a Celestial King weapon, it surpasses an ordinary Celestial Sovereign artifact in strength. Coupled with her own manipulation, it can be asserted that not even a Celestial Sovereign could render Ling immobile. As for a Celestial Saint, while capable of such feats, it would be far from effortless. Thus, this individual must undoubtedly be a formidable Celestial Emperor. In the weighty gaze of Baiyuyan, the space before Ling suddenly twisted. Then, an elderly man entered the sight of the onlookers. The first impression of the old man was one of emaciation. He appeared as if all the blood had been drained from his body, gaunt and skeletal, devoid of any flesh. Upon closer inspection, one might liken him to an ancient tree on the verge of withering away. In summary, the old man bore a tall and exceedingly thin figure, almost unrecognizable as human. He was the ancestor of the Tianling Forbidden Ground, known as the Tree Taoist. Baiyuyan observed the emaciated elder with great gravity. As one of the former masters of the celestial spirit realm, she possessed an innate understanding of the various forbidden grounds. It could be said that the celestial spirit realm had been covertly governed by these entities. Had she not ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm alongside Tiandi, the celestial spirit realm would undoubtedly have remained firmly under the control of these forbidden grounds. The Tree Taoist, as the ancestor of the Tianling Forbidden Ground, was at the late stage of the celestial emperor realm. Most crucially, the Tree Taoist had lived for an exceedingly long time, even longer than she or Tiandi. His profound heritage was truly formidable. It is no exaggeration to say that even at her peak, facing the Tree Taoist would have compelled her to employ her most potent abilities to subdue him, let alone the present circumstances. Yet, what perplexed Baiyuyan was The great forbidden lands have always remained insular, refraining from intervening in any disputes within the realm of the celestial spirits. Even when she clashed with the Emperor of Yin, stirring the entirety of the celestial realm, not a single forbidden land intervened. Yet now, why would the venerable ancestor of the heavenly spirit forbidden land come to this place? The tree Taoist did not respond to Bai Yunyan's inquiry. Instead, he gazed at the little Ling'er with an expression of profound complexity. More precisely, he was fixated on her round, sparkling eyes. What do you intend to do, tree Taoist? Bai Yunyan, noticing the intensity of his gaze, promptly shielded Ling'er behind her. With a sigh, the tree Taoist finally spoke, his voice a long, drawn-out exhalations, as if he were either conversing with himself or addressing everyone present. The broken spirit eyes. Upon uttering this, his gaze seemed to pierce through Bai Yunyan, landing squarely on Ling'er. How is the tree ancestor faring? His tone was laden with helplessness. Tree ancestor? Bai Yunyan furrowed her brow slightly, puzzled. Who is that? Grandfather. What is this tree ancestor? Ling'er, peeking out from behind her, asked curiously. The heavenly spirit peach tree, the tree Taoist replied with resignation. While the world merely acknowledges the heavenly spirit forbidden land, few realize that it is fundamentally reliant upon the heavenly spirit peach tree for its existence. In essence, the heavenly spirit forbidden land is akin to the progeny of the heavenly spirit peach tree. Likewise, they are the venerated supporters of the heavenly spirit celestial doubt tree. It could be said that the heavenly spirit peach tree embodies the very faith of the heavenly spirit forbidden land. However, several years ago, Ming arrived with overwhelming force and seized the heavenly spirit peach tree. The reason was simply that his daughter desired to indulge in delectable fruits. At that moment, the entire realm of heavenly spirits was in turmoil, for the heavenly spirit peach tree was the last of its kind in existence. The entire domain revered it as a sacred ancestor, yet it was taken away by Ming under such trivial pretenses. Naturally, the entire heavenly spirits realm vehemently opposed this and put up a fierce resistance, but ultimately, the heavenly spirit peach tree was still carried away by Ming. The tree sage had not anticipated that the very individual who once proposed to take the heavenly spirit peach tree would unexpectedly appear before him, and moreover, share a significant bond with Bai Yunyan. The heavenly spirit peach tree? Bai Yunyan furrowed her brows upon hearing this. Are you referring to the old peach tree? Little Ling'er asked, puzzled. Meeting her gaze, the tree sage nodded gently, feeling a mix of helplessness and exasperation. That tree was the embodiment of faith for everyone in the heavenly spirits realm. It was their revered ancestor, now casually referred to as the old peach tree. Very well. It has borne many sweet peaches, little Ling'er giggled, revealing her two sharp little tiger teeth. Upon hearing this, the tree sage let out a long sigh of relief. If that were the case, the tree ancestor had not encountered any misfortune. Is she your daughter? And is that person your husband? The tree sage's gaze turned to Bai Yunyan as he inquired. Meeting his eyes, Bai Yunyan slightly furrowed her brow. She could grasp the meaning of the first question. But what was the intent behind the second? That person? Ming? But how could Ming be connected to the heavenly spirits realm? And what was his relation to the heavenly spirit peach tree? She pondered in confusion. At that moment, Bai Yunyan realized that Ming seemed to harbor a multitude of secrets. Chapter 116, the first divine object on the longevity list. Do you consume a bottle each day? I am the guardian and supporter of the heavenly spirit peach tree. Approximately 3 years ago, a certain individual unexpectedly descended upon the forbidden spirit abyss. He took the heavenly spirit peach tree under the pretext of a little girl desiring fruit. His power was formidable, surpassing even your peak strength and that of the present-day Xiaowudao Emperor. Consequently, the heavenly spirit peach tree was forcefully taken away by him, seemingly aware of Bai Yunyan's confusion. The tree master spoke with a mix of admiration and resignation. In this world, the strong are revered by all, and he was no exception. Ming's terrifying strength commanded his respect. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan was momentarily stunned. 3 years ago, Ming's strength had already exceeded her peak capabilities. She was both astonished and bewildered, at a loss for words. What had transpired with Ming? How could he have transformed so drastically in her absence? Are you certain it was him? Bai Yunyan inquired. Even now, she struggled to accept the reality that Ming had become the most formidable being in the celestial spirit realm, as it was utterly perplexing. The notion that someone with no cultivation aptitude could suddenly ascend to the pinnacle of power was a profound disruption to her understanding of reality. It was likely that no one could believe such an extraordinary tale, for it was simply too fantastical. I am certain, for she possesses the breaking spirit eye. The tree master nodded gently, his expression intricate as he gazed at the little spirit. Breaking spirit eye? Bai Yunyan pondered deeply upon hearing this. She had heard whispers of this eye technique. It is said that the breaking spirit eye is the most enigmatic and formidable legacy within the heavenly spirit forbidden land. Mastering this ocular art allows one to penetrate all formations and concealment methods. It can be asserted that under the gaze of the breaking spirit eye, No hidden secret technique or creature can remain concealed. While it may appear trivial, the truth is far from it. With the breaking spirit eye, one can evade the assassination attempts of hidden powers and effortlessly discern the weaknesses of formations, dismantling them with ease. In other words, possessing this ocular technique renders assassination attempts futile and renders ambushes via entrapment ineffectual. She had not anticipated that her daughter would attain such a skill. No wonder even the elusive tree man, undetectable to her, was spotted by little Ling'er at a glance. To cultivate this technique, one must have the essence of the heavenly spirit peach tree, a revered entity of the heavenly spirit forbidden land, making it impossible for outsiders to master this art. Now, possessing such an essence alone is sufficient to affirm her identity. The tree man continued his explanation. Is that so? Bai Yunyan pondered upon hearing this. If this is true, then Lu Ming has indeed surpassed her peak from 3 years ago, as the tree man claimed. But how did he accomplish such a feat? In just a few short years, transforming from a person devoid of cultivation into the foremost power in the immortal spirit realm. The heavenly spirit peach tree essence? Is this what you mean, Grandpa? Little Ling'er tilted her head, gazing at the tree man, as she produced a transparent glass vial. Inside, it was filled with a verdant liquid, resembling a bottle of exquisite nectar. This. Upon witnessing the abundance of celestial peach tree essence in Ling'er's possession, the tree Taoist was instantly struck dumb. This essence, akin to the lifeblood of their human race, could not be extracted in excessive amounts without jeopardizing the very roots of the tree. Despite a millennium of nurturing the celestial peach tree in the sacred grounds, he had managed to secure merely a vial the size of a fingertip. Yet, the quantity in Ling'er's hands? It was enough to equal their entire stock 1,000-fold. Moreover, the celestial peach tree had only been taken by that individual a little over 3 years ago. In other words, the essence Ling'er held was harvested from the tree within that brief span. The tree Taoist pondered bitterly. Could it be that the ancestral tree has been utterly drained? Ling'er, is this truly the celestial peach tree essence? Bai Yunyan inquired, gazing curiously at the crystal vial in Ling'er's grasp. Yes. This was extracted by the old peach tree from my father. He insists I drink a vial every day. Ling'er replied, Mother, it's not very tasty. It's not as sweet as beast milk. What? The tree Taoist was left utterly speechless. A vial every day. It was no jest. He knew that even after a century of dedication to the celestial peach tree, he could only acquire a single drop every millennium. And here was Ling'er, consuming such a large vial daily. Good heavens, what kind of treatment has the ancestral tree received? The tree Taoist mused, utterly at a loss. Most perplexing of all was Ling'er's assertion that the celestial peach tree essence was less palatable than beast milk, and yet, this was the celestial peach tree essence. In addition to aiding individuals in cultivating the mystical spiritual eyes, the most significant function lies in prolonging life. The effect of longevity is tenfold that of the heavenly spirit peach. This implies that a single essence from the heavenly spirit peach tree can extend one's life by a staggering 100,000 years. Such an extraordinary substance raises the question of why it is deemed less palatable than beast milk. At this moment, the tree was filled with astonishment, bewilderment, and a touch of indignation. However, the predominant sentiment was one of helplessness, for the heavenly spirit peach tree was under the control of a certain individual, and it was impossible to reclaim it. Bai Yunyan, upon hearing this, could only chuckle in disbelief. She was well aware that the essence of the heavenly spirit peach tree was ranked first among the longevity elixirs in the immortal realm. A single portion could grant an extension of 100,000 years. It could be said that such a miraculous treasure would be fiercely contested even among the most formidable of immortal emperors, as a century of life represents boundless possibilities. Little Ling'er was actually disdainful, claiming it was less flavorful than beast milk. Mother, you should drink this, little Ling'er innocently suggested, unhesitatingly offering the heavenly spirit peach tree essence to Bai Yunyan. All right, thank you, Ling'er. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yunyan accepted the gift, recognizing that its effects surpassed those of the heavenly spirit peach. In that instant, she found herself unable to refuse such a miraculous entity. Dear friend, do you possess any more of this? The tree sage inquired cautiously, eager to negotiate a trade. Ever since the heavenly spirit peach tree had been taken by Lu Ming, the heavenly spirit forbidden land had lost its source of the essence. If this continued, the heavenly spirit forbidden land would inevitably become the weakest of all, destined to be devoured by the other great forbidden lands. Now, having encountered little Ling'er, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Why have you come to this place? Bai Yunyan coldly laughed before Xiaoling had a chance to speak. Indeed, what brings you here, old man? Are you perhaps intending to harm my mother? Xiaoling echoed, imitating the tone. Upon hearing this, the tree Taoist could only manage a bitter smile. Before he was aware that Xiaoling was the daughter of that particular individual, he had indeed entertained such thoughts. After all, losing the heavenly spirit peach tree was a matter of great significance for the true divine opportunities, and he felt compelled to contend for it. However, now that he knew Xiaoling was the daughter of Lu Ming and that Bai Yunyan was Lu Ming's wife, he wouldn't dare to act even if he had 100 times more courage. Chapter 117. Testing the waters. The tree Taoist contemplated this in his heart. He was genuinely frightened of that individual, for among all the beings he had encountered over millions of years, this one was the most peculiar and extraordinary. It seemed as though, in that person's eyes, no one was beyond the reach of death, nor was any power invulnerable to destruction. Furthermore, he was aware that the disappearance of the Phoenix clan was orchestrated by that individual. The entire Phoenix domain had been purged to such an extent that even the earthworms had been unearthed and severed in twain. In the face of such a formidable and ruthless entity, who would not tremble in fear? Perhaps only the reckless emperor of the Ein Heaven would dare to oppose such a being. He mused quietly. I shall speak candidly, he began. The news I received from the emperor of the Ein Heaven informed me that you are here, and that the heavenly spirit Forbidden Land has lost its heavenly spirit peach, which will inevitably lead to its decline. Therefore, I cannot remain apathetic in the face of true divine opportunities. He spoke slowly, exhibiting honesty without any concealment. So, you have come seeking me. Bai Yunyan coldly spoke. Are you intending to harm my mother? Little Ling'er also fixed her gaze intently on the tree Taoist. Upon hearing this, a bitter expression spread across the tree Taoist's face. Previously, it was one thing. Now, it is entirely different. I implore you to remain calm and not fall into the schemes of the Ein Heaven Emperor, he said helplessly. What do you mean? Bai Yunyan asked, puzzled. At first, I too was perplexed as to why the Ein Heaven Emperor did not act directly, despite knowing you were here. After all, your current predicament is a consequence of his machinations. It can be said that he is determined to seize the divine opportunity. It was only upon seeing this girl that I began to understand. The Ein Heaven Emperor wishes to test the waters, the tree Taoist explained slowly, his gaze inadvertently drifting back to little Ling'er. Test the waters? Bai Yunyan questioned, confused. She could grasp the implication of stone referring to the tree Taoist himself. But who did asking for directions pertain to? Had there been any significant events related to her before the chaotic sea? The tree Taoist did not respond directly, but instead turned to little Ling'er with a question. Significant events concerning one's daughter? Bai Yunyan furrowed her brow at his words. Could it be the invasion of the demon void? After a brief moment, she articulated her thoughts. The demon void? The tree Taoist frowned upon hearing this. Has the demon void ever invaded the chaotic sea? You were unaware? Observing his bewildered expression, Bai Yunyan felt a twinge of surprise. After all, the tree Taoist was the ancestral figure of the heavenly spirit Forbidden Land, and the extent of its influence within the immortal spirit realm remained a mystery to everyone. Previously, Bai Yu had led an army of 100,000 demon clans to the chaotic seas. A spectacle so grand that it could not possibly escape the notice of the major powers, particularly the formidable force lurking within the celestial spirit realm, known as the Tianling Forbidden Zone. However, upon hearing this, the tree Taoist merely shook his head and inquired for further details. Bai Yunyan cast a glance at him and subsequently recounted the advance of the demon army into the chaotic seas, as well as their retreat upon encountering Ling'er. The ancestral figure of the demon clan, Yaosu, had also been captured by that individual. The tree Taoist was left dumbfounded. The white-haired divine beast within Yaosu was undeniably a mid-stage celestial emperor, possessing formidable divine abilities, capable of contending even against late-stage celestial emperors. Yet now, it had been taken alive to serve as a nursemaid. You might as well discuss the notion of testing the waters, Bai Yunyan interjected. Upon hearing this, the tree Taoist took a deep breath, calming himself, and nodded in agreement. In this case, everything aligns. If I am not mistaken, Yaosu must have been dispatched by the Ein Emperor to this location. His objectives are twofold. Firstly, of course, is you. As for the second, he seeks to compel that individual to act, thereby gauging their true strength. He explained slowly. To compel Lu Ming to act? Bai Yunyan pondered internally. Before she could respond, the tree Taoist continued. However, the arrival of this young girl has disrupted the Ein Emperor's plans. It has also led the Ein Emperor to suspect that she is of blood relation to that individual. Consequently, he has relayed your information to me, intending to utilize me as a tool to accomplish what Yaosu could not. Indeed, what a clever scheme it is. At this point, he cast a gaze filled with complexity upon Ling'er, then turned to Bai Yunyan and continued. The only thing that truly astonishes me is that you are the mother of this little girl and the wife of that esteemed individual. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Since you're unaware, what of the Emperor of Yin Tian? Is he aware? Why does he intend to target my husband? Bai Yunyan pressed for answers. The Emperor of Yin Tian is likely still oblivious to your connection with that individual. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would certainly have come to confront him directly. As for his intentions towards that esteemed figure, it is simply a matter of not allowing two tigers to coexist on the same mountain. That individual possesses formidable strength. Not only has he subdued the realm of chaos, but he has also annihilated the Phoenix clan. The Emperor of Tian has gone to great lengths to ensnare you in a quagmire, and he is determined to seize the divine opportunity. How could he possibly overlook a powerful and enigmatic figure? The tree man analyzed slowly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan was left in a state of bewilderment. Not only had Lu Ming subdued the realm of chaos, but he had also eradicated the Phoenix clan. She was well aware of the latter, having heard the rumors that the Phoenix clan was extinguished overnight. When she first received this information, she was filled with doubt. In the current world, with the Emperor of Tian absent, who could possibly possess the capability to annihilate the Phoenix clan in a single night? How astonishing it is to discover that it was, in fact, her own partner who accomplished this. Could I perhaps exchange something for a few celestial peach tree spirits? After a prolonged silence, the tree man finally spoke. Somewhat awkwardly, it is not impossible to make such an exchange. However, I require your utmost assistance, Bai Yunyan exclaimed, her eyes darting with intent. What do you propose? The tree Taoist pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. To speak candidly, my husband is currently in seclusion, striving to attain the true God realm. He must not be disturbed. As you mentioned, the Emperor of Yin is yet unaware of our relationship as partners. He is also oblivious to the fact that Ling'er is my daughter. Therefore, I must secure sufficient time for my husband to prevent us from becoming his Achilles heel. What I need from you is to collaborate with me in staging a pursuit and then to find a safe haven for me to restore my cultivation. Once I regain a certain level of strength, I will reveal myself and continue to draw the Emperor's attention. This cycle will persist until my husband emerges from his retreat. Bai Yunyan articulated slowly. The tree Taoist, upon hearing this, was left utterly astonished. Is he truly in seclusion, striving for the true God realm? However, considering his prowess, it is indeed reasonable for him to be attempting this. This implies that he cannot intervene at present. Are you not fearful that I might turn against you and your daughter upon hearing such news? The tree Taoist inquired solemnly. Chapter 118. The reason behind Lu Ming's seclusion for the true God realm. The only reason he dared not take action against Bai Yunyan or Xiao Ling'er was his fear of Lu Ming. Now, with Bai Yunyan openly stating that Lu Ming is unable to intervene, this presents an extraordinary opportunity for him. If he can capture both mother and daughter, it would render Lu Ming hesitant to act. You may certainly give it a try. With a gentle smile, Bai Yunsmoke felt untroubled by the presence of the tree Taoist, especially with the red there. Let us not forget the existence of the Dark Sky Emperor. After a brief silence, the tree Taoist spoke with a serious tone, conveying a straightforward message. He could directly reveal the relationship among Lu Ming, Bai Yunsmoke, and Xiao Ling'er to the Dark Sky Emperor. Even if he were unable to seize Bai Yunsmoke and her mother, what could he gain by involving the Dark Sky Emperor? What benefits would follow? You are well aware of who the Dark Sky Emperor is. Should he succeed, he would not hesitate to eliminate those who would serve their purpose. Bai Yunsmoke responded with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, the tree Taoist let out a long sigh. It is indeed true that informing the Dark Sky Emperor of their relationship would yield nothing for him. After all, the Dark Sky Emperor is the most ambitious of them all. Without any constraints, he would undoubtedly eradicate all obstacles and secure absolute control over the immortal spirit realm. The so-called obstacles, aside from chaotic seas, are the ancient forbidden grounds like their own. You are compelling me to choose a side, the tree Taoist lamented helplessly. Assisting Bai Yunsmoke would mean opposing the Dark Sky Emperor. Yet, if he refrained from aiding her, how could he hope to leave unscathed? After all, Bai Yunsmoke had revealed to him that Lu Ming was in seclusion, striving to attain the true God realm. This was no mere gossip. It was a bargaining chip and a blade poised at his throat. In other words, by sharing this information, Bai Yunsmoke was subtly indicating the advantages of cooperation. Should Lu Ming successfully break through to the true God realm, he would undoubtedly eliminate the Dark Sky Emperor. As a benefactor during this transitional period, the tree Taoist would naturally reap the rewards. Conversely, should he choose not to assist, this revelation would become a knife hanging over his head. After all, Bai Yunyan could not allow him to leave with the news of Lu Ming's breakthrough into the true God realm, as it would bring no benefit to her family. Only endless troubles. Bai Yunyan could not deny a smile, remaining silent. I have but one request. If successful, I hope that the one who can return the heavenly spirit peach to the heavenly spirit forbidden land, even if it is merely a branch capable of survival. After a moment of contemplation, the tree man spoke helplessly. Ultimately, he dared not take the risk. He could not gamble on whether Bai Yunyan possessed a trump card to eliminate him. If she did not, then all would be well. However, if she did, it would spell a tremendous disaster for the heavenly spirit forbidden land. For once he perished, the heavenly spirit forbidden land would undoubtedly fall under the control of the Tian Emperor. Even if the Tian Emperor refrained from acting, other forbidden lands would still pose a threat. Ling'er, your mother may have to leave for a while, Bai Yunyan said, cradling little Ling'er in her arms with a sense of resignation. The fact that the Tian Emperor feared Lu Ming and dared not strike directly at the realm of chaos was a fortunate circumstance. However, If she remained in the realm of chaos, it would not bode well. After all, the Yin Emperor's lifespan was dwindling. If she lingered there, the outcome would likely be the Yin Emperor, desperate and reckless, launching an all-out assault on the realm of chaos. At that point, it would be advantageous if Lu Ming had emerged from his seclusion. Otherwise, not only would she face peril, but little Ling'er would also be in jeopardy. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was for her to take initiative, diverting the Yin Emperor's attention to secure more time for Lu Ming's breakthroughs. Moreover, this would better safeguard little Ling'er, for the Yin Emperor's primary target remained her. "Mother, where are you going?" Little Ling'er asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Be good, my dear. Mother is heading to a safe place," Bai Yunyan gently reassured her, stroking her head with a tender heart. If circumstances allowed, she would prefer not to part with little Ling. However, she found herself compelled to take this course of action. "All right, Mother won't get lost again, will she?" Little Ling'er said, nodding with understanding. "No, as soon as I arrive, I will send you a message right away. When that time comes, you will come to see Mother. Won't you?" Bai Yunyan forced a bittersweet smile, her face filled with concern. "Okay, let's make a promise." Little Ling'er obediently nodded, extending her chubby little hand. "Wait a moment. That individual possesses strength surpassing the Emperor of Overcast. Why did he choose to retreat after defeating the Emperor, instead of closing himself off beforehand?" Suddenly, the tree Taoist realized something, his voice turning serious. He had witnessed Lu Ming's formidable power firsthand. Even the Emperor of Overcast, at his peak, would scarcely be a match for him, let alone the severely injured Emperor. Would it not have been more prudent to eliminate the Emperor before entering seclusion? "I cannot say," Bai Yunyan replied, shaking her head, acknowledging her confusion. It is worth noting that little Ling'er possesses a principal artifact. Numerous instances have indeed demonstrated Lu Ming's extraordinary strength, rivaling her own peak form and that of the Emperor. With the principal artifact at his disposal, vanquishing the Emperor should not pose a significant challenge. As the tree Taoist suggested, it would surely have been wiser to eliminate the Emperor before retreating into seclusion. Yet, Lu Ming chose not to do so, but instead opted to strive for the true God realm first. "Mother, I am aware," Xiaowudao interjected unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan's gaze instinctively fell upon her. The tree man did the same. "Indeed, I learned this while assisting Grandma and Xingyue," Xiaowudao replied, nodding her head and speaking in a childish tone. "Rescuing Grandma and Xingyue?" Bai Yunyan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Can you explain it to Mother?" she inquired further. "It's a tree," Xiaowudao obediently nodded. "A tree?" Bai Yunyan's frown deepened at her response. What kind of tree could provoke such a reaction from Lu Ming? The tree man also appeared perplexed. "Master, it is as follows." At that moment, Xingyue stepped forward to interject. She then slowly recounted the events concerning the divine tomb. Upon finishing, both the tree man and Bai Yunyan were left in a state of shock, especially Bai Yunyan, who never imagined that such a place existed within the true spirit realm. "So, those who accompanied this little girl all received a semi-divine artifact?" The tree man exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. "Xingyue, do you mean to say that the true source of your husband's apprehension is not the heavenly emperor, but rather that divine tree?" Bai Yunyan remarked nonchalantly. "A semi-divine artifact is merely a trinket to him. While it may be invaluable to others, to our daughter, who is adorned with divine artifacts, it is akin to a pile of scrap metal. It should be noted that the divine tree possesses the essence of a semi-divine being. In the era of the ancient spirit, there existed a terrifying entity with profound depths." Xingyue nodded solemnly in agreement. Chapter 119. Beware of playing yourself to death. The divine tree, a formidable presence capable of toppling the heavenly Tao palace during the ancient spirit epoch, remains an awe-inspiring force even in its current state of merely half-step divine realm cultivation. After all, it is an ancient being that has existed for 2 epochs. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the divine tree commands all relics of the ancient spirit era. In such circumstances, even if one were also at the half-step divine realm, none could rival the divine tree. Xingyue contemplated this notion. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan nodded in agreement. However, the tree Taoist appeared utterly bewildered and speechless. So, in addition to the Emperor, this family now has another formidable adversary responsible for the annihilation of the ancient spirit era? He bitterly mused about being aboard a sinking ship. Does the divine tree know about Ling'er? Suddenly, Bai Yunyan's expression shifted to one of gravity as she spoke. Meeting her gaze, Xingyue nodded. This was something that Mo Qingshu had stated explicitly, so it should hold true. "Do not worry, mistress," the elder in the tattered robe interjected. He continued. "It is indeed true that the divine tree is aware of the young master's identity. However, its machinations in the true spirit realm did not involve direct action but rather cunning manipulation. Furthermore, It appears that the Yin divine tree is aware that the young master resides in the realm of chaos, yet it has not made any move, has it? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. So, you mean to suggest that the Yin divine tree may be incapable of acting directly? Bai Yunya speculated. It should be thus. Otherwise, why would it go to such lengths to guide the young master to the tomb of the gods? With its strength and foundation. If it were to come here directly, none would be able to withstand it, would they? The old man in the coarse robe nodded, analyzing the situation. Presently, their greatest trump card is the principal artifact, Hong Yin. Against the beings of the celestial spirit realm, Hong Yin may suffice, but when faced with the Yin divine tree, it would certainly yield no advantage. Bai Yunya and the others nodded in agreement. From the performance of the tree spirit at the tomb of the gods, it is evident that the Yin divine tree is unaware of the young master possessing the principal artifact. Moreover, since the Yin divine tree cannot act on its own, it can only resort to using puppets to contend with the young master. With a principal artifact in hand, the puppets summoned by the Yin divine tree should pose no threat to the young master. Mistress, do pursue your own affairs. The old man in the coarse robe spoke again. He had now ascertained Hong Yan's strength, equating it to that of a formidable being at the threshold of divinity. With it safeguarding the young Ling'er, what fear is there of the puppets sent by the Yin divine tree? Unless, of course, the Yin divine tree could summon a being of equal strength to young Ling'er. Yet, surveying the current celestial spirit realm, such strength is possessed solely by the Yin Emperor. However, if the Yin Emperor were truly to heed the Yin divine tree's call, would they even have the opportunity to discuss matters here? I kindly request you to ensure Ling'er's safety. Bai Yunya ceased further discourse and solemnly addressed the grand red robe draped over young Ling'er. Though Hong Yin did not speak, it quivered slightly. Ling'er, mother must take her leave now, Bai Yunya said, her gaze lingering on young Ling'er, her face filled with reluctance. Mother, you must tell me the location, little Ling'er implored. Aware of the gravity of the situation, she refrained from throwing a tantrum and simply nodded obediently. All right. Bai Yunya nodded earnestly, turning back every few steps as she departed from the estate. Accompanying her were Daoist Shu and Captain Tu, among others. Ling'er, do not worry. We are here with you. Xingyue stepped forward, enveloping little Ling'er in her embrace for comfort. Mu Ling and the elder in the coarse robe also nodded solemnly. Thank you, sister, little Ling'er said softly, leaning gently against Xingyue. However, her sparkling eyes were tinged with a hint of redness. At that moment, within the celestial spirit realm at the heavenly Dao Palace, the towering tree stood silently in the courtyard, addressing the Dark Emperor. Are you certain you do not wish to collaborate? Let us not forget who has aided you in attaining all that you possess today. There was a hint of anger in its tone. Collaboration is impossible. The celestial spirit realm is my foundation. If I allow you to devour its source, what then shall I do? The Dark Emperor cast a glance at it, speaking indifferently. Humph. Spare me your fleeting compassion. To ascend, one must tread upon the bones of many. To rise, one must drink the blood of others and consume their essence. Allow me to absorb the source of the celestial spirit realm to restore my divine cultivation, and I shall undoubtedly provide you with the primordial purple energy in due course. Your lifespan is dwindling. The divine tree of shadow snorted coldly, clearly displeased. Do you think I would trust you? Given your nature. Once you regain your divine cultivation and shatter your seal, the first to perish would undoubtedly be I. The celestial emperor of shadows chuckled disdainfully and replied. Upon hearing this, the shadow divine tree fell into silence. Who would show mercy to a dog that rebels against its master? Prolonging this will only lead to your demise. After a considerable pause, it spoke again. Not necessarily, it is quite possible that the white cloud smoke will uncover that divine opportunity. At that time, not only will I survive, but I could also ascend to the realm of the upper deity. The celestial emperor of shadows smiled lightly, exuding an air of strategic foresight. Do not forget about that enigmatic powerhouse. To be frank, I have arranged for some calculations. There is an attack of mine embedded within that puppet. A full force strike from a demigod. Yet, what ultimately dissipated was that puppet. Do you comprehend what this signifies? The shadow divine tree snorted coldly and continued the conversation. Oh. Upon hearing this, the celestial emperor of shadows raised the corner of his mouth, displaying a keen interest. If that is the case, it appears that this mysterious individual's strength is now not inferior to that of a half-step deity. Quite an intriguing character, he continued. Humph. Once the divine opportunity manifests, do you think that fellow will remain idle? Currently, your injuries are not yet healed, and you believe you can contend with him? Only by collaborating can you turn the tide. The shadow divine tree reluctantly urged once more. Is that so? Then let us speak of it again when the divine opportunity appears. I am quite eager to compare my prowess with that individual and see who truly excels. The Dark Emperor toyed with the teacup in his hand, his gaze profound, resembling a vortex capable of ensnaring one's very soul, rendering it impossible to discern the thoughts lurking deep within him. Arrogant, conceited. That fellow, even I cannot fathom. What do you possess to contend with him? Beware, lest you lead yourself to ruin. The shadow tree offered its reluctant counsel. Were it not for being sealed here, a mere peak celestial emperor would have been pierced through by one of my branches long ago. Why expend so much breath? We shall see in due time, after all. My lifespan is limited, and playing to the end would not be in vain. At least I could enjoy a final game. The Dark Emperor smiled, appearing as if orchestrating a grand strategy, or perhaps viewing life and death with indifference. Master, there is news, suddenly announced Imolen. Chapter 120. Little Ling'er's physique. Little child, you are quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the Dark Emperor's fingers moved slightly, and Imolen appeared at his side. Speak, what news? He inquired while fiddling with the tea set. The tree Taoist is pursuing Bai Yunyan. Imolen immediately replied. Oh. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed in the depths of the Dark Emperor's eyes. That fellow ventured into the Chaos Sea. Did the inhabitants of the Chaos Sea not obstruct him? Imolen promptly shook his head. This was a point of great confusion for him. As the ancestral figure of the heavenly spirit forbidden grounds, the tree Taoist was among the least favored by the denizens of the Chaos Sea. Logically speaking, his presence there should have invited interception by the inhabitants of the Chaos Sea. Yet, it seemed he faced no resistance whatsoever. It appears that old rascal possesses some cunning. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Monitoring is sufficient, declared the Emperor of the Dark Skies with an air of indifference. Master, if Bai Yunyan falls into his hands. Imolen expressed his concerns. The tree sage is no ordinary figure. With a cultivation level at the peak of the Immortal Emperor, he is an ancient being who has lived for tens of millions of years. His cunning and methods are exceedingly formidable. If he captures Bai Yunyan alive and subsequently conceals her, it will be exceedingly difficult to locate her. Imolen, to accomplish great things, one must possess audacity. Moreover, that old fellow bears the mark of the world source of the immortal spirit realm. Currently, I hold dominion over the world source of the immortal spirit realm. Where can he possibly escape? The Emperor of the Dark Skies continued nonchalantly. Furthermore, do not forget that Bai Yunyan is no pushover. She was once my equal. Without allowing Imolen to interject, he continued, in addition, forcing Bai Yunyan into a corner is precisely what we desire, is it not? With that old fellow providing support. What is there to lose? Upon hearing this, Imolen gently nodded in agreement, uttering a soft yes. The girl from the chaotic sea, he hesitated to say. Let her be. There is no need to concern ourselves with her. If she does not seek us out, why should we pursue any discord with her? The Emperor of the Dark Skies smiled lightly. Imolen, after listening, had a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, as though he wished to voice something. However, after a brief pause, he chose silence and turned to leave. Arrogant and conceited, the Dark God Tree remarked after Imolen's departure. Have you ever pondered why the chaotic sea does not impede the individuals you have arranged? Upon listening, the Emperor of Shadows merely smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, because someone has granted permission. That individual is aware of Bai Yunyan, yet he has no intention of intervening. He merely allows us to act, driving Bai Yunyan into a corner to draw out the true divine opportunity. He intends to reap the benefits from the sidelines. As he spoke, he brewed tea leisurely. If you perceive everything so clearly, why do you choose to remain indifferent? Shouldn't you arrange for personnel to capture that young girl? That would surely instill caution in the opponent. The shadow tree snorted coldly, expressing his discontent. By seizing the person's kin, we could use them as leverage. When the divine opportunity manifests, we could directly coerce the opponent with the life of their blood relative. That would indeed be the most prudent course of action. I have my own plans. It is not for you to concern yourself with. The Emperor of Shadows took a nonchalant sip of his tea. Humph. Sooner or later, you shall reap the consequences of your actions. The shadow tree seemed incensed by his oblivious demeanor, letting out a cold huff before falling silent. The Emperor of Shadows, too, chose not to speak further. He merely held his teacup, savoring the flavor of the tea. However, his murky gaze sparkled with an unusual light as it fixated on the direction of the chaotic sea. In the chaotic sea, within the island of Heavenly Fall, we humbly expressed our gratitude for the gifts bestowed by the young master. Mo Qing and the others bowed respectfully to Ling'er. At that moment, smiles illuminated each of their faces. Clearly, after Ling'er's departure, they had garnered considerable rewards within the tomb of the gods. Hee, it's nothing. Ling'er, with a cheerful smile, seemed to have emerged from the melancholy of Bai Yunyan's departure. After speaking, she turned to Xingyue and said, Sister, let us venture out. We have yet to explore this place. Very well, Xingyue replied with a gentle smile, nodding softly. I shall accompany our young master. Mo Qing and the others chimed in as well. Perhaps it is best that you refrain from joining, the old man in the patched robe advised. Casting a glance at the group. Your statuses in the realm of chaos are too elevated. Our young master seeks enjoyment, not trouble. If you accompany her, others will only fear her presence. Indeed, another voice echoed. The matron has only just departed, and our young master wishes to experience some joy. Why accompany her? When fear will surely deter others from approaching. Upon reflection, Mo Qing and the others nodded in agreement. This is true. The essence of leisure lies in encountering new faces and experiences. Should we accompany her, Xiaoling'er would undoubtedly be met with trepidation wherever she roams. Ling'er, let us go and have some fun, Xingyue urged, taking Xiaoling'er by the hand as they made their way outside. Xiaoling'er nodded enthusiastically. Bouncing along beside her, Mu Ling and the old man followed closely behind. Upon exiting the residence, they were greeted by a scene of vibrant prosperity. Vendors peddled their wares, and street performers entertained the crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiaoling'er transformed into a curious child, eagerly observing everything around her, quickly becoming immersed in the joy of exploring the bustling streets. The little face beneath the tiger-striped hat never lost its radiant smile. What an adorable little girl. TSK, TSK. TSK, this is remarkable. It is indeed a devouring body. Upon arriving at a fortune-teller's stall, the proprietor suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. HM? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others could not help but pause. The devouring body? Is that the name of the unique constitution that allows Xiaoling'er to grow ever stronger with each consumption? Xingyue turned her gaze toward the stall owner. An elderly man with a head of white hair, clad in a blue Taoist robe, exuding an aura of an otherworldly sage. However, his long, drooping mustache rendered him less a hermit and more a shrewd merchant. Are you referring to Ling'er's constitution? Xingyue inquired after a moment of contemplation. Xiaoling'er tilted her head, gazing curiously at the fortune teller. Indeed, that is her. How many years have passed? I never expected to encounter a devouring body once more. Fascinating, the fortune teller nodded, his gaze scrutinizing Xiaoling'er as if she piqued his interest immensely. This red robe is no ordinary garment either. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Hong Yin. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and her companions instantly grew vigilant. Who are you? Why do I sense a familiar aura emanating from you? Hong Yin's voice suddenly resonated. Ah, it is the celestial cloak. Little one, you are quite extraordinary. The fortune teller's response to Hong Yin's voice astonished Xingyue and her companions. For it was evident from his demeanor that the so-called celestial cloak referred directly to Hong Yin. In other words, the old fortune teller surprisingly knows the name of the artifact, Hong Yin. However, considering that Hong Yin exists from the ancient spirit era, it stands to reason that the current realm of celestial spirits should be unaware of it. Only those from the ancient spirit era would possess such knowledge. Who are you? Xingyue's expression darkened as she instinctively shielded Xiaoling'er behind her. The old man in the coarse robe and Mu Ling also fixed their gaze on the fortune teller, realizing he was aware of Hong Yin. Could he possibly be a puppet sent by the ancient tree? Thoughts raced through the minds of the three, heightening their vigilance. Old man, who are you? Xiaoling'er asked, her round eyes wide with curiosity. Hee, the time has not yet come, but you will naturally come to know. Moreover, do not regard me with such hostility. If I truly harbored any ill intent towards her, would the three of you be able to stop me? The fortune teller smiled kindly, casting a glance at Xingyue and her companions, a look of disdain briefly crossing his face. Although they were eager to retort, the trio ultimately remained silent. After all, they were in the realm of celestial spirits. In the true spirit realm, given their cultivation levels, they might be able to contend with many. Yet here, in the realm of celestial spirits, they could hardly stand against anyone. The baseline here was that of celestial cultivation. Even children in the realm of celestial spirits, bolstered by their parents' resources, had long reached the tribulation stage. There was simply no comparison between them and the inhabitants of the celestial realm. Do you know me? Hong Yin's voice echoed once more. That is indeed the case. The Veil of Heaven, Su Xian's cloak, a primary artifact level. Later, it was shattered during that great battle. To their astonishment, the old fortune teller remarked with intrigue. Clearly aware of the situation, how could he possess such profound knowledge? Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, their minds racing with questions about this enigmatic figure. Who exactly was he? Not only did he know about Hong Yin, but he also seemed familiar with its original owner. Strikingly unnerving was the absence of reverence in the old man's tone when he mentioned both Hong Yin and its former master. How much longer until he emerges? The fortune teller inquired once more. Who does he refer to? Xingyue and her companions couldn't help but exchange bewildered looks. Could it be? Their pupils dilated in sudden realization. Do you know the master? Hong Yan's voice resonated, tinged with an air of gravity. At that moment, even she could not discern the true origins of the fortune teller. Not only could he perceive the unique constitution of Xiaoling'er, but he also seemed to know her precise background. Presently, he was aware that Lu Ming was still in seclusion. I suppose it can be considered an acquaintance. Has he not yet succeeded? The fortune teller replied, nodding indifferently while continuing to probe. He has not emerged, Hong Yin responded after a brief silence. Sighing deeply, the fortune-teller's expression turned to one of resigned inevitability. Very well, if you can reach him, please convey my message. I cannot hold on much longer. If possible, urge him to hasten. Xingyue and her companions furrowed their brows in confusion. What did this mean? Hong Yin, equally perplexed, inquired, what does this imply? That is not for you to comprehend. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Those little ones outside seemed to be growing impatient. The enigmatic fortune-teller smiled mysteriously, gesturing with an elegant flourish. When Xingyue and her companions regained their bearings, they found themselves still standing on the street, but the fortune-telling booth had vanished. Surrounding them was a crowd of curious and awed onlookers. Young master, where have you just been? Suddenly, Imoqing's voice echoed behind them. Big sister, what happened? Ling'er turned around, looking at her in confusion. Xingyue and the others mirrored her bewilderment. Hadn't they been right here all along? How could Imoqing pose such a question? Where did you all go just now? My informants indicated that you vanished into thin air. Imoqing glanced at each of them, her brow furrowed in perplexity. Vanished into thin air. The trio's faces reflected astonishment upon hearing this. Hadn't they been here the entire time? When did they disappear? Big sister, we have been right here. We didn't go anywhere, Ling'er replied, tilting her head. Impossible. When I arrived, this place was completely deserted. You only appeared just now, Imoqing asserted with unwavering certainty. This. Xingyue and her companions exchanged glances, unable to suppress their mutual confusion. Senior, it is as follows, she began, recounting their encounter with the fortune-teller in detail. The fortune-teller? Have you seen any fortune-teller? Imoqing's brow knitted tightly as she directed her gaze toward an unremarkable individual beside her. Returning to the Star Master. I have not seen anyone, the person replied. I have been following the young master discreetly as per your orders, until they suddenly halted at this moment and ultimately vanished from sight. Thus, I conveyed a message to you. The individual respectfully responded. Evidently, he was the informant spoken of by Imoqing. Indeed, it is so. We had previously pondered why the young master would pause in this desolate place. Amid the crowd, several rather ordinary-looking individuals spoke up. Is there no fortune-teller? So barren? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others could not help but display expressions of bewilderment. If that were the case, does it not imply that only the three of them, along with Ling'er, had witnessed that fortune-teller? As they contemplated this, their brows furrowed in concern. According to the informant's account, the fortune-teller was visible solely to them, and it seemed he had silently drawn them into another realm. Most terrifying of all, even the primary artifact, Hong Yin, appeared utterly oblivious. Otherwise, it would have surely offered a word of warning upon deciphering the truth. Thus, one could surmise that they had encountered a formidable being who had ensnared them within his own miniature world. Imoqing spoke gravely. Senior, did you not sense anything just now? Xingyue remained silent, merely glancing uncertainly at the crimson robe draped over Ling'er. If even Hong Yin failed to perceive this, then the opponent must be exceedingly formidable. No, Hong Yin replied nonchalantly. This statement left Xingyue, the others, and Imoqing with expressions of disbelief. They were all aware that Hong Yin was a primary artifact, existing above the realm of true artifacts. Its power is akin to that of a demigod. In such circumstances, it was astonishing that even it remained oblivious. Who exactly is that fortune-telling elder? From him, I sensed an eerily familiar aura, as if we had crossed paths before. The voice of Hong Yin resonated once more. Chapter 122. North Sea, the little gourd was once a primary artifact? My lord, do you imply that the fortune-teller you encountered is from the same era as you? Imoqing spoke, her disbelief evident. They had indeed encountered individuals from the ancient spirit era within the tomb of the gods, but those were merely remnants of souls, forever trapped within the confines of the tomb, including the gravekeeper. The appearance of someone from the ancient spirit era in the chaotic sea is perplexing. Could it be the shadow god tree? As Imoqing pieced together the situation, her astonishment grew. Aside from the souls trapped in the tomb of the gods, the only other entity from the ancient spirit era outside was the shadow god tree. It should not be. That person exuded a sense of familiarity, akin to an acquaintance from the past. An acquaintance from the past? Imoqing and the others were left in a state of confusion upon hearing this. Is it possible that, apart from the shadow god tree and the souls from the tomb of the gods, there exist others who have survived from the ancient spirit era to the present? What manner of being could endure such a passage of time? Moreover, the ancient spirit era was obliterated by the shadow god tree, which even erased its historical legacy. Logically speaking, all beings from the ancient spirit era should have perished at the hands of the shadow god tree. You need not worry. That individual harbors no ill intentions towards the young master. His interest in us likely stems from a desire to ascertain when the master will emerge. Perhaps only the master truly knows who he is, Hong Yin continued. From that fellow's words, it was evident that he was acquainted with Ming and was aware that Ming was currently in seclusion, striving for the true God realm. It even seemed that the old fortune teller was conspiring with Lu Ming over some significant matter. He knows the master? Mo Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. For in her mind, Lu Ming was shrouded in mystery, with only a handful of individuals in the entire immortal spirit realm aware of his existence. Perhaps only those genuine powerhouses truly recognize Lu Ming. Indeed, it appears they are familiar with each other, the old man in the tattered robe interjected. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing furrowed her brow and fell silent, causing the atmosphere to grow noticeably somber. At that moment, a peculiar series of sounds resonated through the air. The crowd's gaze instinctively shifted towards Ling'er, or more precisely, her belly. Hee, sister, I'm hungry, she said, rubbing her stomach and blushing slightly. Her adorable demeanor instantly amused Xingyue. Come, sister will take you to eat, she replied, patting Ling'er's head with a smile. Yes, I want to eat meat. Lots of meat. Ling'er cheerfully nodded, as the mere mention of food seemed to lift all her worries and discontent into the ether. All right, let's go. Xingyue said gently, taking her hand and heading straight for the tavern. With Mo Qing present, no one dared to cause trouble. Soon, a lavish spread of meat dishes was laid out before them. Wow, so much meat, exclaimed Ling'er, as she gazed at the exquisite and fragrant meat dishes. Little Ling'er nearly drooled in anticipation. If you're hungry, do indulge, Xingyue gently encouraged. Little Ling'er nodded vigorously and immediately entered her eating mode. She took a bite from the left, then the right, her face radiating sheer delight. With her tiger-striped hat perched adorably atop her head, she looked utterly charming. Dear adult, are you familiar with the underworld sea? At that moment, Mo Qing's gaze fell upon Hong Yin as she inquired. I have not heard of it, Hong Yin replied indifferently. Recently, there has been a rumor circulating throughout the immortal spirit realm, Mo Qing continued, seemingly addressing Hong Yin yet also lost in her own thoughts. It is said that in the northern underworld, a relic has emerged. Within it lie numerous immortal herbs and the legacies of powerful beings. Many believe it to be a remnant from the ancient spirit era. Are there many vegetables? Little Ling'er's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. She had two great passions, devouring meat and foraging for spiritual herbs. In response to the young master, the content of the rumor is as follows. It is said that many herbs thought to be extinct are contained within. I plan to dispatch a team to gather them, which would assist the mistress in restoring her cultivation, Mo Qing explained, nodding in affirmation. Does mother require vegetables? Why has she mentioned it to me? I have plenty of vegetables. Little Ling'er interjected, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Young master, the mistress wishes for you to keep them for yourself, Mo Qing clarified. But I have so many, Little Ling'er protested, gesturing emphatically. I do have some recollection of the northern underworld, if I am not mistaken. That should be the former North Sea. At this moment, the little gourd suddenly appeared on Xiaoling's shoulder. The North Sea? Mo Qing's gaze fell upon it. Indeed. That could be considered my homeland. In the North Sea, there exists a royal family known as the Kunping clan. In my recollection, it seems that I was nurtured by the Kunping clan. The little gourd continued. Wow, gourd, you have a hometown. Let us visit your homeland. Xiaoling turned to the little gourd, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We can go. The Kunping clan was once the sovereign of the North Sea. They controlled the entire cultivation resources of the North Sea. I suspect the ruins you mentioned are probably those of the Kunping clan. The little gourd suggested, currently. Our mistress lacks cultivation resources, so we can acquire some. All right, let us go to the North Sea and gather vegetables for mother. Xiaoling nodded enthusiastically. Very well. I will accompany the young master, Mo Qing chimed in. Following Xiaoling can yield considerable benefits, for what she perceives as mere refuse is, to her, a rare treasure. When heading to the North Sea, it would be best to gather my brothers. The little gourd added. Brothers? Xingyue and the others were taken aback. The little gourd has brothers? In truth, I was once the primary artifact, but I require the unification of 7. Besides myself, there are 6 other gourds. If I can gather these 6 gourds, I too can become the primary artifact. The little gourd continued to speak, revealing itself as a primary divine artifact. Upon hearing this, Xingyue, Mo Qing, and the others displayed expressions of incredulity. A primary divine artifact, without the activation of a corresponding powerful being, could directly equate to a half-step divine realm expert. Apart from Hong Yin, the little gourd was indeed another primary divine artifact. If they could gather the other 6 gourds, would not Xiaoling'o possess 2 primary divine artifacts? Senior, that seems quite difficult, doesn't it? The other 6, are they not destroyed? Xingyue responded, regaining her composure. I'm uncertain. Perhaps we may discover more once we reach the North Sea, the little gourd replied with hesitation. It continued, even if we cannot gather them all. Finding just one would be exceedingly beneficial. Each of us possesses unique abilities. I can refine all things into the primordial heavenly water. And the others are not lacking in prowess either. Chapter 123. Puyu? An ancient legend, revering the god of the shadowy emperor? Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others felt a shock in their hearts. The little gourd's ability to produce primordial heavenly water was already quite extraordinary, particularly from their perspective. Although the primordial heavenly water offers only a single opportunity for physical transformation, it is indeed remarkable. One could only wonder how many prodigies would emerge should the little gourd be placed in the true spirit realm. However, what was this revelation from the little gourd? The other 6 gourds possessed special abilities as well. Could this be the essence of unity yielding unmatched prowess, while separation leads to individual supremacy? Ling'er, shall we depart for the North Sea once we finish our meal? Xingyue inquired, having regained her senses. At present, her cultivation was at the sacred realm. Such cultivation is undoubtedly formidable within the Xiaowudao domain, yet in the realm of the immortal spirits, it is akin to that of an insignificant ant. Similarly, the resources for cultivation in the immortal spirits realm far surpass those available in the true spirit realm. It can be said that even a discarded item from the immortal spirits realm would be an extraordinarily valuable resource for her development, accompanying Ling'er to the northern sea. Even the mere act of uprooting a few wild grasses would be tantamount to acquiring several imperial herbs. This is not only true for her. Mu Ling and the elder in tattered clothes share the same fate, particularly for Mu Ling, which originally possessed a cultivation level of the first tribulation, has now ascended to the 6th tribulation, as long as it stays in the company of Ling'er within the immortal spirits realm. Reaching the immortal realm will soon be within grasp. Even the elder in tattered clothes has seen his cultivation level rise to the first tribulation. For ever since he began following Ling'er, his daily sustenance has been nothing short of extraordinary. To put it differently, even a pig would soar to great heights simply by being in Ling'er's presence. All right, let us seek out other little gourds and assist Mother in gathering vegetables. Ling'er replied earnestly, her round face brimming with anticipation for the unfamiliar realm. In no time, a table full of delicacies was devoured. After their meal, with Qing leading the way as their guide, the group made their way directly to the northern sea. 3 days later, little master. Just ahead lies the northern sea, Qing announced, gazing out at the boundless expanse of water. At that moment, they stood atop a mountain peak. And as they looked ahead, an endless ocean stretched before them, with no horizon in sight. There are so many fish, Ling'er exclaimed. Her eyes fixated on the shimmering surface of the sea, her mouth watering with anticipation. Little master, this is nothing. The true delicacies lie deep within the northern sea. Deep within the northern sea lies a delectable fish known as the pewfish. Upon hearing this, Qing smiled and remarked, Sister, shall we go catch some pewfish to eat? At the mention of such a delightful prospect, Ling'er's round, glistening eyes appeared to brighten considerably. All right, Xingyue replied with a gentle nod. Having spent considerable time together, she was well aware of Ling'er's profound fondness for food. Indeed, her passion for it was unparalleled. In her eyes, everything in the world was merely classified as either delicious or not, with the additional notion that aesthetically pleasing things were invariably delicious, while the unappealing were not. Young master, please follow me, Qing said, and with that, she leapt gracefully toward the sea's surface. Ling'er obediently nodded, her tiny feet swiftly following in Qing's wake. Xingyue and the others mirrored their actions. After a while, the group arrived at a small island surrounded by the sea, adorned with quaint wooden cottages. Young master, this island houses a village known as Fisherman's Village. The inhabitants have lived here for generations, subsisting on the capture of pewfish. They must surely have some. Qing explained while leading the way. Great. I want to eat plenty, Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she animatedly gestured with her small hands, looking utterly adorable. Xingyue and the others were charmed by her delightful demeanor. Rest assured, we shall ensure the young master has his fill, Qing replied with great enthusiasm. And as she spoke, they arrived at the port of Fisherman's Village. The port lay desolate, save for an elderly man donning a straw hat, who gazed out at the boundless sea. Grandfather, do you have any catfish? Little Ling'er inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she turned her gaze towards the old man. Upon hearing her words, he seemed to awaken from his reverie, shifting his attention from the vast ocean to the group before him. Ah, what a charming little child. How splendidly you have grown, the old man remarked, observing little Ling'er, adorned in a bright red robe and a tiger-striped hat. Xingyue and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What does he mean by splendidly grown? Is he complimenting our young master's beauty? Qing chimed in to clarify. Is that so? Xingyue and the others pondered silently. Grandfather, do you have any catfish? I wish to eat some, little Ling'er chimed in cheerfully, revealing her 2 small tiger teeth, which added to her charm and cuteness. Ha ha ha, of course I do. Follow me. The old man laughed heartily, rising to lead the way. All right, little Ling'er exclaimed, skipping eagerly after him. Soon, they arrived at his humble abode. a small courtyard constructed of wood, adorned with towering ancient trees. The combination of the ancient trees and the quaint courtyard exuded a tranquil beauty. Behold, this is catfish. How many would you like to eat? The old man gestured towards a fish pond situated within the courtyard. The pond seemed quite high, particularly for little Ling'er, who had to rise on her tiptoes. Grasping the edge of the pond to peer inside. The catfish, unlike any ordinary fish, presented a strikingly unique appearance. The fish, adorned in a celestial hue, possesses 4 limbs and bears spiny protrusions along its back that extend from its neck to its tail, resembling a lizard of the starry night. How beautiful! It must be delicious, exclaimed little Ling'er, who leaned over the edge of the fish pond in astonishment. In the next moment, she inquired, Uncle, may I eat them all? Upon hearing her words, the old man burst into hearty laughter and responded with great generosity, Of course, my dear. But I fear you may not be able to finish such a bounty. I can eat it all, little Ling'er promptly retorted. Very well, then. I shall prepare it for you. But first, we must pay our respects to the deities, the old man replied, clearly fond of Ling'er. Pay our respects? What deity do we honor? Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. However, the old man said no more and led them into the house. The small courtyard housed 3 rooms, 2 on the sides and 1 in the center. The old man guided them into the central room, which served as a hall. Come. Let us first pay our respects, and afterwards, I shall prepare the fish for you, he said as he approached the altar in the hall, producing some incense paper. The eyes of the group followed his movement to the altar, where a human-like statue was displayed. It appeared to be a man, though the ravages of time had rendered his features somewhat indistinct. Who is this? Little Ling'er asked curiously, gazing at the statue. Ah, that is none other than our human tribe's leader, the Emperor Tian San, the old man replied. In ancient legends, our village was frequently besieged by sea beasts. It was the sovereign of the overcast sky who, alongside the 10 formidable deities, subdued these creatures, ensuring our village's survival. The elder gazed in reverence at the humanoid statue and spoke with awe. What? Chapter 124, The Gourds Revelation, Day of Reverence. Does the elder possess boundary power within him? Upon hearing his words, expressions of disbelief surfaced on the faces of Xingyue, Qing, and others. The leader of the human race, the sovereign of the overcast sky, the 10 formidable deities. Indeed, the current leader of the human race is the sovereign of the overcast sky. However, there are no 10 formidable deities under his command today. Thus, the sovereign of the overcast sky spoken of by the elder must refer to a singular figure from the ancient spirit era, the leader of the celestial path palace. Only he aligns with the elder's description. Only he commanded the 10 formidable deities. After all, the crimson robe adorning Xiaowudao is indeed the battle attire of one of the 10 formidable deities, Su Xin. Yet, the leader of the celestial path palace in the ancient spirit era is the sovereign of the overcast sky. And the leader of the celestial path palace in this era is also called the sovereign of the overcast sky. Could there be a connection between these 2 individuals? But that seems implausible, as within the tomb of the gods, Qing had once stated that the current sovereign of the overcast sky is merely a puppet of the shadow god tree. If the sovereign of the overcast sky in this era is indeed related to that of the ancient spirit era, how could he be reduced to a mere puppet? Is the leader of the ancient spirit era named the sovereign of the overcast sky? Qing inquired telepathically to Hong Yan. I am uncertain. My memories are severely fragmented, came Hong Yan's response, echoing in her mind. In those times, she had been left in tatters, and had it not been for Lu Ming, she would have long since faded into the void. In this day and age, merely surviving is indeed a stroke of fortune. With a sense of resignation, Qing murmured to herself before inquiring, Old man, do you possess a complete likeness of this statue? I do not have it here. But tomorrow marks the 3rd day of March, the day of worship. The village chief will unveil the intact deity statue. If you wish to see it, you may come tomorrow, replied the old man, shaking his head. The 3rd day of March? Qing pondered for a moment, then nodded, Young master. Shall we linger here for the night? She was curious to discover the identity of the deity worshipped here. If you desire to taste the catfish, tomorrow will be the opportune time, for the village chief has already sent people to hunt the king of catfish for the ritual. You may partake in the feast, as it is quite delectable, the old man added. That sounds splendid. Little Ling'er immediately agreed upon hearing this. Xingyue and the others could not help but chuckle. Anyone who wishes to win over little Ling'er with delicious treats would undoubtedly succeed. Now, let us pay our respects to the deity. Afterward, I shall prepare catfish for you, the old man said with a hearty laugh, handing a stick of incense to little Ling'er. He himself took an incense stick and bowed before the human-like statue, mimicking him. Little Ling'er also began to pay her respects, albeit in a rather comical manner, which elicited laughter from Xingyue and the others. Nevertheless, adhering to local customs, they too held up their incense and offered their gestures of reverence. After all, It was evident from the old man's words that this Yin was not the same as the one they were familiar with. The Emperor of the shadowy heavens during the era of the ancient spirits remains a figure worthy of their reverence. Come along, little one, I'll prepare some catfish for you. The old man said with a warm smile, his face radiating kindness. All right, little Ling'er exclaimed, her spirits soaring as she began to bounce joyfully in the hall. Her adorable and playful demeanor elicited hearty laughter from the old man. Soon enough, he truly took the time to catch and prepare all the catfish. Before long, a sumptuous feast of catfish was laid out on the table, braised, steamed, roasted, and pan-fried, a delightful array that left even Xingyue and her companion salivating. Haha. Little one, go ahead and eat. The old man chuckled, observing Ling'er's eager expression. Hee hee, all right. With a charming smile, Ling'er dove into her meal. As she took her first bite, her round, bright eyes sparkled even more. Wow, it's so delicious, she exclaimed, completely engrossed in her feast. Do join in. Don't be shy, the old man encouraged once more. Xingyue and the others began to partake as well, and with their first bites, they too were astonished by the exquisite flavors of the catfish. It was indeed remarkably delectable, infused with a rich essence of oil and the fragrance of the meat. Old man, do you know where I might find some small gourds? Little Ling'er, having quickly finished her entire fish, suddenly inquired of the old man. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward him. It was evident that he had lived in this place since childhood, possessing a wealth of knowledge about Beihai far beyond that of these outsiders. Small gourds? The old man pondered, his brow slightly furrowed in thought. After a moment, he shook his head. I do not know where to find small gourds, but I am aware of certain legends surrounding gourds. The legend of the gourd? Xingyue exchanged subtle glances with her companions. What legend? Little Ling'er inquired, her cheeks puffed, her words somewhat indistinct. According to legend, the king of sea beasts nurtured 7 remarkable gourds, each possessing unique abilities. Some can unleash endless torrents of water, others can emit fierce flames, and still others can discharge weapons. The old man chuckled, elucidating. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and her companion's eyes immediately brightened. Wasn't this a description of the little gourd? The one that sprays water must be the mixed primordial golden gourd that little Ling'er possesses, as it indeed has the capability to continuously pour forth the primordial heavenly water. Old man, do you know where these gourds have gone? Little Ling'er pressed on. I am not quite certain. Many outsiders have sought the gourds after learning of the legend. However, I do know of a mysterious place where it seems a small gourd exists, the old man said with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and her companion's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Can we truly uncover a clue? Would you be so kind as to share? Rest assured, your celestial crystals shall not go unnoticed. Imoching interjected eagerly, producing several hundred celestial crystals and placing them on the table. Ah, I cannot cultivate. Such offerings are of little use to me. If you assist me with a small task, I shall reveal the location to you, the old man replied, casting a glance at the celestial crystals yet remaining unmoved. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and her friends began to scrutinize the elder, their brows slightly furrowing. Indeed, the old man exhibited no trace of cultivation. But how could this be possible? This place is considered part of the celestial realm. How could a common person possibly kill a puyo, which is classified as a demonic beast? After all, the hide of such a beast is incredibly thick, impervious to ordinary blades. Moreover, the flesh of the puyo is imbued with spiritual energy. Any ordinary person consuming it would surely be overwhelmed, yet this old man appears unaffected. This is indeed peculiar. He possesses a trace of boundary power. Suddenly, the voice of Hong Yin resonated within the minds of the crowd. Boundary power. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and the others were taken aback. In the Tomb of the Gods, the Guardian had mentioned boundary power as well. However, according to the Guardian's words, boundary power is a force that only those in the divine realm can wield. Could this old man be a divine being? Chapter 125, Misty Island, Ancient Beasts. The old man's conditions. He is not a divine being. He merely possesses a faint trace of boundary power within him. I cannot discern his true nature. Hong Yan's words echoed once more. A feeble trace of boundary power? Upon hearing this, Imoching and the others furrowed their brows. Could it be attributed to their life in this place? They pondered. Senior, what is the old man's strength? Xingyue inquired curiously, transmitting her thoughts to Hong Yan. Upon hearing this, the others perked up their ears. If he can wield that meager boundary power, his strength would be at least equivalent to that of a celestial sovereign. Hong Yan promptly responded. A celestial sovereign. All were taken aback. The hierarchy of celestial realms begins with true celestial, followed by earth celestial, heaven celestial, golden celestial, celestial king, celestial sovereign, celestial saint, and ultimately celestial emperor. In other words, The seemingly unremarkable elder possesses strength that rivals the upper echelons of the celestial spirit realm. Is this the terrifying essence of the realm's power? It is no wonder the elder could effortlessly slay the fish spirit, as he is indeed a being comparable to a celestial sovereign. Old man, what must I do to learn of the place with the little gourd? Little Ling'er inquired, her wide, round eyes fixed upon the elder, oblivious to the peculiar expressions of Li Xingyue and the others. Sighing, the elder began, I once had a son. Unfortunately, he vanished during an expedition with a hunting party, never to return. They claimed he entered Misty Isle, and I wish for you to assist me in searching for him. Even if you do not find him, I can still reveal to you the mysteries of that enigmatic place. No way. Imo Qing interjected resolutely, interrupting the elder's lament. Meeting the gazes of the others, she clarified, Little Master, Misty Isle is a forbidden zone in the Northern Sea. The island is perpetually shrouded in mist, said to obstruct spiritual perception. Furthermore, it can gradually deplete one's celestial spirit energy, transforming a person into a mere mortal. In the celestial spirit realm, Misty Isle is deemed a forbidden land, with a mortality rate soaring to 90%. It is a place one must never venture into. Upon hearing this, astonishment appeared upon the faces of Li Xingyue and her companions. The notion that it could slowly reduce a person to a mortal was indeed shocking. If there were any monstrous beasts within, would entering become an invitation to death? But I must find the other little gourds, little Ling'er exclaimed, her hands propping up her head as she spoke. At that moment, Imo Qing found herself at a loss for words. The prospect of retrieving the other gourds meant that Xiaowudao would possess another primary artifact, thereby gaining an additional formidable power at the half-step divine realm. Even if not all could be recovered, securing just one or two would suffice. After all, each of the 7 gourds possesses a unique ability. Perhaps we should wait for the master to emerge before assisting you in your search? The Misty Island is exceedingly perilous. After a brief silence, Imo Qing spoke. She was acutely aware that even she could not guarantee her safety upon entering the Misty Island. Although Xiaoling'e was equipped with numerous artifacts, including the primordial purple gold gourd and the principal artifact, Hong Yin, the risks were too great. She could not bear to let Xiaoling'e venture into such danger. Should anything happen to her, Imo Qing feared that her own survival would be equally compromised. Yet, she pondered, when would that insufferable father of hers finally emerge? Xiaoling'e rested her chin on her hand, her expression tinged with reluctance. Let me go. The mists of that place should not affect me. At that moment, the voice of Hong Yin resonated within Imo Qing's mind. As a primary artifact, its power was derived from boundary force, an energy that transcends celestial spirit power. It was incredulous to think that such a mysterious location could consume it. Moreover, as a defensive artifact, the sheer quality of its materials was formidable. Anything capable of breaching the celestial spirit realm must either possess overwhelming strength far beyond its own or be a weapon of equal caliber. Either scenario seemed improbable within the current celestial spirit realm. Very well, she conceded. Given Red's assertion, Imo Qing acquiesced, and Li Xingyue and her companions dared not object. Indeed, Red's stature surpassed even that of the Hunyuan Zijing gourd ensemble. Venerable elder, Li Xingyue inquired, turning her gaze to the old man. Might you possess any detailed intelligence regarding the Isle of Mists? Such knowledge would undoubtedly aid their preparations. Does this signify your acceptance? The old man inquired, visibly elated. Evidently, he had broached this proposition on numerous occasions, only to be rebuffed by those daunted by the condition. Agreed, Imo Qing affirmed, but understand that regardless of our success, you must divulge the location of that enigmatic place. Assuredly, no predicament whatsoever, the old man assented fervently before hurrying into his abode, exclaiming, I shall retrieve some information pertaining to the Isle of Mist for your perusal. Moments later, he emerged, clutching a time-worn parchment scroll. This heirloom has been passed down through generations in our village, he declared, approaching little Ling'er. It chronicles a wealth of knowledge concerning the Isle of Mists. He unfurled the scroll upon the table, revealing a series of enigmatic, convoluted symbols. Li Xingyue and her compatriots were utterly perplexed, unable to decipher their meaning. Even Imo Qing furrowed her brow in concentration. Only little Ling'er gazed upon the scroll with rapt attention. Sister, she exclaimed. It is said that this island bestows extraordinary powers upon those who visit it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaoling suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others appeared somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Xiaoling can see this thing? Young master, can you comprehend it? Imo Qing inquired with astonishment. The patterns on the animal skin scroll were unfamiliar even to her. How could Xiaoling understand it? Yes, my dear father mentioned that this is the ancient beast script. A very old writing used by ancient monsters, Xiaoling nodded, gesturing as she spoke. Very old monsters? Imo Qing and the others looked on in confusion. Is it the ancient beast clan? Li Xingyue tentatively asked. It seems to be, Xiaoling replied with a playful smile, her round cheeks slightly flushed. The ancient beast clan. Mo Qing and the others frowned slightly. They had never heard of such a clan. Xiaoling, what is recorded on it? Xingyue inquired with curiosity. It states that they entered a wondrous island. The island is home to many flowers that emit mist, and the largest flower can bestow extraordinary powers upon people. Xiaoling explained while nibbling on her finger. Chapter 126, is the Dark Emperor of the Celestial Spirit Era the same as that of the Ancient Spirit Era? A wondrous island? Flowers that can emit mist? And can grant extraordinary powers? Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others exchanged glances in disbelief. So, could it be that the mist enveloping Misty Island is caused by those flowers? Indeed, the little one is correct. The elder sitting beside Xiaoling quickly nodded in agreement. He gazed at the little Ling'er, curiosity prompting him to inquire, "Dear child, who is your father? How is it that you recognize such characters?" Such script was beyond his comprehension. Indeed, no one in the fishing village could decipher it. To his astonishment, this mere 4 or 5-year-old girl could read it. "Father is just father," little Ling'er replied, resting her chin on her hands and tilting her head slightly at the old man. Taken aback by her innocent gaze, the old man found himself momentarily at a loss. "I understand that your father is indeed your father, but who exactly is he?" He mused internally. "Old man, what does this mysterious power refer to?" Suddenly, Xingyue seemed to grasp something and asked. The other three fixated their attention on the old man as well. Hong Yin had mentioned that the elder possessed a minuscule amount of boundary power, yet he appeared to be an ordinary person. Could it be that the miraculous power Ling'er spoke of was indeed the boundary power? "This is not a secret in our village," the old man replied without hesitation. "Many years ago, our ancestors ascended that island and successfully returned. Ever since, they have possessed a peculiar power within them. It is this very force that enables us to hunt sea beasts and catch the elusive Pu fish. Is it that power within you?" Mo Qing pressed further. Meeting her gaze, the old man nodded. Upon witnessing this, Xingyue and the others could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. What kind of flower could bestow such boundary power? That was a force only attainable by those who had reached divine realms. Could it be that the wondrous flower spoken of by Xiaoling'o is from the divine realm? If that is the case, then venturing to Misty Island would indeed be unwise. "My lord, look here," Mo Qing conveyed to the red-clad Hong Yin beside Xiaoling'er. "The presence of a divine realm expert surpasses our ability to contend with. To proceed recklessly could lead to dire consequences. No worries, let us go and take a look." Hong Yin immediately replied. "Well, very well," Mo Qing muttered resignedly to herself. Since Hong Yin had resolved to go, she could only obey the command. "You should wait until after the worship of the deity before you go. The divine will protect you," the old man interjected. The others naturally had no objections, for they too were eager to glimpse the true visage of the Emperor of Overcast Days worshipped by the fishing village. Thus, the meal came to an end, and Xiaoling'er and her companions chose to stay at the old man's home. Time flowed by, and soon it was the following day. The old man rose early to tidy up and adorn himself. The entire courtyard was festooned with red banners, leading one to believe he was preparing for a celebration. "Come, let us head to the training ground in the center of the village," the old man declared, donning a dark robe that seemed to invigorate him. "All right." Xiaoling'er replied with a nod, bouncing merrily behind the old man. Upon exiting the courtyard, they observed people continuously emerging from the small homes lining the path. Each individual was dressed in their finest attire, eager to present their most splendid appearance. "Oh, Wang Guatu, whose little darling is this, so radiant? Hey, this little darling is truly enchanting. Little one, come to Annie's house for a visit." Upon seeing Xiaoling'er, the villagers' eyes brightened, and they greeted her with delight. "Hee." In the face of their compliments, Xiaoling'er responded with a courteous smile. Her small tiger teeth, paired with the tiger-striped hat, endeared her to all present. Away. What are you all doing? This is an outsider. Do not frighten her," the elder, known as Wang Guatu among the villagers, waved his hand to disperse the crowd. Thus, amidst the villagers' laughter and chatter, they swiftly arrived at the training ground of the fishing village. "Sir, does everyone possess boundary power?" Mo Qing inquired telepathically to Hong Yin, casting a glance over the densely packed crowd at the training ground. "No, only the men possess it," Hong Yin promptly replied, clarifying for the four of them. "Only the men possess it?" The four exchanged puzzled glances. From Wang Guatu, they learned that boundary power can be passed down through generations. Take Wang Guatu himself, for instance. His boundary power is an ancestral gift. Could it truly be that this power is exclusively inherited by males, not females? The four pondered silently. Silence. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. The speaker was none other than the village chief, a tall and slender old man who appeared to weigh no more than 90 pounds. "Summon the deity." With the crowd quieting down, the chief spoke with a grave and reverent demeanor. As his words fell, a harmonious chorus of male voices resonated. 8 robust men emerged from the distance, carefully carrying a grand stone statue. May the deity bless our children with healthy growth. May the deity ensure our daughters find good husbands. May the deity grant my family prosperity and safe returns from every hunt. Upon witnessing the towering statue, the villagers of the fishing village knelt in reverence. However, the four companions of Li Xingyue stood frozen in astonishment, for the likeness of the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the Emperor of Yin. How could this be possible? According to Wang Guatu, the Emperor of Yin worshipped by Yu Chun was the leader of the Celestial Palace during the ancient spirit era. How could he resemble the current Emperor of Yin so closely? Could it be that the present Emperor of Yin is indeed the one from the ancient spirit era? The four exchanged bewildered glances, filled with both shock and confusion. Have you ever seen the true form of the Emperor of Yin? Imoqin asked, her tone laced with incredulity. Within the entire realm of the immortal spirits, only a handful had laid eyes upon the Emperor of Yin, let alone the three who hailed from the true spirit realm. Meeting her gaze, the three nodded in affirmation. They had indeed seen him. In the past, within the demon domain, the Holy One of Tianqi had schemed to capture Xiaoling'er as leverage. Hong Yin had probed his soul, revealing the constraints of the Emperor of Yin. How could it be that he resembled the Emperor of Yin from this era so perfectly? Was it possible that they were the same individual? Mu Ling voiced her disbelief. The names are the same, and now their appearances are identical as well. This is undeniably strange. Li Xingyue and her companions were equally perplexed. This situation could only imply two possibilities. Either the Emperor of Yin referred to by Wang Guatu is indeed the present Emperor of Yin, or the current Emperor is the very same one from the ancient spirit era. Elder, do you recall the appearance of the Emperor of Yin from the ancient spirit era? Li Xingyue inquired of Hong Yin. No, Hong Yin replied instantly. Elder, do you not have any recollection? Li Xingyue then glanced at the ornaments adorning Xiaoling'er. The jewelry emitted a faint buzzing vibration, yet none of them responded. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged puzzled glances, astonished that none of them were activated. Was it mere coincidence or something more? In chapter 127, Li Xingyue pondered, Old man, I hope you won't blame me for indulging too much. The four of them contemplated the situation. While it would be understandable for one or two artifacts to remain dormant concerning the ancient spirit era's Shadow Emperor, the complete absence of all artifacts was rather peculiar, even if the memories had been lost due to the battles of yesteryears. It seemed implausible that the memories associated with the Shadow Emperor of the ancient spirit era could have vanished entirely. Clearly, the matter was far more intricate than they had initially perceived, Imoqin remarked thoughtfully. Li Xingyue and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. After all, the Guardian had mentioned that the Shadow God tree was nurtured by the Shadow Emperor during the ancient spirit era to sustain lingering souls. This implied that the Shadow Emperor was akin to the master of the Shadow God tree. As the cultivator of the Shadow God tree and the leader of humanity in the ancient spirit era, how could he have met an untimely demise so easily? Perhaps the master possessed extensive knowledge, and his seclusion was not merely a pursuit of ascension to the true God realm. Mu Ling interjected. You are absolutely correct. Red Yan's voice resonated in the minds of the four. She continued, Ever since the master restored me, I have remained as a guardian by the young master's side. In fact, when the young master was merely a year old, the master had already reached the threshold of the demigod realm. However, during the young master's formative years, the master frequently ventured out. I previously assumed the master was in search of celestial herbs and mystical beasts to provide for the young master. It appears that the master is investigating something, does it not? After listening, the four pondered in silence. Moreover, there was that fortune teller from before. He seemed to be conspiring with the master about something. The old man in the linen robe interjected, suggesting that the master must be orchestrating a plan. Imoqin followed suit, her words rendering Hong Yin and Xiaowudao speechless. Just how enigmatic is Lu Ming? Even they are left in the dark. They share a singular impression of Lu Ming. Nothing seems beyond his capabilities. It is as if, in Lu Ming's eyes, any task can be accomplished with ease. Could it be that the entity he is preparing to confront is truly the ancient tree? Such matters are beyond your comprehension. Your sole duty is to attend to the young master, as reiterated by Hong Yin. The four, momentarily taken aback, ultimately exchanged wry smiles and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Regardless of what Lu Ming is plotting, it is unlikely that they would play any role in it. Their foremost priority is to tend to the young Ling'er. At that moment, the village chief called out loudly. As his voice echoed, all the villagers began to present various offerings before the deity statue. The items ranged widely: food, drink, clothing, essentially everyday necessities. Of course, there were also a few offerings for the immortal realms, albeit very few. You should contribute something. This could earn you the deity's protection. Wang Guatu remarked after placing his offerings before the statue. I shall not. Imoqin replied with a smile, shaking her head. She harbored no belief in such things. The most crucial point, however, was that the figure represented by this stone statue might very well be standing directly opposite them. Seeking refuge by placing things? What a jest. Uncle, when may we feast upon the king of catfish? Little Ling'er inquired with her round, sparkling eyes, already clutching a spoon and chopsticks in hand. Ha. It shall be ready shortly. Observing her eager demeanor, Wang Guada could not help but chuckle heartily. Xingyue and her companions exchanged amused glances. Bring forth the offerings. The village chief's voice resonated once more. Shortly thereafter, a massive catfish was hoisted onto the platform, resembling those that little Ling'er and the others had encountered before, albeit magnified in size at least tenfold. After the offerings were presented, the villagers commenced their incense rituals. Little one, come forth. You may indulge as you wish. Wang Guada cheerfully beckoned to Ling'er. Is it truly so, uncle? Her eyes brightened at his words. Xingyue and her companions regarded Wang Guada with expressions of skepticism. Well aware of Ling'er's prodigious appetite, it was no exaggeration to say that she could effortlessly devour a mountain of demonic beast flesh without feeling sated. If permitted to feast freely, she would undoubtedly consume a significant portion of this king of catfish. Of course, go ahead, the old man replied with a warm smile. Blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. To him, little Ling'er was merely a 4 or 5-year-old child. How much could such a little one possibly eat? Uncle, if I happen to eat too much, you won't hold it against me, will you? Ling'er tilted her head and asked. Ha, dear little one. Eat to your heart's content. No one will blame you. Indeed, even if you consume the entirety of that magnificent fish, we shall remain silent. Of course, provided you can manage it. Little one, if you wish to feast, then do so. Before the formidable Wang could utter a word, those surrounding him chuckled amiably, seemingly quite fond of the spirited little Ling'er. Go ahead, indulge in the meat. With a gleeful giggle, Ling'er bounded toward the fish. Old sir, do you truly not mind how much Ling'er consumes? Xingyue inquired anxiously, casting a glance at Wang. Qin and the others shared her concern. Despite Ling'er's petite frame, her appetite was astonishing. It was as if she would grow ravenous after merely an hour without sustenance. Her small belly resembled an abyss, capable of accommodating an extraordinary amount. That is only natural. Today is a day of honoring the deities, even in the face of death in the family. The village must revel in joy, Wang remarked nonchalantly. Very well. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and her companions ceased their inquiries. Meanwhile, Ling'er was already immersed in a fervent meat-eating frenzy. In the brief interval of their conversation, she had devoured more than half of a fish leg. Little one, is it delicious? They chuckled, encouraging her to eat more. Ling'er, her mouth seemingly stuffed with meat, nodded indistinctly and then plunged headlong into her feast. In just a moment, the entire fish leg was left cleanly gnawed. Gazing upon the stark, bare leg bone devoid of any flesh, the villagers of the fishing hamlet were momentarily taken aback. How could a mere child of 4 or 5 consume an entire leg of the magnificent fish? This little darling certainly possessed a remarkable appetite. The flesh of the kingfish was undeniably more delectable than that of ordinary fish, thus, it was quite normal for an outsider to indulge so. Indeed, during the previous day of honoring the deities, had not those outsiders feasted heartily on the meat of the kingfish? Fear not, little one, eat your fill. The villagers reassured her nonchalantly. Yes, I'm still not full. The little girl giggled, her eyes sparkling with delight as she continued to devour the fish voraciously. Did the old man not say I could eat as much as I desired? Her words left the villagers momentarily stunned. How could such a substantial leg still leave her unsatisfied? They had not anticipated such a prodigious eater in this little one. If you are still hungry, then indulge further. Come, dear child, eat from this, for this is the fish's belly, and it is exquisite. They laughed warmly. I shall eat until I reach there, the little girl replied, as she deftly sliced a piece of meat from the kingfish with her small knife and popped it into her mouth. Sister, why is there only one mouth? If only I had several, I could savor so much more meat at once, she exclaimed, her words directed at Xingyue. Upon hearing this, Xingyue found herself both amused and exasperated. Little Ling'er was always like this, her mind seemingly preoccupied with the most peculiar inquiries. The others, too, found themselves chuckling at Ling'er's whimsical musings. Little Ling'er, I am uncertain as well. Please eat up. If it is delicious, indulge yourself, replied Xingyue with a warm smile. I shall finish every last morsel, the innocent little Ling'er asserted with a determined nod. At her words, the villagers of the fishing hamlet could hardly suppress their laughter. Finish this great fish king? What a jest, they thought. Why would they allow outsiders to partake in the offerings to the gods, beyond their hospitality? The primary reason lay in the sheer abundance of the great fish king's flesh. Even if the entire village, young and old, joined in, they could not possibly consume an entire fish king. Moreover, the fish meat is prone to spoilage, making preservation a challenge. To avoid wasting such a splendid delicacy, they permitted outsiders to share in the feast. Little one, if you can finish it all, I shall gift you a few fish, one villager jested. Yes, and I too. Here, uncle won't eat. You should have it. Another chimed in, laughter erupting among them. The villagers found great amusement in their playful banter. Some even offering their seats to little Ling'er, eager to witness just how much this petite child could consume. Really? If I finish, will you give me fish? Little Ling'o asked with wide, innocent eyes directed at those promising fish. Indeed. If you can finish it, all the fish in my home are yours. One villager assured her. Count me in as well. All right, let's make a pinky promise. Little Ling'o exclaimed joyfully, extending her tiny pinky with sincerity. At this sight, the villagers burst into laughter once more, eagerly stepping forward to join her in the promise. These folks certainly have the audacity to make such claims. The wooden spirit chuckled as he glanced at the group, teasingly remarking on the formidable appetite of the little girl. With such a terrifying capacity for consumption, she could devour not just one, but even 2 king pufferfish without breaking a sweat. Just imagine the lamentations of those poor souls. The old man in tattered robes interjected. Do you genuinely believe this little child can finish it all? The flesh of the king pufferfish is laden with an immense source of power. Previously, some outsiders couldn't even manage to consume half a leg without feeling overwhelmed. Wang Guada chimed in, clearly aware of the intricacies of cultivation. Even if he didn't know the methods himself. Just you wait and see. The old man in tattered robes smiled mysteriously. What may seem impossible to others is not a significant feat for little Ling'er. Her innate ability to devour and refine spiritual energy is astonishing. The more spiritual energy contained within, the better it is for her. While others would need to methodically cultivate the energy after consuming the king pufferfish meat, Ling'er merely needs to keep eating, as her unique constitution autonomously refines it, thereby enhancing her source of power and elevating her cultivation level. Wang Guada smiled lightly, choosing to remain silent as he harbored doubts about Ling'o being able to consume an entire king pufferfish. However, as time passed, the once lively training ground fell into an eerie silence. The villagers stared at the petite figure on the platform, who was still fervently indulging in her meal. With eyes filled with incredulity, each face bore an expression of disbelief, for little Ling'o had already consumed half of the entire king pufferfish all on her own. That amount is truly equivalent to what the entire village would consume. How could such a small child devour so much? Moreover, she shows no signs of being satiated. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, each taken aback. Even Wang Guada was left dumbfounded, never having anticipated that this little one could possess such an insatiable appetite. Goodness gracious. Could this little darling really consume it all? Wang Guada uttered in disbelief. Xingyue and her companions merely chuckled, remaining silent. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Hee, I'm finished. Little Ling'o exclaimed, placing the last morsel of catfish meat into her mouth, a smile illuminating her face. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they beheld the stark, empty platters atop the stage. The fishermen were utterly stunned. Had she truly consumed it all? That was an entire catfish king. What is wrong with you all? Grandpa, didn't you say I could eat as much as I wanted? Little Ling'er innocently inquired. Gazing at the dazed villagers, Wang Guatu, at a loss for words, found himself momentarily speechless. Who could have imagined that little Ling'o could actually finish an entire catfish king on her own? It's all right. As long as it's all gone, the village chief reassured, albeit while clutching his chest. Grandpa, are you unwell? Little Ling'er asked, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. Just an old ailment, the village chief replied with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Xingyue and her companions could hardly contain their laughter. What else could it be? Nature indeed evokes a sense of pity. The inhabitants of the fishing village were eager to witness how much little Ling'o could consume, which led many to refrain from dining themselves, preferring to wait until she had her fill. Among them was the village chief. And now? Ling'o has devoured the entire head of fish all by herself. It is only natural for him to feel disheartened. After all, it was he who painstakingly captured it. Yet he hasn't had a single bite. Grandpa village chief, have I eaten too much? Ling'er inquired, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Haha. It's perfectly fine. Being able to eat is a blessing, the village chief reassured her, clearly pleased with her demeanor. Grandpa village chief, may I offer you some sweet water? It's very refreshing. I could even trade it for some meat, Ling'o suggested, as if recalling something delightful. Sweet water? Upon hearing this, the village chief chuckled silently, pondering what liquid could possibly compare to the meat of the fish king. Nevertheless, observing Ling'er's innocent expression, he nodded with a smile. All right, that sounds wonderful. Great. Ling'er's face lit up with joy. She then took out a small gourd. Where shall I place the water, Grandpa village chief? She inquired. Yet, the village chief remained silent, his gaze fixed in a daze upon the small gourd in her hands. Chapter 129. Has the last Kuanping in the world been captured by Lu Ming to be raised as fish? Grandpa village chief? Seeing the elder's lack of response, Ling'er sweetly called out again. Only then did the village chief snap back to reality. You are. He extended his hand to point at the small gourd, then gestured towards the little girl, Ling'er, momentarily at a loss for words. Not only that, but his voice quivered slightly, as if he had witnessed something utterly astounding. The village chief's unusual demeanor instantly captivated the attention of all present, including Xingyue and her companions. What is happening? They exchanged glances, pondering the situation. Grandfather village chief, what is the matter? Xiaoling'o inquired, her round, innocent eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. Yangwu, the village chief, unexpectedly knelt on one knee before the little girl, addressing her with utmost respect. I have encountered an esteemed being. The sudden turn of events left everyone, including the villagers of the fishing village, utterly astonished. The village chief was addressing an outsider as esteemed, and furthermore, she was merely a 4 or 5-year-old girl. The villagers exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a tableau of shock and confusion. Xingyue and her companions were equally bewildered. Why would the village chief refer to Xiaoling'o as esteemed? Grandfather village chief. I am not esteemed. I am just a little person, Xiaoling'o replied innocently. At this, Xingyue and Imoqing could no longer suppress their laughter. However, Xiaoling'o had a point. After all, she was only 4 or 5 years old. The villagers, upon hearing her response, also struggled to contain their amusement. Yangwu, the village chief, was equally flummoxed by her words and found himself at a loss for how to respond. After a lengthy pause, he tentatively asked in disbelief, Are you the daughter of an esteemed being? The daughter of an esteemed being. After listening, Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, unable to contain their surprise. The villagers of the fishing village may not have comprehended Yangwu's words, yet they understood. The adult that Yangwu mentioned was likely the enigmatic father of Xiaoling'er. In other words, Xiaoling'er's father had once visited this place. Moreover, he had become the adult in Yangwu's speech? Village chief, what are you talking about? Xiaoling'er scratched her head, appearing perplexed. Ling'er, your father might have been here before. Xingyue stepped forward to explain. Did my wretched father come here? Xiaoling'er asked, her expression suddenly enlightened. Upon hearing this, the villagers of the fishing village became agitated, their eyes filled with shock as they regarded Xiaoling'er, as if recalling something extraordinary. Village chief, you can't be mistaken. This little girl is the daughter of that person? Indeed, village chief, are you certain? To think she is the daughter of that esteemed individual. I have seen the little adult. The villagers began to speak in unison, and eventually, they all knelt before Xiaoling'er, expressing their utmost respect. Xiaoling'er was taken aback by the villagers' actions. She gazed at them, her clear, sparkling eyes filled with endless confusion. Village chief, what is happening? Xingyue looked at Yangwu in bewilderment. Imoqing and the others mirrored her confusion. Everyone, please disperse. The little adult requests that you follow me. Yangwu said, waving his hand in response to their stares. With that, he led the way towards his home. Xingyue and her companions exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow closely behind little Ling'er. Under the respectful gaze of the villagers, the group swiftly entered Yangwu's modest courtyard. The architectural style bore a resemblance to that of Wangguado's. To comprehend this matter, one must delve back 2 years in time. Once the group settled, the old village chief began to brew tea while recounting the tale. 2 years ago, the brows of Xingyue and her companions furrowed slightly. Little Ling'er, on the other hand, languidly rested her chin on the table, her sparkling eyes darting about in curiosity, seemingly intrigued by her surroundings. 2 years prior, the fishing village suffered an assault from a terrifying sea beast, a truly monstrous fish. Even when our entire village rallied together, we could not inflict a single scratch upon it. Just as our village faced annihilation, a figure of great power appeared, and with a mere touch, Yangwu gestured to illustrate the moment. The fearsome creature was rendered immobile, ultimately transforming into a small fish, which was then captured by this esteemed individual. Later, this figure revealed to us that the formidable fish was the last of its kind, a Kuanping, the once mighty king of the Northern Sea. Yangwu continued his narration. The last of the Kuanping. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and her companions were filled with astonishment. After all, little Hulu had mentioned that the Kuanping was the sovereign of the Northern Sea during the ancient spirit era, cultivated by the Kuanping lineage. Did little Ling'er's father truly capture it with just a single move? Grandfather, are you referring to this fish? Little Ling'o interjected suddenly as Yangwu finished his account, gracefully gesturing in the air as she spoke. Suddenly, a shimmering golden fish appeared before the crowd, resembling an utterly ordinary golden carp. Yes, it is indeed this one. Upon seeing the golden carp sketched by the young girl, Yangwu spoke with trepidation. This is the fish my father placed in the pond. I often feed it with various offerings. So it turns out to be the Kuanping, the young girl clarified earnestly. Instantly, Xingyue and the others were taken aback. They were aware of Lu Ming's formidable nature, yet the Kuanping was once the sovereign of the Northern Sea. How could it be captured and kept as a mere fish? Even Yangwu was left bewildered. He had witnessed firsthand the terror of that fish. It was no exaggeration to say that even a simple gesture from it could cause the heavens and earth to shift dramatically. Now, it had been captured by that esteemed individual and relegated to the role of a pet fish? Little master, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Are you here for the 7 gourd spirits? After a pause, Xiaowudao spoke again. The 7 gourd spirits? Xingyue and the others furrowed their brows slightly. Is that the collective term for the 7 small gourds? Village chief, are you referring to this small gourd? Little Ling'er interjected, promptly producing the primordial purple gold gourd. Indeed. This small gourd is what the esteemed individual took from the village. Later, I learned that the reason the esteemed one came here was precisely because of it. But coincidentally encountered the Kuanping and seized it in the process, thereby also rescuing our village chief. The esteemed one had initially mentioned wanting to find a container for her daughter to hold water. To my surprise, the daughter spoken of by the adults is none other than you, little adult. Xiaowudao sighed with a bitter smile. The 4 of them, Xingyue and the others, were momentarily taken aback. If that is the case, then the appearance of the small gourd on Ling'er must be due to its suitability as a vessel for holding water. It was not that Ming specifically sought it out to protect Ling'er. Chapter 130. Had Ming also visited Misty Island? The 4 pondered, unable to suppress their wry smiles. This illustrates just how deeply Ming cherishes Ling'er. Merely a container for water. And yet he procured one of the 7 divine gourds, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. If Ling'er desired the stars from the heavens, he would surely pluck them for her as well, they mused. Village elder, did the stinky old man take the small gourd from here? Ling'er inquired further. The gazes of Xingyue and the others naturally shifted to Xiaowudao. Under their scrutiny, the old village chief nodded and remarked with some emotion, indeed. This gourd was brought back from Misty Island by our ancestors. It is a divine gift bestowed upon us, which we have kept in the ancestral hall for veneration. It was only upon meeting the esteemed one that I learned this small gourd is one of the 7 divine gourds from the legends of the North Sea. Misty Island again? Xingyue and the others pondered. The condition set by Guado was for them to search for his son on Misty Island. Ling'er had also deciphered from the animal skin scroll provided by Guado that there exists a miraculous flower on Misty Island capable of bestowing power upon the human realm. Unexpectedly, the small gourd was also taken from Misty Island. Does the village elder know where to find more small gourds? Little Ling'er asked innocently, but, my dear adult, I truly do not know. Xiaowudao replied with a bitter smile. The divine 7 gourds are treasures of the North Sea. Our village is merely a small hamlet. To have fortuitously obtained even one is an extraordinary stroke of luck. As for anything else, I have indeed not heard of it. An old man mentioned that he knows of a place with small gourds, little Ling'er continued. Old man? The village chief's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of perplexity. Everyone in the village calls him Guado, Xingyue promptly clarified. He is quite renowned in the village, for he has traveled to many places. In his youth, he drifted in the North Sea for several years. The villagers believed he had perished, only to be surprised by his eventual return. Xiaowudao, enlightened, spoke up. Without waiting for Xingyue and the others to respond, he added, Dear little adult, you may directly inquire with him. The adult has saved the village. And I believe he would disclose the truth. Upon hearing this, little Ling'er scratched her head. But the old man said we must go to Mist Island to help him find his son before he will tell me. Xingyue and the others nodded in agreement. Mist Island, you say? The little adult could indeed visit there, as the adult had ventured there in the past. However, he did not reveal to us what lies on Mist Island. Xiaowudao interjected. Ming has been to Mist Island? Xingyue and the others exchanged glances. If that is the case, then Ming must have also encountered that miraculous flower which bestows power upon the mortal realm. Even that scoundrel father of mine has set foot on Mist Island. I shall also take a look, declared the fearless Xiaoling with unwavering resolve. Xingyue and her companions remained silent, particularly Imo Qing, who, even if Xiaoling chose not to go, yearned to witness the marvel of the flower that could bestow power upon the mortal realm. Very well, I shall arrange a vessel for the young master. Xiaowudao replied with solemnity. Indeed, indeed, Xiaoling nodded enthusiastically. Soon, under Xiaowu's meticulous arrangements, a grand ship was prepared at the dock. Accompanied by the watchful eyes of the villagers, Xiaoling and her party slowly boarded the vessel. Farewell, young master. As they gazed at the distant ship, Xiaowudao and the villagers called out in unison. Xiaoling, standing at the bow of the ship, waved cheerfully at them. The resplendent sunlight bathed the vast expanse of the sea. Amidst the shimmering waves, one could distinctly see small fish and shrimp swimming beneath the surface. Wow, sister, look. There's a gigantic turtle over there. Wow, sister, come quickly. A colossal crab. Xiaoling danced joyfully across the deck, skipping from side to side like a jubilant sprite. Her delighted exclamations echoing in the air. Xingyue and her companions watched with smiles, silently admiring the lively little figure. According to the village chief, We shall require at least 3 days to reach Misty Island, Mo Qing remarked, casting a glance at the glimmering sea. With her cultivation, she could have easily carried Xiaoling across, but the boundless ocean made it challenging to find a landing point. In other words, should they opt to fly, they might need to soar through the skies nonstop for 3 days. This little spirit undoubtedly cannot withstand such a situation. After all, her daily sustenance is indispensable. Likewise, traversing the waters will consume a substantial amount of primal energy, and encountering any obstacles could pose a significant danger. This is precisely why they opted to embark on a vessel. Moreover, the young master appears to have a profound fondness for the sea, and allowing her to behold the scenic ocean vistas is indeed delightful. The wood spirit gazed at the lively and animated figure of the little spirit and spoke up. Li Xingyue and the others nodded in agreement. It is worth noting that since boarding the ship and setting sail, the little spirit's exclamations of wonder have scarcely ceased. It seems that every creature within the northern sea is a novel spectacle for her. Who the hell dares to call me a turtle? At that moment, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed. Accompanying this voice was a series of visible sound waves that rippled through the waters, creating formidable waves that crashed violently against the vessel. It was a truly thunderous sound. The onlookers turned towards the source. With a tremendous splash, the sea erupted, revealing an island that rose from the depths. Ultimately, a peculiar creature emerged, resembling a giant turtle crowned with a dragon's head. Upon its back rested not an island, but an enormous stone tablet. Its towering form dwarfed the ship, which appeared no larger than a mere leaf in comparison, barely fitting within the creature's nostril. Little child, are you the one who called me a turtle? The creature's captivating eyes opened wide, fixating intently on the little spirit. Beneath those terrifying large eyes, little Ling'er appeared as fragile as an ant. Aren't you a turtle? She gazed at the peculiar turtle with her round, sparkling eyes, her petite face devoid of any fear. Little master, this is a bishi. Mo Qing stepped forward, addressing the strange turtle directly. Oh, bishi. My master has spoken of it, she exclaimed, her voice brightening. He said that the bishi is the offspring of an old loach and an old turtle. So you are the loach child he mentioned. Ling'er chuckled, her laughter ringing with innocence. Upon hearing this, the bishi was momentarily stunned. Offspring of an old loach and an old turtle. You little girl. Do you wish to court death? The bishi retorted coldly. Chapter 131. Would it not be better to pretend you did not hear that? At this remark, both the elder in the tattered robe and Mu Ling were taken aback, gazing at the bishi with incredulous expressions, as if to say, you truly have guts. How dare you speak such words to little Ling'er? Did he not know that those who had previously uttered such words to her had long ceased to exist? It seems today's meal is assured. Do you know how to cook? Mu Ling smirked coldly, turning to the elder in the tattered robe. Rest assured, it will be delectable. The elder replied with a gentle smile, casting a teasing glance at the bishi, his expression one of pity. It is said that the bishi is a creature born of the union between a true dragon and a celestial turtle, possessing the bloodlines of both. Indeed, it is fitting to refer to it as a turtle. After all, the true sky tortoise is still a tortoise, albeit a more formidable one. Little Ling'er referred to it as a giant turtle, which was not entirely inaccurate. Yet, the bishi took offense at her words, responding with threats. It was as if she were willfully ignoring the paths to heaven and brazenly attempting to breach the gates of hell. In contrast, upon hearing bishi's remarks, little Ling'er appeared momentarily bewildered, gazing blankly at the colossal figure that overshadowed the sky, her saliva unconsciously pooling in her mouth. Sister, this giant turtle must be delicious, she suddenly declared to Li Xingyue. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, in little Ling'er's eyes, everything could be distilled into the simple categories of tasty and unappetizing. Delicious? Bishi was momentarily taken aback by her statement. It bore the bloodlines of both the true dragon and the heavenly tortoise, both of which are formidable beings among the demon beasts. Even now, in the North Sea, it remained a powerful entity, undeniably the sovereign of this region. Could it be that a mere child of 4 or 5 years old would think to devour it? Bishi felt a mix of amusement and indignation. Did she truly believe she could feast upon the likes of it? With a cold smirk, Bishi's gaze shifted to Mo Qing. Among this group, the only individual worthy of its attention was Mo Qing, a semi-immortal emperor. Such a level of cultivation was indeed top tier among the human race and posed a potential threat to it. Yet, that was the extent of it. Alas, one might ponder why the little master's comment about a tortoise should provoke any offense. With the bloodline of the heavenly tortoise and a form indistinguishable from it, wouldn't it be better to simply turn a blind eye? Facing the gaze of the bishi, Mo Qing spoke in a tone laced with profound pity. She was far from being the support of Ling'er. The true reliance of Ling'er lay with Hong Yin, a terrifying existence on par with a half-step into the divine realm. How arrogant! A half-step into the realm of the Immortal Emperor is indeed formidable. Do you think this king is to be trifled with? The bishi, amused, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Seal. A low growl escaped the bishi, and the colossal stone tablet atop its tortoise shell soared into the air. Under its command, it hurtled directly towards Ling'er and her companions. Humph! Observing the descending stone tablet, Qing let out a cold snort. The terrifying primal force erupted within her, enveloping the entire vessel in an unyielding embrace. From a distance, it appeared as though the entire ship was encased in a transparent bubble. Buzz! In the next moment, the massive stone tablet crashed against the primal barrier, unleashing a horrific shockwave that radiated outward. The waters beneath the vessel were violently displaced, creating a vacuum as the sea was forcefully scattered. One can only imagine that without Qing's protective primal power, such a strike could have reduced the ship to mere splinters. Buzz! However, before Qing could mount any counterattack, a series of strange runes suddenly erupted from the gigantic stone tablet. The black runes resembled a bizarre curse or a dreadful sorcery, relentlessly overlaying Qing's primal force. In an instant, the protective aura surrounding the ship became riddled with these enigmatic symbols. Qing's expression shifted dramatically as she realized that she could now wield only half of her primal power. As for Xingyue and the others, who were not of the immortal Dao realm, they were rendered as powerless as ordinary mortals. Only little Ling'er seemed unaffected, her curiosity fixated on the enigmatic runes. A half-step Immortal Emperor, once I devour you, I shall surely ascend to the realm of the Immortal Emperor, the bishi scoffed, gazing at Qing with a smirk of arrogance. The powers of the Xingyue clan, are they? Qing mused gravely, casting a glance at the strange runes. The might of the Xingyue clan lies in the stone tablets upon their backs. It is said that these tablets possess formidable suppressive power. A powerful Xingyue can wield these tablets to dominate a realm. Thus, the stone tablet serves both as a divine ability and a terrifying artifact inherent to the Xingyue clan. Now, to what extent can you unleash your power? Bishi teased, fixing an amused gaze upon Qing. Just as he finished speaking, little Ling'er's playful voice rang out. He, it is this one. At her words, everyone instinctively turned their attention to her. It was then that they noticed little Ling'er had somehow floated to the middle of the vessel. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she reached out to grasp one of the peculiar runes. What is she doing? Xingyue and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend little Ling'er's intentions. Even Bishi shared their confusion. Amid their curious stares, little Ling'er seized the rune and gently squeezed it. With a sharp crack, the seemingly ethereal rune shattered into fragments. What is this? The onlookers were left even more perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of crack echoed repeatedly. Upon witnessing the moment when the enigmatic rune was shattered by the young girl, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. The remaining peculiar runes began to disintegrate as if a host of snowflakes, previously held aloft by some unseen force, were abruptly deprived of their support and collapsed in unison. In the blink of an eye, all traces of these strange runes vanished into thin air. Qing distinctly felt the mysterious power that had been suppressing his primal essence dissipate. The expressions of Qing, Xingyue, and the others were filled with astonishment. Had it truly been broken? How could such a young child, merely 4 or 5 years of age, so effortlessly dismantle the suppression imposed by the bishi? Yet, the most astonished of all was bishi itself, for this was the first time it had encountered an individual capable of countering its formidable suppression. You. Bishi gaped at the little girl, struggling to articulate its disbelief. How could this be possible? How could its suppression be so easily undone? Chapter 132. You dare to threaten Lu Ming? What gives you such audacity? Bishi remained rooted in place, its countenance a portrait of incredulity. The divine ability it wielded was known as heavenly suppression. When facing adversaries, it could confine them with a stone tablet, effectively compressing their strength by 50%. It was precisely due to this extraordinary capability that it had risen to the level of a dominant force. Furthermore, its current cultivation in the late stage of the celestial saint realm was largely attributable to the prowess of heavenly suppression. With such a transcendent skill at its disposal, it faced virtually no rivals of its rank. Through the power of heavenly suppression, Bishi had amassed untold resources, ascending to its present stature. Little did Bishi anticipate. To one's astonishment, the formidable powers that one takes pride in, solidly established in this world, were effortlessly shattered by a mere 4 or 5-year-old girl. In this moment, even the mighty Bishi found himself questioning whether he had unwittingly fallen into some kind of illusion. Little master, you. Not only Bishi, but also Qing was utterly astounded. The powers of the Xintian turtle clan are notoriously fearsome. In the realm of celestial spirits, merely mentioning this clan sends shivers down the spine of many. Their suppressive abilities are dreadfully powerful. Unless one possesses strength that vastly surpasses the Xintian turtle encountered, it is nearly impossible to escape their grasp. Yet, here we are. Little Ling'er, with merely the cultivation of a celestial king, is indeed terrifying given her young age within the celestial spirit realm. However, now she stands before a Xintian turtle of the celestial saint level. even with her formidable prowess, it should be impossible for her to break the suppressive abilities of Bishi. Yet, astonishingly, she not only achieved it but did so with remarkable ease. Should the inhabitants of the celestial spirit realm become aware of this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. To be precise, it would plunge the celestial spirit realm into a frenzy. The Xintian turtle clan is a treasure trove in itself, especially the stone tablets on their backs, which have been coveted by countless seekers. Each of these stone tablets is a natural endowment of the Xintian turtle clan, capable of being refined into formidable magical artifacts. Alas, many have been left only to sigh in admiration before the suppressive powers of the Xintian turtle clan, powerless to act. Now, with her celestial king cultivation, little Ling'er has managed to dismantle the suppressive powers of a Xintian turtle of celestial saint level. This is tantamount to seizing control over the vulnerabilities of the Xintian turtle clan. If the denizens of the celestial spirit realm were to learn of this, they would surely be driven to madness. Mastering the vulnerabilities of the Xingyue clan signifies the possession of an immense wealth of cultivation resources. Sister, what's the matter? Xiaoling'o inquired, her gaze directed at Imo Qing, seemingly oblivious to the profound impact her actions had on Imo Qing's heart. Little master, how did you unravel this Bishi divine ability? Imo Qing, unable to suppress her curiosity, pressed on, meeting Xiaoling'o's eyes, which sparkled like a serene autumn pond. It's quite simple, Xiaoling'o replied innocently. Those are the Jin character talismans. My silly father said that as long as one finds the nodes among them, they can be broken. Imo Qing's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing the term Jin character talisman for the first time. Little master, may I inquire what the Jin character talisman is? She continued to question. Xingyue and the others perked up their ears attentively. My silly father mentioned that there are 9 great talismans in the world: Jin, Sha, Shi, Huan, and... As Xiaoling'o spoke, a look of embarrassment washed over her face. Sister, I forgot what the others are. She scratched her head, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Yet her demeanor remained utterly adorable. The great turtle employs the Jin character talisman. My silly father showed it to me before. That's why I was able to break it. Before Imo Qing and the others could respond, Xiaoling'o continued, impossible. How could it be? How could you possibly know about the Jin character talisman? Before Imo Qing had the chance to speak, the Bishi exclaimed in disbelief. The Jin character talisman was the most central secret of the Xingyue clan. The reason this clan possesses the formidable divine power known as Xintian lies in the ancestral techniques that intricately fuse the character Jin into their very bloodline. This gradually evolved into the contemporary Xintian divine ability. However, the Jin character symbol is an artifact from the ancient spirit era. Even members of the Xintian turtle clan must attain the realm of immortal kings to glean knowledge of the Jin character symbol from their ancestral memories. How could a mere 4- or 5-year-old child from the human race possibly be aware of the Jin character symbol? This is a secret known only to the most formidable beings among humanity. My stinky daddy told me, little Ling'er replied innocently. He can use it too. What? Upon hearing this, the Bishi was left utterly dumbfounded. The Jin character symbol exists only in a singular form in the world. In other words, after the Xintian turtle clan integrated the Jin character symbol into their bloodline, there ceased to be any other Jin character or symbol power in existence. The terrifying force of suppression became exclusive to the Xintian turtle clan. Aside from the Xintian turtle clan and other species containing an exceptionally pure Xintian turtle bloodline, how could there exist anyone capable of wielding the power of the Jin character symbol? And yet, this was a human. It is impossible for anyone not of the purest Xintian turtle bloodline to command such power. How could a human possibly control it? The Bishi exclaimed incredulously. As for the notion that little Ling'er's father possessed an exceptionally pure Xintian turtle bloodline, the Bishi dismissed it, for it could clearly discern that little Ling'er was of pure human lineage. Both of her parents must undoubtedly belong to the human race. If one of them were of the demon lineage, the offspring would, to some extent, possess a trace of demonic blood. Thus, she was certain that Xiaoling'o's father was indeed human. Yet, how could a mere human wield the power of the Jin character talisman? My dear father is capable of it, Xiaoling'o interjected. Then you must perish, and your father must meet the same fate. Otherwise, the entire Xingyue clan shall know no peace. She declared with a chilling intent. The Xintian divine ability is the very foundation that allows those bearing the bloodline of the Xingyue to traverse the world. It is also their means of survival. Should the method to unravel the Xintian divine ability be divulged, it would spell catastrophe for all demon beasts possessing the Xingyue bloodline, herself included. Hence, Xiaoling'o must die, and her father must die. Only thus can one ensure their own safety. What? Upon hearing Baishi's words, Xingyue and the others were utterly bewildered, gazing at Baishi as if he were a fool. How audacious. Not only did he wish to kill Xiaoling'er, but he also sought to eliminate Lu Ming. What audacity emboldened him to utter such threats? Insolent. Presumptuous. A mere mixed-breed turtle dares to speak such hubris, courting death. As Baishi's words lingered in the air, all of Ling'er's true divine artifacts stirred to life. Chapter 133, You Have Chosen the Wrong Opponent. As the space quaked incessantly, artifact after artifact materialized around Ling'er. In the blink of an eye, all the divine artifacts, save for Hong Yin, had made their appearance. An overwhelming aura, even more formidable than that of Imo-Ching, emanated from each artifact, as though ancient deities had descended upon this place. Their terrifying presence locking on to Baishi. In an instant, Baishi's mind plunged into a void, staring blankly at the artifacts surrounding Ling'er. Its expression frozen as if its very soul had been momentarily extracted. At that moment, Baishi could only think one thing. What on earth is happening? Artifacts. Such an abundance of genuine artifacts. It stood there, dumbfounded, utterly paralyzed by the sight of the numerous artifacts enveloping Ling'er. The lifespan of demon clans is inherently longer than that of humans, and Baishi, possessing the bloodline of the celestial tortoise clan, was well aware of this. It is universally acknowledged that tortoise-type demon beasts, regardless of their species, enjoy significantly prolonged lifespans, often double that of other demon beasts. In other words, Baishi, with the celestial tortoise blood coursing through its veins and its celestial sage cultivation, had lived for at least several million years. Thus, it was well acquainted with genuine artifacts. It understood that only true artifacts could autonomously manifest and exude the aura comparable to that of an early-stage celestial emperor. Yet, had not true artifacts long since vanished from the realm of celestial spirits? How could this 4- or 5-year-old girl possess them? And so many at that. As Baishi pondered, its enormous eyes blinked in disbelief. Clearly, it found it utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, the 4 behind Ling'er, including Imo-Ching, regarded Baishi with mocking expressions, seemingly savoring its shock, as if to say, "Are you sweating yet?" This audacious creature, not only daring to threaten the young master but also intending to involve the master, was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking its own demise. The old man murmured softly. At the moment the Bishi declared its intent to kill the young Ling'er, he realized that this creature was doomed today. To his astonishment, the Bishi also threatened to kill Lu Ming. It was as if it sought to plunge itself into the depths of the underworld. This was not surprising. For the prowess of the Xingyue clan was the very foundation of their existence and the assurance of their survival. The young master, however, could effortlessly dismantle this power, and should this information leak, it would spell disaster for all beast-kind possessing the pure bloodline of the Xingyue. After all, the young master held the very lifeblood of those creatures within his grasp. If you were in his position, you would surely strike with lethal intent as well. Yet, this creature had chosen its adversary poorly. Imo-Ching smiled gently and continued the conversation. The Xingyue clan was a treasure trove in itself. Their flesh contained primal strength, enhancing the cultivation of celestial beings upon consumption. Their shell served as prime material for crafting defensive artifacts. Notably, the stone tablet upon their backs was a unique treasure in the world. Their survival in the realm of celestial spirits relied entirely on the terrifying power of Xintian. Since Ling'er understood how to unravel this formidable technique, she inherently grasped the weaknesses of all beasts bearing the Xingyue bloodline. In the face of such an entity, it was indeed peculiar that the Bishi did not scream for annihilation. Xingyue and her companions nodded in agreement. Indeed, were they in the same situation, they would act similarly to the Bishi. Alas, the Bishi had miscalculated. It was not confronting an ordinary foe, but rather the most formidable second-generation being of the celestial spirit realm. After all, it was merely a turtle, already possessing the Xingyue bloodline, which rendered it nothing more than a turtle. The young master was not mistaken. It sufficed for him not to recognize the truth. Why must he recklessly confront the blade? The wooden spirit laughed as it interjected. The reason the Bishi targeted the young Ling'er was simply that she had uttered the phrase "such a large turtle." Indeed, the Bishi possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, yet its appearance undeniably resembled that of a turtle, compounded by the lineage of the Xingyue clan within. Referring to it as a turtle was entirely reasonable, akin to addressing an elderly man without the respect of calling him grandfather, but rather simply old man. What could be more natural? Yet, the Bishi insisted on perceiving the term turtle as an affront to its true dragon heritage, thus seeking trouble. Imo-Ching and the others exchanged amused glances but remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the Bishi. At that moment, the once arrogant creature now wore a visage of sheer terror. Only it understood the depths of its regret, lamenting the trouble it sought due to a mere utterance of turtle. If only time could reverse, it would certainly choose to disregard Ling'er's words completely, perhaps even nodding in agreement. Alas, time cannot be reversed, and today it is destined for demise. Kill. A voice, both tender and weathered, emanated from the small gourd. As the words fell, the gourd surged forward, assaulting the Bishi. The lid of the gourd flew open, releasing beams of radiant light that enveloped the Bishi's massive form. Other divine artifacts joined the fray, The Tianqing chain, adorning Ling'er's neck, transformed into a serpent, swiftly binding the bishi like a dumpling. Moreover, it did not stop there. In addition, there exists the bracelet belonging to Ling'er, an artifact known as the God-binding lock, which similarly restrains the bishi, rendering it immobile. Moreover, there is the ancient, mottled copper coin worn around her ankle, the boundary coin, which, in conjunction with the small gourd, firmly suppresses the bishi, preventing it even from uttering a plea for mercy. Suddenly, with a flash of cold radiance, Ling'er wielded her black short dagger, piercing through the void directly at the bishi. It was unable to emit even a single cry of anguish. The creature's enormous head, filled with dread, hung low, its eyes, which had not yet closed in death, devoid of hatred or malice, but instead filled with regret and fear. Perhaps the bishi could never have imagined that its demise would be invoked by a mere utterance of turtle. Once the bishi was vanquished, the myriad artifacts returned to Ling'er. The fluidity and precision of their movements were reminiscent of well-trained warriors, causing Xingyue and the others to swallow hard in astonishment. Such a terrifying giant turtle met its end in the blink of an eye. Is this the true power of the artifacts possessed by Ling'er? Especially for Qing, who gazed at Ling'er's diminutive frame with an expression of trepidation. The bishi was no trivial foe, it was a being at the late stage of a mortal saint, possessing the formidable bloodlines of both the true dragon and the celestial turtle. Its strength was not in any way inferior to that of a half-step immortal emperor like herself. In a one-on-one confrontation, the outcome would be uncertain. Yet, before Ling'er and her artifacts, it perished in an instant, leaving not even a trace of residual soul. The sheer terror of it was overwhelming. Qing surmised that even if a mere early-stage celestial emperor were to arrive, the magical artifacts possessed by Ling'er could effortlessly annihilate them, even in the face of a mid-stage or even late-stage celestial emperor. The mere presence of the small gourd and its collection of divine implements would suffice to contend with such formidable foes. Chapter 134. The King, the Ancestor. The ancestor has been stewed. I desire to feast on the great tortoise. Suddenly, Ling'er spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Observing her seemingly harmless appearance, Qing, Ling, and the elder in ragged attire could not help but shudder, particularly Ling. It is worth noting that it had once engaged Ling'er in combat. Had it not been for the small gourd's belief that sparing her would be advantageous, it would have long since departed for the afterlife. Only Xingyue remained unfazed. For after accompanying Ling'er for so long, she had become accustomed to such scenes. Why aren't you hurrying up? Seeing the elder in ragged attire remain inactive, Ling kicked him irritably. All right, young master, please wait a moment. I shall attend to it right away. The elder, realizing the urgency, hastened to procure the bishi. Under ordinary circumstances, confronting a beast of such celestial caliber, even in death, would leave him powerless. However, during their time in the divine tomb, he had acquired a semi-divine artifact, making him more than capable of handling the bishi. Ling'er, are you all right? Xingyue stepped forward, expressing her concern. Sister. I'm fine. Sister, come here. Ling'er giggled, her petite form burrowing into Xingyue's embrace. Gazing at her adorable and innocent visage, Xingyue instantly donned a maternal smile. Meanwhile, Qing and Ling assisted the elder in his task, for the bishi was indeed a beast of celestial stature, whether flesh or bone. Both are commendable resources for cultivation. Little Ling'er only desires to consume meat, and naturally, their essence blood is of little consequence to her. With the diligent efforts of the three, the bishi was swiftly dismembered. Little master, this is the stone tablet, Qing said respectfully, presenting the shrunken stone tablet before little Ling'er. Taking a bit of essence blood is inconsequential, but this stone tablet is the most precious treasure from the bishi. And I dare not keep it for myself. I don't want it. It's not aesthetically pleasing, little Ling'er replied, shaking her head in distaste, clearly resistant to the offering. Hearing this, Qing could only smile wryly. If it were anyone else, they would regard such an object as more precious than life itself. Yet here, it was outright rejected. Sister, do you want it? I'll give it to you. Little Ling'er turned her gaze to Xingyue. Let it be bestowed upon this venerable one, Xingyue replied helplessly. At present, her cultivation was merely at the sacred realm. She had no idea how to utilize such a significant treasure extracted from a beast of the immortal sacred level, even if she understood its use. Her current cultivation would yield no benefit, merely attempting to use it might drain her completely. Furthermore, the process of refining it posed its own challenges. After all, this was an item of immortal sacred caliber, and her low level made it exceedingly difficult to refine. Thus, the stone tablet was most suitable for Qing. Upon hearing this, Qing cast a grateful glance in her direction. Indeed, she desired this stone tablet. Once refined, it could become a suppressive artifact, akin to the Jin Tian divine ability of the Xingyue clan. With this stone tablet, she would gain tremendous power. Her strength shall ascend to new heights. Indeed, dear elder sister, I shall grant you that. Little Ling'er replied with a cheerful smile, displaying no regard for the stone monument before her. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Given her status, should she desire it, acquiring not merely a celestial artifact but even an emperor-level treasure would be within her reach. Thank you, young master. Imoching quickly interjected. Please. Prepare the meat. I am famished. Little Ling'er gazed intently at the alchemic cauldron, patting her small belly. Eating surpasses all else. Very well. Imoching nodded earnestly, stowing away the stone tablet and proceeding to harness the primordial energy to activate the alchemic cauldron for Little Ling'er's feast. Meanwhile, Muling quietly refined the essence of the ancient turtle's blood nearby to enhance her cultivation. Simultaneously, within a submerged palace in the northern sea. Have we yet to locate the ancestor? A weary-looking middle-aged man inquired. Though he appeared human, his exposed skin was adorned with scales. We have not discovered the ancestor's whereabouts, my king. We only know that he has ventured towards Misty Isle. A crab spoke up from below. Alas. Does the ancestor still covet the divine flower of Misty Isle? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sighed heavily, expressing his resignation. What news from the Xingyue clan regarding the newly emerged relic? After a moment's pause, he asked. Sigh, my king. The ancestor of the Xingyue clan wishes to engage in dialogue with our ancestor of the Bishi clan. This implies that they will not consent to cooperation without meeting our ancestor. The large crab replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly. According to the records of my clan, that relic is indeed associated with the Kunping divine clan. Perhaps it contains one of the 7 divine gourd spirits. Now, with a multitude of humans arriving, the situation is quite dire. The Xingyue clan is even demanding to meet with the ancestor before cooperating. Have they lost their senses? He spoke with a mixture of anger and helplessness. The Xingyue clan, along with the Bishi clan, belongs to the 9 sons of the dragon. In the face of such circumstances, to insist on meeting the ancestor before collaboration is merely granting the human race more time and opportunity to plunder that relic. Your Majesty. If this continues, we should take matters into our own hands. The great crab expressed his dissatisfaction. In comparison to the Xingyue clan, the Bishi clan possesses greater strength. After all, the Bishi clan predominantly boasts the formidable bloodline of the celestial tortoise, enabling them to wield the divine ability known as celestial suppression with such prowess. Many from the Bishi clan can engage in battles across realms. As for the Xingyue clan, they are merely a hybrid of true dragons and fortune carps. Their singular advantage lies in their fortuitous nature, as the fortune carp clan is favored by the heavens. Those of this bloodline inherently possess an ethereal luck. In other words, those with the fortune carp bloodline are likely to experience better fortune. With this ability, they often achieve substantial gains when seeking treasures in the relics. The desire to collaborate stems from their perceived luck, maximizing potential rewards. Let us seek the ancestor. We must retrieve him first. The Bishi king rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Clearly, he too was quite exasperated with his own ancestor. General Xie, trouble is upon us, grave trouble. At that moment, a shrimp hurriedly rushed in. In its fervor, it stumbled and fell. What is causing such panic? Has your mother passed away? The crab shot him a disapproving glance, expressing its dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the shrimp demon beast's face displayed an unmistakable look of confusion. Speak. What is it? The king of Bishi gestured dismissively and continued. Yes. A scout has reported. Ancestor, the ancestor. The shrimp demon beast trembled as it spoke, struggling to articulate the rest of its words. Ancestor. The king of Bishi was taken aback, locking eyes with the shrimp demon beast. Speak. What has happened to the ancestor? Under its gaze, the shrimp demon beast trembled even more violently, yet it mustered the courage to say, the ancestor has been stewed by someone. Chapter 135, The Judicious King of Bishi, severing ties with the ancestor on the spot? What? The king of Bishi was momentarily stunned, as if his mind had momentarily stalled. The ancestor has been stewed. What a ludicrous claim. That being was of the celestial sage level, mastering the heavenly guardian divine art to an extraordinary degree. It is no exaggeration to say that even when faced with an early-stage celestial emperor, there was an 80% chance of escape. And now, stewed by someone. Not only he, but the large crab was equally taken aback by this revelation. The ancestor was the steadfast anchor of their Bishi clan, a terrifying existence that had endured for tens of millions of years. Now, stewed by someone. Absurd. The ancestor is a being of celestial sage caliber. How could anyone possibly stew them? After a moment, the large crab finally regained its composure and erupted in furious exclamations. With the strength of the ancestor, this was simply inconceivable. To obliterate it, one must possess at least the cultivation of a mid-stage celestial emperor. Observing the current realm of celestial spirits, how many mid-stage celestial emperors are there? Furthermore, the 2 foremost powerhouses of the celestial spirit realm have previously engaged in a fierce battle. It can be asserted that among the celestial spirit realm today, The number of mid-stage celestial emperors can be counted on two hands. Such beings, whether from the human race or the demon race, are essentially ancient relics, often in seclusion for prolonged periods. They seldom emerge unless compelled by significant events, not to mention the mid-stage celestial emperors. It has been ages since any early-stage celestial emperors have been active in the North Sea or even in the celestial spirit realm. The location of Misty Island, situated in the North Sea domain, is a desolate place where not even a bird would alight. In such circumstances, how could the ancient ancestor of the Bishi be braised? General Xie, the intelligence relayed from our spies confirms this. The ancestor was braised by a 4 or 5-year-old child. The shrimp demon beast spoke with a distressed expression. It understood that this news was difficult to believe, yet it was the truth. A 4 or 5-year-old child. Both General Xie and King Bishi were left in a state of bewilderment once again. What kind of absurdity is this? The idea of the ancestor being braised is already incredulous, and to think it was accomplished by a mere child. How dare you spout such nonsense? General Xie was instantly incensed. A 4 or 5-year-old child braising an ancestor who has lived for millions of years. Utterly preposterous. But General Xie, this is precisely what our intelligence has reported. The shrimp demon beast replied with a pained expression. Its reaction upon receiving this news mirrored that of General Xie. After all, the esteemed ancestor of the Bishi clan is a being of celestial sanctity. How could a mere child of 4 or 5 years possibly have vanquished such a formidable entity? Nevertheless, it inquired of several informants, and the reports received were consistently alarming. One might dismiss a single claim as a mere fabrication. But when 2 or 3 sources corroborate the same dire news, it becomes irrefutable. Go and inspect the ancestor's soul pearl, commanded the Bishi king, his countenance shrouded in gloom. The ancestor is the bedrock of their lineage, the steadfast anchor in the North Sea. The demise of the ancestor poses an exceedingly perilous threat to the Bishi clan. For should this news proliferate, rival factions would undoubtedly descend upon them. General Xie nodded in agreement and promptly dispatched a crab to examine the soul pearl. The soul pearl serves as a vital emblem, containing a trace of the life force. Should it appear dim, it signifies that the soul imprint has perished. In short order, the crab hastened back, swallowing heavily before reporting, "General, the soul pearl of our ancestor has completely dimmed." At this proclamation, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire palace. While the shrimp demon might deceive, the soul pearl cannot lie. In other words, the ancestor has truly departed from this realm. Damn it, gather our forces. I shall uncover the identity of the one who dared to slay our ancestor. General Xie roared, his fury palpable. Yet, before he could utter another word, the Bishi king sharply interjected, "Silence. The ancestor is a being of celestial sanctity, a master of the heavenly suppression technique. In light of this, how could the ancestor have been vanquished? What means do you possess to exact vengeance?" After absorbing these words, General Xie fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, the ancient ancestor is a being of celestial sanctity, wielding the formidable heaven's suppression divine ability, capable of contending even with those on the brink of becoming celestial emperors. Yet now, this venerable being has met its demise at the hands of another. This stark reality speaks volumes about the terror of that individual. What shall we do then? Must we simply feign ignorance? General Xie, with a hint of helplessness, interjected. That ancestor has sheltered them for millions of years. It is inconceivable to remain silent in the face of such an event. Naturally, we cannot act as if we are oblivious. The Bishi king rubbed his temples, casting a glance at the shrimp demon beast. Are you certain it was vanquished by a mere child, no older than 4 or 5? Meeting his gaze, the shrimp demon beast nodded emphatically. Upon witnessing this, the Bishi king inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Summon my blade," he bellowed suddenly. "Your Majesty, you..." General Xie exclaimed in shock, turning his gaze towards the Bishi king. Is he truly intending to seek retribution? Indeed, the king remains undaunted, unperturbed by the formidable nature of the adversary. As this thought crossed his mind, a profound respect welled up in General Xie's eyes. The Bishi king cast a glance at him but remained silent. Soon, a massive 9-ring broadsword was brought forth by several crabs. This blade, a treasure of the Bishi king, had been nurtured in the primordial spiritual spring for eons. "My ancestor, forgive me." Grasping the 9-ring broadsword, the Bishi king murmured in a tone audible only to himself. "Gather the troops, and let us march forth to seek vengeance alongside the king." Witnessing the Bishi king brandishing his treasured artifact, General Xie spoke with urgency. Having followed the Bishi king for many years, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This treasure, once unleashed, will surely draw blood. Silence. Who claims we are to launch an assault? As General Xie's words echoed, the king of Bishi cast a fierce glare in response. Even our ancestors have been simmered down. What purpose do we serve in this? Are we merely to add dishes to the feast? "Ah, Your Majesty, you..." General Xie was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion as he gazed at the king of Bishi. What need is there for an offensive to acquire the treasure? Hadn't every previous acquisition involved a battle? Ancestors above, I, Bishi Lu, the fifth-generation leader of the Bishi clan, report to all esteemed ancestors. The fourth great ancestor has provoked an existence beyond our means to confront, and thus I find it impossible to avenge him. To preserve the lineage of our clan, I hereby decree the expulsion of the fourth great ancestor from the Bishi clan. Henceforth, he shall bear no further connection to our lineage. I shall sever flesh. The king of Bishi, wielding a grand blade, spoke with solemnity. Upon reaching this juncture, he seemed to reconsider the act of severing flesh, and thus shifted his words. I shall cut my robe as proof, thereby severing all ties between the fourth great ancestor and our clan. Let all esteemed ancestors bear witness. With that, his gaze turned fierce, and wielding the nine-ringed blade, he swiftly sliced a piece from his own long robe. In the aftermath, General Xie and the shrimp demon beast stood in stunned silence. Chapter 136, A Desperate Bid for Survival. The two demon beasts stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces as they regarded the king of Bishi. Their minds seemed to short-circuit in that moment. They had assumed that the king of Bishi had brought forth the treasure, nurtured for millennia, with the intent to seek vengeance upon the murderer. Yet now, good heavens, he is severing ties with the fourth great ancestor and expelling him from the Bishi clan. What on earth is happening? General Xie and the shrimp demon beast pondered, both of them seriously doubting whether there was something amiss with their hearing. After all, they had served under King Bishi for over 1,000,000 years and were well acquainted with his character, decisive in battle, a general of iron will. He would never allow the Bishi clan to suffer even the slightest oppression. It was precisely for this reason that King Bishi held immense prestige within the clan, revered as a hero by nearly every member, not only in words but in their hearts as well. Yet now, what is the situation? The fourth ancestor, who had protected the Bishi clan for tens of millions of years, has been boiled alive. Not only is there no vengeance sought, but he has also severed ties and expelled him from the Bishi clan? What madness! My king, did you perhaps misspeak? After a long pause, General Xie finally regained his composure and uttered in bewilderment. The shrimp demon beast nodded in agreement. However, meeting their gaze, King Bishi solemnly shook his head and replied, I have not misspoken, nor have you. From this moment forth, he began slowly. Pausing dramatically as if struck by a sudden realization, he continued, No, since 10,000 years ago, the fourth ancestor has already severed ties with our clan, completely renouncing his affiliation. What? Stunned, the shrimp demon beast and General Xie were left in utter disbelief. Has our clan truly severed ties with the fourth ancestor since 10,000 years ago? Wasn't this what you just declared? The two demon beasts exchanged glances, both astonished and dazed. My king, the fourth ancestor has safeguarded our clan for tens of millions of years. General Xie spoke with a hint of anger. What difference is there between this and directly selling the fourth ancestor? I understand. It is no longer our fourth ancestor. It has a name, Bihue. The sixth elder of Bishi nodded calmly and spoke earnestly. Your Majesty. General Xie was completely taken aback. Were it not for his trepidation, he would have rushed forward to test the forehead of King Bishi to ascertain whether he had fallen ill for making such a treasonous decision. I know what you wish to say, but have you even considered the situation? King Bishi snorted coldly. General Xie looked at him in confusion. A mere child of 4 or 5 years managed to stew Bihue. Either she is an ancient being, a terrifying powerhouse at the mid or late stages of the Immortal Emperor, or she is a princess from a formidable faction, accompanied by protectors of similar strength. In either case, she is not someone our Bishi clan can provoke. Under his gaze, King Bishi slowly began to speak. If we do not sever ties with Bihue, are we to seek vengeance? In the face of such an existence, no matter how many of us there are, we would merely be adding ingredients to their feast. Currently, we must not contemplate how to punish the one who has stewed our ancestor, but rather consider how we might quell their wrath should they come seeking us. Do you understand? After silently listening, General Xie fell silent. Indeed, a 4 or 5-year-old child capable of stewing our ancestor is either an overwhelmingly powerful entity or the descendant of such a being. Bihue was indeed the most formidable warrior of the Bishi clan. Now that the strongest force has been vanquished, what means do they possess to wage war? Remember, if the enemy comes knocking, declare that Bihue was already disavowed by our clan 10,000 years ago. Do you comprehend? The Bishi king, though fierce in demeanor, spoke with trepidation. General Xie and the shrimp demon beast nodded silently, their spirits exceedingly low. Their ancestor had been defeated, and not only did they refrain from retaliation, but they also had to seek survival through humiliation. I understand your hearts are heavy, just as mine is. Yet we are not deities, and there are countless matters beyond our control. If you feel stifled, then devote yourselves to rigorous training and strive to grow stronger. Only in this way can our Bishi clan reclaim its voice. Do you understand? The Bishi king sighed in resignation. Such is the realm of cultivation. Weakness is the gravest sin. General Xie and the shrimp demon beast nodded solemnly. As for the ruins, let our clan relinquish any claim to them. The Bishi king continued. Without our ancestor, even if they were to acquire treasures from the ruins, they would be unable to safeguard them. It is wiser to conserve our strength and gradually develop in seclusion. Understood, General Xie and the shrimp demon beast replied with resolute nods. Yet, if they were to learn that their ancestor had perished merely from being called a big turtle, their hearts would surely swell with a peculiar mix of emotions. On the grand vessel, Xiaoling'o gazed longingly at the immortal refining cauldron, saliva pooling at her lips, utterly unaware that within it simmered the remains of the Bishi clan's venerable ancestor. So fragrant, so delectable, she exclaimed, nearly drooling as she fixated on the cauldron. Do not fret, Ling'er, it will be ready shortly, the Xingyue said gently, caressing her little head with a tender smile. However, it must be said, the aroma is indeed exquisite. Even she felt her appetite stirring. Yet, Li Xingyue was well aware that such delicacies were far beyond her reach. After all, they belonged to a celestial realm. With her current cultivation at the holy realm, she dared not touch it, not even a sip of the broth. All right, young master, Mo Qing said, retracting her source power. Her voice tinged with fatigue. Clearly, she had exerted herself to ensure that Ling'o could enjoy her meal sooner. Let's eat some meat. Upon hearing that it was time to feast, Ling'o sprang to her feet, quickly retrieving a short knife and fork to begin carving the meat from the cauldron. This is for my sister, this is for the dog, this is for the grandfather, and this is for the big sister. She did not keep it all for herself, but instead sliced off several pieces and placed them before Li Xingyue and the others. Gazing at the delectable feast, Li Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the elderly man exchanged glances, their faces adorned with wry smiles. They felt a sense of helplessness. After all, the dish contained source power. A single bite would likely overwhelm them. Sister, why aren't you eating? And what about the dog and the grandfather? Don't you like meat? Ling'o inquired with confusion. Looking at the trio, upon hearing her words, their expressions were filled with wry smiles. It was not that they disliked it, but rather that they dared not indulge. Do not worry, I will help you suppress the source power within. Once consumed, you may gradually refine it at your own pace. Having followed the young master for so long, it is time for your cultivation to advance, a voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the three, belonging to Hong Yin. Indeed, thank you, young master, and my gratitude to you, esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, the old man in tattered clothes was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He disregarded his age, following the young girl purely for the sake of enhancing his cultivation. At this moment, the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 137. Entering Misty Island, the god-slaying flower with that. The old man seized the meat before him and devoured it voraciously, as if he had been starved for an eternity. Likewise, Mu Ling displayed an equally ravenous appetite. In contrast, Li Xingyue maintained a more composed and elegant demeanor while eating. As for Mo Qing, with her half-step Immortal Emperor cultivation, she could withstand the terrifying primal force within the flesh of the ancient Bishi without any assistance. Moments later, Li Xingyue's expression suddenly shifted as she looked up towards the heavens. Ling'er, I'm about to break through. Having accompanied Ling'o for so long, her cultivation had already ascended to the peak of the sacred realm. Now, the flesh of the ancient Bishi would facilitate her breakthrough to the Emperor's realm. Without waiting for Ling'o to respond, she soared into the sky. Boom. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and a layer of thunderclouds gathered above Li Xingyue. Facing the Emperor's thunder tribulation, her countenance remained unperturbed as she quietly drew her solitary sword. Come, she murmured softly. Boom. No sooner had her words left her lips than a thunder dragon, wielding the force to annihilate the heavens and earth, surged toward her. In the fleeting moment of brilliance, as the thunder dragon approached, Li Xingyue let out a gentle breath. Instantly, it seemed as though the entire realm was enveloped in the radiance of her sword. Silver light flickered, as if it were about to rend the very fabric of space itself. When the silver glow dissipated, the thunder dragon had vanished, and the ominous clouds in the sky had also dissipated. This girl has grown significantly stronger. With her current prowess, she could contend even against a late-stage deity. The wit spirit gazed at Li Xingyue, who stood amidst the heavens, embracing the baptism of the cosmos, and spoke with admiration. What a splendid display of ephemeral brilliance. The elder in the robe of hemp openly expressed his awe. The ephemeral brilliance was the solitary move of the solitary blossom sword technique that Li Xingyue had acquired. This entire sword technique comprises but a single move, one capable of astonishing an era. Sister, you're amazing, little Ling'o exclaimed, her lips glistening with oil as she extended her chubby hand to give Li Xingyue a thumbs up. Not at all, sister must thank you, Li Xingyue replied as she returned to the ship, tenderly wiping away the grease smudged on little Ling'er's mouth. Were it not for little Ling'er, the question of survival, let alone obtaining the cloud's inheritance, would have been a formidable dilemma. Hee, sister, let us cuddle. Little Ling'o grinned widely, burrowing into her embrace and nuzzling against her chest. So soft, so comfortable. As she snuggled, she spoke innocently. Hearing this, Li Xingyue's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. After all, she was still a young maiden. Young master, I too shall strive for a breakthrough now. Me too. Wood Spirit chimed in alongside the elder in the hemp robe. With that, both vanished into the void. Embarking on their tribulations. The Ascension tribulation was naturally several times more terrifying than Li Xingyue's deity-level thunder tribulation. Yet, both of them possessed half-artifacts, rendering the daunting Ascension tribulation a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, they successfully traversed their tribulations. The elder in the robe of hemp ascended to the 4th tribulation realm, while Wood Spirit achieved the 8th tribulation realm. Thank you for the grace, young master. Two individuals approached Ling'er, respectfully speaking. Without Ling'er present, how arduous their journey to achieve today's accomplishment had been. Hiki, it's nothing, Ling'er waved her hand, seemingly flustered by their demeanor. Observing this, Mu Ling and the elderly Mai exchanged simple smiles. Time passed quietly, and 3 days slipped by unnoticed. Young master. We should be entering the Misty Island region now, Mo Qing, responsible for steering the vessel, remarked after casting a glance ahead. Following her gaze, they found that the sea was no longer visible. A thick haze enveloped their surroundings, leaving nothing but fog in sight. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. As if it were a realm of silence, a somewhat uncanny stillness. Indeed, spiritual perception proved futile. The elderly Mai, slightly taken aback, took over the conversation. Although he had long been aware of the fog's ability to obscure spiritual perception, witnessing it firsthand still left him astonished. Mu Ling beside him felt the same. Is that the island ahead? Xiaoling'o leaned against the ship's railing, her toes lightly poised, stretching her neck to peer forward. The island ahead? Mo Qing and the others exchanged astonished glances. Could Xiaoling'o see through the mist? However, they quickly realized the explanation. The Eye of Breaking Spirit. The tree man had previously mentioned that this secret technique of the heavenly spirit's forbidden land possessed the extraordinary ability to see through everything. Xiaoling'o could see the island ahead undoubtedly due to the Eye of Breaking Spirit. Young master, you may need to guide us from here on. Mo Qing said with a hint of resignation, for she lacked the Eye of Breaking Spirit, and her spiritual perception was ineffective. To enter the mist is akin to being blindfolded like a bee. Whether they can reach the island remains uncertain. Thus, to navigate smoothly to the island, the guidance of Xiaoling'o is essential. All right, Xiaoling'o beamed, nodding her head enthusiastically, and then, in a sweet voice, exclaimed, let us set off. That way. She pointed in a direction, and Mo Qing naturally followed her lead. After advancing for the duration of an incense stick, they finally beheld solid ground. However, the expressions of the group were somewhat grim, for their cultivation had regressed. The weakest among them, Li Xingyue, could barely exert the power of the nascent soul realm. As for the elder Mai and the Wood Spirit, they had descended to the Emperor's realm. Even Mo Qing, who had previously been at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, found his cultivation reduced to the Immortal Sovereign realm. The terror of this place was evident. If they continued further, they might truly become ordinary mortals. Little master, why are you unaffected? Suddenly, Mo Qing looked at Xiaoling'o in disbelief and inquired. Xiaoling'o, possessing the cultivation of the Immortal King realm, still maintained her level. This was perplexing. Logically, she should have regressed at least 3 or even 4 realms. What influence are you under? Xiaoling'o tilted her head, gazing at Mo Qing with confusion. Why has the power within you diminished? After a brief moment, Mo Qing slowly responded. I don't know, Xiaoling'o replied innocently. All right, Mo Qing sighed with a bitter smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us delve deeper, a voice suddenly resonated, belonging to Hong Yan. Mo Qing and the others nodded in agreement, no longer concerned about why Xiaoling'o remained unaffected. After all, this was a fortunate occurrence for them. They then hurried towards the center of the island, soon encountering a flower exuding an eerie mist. It was enormous, large enough to accommodate 5 adults comfortably. At the heart of the flower lay a massive opening, from which the mist was spewing forth the god-slaying flower. Suddenly, the primordial purple gold gourd flew out from Xiaoling'er's possession and spoke. The god-slaying flower? The group was momentarily taken aback, gazing at it in confusion. Meeting their inquisitive stares, the primordial purple gold gourd fell silent, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Chapter 138, The Second Little Gourd. The elder in the hemp garb is the spirit of the gourd? Aware that the primordial purple gold gourd had some memory gaps, the others did not press further, instead choosing to wait in quiet anticipation. I recall now, the god-slaying flower was cultivated by the Kuanping clan using the Yin-Yang divine gourd. This gourd is one of our 7. It possesses the extraordinary abilities of deprivation and bestowal. After a considerable pause, the primordial purple gold gourd finally spoke. The Yin-Yang divine gourd? Deprivation and bestowal? Mo Qing and the others were taken aback by this revelation. Master, are you implying that there exists one of the divine gourds here? Li Xingyue quickly grasped the implication, her voice filled with excitement. The abilities of the yin-yang divine gourd are precisely deprivation and bestowal. Does this not correspond perfectly to the two types of flowers on the island? The deprivation aligns with the god-slaying flower before them, which exudes mist that dissipates one's essence and abilities. The beast skin scroll obtained from Wang Guada's residence clearly documented that aside from the god-slaying flower, there exists another wondrous flower on this island capable of bestowing power to the mortal realm. That extraordinary flower perfectly corresponds to another ability of the yin-yang divine gourd. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others quickly realized the connection. Indeed, the two peculiar flowers on the island align harmoniously with the powers attributed to the divine gourd spoken of by the masses. Mo Qing's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as he spoke. Could it be that this is what they refer to as finding something effortlessly after a long and arduous search? It is indeed possible. The god-slaying flower can only be nurtured from the source of deprivation within the yin-yang divine gourd. The same holds true for the bestowal flower. The Hunyuan purple gold gourd interjected. Upon receiving this revelation, a wave of joy swept through the group. If they could indeed locate the yin-yang divine gourd, coupled with the mysterious information regarding Lord Wang's hidden domain, alongside the Hunyuan purple gold gourd, it would be tantamount to having discovered 3 gourds already. The prospect of gathering all 7 gourds seemed remarkably feasible. Wow, are there other smaller gourds here? Where? Little Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Xingyue and the others silently turned their gaze towards the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. When it came to devising a plan to locate the yin-yang divine gourd, none could surpass the wisdom of the Hunyuan purple gold gourd, given that it is a kindred spirit, sharing the same origin as the yin-yang divine gourd. The yin-yang divine gourd has the ability to spawn 2 divine flowers, one being the god-slaying flower before you, and the other being the bestowal flower. Let us venture to the realm of the bestowal flower, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd suggested. The group nodded in agreement. Under little Ling'er's guidance, they soon beheld the magnificent bestowal flower, a colossal blue blossom, its size tenfold that of the god-slaying flower, standing before the bestowal flower. Mo Qing and his companions felt as insignificant as tiny ants. As for Ling'er, she appeared minuscule and almost negligible before the divine flower. My friends, what should we do now? Mo Qing withdrew his gaze from the divine flower and focused on the primordial purple gold gourd. The others followed suit. Yin and Yang, are you present in this world? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the primordial purple gold gourd vibrated with a low hum, addressing the divine flower. This. Mo Qing and the others were momentarily taken aback. Could this be the method of inquiry? How utterly realistic. However, after a considerable pause following the gourd's utterance, there was no response. Yin and Yang, I am the primordial. Are you there? The primordial purple gold gourd called out once more. Mo Qing and his companions silently observed the unfolding events. Who dares to call upon me? At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Yet, Xingyue and the others were utterly bewildered, for the speaker was none other than the elder in a tattered robe. Goodness, you. The moment the elder's voice was heard, Mu Ling, standing beside him, was so startled that every hair on her body stood on end, and she instantly leaped away. You are Yin and Yang. The primordial purple gold gourd flew towards the elder, its tone laced with disbelief. What? At this revelation, both Xingyue and Mu Ling were left dumbfounded. Could it be that the elder in a tattered robe is the spirit of the Yin and Yang divine gourd? Yet, faced with the gourd's inquiry, the elder remained silent for an extended period. The atmosphere grew starkly still. Why are you all looking at me like that? After a prolonged silence, the elder spoke, his expression one of confusion. HM? Observing his bewildered demeanor, the crowd was left in a state of perplexity. What is happening here? Do you not recall the events that transpired moments ago? The wooden spirit gazed at the old man in astonishment and inquired, What is it? Meeting his gaze, the old man, perplexed, responded with a question of his own. After listening, Mo Qing and the others exchanged glances. Yin and Yang, awaken. The Hunyuan purple gold gourd suddenly trembled, admonishing the old man. Who dares to call me old man? In the next moment, a familiar yet foreign voice emanated once more from the old man's lips, and his entire demeanor shifted. If the previous old man had been a blend of absurdity and cunning, now he exuded an aura of maturity and authority. You are indeed Yin and Yang. The Hunyuan purple gold gourd replied incredulously. Does this mean they have long since located the yin-yang divine gourd? Yet, no one has noticed, not even Hong Yan, the chief divine artifact. Yin and Yang? What do you speak of, my lord? The old man responded, his expression turning distinctly bewildered. No, do you genuinely not remember? The wooden spirit looked at him, incredulous. Remember what? What is with all your expressions? The old man scratched his head, utterly at a loss. A dual soul in one body, the yang prevails while the yin wanes, suppressing the divine formation. Just then, Hong Yin suddenly emerged from Ling'er, hovering before the old man. As she spoke, she transformed into a stunning woman clad in a red dress, resembling a cold and exquisite flower from the other shore. My lord, what is this? The old man gazed at Hong Yin in utter confusion, his face a canvas of uncertainty, while the others also turned their attention towards her. You were originally a dual soul entity, yet a suppression array has been laid upon you, sealing away one of your divine essences. I ask you, have you ever experienced awakening from slumber only to find yourself in an unfamiliar place? Hong Yin's gaze was profound as it fixed upon the aged figure of the elder in the patchwork robes. Others around could not help but direct their attention towards him. Indeed, I have encountered such occurrences on several occasions. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the elder in patchwork robes nodded solemnly. How intriguing. This island represents your essence. Yet you, as a spirit, have been subjected to nefarious means, thrust into the realm of true spirits, taking on a human form. Such audacity. Even I failed to perceive it. With a light chuckle, Hong Yin extended a hand and gently tapped the elder's brow. In an instant, the space around them shimmered with visible ripples. Subsequently, an 8 trigrams diagram materialized upon the elder's forehead. Strangely, within this diagram, a diminutive figure, identical to the elder, emerged. Hong Yin cast a glance at the small figure, let out a soft exhale, and reached out with claw-like fingers, attempting to extract it from the 8 trigrams. Just then, a tremor erupted from above Hong Yin, as a terrifying white flame surged forth through the mist, aiming to strike the little spirit down as if to deliver a fatal blow. Who dares? Hong Yin exhaled softly, her body flickering as she appeared before the little spirit. She then extended a finger, causing the void to tremble with a resounding hum. A clash of red and white erupted in the air, generating waves of energy that swept away the surrounding mist, creating a vacuum. Hong Yin's form staggered back half a step. Who is it? It gazed upon the side of the white explosion and commanded. Yet, its words elicited no response. This is bad. The old man in the hemp robe has vanished. At that moment, the wood spirit spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the spot where the old man had stood, only to find it completely empty. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped them all. What a clever ruse of misdirection. The assailant, seemingly intent on harming little Ling'er, was, in truth, preventing the red-haired figure from extracting another fragment of the old man's soul and taking it away. Could it be the shadow tree? The wood spirit's voice broke the tense silence. Not it. I did not sense a trace of the tree spirit's aura. The one who struck is someone else. Their cultivation level is at least that of a demigod. The red-haired figure stated solemnly. What? Chapter 139, The Innate Divine Root. Imo-Ching, Xingyue, and the wood spirit were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. A half-step demigod? Besides the shadow tree, are there truly others of such caliber in this world? I must conduct a thorough examination of you three. Suddenly, the red-haired figure's gaze fell upon them, declaring. Meeting the intensity of her gaze, the three were momentarily stunned. The one who acted did so when I attempted to extract that fellow's phantom soul. Do you believe this to be mere coincidence? The red-haired figure stated, her voice steady. At her words, Xingyue and the others felt a tremor course through them, eliciting goosebumps all over. Coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? It was neither early nor late, but precisely when the soul was to be extracted that the attack occurred. This cannot possibly be a coincidence. If it is not a coincidence, this indicates that all their movements are under the watchful gaze of that enigmatic powerhouse. Only in this manner could the mysterious figure intervene at such a critical moment to halt Hong Yin. Thus, it can be inferred that since the elder of the Ma'i has been accompanying Ling'er, they have been ensnared in the surveillance of a certain demigod. However, the other party has remained elusive, not revealing the slightest clue until just now, when they were compelled to act and expose themselves. Analyzing this situation, the elder of the Ma'i has become a mere pawn, strategically placed beside Ling'er, one that even Hong Yin could not perceive. Contemplating this, a chill of apprehension crept over Xingyue and her companions. Had they not arrived here, leading to the elder's exposure, he would have become the most intimate weapon against Ling'er. At a critical juncture, this weapon could undoubtedly pose a lethal threat to her. Senior, please, Xingyue said, embodying unwavering confidence. Hong Yin merely nodded, her gaze sweeping over Xingyue. In that instant, Xingyue felt as though every aspect of her being was laid bare. No problem. After a brief pause, Hong Yin shifted her attention to Mu Ling. My lord, please. Mu Ling offered no further commentary, and Hong Yin refrained from unnecessary words. Meticulously investigating Mu Ling's condition, what should have taken merely a fleeting glance extended far longer, as Hong Yin fixated intently on Mu Ling. Upon witnessing this, Xingyue and Imo-Ching exchanged a concerned glance. Could it be that Mu Ling, like the elder of the Ma'i, was a pawn placed beside Ling'er by someone? My lord, this. The wooden spirit, under the intense gaze of Hong Yin, was drenched in cold sweat, even reverting to its original form resembling a diminutive old man. And Hong, what is the matter? Perhaps sensing Hong Yin's prolonged silence, Ling'er could no longer contain her curiosity. Little master, it possesses an innate divine root, Hong Yin replied, regaining her composure. Innate divine root? Imo Qing and Li Xingyue murmured softly, their faces etched with confusion. What could that possibly be? Head sister, you are not mistaken. It indeed harbors an innate divine root. Before Hong Yin could elaborate, the Hunyuan purple gold gourd interjected, its tone laced with astonishment, as if something monumental had transpired. See for yourself. Hong Yin nodded gently, extending her hand to touch the wooden spirit. A soft humming sound resonated, and the wooden spirit's entire form became translucent, as if it had suddenly transformed into a being of water. At the center of its transparent forehead, there appeared a vivid, root-like entity, slender as a worm and approximately 1 inch in length. Is it truly an innate divine root? The Hunyuan purple gold gourd was utterly astounded, even morphing into a humanoid shape that resembled an anthropomorphized radish. My esteemed lords, what is this? The wooden spirit, under the scrutinizing gazes of Hong Yin and the Hunyuan purple gold gourd, was completely flustered, its voice quivering with trepidation. Wow, little puppy. You actually possess an innate divine root. Suddenly, Xiaoling'er exclaimed in astonishment. At this, Imo Qing and Li Xingyue instinctively turned their attention towards her, clearly eager to understand what this innate divine root was. It is truly astonishing that even the primordial purple gold gourd feels a sense of shock. Young master, what exactly is an innate divine root? Furthermore, I am unwaveringly loyal to you, the wood spirit said with a pained expression, speaking up first. My father once mentioned that the innate divine root is the foundation for the celestial spirits to evolve into innate deities. Only those celestial spirits who possess an innate divine root within them can ascend to become innate deities, the little Ling'er chimed in cheerfully. Innate deities? The trio with spirit, Imo Qing and Li Xingyue, exchanged bewildered glances. Celestial spirits receive the blessings of heaven and earth to transcend to the true God realm. They do not require the primordial purple qi. It suffices to possess an innate divine root within. In the days to come, as long as you do not face annihilation, you shall undoubtedly become an existence akin to the primordial, Hong Yin added, observing their reactions. Upon hearing this, the three of them were left both astounded and perplexed. If that is the case, does it mean that Wood Spirit possesses the potential of a true god? I will inevitably become a true god in the future. Wood Spirit exclaimed in shock and disbelief. A true god, an entity that transcends all beings in the realm of immortals. Could it be that I possess such extraordinary potential? As long as you do not perish, you will surely become an innate deity in the future, Hong Yin affirmed with a gentle nod. Splendid. This is wonderful. Wood Spirit, in a fit of uncontainable excitement, began to speak incoherently. Head sister, something feels amiss. The true spirit realm is merely a lost world with scant primordial power. How could it possibly give rise to celestial spirits endowed with innate divine roots? Even in our era of abundant origins, the celestial spirits endowed with innate divine roots are exceedingly rare. The primordial purple gold gourd gazed at the Wood Spirit, who was in a frenzied state, and spoke softly, filled with perplexity. While it is true that celestial spirits are granted favor by the heavens, those possessing innate divine roots are exceptionally scarce. During the age of ancient spirits, such beings emerged only once every 100,000 years. After all, possessing such a root is akin to being inherently bestowed with the primordial purple aura. If it were a common occurrence, the world would already be populated with celestial spirits. Celestial spirits endowed with innate divine roots were notably rare even during the flourishing age of ancient spirits, let alone in this era, where the divine realm has become nothing more than a legend. Furthermore, the Wood Spirit was born in the realm of true spirits. In a world where the primal source of power is exceedingly scarce, it seems implausible to conceive of a celestial spirit with innate divine roots. This is precisely where my confusion lies. Not to mention the realm of true spirits, even the celestial spirit realm could not possibly give rise to such a being. After all, one can sense that in this current age, the primal source of power has weakened to a point nearing extinction. In our era, such a condition would be deemed the end of an age of law. How could a lost world like the realm of true spirits produce such a celestial spirit? Hong Yin, equally bewildered, interjected. Senior, are you suggesting that? Li Xingyue, who had been silently listening, took over the conversation. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the Wood Spirit, who was lost in a state of ecstatic frenzy. Could it be that even this fellow has been deliberately placed beside Xiaoling'er? I cannot be certain, yet it is better to err on the side of caution, especially concerning the safety of our young master. Presently, there are but two paths available to him. The first is to leave a mark on the young master's soul, thus completely entrusting his fate to her. The second is death. Hong Yin shook his head decisively, understanding the necessity of ruthless action. Mu Ling had been by Xiaoling'er's side for quite some time, privy to far too many secrets, the truth about Bai Yunyan, Xiaoling'er's mother, and the fact that Lu Ming was currently in seclusion. Furthermore, he was aware of those closely associated with Ling'er. Any of this information, should it leak, would be profoundly detrimental to her. Now, with the emergence of the old man in the coarse robe, Hongyan could not allow Mu Ling, a volatile element, to continue existing. Thus, the decision was clear. He must not be recognized as a master, and he must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Xingyue and Imoqing could not suppress a shudder. It must be noted that Mu Ling had been with Ling'er for a considerable time. While he may not have contributed in glory, his efforts were not insignificant. The thought of extinguishing him was undeniably cruel. However, from Ling'er's perspective, it was entirely justified. For if Mu Ling were to depart, no one could guarantee the actions he might take. Were they in Hongyan's position? They too would undoubtedly act similarly to protect Ling'er's safety. As for Mu Ling, Hongyan had no inclination to speculate on the thoughts of Xingyue and Imoqing. His gaze remained fixed upon him. Upon hearing his voice, Mu Ling immediately composed himself and respectfully addressed Hongyan. My lord. Hongyan gently nodded in acknowledgement. Before Mu Ling could speak, she continued, Mu Ling, you now face two choices. First, to utterly submit to the young master. Second, death. The merciless words rendered Mu Ling momentarily stunned. To refuse allegiance meant death? It glanced at Ling'er, then at Hongyan, and finally let out a long sigh. To claim it felt no emotion would be untrue. After all, having accompanied Ling'er for so long, it had indeed been a steadfast servant. During their travels, Ling'er had often ridden upon its back. Now, hearing Hongyan's resolute and cold-hearted declarations, how could its heart remain at ease? However, having existed for tens of thousands of years, Mu Ling was no longer a hot-blooded youth prone to impulsive actions. With age came wisdom, and it understood why Hongyan spoke such callous words. At the very least, compared to those who would force it into submission, Hongyan exhibited a semblance of gentleness. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have compelled it to acknowledge them as master upon their very first meeting. Contemplating this, Mu Ling nodded and said, I shall heed the young master's commands. Acknowledging Ling'er as its master seemed acceptable. Now, it fully comprehended Ling'er's background. Her mother was one of the great figures of the celestial spirit realm, while her father was shrouded in mystery and power. Ultimately, all spirits and beings in the world find their allegiance to a master, serving them in various capacities. Ling'er, with her innocent and lively demeanor, radiated joy. Coupled with her formidable lineage, recognizing such an individual as a master was far preferable to serving those with ruthless methods. Little master, imprint your soul upon it, Hongyan gently urged Ling'er. Such an act was quite unfavorable for Ling'er, for morally speaking. It could be seen as a heartless betrayal, akin to killing the donkey after it has finished its labor or dismantling the bridge after crossing. However, she was not a child. She would not disregard her own safety for the sake of some fleeting friendship. Yes, I will listen to Aunt Hong. Ling'er obediently nodded in understanding. Turning to the wooden spirit, she added, Little puppy, do not worry, I will treat you well. Very good indeed. The wooden spirit responded, its earlier gloom instantly dissipating into a smile. Such a master was indeed delightful. Without further ado, it summoned its own life soul. The life soul is one of the three souls of a person, governing their existence. Even if the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and seven spirits were to disperse, as long as the life soul remains, one can continue to exist. Like the solitary cloud, it is but a remnant of life lingering in the world. Ling'er nodded, waving her small hand to gently touch the wooden spirit's life soul. In an instant, an imprint resembling a small head appeared on the life soul, perfectly mirroring Ling'er's likeness. From that moment on, the life and death of the wooden spirit lay within her thoughts. The wooden spirit, acknowledging its master, bowed respectfully and declared, From this moment forth, I truly recognize you as my master. Hee, good little puppy, Ling'er giggled, affectionately patting the wooden spirit's head. Her charming and gentle demeanor, however, elicited a wry smile from the wooden spirit. After all, it was nearly 100,000 years old, comforted by a little girl of merely 4 or 5 years. In her heart, she pondered but refrained from uttering any words. Transforming once more into the form of a small dog. Although you are the one chosen by the master, I must still conduct my inspection. At that moment, Hongyan's gaze fell upon Imoqing as she spoke. This matter is of utmost importance. Not a single detail can be overlooked. My lord, please. Imoqing nodded earnestly, displaying no hint of resistance. Without further ado, Hongyan's eyes glimmered as she surveyed Imoqing thoroughly. After a brief moment, she withdrew her gaze. Clearly, like Xingyue, Imoqing posed no issue. Her gaze then settled upon the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. Since we have encountered the Yin-Yang divine gourd, it is impossible for us to remain indifferent. I have discerned that this island is, in fact, the essence of the Yin-Yang divine gourd. Currently, the spirit of this artifact is under someone else's control, and I shall sever the connection between the two. You must assimilate the yin-yang divine gourd into your being, allowing it to become an integral part of you, she continued. The power of the yin-yang divine gourd lies in its ability to bestow and to strip away. Such a power is exceedingly rare. Since we have encountered it, how can we let it slip away? I shall heed the elder sister's words. The Hunyuan purple gold gourd nodded in agreement. Hong Yin ceased her discourse, transforming into a flash of red light that merged with the divine flower. After a considerable time, she emerged, her countenance visibly weary. Hunyuan, you may proceed. With that parting remark, Hong Yin reverted to her crimson robe, draping it over the small Ling'er. The little gourd also said nothing further, soaring into the divine flower to begin the process of merging with the sinister divine gourd. This is a process that requires time. Meanwhile, Ling'er and the others commenced their search for clues regarding Wang Guatu's son upon the island. Before long, they stumbled upon his skeletal remains. Indeed, it must be this individual, for the essence of that old man's bloodline lingers about him. Mo Qing examined the bones and spoke. He possesses something. Li Xingyue responded, her gaze drawn to the hand of the skeleton. Upon closer inspection, she observed that within the skeletal grasp lay a tightly wound piece of beast hide. Chapter 141. The ledger. Without hesitation, Mo Qing removed the item. Upon unfolding it, he discovered that the inscriptions were not in ancient beast script, but rather in the contemporary characters of the immortal spirit realm. Wang Tongji, Mo Qing murmured. A ledger? Li Xingyue remarked with a hint of surprise. In the true spirit realm, many individuals who cannot cultivate have a habit of keeping records. They often enjoy documenting amusing or extraordinary encounters on paper or bamboo slips. However, cultivators seldom engage in such practices, as their long lives afford them countless experiences. She had not anticipated that the son of Wang Guatu would possess a penchant for record-keeping. I wish to see, exclaimed Xiao Ling'er, evidently intrigued by such an item. Please, young master, Mo Qing said, promptly extending the ledger to her. Xiao Ling'er eagerly accepted it, engrossed in her reading. As she perused, she recited aloud, in the year 13,840 of the immortal spirit calendar. I have finally arrived at Misty Island. I am elated. If I can find the divine flower and receive more divine power, I shall be able to traverse the northern sea and explore the world beyond. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. The reason why Wang Guatu's son, Wang Tong, sought out Misty Isle was to acquire greater realm power through the divine flower and explore the world beyond the northern sea. This is indeed understandable, for the inhabitants of the fishing village lack the ability to traverse the skies with realm power. Their only means to venture beyond the northern sea is by boat. However, even for someone like Mo Qing, who is on the verge of becoming an immortal emperor, sailing out of the northern sea entails considerable peril. It is inconceivable for the villagers, who can only harness the strength of an immortal sovereign at best, to undertake such a journey. I had initially believed that finding the divine flower would allow me to escape the confines of the northern sea and witness the world beyond. Yet, I was gravely mistaken. My error was profound. He revealed to me that the northern sea is a prison, and the immortal spirit realm is likewise a cage. Astonishingly, we are all offerings to the Emperor of Shadow. Xiao Ling'er continued to recite. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others were momentarily stunned. We are all offerings to the Emperor of Shadow. What does this imply? Little master? Is there more? Mo Qing urgently inquired. Yes. He informed me that the Emperor of Shadow is orchestrating a grand scheme, a monumental plan. When the time is ripe, the immortal spirit realm will be annihilated, and the 3,000 worlds will also face obliteration. The Emperor of Shadow intends to usher in a new era, a new epic. Xiao Ling'er held the animal skin scroll and continued to read. A new era, a new epic? Mo Qing and Li Xingyue's brows furrowed in concern. Particularly perplexing is the identity of he. Is it the shadow god tree or the mysterious powerhouse who intervened earlier? Yet I am weary, truly exhausted. It turns out that the deity worshipped by our village for generations intends to use the entirety of the 3,000 worlds as offerings to inaugurate a new era. Xiao Ling'er, following the records on the animal skin scroll, spoke once more. Who is he, young master? Mo Qing asked softly. Who could possibly know the schemes of the Shadow Emperor? Big sister, let me take a look, Xiao Ling'er replied with a playful grin, not lifting her head. After saying this, her little eyes scanned the animal skin scroll intently. Wow, it's Stinky Daddy, she exclaimed moments later. At this revelation, both Mo Qing and Li Xingyue paused in surprise. Lu Ming? They quickly leaned forward to examine the scroll. There. Xiao Ling'er had found the inscription. He is the elder who once saved our village. His name is Lu Ming. This. Mo Qing and Li Xingyue exchanged glances, realizing the implications. So, Lu Ming knows the plans of the Shadow Emperor? It seems the master often ventures out to investigate these matters. Suddenly, the voice of Hong Yin echoed, You need not concern yourselves with this, since the master is aware. He will make appropriate arrangements. Both Li Xingyue and Mo Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Buzz. At that moment, the entire mist island began to tremble. The enormous divine flower gradually withered, transforming in an instant into a dead blossom. Not only that, but the god-slaying flowers on the island met the same fate. Soon, every flower on Mist Island had withered away. Big sister, I've succeeded. The little gourd exclaimed joyfully as it flew to Ling'er's shoulder. Have you acquired the abilities of deprivation and bestowal? Hongyan immediately inquired. Of course, the little gourd replied. As it spoke, a streak of light shot forth, landing on the wood spirit. Instantly, the wood spirit's cultivation began to plummet dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the wood spirit transformed completely into a mortal. The wood spirit's face twitched, feeling a deep sense of anguish. How could this happen to me? Then, another streak of light shot forth from the small gourd, landing upon Li Xingyue. In an instant, Li Xingyue's cultivation surged dramatically, soaring from the nascent soul realm directly to the fourth tribulation realm. Senior, what is this? Li Xingyue exclaimed, astonished by the overwhelming power coursing through her. This scene epitomized both the act of deprivation and bestowal, stripping one of their cultivation and endowing it upon another. However, it merely represented a transient enhancement of one's power, capable of lasting no more than half an hour, the small gourd clarified. Upon hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but gasp in awe. Even if it was merely a method for a temporary surge in cultivation, it was still exceedingly formidable. Especially when facing opponents of greater strength. Utilizing such a capability could swiftly turn the tide of battle. It's not as simple as you think. The stronger the individual, the weaker the power of deprivation becomes, the small gourd added, seemingly perceiving their thoughts. The trio nodded in understanding. Indeed, if there were no limitations, it would be utterly outrageous to encounter a divine realm expert and simply strip them of their cultivation to augment one's own. Let us return. Hongyan finally spoke. Everyone nodded in agreement. This journey had not been without its rewards. They had obtained the yin-yang divine gourd and revealed the pawn known as the Elder Mai. Soon, the group made their way back to the ship. And the entire misty island seamlessly merged into the primordial purple gold gourd. After spending 3 more days, they returned to the fishing village. Since the revelation of Xiaoling's identity, the villagers welcomed the trio with open arms, promptly arranging a grand feast. It was only after the banquet concluded that they made their way to Wang Guoda's home. Alas, upon seeing the remains of his son, Wang Guoda appeared to have anticipated the tragedy. He refrained from wailing, his eyes reddened as he sighed deeply. Old man, please accept my condolences, Li Xingyue offered in comfort. Do not grieve too deeply, Ling'er echoed gently. It is all right. I have long reconciled myself to this outcome. Thank you, young lord, for helping me recover my child's remains, Wang Guoda said, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, as he produced a parchment made of animal hide. Chapter 142. Has the Dark Emperor perished? Having received the item, the group did not disturb Wang Guoda in his sorrow but instead proceeded to the village chief's residence. They unfurled the parchment on the table, revealing 3 prominent characters. Exile Island. Have you truly been to this place? The village chief inquired. His brow furrowed in disbelief as he gazed at the inscription. Grandfather village chief, what is this place? Xiaoling'o asked, resting her chin on her hands, seemingly bored. In response, young lord, the tales within the village suggest that Exile Island was once a prison for the divine beings. The chief replied with a serene smile. The journey there will take at least 10 days. In light of her gaze, the village chief continued. A 10-day journey equates to traversing another sea. However, this poses no significant challenge for Ling'er and her companions. It is merely a journey of 10 days. Just as the village chief's words faded, the Qianquan bracelet on her wrist suddenly began to tremble. Furrowing her brow, she extended her consciousness into the storage bracelet. There, she beheld a copper plate vibrating incessantly. This was a unique communication token of the Chaos Sea, a total of 108 pieces, held by the lords of 72 outer islands and 36 inner island star masters. The copper plate's agitation signified that either an island lord or a star master from the Chaos Sea was attempting to contact her. Filled with curiosity, Mo Qing summoned the copper plate. With a gentle touch, she infused a trace of primordial power into it. Instantly, a flash of white light emerged, and an elder's phantom materialized from the plate. This elder was one of those who had accompanied Xiaoling'o to the true spirit realm. Also the master of Tianman Star among the 36 star masters. Lu Yu, what is it that you seek from me? Has something significant occurred? Mo Qing inquired. Her brow slightly furrowed. Tianman Star, responsible for intelligence gathering among the 36 inner islands, served as the eyes of the Chaos Sea. With its network extending throughout the immortal spirit realm, even infiltrating the heavenly Dao Palace. His outreach must indicate that he had gathered some vital news. Is the young master safe? Tianman Star's phantom did not answer directly but posed a question in return. Mo Qing glanced at Xiaoling'o, whose wide, curious eyes were fixed on the phantom of Tianman Star. and nodded in response. Safe. What is the matter? A momentous event has transpired. One that should bring us great joy, Tianman Star's phantom declared. Great joy? The listeners were momentarily taken aback. But the master has emerged from seclusion. Imo Qing suddenly realized and exclaimed with great delight. If Lu Ming had emerged from his seclusion, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion for them. For they would no longer have to live in fear of the Emperor of Shadows. However, Tianman Xingyue shook his head, adopting an air of mystery. It is the Emperor of Shadows. He is dead. He continued. What? Upon hearing this, Imo Qing and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, their faces reflecting disbelief. The Emperor of Shadows, dead. How could this be possible? The various encounters they had experienced in the North Sea had led them to ascertain that the Emperor of Shadows was far from ordinary. Indeed, exceedingly formidable. What the world understood was merely the tip of the iceberg. This individual was undoubtedly more insidious than the Shadow God Tree. How could he possibly be dead? The intelligence from the Heavenly Tao Palace confirmed this. Now, the Heavenly Tao Palace had a new master, one who was a loyal subordinate of the Emperor of Shadows. Heilin. Heilin boldly proclaimed that the Emperor of Shadows had perished due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. Oh. And we have also uncovered that Heilin is merely a puppet. The true master of the Heavenly Tao Palace appears to be a great tree, Tianman Xingyue continued. Exhausted lifespan? A tree. Upon hearing this, Imo Qing and the others furrowed their brows. The impending demise of the Emperor of Shadows was common knowledge among the denizens of the immortal spirit realm. Indeed, many were silently praying for his swift departure. As for the so-called Great Tree, they surmised it must refer to the Shadow God Tree. Could it be that a rift had formed between these two entities? Mu Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. The meaning of senior is that the depletion of one's lifespan is a falsehood, while being eliminated by the Shadow Tree is the undeniable truth. Li Xingyue interjected, meeting her gaze, as Mu Ling nodded slightly. Such occurrences are quite prevalent in the realm of celestial spirits. To be precise, they are common in any domain, even among mundane mountain bandits. Conflicts may arise over unequal distribution of spoils. Is this information credible? Imo Qing inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. This news was astonishingly unexpected for them, to the point of disbelief. After verification, it was confirmed as true. With the demise of the Shadow Emperor, chaos now reigns in the realm of celestial spirits. The Heavenly Tao Palace has withdrawn into seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. The master of Tianman Star spoke with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, Imo Qing fell into a profound silence. As the custodian of intelligence amidst the chaos of the realms, the master of Tianman Star would not simply accept rumors. Since he claimed it was confirmed, the information must have been meticulously investigated and verified through multiple layers. If that is the case, the Shadow Emperor truly perished. On the surface, it appears plausible that the Shadow Emperor met his demise following a fallout with the Shadow Tree. Especially considering the Shadow Tree is of semi-divine caliber and has survived since the ancient spirit era. Eliminating a Shadow Emperor would certainly not pose a significant challenge. Had she not arrived in the North Sea, Imo Qing would have undoubtedly believed this news. Yet now, something feels amiss. This news is decidedly suspicious. For the current Shadow Emperor may very well be the same entity from the ancient spirit era. His ambitions are profound, and he could not possibly be so easily vanquished. Could it be a stratagem akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell? Imo Qing inquired with a hushed tone. The Shadow Emperor could not have simply died like this. Perhaps it is true. Perhaps it is not. However, the current predicament lies with the matriarch. The Lord of Tianman Star interjected. The brows of Imo Qing and the others furrowed slightly. What does that mean? Mu Ling inquired. Before the demise of the Dark Emperor, the immortal spirit realm was well aware that the matriarch was within his grasp. Many old-timers would tread carefully, now that the colossal stone weighing down upon them has vanished. You should comprehend the predicament the matriarch is about to face. The tone of the Lord of Tianman Star grew grave. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others could not help but draw in a sharp breath. With the death of the Dark Emperor, chaos is bound to ensue in the immortal spirit realm, leading to a complete reshuffling. Moreover, Bai Yunin, as the true divine fated one, will undoubtedly become the coveted prize sought after by all in the realm. In other words, with the Dark Emperor's demise, Bai Yunin will become the target of universal animosity. Her adversaries will shift from a single divine path palace to the entire immortal spirit realm. This old schemer truly knows how to orchestrate. Imo Qing expressed both astonishment and admiration. To make Bai Yunin the enemy of the world, aligning the entire immortal spirit realm against her. What a masterstroke. Chapter 143, The Fall of the Imperial Star, the anomalous lord of the immortal spirit, enmity across the globe. Do those individuals genuinely believe that the Dark Emperor is dead? Mu Ling responded. The immortal spirit realm is home to countless ancient beings who have lived for millions, even tens of millions of years. Surely, Those with a modicum of intelligence can deduce that this is a ploy by the Dark Emperor, right? They will believe it. The Lord of Tianman Star asserted with certainty, for many factions have sought the assistance of those who can decipher the heavenly mechanism. All outcomes are consistent. The Imperial Star has fallen, and the anomalous Lord of the Immortal Spirit emerges. Moreover, he then presented the corpse of the Yin Emperor as evidence. The Yin Emperor was indeed dead. This revelation left Mu Ling utterly speechless. What does it mean to be a practitioner of the heavenly mechanism path? It refers to those who have elevated divination and calculation to their utmost potential. Such beings have reached a terrifying level, able to glimpse fragments of the future. Given that the predictions from the various powerful factions within the immortal spirit realm aligned, it can only imply that the Yin Emperor is truly deceased. As for any notion of bribery, that is evidently implausible. With the Yin Emperor's formidable reputation, he might sway many, but it is utterly impossible to corrupt them all. After all, every emperor has a few dissenters. Has the master of the heavenly mechanism star made calculations as well? Mo Qing inquired solemnly. The master of the heavenly mechanism star, the sovereign of the heavenly mechanism island among the 36 inner islands, specializes in the heavenly mechanism path. As a master of this path, he can peer into the past and foresee the future, holding a position of great esteem in the tumultuous seas of the other realms. Indeed, the master of the heavenly mechanism star conducted his own calculations, and his conclusion was the same. The Emperor Star has fallen, and the immortal spirits are in disarray. He unequivocally stated that the Yin Emperor is truly dead. The avatar of the master of the Tianman Star nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing's brow furrowed even further. While she might doubt other claims, she could not question the words of the master of the heavenly mechanism star. After all, everyone in the tumultuous seas held unwavering loyalty to Lu Ming. As for those who were disloyal, they had long since met their demise. Especially among the Star Masters, while it may appear that none are missing, several have already been replaced. The celestial sovereign perished so abruptly. Mo Qing found it hard to believe. Are you currently in the North Sea? The voice of Tianman Xingyue resounded once more. Mo Qing nodded. Just so. The heavenly spirit Forbidden Land has relayed a message to us. The mistress is in the North Sea. She has been sheltered by the tree Taoist on the exile island of the North Sea. Presently, the North Sea is teeming with beings from the immortal realm due to the emergence of ancient relics. Should they discover that the mistress is there, chaos will surely ensue. I have already dispatched forces from various islands to head toward the North Sea, and during this period, Mo Xingyue, you must ensure the safety of the young master and the mistress. Tianman Xingyue spoke with grave seriousness. Exile Island. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others were momentarily taken aback. Is that not precisely where we intend to go? While Mother is there too, I must seek out Mother. Little Ling'er exclaimed, her excitement palpable. There is no time to lose. We must set forth immediately, Mo Qing declared decisively. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling naturally had no objections. Observing this, Mo Qing's gaze fell upon the village chief. My lord, I heard nothing. I know nothing. Under her slightly menacing gaze, the village chief instantly panicked. Do not harm the old man. Little Ling'er promptly stepped in front of the village chief, her eyes fixed intently on Mo Qing. My lord, rest assured, I shall not utter a word. The village chief hastily interjected. Seeing this, Mo Qing could only let out a resigned sigh, with little Ling'er speaking up. Who would dare to defy her? Even Hong Yan would not disregard little Ling'er's words and act against the village chief. Let us proceed. I shall erase his memories. Hong Yan's voice suddenly echoed. Please, my esteemed guardian, let us depart, the young master urged. Mo Qing nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of caution. The realm of the immortal spirits was in chaos, and Bai Yunyan had become the target of widespread animosity. At such a critical juncture, the mere mention of Bai Yunyan's whereabouts could herald life-threatening peril. Should news spread, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the entire immortal spirit realm. Be gentle, and Hong. Do not harm the old man. He is a good person, the young girl, Ling'er, insisted, her brow furrowing with concern. Although her identity was formidable and her cultivation profound, she remained, at heart, a child, innocent and straightforward in her understanding of right and wrong. Rest assured, little master. I shall not bring him any harm, Hong Yan replied softly. She recognized the weight of Ling'er's words. Defying her would bear terrifying consequences. As the child's displeasure was not to be trifled with. Yes, I'm off to find Mother, Ling'er exclaimed, nodding emphatically as she skipped out of the room. Simultaneously, a streak of crimson light shot forth from her, piercing the old village chief's brow. He froze momentarily, confusion clouding his features as he wondered, how did I end up here? He scratched his head, bewildered. Meanwhile, Ling'er and her companions moved quietly, ensuring they disturbed no one, before boarding the great ship and setting sail in silence. As the vessel drifted away, the fishing village gradually shrank into a mere speck. eventually vanishing from sight against the vast expanse of the sea. Before long, an entire day had elapsed. "This fish smells absolutely delightful," Xiaoling'er exclaimed. Squatting before the alchemical furnace, her mouth watering at the sight of the tender, succulent fish within, Xingyue and the others were expressions of wry amusement. This fish was one they had just caught. Originally, their paths had not crossed, yet this fish had inexplicably spat water at Xiaoling. Now, they found themselves in a predicament. Everyone was in the pot, with no one escaping. Indeed, it was fragrant. "Ba, might I trouble you to allow a humble monk to collect alms?" At that moment, a voice suddenly descended from the heavens. They looked up and beheld a monk approaching with an air of nonchalance. What manner of monk is this? So flamboyant? Ling gazed at the approaching figure, utterly bewildered. The monk was clad not in a robe or simple garments, but in a vibrant beach outfit, complemented by his shiny bald head and a staff. Two words came to mind, showy. Ba, greetings to all you benefactors. This humble monk, too, is famished. Might I join you in collecting alms? The monk alighted on the boat with a smile, his demeanor warm and inviting. Xiaoling remained speechless, staring at him in a daze. Qing and Xingyue mirrored her astonishment. Only Ling, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Monk, are you truly seeking alms from us? There is meat simmering in that pot." As if the garish attire were not enough, now he seeks to beg for meat? Unperturbed by the monk's request, he declared, "I am particularly fond of meat." The monk clasped his hands together, his smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Ling thought to himself, "Goodness, particularly fond of meat. Is this truly a monk? Benefactor, I see you possess a certain charm. Would you care to sit down and discuss life, share aspirations? Perhaps delve into the origins of humanity?" At this juncture, the monk's gaze settled upon Xingyue, his expression conspiratorial as he spoke. Chapter 144. The entire immortal spirit realm acknowledges Xiaoling'er's identity. As the monk's words echoed, Xingyue and her companions found themselves momentarily engulfed in bewilderment. What peculiar sort of monk is this? Which temple does he hail from? Qing, gazing intently at the monk, tentatively inquired. "I never imagined this benefactor would be familiar with our Huaming temple. Fortunate to meet you. Fortunate indeed," the monk replied, introducing himself as Huamantian. "I must say, you possess an enduring charm, my lady. Would you care to engage in a discussion on the philosophies of life or perhaps explore the origins of humanity?" The monk chuckled, teasing Qing with a playful glint in his eye. Upon hearing this, Ling could not help but think, what audacity this monk possesses to jest with such a revered lady. Has he never known peril? Yet, it was not the moment for deeper discourse with the two ladies. Rather, the focus remained on the paramount subject at hand. Before Qing could express her indignation, the monk's gaze fixated intently on Xiaoling'er, daughter of Baiyuyan. "How astonishing to encounter you here." At his utterance, the expressions of Qing and her companions shifted subtly. The true identity of Xiaoling'er was known to but a handful, and even the long-deceased Tiandi was oblivious to it. How could this monk be privy to such knowledge? How do you know her true identity? Qing questioned gravely, her tone laced with concern. Could it be that someone had revealed the secret of Xiaoling'er's identity? You remain unaware, do you? The entire immortal spirit realm is now aware that Baiyuyan has a daughter of 4 or 5 years. Many are in search of this young girl, yet unexpectedly. I encountered her amidst the blooming skies. Ha ha ha, the Buddha shines upon us. The monk chuckled heartily, exuding a palpable excitement. However, his words caused the countenance of all present to change dramatically. The entire celestial realm is now aware of the true identity of the little spirit. How could this be? Xingyue exchanged glances with her companions, each bearing a grave expression. There is undoubtedly some scheming at play behind this. "Little sister, come give your uncle a hug, will you?" The monk disregarded the three women, instead beaming at the little spirit. His demeanor suggested he was utterly confident in capturing her, which caused Xingyue and her companions to furrow their brows, particularly Qing, for this Huamingtian possessed merely the cultivation of a celestial king, a level equivalent to that of the little spirit. What audacity did he have to display such confidence? Could there be other powerful figures lurking in the shadows? Qing pondered, extending her spiritual sense in all directions, yet found nothing amiss. "My lord, are there indeed other formidable beings hidden away?" she inquired telepathically to Hong Yin. After a moment, Hong Yin replied, "None." "None?" Qing was visibly taken aback. If no powerful entities were lurking in the shadows, then from whence did Huamingtian derive his audacity? "You are a bad man," the little spirit retorted, fixing her gaze upon Huamingtian. He indeed. Uncle is a bad man, the kind that captures children." Huamingtian chuckled mischievously. As he spoke, he extended his hands toward the little spirit. As he moved, the source of power within Xiaoling'er surged as a hand materialized out of thin air, reaching towards her. "Humph." Xiaoling'er let out a soft grunt. And with a sudden burst of energy, she struck the hand with her fist. Like an ant trying to shake a tree, "You are but Upon witnessing this, Huamantian couldn't help but scoff derisively. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was rendered speechless. For Xiaoling'er's punch had shattered his conjured hand into mere fragments. Celestial King Realm? You are of the Celestial King Realm? Huamantian stared at Xiaoling'er, his expression one of sheer terror. As though he had encountered a ghost. His words caused Xingyue and the others to furrow their brows slightly. After all, it was common knowledge among those acquainted with Xiaoling'er that she was indeed of the Celestial King cultivation level. How could Huamantian be oblivious to this fact? Damn it, who spread this ridiculous information? Wasn't it said that this girl was merely an ordinary person? Huamantian cursed vehemently, both astonished and enraged. A 4 or 5-year-old Celestial King. This utterly shattered his understanding of the world. He had never anticipated she would possess such celestial talent. However, encountering me today, you shall not escape. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to intervene, it would be of no consequence, I assure you, he declared confidently. His gaze fixed on Xiaoling'er. Fool. Beside him, Mu Ling rolled her eyes and reproached him. She simply could not fathom from where this man had derived such audacity. Setting aside Xiaoling'er's arsenal of divine artifacts, even Mo Qing would be sufficient to make this fool drink from the cup of defeat. And he dares to claim that even the King of Heaven would be powerless? Where on earth did this buffoon emerge from? What did you say? Huamantian's gaze abruptly shifted to Mu Ling. The terrifying aura instilled a sense of trepidation within the heart of the wood spirit. However, with the presence of a half-step Celestial Emperor by his side, he steadied his nerves and sneered, what a fool to be used as a pawn. In an instant, Huamantian's anger ignited, and he launched himself at the wood spirit. He could perceive that the wood spirit was merely a creature of the calamity realm, an existence he regarded as insignificant as an ant. He spoke the truth. Indeed, he was a fool being manipulated. Standing beside the wood spirit, Mo Qing let out a cold snort. As she spoke, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings. Under her half-step Celestial Emperor's oppressive presence, the entire space seemed to grow heavier. As for Huamantian, he stood frozen in place. Good heavens, a half-step Celestial Emperor. There is actually a half-step Celestial Emperor here. He stared at Mo Qing, his expression betraying his shock. How could there possibly be a half-step Celestial Emperor? With a disdainful huff, Mo Qing raised her hand and gently pressed downward. Boom. In an instant, Huamantian's legs buckled uncontrollably, causing him to collapse before her. You. He gazed at Mo Qing, fumbling for words but ultimately failing to articulate any coherent thought. You think, with your Celestial King cultivation, you can subdue the young master? How laughable. Mo Qing cast him a scornful glance and mocked. Do not even speak of a mere Celestial King. Even a late-stage Celestial Emperor would have to kneel before Hong Yan. The audacity of a Celestial King to claim they could capture little Ling'er is nothing short of absurd. I will ask, you will answer, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall learn what it truly means to suffer. Mo Qing's voice was laced with icy coldness. At this point, she added, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Star Master of Tianyan Island, one of the 36 inner islands of the Chaotic Sea. I wonder if you have heard of me? As she spoke, Mo Qing's gaze drifted, landing on Huamantian. Gulp. Confronted by her captivating eyes, Huamantian swallowed hard. The execution demon, Mo Qing. He stammered, his lips trembling, his face a mask of fear. The execution demon is Mo Qing's notorious title in the immortal spirit realm. Tianyan Island holds a position in the Chaotic Sea akin to that of the Ministry of Punishment, tasked with extracting information from tight-lipped individuals. The methods of torment employed are numerous and varied. It is said that falling into the hands of Tianyan Island is more terrifying than descending into hell. Since you are familiar with me, this should be straightforward. Will you answer my questions, or shall I proceed with my methods? Mo Qing looked at Huamantian with a cold smile. Please, ask me anything. I will tell you everything, Huamantian replied, shaking his head vigorously, his earlier confidence replaced entirely by dread. The reputation of the execution demon is not to be taken lightly. There is a saying in the immortal spirit realm, once in the hands of the execution demon, even ghosts must plead for information. Mo Qing is renowned as the most ruthless woman in the immortal spirit realm. How did you come to know the identity of the young master? Mo Qing inquired directly, without preamble. Young master? Huamantian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Xiaoling'er with an expression of disbelief. You mean her? He stuttered, clearly shocked that Mo Qing would acknowledge a master. Mo Qing remained silent, merely gesturing with her hand. In an instant, a scream erupted from Huamantian's lips, revealing that 2 of his 10 fingers had been severed. I have stated my terms. You inquire, and I shall respond, Mo Qing uttered with a frigid demeanor. Why yes. Huamantian stammered, trembling in agony. He cast a lingering glance at Xiaoling'er before continuing. I cannot divulge the specific source of the information. All I know is that the entire immortal spirit realm is abuzz with the rumor that Bai Yunyan has a daughter aged around 4 or 5, and she is merely an ordinary child. Capturing her would grant dominion over Bai Yunyan. After listening intently, Mo Qing's gaze sharpened. She pressed further. How did you recognize the young mistress at a glance? Is there a portrait of her? Hua Mantian nodded slightly. Observing this, Li Xingyue and the others furrowed their brows in concern. Who could have exposed Ling'er? Not only her identity, but also her likeness. Could there be a traitor among us? Might it be the old man in rags? Ling pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. The old ragged man? Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and Li Xingyue exchanged knowing looks. Indeed, that individual had lingered by Ling'er's side for so long. It would not be surprising for him to be privy to such information. It seems the origin of the rumor stems from the mysterious, powerful figure who had acted previously. Who could this individual be, and what motives lie behind such actions? Mo Qing's voice was laden with intensity. Li Xingyue and Ling nodded in agreement. Analyzing the situation leads us to suspect that there is a 90% likelihood that the enigmatic person who took the old man from Misty Isle is behind this. However, what could be their purpose? Are they attempting to force the master into the open by putting Bai Yunyan and Ling'er in peril? Suddenly, the voice of Hong Yen resonated. Where has my grown daughter gone? Upon hearing these words, Mo Qing and the others were jolted back to reality. Indeed, the orchestrator had maneuvered to place Ling'er and Bai Yunyan in direct opposition within the entire immortal spirit realm, evidently intending to ensnare the mother and daughter in peril. As Ling'er's father and Bai Yunyan's husband, Ming could not possibly remain indifferent while they faced danger. Thus, the intent of the schemer became glaringly apparent, to compel Ming to reveal himself. Their aim was to interrupt the master's ascension to the true God realm. In astonishment, Mo Qing exclaimed. Currently, there were but a few aware of Ming's endeavor to break into the true God realm, and the elder in the cloth was among them. Not long ago, the elder had been taken away by that mysterious powerhouse. And now the relationship between Ling'er and Bai Yunyan had become public within the immortal spirit realm. It was not difficult to deduce that the enigmatic figure who had abducted the elder was cognizant of Ming's breakthrough, and thus had placed Ling'er and Bai Yunyan in a precarious situation to force Ming out. Ling and Li Xingyue nodded in agreement upon hearing this. However, the kneeling Hua Mantian was utterly bewildered. The true God realm. This group had the audacity to have a figure attempting to break into the true God realm behind them. He gazed at Li Xingyue and the others, his expression turning ashen. The existence of even a half-step Immortal Emperor was already alarming. Yet there loomed an even more terrifying power striving for the true God realm. This time, the situation had truly escalated to unimaginable heights. We must first go to the matriarch, he suggested. The schemes of this orchestrator were likely far more sinister than they appeared. The voice of Hong Yen echoed once more, her tone imbued with gravity. A streak of crimson light surged forth, piercing directly through the center of Hua Mantian's brow. Mo Qing nodded slightly, raising her hand with a flourish, causing Hua Mantian's lifeless body to disintegrate into dust, carried away by the sea breeze. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, she spared no effort in urging the great ship towards the exile island. Even Ling seemed to grasp the gravity of the matter, ceasing her cries for meat and curling up silently in Li Xingyue's embrace. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. It appeared that the rumors were indeed true. After dealing with one who had come to seize Ling'er, Mo Qing spoke in a measured tone. During their journey over these 3 days, they had encountered several waves of adversaries. Their cultivation levels varied, with the weakest being at the true immortal stage and the strongest at the immortal king stage. Nonetheless, regardless of their realms, upon seeing Ling'er, they resembled famished wolves spotting a piece of succulent meat. One thing was certain, Hua Mantian's assertions were genuine. Senior, I find myself perplexed, Li Xingyue remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. Mo Qing replied, casting a curious glance in her direction, awaiting further elaboration. The one who leaked information about Ling'er should have known she is of the immortal king realm. Yet, it seems they did not disclose this detail, merely referring to her as an ordinary person. This is quite peculiar. It appears the individual who divulged Ling'er's identity intends to use us to eliminate those from the immortal spirit realm. Li Xingyue spoke slowly, meeting her gaze. Upon hearing this, both Mo Qing and Ling's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible, regardless of their cultivation. These individuals dared to come after Ling'er, which was tantamount to courting death. After all, setting aside the myriad of divine artifacts Ling'er possessed, the mere cultivation of the light itself is enough to instill dread in many beings of the immortal spirit realm. Moreover, it is worth noting that the old man in the hemp robe is aware of the multitude of divine artifacts possessed by the young master. Should this information be disseminated, It would undoubtedly attract the attention of all the ancient beings within the immortal spirit realm, if the adversaries were to conspire to ensnare the young master in peril, thus compelling the master to intervene and interrupt his ascension. Would it not be more advantageous to release this information? The wood spirit interjected, expressing that for the inhabitants of the immortal spirit realm, the allure of divine artifacts far surpasses that of the elusive true divine opportunities. The latter remains intangible, with no one able to predict when it may manifest, whereas the artifacts in the possession of the youngling are undeniably real. Seizing an artifact is undoubtedly preferable to pursuing the ethereal true divine opportunities. Acquiring even a single divine artifact would significantly enhance one's prowess, and the beings of the immortal spirit realm would surely be envious should the news of Ling'er's numerous divine artifacts be made public. Those ancient beings who seldom emerge from their seclusion would undoubtedly take action. This would effectively serve the purpose of placing Ling'er in jeopardy, would it not? However, it appears that the architect of this scheme has chosen a different path, as Xingyue suggested, sending those of lesser cultivation to their doom, by employing their hands to eliminate the denizens of the immortal spirit realm. Could it be that the Yin God tree is orchestrating this? It was nurtured by the Yin Emperor during the ancient spirit era, sustaining the remnants of souls. In other words, could this tree potentially consume the spiritual power of cultivators to strengthen itself? Suddenly, Mo Qing interjected. There is indeed a possibility, the wood spirit exclaimed. Previously, within the tomb of the gods, the guardian had mentioned such a notion. The reason the shadow tree was able to obliterate the ancient spirit era lies in its escape, after which it voraciously absorbed the power of souls to grow stronger. In its quest for strength, it has slaughtered trillions, turning several worlds into desolate realms. Now, those orchestrating the chaos are utilizing their hands to commit murder. If this is to provide the shadow tree with sufficient soul power to consume, then it aligns perfectly. This implies that the one who disseminated news of the little spirit was not that enigmatic powerhouse, but rather the shadow tree itself. Xingyue interjected. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and Mu Ling fell into deep contemplation. In truth, their reasoning held merit. Meanwhile, the little spirit, with an air of ennui, shifted her gaze from one object to another, appearing exceedingly adorable. Concurrently, within Xingyue village, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Where is my daughter? Where could my grown daughter have gone? Lu Ming's figure abruptly materialized within the village, his expression one of profound displeasure as he admonished. Had he merely closed himself off for meditation, only to find his daughter missing? Cursed fate! At the sound of his voice, the various inhabitants of the village erupted in commotion. This esteemed individual had emerged from his seclusion. He demanded to know the whereabouts of his daughter. Lu Ming's form flickered as he approached the venerable Bai Zhe, questioning him. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Ming, Bai Zhe trembled uncontrollably. Master, have you succeeded? It stammered, struggling with parched lips. The other villagers gazed at Lu Ming with fervent eyes. In response to their scrutiny, Lu Ming calmly nodded. Yet inwardly he bore a wry smile. He had already attained the true God realm, achieving it on the third day of his retreat. However, the system that awakened within him was a sign-in system. While he endeavored to penetrate the realm of the true God, the system concurrently registered his presence. The rewards from this sign-in were solely comprised of cultivation essence. Upon successfully breaking through to the true God realm, the system infused the accumulated cultivation essence back into him. Consequently, he had no choice but to persist in striving for the next level. This cycle repeated endlessly, culminating in his delayed emergence. As for his current cultivation level, it had ascended to a state of divine sovereignty, a realm of which he had never even heard. Chapter 146. The young master went out to seek the mistress. Gasp. Witnessing Lu Ming's nod, the diverse inhabitants of the village collectively inhaled sharply. Had he truly succeeded? Had he genuinely shattered the shackles that had bound the immortal spirit realm for over 1 billion years? Congratulations, esteemed one. Congratulations, esteemed one. As they regained their composure, the villagers eagerly voiced their admiration. Lu Ming, maintaining his calm demeanor, was about to speak when a familiar voice resonated once more in his mind. Ding. The automatic sign-in system has successfully registered. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 billion years of cultivation essence. It has been automatically collected for the host. Please check your rewards. Current cultivation level, divine sovereignty. You are still 990 billion years away from the next breakthrough. Impressive. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming silently mused. This was his system, automatically signing in each day and effortlessly acquiring cultivation essence. The most formidable aspect was that the higher his cultivation level, the more essence he would receive with each daily sign-in. In other words, the greater his power, the faster he could break through. This accounted for his prolonged seclusion, not due to a lack of desire to emerge, but rather because his cultivation surged uncontrollably, leaving him unable to suppress it. Thus, He could only continually endure heavenly tribulations and perpetually break through. In the past 2 months, he has found himself compelled to face tribulations at irregular intervals. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to venture beyond the confines? Otherwise, he might unwittingly find himself in a location where heavenly tribulations would descend upon him. Moreover, he was confronting the divine realm's thunder tribulation. The arrival of such a trial would be a catastrophic blow to the frail celestial spirit realm. He feared not the destruction of the celestial spirit realm, but rather the potential inability to safeguard the safety of his wife and children, which could lead to their demise beneath his own thunder tribulation. But where was Ling'er? Why had he not seen her? Lu Ming, returning to his senses, questioned the various beings within the village. During the tribulation, the 2 individuals he could not bear to part with were his wife, Bai Yunyan, and his little cotton-padded jacket. Su Ling'er. After successfully overcoming the tribulation, he had envisioned the scene of his little cotton-padded jacket rushing towards him upon his return to the village. But now? Where had she gone? Master, the young lady. She has gone out to seek the mistress, Elder Baizé replied weakly, coming back to his senses. She went to find Yunyan? That girl. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt no anger, merely a helpless smile. I beg for your punishment, master. Seeing this, Elder Baizé immediately knelt down to plead for forgiveness. The other beings followed suit. Even the celestial spirit peach tree bent its trunk in submission. Enough. If that girl wishes to leave, you cannot restrain her. You have all served Ling'er for quite some time. It is time to grant you some benefits. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. He understood better than anyone what treasures Ling'er possessed. If she wished to venture out, the beings within the village, despite their intentions, would indeed be powerless to stop her. With that, Lu Ming gestured with an open hand. A wisp of purple essence permeated the very beings of the village. This was the primordial purple chi. The very reason why no one in the realm of celestial spirits could transcend to the true God realm, due to a lack of this essence. Facing the puzzled gazes of the gathered entities, Lu Ming elucidated that this primordial purple chi was acquired during his pursuit of enlightenment. What? The various beings gasped in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. This is the opportunity to ascend to the true God realm. Thank you, my lord, they exclaimed. Their expressions brimming with excitement, their postures becoming even more deferential. This was a genuine opportunity for godhood, an unexpected fortune bestowed upon them. Please, refine it well here. I have discovered the location of the primordial divine realm. Once I resolve the matters in the realm of celestial spirits, I shall escort you to the primordial divine realm. Lu Ming instructed. By the way, did the heavenly Emperor of Shadows make any significant moves during my seclusion? Upon hearing this, the various beings exchanged glances. Finally, it was the venerable Baizé who spoke up. My descendants have relayed news that the heavenly Emperor of Shadows has perished. Perished? Lu Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Pressing for more information. What else? The young master and the matriarch are in peril. Someone has been disseminating the young master's identity throughout the realm of celestial spirits, revealing that the young master is the daughter of the cloud smoke celestial emperor. As it stands, the entire realm is in pursuit of the young master. Baizé reported candidly, without holding back. That old wretch, the heavenly Emperor of Shadows, is still so treacherous. He dares to employ his old tricks once more. Lu Ming scoffed, his laughter laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, the hearts of Baizé and his companions were filled with confusion. The treacherous intentions linger. Attempting to resurrect the schemes of your? My lord, the immortal spirit realm has already confirmed that the Emperor of Ying-Tian. Baizé began to speak. The immortal spirit realm has verified that the Emperor of Ying-Tian is deceased. How can a dead man conjure any tricks? Dead? That fellow has survived from the ancient spirit era until now. How could he perish so easily? Lu Ming chuckled lightly, casting a derisive remark. Survived from the ancient spirit era until now. Upon hearing this, Baizé and his companions were struck with profound shock. Are you unaware? The current Emperor of Ying-Tian is indeed the leader of the human race from the ancient spirit era. Lu Ming glanced at them and elucidated. This. Baizé and his companions were utterly bewildered. The present Emperor of Ying-Tian is the same as that of the ancient spirit era? My lord, what exactly is happening? Baizé inquired, his face etched with confusion. The others nodded in agreement. I shall seek out Ling'er and Yunyan. They may be in peril. Without offering further explanation, Lu Ming merely cast a fleeting glance at them. Having spoken, his voice still echoed through Xingyue village. Yet he had already vanished from the sight of Baizé and his companions. In the North Sea. Senior, what shall we do now? To continue killing would inadvertently assist the Yin God tree in elevating its power. If we refrain from killing, Xingyue turned to Mo Qing, who was maneuvering the vessel, and spoke. Killing would indeed aid the Yin God tree in its cultivation. However, if we do not kill, the denizens of the immortal spirit realm will continuously surge forth. My lord, what is your intention? Mo Qing remained silent, merely gazing at the crimson hue enveloping Xiao Ling'er. Upon hearing the words, Hongyan also fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. After a considerable pause, Hongyan finally spoke. Her voice laced with a chilling resolve. Kill, let them come, and we shall slay them all. We shall not cease until their hearts are filled with dread. Imo Qing nodded in agreement. There was no other choice. If they refrained from violence, the denizens of the immortal spirit realm would continue to swarm in relentless waves. And they would be utterly overwhelmed. After all, when the numbers of ants reach a certain threshold, they possess the power to bring down an elephant. Hongyan, you have not changed at all, she remarked. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly resonated. As the sound emerged, the space before Xiaoling'er shimmered with disturbance. And Lu Ming gradually materialized from the void. Who is this? Li Xingyue and Mu Ling furrowed their brows, having never encountered Lu Ming before. Father. Upon spotting Lu Ming, Xiaoling'er leaped into the air, arms wide open as she dashed towards him. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling stood there, utterly astonished. Chapter 147. Lu Ming's Gift. Oh! Lu Ming exclaimed, observing the small figure rushing towards him. He crouched down, arms outstretched. Father, come here. Xiaoling'er dove into Lu Ming's embrace, her head nuzzling against his broad chest. Have you missed your father? As he held the little one who was eagerly seeking affection. A beaming smile spread across Lu Ming's face. One must wonder, what father could possibly resist the charms of his beloved little darling? Yes, indeed. I think of you every day, every moment. She giggled. Xiaoling'er nodded earnestly, her large, sparkling eyes gazing up at Lu Ming. How delightful she was. As he met her clear, shimmering gaze, Lu Ming felt as though his heart melted in an instant. He reached out to pinch Xiaoling'er's chubby cheeks. Father, stop pinching me, or I'll become deformed. She protested with a pained expression. Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who could resist such a charming daughter? In the chaotic realm, the Lord of the Falling Stars, Imo Qing, approached with reverence. As her voice resonated, all the divine artifacts surrounding Xiaoling'er manifested, including Hongyan. We have met our master. All the artifacts transformed into humanoid forms, respectfully kneeling before Lu Ming, with Hongyan taking the lead. Wood Spirit pays respects to the master. The Wood Spirit quickly rushed forward, joining in the greeting. Only Li Xingyue appeared somewhat at a loss, as she did not belong to Lu Ming's retinue. Calling him master felt inappropriate. I pay my respects to my elder, she finally spoke after a moment of contemplation, stepping forward to address Lu Ming. There's no need for such formalities, Lu Ming replied, waving his hand. His gaze fell upon the Hunyuan purple gold gourd. Hunyuan splendid. You are nearing the status of a heavenly artifact. In the realm of divinity, the initial level was that of the true god, followed by the celestial god, the master god, the god king, and finally, Lu Ming's current cultivation as a divine sovereign. As for the levels above, Lu Ming was uncertain. For knowledge of the divine realms in this world was exceedingly scarce. Even the emperor of the Een heavens from the ancient spirit era was merely at the god king level. All thanks to the master and little master. Hunyuan said with a hearty smile. Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. The primordial purple gold gourd was indeed the artifact he had brought from the fishing village. At that time, the gourd was on the verge of becoming an ordinary object. Had he not timely nurtured it with divine essence, it would have long since dissipated into the cosmos. And what of the innate spirit root? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the wood spirit. Why do you refer to me as your master? He inquired. Father, this is my little puppy. You cannot chase it away, protested Xiaoling'er before the wood spirit could respond, seemingly fearful of Lu Ming dismissing the wood spirit. Very well. I shall not drive it away. However, your cultivation is rather feeble. Since Ling'er wishes for you to accompany her, you may do so. Take this and refine it. Lu Ming replied with a smile, gently patting Xiaoling'er on the head. It is merely a celestial spirit. If my daughter wishes to keep it, so be it. As he finished speaking, Lu Ming extended his hand and a droplet of liquid merged into the wood spirit's brow. This substance was divine essence, a cultivation resource specifically for those in the divine realm. By refining this, your cultivation should elevate to the celestial king level, Lu Ming elucidated. Observing the wood spirit's bewildered expression. What? The wood spirit was taken aback, astonished by the revelation of a cultivation resource meant exclusively for divine realm practitioners. Thank you, Master, it exclaimed, quickly recovering and silently vowing to stay close to Xiaoling'er for life. No matter the circumstances, even if it meant enduring a beating to remain by her side. After all, who could resist the allure of receiving a cultivation resource tailored for the divine realm upon their very first meeting? And you are? Lu Ming calmly nodded, his gaze now fixed upon Li Xingyue. How could a being of such sanctity possibly exist within the realm of celestial spirits? Father, she is my elder sister, and she treats me exceptionally well. I hold great affection for her, as she has consistently accompanied me in search of our mother. Father should also bestow gifts upon my sister. Little Ling'er interjected, almost in a commanding tone. Ling'er, there's no need. Xingyue exclaimed in surprise, hastily waving her hand. Since Lu Ming has emerged from his seclusion, he must have ascended to the realm of true divinity. Such a being is far beyond her reach for favors. If Ling'er wishes to give, then it must be given. The Linglong Dao body should also be enhanced with the primordial heavenly water. Her innate talent remains insufficient. Lu Ming nonchalantly remarked, his gaze sweeping over Xingyue, comprehending her situation with clarity. Since Ling'er holds you in such high regard, I shall grant you the Linglong divine body. With this constitution, provided there are ample resources, you will encounter no barriers in your cultivation to the divine realm. As he spoke, Lu Ming extended his hand and touched her forehead, infusing a vibrant, multicolored crystal into her brow. Hiss! Both Mu Ling and Imo Qing could not help but gasp in astonishment, a wave of envy rising within their eyes. Does this not directly endow Xingyue with the qualifications for divinity? As for you, Imo Qing, I bestow upon you the cultivation of an immortal emperor. Lu Ming continued, reaching out to touch Imo Qing's brow as well. In an instant, Imo Qing's body trembled violently, a terrifying aura emanating from her. Immortal Emperor early stage. Immortal Emperor mid-stage. Immortal Emperor late stage. In the blink of an eye, her cultivation surged from half a step into Immortal Emperor to the late stage of Immortal Emperor. Rumble. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and terrifying thunderclouds began to converge. It is indeed the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation of Imo Qing. Disperse, came a soft voice from Lu Ming. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the nascent thunderclouds instantaneously dissipated. As the clouds vanished, the vibrant gifts of heaven and earth flowed into Imo Qing, solidifying her cultivation at the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor. Such a terrifying display of power left Xingyue and Mu Ling utterly astounded. With a mere utterance, Imo Qing soared to the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor, and with another, the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation was dispelled. Is this the backing of Ling'er? Thank you, Master, Imo Qing exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement, astonished by how effortlessly she had become a powerful Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming, however, waved his hand dismissively. It was merely the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor. If he desired, he could easily facilitate Imo Qing's breakthrough to the true God realm. The reason he refrained from doing so was primarily to preserve the foundation of Imo Qing's cultivation. Master, what is your current level of cultivation? Why can't even I perceive it? Suddenly, Hongyan inquired solemnly. As the primary artifact, her power could be likened to that of a celestial god. However, the realm of the immortal spirit world lacked sufficient energy to unleash her full strength. In the current immortal spirit world, it could only sustain her to the level of a half-step divine realm. Should she exceed that, overload would ensue, resulting in minor injuries at best, or eternal silence at worst. Nevertheless, as the primary artifact, her insight was profound. Logically, Lu Ming should have attained the true god level upon emerging from seclusion. So how could she not discern his power? I am merely at the level of a divine sovereign, Lu Ming replied. What? Chapter 148. Was the destruction of the ancient spirit realm orchestrated by the Dark Sky Emperor? Upon hearing this statement, the artifacts, including Hong Yin, erupted in astonishment. Although their memories were somewhat fragmented, they retained the most fundamental knowledge, which naturally encompassed the various realms of divine existence. The divine sovereign realm. Even in the era of the ancient spirits, it was regarded as a legend. Their master had, after a single retreat, ascended directly from the half-step divine realm to the divine sovereign realm. At that moment, even the well-informed artifacts were utterly bewildered. What was the true origin of their master? In this age, where the source of the realm was insufficient, breaking through to the true divine realm was exceedingly challenging. Yet, to leap directly to the divine sovereign realm? Had this revelation not come from Lu Ming's lips, they would have never believed it. Master, you must be a reincarnated powerhouse from the Hongming realm, right? Hongyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. To break through from the half-step divine realm to the divine sovereign realm after a single retreat was simply unfathomable. No. Lu Ming waved his hand, a wry smile gracing his lips. It was not his prowess that was extraordinary, but rather the system that was astonishingly formidable. It seemed that apart from cultivation, there were no other rewards to speak of, as it relentlessly granted him cultivation boosts. Ling'er, have you found your mother? Lu Ming shifted the topic while holding little Ling'er. Yes. I found her. Mother looks so beautiful, I was just about to go see her. Little Ling'er nodded enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's face revealed a hint of surprise. After activating the system and experiencing a surge in cultivation, he had discreetly searched for Bai Yunyun. Unfortunately, she had deliberately concealed herself, making it difficult for even him to locate her. He had not anticipated that his little cotton-padded jacket would manage to find her during her outing. Where is she? Lu Ming inquired further. On Exile Island, where there is also a small gourd that I must seek, Xiaoling'er replied cheerfully. Master, here is the map, Imo Qing interjected, stepping forward eagerly. Father will take you there, Lu Ming said with a smile as he cast a glance at the map. As his words fell, he waved his hand forward, and a fissure suddenly appeared in the air. Moments later, Mo Qing and the others felt a shift in their vision, and when they regained clarity, they found themselves on an island. After surveying their surroundings, the three of them exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. We arrived at Exile Island in the blink of an eye. Is this Lu Ming's power? Why is there no one here? Lu Ming scanned the area, his brow slightly furrowing in concern. No one. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling instantly turned their gazes toward Mo Qing. She had previously claimed that Bai Yunyan was on Exile Island. No one. How is that possible? Mo Qing was momentarily taken aback. But soon her expression shifted dramatically as she realized, this is bad. Could it be that the mistress has been found by them? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling's faces also changed abruptly. What does this mean? Lu Ming asked, holding Ling'er, his expression one of confusion. Mo Qing, not daring to conceal the truth, recounted the current situation in the immortal spirit realm. Master, it is highly likely that the mistress has been discovered by those in the immortal spirit realm. I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, Master, she said, lowering her head. Is that so? What a scheming heavenly emperor. Do you wish to see the events of the ancient spirit era replayed? Lu Ming replied coldly, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. However, his words caused a slight frown among Li Xingyue and the others. Are you suggesting the events of the ancient spirit era should be replayed? Since you are aware of the Shadow God Tree, you must also know that the downfall of the ancient spirit era was orchestrated by the Shadow God Tree, right? Lu Ming glanced at them and spoke. Meeting his gaze, Mo Qing and the others nodded. This was information they had gleaned from the guardians of the Tomb of the Gods. In truth, everything was a scheme devised by the Shadow Emperor. The Shadow God Tree was deliberately cultivated for the purpose of world annihilation. Lu Ming continued. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others were utterly stunned. Even the group of divine artifacts led by Hong Yin was equally astonished. The Shadow God Tree was intentionally bred by the Shadow Emperor for world destruction? Master, what could be the rationale behind this? The Shadow Emperor is the leader of the human race, possessing supreme authority. What significance does such an action hold? Furthermore, is the current Shadow Emperor the same as that of the ancient spirit era? Mo Qing inquired incessantly. As for why he did this, I have yet to uncover the truth. The current Shadow Emperor is, in fact, but a mere avatar. The true Shadow Emperor you should have encountered already, Lu Ming explained. Encountered? Is he that enigmatic powerhouse? Suddenly, Li Xingyue reacted, exclaiming, enigmatic powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Senior, it is as follows. Li Xingyue hurriedly recounted the events of Misty Island. Oh, intriguing. It seems there are significant matters I remain unaware of. Do you know who he is? Lu Ming smiled gently, his gaze shifting suddenly to the front. HM? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others instinctively turned their gaze in the direction he was looking. Yet, there was nothing but emptiness. To their astonishment, you truly have become. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated, and a figure slowly emerged from the void. Is it you? Upon seeing the person who stepped forward, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were momentarily astounded. The newcomer was none other than the fortune teller whom Xiaoludao had encountered while wandering in Tianyan City. Ah, it's you, Grandpa. Xiaoludao chimed in, evidently recalling the fortune teller as well. Who is this enigmatic figure? The Emperor of the Dark Sky? Lu Ming inquired with a tone of indifference, directing his gaze towards the fortune teller. No, the fortune teller replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Xingyue, and the world reverently refers to me as the King of Kunping. As he spoke, he continued what? Li Xingyue and the others were utterly flabbergasted. The King of Kunping? The sovereign of the North Sea from the ancient spirit era? You. As Xingyue's words fell, the primordial purple gold gourd soared into the air. After all, it was akin to a creation nurtured by the King of Kunping. Primordial. Upon seeing the primordial purple gold gourd, the King of Kunping smiled kindly, his gaze akin to that of a father looking at his child. Why do I not sense any vitality from you? The voice of the primordial purple gold gourd echoed. Because I have long since perished. I now exist merely as a spiritual entity. You could say that I have entirely merged with the North Sea. The North Sea is me, and I am the North Sea. The King of Kunping sighed softly, speaking once more. A spiritual entity? Had he completely merged with the North Sea? Mo Qing and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. All right, just tell me, where has my wife gone? Lu Ming inquired directly, waving his hand dismissively, cutting through any unnecessary pleasantries. I don't know, the King of Kunping replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? You are now the spirit of the North Sea. Everything within its domain lies under your watch. You don't know? Lu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Truly, I have no idea. This area has been shrouded by an enigmatic force, obscuring everything that transpires here, even from my sight. I suspect they have intervened. The king of Kunpeng responded with palpable frustration. Chapter 149. Has the Hongming realm also interceded? Who are they? Furthermore, what is the true meaning behind the Heavenly Emperor's cleansing plan? Surely, you can divulge that to me now, Ming said, gazing at the king of Kunpeng as he took over the conversation. When he first arrived in the North Sea, he had encountered the king of Kunpeng, who was already a demigod at that time. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The North Sea had been devastated by the Heavenly Emperor, and naturally, the king of Kunpeng bore animosity towards him. Ming desired to reunite with his family, and thus the obstruction posed by the Heavenly Emperor needed to be eliminated. Consequently, the king of Kunpeng had sought him out to discuss strategies against the Heavenly Emperor. However, upon learning of the existence of the Shadow God tree alongside the Heavenly Emperor, Ming refrained from acting hastily, planning instead to take action only after achieving true godhood. The only thing he had not anticipated was the system being remarkably effective. Seclusion is akin to shattering certain limitations, as Cuckoo has bestowed upon him the means to cultivate, enabling his eventual emergence. The reason behind the Shadow Emperor's initiation of the cleansing plan remains a mystery. At that time, King Kunpeng did not elaborate, yet he too is intrigued. As the leader of humanity from the previous era, why would the Shadow Emperor embark on this so-called cleansing initiative? Clearly, the cleansing plan entails the eradication of all beings, ushering the world into a state of nothingness, only to gradually foster a state of existence thereafter. The motivation behind such actions may be connected to the inhabitants of the Hongming realm. Meeting Ming's gaze, King Kunpeng spoke slowly. The Hongming realm? Upon hearing this, Ming's brows furrowed slightly. He was certainly aware of the Hongming realm. It represents the core of the entire universe, akin to the progenitor of all worlds. The denizens of the Hongming realm are true powerhouses, each one a formidable figure of divine stature. Furthermore, the cultivation resources within the Hongming realm are exceedingly abundant. Take the Hongming purple qi, for instance. It is a rarity within the immortal spirit realm, yet it is quite commonplace in the Hongming realm. If one were to perceive the entire universe as a dynasty, the true spirit realm would be akin to a remote village, while the immortal spirit realm could be likened to a somewhat larger city. As for the Hongming realm, it undoubtedly stands as the royal city. Those residing within it would hardly covet the immortal spirit realm. Logically speaking, there is nothing within the immortal spirit realm that would incite the desire of those from the Hongming realm. As for the reasons behind this, I am not privy to them. That group of individuals serves as the true executors of the plan. It is even possible that the methods for cultivating the divine tree were imparted to the Shadow Emperor by them. The cloud smoke Immortal Emperor was likely taken by them as well. Indeed, it is also possible that the Emperor of the Shadowed Heavens took action, for with his capabilities, he could easily evade my scrutiny. The king of Kunpeng shrugged and replied, currently, it exists merely as the spirit of the Northern Sea. While it appears formidable, in truth, it possesses little combat prowess. Its only extraordinary trait lies in the fact that as long as the Northern Sea remains unscathed, it can endure. Akin to a peculiar form of immortality. Where do you think they might be? With my present cultivation level, my spiritual awareness can encompass the entire immortal spirit realm. Yet, I have not perceived the presence of the Emperor of the Shadowed Heavens or even any beings from the primordial divine realm. Not even the Shadow God tree has come into my sight. Ming furrowed his brow as he spoke, which was precisely why he sought the king of Kunpeng for answers. What is your current level of cultivation? The king of Kunpeng did not respond but instead frowned and retorted, spiritual awareness capable of covering the entire immortal spirit realm. That is not something achievable by even a true deity. Divine sovereign, Ming admitted candidly, meeting its gaze without reservation. In an instant, the expression of the king of Kunpeng transformed into one of incredulity. It stared at Ming as if questioning whether he truly comprehended the absurdity of his own words. Divine sovereign. That is a realm spoken of only in legends from the ancient spirit era. You emerged from seclusion and jumped from a half-step divine realm to a divine sovereign. Surely, this is a jest. You cannot be serious. The king of Kunpeng remarked, somewhat exasperated. 2 mere months of seclusion, and you broke through from half-step divine realm to divine sovereign. That would sound like a tale for a fool to hear. Ming rolled his eyes at the response, offering no further explanation, merely releasing a hint of his aura. By the heavens! In that moment, the king of Kunpeng was once again taken aback, its expression reflecting pure astonishment. He gazed at Ming for a prolonged moment, yet ultimately refrained from uttering the subsequent words. Indeed, he had achieved the cultivation of a divine sovereign. Well, do not be overly astonished. What of it? Let us discuss their hiding place instead. Ming gestured dismissively. Upon hearing this, the Kunpeng king was rendered speechless. To leap from a half-step divine realm to a divine sovereign was an utterly world-shattering occurrence, and yet it was met with such nonchalance. After a brief pause, it composed itself and mused, if we are to speak of hiding places, it must be the heavenly Tao Palace. The heavenly Tao Palace? Lu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, for he possessed a clear understanding of its circumstances through his divine sense. Apart from a few insignificant minions, there was little of note. The heavenly Tao Palace concealed an underground chamber where the shadow divine tree had once been sealed by the Shadow Emperor. Can your divine sense perceive it? The Kunping King inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, and he directed his divine sense towards the underground of the heavenly Tao Palace. However, at a certain depth, his perception was indeed obstructed. More precisely, it felt as though his divine sense had plunged into an abyss of unending darkness, rendering everything invisible. Fascinating, Lu Ming chuckled softly, clearly recognizing that this was likely where the Shadow Emperor and others had concealed themselves. Just then, the Kunping King turned its gaze towards the horizon and spoke. A number of insignificant figures are approaching. No sooner had it spoken than a group of individuals soared towards them from the distance, led by an elderly man. With a single glance, the elder's gaze fixated intently upon Ling'er. Ha ha ha, the daughter of Bai Yuyan. Who would have thought to encounter the daughter of Bai Yuyan here? Upon beholding the young girl, the elder erupted into a frenzied laughter, his eyes alight with unrestrained joy. Not only he, but those behind him mirrored his exuberance. Congratulations, ancestor. Rejoice, ancestor. Once we capture this little maiden, Bai Yuyan shall be compelled to comply. The elder's followers chuckled heartily, reminiscing about Bai Yuyan, who was once hailed as the most exquisite beauty of the immortal spirit realm. Ah, ancestor, you are truly fortunate. Amidst their mirth, they chose to disregard Lu Ming and his companions. Seeking death, before Lu Ming could utter a word, Imo Qing had already surged forward. Late stage of the Immortal Emperor? Who do you think you are? The elder, taken aback by Imo Qing's advance, expressed his bewilderment. Those who insult the matriarch shall perish. Without further ado, Imo Qing unleashed her formidable power. The terrifying essence erupted, coalescing under her command into countless sharp blades, indiscriminately targeting the elder and his entourage. Humph. Merely having just broken through to the late stage of the Immortal Emperor? Arrogance. Yet, the elder remained unfazed in the face of Imo Qing's assault. With a mere gesture, he raised his hand. Instantly, tendrils emerged from the sea beneath him, intertwining to form a protective barrier that shielded himself and his followers completely. This elder was also a late-stage Immortal Emperor. It was evident that his cultivation was rooted in the wood elemental source Tao. As far as I know, there are two forces that practice the wood elemental source Tao, the heavenly spirit forbidden land and the Jianmu forbidden land. Which forbidden land do you hail from? Just as Imo Qing was poised to strike again, Lu Ming interjected, taking a step forward while holding the hand of the young girl. Once steadied, he found himself before Imo Qing. Chapter 150, The True Scheme of the Dark Sky Emperor. Master, leave it to me. Imo Qing spoke as she noticed Lu Ming stepping forward. She still had a half-artifact yet to be utilized. Should she wield the half-artifact? She could surely contend with this elder. Master. The elder's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Imo Qing address Lu Ming in such a manner. This was a being of equal cultivation to a late-stage immortal emperor, yet she referred to this man as her master? Who are you? The elder fixed his gaze upon Lu Ming, inquiring. He is my father, Ling'er replied with a playful grin, clutching Lu Ming's hand. Father? You are Bai Yuan's husband. The elder was instantly taken aback, realizing the implications. It was common knowledge in the immortal spirit realm that Bai Yuan had a daughter. Yet no one knew who the father was. Despite extensive investigations, no information had surfaced. The elder never anticipated encountering him here. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at the elder before turning to Ling'er. Lingo, dear, close your eyes. All right. Are we playing hide and seek, father? It's been so long since we played. Xiaoling'o exclaimed innocently. Indeed, Lu Ming affectionately ruffled her hair, and she obediently shut her eyes. He then redirected his attention to the elder and his companions. With a subtle gesture of his hand, the elder's followers, caught unawares, were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Their cries stifled before they could even escape their lips, plummeting into the sea. You. The elder stood frozen in shock at the gruesome scene before him. What? Is this tactic? In order to firmly secure Bai Yuan, he has brought forth the elite combatants from his faction, each one a force to be reckoned with. The lowest among them possesses the cultivation of a celestial saint, while the highest has just entered the ranks of a celestial emperor. Yet, they were annihilated with such surprising ease. What level of cultivation does this individual possess? The elder pondered to himself. Lu Ming remained silent, merely casting a nonchalant glance in his direction. In an instant, the elder felt his body freeze in place, for he realized he could no longer summon his primal force. It was as if he had suddenly been reduced to the status of an ordinary person. A late-stage celestial emperor, daring to seize my daughter? To claim Yunyan? Where do you find the audacity? Lu Ming's expression remained impassive as he regarded the elder, his voice low and deliberate. You. Under the weight of Lu Ming's indifferent gaze, the elder felt a prickling fear at the nape of his neck, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What level of powerhouse is this? Behind Bai Yunyan lies such a terrifying backing. Lu Ming, no longer engaging in frivolous conversation, simply extended his hand and made a gentle grasping motion. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and the elder was reduced to mere fragments, cascading into the sea. Come with me to the Hall of Heavenly Path. After dealing with the elder, Lu Ming spoke with an air of tranquility. As he spoke, a spatial rift materialized before him. Mo Qing and the others nodded and followed Lu Ming into the rift. However, when they emerged from the void, they found themselves on another expanse of ocean. Clearly, they had not exited the northern sea. Master, what is this? Mo Qing glanced around, her brow knitting slightly. Lu Ming remained silent, his expression calm as he surveyed the surroundings. Finally, he slowly uttered 3 words: Void Restriction Array. Void Restriction Array? Mo Qing furrowed her brow slightly. A look of confusion etched upon her face. Mu Ling and Li Xingyue shared the same sentiment. A grand formation that seals the void can confine a realm, rendering one unable to traverse the expanse of space. Someone intends to trap me within the North Sea, Lu Ming observed as he surveyed his surroundings. Speaking in an unperturbed manner, a formation that seals the void? Upon hearing this, Mo Qing understood at last. No wonder they had been unable to escape the North Sea. Ha ha ha, look. The daughter of Bai Yunyan, it is indeed the daughter of Bai Yunyan. It truly seems to be the daughter of Bai Yunyan. Excellent, excellent, excellent. She is mine. No one shall contend with me. Nonsense, she belongs to me. Suddenly, a cacophony of exuberant voices erupted. Then, a throng of individuals surged towards Lu Ming and his companions, their faces alight with fervor, as if they had stumbled upon a long-sought treasure. Die. Mo Qing coldly snorted, raising her hand to gently point. The surge of primordial power erupted, and all who had rushed forward met their demise. An immortal emperor at the late stage. How could there be an immortal emperor at such a level? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Mo Qing, the frenzied individuals abruptly halted in their tracks. The daughter of Bai Yunyan is mine. Ha ha ha. I never expected to encounter the daughter of Bai Yunyan. Everyone, get away from me. This little girl is mine. However, at that moment, another wave of individuals approached from the distance. Do you wish for me to be the executioner? Lu Ming murmured upon seeing the newcomers. At this juncture, he began to comprehend the scheme of the Dark Heaven Emperor, to capture Bai Yunyan and confine her within the North Sea. The intention is to compel him to commit murder, to eliminate all those who come to capture Ling'er. In other words, the Heavenly Emperor desires him to become the executor of the cleansing plan. The horror is far from merely this. Perhaps the reincarnation of the Yunyan Immortal Emperor marks the inception of this scheme. Suddenly, the Kunping King appeared beside Lu Ming, inquiring. Oh, what do you mean? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. The reincarnation of the Yunyan Immortal Emperor is indeed a result of divine opportunity. Viewed from another angle, does it not imply that the entire immortal spirit realm is informed of the Yunyan Immortal Emperor's divine fortune? However, as the pinnacle of immortal emperors, the denizens of the immortal spirit realm are powerless against her. Thus, the Heavenly Emperor orchestrated her reincarnation. Those pawns are not merely forcing the Yunyan Immortal Emperor's divine opportunity, rather, they are hastening her growth. Once she reaches a certain level of maturity, the Heavenly Emperor will feign death, concealing the truth. The immortal spirit realm will then turn against the Yunyan Immortal Emperor. At that moment, she will become the executor, akin to the divine tree of old. The Kunping King spoke slowly. After hearing this, Mo Qing and the others were immediately struck with astonishment. Upon reflection, it indeed seems to be the case. However, due to my emergence, the Heavenly Emperor deemed me a more suitable executor. Thus, he lured Yunyan to the Northern Sea, coincidentally bringing Ling'er to the Northern Sea as well. The Heavenly Emperor was well aware that my first act upon exiting seclusion would be to seek out the mother and daughter pair. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming concluded, unable to suppress his applause by the end of his statement. Even he had to concede that the Emperor of Shadows was indeed calculating. So, what shall you do? To kill? Or to subdue? The King of Kunping glanced at the incessantly increasing crowd and spoke. To kill would utterly fulfill the Emperor's wishes. To subdue would render us unable to approach the Hall of Heavenly Tao. It could be said that the Emperor of Shadows had a firm grip on Lu Ming's lifeblood. His scheming was astute. I cannot afford to neglect Yunyan. Lu Ming cast a glance at the ever-approaching beings from the immortal spirit realm and remarked, yet this plays directly into the hands of the Emperor of Shadows. The King of Kunping sighed in resignation. No, there is one factor the Emperor has overlooked. My cultivation. Lu Ming smiled gently and continued. Chapter 151. Arrival at the Hall of Heavenly Tao. Cultivation? The king of Kunping, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss. If my cultivation were merely at the true god level, I would indeed be helpless against this void constraint formation. After all, the Emperor of Shadows was initially a god king, with individuals from the primordial divine realm intervening behind him. However, the one thing he failed to account for was that I am now at the divine sovereign level. Ming cast a glance at him and chuckled lightly. Before the king of Kunping could respond, he raised his hand and gently pointed to the sky, whispering, "Break." A sound akin to shattering glass suddenly resonated, piercing clearly into the ears of everyone present. Halt. Ming then turned his gaze towards the rushing beings from the immortal spirit realm and softly uttered. Upon his words, those rushing towards them were instantaneously immobilized in place. Even the once turbulent sea beneath their feet was rendered still. It appeared as though time itself had been suspended within a single utterance from Ming. "Let us proceed," he continued. As he spoke, a rift in space materialized before them. Grasping Ling'er's hand, he stepped forward into the void. Xingyue and Imoqing, realizing the urgency of the moment, hastily followed suit. With a mere shift of their gaze, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Before them stood a grand palace, resplendent in gold and jade. An archway loomed at the entrance, adorned with a plaque inscribed with the three majestic characters Xiaowudao Palace. While they were aware of Ming's formidable prowess, the instantaneous transition from the North Sea to the threshold of Xiaowudao Palace left Imoqing astounded. It is important to note that the North Sea and Xiaowudao Palace represent two extreme opposites within the realm of Xianling, one situated in the north and the other in the south. In essence, traveling from the North Sea to Xiaowudao Palace equated to traversing the entire expanse of the Xianling realm, a distance that surely exceeded tens of thousands of kilometers. Yet, Ming could arrive in an instant. Is this the terrifying might of the divine sovereign? Imoqing pondered in astonishment. However, Ming was unperturbed by her thoughts, his gaze calmly fixed upon the plaque of Xiaowudao Palace. He then strolled leisurely into the palace, hand in hand with Ling'er. Suddenly, as he approached the grand entrance, a resonant hum filled the air. A barrier materialized out of thin air, enveloping the entire Xiaowudao Palace. "Who dares to intrude upon Xiaowudao Palace?" boomed a formidable voice from within. In rapid succession, the sound of rushing air reverberated as a group of individuals emerged from the palace. Leading them was Lin, suspended in midair, who cast a silent glance at Xingyue and the others before finally fixing his gaze upon Ming. "The Lord of the Chaos Sea?" With a solemn expression, Lin hesitantly inquired. "The black Qilin? Quite a rarity indeed." Turning to his daughter, he added, "Ling'er, do you wish to taste Qilin meat?" I do. I've never had it before." "Father, I want to eat Qilin meat." Upon hearing the mention of food, the little girl instantly brightened. Behind the father and daughter duo, Imoqing and the others wore expressions of wry amusement, particularly Imoqing. After all, Lin was publicly recognized as the master of the Heavenly Tao Palace. Only this father-daughter pair would dare to speak of consuming such a creature in his presence. Impudent. Audacious. The master of the chaotic sea. I have indeed heard of you. Are you not a touch overconfident? As soon as Ling'er finished her sentence, those behind Lin began to scold. However, he displayed no extreme reaction. He merely looked down from his elevated position and calmly remarked to Ming, "Master of the chaotic sea, if you wish to eat me, let us see if you possess the capability." Upon hearing this, Ming merely smiled gently. "A commendable formation of deification," he said, his gaze fixed on the barrier of the Heavenly Tao Palace. "Oh, since you are aware of the formation of deification, you should understand that it is challenging even for deities to breach." Lin interjected, somewhat astonished. The formation of deification is an extraordinary array from the ancient spirit era, specifically designed to confine deities. It is among the profound secrets of the Heavenly Tao Palace. But before Lin could finish his sentence, a crisp sound of shattering echoed through the air. "You." He looked at Ming in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. With a mere flick of his finger, the formidable god-sealing array, capable of ensnaring a being of divine stature, was shattered. Ming merely extended his finger, sending a tremor through the air. Boom. A resounding thud echoed as the entire array disintegrated, collapsing into oblivion. In the blink of an eye, the god-sealing array vanished without a trace. Stunned, Lin and the members of Xiaowudao Palace stood in disbelief. One of the foundational pillars of Xiaowudao Palace had been effortlessly obliterated. "Jielu, you are a being of divine caliber?" After a prolonged silence, Lin finally regained his composure, exclaiming in astonishment. While others were oblivious, he could discern the truth. At the moment Ming made his move, a surge of Jieli manifested, an energy only wielded by those of divine strength. What? The experts of Xiaowudao Palace, standing behind Lin, were once again rendered speechless. A being of divine strength. The master of the chaos sea is, in fact, a divine being? How is that possible? In this current era, how could there exist a being of divine prowess? No, you are not only the master of the Chaos Sea, but also the husband of Baiyuyan, correct? Suddenly, Lin grasped the implications, his expression one of utter astonishment. Just moments ago, Xiaoling'o had referred to Lu Ming as father. It is well known within the immortal spirit realm that Xiaoling'o is the daughter of Baiyuyan. Now, with Xiaoling'o calling Lu Ming father, Lu Ming's true identity was unequivocally revealed. By the heavens, the expressions of the experts from Tiandao Palace morphed into sheer incredulity. Is this some kind of jest? The husband of Baiyuyan is actually a being of divine strength. Without further ado, Lu Ming extended his hand towards Lin. As the words resonated, the atmosphere thickened with tension. A colossal hand, seemingly conjured from thin air, descended upon Lin. With a fierce roar in response to the oppressive force, Lin transformed into his true form. True to his name, he manifested as a majestic black Qilin. The divine ability, annihilation, resonated with a profound and terrifying voice from the black Qilin, as dark flames emanated from his body, engulfing the surroundings. Wherever the flames spread, the very fabric of space morphed into an ashen hue, and under this pallid shroud, even the winds traversing through the area slowed to a crawl. Visibly perceptible to the naked eye, half-step divine realm, murmured Imo Qing, standing behind Lu Ming, his voice tinged with disbelief. Who could have anticipated that? Aside from the Yin Emperor and the Yin Divine Tree, the heavenly Dao Palace harbored yet another entity of half-step divine realm in Lin, an impressive talent, indeed, merging the paths of space and time. Yet, lamentably, your cultivation remains too feeble. Lu Ming regarded Lin with a detached demeanor. As he spoke, the colossal hand had already descended. Despite Lin's formidable powers, the chasm between their realms was insurmountably vast. How could a mere half-step divine realm Lin withstand Lu Ming? Even if he were of true divine realm, he would still be forced to concede defeat. Chapter 152, Confrontation with the Yin Divine Tree. Bang. The deafening sound resonated amidst a cloud of dust, causing the entire heavenly Dao Palace to tremble. As the dust settled, it revealed Lin, now in his Qilin form, deeply embedded within the palace's plaza, appearing gravely wounded. Of course, this was due to Lu Ming's restraint. Had he not held back, Lin would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Lin gazed weakly at Lu Ming, and before he could articulate his thoughts, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. What realm do you truly belong to? After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to express his thoughts. Is it the true God realm? He sensed that Lu Ming's cultivation was far beyond that. Lu Ming remained silent. Instead, he retrieved a bag, lifting his hand to gently wave it towards Lin, drawing him into the pouch. Ling'er, hold this well. Once we rescue your mother, we shall feast upon this for dinner, Lu Ming said, handing the bag to Ling'er with a gentle smile. All right, Ling'er responded, nodding eagerly as she accepted the bag and curiously shook it a couple of times. As for the rest of you, Lu Ming turned his gaze towards the others from the heavenly Dao Palace. As he spoke, he lightly gestured with his hand. Bang. Before those individuals could react, they vanished into the wind, their lives extinguished irrevocably. What do you still wish to observe? After dealing with all the minor players, Lu Ming's gaze settled upon the Grand Hall. To his astonishment, in this era of scarce cultivation resources, a figure such as you has emerged. You, young one, are quite remarkable, an ancient voice resonated. Subsequently, an elderly man clad in white emerged from the palace, his steps ethereal. His visage was profoundly aged, marked by a multitude of creases resembling cracks. Though tall, he appeared exceedingly gaunt, exuding an aura of weariness, as if he might wither away at any moment. Are you the Shadow God Tree? Lu Ming inquired, casting a glance at the elder, speaking with a tone of indifference. Indeed, the elderly man nodded in acknowledgement, meeting Lu Ming's gaze without reservation. You ought not to obstruct me, for you are merely a pawn in his game. Indeed, you cannot deter me, Lu Ming continued. The Yin Divine Tree is merely a blade forged by the Yin Emperor, a sharp instrument employed to execute the cleansing plan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, I share a common adversary with the Yin Divine Tree. A faint smile graced the Yin Divine Tree's countenance. Oh, do you willingly accept the role of a pawn? Lu Ming inquired, somewhat astonished. For the power to consume souls grants me strength. Only through this can I seize the opportunity for a reversal. Would you not agree? The Yin Divine Tree intoned solemnly. That is indeed a valid point. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. However, given the cunning nature of the Yin Emperor, the possibility of the Yin Divine Tree achieving a reversal is nearly non-existent. He is akin to a sly, calculating fox, his plans echoing like the sound of a clicking abacus. It is utterly impossible for the Yin Divine Tree to turn the tables. Are you attempting to obstruct me? Lu Ming inquired succinctly. They are not present here. This place merely houses my essence, the Yin Divine Tree replied with a resigned sigh. Lu Ming chuckled softly, choosing not to linger on the matter, and proceeded forward with Ling'er. The implication was clear. It would soon be evident whether they were present or not. Junior, do not be overly obstinate. The divine tree warned, its expression darkening. Clearly, it did not wish for Lu Ming to venture into the subterranean realm. Yield or face death. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy as he addressed it. Junior, you are exceedingly arrogant. Did you believe that breaking through to the divine realm would render you invincible? Humph. The divine tree scoffed, raising its hand to unleash a surge of power towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rupturing air filled the atmosphere as massive vines erupted from the void, lunging at Lu Ming with lethal intent. Each vine exuded a terrifying aura, suffocating Xingyue and her companions under its oppressive weight. These vines were equivalent to a half-step into the divine realm. Mo Qing exclaimed in astonishment. For the ferocity of these vines was on par with that of Mo Lin. Is this truly the manifestation of the divine tree's prowess? It is indeed formidable. Mu Ling remarked. No wonder Lu Ming chose to enter seclusion to break through to the true divine realm before seeking Baiyun smoke. If he were merely at the half-step divine realm, he would be utterly unable to withstand the divine tree's might. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, all the vines had reached Lu Ming's vicinity, yet that was where their advance halted. Upon nearing Lu Ming, the vines seemed to be frozen in place, unable to progress any further. Extinguish. Observing the vines that appeared so formidable to Mo Qing, Lu Ming extended his hand and gently tapped. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted as all the vines were instantaneously obliterated into the void. What is your cultivation level? The divine tree gazed intently at Lu Ming, its expression displaying an unprecedented gravity. This strike was merely a probe, testing the extent of Lu Ming's capabilities. Nevertheless, even such a tentative assault could effortlessly annihilate a demigod. Even a true divine realm expert would find it manageable. Yet, Lu Ming had effortlessly neutralized it. He is certainly not as simple as a true divine realm practitioner. You must aspire to a higher realm. Lu Ming spoke with an air of indifference as he approached the shadow god tree. With a resounding thud, the figure conjured by the shadow god tree exploded into fragments. Do you truly wish to provoke me? The tree intoned, its voice laced with unmistakable fury. I have already stated that they are not here. Let me investigate, Lu Ming replied, not yielding to the tree's intimidation. Humph, if you are so insistent, then I shall engage you in a contest. I am curious to see what resources you possess to be so audacious. The voice of the shadow god tree echoed from all directions. In the next moment, thick, sinewy vines erupted from the void, encircling the entire heavenly Dao palace. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and his companions found themselves within a realm of crimson. Beneath their feet lay a sea of blood, and the sky above mirrored the same hue. Master, what is this? Mo Qing inquired, furrowing his brow as he surveyed their surroundings. Some form of divine ability, Lu Ming responded, his demeanor unruffled as he glanced about. Divine ability? Mo Qing's frown deepened. This is my blood-red domain, the shadow god tree declared, its voice reverberating around them. Indeed, it was here that I personally refined your former master, Red Yin, to death. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling'er felt a slight tremor in her crimson robe. May you all be cast into the endless sea of suffering. The shadow god tree's voice resounded once more. As the words fell, ominous splashes echoed through the air, and bloodied hands emerged from the sea, reaching out toward the group. I cannot utilize my primal power? Mo Qing, poised to act, was suddenly taken aback. Unable to believe her ears. She was not alone. Mu Ling and Li Xingyue shared her astonishment. Heh, Junior, are you still so arrogant? Came the chilling voice of the ancient tree. With a mere light smile, Lu Ming responded. Chapter 153, Crushing the Xintian Tower with Bare Hands. Shocking the ancient tree without further ado, Lu Ming lifted his foot and unleashed a tremor. Buzz. Waves of visible energy radiated from where he landed, cascading outward. Wherever the waves passed, the hands reaching out from the blood seed disintegrated. One ripple after another traversed the crimson space. Li Xingyue and Mo Qing were pushed back several steps, instinctively raising their hands in defense. However, when they lowered their hands, they were astonished to find that the blood-red space had vanished. They still stood in the plaza of the Tian'ao Palace. How is this possible? The ancient tree's voice quivered with horror and disbelief. Its terrifying divine ability, the crimson space, had been shattered so effortlessly. It was worth noting that during its previous battle with the Tian'ao Palace, 5 mighty war gods had perished within the grasp of the crimson space. All of them were of the main god level. Even now, having suffered a decline in strength due to that battle, it had only barely restored itself to the true god realm. Yet, with this divine ability, it could remain undefeated even against celestial realm practitioners. Now, such a formidable power was rendered utterly feeble before Lu Ming. Your era has passed, Lu Ming stated calmly, even disregarding the true god cultivation. He would have no fear even if the ancient tree were at its peak. With an air of arrogance, the ancient tree let out a cold snort. showing no signs of concession. As its low growl resonated, an ancient tower emerged from the depths of the Xiaowudao palace, soaring into the void. The tower rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire Xiaowudao palace. Subsequently, beams of radiant light cascaded from within the Xingyue tower, ensnaring all who fell under its illumination. For instance, Xingyue, Imoqing, and Mu Ling found themselves seemingly frozen in place, unable to move or utter a word, even their eyes locked in stillness. The Xingyue tower. A furious voice erupted from the red Yinzhu on Ling'er. Why did they suffer defeat in that bygone battle? Setting aside the possibility of Immortal Emperor's deliberate interference, the primary reason lay with the Xingyue tower. This tower is one of the two divine artifacts from the ancient spirit era, possessing the terrifying power to imprison all things. The ancient tree wielded this tower, combined with its formidable supernatural ability, Crimson Space, to doom countless formidable beings. It could be said that the Xingyue tower was the crux of that historical conflict. Huh? Is this your trump card, a mere incomplete divine artifact? Lu Ming remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the Xingyue tower looming above. As his voice echoed, Imoqing and the others realized that the binding force upon them had vanished. An incomplete divine artifact cannot truly subdue. Lu Ming spoke again, and as he did, he gently grasped toward the Xingyue tower. In an instant, a colossal hand materialized, firmly clutching the tower. As Lu Ming's grip tightened, a crisp crack resounded, leaving Imoqing and the others in a state of disbelief. The Xingyue tower was unexpectedly crushed, reduced to countless fragments scattered throughout the cosmos. Silence and utter stillness enveloped the moment, as if the very essence of sound had been extracted from the world. Even the divine tree remained silent, its mind ensnared in a void. For that was a divine king's artifact, one of the most formidable treasures of the ancient spirit era, although it bore the scars of a past cataclysm. The material from which it was forged remained unblemished. Yet now, it had been obliterated by Lu Ming's bare hands. Not just the divine tree, but even the assembly of divine artifacts, including the Hong Yin, were expressions of disbelief. As fellow divine artifacts, they understood the unparalleled resilience of a divine king's weapon. The materials employed in its creation were tenfold more precious than their own. Indeed, the materials utilized for the divine king's artifact were the pinnacle of excellence, second only to the primordial realms. In the ancient spirit era, no one could have imagined the possibility of its destruction. Yet here it was, annihilated by Lu Ming's bare hands. They recognized Lu Ming's formidable cultivation and strength, but never anticipated he would possess such overwhelming power. To be capable of crushing a divine king's artifact with mere hands. What level of cultivation do you possess? After a prolonged silence, the divine tree finally regained its composure, its voice trembling with astonishment. To wield such strength, even in the ancient spirit era, was unheard of. In this era of celestial spirits, which is a vast chasm away from the ancient spirit era, how could such a terrifying figure arise? It is a level of cultivation that demands reverence. Lu Ming spoke with an air of tranquility, gently leading Ling'er forward. In an instant, they transitioned into another realm. In an eerie realm reminiscent of the afterlife, all that met the eye were grim, white bones. At the center of this skeletal landscape stood an unusual tree, seemingly rooted in the ground. It appeared to be merely a century old, yet its branches and trunk seemed ethereal, as if they did not belong to this world, insubstantial, yet visible to the naked eye. It was as if the tree had been constructed solely from pure soul energy. Wow, what a peculiar tree, Daddy! Exclaimed the curious little Ling'er, her gaze fixed on the shadowy divine tree. Be good, Lu Ming gently patted her head, his eyes scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. For apart from the shadowy divine tree itself, there truly appeared to be no one else present. I have told you, they are not here. The voice of the shadowy divine tree resonated. A human face materialized upon its strange form. Lu Ming cast a glance at it, but remained silent. If the heavenly emperor and the others were not present, then where could they possibly be? Then why don't you allow Daddy to come in and take a look? Little Ling'er inquired innocently, her voice ringing out towards the shadowy divine tree. Xingyue and the other two, brought in by Lu Ming, wore expressions of perplexity. After all, Lu Ming had previously stated that he would enter to investigate, and if there truly was nothing to see, he would naturally depart. Are you refining the essence of the immortal spirit realm? Lu Ming suddenly interjected. The essence of the immortal spirit realm? Imoqing and the others furrowed their brows slightly in confusion. What is that? Master, this is inadvisable. If the immortal spirit realm loses its essence, it will gradually transform into a realm akin to the true spirit realm. Ultimately, it will become an entirely mundane world. Hong Yin's voice echoed suddenly. What? Imoqing exclaimed in shock upon hearing this revelation. Losing its essence, the celestial spirit realm will gradually transform into a mundane world. Were they the ones who urged you to do this? Lu Ming did not respond to Hong Yin's words. Instead, he fixated on the shadow spirit tree. He was well aware of the consequences that ensue when a world loses its primal power. Nonetheless, this was of no concern to him. Although it is said that beneath the same nest, no egg remains unscathed, he regrettably was not situated within that nest. The fate of the celestial spirit realm was irrelevant to him. His sole desire was to locate his wife. Indeed, they instructed me to obstruct you, and I shall do so for as long as I am able. The price, however, is the primal power of the celestial spirit realm, the shadow spirit tree lamented. Chapter 154. Is the Shadow Emperor truly conspiring against the true spirit realm? Moreover, the heavenly tower was also bestowed upon me by them. Before Lu Ming could utter a word, the shadow spirit tree continued, its tone laden with resignation. It had initially believed that with its own cultivation in the heavenly tower, it could effortlessly subdue Lu Ming. However, it was utterly taken aback by Lu Ming's formidable strength. It seems this aligns with their intentions. They wish to transform the celestial spirit realm into a mundane world. Are you aware of the cleansing plan? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ming scoffed. Entrusting the primal essence of the celestial spirit realm to the shadow spirit tree would equate to a complete relinquishment of the realm. And the shadow spirit tree? Due to the repercussions of that bygone battle which diminished its power, it would certainly not let go of the primal essence of the celestial spirit realm. One could say the Shadow Emperor has achieved a dual purpose, allowing the shadow spirit tree to remain one of the executors of the cleansing plan while simultaneously obstructing him. Even Lu Ming had to concede that this old fellow was quite the strategist. The only aspect that perplexed him was, what precisely is this so-called cleansing plan? Is it to transform every realm into an irreparable mundane world? I remain uncertain about the true nature of the cleansing plan. The only certainty is that it aims to obliterate numerous worlds and eliminate a multitude of lives. The ancient tree replied candidly. Where are they? Do not tell me you are unaware. I do not wish to hear such words. Observing this, Lu Ming refrained from further inquiries and shifted the conversation. From the words of the ancient tree, it was evident that it had encountered the likes of the celestial emperor of shadows and his entourage, and undoubtedly possessed knowledge of their whereabouts. While the specifics elude me, I harbor a general conjecture, sighed the ancient tree in response. Lu Ming remained silent, merely gazing at it in anticipation of more revelations. Do you not feel perplexed? How could a mere lost entity possess an innate divine root? Under his scrutiny, the ancient tree resumed speaking, its gaze lingering on the wood spirit. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming too turned his attention toward the wood spirit. This is indeed a point of concern. The celestial spirits of innate divine roots are exceedingly rare. For an innate divine root is tantamount to a strand of primordial purple energy. However, while primordial purple energy is accessible to all, innate divine roots are exclusively confined to celestial spirits. During the ancient spirit era, celestial spirits with innate divine roots were remarkably scarce, as a world considered lost. The true spirit realm should not harbor an innate divine root. Yet now, the wood spirit possesses one, which is quite peculiar. The celestial emperor of shadows originally intended for Bai Yunyan to become the executor of the cleansing plan, thus striving to hasten her growth. The emperor of shadows has arranged numerous pieces to enter the true spirit realm. However, after Bai Yunyan departed from the true spirit realm, the emperor did not recall those pieces. Instead, he allowed them to remain within the true spirit realm. The shadow tree spoke once more. At this, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. Was he diverting his attention? He used Yunyan and Ling'er to draw me into the immortal spirit realm, leading me to believe that he intended to make me the one wielding the blade. Yet, his true purpose was to obscure his actions in the true spirit realm. He lifted his head and spoke slowly. Clever. The shadow tree offered unreserved praise. I hail from the true spirit realm. If they truly wished to escape, they could not elude my divine sense. Lu Ming continued the discourse. Compared to the immortal spirit realm, the true spirit realm is merely a speck. His divine sense can effortlessly envelop the immortal spirit realm, let alone the mere true spirit realm. You are indeed formidable, yet even within the immortal spirit realm, your divine sense has not pierced through the fact that this place is not what it seems, has it? Do not forget, the Emperor of Shadows acts not alone. Behind him, there are those from the primordial realm. Moreover, did you not notice their presence in the true spirit realm? Or did you fail to search diligently there? The shadow tree's voice was grave. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming fell silent. Indeed, after old ancestor Bai Zhe mentioned that Ling'er had ventured out, he had not sensed her presence in the true spirit realm and had hastily arrived in the immortal spirit realm. His perception of the true spirit realm was merely a cursory glance. The Emperor of Shadows, once a deity of the highest order, had allies from the primordial realm. If he wished to conceal his intentions, he could indeed achieve it. But what exactly is the Emperor plotting in the true spirit realm? It is merely a lost world. What could possibly be worth the scheming of the Emperor of Shadows? The most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. He certainly knows how to seek out a location, Lu Ming remarked with a cold smile. As he spoke, his gaze rested upon the shadow divine tree. Are you certain you wish to kill me? Meeting his gaze, sensing the hint of murderous intent, the shadow divine tree spoke with an air of calm. The essence of the immortal spirit realm, I have already refined half of it. If you kill me, it signifies that the immortal spirit realm will lose half of its original power. Consequently, the cultivation of all beings within the realm will be hindered, restricted to the realm of the immortal kings. This world will transition from a higher realm to a middle realm. Isn't that precisely what the Emperor of Shadows desires? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming chuckled softly. Once you have refined the essence of the immortal spirit realm, the realm will inevitably succumb to becoming a mundane world. That too is an outcome the Emperor of Shadows wishes to witness. He spoke lightly, his heart filled with contemplation. The Emperor of Shadows, that cunning old fox, has indeed orchestrated everything meticulously. Whether or not he kills the shadow divine tree, the ultimate result aligns with the desires of the Emperor of Shadows. You are mistaken, the shadow divine tree replied with a smile. Killing me or sparing me yields the same outcome, yet the endings differ. Oh, Lu Ming looked at it in confusion. With the power of the Emperor of Shadows, he could easily be the executor of this cleansing plan. However, he chose not to do so. In the age of ancient spirits, I was the executor. In the age of immortals, the choice of executor lies between you and Bai Yunyan. Why? As he met the gaze of the shadow god tree, it began to speak softly. The three of Mo Qing, who had been listening quietly, could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, with the formidable power of the Shadow Emperor, he could effortlessly assume the role of the executor of the cleansing plan. Why the elaborate scheming? Cause and effect. Everything is governed by this principle. The act of annihilation is a grave transgression against heaven and morality, and inevitably, one would become entangled in the web of consequences. The Shadow Emperor sought to avoid this dreadful fate, thus he silently devised a plan, appointing others as the executors of the cleansing initiative. Much like myself, his machinations have placed me in the role of the executor, while he assumes the guise of a champion of righteousness. Similarly, should you choose to slay me, you would effectively sever the path of the immortal spirit realm's future, a deed most grievous. Are you prepared to bear such consequences? The shadow god tree continued to speak, articulating its thoughts with eloquence. Cause and effect. Lu Ming pondered this notion. It seemed ethereal yet undeniably valid, especially within the realm of cultivation. The principle of cause and effect holds true. Every action yields a result. Many who soar to great heights are, in fact, the beneficiaries of this cosmic law. Moreover, the denizens of the immortal spirit realm are intent on targeting your daughter and Bai Yunyan. Do you truly wish to bear the weight of consequences to save them from peril? The shadow god tree remarked with a hint of mockery. You are indeed correct. Lu Ming replied with a light chuckle, taking over the conversation. The fate of the immortal spirit realm is, in truth, of no concern to me. However, you have plotted against my daughter, have you not? Mo Qing had already briefed him on the matters concerning the divine tomb. The fate of the immortal spirit realm holds no significance for him. Yet how could the shadow tree, having plotted against its own daughter, simply relent? After a moment of silence, it finally spoke. So what? You wish to kill me to fulfill the realm of the immortals? It let out a derisive laugh. Kill me? That is not necessarily required. With a bemused smile, Lu Ming continued. Since you desire the immortal realm so fervently, I shall make you a part of it. The shadow tree gazed at him in confusion, clearly bewildered. Kunyu, come forth. Without further explanation, Lu Ming gestured lightly into the void. With a hum, a rift in space appeared, and the king of Kunping suddenly materialized before Lu Ming. King of Kunping. The shadow tree recognized Kunyu, though it was taken aback to discover he was still alive. What have you brought me here for? Kunyu ignored the shadow tree, instead looking at Lu Ming with puzzlement. How would you like to become the master of the immortal realm? Lu Ming beamed at him. Master of the immortal realm? What is that supposed to mean? Kunyu was momentarily stunned. You have now become the spirit of the northern sea, forever confined to its depths. Instead, why not devour this entity and assimilate the essence of the immortal realm into your being, transforming into its spirit? This way, you could traverse the entire realm at will. Lu Ming glanced at the shadow tree, explaining that such a transformation would allow Kunyu to become his eyes within the immortal realm. As the spirit of the immortal realm, Kunyu would be aware of any disturbances, effectively granting Lu Ming knowledge of all that transpired. That is indeed a compelling proposition. Upon hearing this, the king of Kunping's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Without a hint of hesitation, he readily agreed. A delusion. The ancient tree snorted coldly and took over the conversation, gazing fiercely at Lu Ming as it continued. At worst, I shall destroy the source of the immortal spirit realm. We shall perish together. Upon hearing this, the king of Kunping regarded the ancient tree with a look of bemusement. After all, Lu Ming was an immensely formidable figure at the divine sovereign level. To contemplate the destruction of the source of the immortal spirit realm in his presence? What folly! Not to mention that the ancient tree had merely regained its true godly state, even at the height of its powers. The king of Kunping doubted that the ancient tree could destroy the source before Lu Ming. Perish together? You lack the qualification. Lu Ming spoke softly, extending his hand towards the ancient tree and delivering a gentle tremor. In an instant, a terrifying force of the realm erupted. Enveloped by this force, the ancient tree realized, to its astonishment, that it was rendered immobile. How is this possible? Your cultivation has transcended the divine king realm. A sense of shock intertwined with a deeper fear gripped its heart. During the ancient spirit era, it had once battled the divine king Tiandi and had emerged victorious. Yet now, the realm force wielded by Lu Ming was far more potent and terrifying than that of Tiandi back in those days, and it was not a trivial difference. Thus, it became unequivocally clear to the ancient tree that Lu Ming's cultivation had indeed surpassed the divine king realm. But how could this be possible? In the ancient spirit era, no one had ever broken through to the divine sovereign realm, let alone in this era. Yet, here he stood, a being of divine sovereign cultivation. You still entertain thoughts of mutual destruction? Not only you now, but even at your peak, you would be unable to achieve it. Without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, the king of Kunping mocked, the divine sovereign realm. Upon hearing this, the divine tree was utterly bewildered. It was well aware of the divine sovereign realm, a terrifying level that transcends the divine king realm. Yet, in an era where even the true god realm is scarcely born, how could Lu Ming have cultivated to the divine sovereign realm? The resources required for such cultivation would have been nearly impossible to gather even in the ancient spirit era. You also hail from the primordial realm, do you not? Suddenly, it reacted, exclaiming, a being of the divine sovereign realm could never emerge in the ancient spirit era, nor in the celestial spirit era. Such formidable entities can only exist in the primordial realm. Devour it, and integrate the essence of the celestial spirit realm into your very being. Lu Ming did not respond to the words of the divine tree, but instead spoke to the king of Kunping. All right. The king of Kunping nodded and approached the divine tree. Why, if you are from the primordial realm, would you attempt to harm me? The divine tree struggled and howled, clearly refusing to be consumed so easily by the king of Kunping. From the primordial realm? Lu Ming merely smiled in response without speaking further. Under his suppression, the king of Kunping inevitably devoured the divine tree, merging with the essence of the celestial spirit realm. This process was unlike mere refining. It was a fusion, a symbiotic existence. Thank you. The king of Kunping approached Lu Ming sincerely. By integrating the essence of the celestial spirit realm, I shall no longer be confined to the northern sea. Don't mention it. Do assist me in ascertaining whether the celestial spirit realm still harbors any hidden sanctuaries. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Regarding the divine tree, he was indeed skeptical. The king of Kunping nodded, refraining from further discourse, his eyes gently closed as if attuning to some unseen force. Soon, he opened his eyes. Indeed, there was no trace of them. No. Could they have truly ventured into the true spirit realm? Lu Ming pondered internally. Father, what should we do? We still cannot find mother, little Ling'er murmured, her lips pouting in disappointment. Be good, Ling'er, trust your father. I will surely find your mother. Lu Ming gently tousled her hair, his face radiating warmth. Ling'er obediently nodded. She was already exceptionally adorable, and with the tiger skin had adorning her head, she appeared even more endearing. This is a communication talisman. Take it. If there is any disturbance in the immortal spirit realm, inform me immediately. I shall investigate the true spirit realm, Lu Ming instructed, handing a jade pendant to the king of Kunping. One cannot entirely dismiss the words of the divine tree. Yet neither should one accept them unconditionally. The emergence of the innate divine root within the spirit was indeed highly irregular. Even this alone sufficed to affirm that the true spirit realm harbors secrets unknown to others. Understood, the king of Kunping acknowledged as he accepted the jade pendant. Lu Ming ceased further elaboration, taking little Ling'er by the hand as they stepped forward, their forms vanishing instantly. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in the true spirit realm. Such a formidable suppressive force, master? Upon returning to the true spirit realm, Mo Qing's brow furrowed immediately. Compared to the last time, she sensed an invisible power constraining her cultivation, as if she were being ostracized by this world itself. Even Lu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, for he too sensed it, a feeling as if the very world were conspiring against him. Father, my stomach hurts, came the voice of Ling'er, her hands clutching her abdomen. At that moment, Lu Ming turned his gaze toward her. He beheld Ling'er's pale complexion, her body hunched over, as if she were enduring some form of torment. What is wrong? Lu Ming hurriedly cradled her in his arms, while Xingyue and the others looked on with concern. Father, it hurts here, Ling'er murmured, leaning against Lu Ming and pointing to her belly. The dantian. Lu Ming's brows knitted tightly, for the spot she indicated was indeed the location of the Dantian. His focus sharpened as his spiritual consciousness delved into Ling'er's body. What is this? In an instant, Lu Ming's furrowed brow deepened further. For within Ling'er's Dantian, there grew something akin to a small sapling. It was diminutive, scarcely the size of a pinky finger, shrouded in a grayish mist, emanating an aura of profound mystery. What astonished Lu Ming even more was that, with the emergence of this peculiar entity, he noticed the surrounding spiritual energy surging uncontrollably into Ling'er's body, ultimately being absorbed by the sapling, transforming into primal energy to aid her in enhancing her cultivation. Senior, I also. Just then, Xingyue clutched her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming turned to her and found her condition mirrored that of Ling'er, the only difference being that a multicolored sapling had sprouted within her Dantian. Could this be a spiritual root? Observing his daughter and then glancing at Xingyue, Lu Ming furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. The concept of spiritual roots was something he had come to understand prior to his transmigration. Possessing such a trait allows one to sense the ethereal energies of the universe, thereby embarking on the path of cultivation. However, in this world, the notion of spiritual roots did not exist. Instead, there merely existed the quality of cultivation aptitude. What precisely constitutes cultivation aptitude? He was uncertain, only aware that upon reaching the age of 18, individuals would receive a manual titled The Art of Qi Gathering from the ruling powers. Following the prescribed methods therein, if one experienced peculiar sensations within 3 days, it indicated the presence of cultivation aptitude. If not, it meant the absence thereof. Prior to the awakening of the system, he belonged to the latter category. Now, however, the essence that had emerged in the Dantian of both Ling'er and Xingyue bore a striking resemblance to the so-called spiritual roots. Could it be the work of the Emperor and his cohorts? Lu Ming's brow tightened. Previously, neither Xingyue nor Ling'er had exhibited any spiritual roots. Yet upon arriving in the true spirit realm, such roots had manifested within them. He was certain this was intrinsically linked to the Emperor. Ling'er, is that you? Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated. Following the sound, he beheld an elderly woman with flowing white hair. Behind her stood a large, somber black bull. Granny Big Bull. Upon seeing them, Ling'er seemed to momentarily forget her pain, joyfully rushing towards them. Senior Mo, Senior Nyo, how could this be? Xingyue approached the pair, her face etched with disbelief, for this person and bull had seemingly lost all traces of their cultivation. Lu Ming quietly observed a person and a cow. Mo Qing had mentioned this person and cow to him before. Grandma, I miss you and Big Black Bull so much. Ling'er exclaimed happily as she leaped into Elder Mo's embrace. Grandma misses you too, Elder Mo replied, gently stroking her back with his wrinkled hand. The big black cow let out a weak and feeble moo. Elder Mo, Senior Bull, how did you come to be in this state? And what has happened to your cultivation? Xingyue inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Lu Ming continued to gaze at the pair, discerning that their cultivation had not been deliberately abolished, but rather seemed to have dissipated of its own accord. We are uncertain. It appears that a monumental change has occurred in the true spirit realm. Overnight, many formidable cultivators lost their powers, while those who retained theirs found something peculiar growing within their Dantian. It was not until a remarkably powerful mysterious force emerged that they learned this phenomenon is called a spiritual root. Now, only those with spiritual roots within them can cultivate normally. Almost all cultivation techniques in the true spirit realm have been rendered obsolete, Elder Mo lamented. What? Xingyue was taken aback upon hearing this. If that is the case, does that not mean the entire cultivation system has been altered? Can you still sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Lu Ming asked. I have encountered seniors before, Elder Mo replied hastily, bowing to him. Having lived for so many years, she instantly recognized Lu Ming as Ling'er's father. There is no need for excessive formalities, Elder. Lu Ming hastily assisted her to her feet and continued to inquire. Elder, can you still sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to the original cultivation method? Elder Mo shook his head in response. I can no longer sense it. Now, only those possessing spiritual roots within their bodies can perceive the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Additionally, it must be complemented by the cultivation method released by that mysterious force. Only when the method aligns with the spiritual root can one refine the spiritual energy for personal use. This enigmatic force categorizes spiritual roots into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as 3 extraordinary roots: thunder, ice, and poison. It is rumored that there are even more formidable roots related to space, time, and chaos. She continued to elaborate, noting that not only have the spiritual roots changed, but the resources for cultivation have also undergone a significant transformation. Not all cultivation resources are applicable. To elevate one's cultivation level, one must utilize resources that correspond to the attributes of their spiritual roots. Otherwise, a clash of attributes may result in the loss of cultivation or, in severe cases, the destruction of one's spiritual root. Is this their scheme? Lu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. The mysterious force Elder Imo spoke of must undoubtedly be the group led by the Shadow Emperor. But was this elaborate undertaking truly for that purpose? Indeed. The shadow tree failed to impede your progress. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly resonated, drawing nearer. A figure materialized before the crowd. The Shadow Emperor. Imo Qing exclaimed. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling also focused on the figure. Imo Qing was correct. The individual who had appeared so unexpectedly was none other than the Shadow Emperor. Is this your plan? To redefine the cultivation system and the methods? Lu Ming turned his gaze toward the Emperor of the shadowy heavens and spoke. No. We are in the midst of creating a flourishing era. Meeting his gaze, the Emperor's avatar shook his head and replied, creating a flourishing era? Your words raise a slight furrow in my brow. In the realm of celestial spirits, everyone possesses the ability to cultivate. And countless individuals perish in their pursuit of cultivation resources. As the number of cultivators increases, so too does the demand for these resources. With many wolves and scarce meat, the balance shifts, leading the myriad worlds towards destruction. To avert such a fate, the dignitaries of the primordial realm have resolved to meticulously forge a sustainable and enduring era. The Emperor's avatar spoke calmly, denying Lu Ming the opportunity to respond. He continued, in the establishment of this prosperous age, all cultivators must meet the threshold of possessing spiritual roots. The rules of the heavenly Tao bestow these spiritual roots, akin to the innate divine roots within the essence of the world. This will bar 90% of the world's populace from entering the path of cultivation. With a diminished number of cultivators, the scarcity of cultivation resources will alleviate. Furthermore, when cultivators possessing spiritual roots pass away, their corpses will transform into the elemental spiritual energy corresponding to their root attributes, replenishing the world and nurturing the resources necessary for the next generation's cultivation. In this manner, the world will once again be delineated. Taking this realm as an example, it will be divided into several vast regions according to various attributes of spiritual roots. Those endowed with attribute roots shall experience accelerated cultivation speed within their designated areas, alongside access to additional cultivation resources. In addition to cultivating resources corresponding to their respective attributes, the various attribute regions will also yield resources of other attributes. Thus, these regions can exchange resources among themselves, alleviating the pressure on the growth of cultivation resources. This principle can be observed on a grand scale across the myriad realms. Such a system would usher in an unprecedented golden age for the realm of cultivation. The heavenly Emperor of Darkness spoke passionately, his emotions intensifying with each word. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He had to concede that this grand and ambitious idea was indeed quite remarkable, particularly the division of attribute regions. This arrangement would effectively prevent the congregation of cultivators from various attributes in a single area, which would otherwise deplete the spiritual herbs, mineral veins, and other cultivation resources. To put it simply, it would be akin to confining 9 individuals, each capable of consuming only specific types of food, in one room. Consequently, these 9 individuals would focus solely on the food they could consume within that room. In their quest to satiate their hunger, they would scour every morsel available to them. The delineation of attribute regions, however, would allow each of these 9 individuals to possess a territory primarily composed of their preferred food. In this manner, they would concentrate on their own share while allowing the other resources to flourish in terms of both time and space. Moreover, this approach holds an even greater advantage, the avoidance of conflict. Wars in the realm of cultivation frequently arise due to the scarcity of resources. When one faction's dominion over its territory faces a scarcity of cultivation resources, it inevitably turns its gaze towards another faction, precipitating the onset of war and resulting in the devastation of countless families. In terms of territorial delineation, such conflicts could be averted. Take, for instance, the 2 predominant elemental domains of fire and water. Should a war erupt between these 2 elemental territories, and the fire domain emerges victorious, the resources it acquires for cultivation would largely consist of those pertaining to water. However, the fire domain cannot utilize these water-based resources. As for trading them, with the water domain obliterated, who would be left to make use of water cultivation resources? Thus, the division of elemental territories would foster a state of peaceful development within the realm of cultivation. This holds true not only in the realm of true spirits, but also across the myriad worlds. Therefore, Lu Ming must concede that the audacious and grand scheme devised by the Dark Emperor and his entourage could indeed herald a golden age for the realm of cultivation. I now grasp the essence of what you refer to as the cleansing plan, Lu Ming mused aloud. Oh? The avatar of the Dark Emperor regarded him with keen interest. The cleansing plan entails the purification of all worlds across the celestial realms, rendering them into an ordinary world. Once the celestial realms are transformed into a mundane realm, they can be reshaped into elemental worlds. Subsequently, cultivators would be collectively placed into their respective elemental domains, thereby ensuring the stable development of the celestial realms. Am I correct? Meeting his gaze, Lu Ming spoke slowly. In the realm of the celestial spirits, as he confronted the Yin divine tree, a perplexing question arose within his heart. Why would the Emperor of Yin entrust the primordial power of the celestial spirits to the Yin divine tree for refinement? Such an act would inevitably lead to the transformation of the celestial spirits realm into that of mortals. Now, he comprehended the underlying motive. The Emperor of Yin desired precisely that, the metamorphosis of the celestial spirits realm into a mortal world. This would seamlessly facilitate the emergence of an entirely new attribute realm. Before the Emperor of Yin could utter a word, he continued, however. The inhabitants of the celestial spirits realm would naturally oppose the transformation into a mortal world. To forge the so-called prosperous era you envision, the Yin divine tree was born. Its inception not only obliterated the ancient spirit era under your deliberate negligence, but also dragged the celestial spirits realm down significantly. Moreover, this inadvertently led several other realms to become the mortal worlds you desired. Yet, you have gravely underestimated the terrifying potential of the Yin divine tree, resulting in your severe injuries. Or perhaps, a certain discord arose within your ranks. The celestial spirits realm did not transform into a mortal world as you wished. Thus, you initiated the Second Great War of the celestial spirits realm against Yunyan. That conflict once again inflicted grievous damage upon the celestial spirits realm. To fully realize your ambitions, you retained the Yin divine tree as a backup, designating Yunyan as the executioner, regardless of who emerges victorious in the end. The reality of the celestial spirits realm's transformation into a mortal world remains unchanged. Applause resonated from the avatar of the Emperor of Yin. Clever, he praised without reservation. With your capabilities, why resort to such convoluted schemes? Cause and effect? If you truly feared the repercussions of cause and effect, the battle against Yunyan would never have transpired. Lu Ming chuckled softly and continued speaking. He had contemplated the notion of entangled karma as suggested by the Yin god tree. However, the fierce battle between the Yin Emperor and Bai Yuyan had rendered the celestial spirit realm fragmented, resulting in the demise of many souls. If he were truly apprehensive of karma, the Yin Emperor would undoubtedly refrain from such actions. The cleansing plan had not garnered unanimous approval from the esteemed figures of the primordial realm during the ancient spirit era. Numerous dissenting voices had emerged. Yet, proponents believed that the cleansing plan was indeed feasible. Nonetheless, the opposition outweighed the support, and should the plan be executed overtly, the notable figures of the primordial realm would surely intervene. Thus, it could only be carried out clandestinely, progressively, ensuring that all developments appeared to be natural occurrences. The Yin Emperor did not conceal his intentions and candidly stated, "So it is." Lu Ming pondered, "So, the dissenting voices from the primordial realm have vanished, have they not?" The Yin Emperor nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the primordial realm now fully endorses the cleansing plan. We can implement it boldly and decisively. Do you wish to join us in forging this magnificent era?" He extended an olive branch directly to Lu Ming. Chapter 158. I ask only one question. Where is Yunyan? Lu Ming, after listening, chuckled lightly and remarked, "Firstly, I must concede that your audacious idea is indeed grand in scope. It could indeed usher in a prosperous era. However," as he trailed off, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the avatar of the Shadow Emperor. Has the Hongming realm ever resorted to such a method? In response to his penetrating stare, the Shadow Emperor, who had initially worn a smile, gradually let it fade. "Allow me to elucidate," Lu Ming remarked with a mocking expression. "Why do factions emerge between regions? It is because these factions seize control over specific territories, thereby securing precious cultivation resources firmly within their grasp. The regional lord, as the de facto leader of the faction, can tightly hold on to these invaluable resources, compelling many within his jurisdiction to toil for the acquisition of such rare cultivation materials. Over time, subordinates come to realize that the leader only dispenses a mere fraction of the precious resources, while the majority remains firmly under the leader's control. In other words, those who toil relentlessly are essentially toiling in vain. Yet the leader, benefiting from the sacrifices made by others, continues to elevate his own cultivation. This inevitably sows seeds of resentment in the hearts of those who humbly seek to obtain the coveted resources. Can you guess what the outcome will be?" At this point, Lu Ming turned his gaze towards the Shadow Emperor. A revolt ensues, a fight to the bitter end. In response to his intense gaze, the Shadow Emperor replied, "Indeed. A revolt leads to mutual destruction. If one generation fails, another will rise, and if that generation falters, yet another will follow. Continuous resistance breeds chaos and ultimately weakens the faction. One day, power will inevitably be overthrown. How can we prevent such a situation? Lu Ming nodded and spoke again. We must ensure that while they don the shackles, their needs are also met. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the depths of the Yin Emperor's eyes as he responded. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. The spiritual roots become the shackles that bind them, while the cultivation resources and techniques serve to satisfy their desires. Once spiritual roots are born, everyone must cultivate according to the techniques devised by those esteemed figures you refer to. Otherwise, they will find themselves trapped at a certain realm due to the absence of subsequent techniques. At that moment, when those esteemed figures present their techniques, people will be filled with gratitude. However, for those esteemed figures, such techniques are merely scraps of paper. To win a person's heart with a piece of waste paper is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, the Hongming realm initiates a cleansing plan, obliterating all other techniques that could lead to the supreme realm, leaving only the path of spiritual roots they have established. Through the passage of time, this path will be indelibly etched into the very bones of humanity, leading them to believe that it is the only path to follow. The myriad realms will thus continue along the trajectory meticulously arranged by the Hongming realm. Consequently, the myriad realms will be firmly grasped in the hands of those esteemed figures of the Hongming realm, regardless of the changing times and the passage of years. As long as the path of spiritual roots remains intact, those esteemed figures of the Hongming realm will forever hold dominion over this critical avenue. Upon hearing this, the Yin Emperor fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, he finally retorted, but this could at least render the cultivation realm more stable than before. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. You are indeed correct. However, similarly, if the path to the supreme realm is severed by the Hongming realm, the myriad worlds shall utterly lose their capacity to resist it. The Dark Emperor of Heaven snorted disdainfully and ceased to speak. This was not merely a debate of right and wrong, but rather a clash of ideologies. Each expressed their views, and it was impossible to converge upon a single understanding. What I wish to convey is that you are undeniably powerful, yet the cleansing plan represents the prevailing trend across the myriad worlds. You are left with two choices: either become a participant in the cleansing plan or serve as a stepping stone within it. The Dark Emperor of Heaven shifted the topic, stating, Lu Ming chuckled lightly. I prefer to choose a third option, to be myself. I harbor no interest in your cleansing plan. I have but one question for you. Where is Yun Yin? He was indifferent to the so-called flourishing era. Such matters were of no concern to him. With the system in place, reaching the supreme realm was hardly a daunting task. His sole desire was to reunite with his family and provide a perfect home for his beloved. I do not know, the Dark Emperor of Heaven responded promptly. Lu Ming smiled faintly, having not expected the Dark Emperor to readily divulge the whereabouts of Bai Yunyan. Your efforts are invested in this so-called flourishing era. If the embryonic form of the true spirit realm were to be disrupted, would you not go mad? Lu Ming continued, gesturing towards Li Xingyue with a pointed finger. Crack. A crisp sound echoed through the air. The spiritual root within Li Xingyue's dantian had initially vanished. Subsequently, he gestured towards Elder Mo and the Great Black Bull, and astonishingly, their cultivations were restored in an instant. You, the Emperor of the Yin Sky, was instantly incensed. Lu Ming chuckled softly and gazed skyward. The reason they can manifest spiritual roots within themselves is due to your alteration of the fundamental rules of the true spirit realm. What do you think will happen if I dismantle the rules that you have tampered with? Upon hearing this, the expression of the Emperor of the Yin Sky darkened immediately. You are playing with fire. This is the trend of the myriad realms. By doing so, you are provoking the Hongming realm, as well as challenging the trend of the myriad heavens. Can you withstand their wrath? Lu Ming smiled gently. Perhaps I truly can endure it. He responded nonchalantly. Given his profound foundation, forming a powerful team was hardly a daunting task. After all, having signed in for several years, the additional rewards he had amassed had yet to be sorted by him. If he wished, he could forge a formidable team at any moment. I do not ask for much, only the clouds and smoke. If you insist on opposing me in the Hongming realm, so be it, Lu Ming reiterated. Father is so handsome, father is this. Little Ling'er, upon hearing such commanding words, immediately gazed at Lu Ming with adoring eyes, giving him a thumbs up as she spoke. Good girl. Lu Ming affectionately ruffled her hair, feeling a surge of sweetness within, for such praise came from his own little darling. Who can withstand such flattery? What audacity. As an insignificant native, do you truly believe you can contend with the Hongming realm? Do you even have the right? Just then, a cold chuckle echoed through the air. Suddenly, a rift appeared beside the Emperor of Darkness, and a figure slowly emerged from the void. Chapter 159, The Yellow-Haired One? The yellow-haired one must die. He was a striking young man, his features rather standard. Yet what truly drew attention was his shock of yellow hair. Having encountered the yellow envoy before, the Emperor of Darkness took a half step back, respectfully addressing the newcomer. The youth waved his hand dismissively, his gaze indifferent as he directed it towards Lu Ming, a mere native. Who gave you the audacity to declare war against the Hongming realm? Meeting his gaze, Lu Ming silently regarded the yellow hair before him and calmly replied, setting aside the notion of opposing the Hongming realm. You must die today. What do fathers dread the most? Yellow-haired individuals. Such a one must perish. Ha! Upon hearing this, the yellow envoy erupted into laughter. You claim to have broken through to the true god realm. For a mere native to achieve such a feat is indeed commendable. However, to think you can kill me with your true god prowess is simply naive. His face was a mask of derision. Can you truly see through my cultivation? Lu Ming regarded him as one might regard a fool. He could discern the yellow-haired one's cultivation level at a glance. The celestial god realm. In the realm of the immortal spirits, such a level was indeed formidable, capable of suppressing the entire realm without issue. To him, it was merely a trivial matter. The cultivation of a mere celestial being bore no difference from that of an ant. What did it matter if he could not see through it? It was merely a matter of employing some secret arts to conceal one's true cultivation. The envoy Wang disdainfully remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was rendered speechless. He found it incomprehensible that the Hongming realm would dispatch such a fool to execute their audacious and grand cleansing plan. Could it be possible that my cultivation surpasses yours? Hence your inability to perceive it? Lu Ming spoke once more. Aha! At this, Huang burst into laughter, as though he had just heard the most delightful jest in the world. It took him a while to regain his composure. You, a native, are truly amusing. Cultivation surpassing mine? He exclaimed, only to succumb to laughter once again. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, the current Xianling realm was severely lacking in cultivation resources. Even if someone were to fortuitously obtain Hongming purple qi and break through to the true god realm, what of the materials required for cultivation in the divine realm? This world offered none. In other words, the upper limit of cultivation in the Xianling realm barely reached the true god realm. To break through to that level would require extraordinary luck, let alone attaining the celestial realm and beyond. Thus, in the eyes of Envoy Huang, Lu Ming's assertion of surpassing his cultivation was nothing short of a monumental joke. Is it truly amusing? Lu Ming gazed at Envoy Huang as one would at a jester. Indeed, quite amusing. Envoy Huang nodded with a grin. And now? But before he could finish, Lu Ming interjected. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted, revealing his cultivation at the celestial realm. In an instant, the Envoy Huang was utterly bewildered. A celestial being? Impossible. He immediately spoke up, fully aware of the circumstances in the immortal spirit realm. If it were during the ancient spirit era, the emergence of a celestial being would be somewhat normal. However, under the scheming of the heavenly emperor, even true divine beings were becoming a mere legend in the immortal spirit realm, let alone celestial beings. How could a celestial being suddenly appear now? Impossible? What is impossible? Lu Ming let out a cold chuckle, seizing the opportunity to speak. As he did, his aura shifted dramatically. The Master God realm. It cannot be. How could you possibly cultivate to the Master God realm? The overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Ming left Huang completely disoriented. He even questioned whether he had fallen into some sort of illusion. After all, Master God realm practitioners were exceedingly rare, even in the primordial realm. Such cultivation would place one among the upper echelons of that realm. Not to mention him. Even the heavenly emperor was left utterly flabbergasted. The confirmed reports indicated that Lu Ming was in seclusion, striving for the true God realm. Now, emerging from seclusion, his cultivation had reached the Master God realm. What on earth, my friend, are you jesting? I told you, you must die today. Lu Ming cast a glance at him and spoke again, his terrifying aura erupting once more. Both the heavenly emperor and Envoy Huang were left in a stupor. A God King. It is indeed the God King realm? From which part of the primordial realm do you hail? Envoy Huang gazed at Lu Ming with a grave expression, confident in his belief that Lu Ming must have originated from the primordial realm. Under the cleansing plan they have implemented, it is inconceivable for any world outside the Hongming realm to give birth to a deity of the kingly realm. Thus, Lu Ming, a master of the kingly realm, must undoubtedly hail from the Hongming realm. Meeting the gaze of the yellow-haired individual, Lu Ming merely smiled faintly. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he reached out towards him. A terrifying force surged forth, manifesting a colossal hand that loomed over the yellow-haired figure, reaching out to grasp him. With remarkable speed, the yellow-haired man reacted, channeling his own power and launching a fierce punch. Yet, the chasm between their realms was an insurmountable gulf for cultivators. The higher the cultivation, the more challenging it became to bridge such disparities. Not to mention, Lu Ming's prowess surpassed his by 3 realms. To Lu Ming, the yellow-haired man was akin to a mere child. His struggles were ultimately futile. The punch he threw was rendered utterly ineffective against Lu Ming's overwhelming force, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. I have stated that you must die today, Lu Ming declared as he effortlessly lifted the yellow-haired man into the air. Stop. You cannot kill him. The Emperor of Yin, witnessing Lu Ming's intent to slay the yellow-haired man, was immediately thrown into a panic. However, in response to his plea, Lu Ming merely smiled disdainfully and tightened his grip. A dull thud echoed as the yellow-haired man was instantly obliterated, vanishing into the void. I have proclaimed that he must die, Lu Ming remarked, turning his gaze towards the Emperor of Yin. Do you know his identity? The Emperor gasped. Taking a deep breath, I care not for his identity. The yellow-haired man must perish. I shall ask you once more, where is Yun Yin? Lu Ming continued, seizing the conversation. Since the moment he beheld the golden-haired envoy, a murderous intent took root within him. Do you still have the capacity to concern yourself with Yun Yin? He is the progeny of a divine sovereign, and he is the sole heir. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The Emperor of the Underworld let out a cold snort, expressing his frustration. Should that esteemed divine sovereign discover that his son has perished, not only will Lu Ming face dire consequences, but he too shall suffer misfortune. Oh, and what of it? Where is Yun Yin? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Merely a divine sovereign, is it not? Who among us does not possess the cultivation of a divine sovereign? I do not know, but Yun Yin was not taken by me. It was they who did so. The Emperor of the Underworld sighed heavily. Before Lu Ming could respond, he continued, there is no need to inquire about their identities, for they have already arrived. Chapter 160, The Convergence of the Four Envoys. Instant annihilation. Just as the words of the Emperor of the Underworld faded, the space around him trembled. Subsequently, four figures emerged slowly from the void. Unlike the golden-haired envoy, the attire of these four individuals varied in color: emerald green, azure blue, resplendent gold, and vivid red. Having encountered a few envoys before, upon seeing these four, the Emperor of the Underworld spoke with utmost reverence, adopting the demeanor of a subordinate. However, in response to his deference, the four did not acknowledge him. Their gazes were fixed intently upon Lu Ming. You have slain two? Inquired the man clad in golden garments, his eyes locked onto Lu Ming. Two. Lu Ming momentarily faltered, casting a glance at the attire of the individuals before him. And in an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. Gold, wood, water, fire, and the earth I have just vanquished. Indeed, these five entities embody the fundamental laws that govern this realm. It seems that they give rise to individuals endowed with the quintessence of the five elemental attributes. He spoke slowly, articulating. The most significant distinction between the divine realm and the celestial realm lies in the concept of world power. What is world power? To put it succinctly, it is the very essence of creation. When one ascends to the celestial realm, they acquire the ability to alter the world itself, transforming a particular area into a haven conducive to their cultivation. In contrast, those of the divine realm wield world power directly, enabling them to modify the foundational laws of an entire world. More precisely, they enhance these laws, as every world is governed by the five elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside ice, thunder, poison, and the formidable concepts of time, space, and chaos. In the absence of external interference, these 11 fundamental laws exist in a state of equilibrium, sustaining the world's operations and endowing it with attributes such as spiritual energy, medicinal herbs, and ores. A powerful being in the divine realm can manipulate world power to amplify these foundational laws, thereby disrupting the balance and ultimately reshaping the world according to their desires. The emergence of spiritual roots is, thus, a consequence of this alteration of foundational laws. Lu Ming surmised that the reason Xingyue and Ling'er were able to develop spiritual roots was due to the enhancement of the true spirit realm's foundational laws by these entities, allowing their inherent cultivation potential to crystallize into something more tangible. As for why some individuals lacked such roots, it was undoubtedly because their innate cultivation potential fell short of the standards required for their emergence, much like Elder Mo Qing, and the Great Black Bull. Regarding Lu Ming himself, his cultivation was already at the divine sovereign level, thus rendering him impervious to the influences of those beneath him. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Jin could only chuckle. Should I admire your remarkable courage or lament your ignorance? Dare you lay a hand on our people? Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand with a swift motion, and in an instant, the other three figures flickered, surrounding Lu Ming and his daughter completely. Each of them emanated a terrifying aura, including Jin. The four were all at the level of the master gods, nearly reaching the realm of the god kings. Aside from you four, there should also be thunder, ice, poison, space, time, and chaos, correct? Summon them all, Lu Ming stated calmly. In his eyes, there was no distinction between four master gods and four true gods. In the realm of the celestial spirits, master gods might be immensely powerful, instilling despair in others. Yet, to him, they were mere ants. Humph, so arrogant. Jean scoffed coldly, and as he spoke, he launched a swift blade strike towards Lu Ming. In an instant, a terrifying force surged forth, manifesting a colossal blade imbued with a dreadful golden edge in the air. The glimmering blade radiated such intensity that it caused the very fabric of space to fracture. The overwhelming momentum seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder. Not just him, the other three also sprang into action. The one clad in green, Mu, summoned a horrific vine that erupted from the ground, wrapping around Lu Ming and his daughter like a coiling dragon. Meanwhile, Xue gestured with his hands, causing the surrounding space to tremble, and arrows materialized. Each arrow seemed to harbor an entire world of water, exuding an intensely oppressive force. Subsequently, he pointed gently at Lu Ming, and those arrows, resembling terrifying realms of water, surged toward him. As for fire, with a swift motion, he reached into the void, and a colossal hand materialized from thin air, descending from above. Wherever the fiery giant hand passed, waves of heat surged, visibly distorting the air itself. The terrifying temperature felt as though it could ignite the very atmosphere. In an instant, formidable attacks converged upon Lu Ming. Yet, in the face of these daunting assaults, Lu Ming displayed no sign of fear or trepidation. His expression remained one of serene composure, as if these four menacing strikes were nothing more than trivial breezes to him. With a resonant hum, the barrier of energy, formed by the power of the realms, enveloped Lu Ming. The attacks from the four elemental envoys, metal, wood, water, and fire, collided against his protective force, unleashing a series of powerful shockwaves. However, at the center of it all, Lu Ming and his daughter remained utterly unperturbed, their garments not even fluttering. Witnessing this spectacle, incredulity washed over the faces of the four envoys. Though these were not their ultimate techniques, they were still formidable. It was even more remarkable considering the laws of the secondary realm that had been altered by them, which would typically suppress cultivators lacking spiritual roots. In the true spirit realm, a combined strike from them could pose a significant challenge, even to a god-king level opponent, potentially leaving them in a state of disarray. Yet, Lu Ming had effortlessly blocked all their attacks with merely a barrier of energy, holding on to Ling'er with one hand and channeling his realm power with the other. Lu Ming spoke slowly. As he activated his energy, he gently pinched his fingers together. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed ominously. The attacks of the four great envoys, metal, wood, water, and fire, dissipated effortlessly into the universe. What realm do you truly inhabit? In an instant, metal felt a flicker of panic. To so easily thwart their combined efforts was beyond the capabilities of even a god-king level practitioner. In response to his inquiry, Lu Ming merely smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already seized little Ling'er and positioned himself behind Envoy Metal. Guess what? The light words resonated, causing Envoy Metal to tremble violently. Before he could react, Lu Ming had grasped his neck firmly. With a mere flick of his wrist, Envoy Metal was obliterated from existence. A swift execution. Where have you taken Yunyan? Lu Ming turned his gaze toward the remaining three, inquiring. The trio exchanged glances, and ultimately, they fled in disparate directions. At that moment, they comprehended that Lu Ming was simply beyond their means to contend with. Fleeing? Have you sought my permission? Observing the retreating figures, Lu Ming spoke softly. As he spoke, he reached out, conjuring a hand formed from the force of the realm, which materialized to grasp the three as effortlessly as one might clutch a chick. Where have you taken Yunyan? He directed his question toward Envoy Wood. Chapter 161. Are there a total of 12 envoys? Faced with Lu Ming's inquiry, Envoy Wood stubbornly remained silent. Noticing this, Lu Ming smirked coldly, and with a slight motion of his hand, he caused Envoy Wood to dissipate into the cosmos. And you? He turned his gaze toward Envoy Water, inquiring. Dream on. Dare to lay hands on us, and you shall perish. Once those in power become aware of our impending demise, it shall be your end. Meeting his gaze, the Water Envoy spoke venomously. The cleansing plan is an inevitable trend, a scheme supported by the entirety of the Hongming realm. In other words, he is laboring for the benefit of the entire Hongming realm. The fact that Lu Ming dares to kill them is akin to defying the entire Hongming realm. What if Lu Ming is strong? The Hongming realm is the mightiest among all worlds, teeming with formidable beings. Should he provoke them, Lu Ming is certain to meet his demise. Whether I live or die remains uncertain, but your death is assured today. With a light chuckle, Lu Ming effortlessly crushed him. As for the Water Envoy's threats? Apologies. But he truly harbored no fear. And what of you? Will you reveal where Yunyan has been taken? Or shall you perish? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the Fire Envoy. Under his calm yet profound eyes, the Fire Envoy trembled slightly. A madman. That was how he defined Lu Ming. To withstand the pressure of opposing the entire Hongming realm and still seek to kill them, only a madman could accomplish such a feat. Can you let me go? After a moment's hesitation, the fire envoy spoke. He understood that Lu Ming, this madman, feared no threat, thus refraining from uttering any menacing words. Very well. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Without a moment's thought, he readily agreed. Your oath of the great Tao. The fire envoy, not foolish, immediately responded. I, Lu Ming, vow that if. What is your name? Lu Ming inquired. Fire Cloud Deity, the fire envoy replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fire Cloud Deity? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was somewhat at a loss for words. Why not call him the fiery cloud evil god? He mused internally, then swore, I, Lu Ming, shall ascend to the 9 heavens and descend to the 9 nether realms. If the fiery cloud god reveals the whereabouts of Bai Yunyan, I shall still take his life. Even if the heavens and earth reach their limit, I shall undoubtedly perish and vanish from this path. As he spoke, a sudden clap of thunder echoed through the sky, as if the heavenly Tao itself bore witness to this oath. This is the oath of the great Tao. Once uttered, none may contravene it, regardless of who they are or their level of power. To defy it leads only to one fate, death and obliteration. Having made this solemn vow, Lu Ming turned to the fire envoy and inquired, We are a total of 12 individuals who have arrived in this realm. The fire envoy replied slowly, 12 individuals? Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Is there also a wind attribute among the diverse powers? He quickly grasped the situation and remarked, Wind can indeed be considered a form of elemental force. Precisely, the fire envoy affirmed. As for the one you mentioned, Yunyan, he was taken by chaos. Chaos? Where can it be found? Lu Ming pressed on. Despite his formidable strength, the oppressive force exerted upon him by the altered Tao laws of the true spirit realm was considerable. With such pressure, even now, he could not extend his consciousness to encompass the entire true spirit realm. I do not know. Chaos is the leader among us. It is always he who seeks us out, the fire envoy stated candidly. What of the others? Wind, poison, thunder, ice, and the like? Lu Ming inquired, nodding in response. As for time and space, we are equally unaware, the fire envoy replied. The 5 elements are merely the most rudimentary existence, unworthy of knowing their fate. As for the 4 divine envoys of wind, poison, thunder, and ice, they occupy the cardinal points of this realm. The fire envoy, with utmost sincerity, spoke up to summon them. Lu Ming immediately interjected, suggesting that each should seek them out individually, for he had no time to squander. Very well, the fire envoy responded, though internally he scoffed. Despite the fact that all 4 possessed strength at the half-step divine king level, each had illustrious achievements against divine kings, never succumbing to defeat. The most terrifying aspect was that the 4 had once united to slay a divine king. Lu Ming's request to summon them played perfectly into his hands. He had already contemplated relaying the news to them upon his escape. Lu Ming ceased further conversation and released him. Subsequently, the fire envoy produced a compass and extracted a drop of his essence blood to imbue it. He uttered, Esteemed lords, we have encountered a mysterious, formidable opponent. Come swiftly. Upon finishing, he gently tapped the compass, which transformed into a beam of light and shot away. Excellent. Mo Qing, proceed, Lu Ming remarked with satisfaction. Yes. Mo Qing respectfully replied, charging towards the fire envoy. You. The fire envoy was taken aback, hastily declaring, You have sworn an oath of the great way. If you kill me, you shall perish too. Ha ha. Lu Ming chuckled softly, then continued, Do not speak recklessly. I have not slain you. It is she who has done so. Ling'er, is that not so? While speaking, he affectionately patted little Ling'er's head. Yes, yes. It was the big sister who acted. Not daddy. Little Ling nodded in agreement, responding, You are shameless. The fire envoy shouted, his face flushed with anger, yet it was merely a futile outburst. In the next instant, Mo Qing dismantled him completely, leaving behind an object resembling a pyramid. Lu Ming, you scoundrel. The voice of the fire envoy echoed from the pyramid-like object. Master, what is this? Mo Qing inquired, holding the pyramid before Lu Ming. This is a divine core. To transcend into the true God realm, one must condense this object. Only by forming a divine core can one convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into realm power, Lu Ming explained. A divine core? Upon hearing this, everyone gazed curiously at the fire envoy's divine core. You may keep this object. If transcending into the true God realm proves impossible, you can refine it and become a false god. A false god is stronger than a half god, yet weaker than a true god. And once one becomes a false god, their cultivation will become fixed, unable to advance further, Lu Ming continued. Master, does this mean that the primordial purple chi cannot guarantee a 100 breakthrough to the true God realm? Mo Qing asked, furrowing her brow. Not at all. You may perceive the primordial purple chi as akin to a divine core. However, this divine core is bestowed by the heavens. after refining it. Whether you can condense your own divine core depends on your comprehension, Lu Ming replied, shaking his head. If possessing the primordial purple chi were sufficient to become a true god, then the realm would be overrun with powerful beings. After all, such items are rare in the celestial spirit realm, yet commonplace in the primordial realm. As long as one can establish contact with the beings of the Hongming realm and is willing to pay a sufficient price, it is indeed possible to acquire the essence of Hongming from those individuals. Father, what shall we do about that wicked old man? Suddenly, Xiaoling'er spoke. Her gaze fixed intently on the fleeing figure of the Yintiandi. Chapter 162, The Secret of Bai Yunyan. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's attention also shifted to Yintiandi. It must be noted that this old silver coin is quite cautious. What has arrived here is merely a manifestation of his being. You may as well perish. Lu Ming remarked coolly, observing Yintiandi. Must it be this way? Logically speaking, you should be grateful to me. Without my intervention, you would never have encountered Bai Yunyan. Yintiandi replied, somewhat helplessly, meeting Lu Ming's gaze. You are correct, but regrettably, Yunyan intends to kill you. As her husband, I must assist her. Lu Ming responded with a smile. How intriguing. I hope you survive. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Yintiandi suddenly changed his demeanor, speaking with an air of indifference. Before Lu Ming could act, his manifestation began to disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, Yintiandi's form shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the cosmos. Master, what is happening? Imoqin asked, her brow furrowed. She understood that Yintiandi had chosen to sever his own manifestation. Yet, what did his words truly signify? This old fellow is indeed quite formidable. Under her scrutiny, Lu Ming spoke with profound insight. Could it be that Yintiandi's ambitions extend far beyond this? Imoqin continued. And Lu Ming nodded gently in acknowledgement. The enigmatic figure known as the Emperor of Yin is truly a master of cunning and possesses immense ambition. Lu Ming cannot fathom that they would willingly serve as mere pawns in the Hongming realm. Thus, it is certain that the Emperor of Yin is scheming for something far greater. For the moment, however, the priority is to locate Yunyan. Lu Ming spoke again, emphasizing that finding Bai Yunyan remains of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Imoqin ceased to elaborate further. Senior, I wish to return to Linglong Pavilion, Li Xingyue interjected. Her parents reside there, and amidst the upheaval in the true spirit realm, it would be disingenuous to claim she does not worry for their safety. I want to go too, father. I want to go. Little Ling'er exclaimed, tugging at Lu Ming's hand and adorably pouting. Ling'er, be patient. We will go once I have dealt with them, Lu Ming replied, gently patting her head. As soon as his words faded, four figures emerged from the void, one clad in purple, another in blue, one in white, and the last in green. So, you are the mysterious powerhouse. The envoy clad in purple fixed his gaze upon Lu Ming, speaking with an air of arrogance. The other three regarded Lu Ming with curiosity. Indeed. Lu Ming replied with a calm nod. A light chuckle escaped the envoy's lips, and before his voice had dissipated, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Lu Ming. His hand crackling with electric arcs, poised to strike at the back of Lu Ming's head. It was evident that he was a decisive individual. Weak, Lu Ming stated flatly. And before the envoy could lay a finger on him, he had already pulled little Ling'er behind him. In an instant, the envoy, Lei, was suddenly taken aback. With a swift movement, he vanished, only to reappear several meters in front of Lu Ming, his garments completely obliterated, and a faint palm imprint visible on his back. A God-King realm? Lei's gaze fixed intently on Lu Ming, his expression growing solemn. Their previous encounter had merely been a test, seemingly ordinary yet profoundly revealing of their respective abilities to traverse the void. The stronger one was, the higher their cultivation. It was evident that Lu Ming surpassed him. Given that Lei himself was at the threshold of the God-King realm, it was only natural that Lu Ming's cultivation must be at the God-King level. The other three individuals furrowed their brows slightly, their eyes clouded with confusion. How could a being of the God-King realm manifest in this desolate world? They were mistaken. Lu Ming, uninterested in further conversation, extended his hand and pressed into the void. A terrifying hand, forged from the power of the realm, descended from above. Upon sensing the vast, oceanic force of that power, Lei and his companions were rendered momentarily speechless. Hey, respected one, how could it be? How could a being of such caliber exist in this shattered world? It must be an illusion, they uttered in disbelief. A cultivator of the God-sovereign realm, even in the Hongmeng realm, stands above countless others. In the Hongmeng realm, God-sovereign cultivators are the venerated ancestors of great powers, the true elite of that world. Even as they were dispatched from the Hongming realm to execute the cleansing plan, they had never encountered a God-sovereign issuing commands from above. To think they would encounter one in this minuscule domain. Great one, please, hold your hand. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lei hastily implored. Lu Ming's eyes gently shifted, and then he withdrew his hand. For sometimes, The pressure of identity proves to be more effective than the threat of death. It is unclear how we have offended the esteemed one. We humbly seek your guidance. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's retraction, the envoy, Lei, let out a sigh of relief. As did the other three. Although there is but a single realm separating the God King from the God Sovereign, the actual disparity is frightfully vast. They could contend with a God King collectively, yet against a God Sovereign, they would be utterly powerless. My wife has been reincarnated into this world and taken away by you. Lu Ming spoke after a moment's contemplation. Wife? The four, including Envoy Lei, exchanged glances. Realization dawning upon them. Are you referring to her? In an instant, he grasped the situation, his fingers tracing the air, conjuring an image of Bai Yunyan. Daddy, it's mother! Exclaimed Xiaowudao upon beholding the likeness of Bai Yunyan. Lu Ming nodded in affirmation. Now, tell me, where have you taken her? He inquired, directing his gaze towards Envoy Lei and the others. The four of them exchanged glances, seemingly burdened with unspoken secrets. Then let death be your fate. Lu Ming declared coldly upon observing their hesitation. My lord, do you not know? Envoy Lei queried, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Eh? Lu Ming looked at him in confusion. I have been in seclusion for many years and have only recently emerged. Is that so? The four nodded in agreement. For in the Hongming realm, those of the God Sovereign level indeed often remained in seclusion. My lord, it would be wise to abandon this woman. She is but a sacrificial offering, Envoy Lei stated slowly. What does this mean? Lu Ming's gaze sharpened as it fell upon him. This matter must be traced back to the origins of this world. The Envoy Lei promptly interjected, My lord, you may not be aware that through our investigations, we have discovered that this realm is a newly born primordial world. A newly born primordial world? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, he had not truly explored the true spirit realm. What does this have to do with my wife? Lu Ming continued to inquire. In a newly born primordial realm, two divine entities will emerge, the primordial heart and the primordial divine tree. Among them, the primordial divine tree has integrated into the body of your esteemed wife. There can only exist one primordial realm and one primordial tree in this world. Once the primordial tree within your wife fully matures, the one in our primordial realm will wither. Should the primordial divine tree perish, the primordial realm will lose its source of primordial purple energy. Thus, upon discovering this, the higher authorities have ordered us to retrieve it, the Envoy Lei explained slowly. Chapter 163, Father is impressive. Father is the most handsome. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's expression gradually darkened. He had not anticipated that such a turn of events would arise concerning Bai Yunyan. Master, could it be that the divine opportunity mentioned by the Yin Emperor is indeed true? Imo Qing communicated telepathically to Lu Ming. Bai Yunyan's reincarnation into the immortal spirit realm was predicated on someone foreseeing the emergence of a divine opportunity, with Bai Yunyan being the one destined to obtain it. However, as the schemes of the Yin Emperor began to surface, the reincarnation of Bai Yunyan does not seem to be a true divine opportunity. I am uncertain, Lu Ming replied. At this moment, even he found the intricate details difficult to comprehend. My lord, as a revered being, you should understand the significance of the Hongming purple chi to the Hongming realm. Therefore, my lord, it would be wise to relinquish this pursuit. There are plenty of women in this world, the Envoy Lei stated once more. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Hongming purple chi is fundamental to the Hongming realm. Every formidable being has a use for it. Beyond cultivation, the Hongming purple chi can be employed in alchemy, artifact forging, and more. It can be said that within the Hongming realm, the Hongming purple chi is as indispensable as spirit stones are to practitioners of the true spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming let out a cold laugh. To disregard Bai Yunyan? He found that impossible. Setting aside their childhood bond, the mere existence of Xiaoludao provided him ample reason to seek out Bai Yunyan. I must see her, after all. Pray tell me, where is she currently located? Lu Ming continued without haste. To be honest with you, my lord, we are also unaware. It was the Chaos Divine Envoy who took her, and only he knows the whereabouts of your wife, Lei replied promptly. And where can the chaos be found? Lu Ming pressed on. However, regarding this inquiry, the Envoy Lei continued to shake his head. The Chaos Lord is not someone we can approach. He only interacts with the Lords of Time and Space. Only these two lords are privy to the Chaos's whereabouts, and they are currently in the north, the Envoy Lei answered candidly. The north? Lu Ming pondered silently, but Li Xingyue grew anxious. For the northern region of the true spirit realm was none other than the Xuanwu domain. Although she felt urgency, she refrained from speaking, fearing the revelation of Lu Ming's formidable status as a powerhouse of the Hongming realm. In light of this, the four of you have become rather superfluous. Lu Ming nodded and, in a swift motion, grasped the four emissaries of thunder in his hand. The thunder emissary was instantly thrown into a state of panic, as were the other three. The terrifying force of their realms surged within them, each straining to break free from their constraints. However, against Lu Ming, whose cultivation resided in the divine sovereign realm, their struggles were merely futile endeavors. Firstly, I am not a denizen of the Hongming realm. Secondly, those who dare to lay a hand on my wife must meet their demise. Lu Ming spoke with a frigid gaze, his countenance unyielding. Upon finishing his words, he tightened his grip. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of dull thuds, the 4 emissaries of thunder were transformed into 4 divine essences. Of course, this was a deliberate choice by Lu Ming. Wow, Daddy is so powerful. Daddy is the coolest. Little Ling'er immediately took on the role of the atmosphere enhancer, showering praises with her whimsical demeanor, which elicited laughter from all present, even from Lu Ming himself. Your parents reside in the northern region, do they not? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon Li Xingyue as he inquired. Just moments earlier, when the thunder emissary mentioned that the 2 space and time were in the north, Li Xingyue's subtle reaction had not escaped his notice. Indeed, it is as you say, esteemed elder. The north in the true spirit realm is the Xuanwu domain. Li Xingyue affirmed with a nod. Daddy, let us visit my sister's home. It is wonderful there, and they feed me so much delicious meat. Xiaoling'er took over the conversation, gesturing with her small outstretched arms. Good. Lu Ming affectionately ruffled her hair. As his voice faded, a spatial rift materialized before him. Ling'er, let us go? Lu Ming spoke, grasping Xiaoling'er's hand as they stepped into the rift, with the others following closely behind. At this moment, in the Linglong Pavilion, the realm below felt much more welcoming. In the position that was once occupied by the pavilion master, now sat a monk with an unkempt robe. Indeed, in the Hongming realm, we are but mere hounds under the dominion of those great ones. Here, however, beside the monk was a rather lecherous Taoist, whose gaze wandered to the center of the grand hall. There, a group of beautiful women stood, each face etched with terror. Among them were Linglong Pavilion's master, Ling'er, and the mother of Li Xingyue, Mou. You come here. Suddenly, the monk spoke, pointing at one of the women. Unerringly, his finger landed on Mou. Master. She stammered, trembling like a leaf. She was acutely aware of the consequences that had befallen others before her. Anyone who had been marked by this monk had met a gruesome fate, reduced to a lifeless husk. Once called forth, her demise was all but assured. Seeing Mou being singled out, Lingyue's expression darkened. Yet, faced with these 2 formidable figures, resistance was utterly futile. When they had descended, even the strongest warrior of Linglong Pavilion, Li Chun, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the Emperor Venerable Realm, had been effortlessly incapacitated in a single move. Although under the bestowal of Xiaoling'er, her cultivation had surged to the great ascension realm. She now felt like an insignificant insect in the presence of such a terrifying being. Even the thought of self-destruction seemed beyond her reach. The monk let out a cold snort, his gaze brazenly sweeping over Mou's voluptuous figure. My lady, I have already taken a husband and have children. Mou trembled as she spoke. Ha ha ha, the monk chuckled heartily upon hearing this. That is precisely to my liking. Come here. With that, he extended his hand and gently drew in a breath. In an instant, Mou found herself irresistibly drawn towards him. Do not. Mou struggled, channeling her spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to self-destruct. But how could she hope to achieve such a feat against a being of the monk's caliber? My dear, your strength is woefully inadequate. You are not worthy of taking your own life before me, the monk said with a light laugh, merely raising his hand to gently tap. As a beam of light penetrated Mou's forehead, the tumultuous energy within her was swiftly subdued, and she fell into the monk's embrace. How delightful! The monk remarked with a wicked grin, deeply inhaling Mou's essence. Meanwhile, she appeared ashen, utterly powerless against such a formidable opponent. Release my mother. At that moment, Li Xingyue's voice rang out, followed closely by Lu Ming and his companions emerging slowly from the void. Xingyue, at the side of Li Xingyue. Both Mou and Ling'er were taken aback. Sister, mother is well. Sister, your family is well. Little Ling'er greeted Mou and Ling'er with a cheerful smile. How adorable this little girl is. Still a celestial king, and a monk at that. This little one must not be snatched away from me. Upon seeing Ling'er, the Taoist with a lewd expression suddenly brightened. Goodness. Chapter 164. Bestowing upon you the agony of death upon hearing these words. Mo Qing and the others felt as if their hearts had erupted. What audacity! How could this Taoist speak such words in front of Lu Ming? Silently, they turned their gazes toward Lu Ming. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Ming's countenance had darkened considerably. Ling'er, close your eyes, he instructed, his voice low and steady. All right, all right. Little Ling'er obediently nodded and promptly shut her eyes. At this moment, the Taoist and the monk finally set their sights on Lu Ming, their brows furrowing in unison. They realized, to their astonishment, that they could not fathom Lu Ming's cultivation level. "I will make you understand what true agony is," Lu Ming declared, his gaze icy as it fell upon the Taoist. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear behind the Taoist. Divine ability, retrospect. The Taoist was taken aback, a low exclamation escaping his lips. In that instant, Lu Ming felt an extraordinarily foreign force suddenly acting upon him, attempting to pull him back. It was evident that this Taoist was indeed a temporal envoy. Humph! Faced with the power of time, Lu Ming merely trembled slightly, causing that force to dissipate instantly. Like a mighty claw, his hand lunged toward the Taoist's head with unyielding ferocity. Divine ability, displacement. The monk, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly activated his own divine ability. As he unleashed his formidable powers, the figure of the Taoist abruptly vanished from his seat, replaced by Mou. Observing this, Lu Ming had no choice but to retreat, leading Mou to Ling'er. "Mother, are you all right?" Li Xingyue hastily took Mou from Lu Ming, her face etched with concern. "Xingyue, I'm fine." "Who is this?" Mou waved her hand, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Ming. Having witnessed and personally experienced the might of both the Taoist and the monk, she was astonished to see these two formidable figures at a disadvantage against Lu Ming. "Dear sister, this is our father," Ling'er chimed in cheerfully. "What?" Mou exclaimed, taken aback. "Is this truly the husband of the revered one?" Having seen the revered one's husband before, she quickly bowed in respect. "There is no need for excessive formalities," Lu Ming replied, waving his hand. His gaze fixed intently on the monk and the Taoist. Both possessed the cultivation of the divine king realm, yet their powers were indeed remarkable, one wielding the essence of space, the other of time. "Are you the mysterious powerhouse spoken of by the useless heavenly emperor?" The monk inquired gravely, directing a serious gaze towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's existence was not a secret among them. However, they had never regarded him as a significant threat. After all, in their view, a place like the immortal spirit realm could at most produce a single true god realm powerhouse. To them, the true god realm was enigmatic and potent. Yet they perceived it merely as a slightly larger grasshopper in the grand scheme of things. However, he now realizes that he seems to have erred. The methods recently displayed by Lu Ming are sufficient to prove that he is certainly no ordinary being, not to mention the ability to shatter the forces of time, which alone warrants their utmost attention. Of course, the most crucial aspect remains, the inability to discern Lu Ming's cultivation level. This situation can only arise in two scenarios. Either Lu Ming is an ordinary individual, or his cultivation surpasses theirs. Given the circumstances of the recent confrontation, it undoubtedly belongs to the latter. A deity at the divine sovereign realm? The Taoist looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression, his gaze heavy with foreboding. A powerhouse of the divine sovereign realm, even he, in alliance with the forces of space, would find it challenging to contend with. "I shall bestow upon you the agony of death." Lu Ming did not respond to his words. Instead, he fixed a cold, unwavering gaze upon the Taoist. As his voice fell, he softly intoned, "Divine art, gray space." Upon uttering this phrase, a terrifying force of domain surged forth from Lu Ming, instantly enveloping the entire hall in an invisible power. Moreover, the space within the hall began to transform into a shade of grayish-white, affecting even the skin of those present. The most horrifying aspect, however, was that under Lu Ming's divine art, Mo Qing and the others felt as though they had completely lost their connection to this realm. They could not sense any spiritual energy, nor could they hear any sounds. There was even a sense of numbness, as if they had plunged into a terrifying, silent gray space, evoking an intense feeling of loneliness deep within their hearts. A primordial level divine art time and space were utterly stunned. Divine arts, much like artifacts, exist in various tiers. The common 5 elemental supernatural abilities are considered to be of the rudimentary level. Progressing beyond them, one encounters elemental powers such as thunder, ice, and poison, which are classified as true spiritual abilities. Further still, there are those abilities comprehended by the two concerning time and space. These can rightfully be referred to as divine and are deemed divine level. However, the most terrifying of all is the primordial level. Abilities of this caliber are associated with chaos and encapsulate the forces of yin and yang. The gray space utilized by Lu Ming embodies the yin force within this duality. They had never anticipated that in such a modest locale, not only would there be a presence of a god sovereign level expert, but also one who comprehended primordial level abilities. It is no exaggeration to assert that such an individual could easily become a decision maker even within the primordial realm. Likewise, they could not fathom how such a formidable being could manifest in such a small place. Surely, wouldn't it be preferable to revel in the supreme privileges of the primordial realm? Lu Ming, however, paid no heed to their speculations. With a subtle motion, he vanished from sight in an instant. "Be cautious," the monk quickly warned, as he and the Taoist stood back to back, alertly surveying their surroundings. In the next moment, A sound of breaking air resonated as a hand emerged from the void, aiming directly for the monk's face. Supernatural ability, confusion. The monk's heart raced in alarm. Yet his reaction was swift. As his own ability activated, the hand that had been poised to strike him twisted and appeared in an entirely different location. Did you think I intended to kill you? A calm voice echoed as Lu Ming materialized beside the Taoist, having seemingly appeared from nowhere. Supernatural ability, stasis. The Taoist was taken aback, hastily employing another supernatural technique. As the force of the realm surged, an apparition of a Japanese invader materialized from thin air. The once mobile pointer came to an abrupt halt after the Taoist invoked the power of stasis. Evidently, stasis signifies the freezing of time, capturing the moment within a specific instant. This is within the realm of my divine abilities, my world. Do you truly believe your powers hold any significance? Lu Ming's calm voice resonated as he firmly grasped the Taoist's neck with a hand that resembled a vice. How is this possible? The Taoist's face was a portrait of terror, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He understood the strength of the divine sovereign realm, but was this not excessively powerful? He found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance, especially as the spell he had cast proved utterly ineffective. Chapter 165. I ask, you answer, or else. Death. Nothing is impossible. In this gray expanse, I am the embodiment of heaven. Time, space, the 5 elements, and the 4 essences are all under my dominion. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the Taoist's neck and chuckled softly as he gently shook his hand. Instantly, a series of crack sounds echoed from within the time envoy's body. A scream, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, escaped the time envoy's lips. The others around him altered their expressions. For those crack sounds signified the shattering of bones within the time envoy. Observing his limp form, one could discern that not a single bone in his body remained unbroken. I have spoken. I grant you the agony of death. Lu Ming's demeanor was icy as he gestured again towards the time envoy's body. In an instant. The time envoy's features contorted in agony, reflecting his torment. At that moment, under Lu Ming's single finger, his internal organs had been utterly shattered. The haunting screams sent shivers through Xingyue and the others, rendering them momentarily unable to maintain composure. Stop! The space envoy snapped back to his senses and hastily intervened. Softly commanding, divine power, compression. As the terrifying force of spatial energy erupted, it appeared as though the very space surrounding Lu Ming had come to life. Fiercely compressing towards him, seemingly intent on causing his obliteration. Yet, it was futile. In the face of the space envoy's spatial compression technique, Lu Ming chuckled lightly. He merely lifted his foot to tap gently on the ground, and in an instant, the encroaching space dissipated completely. I have stated before, within the gray space, I am the sovereign. With an air of indifference, Lu Ming continued, lightly sealing the time envoy's cultivation with a mere gesture. You enjoy wielding spatial power. Allow me to demonstrate what true spatial power entails. Like discarding a dead dog, he tossed the time envoy towards Mo Qing, his gaze now fixed upon the space envoy. Frozen. These 2 syllables escaped Lu Ming's lips, and instantly, the space envoy found himself immobilized, not merely in body, but in the very fabric of space surrounding him. The space envoy locked his wide eyes onto Lu Ming, his countenance etched with disbelief. It seemed as though he wished to speak, however, due to the immobilization of space. Even uttering a word was beyond his capacity. Yet, the frantic surge of spatial energy emanating from within him revealed his struggle. But Lu Ming would not grant him any opportunity. With a swift movement, he approached the space envoy. Extending his hand, he sealed the envoy's cultivation instantly. Thus, the 2 formidable figures, previously perceived as insurmountable by Mou and Ling'er, were effortlessly subdued by Lu Ming. Where is the chaos? Lu Ming inquired. Seated in the master's chair, his gaze descending upon the 2, who resembled lifeless dogs. Speak, or I shall spank you, little Ling'er admonished. Standing before Lu Ming with a sweet yet commanding voice. Observing her mischievous and charming demeanor, the others could not help but stifle their laughter. You must be from the Hongming realm as well. If you dare to move against us, even a divine sovereign will meet their demise. The time envoy retorted defiantly. Fixing his gaze upon Lu Ming. The clearing plan is an inevitable trend. It can be said that this initiative is executed collaboratively by the true stewards of the Hongming realm. To oppose them is tantamount to confronting the pinnacle of strength in the Hongming realm. If those elders were to learn of this, even a divine sovereign would perish. Lu Ming chuckled softly, his eyes fixated on the time envoy. Without indulging in superfluous words, he simply pointed a finger at him. With a crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed once more. The time envoy's restored bones were once again crushed, followed by a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I ask, you answer, Lu Ming stated with a smile, turning his attention to the space envoy, gazing at him with an expression that was deceptively benign. The space envoy trembled. He could not fathom the origins of such a ruthless individual. Had it been anyone else, even those of divine status, Aware that their actions serve the entirety of the Hongming realm, they would not dare to act against them, and would likely treat them with utmost respect. Yet, what of Lu Ming? He would shatter one's bones at a mere disagreement. He is undoubtedly a ruthless individual. He has returned to the Hongming realm with offerings. The spatial envoy swallowed hard and spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's expression darkened immediately. This outcome was something he had anticipated. He merely sought confirmation. Although he did not fear the Hongming realm, he recognized that he was not yet capable of contending with it entirely. He remained uncertain whether the divine realm was indeed the pinnacle of power in the Hongming realm. However, the continuous rewards for cultivation from the system suggested that there were indeed levels beyond the divine realm. Who is the strongest in the Hongming realm? What level of cultivation do they possess? Lu Ming inquired once more. What? Upon hearing this, both the spatial and temporal envoys were momentarily taken aback. A powerful being of the divine realm, unaware of who the strongest in the Hongming realm is? What a jest! They exchanged glances, bewilderment giving way to astonishment. In the Hongming realm, everyone knows who the strongest is, even a 3-year-old child could tell you. The fact that Lu Ming asked such a universally acknowledged question could only imply one thing: he is not from the Hongming realm. But how could that be possible? How could one not from the Hongming realm cultivate to the divine status? The sheer amount of Hongming purple energy required to reach the divine realm is staggering. In other words, aside from the Hongming realm, no other world possesses such an abundance of Hongming purple chi that could enable a single individual to cultivate to the level of a divine sovereign. Yet, what is the situation with this individual before me? I have no desire to repeat myself. Observing the prolonged silence from the two, Lu Ming spoke softly. It is the Hongming Divine Emperor. The space envoy, regaining his composure, replied honestly, not wishing to endure the torment of shattered bones. And what of his cultivation? Divine Emperor level? Lu Ming inquired once more. To locate Bai Yunyan, he knew he must venture into the Hongming realm. However, he could not do so recklessly. He needed at least to understand the cultivation levels of the strongest beings. Indeed, the space envoy affirmed. Please elaborate on the distinctions within the divine realm. Lu Ming pressed further. Thus far, his knowledge encompassed the true divine realm, celestial divine realm, master divine realm, divine king realm, and divine sovereign realm. As for the subsequent levels, he was in the dark, with the system providing no clarification. Upon hearing this, the time and space envoys were momentarily taken aback. Their thoughts echoing, "Brother, how could you have attained the divine sovereign level without comprehending the specific ranks of the divine realm?" Ultimately, it was the space envoy who spoke up. True divine realm, celestial divine realm, master divine realm, divine king realm, divine sovereign realm, divine emperor realm, and the legendary Hongming realm. Is that so? Lu Ming murmured to himself, concluding, "It seems I am indeed formidable." Chapter 166. Journey to the Hongming realm. Upon uttering these words, the space and time envoys were rendered speechless. Formidable? It was far beyond mere prowess. With the cultivation of a divine sovereign coupled with Hongming-level divine abilities, he was truly exceptional. As long as one does not provoke a being of the divine emperor realm, one can essentially navigate the Hongming realm with ease. Is the sacrificial offering executed immediately? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before inquiring. For this was the question weighing most heavily on his mind. If Bai Yunyan were to be brought to the Hongming realm and executed without delay, it would place him in a dire predicament. Although he possessed formidable strength as a divine lord and had many hidden cards up his sleeve, he lacked the confidence to rescue Bai Yunyan in the presence of a divine emperor. As for not rescuing her, that was simply out of the question. "I'm not entirely certain, but I believe it is unlikely," the space envoy replied after a moment of contemplation. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's gaze fixated on him, silently awaiting further elaboration. All things in existence must meet their end. Beasts, humans, and even worlds are not exempt. The Hongming tree is aged, hence the emergence of a new one. The consequences of the sacrificial offering are twofold. Either they receive support, thus becoming the new Hongming tree, or they allow the Hongming tree within the offering to mature to a certain extent, thereby extending the lifespan of the old Hongming tree. In either scenario, the sacrificial offering will not face immediate execution, the space envoy continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. If that were the case, matters would become manageable. With the system's relentless enhancement of his abilities, it would not be long before he ascended to the divine emperor realm. At that juncture, rescuing his wife would undoubtedly pose no challenge. What about the dynamics of the Hongming realm? Lu Ming pressed on. He felt compelled to venture there. Firstly, it was a vast expanse conducive to development, and secondly, it would afford him the opportunity to covertly gather intelligence, keeping him apprised of Bai Yunyan's circumstances for strategic action. With the intention to travel to the Hongming realm established, it is undoubtedly essential to comprehend the intricate dynamics of the Hongming realm. This realm adheres to a dynastic structure, with the Hongming Divine Emperor at its helm, overseeing 12 provinces. Each province is governed by a lord, whose cultivation level is no less than that of a divine sovereign, with the highest reaching the late stages of Divine Emperor. The spatial envoy promptly responded, affirming the realm's status as the most formidable in all the myriad worlds. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming pondered silently. One cannot deny the terrifying depth of the Hongming realm. The 12 provinces correspond to the 12 attributes, he mused, before inquiring further. Meeting his gaze, both the spatial and temporal representatives nodded in understanding. May you find peace in your demise, Lu Ming nodded. With his words, he directed a gesture towards the spatial envoy, a glimmer of light swiftly merging into the envoy's being. In an instant, his life dissipated. Yet a smile remained upon his face. Lu Ming waved his hand once more, and a divine essence fell into his grasp. As for you, may you suffer in your death. He then turned his attention to the temporal envoy, gesturing once again. In a heartbeat, the envoy's body began to disintegrate gradually, as if transforming into a mirror, shattering piece by piece from the legs upward. The anguished cries of the temporal envoy echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. After a considerable duration, the envoy's form vanished entirely, leaving behind only a divine essence suspended in the air. Daddy, may I consume this? Little Ling'er inquired, her eyes gleaming as she fixed her gaze upon the divine essence. At this utterance, Mo Qing and the others were momentarily taken aback. Consume divine essence. Lu Ming, however, fell into deep contemplation. Little Ling'er possessed the devouring path body, a remarkably unique and extraordinary constitution. She was incapable of cultivating through conventional means. Her method of advancement lay in consumption. Any item imbued with spiritual energy, regardless of its quality, would enhance her abilities upon ingestion. Furthermore, she experienced no bottlenecks nor the tribulations of lightning. It is not an exaggeration to assert that her physique could rival that of his system, the divine essence. A product of the divine realm practitioners refining the primordial purple energy, also represents the crystallization of a practitioner's entire cultivation. Many mystical beasts grow by consuming such substances. In a certain sense, the divine essence can be deemed a resource for cultivation. Why not give it a try? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming suggested. Yea. Little Ling'er cheerfully nodded and immediately began to nibble on the divine essence of the time envoy. Soon, the hall was filled with the sounds of crunching. One might mistake it for the consumption of crispy bones. In no time, Little Ling'er had devoured half of the time envoy's divine essence, and her cultivation surged dramatically. From celestial sovereign to celestial saint, in merely an instant, she ascended to the celestial emperor realm. The terrifying aura emanating from Little Ling'er left Mo Qing and the others in a state of shock. What kind of prodigious talent is this? She effortlessly breaks through to the celestial emperor realm without even facing tribulation? At that moment, Mo Qing's worldview was utterly shattered. Daddy, I'm so full. I can't eat anymore, Little Ling'er said, patting her little belly. Good, then take your time with it later, Lu Ming replied with a gentle smile. Understanding that the immense force within the divine essence was too substantial for even Little Ling'er, with her devouring body, to fully digest in an instant. In other words, while Xiaowudao possesses an extraordinary constitution, she still requires time to assimilate the sustenance she consumes. I am bound for the Hongming realm, and you all. I may not take you with me. Lu Ming affectionately ruffled Xiaowudau's hair and addressed Mo Qing and the others. The Hongming realm is a place where even he does not dare to proclaim invincibility. Bringing Mo Qing and the others along would undoubtedly be a burden. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing and the others nodded in understanding, aware of the terrifying nature of the Hongming realm. In that realm, they would be akin to ants, easily extinguished. It would be far better to remain in the Xianling realm or the Jinling realm. Here, take this. It is the Hongming purple qi. When your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor, refining this substance will enable you to break through to the true God realm. Lu Ming continued. As a jade vial materialized in Mo Qing's hands, filled with wisps of purple gas. Daddy, can we bring my sister and the puppy along? Xiaoling'o implored, tugging at Lu Ming's hand with a pitiful look. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling was nearly moved to tears, knowing that this little master was not in vain. Ling'o, it's not feasible. My presence would only complicate matters, Li Xingyue hastily interjected. Daddy, I know you're the best. Please let us bring my sister and the puppy. The most handsome daddy will surely agree with me, right? Daddy, I beg you. Xiaoling'o continued her charming appeal. Lu Ming, faced with her persistence, could only smile helplessly. Who could withstand such a plea? Very well, let us take them along, he said, gently pinching her cheek. Having just Li Xingyue and Mu Ling along is manageable. All right. Daddy is truly handsome, Mua. In an instant, Xiaoling'o was filled with joy, leaping up and wrapping her arms around Lu Ming's neck, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Lu Ming felt his heart melt entirely. You must be Li Xingyue's mother, am I right? He inquired, playfully pinching Xiao Ling'er's cheek as his gaze shifted to Mou. Likewise, I express my gratitude for your support. Mou promptly nodded, fully aware that being alongside such a figure as Li Xingyue ensured her safety, and she could hardly refuse. Mother, Li Xingyue gazed at Mou with a hint of reluctance. Let us accompany the master and explore the world beyond, Mou gently suggested, adjusting her clothing with tenderness. Li Xingyue, feeling emotional yet resolute, nodded with reddened eyes. Then let us depart for the Hongming realm. Seeing this, Lu Ming rose to his feet, his gaze drawn toward the horizon.